The man was so poor just the day before that he couldn't afford to eat and almost ended up begging on the streets. In just one day, he had more than 800 silver coins in his hand and no longer had to worry about food and drink. The next day, he spent the money however he wanted. In just 1 month, a small mountain of silver coins piled up in the warehouse. It all started with a man named Lorien. He originally lived on Earth, but after waking up, he was transported to the western fantasy world of Nolan Continent. The good news is that he inherited the title of Baron, which barely qualifies him as a nobleman, so he no longer has to beg like a vagrant. The bad news is that the original owner was the kingdom's most destitute exiled baron, without a castle, an army, or wealth. He had only a barren piece of land suffering from drought and more than 800 serfs on the verge of starvation. Just when Lorien thought he was in dire straits from the start, he awakened the Lord Population Dividend System. For every legally registered and surviving resident within his territory, the system rewards him with 1 silver coin every morning, which can be withdrawn at any time. In other words, over 800 serfs can bring him over 800 silver coins every day. In this world of low productivity, silver coins had extremely high purchasing power. 100 copper coins were equal to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins were equal to 1 gold coin. For an ordinary serf family, if they could work for a year and have 30 copper coins left after paying taxes, it was considered a rare bumper harvest. One of Lorien's subjects brings a silver coin every day. 1 silver coin is enough to buy 100 fist-sized loaves of black bread, enough to feed a strong man for a whole month. As long as the subject lives, he doesn't have to do anything. He can obtain wealth that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of in their entire lives. More importantly, in the cities a few kilometers from the territory, there were refugees everywhere who had lost their land due to the famine and were fleeing from place to place. Just as Lorien was dreaming of the future, a gaunt old farmer by the roadside suddenly rolled his eyes back and fell into a muddy pit overflowing with excrement. He twitched a few times and then lay still. The old steward, Ball, made the sign of the cross and calmly said, "May the God of light have mercy. My lord, another one has starved to death. Tonight, the mass grave will have another corpse to feed the wolves." The next second, a notification appeared in Lorien's mind. Ding! Territory population -1. Current population, 835. Estimated income for tomorrow, 835 silver coins. Lorien's smile vanished instantly, his eyes turning red. It wasn't just an old man who died. It was clearly his daily stable income of 1 silver coin. If he could live another year, that would be 365 silver coins. What god of light? Can the god of light give you money? Lorien drew his sword and roared at the guards. Help him up, give him water, pinch his philtrum, and get the best herbalist. If he dies, none of you will eat today. In my territory, no one is allowed to die without permission. The serfs of Greywood Town were stunned. They had never seen a nobleman so obsessed with a dying serf. Lorien waived the initial tax and ordered the old man to be carried into a clean tent, determined to save him at all costs. He even proclaimed to the crowd, "This is Greywood Town's most precious treasure. Even if it takes ginseng to keep him alive, we must save him." Back at the dilapidated lord's cabin, Lorien immediately inquired about the state of the granary. Ball, with a bitter expression, replied that the granary contained less than 200 pounds of stale oats mixed with sand and bran, barely enough for the lord and his guards to survive the winter. The serfs had to resort to digging for grass roots and gnawing on tree bark in the woods. Upon hearing this, Lorien slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet. These 835 subjects were his lifeblood. As long as they lived, they could produce silver coins every day. If half of them starved to death, he would suffer a devastating loss. He silently uttered extract, then untied the cloth bag from his waist and slammed it onto the table. The bag burst open, and more than 800 silver coins tumbled out, the crisp clinking sound making Bale's legs go weak. How could an exiled baron possibly have so much money? Lorien didn't explain, but simply had Ball take his guards and ride at full speed to Red Leaf City, 10 kilometers away, to spend all the silver coins. Ball thought he wanted to buy armor and war horses, but Lorien cursed. What armor? Buy all this grain and meat. He wanted the finest white wheat, salted pork, ale, coarse salt, and clean cloth, all to be brought back by wagon. As for the black bread mixed with stones and sawdust, he didn't want a single piece. Ball was utterly dumbfounded. White bread and salted meat were foods reserved for nobles. Feeding them to serfs was, in his eyes, blasphemy against the god of light. Lorien, however, remained unfazed. In my territory, if I say they deserve it, they deserve it. Buy a single grain less, and I'll hang you at the town gate. The math is simple. A pound of flour costs only 3 copper coins, and a pound of salted pork costs only 10 copper coins. Feeding 835 people every day would cost less than 20 silver coins a day, yet their very existence would generate 835 silver coins. Only a fool would refuse such a surefire way to make money. As evening fell, a dozen or so horse-drawn carts loaded with grain and meat entered Greywood town, instantly bringing the entire town to a boil. 3 large iron pots were set up in the center of the square. Snow-white oat flour was poured into boiling water. Large chunks of fatty salted pork were thrown into the pots, and finally a handful of precious coarse salt was sprinkled on top. The aroma of meat and wheat wafted throughout the town. The serfs who had been hiding in their dilapidated houses, waiting to die, crawled out and lay on the muddy ground staring at the chunks of meat in the pot. Some were so excited that they fainted on the spot. Lorien stood on the wooden platform, looked at the dense crowd, and announced, "From today onwards, the first encounter tax is abolished in Greywood town. Everyone, line up with your wooden bowls. Each of you will receive a large bowl of meat porridge and a piece of white bread. As long as you are citizens of Greywood town, as long as you are alive, I, Lorien Balhenia, will guarantee that you will have enough to eat every day." The square fell silent for a moment. Then more than 800 serfs knelt on the ground like wheat stalks, kowtowing and wailing. "Merciful Lord, you must be a saint reincarnated." Ding! Citizens' loyalty has reached maximum. Territory cohesion has greatly increased. Population status, extremely stable. Lorien gazed at the devout crowd below, a smile playing on his lips. Eat, eat more, eat your fill, and live well. What they were drinking wasn't just meat porridge. They were clearly maintaining his money-printing machine. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the perennial gloom of Greywood town, Lorien awoke to a pleasant system notification. Ding! The day's settlement has been completed. Current territory population, 835. No deaths yesterday. Earnings distributed. 835 silver coins. Deposited into system space. Lorien sat bolt upright on the hard bed. With a thought, hundreds of brand-new silver coins clattered onto the bed, quickly piling up into a gleaming little mountain. He grabbed a handful of coins, listening to the crisp, clinking sound, and felt a surge of excitement. He had earned back the money he spent last night, plus several hundred more. At this rate, he could build a marble mansion in the dilapidated town of Greywood in less than a month. But Lorien quickly calmed down. 800 silver coins a day was enough to squander in the remote countryside, but it was far from enough to build an army by magic scrolls, or even take revenge on the nobles of the capital who had exiled him. Ultimately, it comes down to having too few people. 10,000 subjects would yield 100 gold coins a day, and 100,000 would yield 1,000. If he owned a city with 1,000,000 inhabitants, he could even bury the imperial palace with gold coins. Just as he was envisioning the future, the door was flung open, and the old butler, Ball, rushed in, panting and terrified. "My lord, something terrible has happened. A massive famine and plague have broken out in the Red Leaf domain, and the Viscount, in an effort to conserve food, has driven out tens of thousands of landless refugees. At least 3,000 or 4,000 refugees are currently heading towards Greywood town along the trade route, with Red Leaf Territory cavalry whipping them from behind." Ball hurriedly urged Lorien to close the wooden palisades and have the guards set up their crossbows. The surrounding barons had already given orders that any refugees approaching their territory would be shot. The refugees of this era had no land or food, and no one was willing to take them in. They brought disease and riots, and might even fight to the death for half a piece of moldy bread. In the eyes of the nobles, they were walking locusts. Lorien was stunned. 3,000 or 4,000 refugees were actively heading to Greywood town. The next second, he slapped his thigh and jumped up, his eyes shining. "What locusts? They're blind. In my eyes, these aren't refugees. They're a mountain of gold with legs, lining up to squeeze into my pocket." 3,000 refugees would bring in 3,000 silver coins a day, or a full 30 gold coins. As long as they were given a meal and registered as residents of Greywood town, his income could increase 4 or 5 times. While others were busy driving away the refugees, Lorien was afraid of missing even one. He quickly donned his knight's leather armor and ordered, "Push all the wagons out of town and load them with the leftover meat and flour from last night. All guards, take your weapons. They're not here to guard the city, but to come with me to the border to welcome the guests." Ball was stunned. Welcome guests. That's right, today Greywood Town is opening its doors wide. Anyone who dares to shoot arrows to drive people away, anyone who dares to kill a vagrant, Lorien will skin them alive. An hour later, on the muddy road leading to Red Leaf territory, thousands of refugees, families in tow, trudged forward through the cold wind and mud. They were ragged, emaciated, and their eyes had long since lost all hope. Behind them, cavalrymen brandished whips and spears, lashing those who lagged behind until their skin was torn and bleeding, cursing them for defiling the Viscount's land. The other territories had already closed their gates, and it seemed that all that awaited them ahead was being turned away and ultimately starving to death in the wilderness. Just as the refugees were in despair, a strange procession suddenly appeared on the horizon ahead. A dozen or so carriages pulled several large, steaming iron pots. A handsome young nobleman, riding a chestnut horse, stared at them with eyes that seemed to regard them as treasures. That overly enthusiastic gaze, however, was chilling. Lorien drew his longsword and shouted to the thousands of refugees, "Those whom Red Leaf territory doesn't want, Greywood territory will take them all. As long as you acknowledge me as your subject, regardless of gender or age, you'll be provided with food and lodging, meat at every meal, and absolutely no taxes. Stop dawdling and come to me, Baron." This absurd yet passionate roar laid the first cornerstone for the future metropolis of 1,000,000 people, the city of Greywood Miracles. In the crowd, the lame old man Gareth tightly protected his 5-year-old granddaughter. The refugees all called him Old Wolf. He was a veteran of Red Leaf territory who lost a leg in a border conflict with orcs and was subsequently driven out of the army as a waste, becoming a serf. After a drought broke out, he and several thousand other refugees were driven into the wilderness by cavalry. Hearing Lorien's promise, Old Wolf felt no joy, only greater fear. He was used to the faces of nobles. Those lords wouldn't even share the leftover feed from their war horses with the serfs. How could they possibly let the refugees eat meat every day? This must be a trap. The young baron might want to sell them to slave traders or send them to the black iron mines where there was no return. More than 3,000 refugees stood still, watching Lorien with wariness and fear, none daring to approach. They were all waiting for someone else to try first, afraid that chains and butcher knives might be hidden behind a meat pot. Upon seeing this, Carl, the cavalry captain of Red Leaf territory, immediately mocked. "So it's young Master Lorien who was driven out of the capital. Has your Greywood town become so poor that you have to scavenge for garbage? These peasants can't squeeze a single copper coin out of you." Lorien ignored him. Time was money. Every moment a refugee lingered meant another might starve to death. And those were the silver coins he was supposed to receive tomorrow morning. "Ball, lift the lid." 3 iron pots were opened simultaneously, the aroma of meat and white wheat flour filling the wilderness. The hungry crowd stirred instantly, countless eyes fixed on the chunks of meat in the pots. They hadn't had a proper meal in days. The old wolf's stomach rumbled like thunder, and his dying granddaughter in his arms opened her eyes, licking her parched lips. "Grandpa meat." Lorien, standing on horseback, pointed to the prepared wooden boards and charcoal pencils and shouted, "Those who want meat porridge, line up now. Those who can write your names. Those who can't, leave your fingerprints. As long as you acknowledge that you are a citizen of Greywood Town, you can drink as much of this porridge as you want." Greywood Town couldn't even produce parchment. They had to use wooden boards for registration. Lorien didn't care about formalities, as long as the system recognized their identities. Finally, hunger overcame fear. Old Wolf limped to the front. Whether he was sent to the mine or sold, he was willing to be beheaded after his granddaughter had a sip of meat porridge. "Sir, I'll press." He slammed his blackened thumb heavily onto the wooden board, leaving a filthy fingerprint. Ding. Detected +1 legal resident. Current territory population, 836. Lorien's eyes lit up. He snatched the cook's wooden spoon, scooped a full bowl of thick meat porridge from the bottom of the pot, and then picked out the largest piece of fatty meat and put it into the old wolf's wooden bowl. "Well done, old soldier. Eat more. Don't choke. You must live well." Lorien looked at him with even more affection than he would at his own father. The old wolf, holding the scalding hot wooden bowl, stood there stunned. There were no whips or insults, only a bowl of white wheat porridge and a large piece of salted pork. He knelt down in the muddy water, tears streaming down his face, and fed the porridge to his granddaughter, then repeatedly kowtowed to Lorien. "I, Gareth, swear this life is yours from now on." With Old Wolf leading the way, the more than 3,000 refugees went completely mad. "Lord, I want to press too." "Don't push. Let me go first. My whole family is 7, needs to register." Ding. Resident +1. Ding. Resident +1. A barrage of system notifications rang out like firecrackers. Lorien watched the refugees scrambling to register, his smile widening. The harsh scraping of metal, accompanied by the clatter of hooves, came from behind. Carl, leading a dozen fully armed cavalrymen, slowly approached. He wore gleaming iron armor and looked down at Lorien, who was distributing meat porridge, his eyes filled with disdain. "Baron Lorien, I heard you were exiled by the Balhenia family. I didn't expect you to have lost your mind, too. Over 3,000 good-for-nothings who only know how to eat, and you actually fed them top-grade white flour and salted meat? Do you really think you're a saint?" Upon hearing Carl's voice, the refugees shrank back, their wooden bowls trembling. Lorien, seated on his horse, didn't even lift his eyelids. "This is Greywood territory. They're my subjects now. Watch your words." Carl burst into laughter. He was certain that within 3 days, Lorien's entire fortune would be devoured by the refugees. When they realized there would be no next meal, they might even storm into the Lord's hut and tear Lorien apart to make soup. In this world, 3,000 mouths without land, tools, and stored food would be a disaster for any territory. Lorien, however, was not angry upon hearing this. Instead, his smile widened. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? He pulled a handful of silver coins from his waist and tossed them casually in his palm. The crisp, clinking sound immediately attracted all the cavalry. In the barren borderlands, silver coins were enough to draw anyone's attention. "Captain Carl, I heard there are still quite a few refugees who haven't made it across the Red Leaf Territory border." Carl stared at the silver coins and swallowed hard. "There's still 1,000 or 2,000 old, weak, sick, and disabled people who are too weak to walk. They'll most likely die in the ditch tonight." "Why are you asking this?" "Die in the ditch. That's a terrible waste." Lorien cursed in anguish, throwing 20 or 30 silver coins under Carl's horse's hooves. "This is for your trouble. Go back and tell Lord Redleaf that those who can't walk, as long as they still have a breath left, send them all here by wagon." Carl stood there, stunned, thinking he had misheard. Lorien continued to offer a price. Any unwanted refugees, beggars, or dying slaves from Red Leaf Territory or the surrounding areas could be sent there. "For each living person sent, I will pay 5 copper coins as an escort fee." The entire hall fell silent instantly. Spending money to buy the elderly, weak, and disabled, who were utterly unproductive, was seen by all the nobles as a mad and wasteful act. Carl and the cavalrymen stared at Lorien as if he were a madman. But Carl was greedy by nature. Only a fool wouldn't take the money. He immediately ordered his men to pick up the silver coins, fearing that Lorien might change his mind. "You said it yourself. I guarantee I'll send the remaining 2,000 men before sunset tomorrow. Hopefully, your treasury won't be empty by then." Carl led his men away, but Ball was frantic, his face pale. They were already struggling to accommodate over 3,000 people. Another 2,000 would surely crush Greywood Town. Crush! Lorien's smile grew wider as he looked at the ever-increasing number of people on the system panel. "They're not sending beggars, they're sending printing presses. If we can hold out until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Lorien can afford to support not just 2,000, but even 20,000. As night fell, a huge bonfire was lit outside Greywood Town. 3,412 new settlers slept temporarily in the open ground. Although they were only covered by cold earth, their faces were as if they were in a dream, for they had just eaten the most satisfying meat porridge of their lives. Old Wolf, cradling his sleeping granddaughter, stood guard on the outskirts of the camp. He gazed at the distant lord's hut, gripping his rusty dagger tightly, his eyes burning with fanaticism. Anyone who dare harm Lorien would have their throat ripped off. Inside the lord's cabin, Lorien paced back and forth like a cat on a hot tin roof. The clock on the wall ticked away, each strike a thud against his heart. It was 5:55 a.m., Only 5 minutes left until the settlement. He bit his nails, staring intently at the clock, praying that no one would freeze to death tonight. The freezing night was deadly for the weakened refugees, and to ensure their survival, he had Ball move all the dry wood in town to light a campfire. Now, every person still breathing was his most precious asset. 5:58 a.m. 5:59 a.m. The hands finally pointed to 6 a.m. Ding! The new day's settlement has been completed. Current total population of the territory, 4247. Original residents, 835. Newly absorbed refugees, 3412. All new residents from yesterday have survived. Today's earnings have been distributed. 4,247 silver coins. Lorien felt as if fireworks had exploded in his mind, his blood boiling instantly. He immediately shouted in his mind, "Extract! Extract all!" The next second, a waterfall of silver coins appeared out of thin air above the room. More than 4,000 silver coins fell like a torrential rain, the dense impact shaking the wooden house, and the dazzling silver light blinding everyone. The silver coins quickly piled up into a small mountain half a meter high on the floor, even overturning the old wooden table. 4,247 silver coins were equivalent to 42 gold coins plus 47 silver coins. In just one day, the income of this poor baronial estate exceeded the entire year's savings of many minor nobles. Lorien rushed to the mountain of silver coins, plunged his hands into the cold silver coins, letting them slip through his fingers, and finally burst into laughter. "I'm rich. Lorien is really rich." But he quickly forced himself to calm down. The weather was getting colder, and the more than 4,000 people who continued to sleep outdoors were very susceptible to catching colds. If an epidemic broke out, the recently surged income would quickly evaporate. In Lorien's view, this wasn't just about saving lives, it was about protecting core assets. Anyone who dared let these people freeze to death was ruining his livelihood and destroying his future. "Ball, get Lorien in here." Lorien kicked open the door and called in the old butler who was dozing outside. Ball looked up and saw the mountain of silver that filled half the room and was immediately struck dumb, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "My lord, have you mastered the legendary alchemy?" "Enough nonsense, pack the money." Lorien threw him several large sacks and ordered all the guards to immediately head to Red Leaf City, find those greedy merchant guilds, and bring back all the timber, stone, thatch, linen for warmth, and herbs for treating colds that they could buy. "What are you buying so many building materials for?" Ball stammered. "To build houses, of course." Lorien gazed at the endless bonfires outside the town, his eyes burning with fervor. "I want all 4,000 of my people to have houses that can shelter them from the wind and rain before the harsh winter comes." After sunrise, the town square of Greywood was packed with people. The former serfs and more than 3,000 newly arrived refugees stood in neat rows, all looking up at Lorien on the high platform, waiting for his orders. Lorien, dressed in a brand-new noble hunting outfit, declared in a voice that echoed across the square, "Winter is coming, and I will not allow anyone in my territory to freeze to death. From today onward, Greywood Town will begin large-scale housing construction, tearing down and rebuilding all the drafty, dilapidated huts." A slight commotion stirred in the crowd, but no one was surprised. Old Wolf was even prepared to be treated like a slave. According to the rules of this world, it was only natural for lords to conscript serfs to work. Being able to eat their fill was already a blessing. But the next second, Lorien's words completely stunned everyone. "To recognize your hard work, I hereby announce that all adults who participated in the construction, whether they were logging, quarrying, or mixing mud, will receive 2 copper coins every day, in addition to 3 meals a day." The square fell instantly silent, save for the howling wind. Old Wolf wondered if he'd misheard, and Ball yanked his beard hard, tears welling in his eyes. Paying wages to serfs? This was utterly against the will of their ancestors. A daring former serf from Greywood Town trembled as he asked, "You mean if we build our own houses, you'll not only feed us, but also pay us?" Lorien glared at him. "Can't you understand human language? I have plenty of money. As long as the houses are sturdy and people don't freeze to death, what are 2 copper coins? If you do a good job, there'll be a bonus at the end of the year." He had a clear plan in mind. To get these people working hard, he needed to completely ignite their enthusiasm. 2 copper coins a day wasn't much, but for these desperate people, it was enough to drive them mad. Old Wolf's eyes reddened instantly, and he raised his fist and roared, "Long live Lord Lorien!" The next moment, cheers erupted, and more than 4,000 serfs and refugees, as if they had been set ablaze, grabbed stone axes and wooden shovels and charged towards the woods and quarries outside the town, howling. "Oh, damn it! Gareth, slow down!" At the quarry outside Greywood Town, Pete, a bearded man, was panting heavily as he loaded dozens of kilograms of stones onto a cart. He couldn't help but complain as he looked at Old Wolf swinging his pickaxe like a madman beside him. Gareth the wolf didn't even turn his head, his hands already blistered and bleeding. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. "Shut up. If you want to slack off, go back to Red Leaf territory and lick the master's boots. Didn't you hear the Lord's promise? 2 copper coins, a full 2. Pete heard it, of course, but it still felt like a dream. How could the noble lords possibly share the money that was already in their pockets with these peasants? But the old wolf stubbornly roared. Lord Lorien is a true saint, and slammed his pickaxe down, sparks flying. As the sun set, the bugle sounded precisely on time. Old Steward Ball supervised the thousands of mud-covered, sweat-soaked serfs lining up to settle their accounts. Old Wolf stood at the very front, his eyes fixed on the piles of gleaming copper coins on the table, his breathing heavy with tension. "Gareth, 5 logs, 10 trips to move stones." Ball scribbled a note on the parchment, picked up 2 worn copper coins, and placed them in his blood-stained and muddy palm. "Take them. This is what you deserve." Cold and heavy. It was the unique feel of metal. Old Wolf froze for a moment, then suddenly shoved the copper coin into his mouth and bit down hard, the astringent taste of brass tasting on his tongue. It was real. Damn it, this was actually real gold and silver. After receiving the money, Pete immediately knelt down and wept, kissing the 2 copper coins frantically. The entire camp descended into a strange frenzy. No one complained of being tired anymore, and the serfs' eyes gleamed with greed, wishing they could go back that very night and cut down 10 more trees. Just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from the wooden fence outside the town. Knight Carl, riding a tall horse and leading a small cavalry squad, arrogantly appeared at the entrance to Greywood Town, driving a long, zombie-like procession. "My dear Baron Lorien," Carl sneered. "As agreed, I've delivered the remaining gifts from Red Leaf territory. 2,050 wretches rotting in the stinking mud ditch. I wonder if your treasury can still afford to make them some wheat porridge." Looking at the more than 2,000 refugees, barely clothed, emaciated, and constantly coughing, the old butler, Ball, felt a wave of dizziness and nearly fainted. He muttered, "It's over. Greywood Town will be eaten into poverty." But Lorien on the platform had his eyes shining, as if he had seen a rare treasure. He excitedly threw the heavy linen bag under Carl's horse's hooves. "Carl, my good brother, here are 10,000 copper coins, escort fee. If you ever need this kind of business again, come to me first. I'll take 10,000 coins. Carl opened the bag and saw it was indeed full of copper coins and a small amount of silver coins. His eyes twitched violently. He stared at Lorien as if he were a madman, muttered, "Hopeless," under his breath, and then rode away contentedly with the money. Lorien looked at the 2,000 shivering new money-printing machines and smiled with utmost benevolence. "Ball, hurry. Don't let my darlings freeze. Get the pots ready, cook, and register them." A cold wind howled through the night. In the dilapidated lord's cabin, Lorien sat at the table, swirling a glass of wine he had bought at a high price from Red Leaf City. He didn't sleep because he knew he was destined to be sleepless tonight. With the addition of the newly arrived refugees, Greywood Town's total population had reached 6,297. In this chaotic world of sparse population, it was almost a small town. The clock ticked, and Lorien closed his eyes to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2. At exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, the system notification sounded. The new day's settlement. The territory's population was 6,297, and the earnings of 6,297 silver coins had been distributed. Lorien immediately whispered, "Withdraw." The next second, silver coins rained down like a metal avalanche, not a downpour. A mountain of silver instantly filled the small bedroom, collapsing the wooden table. Several coins bounced off his nose, making him see stars. The floorboards creaked, as if they might collapse at any moment, taking him and the money with them. Lorien struggled to pull his leg out of the pile of silver coins, panting and muttering, "I'm rich. I'm really rich." Nearly 63 gold coins were earned that day, enough to buy a villa in a good location in the capital, or enough to hire a large number of armed men. But his joy was short-lived. He suddenly pinched his nose. A terrible stench wafted from the refugee camp outside. A mixture of sourness, the smell of fermenting feces, and the stench of rotting wounds, almost enough to knock a person unconscious. With over 6,000 people gathered together, lacking any sense of hygiene and relieving themselves wherever they pleased, an epidemic was bound to break out sooner or later. Lorien kicked open the door, his face darkening. Half an hour later, more than 6,000 citizens who had just finished drinking hot porridge were summoned to the square to hear the new lord announce his first decree, the absolute cleanliness order of Greywood Town. He covered his nose and ordered. Half of the construction team should dig 10 septic tanks and public toilets downwind of the town. From now on, anyone who dares to urinate or defecate anywhere will have their wages deducted for the day if caught once, and will be forbidden from drinking meat porridge for 3 days if caught twice. For large bathhouses should also be built, and everyone must wash themselves clean before going to sleep every night. The crowd erupted in uproar. Gareth, the old wolf, looked utterly bewildered, believing that relieving oneself anywhere was a tradition. Lorien coldly retorted, "Does he want his granddaughter to sleep next to a latrine and die from a terrible disease?" This hit a nerve. Gareth's face paled, and he immediately turned around and roared, "Anyone who dares to defecate in the camp, I'll shove the hilt of my sword into their buttocks." Lorien nodded in satisfaction, then ordered Ball to take money to Red Leaf City and buy back all the coarse salt, spices, large soap, and coarse linen, telling the merchants that Greywood Town was not short of money. Hobby was a seasoned merchant with the Gold Coins and Roses Guild in Red Leaf City. At this moment, he sat in a wagon loaded with cheap beer and moldy linen, heading towards Greywood Town along a muddy path. The coachman complained the whole way, thinking the new baron had gone mad, taking in over 6,000 starving refugees. Greywood Town was probably a plague-ridden hell, littered with corpses by now. Hobby, however, called him foolish. Yesterday, Baron Lorien Stewart had spent dozens of gold coins in Red Leaf City, practically buying up half the market's timber and grain. He'd go even into a hellish cesspool if he could smell gold. When the carriage rolled over the hill and Greywood Town came into view, the two men froze. Instead of corpses strewn everywhere, it resembled a massive, bustling construction site. Thousands upon thousands of people, dressed in tattered clothes but full of energy, were chanting and carrying timber and stone, laying foundations and building walls, working as busily as worker ants. Even more outrageous, hundreds of people downwind of the town were diligently digging deep pits and lining them with stones. A fellow worker stammered, asking if they were digging their own graves. Hobby, however, immediately recognized them as building sewers and a public latrine. Building a special place for a bunch of peasants to relieve themselves? Such extravagance was something even the Grand Duke of the capital might not have done. As soon as the carriage entered town, Lorien, accompanied by his old steward Ball, came to greet it. He warmly welcomed the merchant who had traveled from afar, but his eyes had already swept over the carriage. Hobby immediately put on a fawning smile, claiming that he had brought linen and ale, and was about to try and raise the price. Lorien interrupted him abruptly, asking how much linen, large soap, winter clothes, and bedding was on the cart. Hobby tentatively quoted an exorbitant price, saying that 500 bolts of linen and 1,000 bars of cheap lard soap would cost at least 30 gold coins. He had expected the other party to haggle, and was even prepared to be scolded. Lorien didn't even flinch, simply snapping his fingers at Ball. Ball stepped forward, carrying a heavy sack, and yanked it open with a clatter. 3,000 silver coins piled up in front of Hobbit's boots, their gleam so bright he almost lost his balance. Lorien calmly stated that this was the equivalent of 30 gold coins in silver, and asked him to count it. He also requested an additional 10 gold coins as a deposit. Hobby's legs went weak, and he knelt before the pile of silver coins, his voice trembling as he asked the Baron if he needed anything else. Lorien bent down and patted his fat face, his eyes filled with a suffocating madness. He wanted Hobby to immediately go back to Red Leaf City and bring all the soap, cloth, salt, and herb from the Merchant Guild, and even the entire Red Leaf City, to Greywood Town. From this moment forward, Greywood Town will indefinitely purchase all survival supplies at high prices. Lorien will consume as much as there is. As long as merchants dare to bring supplies, he'll fill his wagons with silver coins. Hobby, clutching the silver coins, was so excited he was incoherent, calling Lorien practically the embodiment of the god of wealth on earth, saying he'd sell his underwear to bring the supplies. Watching the caravan depart in a frenzy, the old steward, Ball, looked worried and couldn't help but ask if they were spending money too quickly. Lorien, however, glanced at the system panel displaying the population as extremely healthy due to the excellent shelter and basic sanitation facilities, and a confident smile spread across his face. He told Ball that he would soon understand what true wealth really meant. At 5:59 a.m., in the Lord's cabin in Greywood Town, Lorien was no longer pacing anxiously as he had in the past few days. Instead, he sat at his new oak desk, toying with a fine steel dagger in his hand. As the clock ticked down to its final chime, at exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, the system settlement notification sounded. The total population of the territory was 6,301, with 4 newborns added yesterday. Today's earnings were 6,301 silver coins, which have been deposited into the system space. Lorien closed his eyes and looked at the mountain of silver in the system space, but did not impulsively try to extract it again. He knew very well that without the protection of a sharp sword, money was not a source of confidence, but a deadly poison. These past few days, he's been buying grain and building materials, spending silver coins so ostentatiously that the merchants of Red Leaf City and Nightcarl have become suspicious. How could a down-on-his-luck baron, whose property has been confiscated and who has been exiled, still have so much money? If the news reached the ears of Duke Bauhinia's political enemies in the capital or attracted the greedy lords of the surrounding area, Greywood Town's current foundation could be crushed at any moment. Lorien only took out 50 silver coins and put them into his money bag, then knocked on the table to summon Ball. The old steward instinctively lowered his head when he entered, as if afraid of seeing the room full of silver coins again. But the room was spotless today. Lorien looked at him seriously and said he knew Ball had been wondering where the money came from. Ball quickly lowered his head, indicating that a servant should not pry into his master's secrets. Lorien lowered his voice, speaking with just the right amount of sorrow. That was the last trump card my mother left me. She came from the Southern Business Alliance and secretly gave him a spatial ring before her exile, containing her life savings. This line makes perfect sense in a Western fantasy world. Spatial magic is rare, but it does exist. Lorien stared at Ball, reminding him that every penny spent was precious, and that Lord Redleaf or any other baron must not find out. Ball immediately understood that if the nobles smelled wealth, they would pounce like jackals, finding any excuse to start a conflict and loot Greywood Town. Lorien nodded and told him to find the merchant Hobby and secretly slip him a few silver coins to spread false information. That he had sold the high-level magic amulet left by his mother to get a sum of money to save his life, and that it was almost all eaten up by refugees. He then instructed that large transactions should no longer be settled with brand-new silver coins, but rather with worn-out copper coins and inferior silver coins exchanged on the black market, purchased in batches from different merchants. Greywood Town must feign poverty and keep its 6,000 men strong and healthy in a blind spot. Lorien walked to the window, gazing at the gradually awakening camp, a cold glint in his eyes. Money could be hidden, but the fangs of Greywood Town had to be sharpened. At midday, the meat porridge in the square was still bubbling, but the atmosphere in Greywood Town was noticeably different today. Lorien suddenly ordered a halt to the payment of construction wages, and all able-bodied men aged 15 to 40 were to assemble in the open space east of town. Gareth, the old wolf, mingled in the crowd, looking at the more than 1,500 young men around him, a growing unease settling in his heart. Pete beside him was even more panicked, whispering to the Lord if he thought they were eating too much and wanted to send them away. Gareth stopped him, saying that they couldn't possibly guess the Lord's thoughts, but his palms were already sweating. Soon, Lorien ascended the platform, surrounded by guards. He wasn't wearing noble attire, but rather black leather armor, a long sword at his waist, making him appear sharp and cold. He looked at the crowd below and asked in a deep voice, "Men of Greywood Town, have you eaten your fill these past few days? Have you slept warmly at night?" More than 1,000 men roared in unison. "Full. Warm. Praise be to our Lord." Lorien nodded, but his tone suddenly changed. He told everyone that in this world where even dogs would fight each other, no one could live a life of ease, eating bread and receiving wages forever. Yesterday, the cavalry of Red Leaf territory were already patrolling the border, and the wilderness bandits were beginning to gather. They smelled the aroma of meat porridge in Greywood Town and wanted to rush in to steal bread, burn houses, and sell their wives and daughters in brothels. The words fell silent instantly. These people from the lowest rungs of society, who had just seized a chance to survive, feared not death itself, but the prospect of returning to hunger and despair. Anyone who tried to take away their livelihood was their mortal enemy. Gareth the Wolf was the first to rush out of the crowd, roaring with bloodshot eyes. "My lord, we are not afraid. Anyone who dares to steal our food, I will tear their throat with my teeth." Lorien looked at him and announced on the spot, "Gareth, step forward. From today onwards, you are the militia captain of the Greywood Town Iron Guard." Then he clapped his hands, and several carriages covered with tarpaulins were pushed forward. The moment the tarpaulins were lifted, sunlight shone on rows of fine iron spears, swords, and hard leather armor, their cold gleam chilling. These weapons, though lacking ornate decoration, were all sharp and sturdy, secretly smuggled in batches from the black markets across the land by Lorien at great expense. According to old customs, serfs were not entitled to possess weapons. But in Lorien's eyes, such rules were meaningless. Wealth unprotected by force was merely prey on a chopping block. He drew his long sword and pointed it at the sky. "Now I want 500 men who are not afraid to die. Join the Iron Guard, and you won't have to work in the quarry anymore. You'll get 5 copper coins a day, meat at every meal, and your family will be given priority for wooden houses." Then, he added coldly, "The price is that when the enemy comes, you must use your flesh and blood to stand at the forefront of Greywood Town. Those who are willing to risk their lives, come up and take weapons." Gareth did not hesitate for a moment, and was the first to rush up the platform, taking a heavy iron cross sword with both hands and kneeling on one knee. "My sword fights for you." Pete, his eyes red, rushed forward, grabbed a spear, and roared that he never wanted to go hungry again. Soon, more people surged forward, vying to sign the death pact. To protect their hard-won food, housing, and dignity, these serfs, once trampled into the mud, unleashed a chilling ferocity. In less than half an hour, all 500 sets of weapons and equipment were looted. Lorien looked at the disorganized but ravenous force below, a cold smile playing on his lips. The protective force of Greywood Town was finally taking shape. Anyone who wanted to touch his daily ATM of 6,000 silver coins would have to ask these 500 well-fed mad dogs for permission first. 30 miles from Greywood Town, in the Black Pine Forest, the air reeked of cheap ale and rotten sweat. Baron, nicknamed Bloodblade, sat on a dead log, slowly wiping his broadsword, its blade already chipped and dulled. He was the leader of the largest bandit gang around Red Leaf City, commanding nearly 300 desperados, deserters, bankrupt mercenaries, wanted criminals, all sorts of people. For them, plundering was their only way to survive. Just then, a skinny, monkey-like bandit emerged from the woods and excitedly pounced on him. "Boss, the news is true. I bribed the stableman of the Gold Coins and Roses Merchant Guild in Red Leaf City. He said that the exiled Baron Lorien sold the high-level magic amulet left by his mother and got a large sum of money." Baron stopped what he was doing, a greedy glint immediately flashing in his one eye. "How much?" "Several thousand silver coins and even some gold coins." The skinny monkey swallowed hard. He poured all his money into Greywood Town, supporting over 6,000 refugees. "I heard those people have white flour porridge with salted pork every day." A burly leader standing nearby laughed, revealing a mouthful of black, yellow, and rotten teeth. 6,000 refugees? Is that young master planning to open a charity church in the wilderness? Thousands of lambs to be slaughtered, plus mountains of white wheat and salted meat. This is practically a winter gift from the god of light. In their eyes, a baronial estate without high walls or a regular army was utterly insignificant. 300 bloodthirsty bandits would be enough to wipe it out. Women could be sold, men could be used for hard labor, and the old and weak could be easily dealt with. Baron abruptly stood up, sheathed his broadsword, and a cruel smile spread across his face. "No one is allowed to get drunk tonight. We'll sneak over there after dark. The Baron wants him alive. I want to find out where he hid the money. As for the rest, kill anyone who dares to block our way, and take all the food and women." Awoo! 300 hyena-like bandits immediately let out piercing howls, like a dark cloud, silently pressing towards Greywood Town under the cover of night. At the same moment, in the Lord's cabin in Greywood Town, Lorien was looking at the parchment ball handed him, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Yesterday, there was a landslide while repairing the sewers, and 2 serfs were seriously injured. Although an old farmer who knew herbs did his best, one of them died half an hour ago. Ball reported cautiously, afraid of angering the eccentric lord. Lorien's face instantly darkened. Dead? Even the most ordinary serf was, in his eyes, a perpetual bond worth a silver coin a day. It wasn't just a person who died. It was his future, inexhaustible wealth. He gritted his teeth and roared. Even if you have to use the most expensive medicine, you must keep the other one alive. Even if he becomes a cripple in the future, as long as he's still breathing, I'll take care of him for the rest of my life. Yes, yes, sir. Ball's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he repeatedly agreed. Just then, a piercing bugle call rang out from outside the gate. It was the highest level alarm issued by the sentries hidden behind the wooden fence on the outskirts of the town. Enemy attack. Bandits. Prepare for battle. In the dead of night, torches lit up the outskirts of Greywood Town. Bloodblade Baron, riding his inferior horse, sneered as he looked at the wooden fence in the darkness, ordering the bandits to rush in and set it ablaze, to teach the townspeople the rules of the wilderness. 300 bandits, brandishing rusty knives and hammers, charged with howling cries. They expected the serfs to kneel and beg for mercy, but instead they were met with wooden javelins suddenly flying out from the trench. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharpened javelins pierced through the front ranks of bandits, screams tearing through the night sky, blood splattering onto the mud. Baron realized there was an ambush, and his face instantly changed. The next moment, a row of fine iron spears rose from behind the wooden fence. Gareth the Old Wolf, clad in hard leather armor, stood at the forefront, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, "Greywood Town, Iron Guards. Form ranks." Just before the alarm sounded, the 500 Iron Guards had finished their specially approved supper. Looking at their sleeping wives and children, their newly built houses with their foundations laid, and their daily allowance of 5 copper coins and 2 meals of meat porridge, they all knew that once the bandits entered, everything would be over. The old wolf raised his cross-shaped sword and roared, "Our Lord has given us life and dignity. These hyenas of the wilderness want to steal our white bread and burn our houses. If we back down, our whole family will starve. Kill a bandit and you'll get 2 silver coins. Kill, kill, kill." The once most cowardly serfs were now like rabid dogs driven mad by their predatory instincts. They knew nothing of advanced swordsmanship. They only knew how to form ranks, brandish their spears, and defend their lives with the fiercest killing intent. Young Pete gripped his spear tightly, watching a burly bandit leap over the fence and charge. He didn't retreat, but roared as he plunged his iron spear into the man's stomach. "Don't touch my meat porridge." D. Blood, mud, screams, and severed limbs mingled together. The 300 bandits were completely stunned. These madmen, with bloodshot eyes, refusing to retreat an inch, and well-equipped with weapons, were hardly like serfs. Baron watched his men fall like wheat, finally realizing the intelligence was terribly wrong. He frantically shouted, "Retreat! Retreat now! They're regular troops." But a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "Retreat? Where do you think you're going?" Lorien, with dozens of elite guards, had somehow flanked him on horseback. He saw the fallen Iron Guard soldiers, his face ashen, his heart bleeding. Those were his money, his golden goose that would generate more money. And these scum of the wilderness dared to kill his golden goose. Lorien drew his longsword, his voice so cruel it filled the bandits with despair. "Leave no one alive except the leader. Chop these sons of bitches to pieces." The battle ended completely at 4 in the morning. Of the 300 bandits, more than 260 were killed on the spot, leaving only 30-odd survivors, including Baron. They were all severed in the Achilles tendons and tied to the wooden stakes in the square like dead dogs. The stench of blood permeated the entire town of Greywood. More than 6,000 citizens, holding torches, surrounded the town. No one went back to sleep. Their gazes were as cold as knives, fixed intently on the prisoners. Lorien walked up to Gareth the Old Wolf. The wound on the Old Wolf's left arm was so deep that the bone was visible, yet he still stood straight and knelt on one knee to report, "My lord, the Iron Guard did not allow a single bandit to enter the camp." but we suffered 15 dead and 8 seriously wounded. Upon hearing that 15 had been killed, Lorian's mind went blank. 15 men meant that starting tomorrow, he would permanently lose 15 silver coins every day, amounting to over 5,000 coins a year. These bandits weren't killing people. They were robbing his ancestral graves. He turned and walked up to Baron. Baron was in so much pain that he was covered in cold sweat. When he saw his terrifying eyes, he broke down on the spot and hurriedly shouted that he was willing to surrender. He also said that he knew the secret treasure of Red Leaf territory and wanted to exchange his life for ransom. Lorian sneered as he grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up. "You have no idea what you've done. You killed 15 of my people. Even if you moved the Red Leaf territory castle here, you still wouldn't be able to compensate me for the profits I'll make over the next few decades." As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword flashed with a cold light and pierced through Baron's throat. Blood sprayed all over Lorian. He pulled out the sword, kicked the corpse aside, and said coldly, "In Greywood Town, anyone who touches my people will die, even if they are the king of heaven." A deafening cheer erupted in the square. To these subjects, a nobleman who would personally execute robbers for the sake of serfs was like a god, worthy of their homage. Lorian tossed his sword to a guard, then, instead of returning to his room, pulled up a wooden chair and sat down in the blood-soaked square. No one dared disturb the lord, who was on the verge of exploding with rage. Time slowly passed, and the sky began to lighten. The first rays of dawn pierced the darkness at exactly 6 in the morning. Ding! The new day's settlement has been completed. Yesterday's deaths, 16. Current legally registered total population of the territory, 6285. Today's earnings have been distributed, 6,285 silver coins, deposited into system space. Lorian listened to the mechanical voice in his mind and took a deep breath of the morning air. 6,285. Although a chunk of flesh had been scraped away, he had ultimately protected the plate. The tension that had gripped him all night finally eased, and a distinctly capitalist smile returned to his lips. "My lord, what should we do with the remaining 30-odd bandit prisoners?" Old Steward Ball stepped forward, looking with disgust at the group of bandits who had lost control of their bladders in fear, and asked whether they should all be hanged or their heads cut off and hung on the wooden fence as a warning to the other hyenas. The surviving bandits struggled desperately, mumbling pleas for mercy. According to the rules of this world, bandits captured usually faced only one fate, the gallows. But Lorian didn't give the order immediately. He walked up to the prisoners, stroking his chin as if examining pork on a chopping board. Hanging? Beheading? Suddenly, a crazy thought popped into his head. The system rules were clear. Any legally registered and surviving resident within the territory would receive 1 silver coin daily. Wouldn't slaves count as legal residents? If it were Lord Redleaf, he would definitely eliminate these threats directly. But Lorian is different. As long as he can make money, he'd register even the dogs on the street. He suddenly spoke up. "Ball, bring me the register." Ball was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Lorian's voice deepened as he repeated himself. Soon, the scribe arrived carrying a thick stack of parchment. Lorian walked up to a trembling bandit and pointed to the register. "Put your fingerprints on it." The bandit, mistaking it for a confession, cried uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face, and hastily pressed his blood-stained thumb onto the document. Lorian stared intently at the system panel. 1 second, 2 seconds. Ding. Detected +1 legally registered slave citizen. Current territory population, 6286. Lorian's eyes lit up immediately. It worked. The system had acknowledged the slave registration. In other words, as long as someone was branded with his mark, even a bandit could become a cash machine producing silver coins every day. He turned to the remaining bandits, his gloom vanishing in a chilling warmth. "Kill them? No, Ball. We are merciful nobles." Lorian even patted the dust off one of the bandits' shoulders and said gently, "The God of Light teaches us to give lost sheep a chance for redemption." The bandits were stunned. Did that mean they wouldn't have to die? Lorian immediately summoned Pete and ordered him to register all the prisoners and mark them as lifetime slaves. Then his tone turned icy. "Put up barbed wire at the quarry behind Greywood Town and send 20 iron guards to guard it day and night. From today onwards, the sewer sludge, dangerous quarrying, and heavy hauling will all be left to them. They'll only be given 1 meal a day of rye porridge mixed with sawdust, just enough to keep them from starving. Anyone who dares to slack off will be whipped with salt water. The bandits, who had just thought they were saved, turned deathly pale in an instant. Lorien grinned devilishly. You should thank me. I gave you a reason to live. Now go to the quarry and make the most of your remaining value. A meal of moldy rye porridge costs less than half a copper coin, but each slave can bring him 100 copper coins in net profit every day and do the most dangerous and life-shortening work. The old butler, Ball, watched from the sidelines, swallowing hard. He suddenly felt that compared to those nobles who simply hanged people, his own baron, who always spoke of benevolence, seemed to have even more perverse methods. The crisis didn't cripple Greywood Town. Instead, it opened the door to a new world for Lorien. The bandits, brigands, and prisoners of war from rival factions in the wilderness. These weren't enemies. They were clearly gold mines to be mined at no cost. The morning in Greywood Town was awakened by the jarring, clanging of metal. Clang, 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 clang. On the open ground on the east side of the town, a dozen makeshift kilns, erected overnight, were billowing thick smoke. Lorien hadn't spent all his money on ready-made farm tools. Instead, he had acquired 5 old blacksmiths and a group of apprentices from the black market in Red Leaf City, and bought a mountain of inferior pig iron. At this moment, Gareth the Old Wolf held a brand-new iron logging axe, his hands trembling. He looked at the butler Ball in disbelief. By the god of light, this was really given to me for free? Here, iron is an expensive strategic resource. Even a rusty iron sickle in the home of an ordinary serf could be a family heirloom. But now, 2,000 iron picks, axes, and shovels are piled up in the open, available for the serfs to take. Ball pushed up his monocle, his tone equally dazed. Hold on tight. The adults said chopping down trees with stones is too slow. Time is life. With these iron tools, you can build 10 wooden houses a day. The old wolf took a deep breath and swung his axe down at the pine tree beside him. Crack! Wood chips flew everywhere, and the iron axe was deeply embedded in the wood grain. If it were an old stone axe, this blow would have at most left a white mark. A young serf beside him, clutching a shovel, was so excited he was almost incoherent. This thing cuts through butter like a knife. With it, I can dig a moat in a day. Get to work. For the masters, Old Wolf roared, leading a construction army of several thousand men equipped with iron farm tools, charging towards the black pine forest outside the town. On the hillside, Lorien nodded in satisfaction, watching the workforce's efficiency surge. Ball, however, gasped in pain behind him. My lord, 2,000 iron farm tools cost almost 500 gold coins. Lorien scoffed. Ball, you have a very narrow perspective. It's late autumn now, and winter will arrive in a month at most. Once the mountains are snowbound and trade routes are cut off, even if I have silver coins, I won't be able to buy a single grain of wheat. Bale's face paled. Lorien pointed to the wasteland outside the town and said in a deep voice, buying grain can only solve the immediate problem. Farming is the fundamental solution. Within half a month, the houses must be built, the wasteland must be cleared, and winter-resistant wheat must be planted. We also need to build windproof greenhouses to ensure that over 6,000 people wouldn't starve or freeze to death during the winter. Iron farm tools were only the first step. For Lorien, 500 gold coins are just a few days' earnings. As long as these money-printing machines could survive the winter, he was willing to use gold to make hoes. Just then, an iron guard soldier ran up the hillside. My lord, a caravan has arrived outside the town. They're not selling grain. They're the famous Black Crow slave trading group from Red Leaf City. A slave trading group? Lorien raised an eyebrow, his eyes instantly lighting up. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can find a few money trees that will sprout. Outside Greywood Town, several huge iron cage carriages were parked on the muddy road. The fat leader of the Black Crow Merchant Guild, wiping away greasy sweat, greeted Lorien with a beaming smile, loudly praising the god of light. He had heard that Greywood Town was undergoing a major construction project, so he proudly offered that he had brought a batch of obedient and strong consumables, perfect for building houses and farming. Lorien walked up to the iron cage, and a pungent, fishy stench immediately hit him. Inside the cage were dozens of slaves, including defeated orc laborers and bankrupt serfs, all with numb eyes and wounded bodies. Lorien glanced at them and waved them away dismissively. These people were too thin and weak. They'd probably die before the system settled accounts the next day. A complete loss. Seeing him about to leave, the fat leader hurriedly called out to him, saying he had one more special item. He then ran to the last carriage covered with a black cloth and ripped it off. A woman huddled in the cage. She wore a tattered linen robe. Her long silver hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in mud, yet it couldn't conceal her exquisite and deep-set features. Even more striking were her pointed ears, clearly indicating her half-elf ancestry. Her emerald eyes were clear and bright, yet filled with arrogance and coldness. Lorien raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this some kind of half-elf plaything to warm my bed? This kind of person can't help me build a house or a farm." The fat chieftain quickly lowered his voice and explained, "Her name is Ella. She was originally a senior botanist at the Violet Magic Academy in the capital. Because her half-elf blood was discovered and she publicly made heretical statements, offending the Church of Light, she was stripped of her title and demoted to slavery." Lorien became interested and asked her what she had said. Had she blasphemed the god of light? Alara, trapped in her cage, looked at him coldly, still retaining the pride of a scholar even in her slavery. She said she had merely proven that composting human and animal waste at high temperatures and then spreading it in farmland could more than double wheat yields. She even went so far as to mock the church, saying they only recited so-called prayers of light to the fields. Upon hearing this, the surrounding guards and the old steward, Ball, all gasped, staring at her as if she were a monster. Ball frantically made the sign of the cross, thinking she was a madwoman bewitched by the devil. In this era, people believed that crop growth was a gift from God, and manure was the most filthy thing. To link the two together was an unforgivable heresy. Lorien, however, stood frozen in place. He felt neither disgust nor anger. Instead, he stared intently at Ella, his eyes growing brighter. Human and livestock excrement, composted at high temperatures, doubles wheat yields. With over 6,000 residents, the daily excrement produced in Huemu town is nothing short of mountains of organic farmyard manure. He had been worrying about how to deal with the overflowing septic tank, but now the answer had come to him on its own. What others saw as a mad witch, a transmigrator, clearly saw as a chief agricultural engineer of the Middle Ages. With her, the large-scale development of Greywood Town could be completed in a closed loop. Feeding not only 60,000 people, but even 600,000 would no longer be just a fantasy. Lorien's voice trembled as he asked the fat chieftain how much he wanted. The fat chieftain, thinking he was disgusted, awkwardly replied that although the woman was troublesome and unlucky, she was, after all, half-elf blood and quite beautiful, so he could take her away for 5 gold coins, plus a basket of healthy laborers as side dish. The next second, Lorien slammed the heavy money bag into the fat chieftain's arms, nearly knocking him into the mud. Inside were 1,000 silver coins, equivalent to 10 gold coins. Lorien pointed at Ella with fanatical eyes and ordered him to open the cage immediately. From this moment on, this woman, considered a heretic by the church, was the chief agricultural officer of Greywood Town. That evening, inside the Lord's cabin, Ella washed away the mud, changed into a clean linen dress, and sat before the fireplace. Steaming hot roasted lamb chops and white bread lay before her, but she didn't touch them, only watching Lorien warily with her emerald eyes. Lorien looked down at a rough map of the territory and casually said, "Eat it, it's not poisoned." Ella coldly asked him what he wanted and warned him that if he wanted to satisfy the perverted fetishes of the nobles, she would bite his throat. Lorien didn't even look up. "I'm not interested in your body. I just want to know, with enough manpower, could your composting theory get 2,000 acres of winter wheat to sprout before the dead of winter?" Ella was stunned. She thought she would be humiliated and tortured, but she never expected that this impoverished baron would ask about farming. She asked incredulously, "Don't you think that's sacrilege? Don't you think it's dirty?" Lorien sneered. "Hunger is the original sin. Poverty is the greatest filth. I don't care if you use excrement or dark magic. I just want food. As long as you can grow it, you can control all the septic tanks in Greywood Town." These words caused Ella's eyes to flicker violently. As a scholar, she had been scorned and exiled for her research, and no one had ever truly recognized her. Yet now, a remote lord was willing to fully support her, this heretic. She gritted her teeth and tentatively asked, "This will cost a lot of money. Fermentation tanks, land clearing tools, and high-quality winter wheat seeds will cost at least several hundred gold coins. You, an exiled baron, simply cannot afford it." Lorien didn't answer, only looking at the clock on the wall. 5:58, 5:59. Yesterday, he bought dozens more slaves, and now the total population of his territory has reached 6,352. At 6 a.m. sharp, the system notification sounded. The daily settlement is complete. The current legally registered population is 6,352, and today's earnings are 6,352 silver coins, which have been automatically deposited into the system space. Lorien turned to look at Ella, who was full of doubt, and smirked. You just said you needed a few hundred gold coins? The next second, he had a thought, and silver coins poured down from the void like a waterfall. With a crash, thousands of silver coins slammed onto the oak table and spilled onto the floor. The metallic clanging was deafening, and soon a half-meter-high mountain of silver coins piled up at Ella's feet. Ella was completely stunned. Her knife and fork fell to the ground, her usually cold eyes wide with disbelief. She screamed, "What kind of spatial magic is this? God of Light, have you plundered the Imperial treasury?" Lorien grabbed a handful of silver coins and tossed them into the plate in front of her, saying casually, "Forget about the God of Light. Here, money is everything. These silver coins are worth hundreds of gold coins, and this is just my allowance for a few days." He leaned closer to the shocked female scholar, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Now, I appoint you as the Minister of Agriculture and Infrastructure Development of Greywood Town, or the Ministry of Agriculture for short. You'll have the manpower and the money." Lorien stared at her, his eyes like burning torches. "I want you to plant your heresies throughout the entire land of Greywood." Ella looked at the room full of silver coins, then at the Mad Lord. Compared to those nobles who spouted benevolence, but were stingy and hypocritical, this man, who reeked of money, possessed an irresistible, magical charm. She took a deep breath, lifted her skirt, and gracefully performed a scholar salute. "As you wish, Your Majesty." But at that moment, a fanatical academic fire ignited in her eyes. "I will transform the septic tanks of Greywood Town into the most fertile gold mine in the entire continent of Nolan." Today, the town of Greywood was filled with an indescribable, pungent stench. Downwind of the town, beside a dozen huge septic tanks, more than 2,000 serfs stood at a distance, holding new shovels, all covering their noses, their faces full of resistance. Ella, dressed in a gray linen cloak, held a parchment notebook in her hand, her face covered by a cloth, yet the fervor in her eyes was undeniable. She stirred the dark brown, viscous substance in the pool and exclaimed excitedly, "The fermentation is perfect. The insect eggs have been killed by the high temperature." She turned and ordered the serfs to dig up the fertilizer and transport it to the 2,000 acres of reclaimed land to the east, so that winter wheat could be planted before the first frost. But everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to move. Gareth the old wolf stepped forward with a heavy heart and said that this was, after all, excrement. Sprinkling this filth, cursed by the devil, into the land would not only prevent crops from growing, but would also bring plague. Ella trembled with rage, berating them for their ignorance and explaining that this was top-quality nitrogen fertilizer from sealed compost, which would make the wheat ears grow thicker. But the serfs remained hesitant. In their eyes, using manure to cultivate the land was simply against common sense. As the stalemate continued, a black horse galloped in. Lorien, wearing a black bearskin coat, dismounted, walked coldly to the edge of the septic tank, forced himself to take a deep breath to suppress the stench, and almost vomited on the spot. He knew that reasoning with these people would be useless in breaking their shackles of faith. So he drew his long sword, pointed it at the septic tank, and roared, "Filth? Demonic curse? You blind fools!" Lorien's voice echoed across the wasteland. In other territories, it is indeed dung. But in Greywood Town, this is the sacred, bountiful land bestowed upon me, Lorien Bauhinia, by the God of Light. The entire area fell silent instantly. Even Ella was stunned. Lorien continued to roar. "Do you want to eat white bread every day in winter? Do you want your children to stop gnawing on thorny tree bark?" Old Wolf, his eyes red, replied, "Yes, sir." Lorien immediately waved his hand, then spread every last drop of this sacred soil on the ground. Ball announced the decree. The old steward Ball stepped forward with a wooden box and announced loudly, "Whoever transports the most harvest sacred soil today will have their team receive an extra half-pound of salted meat for their meat porridge tonight, For every 10 cartloads transported, they will be rewarded with an additional copper coin. The serfs' minds went blank for a moment. More meat? And money too? Or demonic curses? What was filth? In the face of salted meat and copper coins, even dung would smell sweet. Old Wolf was the first to rush to the edge of the pool, wildly shoveling with his shovel, roaring that the first cartload of holy soil belonged to the first squad. Pete also led the second squad forward, even taking off his hempen clothes to wrap around the cart bed, afraid of missing a single drop. In just 10 minutes, more than 2,000 serfs and iron guards nearly came to blows over a few cartloads of manure, as if fighting over a gold mine. Ella stood by, watching this group of people with their eyes gleaming, feeling her entire worldview shattered. She studied botany for 10 years and wrote countless papers trying to persuade nobles and the church, but was always regarded as a heretic. Kororian, with just a sacred title and a few copper coins, made them regard dung as a holy object. Lorien walked up to her, lowered his voice, and sneered. See that, scholar, Aralara? What faith can't solve, self-interest can. When faced with hunger and money, they can lick a septic tank clean better than a plate. At 5:55 a.m., the wind was biting cold at the quarry on the back mountain. Scarface Kyle, wrapped in tattered burlap, huddled in a wooden shed. He was one of the bandit leaders who attacked Greywood Town half a month ago. After the crushing defeat, their leader, Baron, had his throat slit, and the 30-odd surviving bandits were all branded into lifelong slaves. Based on Kyle's experience of over a decade in the wilderness, prisoners of war and slaves typically didn't survive more than half a month. Beatings, moldy food, and backbreaking labor quickly drained them. But when the soldiers knocked on the wooden fence in the early morning, instead of whipping them, they brought in 2 large wooden barrels. The soldier called out coldly, "My lord is merciful. It's cold today, so each of you will have a bowl of hot rye porridge." Kyle froze, then trembled as he received the food. The porridge was actually hot, and it didn't contain any pebbles or sawdust. It was rough as it was, but it did have a warming effect when swallowed. The bandits beside him ate and wept, suspecting this was their last meal before death. The soldiers quickly urged them to start clearing the mountain, warning anyone who dared to slack off or not cut enough rocks would be swimming in the cesspool the next day. Kyle licked the wooden bowl clean, shouldered his pickaxe, and headed towards the rock face. At that moment, he suddenly understood. Being a bandit meant living in constant fear, never knowing where his next meal would come from, and risking being beheaded by the regular army. But being a slave in Greywood Town, though lacking freedom and with exhausting work, at least meant not going hungry, and there was a fire in the shed for warmth. Thinking that the Lord was still building some kind of windproof greenhouse, where he might not even have to worry about freezing to death in winter, Kelton immediately roared. To hell with freedom. He'd spent his life smashing rocks in the quarry. He swung his pickaxe, sparks flying, working with more enthusiasm than the free men who were paid wages. In the Lord's cabin, not far away, Lorien held a cup of hot goat's milk and looked at the wall clock. At 6 o'clock sharp, the system notification sounded. Today's settlement, the total legally registered population of the territory, is 6,381, and the income of 6,381 silver coins has been credited to your account. Lorien smiled with satisfaction. The 34 bandits ate less than 2 copper coins worth of rye porridge each day, yet they consistently produced 34 silver coins and a large quantity of building stone. This perfect financial product that didn't require wages was simply too good to pass up. He stroked his chin, his eyes deep, already pondering how to lure a few more waves of wilderness bandits over. If other lords heard this, they'd probably think he was possessed by the Abyss Demon King. What noblemen would constantly hope for bandits to attack their territory. The infrastructure boom in Greywood Town is finally coming to an end. Hundreds of wooden houses have been erected in neat rows. They are simple in style, but covered with thick thatch, and the cracks in the walls are sealed with mortar, which can barely keep out the cold wind. Under Ella's guidance, all 2,000 acres of winter wheat were planted. Behind the town, dozens of simple greenhouses were erected, supported by wooden frames and oiled burlap, with flues dug underground to connect to the heated brick beds. However, the chill in the air was growing stronger, and the first snow could fall at any moment. At noon that day, a large caravan, escorted by a dozen armed mercenaries, slowly drove into Greywood Town. A golden eagle banner fluttered on the carriages, the emblem of the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, the largest merchant guild around Red Leaf City. Mars, the Chamber of Commerce's steward, sat in a luxurious carriage, dressed in a silk robe, his beer belly protruding, arrogantly surveying the rumored rolling-in-money border town. Outside the carriage, a steward whispered a reminder. The down-on-his-luck baron, having sold the magic amulet, should have a considerable sum of money, should the prices of warm clothing, coarse salt, and aged wheat be doubled. Mars sneered, thinking twice the price was too low. With heavy snow about to block the mountain passes, these were life-saving supplies. He planned to raise the price fivefold. If the buyers didn't buy, the refugees would freeze and starve to death. They had no choice. But when he got out of the car and saw the interior of Greywood Town, his prepared explanation instantly froze. There were no stinking mud pits here, nor were there any emaciated refugees. The gravel roads were smooth and clean. Rows of wooden houses stood side by side, and in the distance, serfs were busily building strange wooden sheds. Although their clothes were old, their complexions were not bad, and their eyes shone with vitality. What truly chilled Mars to the bone was the sight of 500 soldiers in sturdy leather armor, wielding fine iron spears, standing in perfect formation in the town square. Their murderous aura was so palpable that even the old mercenaries he'd brought instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. This was no longer some bankrupt baron's place of exile. It was clearly a rapidly growing military fortress. Lorien, surrounded by the Iron Guards, approached and greeted Mars with a curt smile. Mars swallowed hard, immediately abandoning his arrogance and replacing it with a fawning smile. He said that the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild had sent winter supplies, 300 carts of aged wheat, 2,000 thick sheepskin coats, and 1,000 caddies of coarse salt. However, regarding the price, while he was still hesitating whether to quote 5 times the exorbitant price, Lorien had already snapped his fingers. Old Steward Ball, accompanied by a dozen or so serfs, pushed in 4 heavy wheelbarrows. A tarpaulin was lifted, revealing 4 piles of silver coins that gleamed painfully in the sunlight. A total of 40,000 silver coins, equivalent to 400 gold coins. Mars' heart nearly stopped. He'd been in business his whole life and had never seen so much cash before. Lorien walked up to him and said in a low voice, "These 400 gold coins will buy everything I brought today, including the carriage and the horses." Mars's mind was buzzing. This price was actually 20% higher than the maximum he had originally planned to rip off customers. Lorien didn't stop. He patted Mars's stiff shoulder and told him that this was just a deposit. From this day forward, the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild must sign an exclusive supply contract with Greywood Town. No matter the method, whether it's other city-states or the Orcish borders, buy him slaves, refugees, pig iron, and breeding livestock, everything. As long as it can be transported to Greywood Town, Lorien will consume it all. Mars looked at the mountain of silver coins, then met Lorien's all-consuming eyes and utterly surrendered. He knelt down with a thud, his fat trembling with excitement, and repeatedly declared that the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild was willing to serve this baron who shone brighter than gold coins. Lorien turned to look at the convoy laden with supplies, taking a deep breath of the approaching winter's chill. With these supplies, the more than 6,000 money trees of Greywood Town could finally weather the winter safely. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of spring. At that time, Greywood Town would bear its terrifying fangs, the culmination of capitalism and infrastructure frenzy, to this backward world. In mid-November, Greywood Town was hit by its first blizzard of the year. Gale-force winds swept across the wilderness, biting like knives. In the past, such nights were known as Nights of Death, when countless serfs living in drafty thatched huts would freeze to death in their sleep. In the eastern district of Greywood, in the 37th new wooden house, Martha, a serf woman in her 50s, suddenly woke up with a start. She had dreamt that the old roof collapsed under the weight of snow, and that she and her son Pete froze to death in the mud. Instinctively, she cried out to her son to wake him up. But when she opened her eyes, she was stunned. There was no cold wind, no leaky roof. She was lying on a wooden bed covered with hay and new linen, covered with a heavy sheepskin coat. In the stone fireplace in the center of the room, the black pine wood crackled and burned, making the whole room warm enough to make one sweat. Young Iron Guard soldier Pete sat by the fireplace, grilling a palm-sized piece of salted, fatty meat on an iron skewer. The fat sizzled and dripped, filling the room with its aroma. Seeing his mother awake, he turned and asked, "Mother, why are you awake?" Martha touched her sheepskin coat, tears welling up in her eyes. In previous years, they wouldn't even burn the cow dung they collected when it snowed, but now they had fire, meat, and such warm clothes. She asked in a trembling voice, "Where did all this come from?" Pete sandwiched the roasted bacon into a piece of white bread and handed it to her, saying it was winter supplies distributed by Lord Lorien. Heavy snow had blocked the mountains and halted construction, but the Iron Guard's pay continued. Those who had worked hard building houses earlier had also received sheepskin coats and firewood. At this point, Pete's eyes also reddened. He recalled the days he spent waiting to die in the wilderness a few months ago, and then imitated Lorien's words in the square yesterday. The Lord said that everyone should stay indoors during heavy snow. Anyone who dares to freeze to death on his territory is wasting the property of Greywood Town, and he will drag them back from hell to whip them. These harsh words caused Martha to kneel down completely. She kowtowed and wept bitterly in the direction of the Lord's cabin. The Red Leaf Lord, the Church of Light. No one had ever given them a single bowl of hot soup. She solemnly told Pete that Lord Lorien was not an ordinary nobleman, but a god in human skin. Even if one day the Lord ordered him to slay a dragon, he would bite off a dragon scale for the Lord, even if it meant using his teeth. The blizzard continued to rage. In the hundreds of wooden houses of Greywood Town, countless refugees like Martha and her child huddled around the fireplace, eating roasted meat, shedding tears, and offering their most fervent loyalty to the merciful Baron in their hearts. The next day, the snow was knee-deep, covering the entire Greywood territory in a deathly white. But in the agricultural restricted area behind the town, a scene that completely defied common sense unfolded. The half-elf scholar Alara stood in the windproof greenhouse. The roof was made of coarse linen and wooden planks smeared with lard, allowing very little light, but the crisscrossing flues of the underground heating system kept out the cold winter. Outside, the temperature was below zero, but inside the greenhouse, a wave of heat washed over her. Ella knelt before the soft soil, carefully parting the dark brown, holy soil of harvest, and soon saw a touch of green sprouting from the earth. Those were two tender wheat seedling leaves. Ella's pupils dilated, and her hands trembled with excitement. It sprouted. It's really sprouted. Growing wheat in winter, creating spring in the wind and snow. This is something that will be recorded in agricultural history. Just then, the heavy wooden door was pushed open, and Lorien, wrapped in a black bearskin coat and exuding a chill, walked in. His eyes immediately fell on the patch of green, and he laughed. "Minister of Agriculture, it seems our manure alchemy has succeeded." Ella immediately corrected. "Baron, this is a combination of composting and the greenhouse effect." Her tone remained haughty, but her gaze towards Lorien had shifted from wariness to awe. This was the man who, with mountains of silver coins, had forcefully broken the shackles of the seasons. The method was terrifyingly brutal, yet undeniably effective. Lorien didn't care about the name, only the yield. With winter wheat in 20 greenhouses, plus 2,000 acres of winter-harvested wheat outside, how much grain could they harvest after the ground thawed next spring? Ella took a deep breath and gave an answer that even she found crazy. With sufficient base fertilizer and excellent wheat varieties, we conservatively estimate that next autumn's harvest will be enough to feed more than 6,000 people in Greywood Town for 3 years. 3 years! Lorien's eyes lit up instantly. 6,000 people could feed for 3 years. If the population expanded to 20,000, it could last at least a year. 20,000 people. That's 20,000 silver coins a day. He excitedly grabbed Ella's muddy hand and shook it hard twice. "Well done. You're simply the most dazzling jewel in my territory." Ella blushed slightly, withdrew her hand, and whispered, "My lord, you gave me the opportunity to showcase my talents. It's just that the greenhouse consumes too much firewood, and the expenses. Money is nothing. As long as the crops can grow, I'd be willing to burn gold coins." Lorien interrupted her directly, turned around, and walked towards the door. "Keep a close eye on these wheat seedlings. I'm going back. Today is an extremely crucial day." The extremely crucial day Lorien referred to was the system settlement after the first snowfall. When he returned to the Lord's cabin, the clock already showed 5:58 a.m. The old butler Ball stood to the side, clutching a thick parchment register, his expression tense. In this era, extreme cold is a meat grinder for the poor. In the past, after the first blizzard in Red Leaf territory, the Lord would send wagons to the slums to collect corpses, resulting in hundreds or even thousands of deaths. At 5:59, Lorien sat at his table, his fingers tapping incessantly. He had spent 40,000 silver coins on winter supplies, even providing thick blankets and hot porridge to bandits and slaves. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Tick-tock, 6 o'clock in the morning. Ding. The day's settlement has been completed. Total registered and surviving population of the territory yesterday, 6381. Number of deaths due to extreme cold yesterday, 0. Today's earnings have been distributed, 6,381 silver coins. Upon hearing the number 0, Lorien leaped from his chair, slammed his hand on the table, and burst into a villainous, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha! Ball, not a single person has died in our territory. Not even the weakest old man. Not even the bandit slaves who smashed stones in the quarry. He paced back and forth excitedly, only one thought in his mind. His silver coin moat had truly blocked Death's Scythe. Although Ball didn't understand how the adults knew the news, there had been so many miracles lately that he had long since learned to believe unconditionally. The next moment, he knelt on one knee, proclaiming it a miracle that Lorien had protected Greywood Town. Lorien sneered inwardly. He wasn't doing it for faith, but to protect his base. But soon, a shrewd calculation flashed in his eyes. If Greywood Town could achieve 0 deaths, what about the other territories? He immediately ordered Ball to send someone to the Merchant Guild's headquarters to wake up Mars, the portly manager of the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. Ball was puzzled. There were already enough supplies to get through the winter, so why bother the Merchant Guild? Lorien looked out at the vast white wilderness and smiled. We have enough supplies, but not enough people. Redleaf Territory, Black Iron City, and the surrounding baronial territories must be teeming with serfs and refugees on the verge of freezing to death. To the nobles, they were a burden that consumed food, garbage rotting in the ditch. But in Lorien's eyes, these were all high-quality assets being sold off at extremely low prices. He instructed Ball to have Mars take grain and sheepskin coats, drive a wagon to the surrounding territories, and tell the nobles that Greywood Town was willing to dispose of their garbage. Anyone alive, regardless of gender or age, even those with broken legs, would be exchanged for a pound of inferior rye. If the other party thought it was too little, they could be bombarded with copper coins. Ball gasped, finally understanding the Lord's plan. This was to take advantage of the harsh winter to plunder the entire wasteland's population. Lorien took a deep breath, his eyes burning with an intensity that seemed capable of melting ice and snow. This winter, I will make Greywood Town's population surpass 10,000. For half a month, a blizzard raged intermittently, freezing the entire continent of Nolan into a solid block of white iron. On the trade route outside Redleaf City, Mars, the manager of the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, was wrapped in 3 layers of bearskin coats, yet still shivering from the cold as he rode his horse. Behind him stretched a caravan of refugees for miles. 1,200 refugees, bought from surrounding baronies, were trudging through the snow, their feet sinking deep into the mud. Mars had bought them with cheap rye and copper coins, even paying them for winter clothes, fearing these goods might die on the road. Even so, hundreds of people collapsed from exhaustion in the snow, never to rise again. The steward pointed to the wooden fence in the snowstorm, almost crying, "Sir, Greywood Town is just ahead. This is practically transporting corpses." When the group arrived at Greywood Town Square, Lorien's smile froze instantly as he came out to greet them. He didn't see the new money-printing machine he'd imagined. Instead, he felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. This wasn't high-quality population. It was clearly a pile of bad assets. These people were completely different from the refugees from a few months ago. They had been tormented by the blizzard for half a month. 80% of them had festering frostbite on their hands and feet. A third were delirious with high fever, coughing incessantly, and some even reeked of dysentery. Lorien grabbed Mars by the collar and roared, "I told you to buy up-prime assets at rock-bottom prices, and you bring back a bunch of plague bombs that could detonate the territories at any moment?" Mars trembled with fear and cried out aggrievedly, "Baron, you said as long as they're alive. That's fine. Every territory is throwing out sick serfs, and I dug them out of piles of corpses myself." Lorien pushed him away, his face ashen as he stared at the system panel. The notification showed that the number of legal residents had increased by 1,206, and the expected daily income had surged to over 7,500 silver coins. But he couldn't muster a smile. Greywood Town originally had a population of 6,000, a healthy population supported by meat porridge, housing, and the absolute cleanliness order. If these people who carry the risk of frostbite, flu, and infectious diseases were allowed to move in, the entire town would turn into a morgue within days. At that point, let alone the more than 7,000 silver coins he earns daily, the plague will destroy the base he has painstakingly built up. This is the backlash from overly rapid population growth and inadequate infrastructure. Lorien immediately ordered, "Stop the acquisition. Pass down the order. All plans to buy up the population at rock-bottom prices are suspended. Until this group of people is absorbed, not even a stray dog is allowed to enter Greywood Town." Old Steward Ball stamped his foot anxiously. "Sir, what about these people? Drive them away? If the disease spreads to the Iron Guard and the construction team, this winter will be over." Lorien glared at him. "Drive them away? These people, as long as they have a breath left, will be spitting out a silver coin for him by tomorrow morning. Who would dare throw his money into the snow?" He turned and shouted sternly, "Gareth, take the Iron Guard to the westernmost windy area of town and fence off a temporary isolation zone with wooden barriers. No one is allowed to approach without my order." Lorien drew his long sword and coldly ordered, "Hurry all the newcomers into the isolation zone, set up temporary tents, and boil water. Also, summon Ella immediately. Now." The temporary quarantine zone on the west side of Greywood Town now resembled a refugee camp filled with wails of agony. Anna, a displaced girl, huddled in a corner of a cold tent, her feet covered in frostbite, the festering sores emitting a foul stench. In Redleaf territory, a serf like her, too sick to work, would have long been thrown into a mass grave to be fed to wild dogs. She closed her eyes, almost resigned to death. But the next second, a pair of large hands wearing burlap gloves grabbed her ankles. Anna screamed in pain, but the middle-aged woman sternly told her to shut up. "If you don't get it done soon, your feet will have to be amputated." The woman was Martha. She was wearing a white linen blouse, a homemade mask, and a wooden plaque with a crooked cross on her chest. She was scrubbing the rotting flesh on Anna's feet with a rag soaked in strong liquor. Soon, several serf women dressed similarly rushed into the tent carrying hot water. Outside the quarantine zone, Agriculture Minister Alara was nearly driven mad. Her silver hair was casually tied up, her face smeared with soot as she directed the serfs to boil herbs in a large iron pot. Seeing Lorien inspecting the area, she couldn't help but yell, "I study botany and agronomy, not medicine. You're asking me to distinguish herbs for frostbite and colds? What if someone dies from eating them?" Lorien, draped in a bearskin coat and covering his mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in vinegar, said calmly, "Herbal medicine is still a plant. I believe you can't kill anyone. Besides, it's better to try anything than let them rot in the tent." He knew that medical standards were practically non-existent in this era, and that bloodletting was even more deadly than the disease itself. So he could only rely on modern common sense, strong liquor for disinfection, herbal decoctions, mandatory quarantine, and washing with boiling water to tough out this refugee crisis. To this end, he organized more than 300 women and elderly people in the town who were unable to do heavy work and established the first battlefield medical team in Hoemu town, offering them a high salary of 3 copper coins a day. Lorien shouted from his high vantage point, "You're not feeding rotten meat. You're saving the property of Greywood Town. Save one person, and in addition to your wages, you'll receive an extra half-pound of flour." Spurred by the allure of copper coins and white flour, the medical team displayed astonishing fighting spirit. Undeterred by the filth and stench, they stripped the refugees naked, washed them, forced them to drink bitter medicine, and treated their wounds with the brutality of a war squad. Inside the tent, Anna drank the scalding hot herbal broth that Martha fed her, and some color finally returned to her pale face. Looking at the rough-looking but energetic woman, she couldn't help but shed tears. She choked out, "Why did the Lord spend money to save these useless trash?" As Martha used a red-hot knife to scrape away rotten flesh from others, she proudly said, "Poor little fellow. In Lord Lorien's eyes, as long as he can still breathe, he's not useless. Even if he becomes lame in the future, as long as he can sit and twist hemp rope, he'll still be a cornerstone of Greywood Town." Lorien stood on the periphery, watching the health values on the system panel finally stop plummeting and slowly exhaled a puff of white mist. He was indeed not a great philanthropist. He simply treated these patients like rusty gears. As long as a little oil was used to remove the rust, even if a few teeth were broken, as long as they could still turn, they would still bring him that charming ding-dong every morning at 6 o'clock. A few nights later, the old steward boss stumbled and broke down the door of the Lord's cabin. His lips were purple from the cold, and he held up a statistical parchment, urgently reporting, "My lord, something terrible has happened. The heavy snow has blocked the mountain pass, and almost all the trees outside have been cut down." In the quarantine zone, medicine was being prepared day and night for warmth, and the heated Kong beds in the greenhouses couldn't be shut down either. Firewood was being consumed twice as fast as anticipated. Lorien immediately stood up and asked in a low voice how much longer they could hold out. Ball swallowed hard. At most 3 days. After 3 days, if the Iron Guard can't brave the snow to go deeper into the black pine forest to cut timber, the heated Kong beds in the greenhouses will go out, and all the winter wheat will freeze to death. The fireplaces of the people will also stop burning, and more than 7,000 people will be exposed to the cold winter. The population surged from 6,000 to over 7,000, and the resulting pressure finally exploded. With over 7,000 fireplaces burning day and night, the wood consumption was terrifying. But if people were sent into the mountains, dozens of able-bodied men would freeze to death in a single day in the blizzards of minus 20 degrees Celsius. Lorien slammed his fist on the table, making the ink bottle bounce. Without coal, oil, or electric heating, relying solely on firewood, the development of a medieval town had a natural limit. If they couldn't solve the fuel problem, Greywood Town wouldn't be able to expand and might not even survive this winter. Just as he was considering whether to have the Chamber of Commerce purchase charcoal at a high price, the voice of Gareth, the captain of the Iron Guard, came from outside the door. "Sir, something has happened at the quarry." Gareth, covered in snow, rushed into the room. Those bandit slaves who were punished to smash stones seemed to have dug up something cursed by the devil. "Black water is gushing out of the deep pit." Lorien frowned and immediately ordered him to lead the way. Half an hour later, he stood at the edge of the quarry on the back mountain, holding a torch. In the blizzard, more than 30 bandit slaves shivered from the cold, their bodies covered in sticky, black grime, their faces so black that only the whites of their eyes remained. Upon seeing him, the bandit leader Scarface Kyle knelt down with a thud and cried out, "Lord, spare us. We were only ordered to quarry stone, but what we dug up wasn't stone at all. It was black, it crumbled with a single tap, and it was covered in black poison. It's demon's excrement." Lorien ignored him, holding his torch and staring intently at the large expanse of black rock exposed at the bottom of the pit. He descended into the pit and picked up a black stone. The stone had a dull luster and was not hard. With a little pressure, black powder clung to his leather gloves. His heart suddenly raced. That capitalist instinct told him he smelled an aroma more tempting than gold coins. Lorien slowly brought the torch closer to the black stone. The flames licked its surface, and the black stone first burned slowly, emitting a pungent sulfurous smell, then gradually turned red, and finally burst into flames, releasing astonishing heat. He stared blankly at the burning stone in his hand, the gloom and anxiety on his face vanishing instantly, replaced by a wild joy that would frighten even demons. Demon dung? Fools! A bunch of ignorant peasants. Lorien laughed loudly in the blizzard. Ball and Gareth exchanged bewildered glances, both thinking their lord had been driven mad by the heavy snow. Lorien held the burning black stone high, his eyes blazing with fire. "Look closely. This isn't stone, it's coal. It's black gold that can scorch the entire Nolan continent's winter. Fuel crisis, energy ceiling. None of that matters compared to this open-pit coal mine with its unknown reserves." He turned to the group of black-clad, bewildered bandit slaves, his eyes suddenly softening. "Kyle, well done. You've done a great service to Greywood Town." Kyle was flattered and stammered. "My lord, does that mean we won't be slaves anymore and can regain our free status?" Lorien's smile vanished instantly. "Free? You're dreaming. From today onwards, you are promoted to the first batch of glorious royal coal miners of Greywood Town." He immediately ordered, "Gareth, convert the quarry into a coal mine. Give each of them 2 pickaxes, double portions of rye porridge, and warm leather coats." In the pitch-black snowy night, The curtain officially rose on the energy upgrade of Greywood Town. Lorian's voice was cold yet excited. Dig until you drop dead. Dig until you drop. I want to see black gold piled up in every fireplace of Greywood Town before the sun rises tomorrow. When the first cartload of black coal was pushed into Greywood Town Square, the townspeople looked at it as if it were a cartload of dragon dung that was about to explode. Pete covered his nose and muttered, "Can this stuff even burn? It smells like the farts of a demon from the abyss." Gareth the wolf slapped him on the back of the head and scolded him for talking nonsense. "The Lord said it can burn. Even ice will spark." After saying that, he personally picked up a piece of coal and threw it into the nearly extinguished fireplace. A few minutes later, the black stone began to smoke, its surface gradually turning dark red. It didn't emit leaping flames, but instead released a steady and persistent heat wave. Gareth was forced back 3 steps, shocked, exclaiming that the heat was 3 times greater than that of the finest red pine. That night, for the first time, black smoke with a sulphurous smell billowed from the chimneys of hundreds of wooden houses in Greywood Town. The smell was pungent, but for ordinary people on a winter night of minus 20 degrees Celsius, it was the breath of life. The biggest beneficiary was Ella's Ministry of Agriculture. Standing in the greenhouse, staring at the coal burning in the flue, she was filled with awe. Firewood needed to be added every 2 hours, but coal, filling the fire pit, could burn steadily for most of the night. Ella excitedly asked Lorian which document he had read about this mineral from. With it, the greenhouse could be raised by 5 degrees, and they could even try growing fast-growing vegetables that were only available in summer during the winter. Lorian took off his bearskin coat and, feeling hot, unbuttoned his shirt, simply saying that this wasn't literature, but the instinct of capital. He then ordered that all the braziers in the quarantine zone's medical team be replaced with coal, and that water be boiled continuously for 24 hours a day, using the high temperature to force out the cold from the displaced people's bodies. At 6 a.m., a system notification sounded. Yesterday, the territory's surviving population was 7,587. The energy system was upgraded from firewood to coal. The death rate from freezing has dropped to an extremely low level, and health values have begun to recover. Today's earnings are 7,587 silver coins. Watching the ever-expanding silver mountain in his system space, Lorian finally felt a sense of relief. The energy crisis was over, the mortality rate in the quarantine zone was under control, and the basic population of over 7,000 people was stable. Now, all he had to do was wait for spring to arrive. He picked up his hot tea and looked out at the snowstorm, unaware that in this harsh winter, where even gods would shiver, the laws of hunger in the wilderness had only just begun to bear their fangs. At the edge of the Black Pine Forest, 30 miles outside Greywood Town, crack! A thick, withered tree was crushed to pieces by a giant green foot. In the wind and snow, more than 200 burly monsters with dark green skin were struggling forward. They were generally over 2 meters tall, with protruding fangs, and carried bone clubs and rusty iron pieces. This was a tribe of orc raiders driven out of their territory by heavy snow and driven mad by hunger. Grum, the leader known as Bone Crusher, gasped for breath, white mist condensing into ice crystals on his fangs. They hadn't eaten meat for 3 days and couldn't even find goblins. Without food, the entire tribe would starve to death. Suddenly, Grom sniffed. The wind had shifted, carrying with it the pungent smell of sulfur, mingled with the aroma of roasting bacon and the scent of a large gathering of humans. Food! Food ahead! Grom roared, his eyes bloodshot. Tear them apart. Take the meat and the fire. More than 200 orcs immediately howled and, braving the blizzard, charged towards Greywood Town like out-of-control heavy tanks. In their eyes, orcs were a nightmare for civilians. A single adult warrior could easily tear apart several human militiamen. It was 1 a.m, on the outskirts of Greywood Town. The Iron Guard sentries on night duty were warming themselves by burning coal buckets when they suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet. The next moment, a piercing bugle call tore through the snow. Enemy attack. Gareth, the old wolf, hadn't even properly dressed before grabbing his cross-shaped sword and rushing out of the cabin. When he reached the defensive platform and saw the massive green shadow in the snowstorm, his face instantly paled. Orcs! Damn it, why would an orc tribe be here at a time like this? He'd seen these monsters in the army before. They were true killing machines. Pete, gripping his spear, trembled. Captain, can we hold them off? We have to stop them, even if we can't. Gareth slapped her across the face, his eyes red as he roared. Have you forgotten about the warm bed in the back? Have you forgotten the half-pound of salted meat your mother got today? If these green-skinned bastards break in, who's going to give out meat porridge tomorrow? With a single sentence, the 500 iron guards instantly snapped out of their fear. Rather than eat tree bark again and freeze to death, they'd rather take a bite even if the abyss demons came. Form ranks. Iron spears, pointed at a 45-degree angle. No one is to retreat without orders. Soon, the orc slammed into the wooden fence, the fragile bars snapping with a cracking sound. Grom swung his bone club, smashing a gap in the fence, waiting to watch the humans flee in terror. But what greeted him was not screams, but a forest of steel gleaming coldly in the firelight. Thrust! Gareth roared. Dozens of sharp, finely crafted iron spears, propelled by the orc's charge, pierced the chests of the dozen or so green-skinned men at the front. Even with skin as tough as cowhide, they were riddled with holes by the dense barrage of spears. Screams echoed through the night sky, and scalding green blood splattered onto the snow. Grom was stunned. When did the human militia acquire such sophisticated weaponry? What he found even more unbelievable was the madness in the eyes of these weak humans, a madness even greater than that of the orcs. Just then, Lorien's cold and greedy voice echoed from the darkness. Brothers, the Lord has ordered that orcs are also human. Dead greenskins don't drop gold, so capture them alive if possible. Sever their tendons. Capture greenskins alive. Exchange them for white bread. The Iron Guard went completely mad. They stopped holding their ground and, like a pack of mad dogs eyeing a piece of meat, charged out through the breach. The battle lasted less than an hour before turning into a one-sided massacre. In open terrain, 500 militiamen might not have been able to stop 200 orcs charging, but the entrance to Greywood Town was narrow, and with the added advantage of better equipment, supplies, and faith, the hungry and cold orcs were quickly and completely routed. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the snow and wind, the battlefield had already been cleared. 120 orc corpses lay piled outside the town, while the remaining 80-odd survivors, including their leader Grom, were all bound hand and foot with thick iron chains, kneeling in the snow-covered square like defeated beasts. Their eyes were filled with humiliation and fear, believing that they would be subjected to the hanging commonly used by human nobles. Lorien, however, wearing a coat and biting into a piece of crispy white bread, slowly walked up to Grom, completely ignoring his fierce gaze. He reached out and pinched Grom's exaggeratedly thick arm, then tapped his rock-hard back. His eyes lit up, and he murmured in amazement, "Perfect! It's simply a miracle of the Creator." Old Stewart Ball was terrified and hurriedly advised him to stay away from these monsters, saying that orcs were man-eating beasts and must be executed immediately. Lorien, however, looked at him as if he were a fool. "Execute? You are desecrating the property of Greywood Town." He pointed at the group of orcs, his voice excited. "These aren't monsters. They're all natural, fuel-free, all-terrain heavy-duty tracked excavators. One is as strong as 3 strong men, with thick skin and tough flesh. They're not afraid of mine rubble, and they don't need thick fur coats even when the temperature is below minus 10 degrees Celsius. They can work all day by eating some tree roots and rye dregs. More importantly, if the system recognizes their slave status, these 80-odd laborers can also bring him silver coin income every day. They can both generate gold coins and serve as heavy industry laborers. They're simply top-quality laborers fallen from the sky." Lorien immediately summoned the scribe, slapped parchment and charcoal pencil onto Grom's face, and drew his sword to his throat. "Put your fingerprints on. Otherwise, I'll chop you all up and fertilize you." Grom closed his eyes in humiliation, but finally pressed his huge fingerprint on the paper. A few seconds later, a system notification sounded. 82 special race slaves have been detected, increasing the territory's population. With the addition of orcs, the efficiency of heavy physical labor has tripled. Lorien almost whistled on the spot. The system really wasn't picky. He sheathed his longsword and ordered Gareth to take these top-notch excavators to the coal mine in the back mountains. The original group of bandit slaves were promoted to overseers, and the orcs were given the largest iron pickaxes. From today onwards, they would mine coal day and night, with each person having a daily quota of 2 tons. If they didn't finish, they wouldn't get any rye chaff to eat. Grom didn't understand the word excavator, but he did understand mining. He looked up at Lorien in astonishment. They weren't killed, and they were even being fed? In the wilderness, captured orcs were usually tortured and killed by knights, but this human nobleman was only making them dig up black, foul-smelling rocks. Watching the line of green-clad figures being escorted to the coal mine, Lorien patted the breadcrumbs off his hands with satisfaction. With this large workforce, coal production would surely skyrocket. He turned and instructed Ball to have the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild allocate half of their caravan once the snow stopped and the trade routes reopened. Besides transporting grain, he also wanted to sell Greywood Town's specialty, smokeless black gold, to Redleaf City and surrounding territories. In this harsh winter, when even nobles were struggling to find firewood, Lorien, who controlled coal and orc laborers, finally raised the scythe of energy monopoly. In the blacksmith shop on the east side of Greywood Town, 5 newly built brick and stone blast furnaces were billowing thick smoke. Several old blacksmiths, bought from the black market, were shirtless, leading their apprentices in frantically swinging hammers, but the charcoal in the furnaces was never hot enough. They could only heat the pig iron until it was red hot, and then they had to repeatedly forge and remove impurities by hand. Lorien stood at the door, wearing a coat and frowning. The old butler, Ball, reported with distress that they had practically emptied the Redleaf City black market of high-quality, forged iron weapons to arm 500 iron guards. This steel those merchants were talking about was actually just repeatedly forged iron. Now, after fighting the orcs for so long, many spears had warped blades and needed to be melted down and reforged, but charcoal simply couldn't reach the required furnace temperature. Lorien scoffed. He knew perfectly well it was fake steel. Real steel required higher temperatures and the right carbon content. The expensive weapons they'd bought before were just an emergency measure, but now, Greywood Town couldn't rely on the black market to survive. He strode into the blacksmith shop, pointing to the cartloads of black ore that had just arrived. Take away the charcoal. Use that to burn. The chief blacksmith, Copperhammer, was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly, saying that although those black stones burned brightly, they carried demon toxins, and directly smelting them in iron would make weapons brittle and rotten, breaking at the slightest touch. Lorien didn't explain much, but simply drew the structure of a closed earthen kiln on the snow, instructing them to put coal inside and bake at a high temperature to force out sulfides and impurities, leaving behind hard, grayish coke full of pores. Copperhammer was dumbfounded, unable to believe that stones could be roasted like that. Lorien immediately ordered them to do so, warning that if they couldn't forge real steel that could cut through pseudo-steel, they would have to live among the orcs in the quarry. Spurred by both orders and the promise of meat porridge, the blacksmiths worked with astonishing efficiency. 3 days later, the first batch of coke was fed into the blast furnace, and the true industrial fire of Greywood Town was finally ignited. Orc slaves pumped the massive bellows, causing the coke to explode at terrifying temperatures and the flames in the furnace to blindingly brighten. The once hard pig iron quickly melted into boiling molten iron. Copperhammer knelt before the furnace, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming that this was a miracle only a dwarf god could perform. With the coke, the pig iron was refined into wrought iron, and by controlling the carbon content, Greywood Town's first truly high-carbon steel crossword was born amidst the white smoke of quenching. Lorien took the unsharpened but gleaming steel sword and slashed it fiercely at a black market iron spear beside him. With a crack, sparks flew, the expensive spear was cleaved in two, leaving a huge gash, while the steel sword's blade remained undamaged. Lorien stared at the blade in his hand, his eyes like those of a lion finally growing its fangs. He coldly ordered, from today onward, completely eliminate charcoal. Have the iron guards melt down all their old weapons. I want my army, every single one of them wielding real steel. Coal is not only used to make steel, but it is also the most profitable heating commodity in the dead of winter. Mars, the fat steward of the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, was sitting in Lord Lorien's study at this moment, staring intently at the coal in the fireplace, his eyes gleaming and his mouth practically watering. Your Excellency, this is an inexhaustible gold mine. Mars was so excited that his fat jiggled. He asserted that the nobles of the north would go crazy for it, and that it could sell for at least 10 times, or even 20 times, the price of firewood. Lorien coldly retorted that if Lord Redleaf discovered that an exiled baron controlled a mineral vein powerful enough to overthrow the northern energy supply, He would surely unite with surrounding nobles to raze Greywood Town to the ground on charges of colluding with demons or illegal mining. 500 iron guards couldn't stop a true knightly order. Seeing Mars's unwillingness to give up, Lorien took out a black cylinder about the size of a bowl, riddled with round holes. This alchemy hot stone was actually a honeycomb briquette. The orcs ground the coal into powder, mixed it with yellow mud and deodorizing herbs, and pressed it into shape. This not only prolonged the burning time and reduced the toxicity, but also completely concealed the original or appearance. Even if the nobles smashed it open for research, they would only find dirt and black ash. Lorien also demanded that the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild publicly declare it an alchemical artifact discovered in the far north ruins, with all transactions registered under the guild's name. Mars turned green upon hearing this, worried that the pressure from the nobles would fall entirely on him. What are you afraid of? The Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce is backed by a prince from the capital. Would Lord Redleaf dare to touch you? Lorien sneered. You hold off the nobles probing for me, and I'll give you exclusive agency rights. We'll split the profits 70/30ths, with me getting 70% and you getting 30%. Moreover, we won't sell to commoners, only to nobles with castles. We'll label it for nobles only and bleed them dry. They'll muddy the waters, use the nobility's name as a pretext, and then fleece the nobles. A strategy combining risk transfer and scarcity marketing was thus finalized in Lorien's study. Winter had entered its harshest month, December. Alchemical heating stones, like a plague, were spreading wildly among the upper echelons of Redleaf City. The clean, long-lasting, and smokeless heating experience quickly became addictive for these noble gentlemen. Just as Lorien had predicted, a single honeycomb briquette was being sold for 2 silver coins. Nobles were hauling cartloads of briquettes into the castle, and large sums of gold coins flowed into the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, where they were laundered and secretly sent to Greywood Town. But secrets never stay hidden forever. This luxury item of dubious origin eventually aroused the suspicion of Lord Redleaf, the ruler of Redleaf territory. That morning, a luxurious carriage without a family crest, escorted by a dozen elite cavalrymen, rolled through the snow and quietly arrived at the border of Greywood Town. Inside the car sat Victor, the cunning chief political officer of Lord Redleaf. He ostensibly came to inspect the exile grounds, but in reality, he was there to investigate the relationship between Baron Lorien and the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. Victor drew back the curtains, a cold smile playing on his lips as he looked ahead. He had assumed that even if a banished good-for-nothing had gotten lucky, his territory would be littered with starving corpses. However, as the carriage passed through the windbreak forest and Greywood Town came into view, Victor and the cavalrymen outside froze in shock. There were no dilapidated huts or frozen corpses lying on the roadside. Hundreds of sturdy wooden houses stood in neat rows, their chimneys emitting steady plumes of white smoke, and the streets were cleaned of snow. Further away, several towering brick and stone buildings were spewing flames, their roar deafening. Victor's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "What are those?" "An alchemy workshop." At that moment, a patrol of guards stopped the carriage. Victor's captain of the guard immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Insolence! This is the Viscount's special envoy. Get out of the way." The only response he received was the sharp, rhythmic sound of swords being drawn. Not one of the 20 iron guards retreated. Beneath their old leather armor were cold steel chain mails, and the intricate patterns and sharp edges of their cross-shaped swords sent chills down the knight's spine with just a glimpse of sunlight. That was genuine high-quality carbon steel. These so-called serf militia were even better equipped than the Red Leaf Duke's personal guards. Old Wolf Gareth stepped forward, his hand on a steel sword, his tone respectful, but his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Your Excellency, Lord Lorien has ordered that no foreign armed forces are allowed to enter the core area. Please dismount and hand over your weapons." The captain of the guard roared, "You dare ask me to hand over my weapon? I'm a noble knight." Just as the tension was about to escalate, Lorien's voice came from behind. "Gareth, do not be rude. Lord Victor is a distinguished guest of Redleaf City." Lorien, dressed in a black tuxedo, walked in surrounded by the Iron Guard. What shocked Victor even more was that behind him were 2 orc slave overseers, each over 2 meters tall and carrying a huge steel warhammer. A private army of steel, tamed orcs, roaring blast furnaces. This was hardly the exile of a bankrupt baron. It was a war fortress armed to the teeth. Lorien, seeing Victor's horrified expression, flashed a perfect noble's fake smile. "Your Excellency, Greywood Town has just repelled bandits, so the people are understandably tense. Since you're here, why not have a cup of hot tea?" He paused, then added, "By the way, I have a very profitable small business deal that I'd like to discuss privately with the Viscount through you." Lorien knew that relying solely on the Chamber of Commerce to stand in his way was far from enough. Today he was going to flex his muscles against Lord Redleaf. He had money, and he had the teeth to protect it. If they wanted to rob him by force, they should be prepared to break their teeth. If they wanted to cooperate, they should sit down at the table and share the cake. Meanwhile, on the system panel that Victor couldn't see, time quietly ticked away. It's 6 a.m. sharp. Ding! The day's settlement has been completed. Current legally registered total population of the territory, 8105. The territory's heavy industry and military forces have entered a primary self-consistent cycle. Congratulations, host. Today's earnings have been distributed. 8,105 silver coins, automatically deposited into system space. Lorien listened to the notification in his mind, his eyes growing increasingly profound. With a base of 8,000 people and an iron army, he finally had the right to challenge the true local tyrants in this cannibalistic and backward world. Inside the Lord's study, the smokeless coals in the fireplace heated the air to a fever pitch. Victor, the chief political officer of Red Leaf Territory, held a gilded teacup, his hand trembling slightly. The sight of the steel guards and orc overseers he had just encountered outside had completely extinguished his initial accusatory aura. He forced himself to remain calm and told Lorien that Lord Redleaf had heard that the alchemical warmstones sold by the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild came from Greywood Town, and was very worried about this kind of thing with an unknown origin that could make huge profits. Lorien leaned back in his leather chair, directly puncturing his bureaucratic tone. "Worried? Are you worried that my wealth will surpass his, or worried that he won't get a share of this lucrative prize?" He admitted that he did indeed possess a vast fuel vein and could transform it into a top-quality, non-toxic commodity. Victor's expression changed, and he was about to use the Red Leaf Territory garrison to exert pressure when Lorien slammed a fine steel dagger on the table. "Threaten me before you do," Lorien said coldly. "Greywood Town now has 8,000 inhabitants, 500 elite steel guards, and nearly 100 orc laborers. If the Viscount tries to seize it by force, he guarantees that most of the 800 knights of Red Leaf Territory will be lost. More importantly, before the war begins, he will personally blow up the mine, leaving everyone to freeze in the winter." Victor's forehead was beaded with sweat. He finally understood that the Baron before him not only dared to overturn the table, but truly had the power to do so. Seeing that his opponent was stunned, Lorien immediately sheathed his sharp edge and put on a gentle smile. The big stick had been swung. Now it was time to offer some sweet treats. He snapped his fingers, and the old butler, Ball, entered carrying a heavy black iron chest. The chest was opened, revealing 2,000 silver coins neatly arranged inside. Lorien told Victor that this was the Viscount's mining tax for the month, which also included his personal travel expenses. From today onwards, 20% of the profits from the Greywood Town coal mine would be sent to Red Leaf City monthly. In return, the Viscount must officially declare that the mines of Greywood Town are under the protection of the Red Leaf Territory's military. Anyone who dares to cause trouble out of envy will be considered an enemy of the Viscount. Victor glanced at the chest full of silver coins, then at the dagger on the table, and quickly made his decision. Robbing them by force would be risky, but cooperation would guarantee a 20% cut. Even a fool would know which to choose. He closed the box, beaming with pride as he praised Lorien's loyalty to the Viscount, and assured him that the tax revenue would surely satisfy the Viscount. "It's a pleasure working with you." Lorien raised his teacup. After seeing Victor off, Lorien watched the departing carriage through the window and sneered. He'd let them feast for a few days, and once the army was fully expanded in the spring, he'd make them pay back everything, with interest. Chapter 36, The Consumer Trap of Openly Revealed Deals. With the external political crisis temporarily resolved, Lorien immediately discovered a new problem after the population of Greywood Town exceeded 8,000. The serfs' enthusiasm had clearly declined after a long period of communal eating. During the initial infrastructure construction, he used free meat porridge and winter clothing to maintain morale. Now that the houses are built and coal is available, Apart from those who take turns shoveling snow and mining, many serfs are hiding in their wooden huts, slacking off, and even complaining that the rye porridge isn't thick enough. In the Lord's Hall, Lorian's face turned cold as he looked at the staggering daily consumption of resources. He wasn't there to do charity. Since these 8,000 people were producing silver coins every day, they couldn't just sit idle. He immediately summoned Bar and ordered that, starting tomorrow, all free food and supplies be canceled throughout the town, including those of the Iron Guard. Bar was terrified, fearing a riot by the people. Lorian, however, said that what was being canceled was free, not that food was being withheld. He then drew an economic loop on the blackboard and announced that Greywood Town would implement a wage system, with copper coins awarded based on the amount of work done, whether it was mining, land clearing, logging, or spinning and rope making. At the same time, he ordered the construction of the largest wooden building in the square, hung up a sign that read Lord's Marketplace, and put all kinds of goods, including white flour, salted meat, coarse salt, sheepskin coats, and inferior ale purchased from Red Leaf City, inside for sale. Ball finally understood. The Lord would give them money first, and then they would use that money to buy the Lord's goods. The copper coins went around in circles, eventually ending up back in Lorian's pocket. Lorian corrected him, saying the key wasn't that the money had returned, but that the flow of money would squeeze everyone's physical and mental energy to the limit. Ball gasped, stunned by his young master's methods. The next day, as expected, the announcement of the cancellation of free rations caused a brief period of panic in Greywood Town. However, once the wage schedule was released and goods were put on the shelves in the Lord's Marketplace, the panic quickly turned into euphoria. Someone discovered that shoveling 10 baskets of coal in a coal mine could earn 5 copper coins, which could buy a pound of refined white flour, with 1 left over to buy a cup of ale. For serfs who had never seen money in their lives, this was like a dream. The whole town sprang into action. Some wanted to buy linen dresses for their wives, while others clamored to smash stones every day and eat salted meat at every meal. Everyone worked tirelessly to earn money, then joyfully returned the copper coins to the market. Lorian stood on the 3rd-floor balcony, watching the grateful citizens queuing to buy things, and exhaled a puff of white mist with satisfaction. He told Bar that true exploitation is not about whipping people, but about creating desires that make them willingly risk their lives for you. And in the end, thank you for your kindness. Chapter 37. The Spring Snow Melts. Winter in Greywood passed quietly amidst the roar of coal and the bustling labor of its inhabitants. By the end of February, the snowstorm in the north finally showed signs of abating. Temperatures slowly rose, and icicles began to drip meltwater from the eaves. That morning, the half-elf scholar Ella kicked open the door to the Lord's study in a fit of rage. Her hands were covered in mud. Her hair was smeared with grass, but she was carrying a large wooden basket, and her eyes shone like the sun. She rushed to Lorian's table and ripped open the burlap sack. In the firelight, the basket was filled with fresh, tender leafy greens, radishes, spinach, and a few herbs, the fresh scent of plants instantly dispelling the smell of charcoal fire in the room. Lorian paused as he swept the ledger, then abruptly stood up, staring at the basket of vegetables and asking, "Are the fast-growing vegetables in the greenhouse ripe?" Ella nodded proudly, saying that thanks to coal-fired underfloor heating, composting, and groundwater irrigation, their growth cycle had been halved. She excitedly said that the snow outside hadn't melted yet, but Greywood Town had already ushered in spring. Lorian lavishly praised her as the agricultural goddess of Greywood Town, but the first thing on his mind wasn't food, but business. In this era, without preservation technology, the long winters meant leafy greens were almost non-existent. The nobles of Red Leaf City ate roasted meat and salted cheese every day, and many suffered from bleeding gums and skin ulcers in the latter half of winter. At this time, a basket of fresh vegetables was a life-saving luxury. Lorian immediately sent Ball to summon Mars and instructed him not to distribute the vegetables to the people for the time being. Instead, he ordered the first batch of vegetables to be packed into temperature-controlled wooden boxes lined with cotton and sent to Red Leaf City by the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild overnight. He even named these vegetables Leaves of Life, claiming they came from the depths of the elf forest and were a cure for winter weakness. 1 leaf cost 1 silver coin. Those who didn't buy them would have to wait until they lost all their teeth. Ella couldn't help but roll her eyes, scolding him for squeezing every last drop of value out of even a few leaves. Lorian, however, didn't care. He wasn't after the money from the vegetables. He wanted to use Greywood Territory's unique industry to continue draining the coffers of the surrounding nobles, laying the groundwork for his next move. At that moment, Lorien glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5:59. Spring, with its melting snow, was approaching, and the clearing of land, the construction of cities, and a larger-scale population expansion would officially begin. Tick-tock, 6 o'clock in the morning. The system notification sounded. The legally registered population of Greywood Territory has reached 8,521. The internal currency system has been established. Production efficiency has increased by 50%, and today's earnings of 8,521 silver coins have been credited to your account. Lorien pushed open the window, took a deep breath of the cold air carrying the scent of earth, and chuckled softly as he gazed at the gradually awakening territory. Spring has arrived. My silver coin ATMs, are you ready to welcome even wider fields? Chapter 38, The Real Price Tag for Green Leaves. In the backyard of the Viscount's castle in Red Leaf City, the old fox Victor stared intently at a basket of vibrant green vegetables on the ground, so shocked he almost dropped his silver cane. He grabbed a fresh radish, his voice trembling. This is a vegetable that grows in the freezing cold? How is this possible? During the long winter, the nobles suffered from scurvy, and Lord Redleaf's gums had been bleeding for half a month. The portly steward, Mars, stepped forward with a smile and said that this was the leaf of life, which the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild had brought back from the geothermal hot springs in the far north after losing more than a dozen mercenaries. Baron Lorien had specifically asked him to offer it to the Viscount first. Victor immediately asked the price. 20 gold coins? 30 gold coins. Mars shook his head and held up a fat finger. Victor's expression changed. 100 gold coins? Are you crazy? Mars lowered his voice. My lord, you misunderstand. Lord Lorien's original words were that Greywood Town is so poor that it can't even afford a chest to store gold coins. So gold is useless to it. What he really wanted were 100 healthy serfs from Red Leaf Territory, and they had to be experienced in blacksmithing, carpentry, and weaving. Victor was stunned. He hadn't expected anyone to trade precious vegetables for people. At the same time, in the study of Greywood Town, the old butler, Ball, also couldn't understand. A single leaf could be sold for silver coins, and a basket of vegetables could be exchanged for dozens of gold coins. So why insist on exchanging them for a bunch of peasants who needed to eat? Lorien stood before the parchment map, drawing circles on the wasteland, and said coldly, money is the most useless thing in the world. Red Leaf City can cut off my food and pig iron at any time, and then gold coins will be nothing but scrap metal. He turned to look at Ball. But people are different. People can reclaim wasteland, mine coal and smelt iron, build city walls, and form armies. Once the spring snow melts, I will cultivate 10,000 acres of fertile land and build brick and stone city walls that can withstand regular armies. Using renewable vegetable leaves to exploit the lower-class artisans of Red Leaf City and turn them into legitimate citizens is the most profitable business. More importantly, as long as these people live, Lorien can steadily earn silver coins every day. He decisively ordered the remaining vegetables to be packaged in batches and sent not only to Red Leaf City, but also to Black Iron Territory and Stormhold. All nobles afflicted by scurvy were open to negotiation. But there's only one condition: no gold coins, just people. No old, weak, sick, or disabled, just young adults and craftsmen. Lorien wants to push Greywood Town's population past 10,000 before spring arrives. Chapter 39. The capitalist fear of insufficient firepower. The recent vegetable trade has indeed caused a population boom in Greywood Town, bringing unprecedented liveliness and prosperity. But behind this prosperity, danger is quietly approaching. 3 nights ago, an assassin disguised as a serf infiltrated Greywood Town. But as soon as he approached the Lord's Hall, a sharp-nosed orc guard smashed his head with a club. The poisoned dagger found on the corpse sent a chill down Lorien's spine. He then realized that his biggest weakness wasn't money or soldiers, but his own weakness. In this medieval world where a single sword stroke could sever a head, even with guards, he was essentially just a former playboy with no strength to even kill a chicken. If he were to be struck by a stray arrow while inspecting a coal mine or farmland, his territory, wealth, and system would be instantly wiped out. Lorien immediately made up his mind. I don't care about chivalry. I just want to survive. So, in the backyard of the Lord's Hall, Lorien, dressed in strange equipment, began training against the wooden dummy. His instructor was Gareth, the the captain of the Iron Guard. Gareth was about to correct his posture, saying that a knight should draw his sword with elegance, when Lorien retorted with a curse. The next second, he raised his left arm, and with a click, a miniature rapid-fire crossbow pierced the wooden dummy's throat with a short steel arrow coated with paralyzing poison. Immediately afterwards, instead of drawing his long sword, he pulled out a military dagger from the outside of his thigh and stabbed it viciously into the wooden dummy's groin. The guards nearby gasped in horror, instinctively clamping their legs together. Lorien, panting, said, "Remember, if you can use a crossbow, never draw your sword. If you can kick my groin or gouge my eyes, never face me head on. If you encounter an assassin, your first reaction is not to fight side by side, but to throw lime, shout for help, and drag me into the orcs." He knew very well that human physical abilities had limits, and he didn't need to fantasize about becoming Sword Saint. Rather than pursuing glory, he should use industry and pragmatism to arm himself into a poisonous hedgehog. He wore light chainmail under his linen shirt, concealed daggers in his boots, and had a high concentration of blinding powder in his belt buckle. The old steward, Ball, broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but warn him that this behavior would be ridiculed by the nobles of the capital. Lorien coldly replied, "When I have 10,000 heavily armored infantry and several hundred catapults, I will be the one to set the rules for the capital." After saying that, he looked at the heavy war bow on the wall and ordered that, starting tomorrow, the Orkram would train with him in physical fitness. He didn't expect him to kill a bull with one punch, but at least he needed to be able to run faster than the assassins if ambushed. Survival is for better development, and better development will happen tomorrow, because the snow outside has completely melted. Chapter 40, Crushing the Steel Beasts of the Middle Ages. As the spring snow melts, the Nolan continent welcomes the New Year's spring planting season. In traditional territories, spring plowing has always been a long and arduous process. Serfs would drag simple wooden plows, laboriously turning furrows in the newly thawed, hard soil, and even a thin, weak ox would be treated like a treasure by the entire village. But today, the more than 1,000 new serfs who had just arrived in Greywood Town through the Vegetables for People program witnessed a scene in the wasteland outside the town that was enough to overturn their understanding. The new serf Hans stood on the edge of the field, clutching a broken wooden stick, staring blankly at the huge black object gleaming with a cold light in front of him. It was indeed a plow, but it was definitely not the wooden frame he was familiar with. It was made entirely of high-quality steel, with heavy lines and huge, sharp plowshares, like a steel behemoth specifically designed to tear the earth apart. This is a heavy-duty, deep-plowing iron plow that Lorien, combining ancient experience from his hometown with the surplus steel production capacity of Greywood Town, ordered the blacksmiths to work day and night to produce. Weighing over 200 pounds, it can not only cut through frozen soil, but even stones buried in the ground. But what truly terrified Hans and his companions was not the iron plow, but the animals that pulled it. There were no cows or horses. 2 orcs, each over 2 meters tall with muscles bulging like granite, stood in front of the iron plow, their bodies clad in thick leather harnesses. The orc leader Grom roared to the sky for the Lord's white bread, for the daily wage of 3 copper coins. The next moment, a giant foot stomped into the soil. Creak boom! The heavy iron plow, pulled by the monstrous strength of the 2 orcs, pierced the frozen earth. The black soil slid and rolled smoothly, creating trenches so deep they could almost serve as battle trenches, and the plow moved at a speed like a warhorse trotting. Hans and thousands of new serfs stared wide-eyed, not even noticing the wooden stick had fallen. In Red Leaf territory, even if his whole family worked themselves to the bone all day, they couldn't finish turning over an acre of land. But here, 2 green-skinned monsters pulled on steel lumps as easily as if they were gliding on snow. This efficiency is simply on a completely different level. Don't just stand there, you newbies. The head of the Ministry of Agriculture, Ella, rode on horseback, her whip cracking in the air. Pointing to the deep trench that had been dug up, she loudly ordered, "Sprinkle the wheat seeds that have been soaked in nutrient solution into it. Every single grain must be evenly distributed. Anyone who wastes any will have their wages deducted for today." Hans snapped back to reality, grabbed the plump wheat seeds, and scattered them into the soft, deep soil with a faint odor, his fingers trembling. He finally understood why the Red Leaf City guards who brought them there had envy in their eyes. This so-called exile's paradise has better farming tools than the capital, tireless monster laborers, and, even more outrageously, they are paid for their work. Long live the Lord. Hans and the serfs, their eyes reddening with envy, buried the seeds deep in the soil. On a distant hill, Lorien rode his warhorse, wearing specially made light steel armor, and quietly watched the bustling spring plowing army below. Hearing the system notifications constantly popping up in his mind, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Food, coal, steel, and population, all the gears are engaged. Lorienal turned his horse around and looked towards the distant Red Leaf City. Once this batch of grain matures and the territory is no longer short of food, Lord Red Leaf should be ready to face the consequences. After all, the expansion of capital has no limits. Chapter 41: The Shock of the Silver-Maned Female Knight. 1,000 miles away from Greywood territory, the capital city is shrouded in a somber political atmosphere. Half a year ago, the once powerful Bauhinia Duke family collapsed in a power struggle. The Duke was stripped of his title and placed under house arrest, and his assets were ruthlessly divided up by the Golden Lion Duke. In the eyes of the Golden Lion family, the remaining forces of the Bauhinia were no longer a threat. The eldest son was struggling to hold up the remnants of the army on the front lines. The Duchess's trading company was being financially crippled. And after the third son, Lorien, that good-for-nothing who only knew how to drink and chase women, he had long been exiled to the north and was probably already dead in the wilderness. A few days ago, intelligence came from the north. Lorien was not only alive, but had also built a fortress in Greywood and was even making a fortune by producing smokeless black gold. The suspicious Duke of Golden Lion immediately concluded that the Duchess had secretly transferred a huge sum of money from the merchant guild to her seemingly useless son, so that he could recruit soldiers in the north and prepare to make a comeback. Therefore, he decisively ordered the use of his northern informants, in conjunction with the lords surrounding Greywood, to launch an economic strangulation and assassination campaign against Lorien. The assassin disguised as a serf was merely the first probe. Meanwhile, inside the Bauhinia family, Lorien's second sister, Serena, slammed her fist on the table in a panic. Mother, Lorien has been targeted by the Golden Lion family. We must send someone to meet him. The Duchess was still checking the accounts, not even looking up, and said coldly, "A good-for-nothing, he's dead. So be it. The Chamber of Commerce is on the verge of collapse. Where would we get the spare money to care about him? Your elder brother is in even greater danger on the front lines. There's nothing I can do about it." Serena gritted her teeth. She knew her mother and older brother had always looked down on Lorien, but as a second sister, she couldn't just stand by and watch her brother die. She turned to the silver-haired female knight in the shadows. "Sylvie, you are the only peak third-tier knight I have. Take my last savings and go to Greywood Town. Even if it costs you your life, bring that bastard brother back alive." 2 weeks later, on the outskirts of Greywood Town, Sylvie, weary from her journey, reined in her horse and wiped the dust from her face. Along the way, she had already slain 3 groups of mercenaries who had intercepted her. The Golden Lion family's killing net was clearly in full swing. She had expected to see a lifeless, dilapidated town and a down-on-his-luck young master huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. But when she climbed over the windbreak and saw the scene ahead, the battle-hardened, silver-maned female knight's light blue eyes widened instantly. There were no muddy slums or emaciated serfs there, only a huge town surrounded by tall rammed earth and brick walls. Towering chimneys spewed flames, and on the wide gravel road, squads of soldiers clad in steel chainmail, their eyes fierce as wolves, were patrolling. What shocked her even more was that in the distant fields, several orcs, each over 2 meters tall, were pulling giant black steel plows, cultivating the wasteland at a ferocious speed. Sylvie was stunned. Is this really the territory of that good-for-nothing young master who can't even hold a sword properly? Did the family secretly give him money? But even if they emptied the treasury, they couldn't do this much. Just as she was in shock, a patrol of iron guards spotted her, their sharp steel spears all pointed at the uninvited guest. Chapter 42: A Commercial Strangulation Network. Inside the Lord's study, the fireplace burned brightly. Lorien looked at the silver-maned female knight in front of him, who had been disarmed but still stood upright, with a playful smile on his face. He quickly figured out the situation. His mother and eldest brother wouldn't give him a single copper coin, but his second sister not only sent him her most precious savings, but also dispatched her most trusted elite knight to protect him. In the original owner's memories, his second sister was indeed one of the few people who were genuinely good to him. Lorien originally thought this family would only cause trouble, but now it seems they weren't entirely without value. He twirled his cool pen and said lazily, "Fine, I'll reluctantly keep you as my personal guard. But without my orders, you're not allowed to act recklessly. Otherwise, even if you were sent by my second sister, I'll still execute you without hesitation." Sylvie suppressed her anger and coldly reminded him, "Watch your words, Master Lorien. Now that you have used the lady's secret funds to recruit an army, you should understand the Golden Lion Duke's methods even more." She slammed a piece of intercepted intelligence on the table. He has already ordered Lord Redleaf and 3 barons in the surrounding area to form a business strangulation network targeting Greywood Town. Starting tomorrow, Redleaf territory will cut off the supply of grain, coarse salt, and pig iron to Greywood Town, while also blocking trade routes and prohibiting refugees and serfs from entering the territory. Once Greywood Town is plunged into famine and riots, they will disguise themselves as wilderness bandits and raze the town to the ground. Sylvie's expression was serious. "Young master, before they complete their encirclement, take the core assets and come back with me to the secret base in the capital. We can't hold this place." In the era of cold weapons, being economically blockaded and militarily surrounded by 4 lords was practically a dead end. Instead of panicking, Karorian picked up the intelligence and whistled excitedly. "Secret funds?" He suddenly laughed. "That idiot Duke Golden Lion is wasting his talent not writing chivalric novels." Lorien stood up and walked to the territory map, a greedy glint in his eyes. "However, he did give me a perfect excuse to annex it." Sylvie panicked. "Young master, did you even understand? They're trying to cut off your supplies." Lorien turned to look at her as if she weren't illiterate. "Sir Sylvie, do you know what price scissors are? Do you know what industrial dumping is?" He pointed sharply at Redleaf City on the map. "Lord Redleaf wants to impose a trade embargo on me? That's ridiculous. Grain? My greenhouses and fertilizers can bring the winter wheat harvest forward to next month. Pig iron? The coal mines have long since turned scrap iron into high-carbon steel. Coarse salt? I can purify it myself. They think they can starve me out by blocking trade routes? Wrong. This is a war to destroy their very foundation through economic means." Lorien sneered that he would have the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild smuggle cheap steel farm tools into their territory. He wanted to drain the silver coins from those territories, so that serfs couldn't afford to buy grain and knights couldn't even afford to repair their armor. Once the economy completely collapses, he won't even need to lift a finger. The starving serfs will simply cut off Lord Redleaf's head and use it as a pledge of allegiance to Greywood Town. Sylvie stared at him blankly. Is this still the same cowardly and incompetent, spoiled young master from the rumors? Even the Duke of Golden Lion might not have come up with such a bloodless yet deadly strategy. She took a deep breath, her eyes sharpening again. "But sir, economic strangulation takes time. Their assassination, however, will come immediately." When Sylvie entered the town last night, she had already sensed the presence of 3 hidden experts. Those people had infiltrated Greywood Town. They were at least second-tier assassins. Lorien touched his chin, his eyes suddenly lighting up. A second-tier assassin? He seemed to have heard some good news. "You mean free, highly skilled labor with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people?" Chapter 43, Easy Ambush. In the dead of night, the newly built coal brick pressing plant in Greywood Town was eerily silent. Located on the edge of town, it was a place where only serfs worked during the day, and at night, only the pungent smell of coal dust and hay remained. 3 dark figures scaled the wall and silently infiltrated the factory area. They were the Shadow Blade assassin team, hired by Lord Redleaf at great expense. 2 were Tier 2 and 1 was Tier 3. In the Northern Territory, they would be enough to wipe out an entire baron's family. The leading 3rd-tier assassin whispered the order. "The target is sleeping in the overseer's room on the 2nd floor tonight. Make it quick, cut off his head, and take it with you." The 3 men crept up to the 2nd floor and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. In the moonlight, a figure lay on the bed, covered with a blanket. Without a word, 3 poison daggers were simultaneously plunged into the blanket. But the next moment, there was no blood in the room, only the sounds of metal scraping and rags tearing. The assassin leader's expression changed, and he threw back the blanket, revealing a scarecrow bound with scrap metal. It's a trap. Retreat. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lorian's mocking voice came from the roof beam above. You're already here. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The coal mine operates on 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. The assassins looked up and saw Lorian lying on the roof beam, holding a strange cylinder in his hand. Sylvie stood beside him, sword in hand, her face grim. Half an hour ago, Sylvie had intended to kill the assassin head-on, using knightly methods, but Lorian forcibly dragged her onto the roof beam. His reasoning was simple. It would be a waste not to use the industrial assembly line he had paid money to maintain for killing. Sylvie instinctively wanted to jump down and fight, but Lorian grabbed her and said, "Don't move. Close your eyes. Cover your ears." After saying that, he pulled the detonator on the cylinder and smashed it downwards. The cylinder landed at the feet of the 3 assassins. Before they could react, the room exploded. A blinding white light engulfed everything, and the deafening roar made their eardrums ache. This was no ordinary explosive. It was a flashbang grenade made by Lorian using lime, magnesium powder, and special minerals. Inside the cramped room, the 3 assassins were instantly blinded and disoriented, screaming as they covered their eyes. The next moment, the factory gate was kicked open. Gareth the Old Wolf led 50 iron guards in, carrying not long swords but steel crossbows. Shoot him from the waist down, capture him alive. A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down like a storm. The professional assassin, who was originally capable of scaling walls and rooftops, was now completely blinded and utterly helpless. His legs were riddled with arrows, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, screaming in agony. Lorian slowly slid down the rope and walked up to the leader of the 3rd-tier assassins. He squeezed the leader's arm like he was picking up livestock, his eyes full of surprise. 3rd-tier martial arts strength, muscle density, and cardiopulmonary function, absolutely top-notch. He immediately ordered Gareth, "Stop the bleeding, don't let him die. Once his leg injury heals, sever half of his Achilles tendon, put him in 30 kilograms of iron shackles, and send him to the deep mine to be used as a stone crusher." Sylvie, perched on the roof beam, stared in disbelief. No duel, no glory, just a few packets of materials used to create a dirty trick, coupled with an abundance of high-quality steel crossbow bolts, and an assassin squad was easily wiped out. This method was shameless and despicable, yet terrifyingly effective. Sylvie felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at Lorian's way of treating the assassin like a gold mine. "Sylvie, come down." Lorian looked up and waved, his smile bright. "Since the Duke of Golden Lion and the Duke of Red Leaf want to play dirty tricks, then I'll teach them a lesson. Tomorrow, I'll send a big gift to Red Leaf City first." He turned to look at the blood-soaked ground, his eyes as deep as an abyss. Using these assassins' weapons, along with the specialties of Greywood Town, we will formally tell those high and mighty old nobles. Welcome to the age of exploration of capitalism. Chapter 44, Boiling the Frog in Slow Water. The next day, inside the blacksmith shop in Greywood Town, the blast furnace glowed red-hot. Lorian watched as the blacksmith, Copper Hammer, poured the 3 assassins' daggers seized the previous night, along with the inferior pig iron bought from Red Leaf City, into the boiling crucible. Sylvie stood beside him, frowning as she asked why he didn't leave these marked weapons as evidence of the Red Leaf Lord assassination attempt and hand them over to the royal court. Lorian found it amusing. He reminded Sylvie that this was the North, and Lord Redleaf was the local tyrant. If they handed over the weapons, the other side could easily turn around and claim they were stolen from a caravan raid in Greywood Town. At that point, Lord Redleaf would have a legitimate reason to send troops. Lorian picked up a newly cast hoe, hammered by a water-powered forging hammer, its blade gleaming with the cold light of high-carbon steel. He said calmly, "Before Greywood Town becomes strong enough to wipe out the Red Maple Knights, we must not give the enemy any excuse to start a war. True revenge is not about holding a sword to the enemy's throat, but about quietly cutting their veins and watching them slowly bleed to death." Then, Lorian looked at Mars, the manager of the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild who had been summoned earlier, and asked how much the hoe cost. Mars wiped away his cold sweat and replied that with coal and orc laborers, iron, ore, fuel, and labor, the total cost was less than 5 copper coins. Even Mars found the price outrageous. In Red Leaf City, even the worst wrought iron hoe would cost 30 copper coins to forge, while Greywood Town produced steel far superior to ordinary ironware. Lorien immediately ordered the blacksmith shop to suspend the production of military weapons, apart from agricultural tools for its own use. All remaining production capacity was to be used to make hoes, iron pots, nails, and sickles, all made of the highest standard steel. Next, he instructed Mars to use the Merchant Guild to distribute these ironwares throughout Redleaf City and the surrounding markets, setting the price at a uniform 15 copper coins. Mars was immediately astonished, saying that this was practically a steal. Such good steel would be snapped up even at 100 copper coins. Lorien grabbed his collar and said coldly, "Selling at high prices is just for luxury goods. It only makes money off nobles. Selling at rock-bottom prices is what we call industrial dumping." He's going to use top-quality ironware worth 15 copper coins to bankrupt all the traditional blacksmith shops in Redleaf territory within a month. Sylvie then understood Lorien's true purpose. In the age of cold weapons, blacksmith shops were the foundation of the territory's military industry. Once the civilian ironware market was monopolized by Greywood Town, many local blacksmiths went bankrupt, and Lord Redleaf would have no one to repair armor or forge spears. Without firing a single shot, using only cheap hoes and iron pots, they could hollow out the enemy's foundation for war. Lorien also sent word to Victor that Greywood Town was grateful for the Viscount's protection and would provide them with fine steel cutlery and horseshoes at a low price every month. He wanted to make Redleaf City accustomed to being supported by Greywood Town. The day they were completely addicted to Greywood Town's industry would be the time for Lorien to truly close the net. Chapter 45 Literacy Campaign. As the dumping strategy was secretly unfolding, Greywood Town also faced its most troublesome problem since Lorien's exile. Management began to collapse. In mid-April, after a new wave of migrants and exchanged residents poured in, the population of Greywood Town officially surpassed 10,000. At 6 a.m., a system settlement notification popped up. There are currently 10,025 legal residents, reaching a population milestone, and the initial administrative efficiency assessment is now initiated. But the red text that followed made Lori's heart ache. The current management chaos level is as high as 85%, and daily tax revenue will be reduced by 15%. Today's actual income is only 8,521 silver coins. No way. The money is going to decrease. Lorien stared at the panel, his heart aching as he gasped for breath. 10,000 people might be just a small district in modern times, but on the medieval continent, it was close to a small city-state. Every morning, the old steward ball, along with a dozen or so scribes, would shout in the square to assign tasks to hundreds of production teams. The consumption of supplies in the quarries, coal mines, and farmland relied entirely on reports from a few old serfs who used knotted ropes to keep track of events, resulting in constant errors and omissions. Even more problematic was that after the Iron Guard expanded to 1,000 men, the rank-and-file captains couldn't even understand the simplest battle formation diagrams. Lorien looked out the window at the chaotic scene of his subjects below and finally understood that while illiterate serfs could do manual labor, they couldn't support a complex, industrialized town. He had to forcefully improve their basic skills and establish a genuine grassroots management system. That afternoon, an unbelievable decree was posted on the Territory Mall bulletin board, Greywood Town Night School Literacy and Cadre Promotion Act. In the square, Hans, who had just returned from the fields, was carrying a stew of minced meat when he watched in shock as the scribe read out the decree. The Lord was actually going to teach them to read and do arithmetic. In this era, knowledge was a privilege monopolized by the nobility and the church. Serfs who secretly learned to read and write might even have their tongues cut out. This was because the nobles knew that ignorance was the most stable tool for ruling the lower classes. Gareth the Wolf drew his sword and banged on his shield, ordering everyone to be quiet. The decree stipulated that all production team leaders, Iron Guard officers, and mine overseers must attend classes at the East Wing's large log cabin every evening after dinner, learning to write and do addition and subtraction within 100. Those who fail to learn the skills or pass the exams will not only have their wages deducted, but will also be dismissed and sent back to the mine to carry coal. The order was met with groans of despair from the Greywood Town administration. For these rough men, accustomed to hoes and long swords, wielding a quill pen was more painful than hacking down orcs. That very night, the first literacy night school in Greywood Town officially opened. Surprisingly, The lecturers were not old scholars, but Ella, a half-elf scholar who had been conscripted by Lorien, and Sylvie, a silver-maned female knight with a cold expression. Ella wrote 1 to 10 on the blackboard and announced impatiently that these were Arabic numerals created by the Baron, much simpler than drawing tally marks. Anyone who couldn't figure out 10 baskets plus 8 baskets wouldn't get any food tomorrow. In another classroom, Sylvie struck the Iron Guard squad leader on the back with the back of her sword and coldly ordered them to straighten their backs and recite the first section of the first chapter of Lorien's Iron Guard Infantry Drill Manual, Q and Discipline. Outside the window, Lorien watched the peasants studying with gritted teeth and sweat pouring down their faces, and nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't trying to provide any kind of moral education in the Middle Ages. The night school taught the most practical, basic management skills. He needed several hundred literate foremen who could do basic arithmetic to manage 10,000 illiterate laborers and quickly eliminate the system's disorder penalties. Knowledge is power, Lorien thought to himself with a cold laugh. But in Greywood Town, knowledge serves only one purpose: to enable him to harvest surplus value more efficiently. Chapter 46, Dusk in Red Leaf City. In May, spring was in full bloom, but in Red Leaf City, 100 miles away from Greywood Town, the Viscount's castle was as oppressive as the eve of a storm. Red Leaf Jew angrily smashed his wine glass, pointed at a pile of hose, iron pots, and scissors on the table, and roared, "Can anyone tell me what's going on here?" Chief Political Officer Victor was sweating profusely. He said that these ironware items had flooded the market in the past 2 weeks. They were sturdy and durable, and the prices were ridiculously low. 9 of the 12 old blacksmith shops in Red Leaf City had already gone out of business. The Viscount drew his sword and threw it to the ground. The long sword, a symbol of noble honor, was now chipped and rusty. Yesterday, during the night's raid on bandits, 3 knights had their swords broken by the bandits' weapons. Even more humiliating was that the bandits were using weapons made from sharpened farm sickles from the market. Victor lowered his head bitterly. "Sir, we can no longer use good iron. The Golden Eagle Merchant Guild monopolizes high-quality iron ore, and cheap ironware drains the money from ordinary people. After the local blacksmiths went bankrupt, the remaining apprentices can only use inferior materials to repair military equipment." The Viscount roared that he would ban these cheap ironwares and hang all the merchants. Victor told him in despair that it was impossible to ban them. It wasn't just commoners buying them. Barons under the Viscount and the Inner Court Steward were also secretly procuring them to arm the manor. After all, the price of a wooden axe could buy a steel axe that was practically indestructible. No one could resist the temptation. Even more alarming is that smokeless coal and greenhouse vegetables have already infiltrated the lives of the nobility in Red Leaf territory. If trade is forcibly cut off, Red Leaf territory will descend into chaos before Greywood Town even takes action. The economic noose has silently tightened around the neck of Red Leaf City. At that moment, a guard rushed into the hall in a panic, knelt down, and reported, "Your Excellency, the special envoy sent by the Duke of Golden Lion has been kidnapped on the trade route from the border of Red Leaf territory to Greywood Town." The Viscount's face turned deathly pale. That envoy was the imperial messenger sent to oversee their execution of Lorien. At the same time, beneath a newly built blue brick watchtower on the outskirts of Greywood Town, Lorien, dressed in sharp hunting attire, fiddled with a repeating crossbow in his hand. A luxurious carriage bearing the insignia of the Golden Lion family was parked in front of him, surrounded by dozens of iron guards armed with crossbows. The guard knights had all been disarmed. The envoy, dressed in a silk robe, was terrified and turned pale. Old Wolf Gareth pressed him down into the mud like a chick. Lorien crouched down, patted his face with a smile, and said, "Isn't this the Duke of Golden Lion's special envoy? What brings you to my backwater?" The envoy screamed and berated him for attacking the Duke's messenger, calling it treason. Lorien, however, calmly rose and took the handkerchief Sylvie offered to wipe his hands. "Don't jump to conclusions. I'm protecting you. Red Leaf City is rife with bandits now, and there isn't even a decent sword. Since you're here, please make yourself at home in Greywood Town." A smug smile crept across his lips. "I think the Duke of Golden Lion and the Duke of Red Leaf will pay a hefty ransom for your safety. For example, they could transfer that iron mine on the east side of Red Leaf territory to me at a low price." Sylvie watched Lorien's retreating figure, her throat dry. She knew that after detaining the envoy, The blood-sucking monster behind the scenes had finally torn off its disguise. The first phase of economic strangulation has ended, and the second phase, armed extortion and resource seizure, has officially begun. Chapter 47 Legal Protection Fees. Greywood Town, the basement of the Lord's castle. Baron Philip, the Duke of the Golden Lion's special envoy, was tied to a rough wooden chair. His expensive silk robe was stained with mud, and his once haughty face was now filled with terror. He shrieked and cursed Lorien, saying that the Duke of the Golden Lion's wrath would burn Greywood Town to ashes. Lorien, however, sat behind his desk, leisurely manicuring his nails, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Lorien calmly corrected him, clarifying that he had not kidnapped the envoy. Philip had encountered unknown bandits while inspecting Red Leaf territory, and Greywood Town had simply happened to be passing by and rescued him, now providing him with the highest level of protection. Philip trembled with rage, angrily demanding to know how someone could call it rescue when a crossbow was pointed at their head. Lorien nodded, indicating that protection certainly had costs. The deployment of the Iron Guard, the depreciation of the crossbows, and the cost of food and lodging all needed to be accounted for. After he finished speaking, he took out a parchment contract that he had already prepared and placed it directly in front of Philip. This security service fee was roughly equivalent in value to the open-pit iron mine on the east side of Red Leaf territory. Philip stared wide-eyed, almost in disbelief. Lorien had actually called the ransom a security fee and wanted an entire iron mine. At that moment, the basement door was pushed open and the old butler, Bar, led Victor, the political officer of Red Leaf City, in. Victor had rushed there overnight, covered in sweat, because if the special envoy were to encounter trouble in Red Leaf territory, Duke Golden Lion would never let Duke Redleaf off the hook. He hurriedly stopped Lorien, saying that the iron mine was the Viscount's core asset, and if it were taken away, Red Leaf territory would inevitably go to war. Lorien sneered, slapping the contract against his chest, reminding him that 80% of the blacksmith shops in Red Leaf City were closed, and even the knight's armor couldn't be patched. More importantly, before news of the envoy's accident reached the capital, Duke Golden Lion would first behead Duke Redleaf. Lorien then offered a condition to legally transfer the iron ore to Greywood Town under the guise of a mortgage transfer. In return, he returned the envoy and, starting the following month, provided Lord Redleaf with a batch of farm tools and honeycomb briquettes at an internal discount price. Victor gripped the contract, his hands trembling like leaves. He knew that if he signed, Red Leaf territory would lose its heavy industry foundation. If he didn't, the Viscount's entire family might be wiped out. 10 minutes later, he humiliatingly pressed the seal of the Red Leaf Duke. Lorien looked at the legal transfer document and smiled with satisfaction. With this iron mine, Greywood Town would no longer need to import pig iron, and the heavy industry closed loop was finally complete. He immediately ordered Philip to be untied and instructed Gareth to order the ore construction crew to bring their giant steel pickaxes and take full control of the iron ore mine on the east side the next morning. Chapter 48, Eliminating Red Text. After the envoy incident, Lorien used almost rogue but legal means to ruthlessly tear a piece of flesh from Lord Redleaf. But he showed no sign of pride. To him, external plunder was merely a means to replenish internal production. What truly allowed him to stand firm was his own foundation. Right now, what he cares about most is the management penalty that causes him to lose 15% of his revenue every day. Late at night, the lights were still on at the night school in Greywood Town. Inside the classroom, the half-elf scholar Ellis stood in front of the blackboard, staring at a string of crooked arithmetic problems, her brow furrowed, but her eyes were full of satisfaction. Very good. Hans, you have calculated the consumption quota for this batch of ore. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the deputy foreman of the 3rd quarry team. After a full month of literacy training, these lowest-ranking serf squad leaders finally began to change. They still didn't understand poetry and etiquette, but they had learned to count, keep accounts, and even understand the simplest blueprints. Lorien stood outside the window, holding a newly delivered daily consumption quota table for the entire town. This table was painstakingly calculated by more than 20 squad leaders who had graduated from night school, using standardized wooden rulers and weights. Those vague terms like probably, maybe, and a whole bunch have been completely eliminated. Now, all the comings and goings of supplies are recorded with precise data. Lorien handed the ledger to the old butler, Ball, his eyes unusually clear. Push these standard measuring tools and ledgers to every production team. I'll tell them that if anyone dares to try to fool me with those good enough accounts again, I'll shove their head into a blast furnace and turn it into coke. The next morning, just as the clock struck 6, a system notification exploded in his mind, crisper than ever before. Ding! The day's transactions have been completed. It has been detected that a basic management system for the territory has been initially established, with data-driven statistical coverage reaching 70%. Basic administrative management effectiveness assessment. Current management disorder level has decreased to 12%. Healthy level. Milestone reward. Removal of the 15% tax loss penalty. Current total registered population of the territory, 10,582. Today's actual earnings have been fully distributed. 10,582 silver coins. They have been automatically deposited into the system space. Lorien let out a long breath, feeling completely relaxed. The punishment was finally lifted, and his base of over 10,000 people had fully realized their profits. The daily net profit of over 10,000 silver coins meant he finally had the confidence to wage a truly expensive war. He pushed open the door and looked at the blast furnace that had already begun to smoke in the morning light, and the people lining up to receive copper coins to spend in the market. He knew that the industrial machine of Greywood Town had fully heated up. Just then, the silver-maned female knight Sylvie, with a sword at her waist, strode over with a solemn expression. "Young master, something has happened." She lowered her voice, but the murderous intent in her tone was impossible to hide. "News has come from Redleaf City that Lord Redleaf has gone mad. He has sold all the gold and silver utensils in the castle, and even left behind his mistress's jewelry. He has secretly hired the most notorious mercenary group in the north, the Bloodwolf Mercenary Group, about 400 men. In addition to his remaining 800 regular knights and 1,300 armed serfs, the army of 2,500 men has been assembled." Sylvie's expression tightened as she stared at Lorien and continued, "They also brought battering rams and oil. Tonight, they will launch a surprise attack on Greywood Town and wipe us out completely." Chapter 49, Savage Steel Thorns. Lorien had long anticipated that a corner dog would resort to such a desperate measure. With the Redleaf Lord having lost the iron mines and his economy crippled by cheap ironware, military retaliation was only a matter of time. Upon hearing that the enemy had gathered 2,500 men, Lorien not only remained calm, but also sneered. In his eyes, the starving serfs, the poorly equipped knights, and the mercenaries who were only interested in money were nothing more than prey walking into a trap. Sylvie grew anxious and reminded him that Lord Redleaf still had 300 fully armed charging knights. Once the cavalry charged, the unfinished walls of Greywood Town would be no match for them. Lorien's smile vanished, and he retorted coldly, "Who said he was going to play along with the other side's cold weapon night charge?" He then ordered Gareth to sound the highest level combat alarm, and all able-bodied men in the town were to immediately cease work and prepare for war. Half an hour later, on the wasteland outside Greywood Town, there were no soldiers in formation, nor knights polishing their swords. What Sylvie saw was a mad rush of infrastructure construction that was utterly devoid of martial ethics. 3,000 able-bodied serfs, armed with steel shovels and led by orcs, dug deep trenches, 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide, crisscrossing in a zigzag pattern 500 meters in front of the town. These were the prototypes of the trenches. At the front of the trench, blacksmith Tong Shui, along with his apprentices, was wrapping cartloads of newly forged barbed wire around wooden stakes. Behind the barbed wire, countless gleaming caltrops were scattered. Sylvie stared in disbelief. This didn't resemble a knightly duel at all. Lorien, standing atop the wooden tower, patted the 10 heavy steel crossbows beside him and said casually, "These are meat grinders specially made for those noble horses." No matter how strong the 300 heavy cavalry were, once their horses stepped into the barbed wire, got stuck in the caltrops, and fell into the trenches, those knights couldn't even defeat an orc in the ditch. Lorien drew his bayonet and ordered all 1,000 iron guards to remain behind the trenches, forbidding anyone from surfacing to engage in direct combat without orders. All poison crossbows were cocked. The orc squads guarded the blind spots of the trenches, ready to chop any cavalryman who fell into the trenches to pieces. Night fell, dark clouds obscured the moon, and a cold wind drowned out the distant sound of horses' hooves. Red Leaf Duke rode his armored warhorse, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he looked at the dimly lit, seemingly defenseless Greywood town. He roared and ordered a charge. 300 heavily armored knights led the charge, transforming into a steel torrent, followed closely by mercenaries and serf soldiers. They assumed that only trembling serfs lay behind the earthen walls ahead. But as the lead knight charged into the darkness, his warhorse slammed into the tough barbed wire. With a ripping sound, the barbs tore through the horse's flesh, and the immense momentum sent many knights flying. Upon landing, they were met with steel caltrops capable of piercing iron boots. Immediately afterwards, out-of-control warhorses and screaming riders were thrown into the 2-meter-deep trenches like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. On the tower, Lorien watched the knights' charge crumble completely, his expression as cold as a killing machine. He slowly waved his hand and gave the order. The time to reap the remaining value has come. Fire! Chapter 50, The Generational Gap. Boom! 300 heavily armored knights charging forward were practically an unstoppable land battleship in the age of cold weapons. Even second-line knights from the Red Leaf Lord's territory, when they charged with their armored horses, were enough to crush the courage of ordinary serfs. For the glory of Red Leaf territory, crush them! The leading knight raised his lance and, using the momentum of his horse, thrust it forward. He thought he would easily send the screaming serfs flying, but unexpectedly, an indistinct metal wall lay across the darkness. Sizzle! It was barbed wire made of pig iron and high-carbon steel. The sharp barbs tore through flesh under the charge of the warhorse, embedding themselves directly into the bones. The warhorse let out a shrill neigh, its forelegs tightly entangled, and the enormous inertia lifted its hindquarters, throwing the knight commander into the air like a rag doll. In just a few seconds, the first rank of dozens of knights all suffered. Their proud charging formation was torn to pieces by these cheap barbed wire fences. As soon as the knights were thrown into the air and hit the ground, anti-horse spikes pierced through the gaps in their chainmail and embedded themselves in their thighs and feet. Ah, my leg! A hidden weapon! Screams echoed across the wilderness. Before the knights in the back who had narrowly escaped the barbed wire could even feel relieved, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. Boom! 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 The warhorse plunged into the 2-meter-deep zigzag trench, crashing to the bottom along with its rider. The heavy armor became a hindrance. Many knights hadn't even had time to react before their ribs were crushed by their own horses. Get to work, you greenskins, for the Lord's salted meat. At the bottom of the trench, the orc chieftain Grom had been waiting for a long time. In a narrow tunnel where it was difficult to turn around, the knight's lance was not used effectively, and the orc's 50-pound steel axe became the most terrifying melee weapon. Snap! Grom brought his axe down, cleaving a struggling knight in two, helmet and all. Blood mingled with mud and water, splattering everywhere, turning the trench into a one-sided massacre. Lord Redleaf, who was holding the rear, froze on the spot, staring at the hellish scene before him. He could not hear the sounds of direct combat, only the pig-like screams of the knights and the desperate neighing of their warhorses. No, this is impossible. What kind of magical trap is that? The Viscount trembled violently, his back soaked with cold sweat. Lorien, watching coldly from the tower, saw nothing but the slightest pity in his eyes. You probably think this is magic, right? Sorry, it's just a generational gap. Lorien raised the specially made red flag and then swung it down suddenly. Iron guards, prepare your crossbows, unleash barrage. Whoosh, 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 dash. 1,000 iron guards hidden behind the trenches simultaneously pulled their triggers. A dense barrage of steel crossbow bolts rained down on the heads of the mercenaries and serfs who were huddled together. The Bloodwolf mercenaries' leather armor was as brittle as paper against the crossbow bolts. A single volley felled over 100 men. After the second volley, another group of figures were pinned to the ground. Monsters! Their crossbows don't need to be reloaded. Run! The mercenaries completely broke down. They came to make money, not to die. Faced with this massacre, where even the enemy couldn't reach them, they didn't hesitate to throw down their weapons and flee. Lorien gave them no chance to catch their breath, immediately ordering a full-scale advance. Orcs led the charge, followed by the Iron Guard, with the goal of capturing as many alive as possible. A strong labor was rewarded with 5 copper coins, and a live warhorse with 10. Viscount Redleaf desperately fled under the protection of his guards, only to be intercepted by Sylvie, the silver-maned female knight who had been lying in ambush. She severed her horse's leg with a single sword stroke, and the Viscount tumbled off his horse into the muddy snowmelt, rolling around a dozen times in a sorry state. In the end, the high and mighty lord looked on in despair as a sharp military dagger was pressed against his throat. The Battle of Greywood Town lasted less than an hour, ending with the complete annihilation of Redleaf's army. Chapter 51, The Viscount Stripped Naked. The morning sun dispelled the smoke of battle, and the post-war cleanup was proceeding efficiently in the wasteland surrounding Greywood Town. The Iron Guards stripped the knights of their armor, piling it into a small mountain, ready to send it to the blast furnace for remelting. The surviving mercenaries and serf soldiers were chained together and led in a line, their faces filled with despair, toward the dark entrance to the coal mine. Last night's fighting was over. The reckoning for the victors had only just begun. In the backyard of the Lord's Hall, Lorien was kicked away again, rolling twice in a sorry state, coughing violently while clutching his chest. Sylvie stood there, holding her wooden sword, her tone calm. "Young master, your stance is still unstable. If it had been a real sword, you would have been cut in half at the waist." Ever since he witnessed the threat of the assassins, Lorien has been setting aside an hour every day to force Sylvie to give him practical combat training. Even after a major battle, he hasn't let up in the slightest. He spat out the mud from his mouth, turned over, and stood up, his eyes even more focused. Again, these days of grueling training, coupled with the high-calorie diet, have noticeably changed Lorien's body, which had been ravaged by alcohol and sex. His muscles are firmer, and his eyes have lost their flamboyance, gaining a fierce, wolf-like edge. Sylvie didn't waste any more words. In a flash, her wooden sword shot straight at Lorien's face, so fast that an ordinary person couldn't even see it. Lorien, however, didn't block it head-on. Instead, he ducked and rolled to the side, his left hand casually slicing across his belt. The white powder instantly flew towards Sylvie's eyes. She was prepared, and with a cold snort, she raised her sleeve to block it, while her right hand continued to slash at Lorien's back with her wooden sword. Just as the wooden sword was about to fall, Lorien's body suddenly twisted at an uncanny angle, his right tactical boot slamming backward, and a short, gleaming blade popped out from the toe, aimed straight at Sylvie's calf. At the same time, the miniature repeating crossbow on his left wrist was already aimed at her chest. "Stop!" Sylvie's wooden sword stopped at the back of Lorien's neck, while Lorien's foot blade and crossbow simultaneously locked on her vitals. He panted and grinned shamelessly. "Let's call a draw." Sylvie sheathed her wooden sword, a rare hint of admiration in her eyes. "Young master, your physical abilities are not as good as those of True Knight, but this ruthless close combat style, coupled with these insidious weapons, is enough to kill any second or third-tier expert who underestimates you." She was very direct. Lorien was following a path of self-defense that was completely devoid of martial ethics, yet deadly. It wasn't about breaking through armor head-on, but about using the most despicable means to save one's life in the most dangerous situations. Lorien removed his protective gear, took the towel, and said calmly, "Being able to survive is a good move. Take a shower, change your clothes, and it's time for our dear Red Leaf Duke to go and reap the rewards." 10 minutes later, in the basement, Lord Redleaf was stripped down to only a pair of linen shorts and tied back-to-back with Philip, the special envoy of Duke Golden Lion. The brazier was burning red-hot, and several orcs were sharpening their blood-stained butcher knives nearby. Lorien changed into a neat silk shirt, walked in slowly, and sat down behind the interrogation table. Red Leaf Duke, shivering from the cold, still maintained his aristocratic air and roared, "Lorien, how dare you treat an imperial viscount like this? The royal court will not let you get away with this." Lorien gave him a pitying look. "Viscount, you haven't figured out the situation yet. If I were to kill you and this envoy together, and then fabricate it as a bandit attack, how would the royal court know it was me?" The Viscount's face turned deathly pale instantly, and even Philip beside him paled. Lorien, however, acted like a patient businessman, taking out a thick stack of parchment and tossing at his feet. "It's signed. First, Redleaf City will fully open its population flow to Greywood Town, and no serfs who wish to migrate may be obstructed. Second, all customs duties in Red Leaf territory will be waived for Greywood Town and the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. Third, the remaining 1,000 gold coins in the castle's armory will be considered compensation for you damaging my barbed wire. He leaned back in his chair, his voice as cold as a knife. Sign, and you'll still be the ruler of Red Leaf territory. Don't sign, and I'll have this orc perform a free sterilization operation on you right now. This was practically blatant exploitation. Yet, amidst the ear-piercing sound of the orcs sharpening their knives, Lord Red Leaf's dignity shattered completely, tears welling up in his eyes, and in the end, he could only humiliatingly press his handprint. Chapter 52: The Wrath from a Capital. The day after the good news spread, a terrible population drain occurred in Red Leaf territory. With the Viscount Knights no longer obstructing them, the clerk of Greywood Town, carrying a cheap steel scythe and white leaflets, went directly into the villages and manors to promote the good treatment offered to the common people in Greywood Town. There, people ate salted wheat porridge every day, earned copper coins for their work, didn't need oxen to pull iron plows, orcs helped with tilling the land, and the Lord even taught people to read. For the lower classes of Red Leaf territory, driven to the brink by heavy taxes and the dumping of ironware, Greywood Town was like paradise. Large numbers of serfs, with their families, broke through the Viscount's territory and poured into Greywood Town. System notifications kept ringing out, and the territory's legal population rapidly increased from over 15,000 to 18,900. Lorien sat in his study, watching his daily earnings skyrocket to nearly 20,000 silver coins, unable to suppress the smirk on his face. His industrial machine is already in place, and it is devouring all the surrounding labor force in a brutal yet efficient manner. Meanwhile, in the capital, Duke Golden Lion slammed his wine glass onto the expensive carpet and roared, "Useless! 300 heavy cavalry and 2,000 troops were wiped out in an hour by a deposed cripple." What angered him even more was that his own envoy had also been detained and forced to sign a humiliating pact. The intelligence officer kneeling below explained in a trembling voice that the third young master of the Bauhinia family had somehow acquired repeating crossbows and a large number of iron armors, and had even recruited orcs. The intelligence officer concluded that this could not have been accomplished with just a small amount of secret funding. Lorien was likely backed by the Alchemist Guild or some other powerful force. Duke Golden Lion's suspicious nature immediately kicked in. He concluded that the rise of Greywood Town was a complex conspiracy. Since the other party wanted to play big, he would play along to the end. He coldly ordered that someone be sent immediately to the Church of Light to inform the Inquisition that heretics who command demons and use blasphemous black poison stones have appeared in Greywood, Northshire. He intends to use the name of the Holy See to issue a heretical decree, severing all official ties between Greywood Town and the outside world, turning Lorien's proud territory into a live target for the entire continent to attack. Thousands of miles away, in the town of Greywood, Lorien had just seen off a group of newly registered blacksmiths and was inspecting the foundation of the first simple thermal power plant on the city wall. Silver-maned female knight Sylvie hurried over, solemnly handing over a secret letter from the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. Unrest had already broken out in the capital. Duke Golden Lion was preparing to use the power of the Holy See to label Lorien a heretic. Once the ruling is issued, Greywood Town's legal status in the north will be completely nullified, and even caravan guards will be hanged as heretics. Lorien burst into laughter after hearing this. Heretical? In the face of absolute productivity, even gods have to clock in for me. He looked down at the roaring blast furnace and the nearly 20,000 people queuing to receive their wages, his eyes filled with fervent light. Lorien then ordered Sylvie to inform the old butler, Ball, to bring out the movable type printing press that he had personally designed and had been hammered with a copper hammer for a month. Since the other side wanted to use doctrine to blockade Greywood Town, he printed 100,000 copies of the Greywood Town Labor Emancipation Declaration to make all the serfs in the north understand that what could feed them was not the god of light, but the steel and silver of Greywood Town. The new round of competition has finally moved beyond the battles of cold weapons and escalated into a direct clash between capital and theocracy, and between industry and feudalism. Chapter 53, Money Shortage? No problem, we have printing presses. The town of Greywood was first awakened by a series of vulgar curses and muffled thuds of fists hitting faces. On the muddy ground outside the workers' shanty town, dozens of men from different territories were fighting amongst themselves. You call me dirty boots, I called you a coward, blood splattered from noses, and they even swung their wooden bowls. The brawl was only barely quelled when Gareth, the old wolf, arrived with his fully armed iron guard and smashed the jaws of several troublemakers with the cold hilt of his sword. But the real trouble was in the Lord's study. Old Butler Ball slammed several thick ledgers on the table, his wrinkled face contorted into a deep knot. He was sweating profusely and complained to Lorien that people outside were fighting every day over well water, burlap, drying poles, and dormitory grounds. The newly arrived Red Leaf leader and the refugees have also split into several groups. This morning, another 17 ironworkers had their ribs broken and were lying on wooden boards groaning. Lorien simply leaned back in his leather chair, slowly sipped his red tea, and showed no sign of panic. He told Bar that this was normal. It was no wonder that 20,000 sheep crammed into a pen that could only hold 5,000 would fight each other. Then, he directly ordered that these regional notions must be shattered, and that everything be reorganized starting at noon. Those who work in steelmaking will go to the first dormitory area, those who mine coal will go to the second area, and those who farm will go to the third area. From now on, there will be no more people from Red Leaf Territory or Black Iron Territory, only workers and farmers from Greywood Town. Anyone who dares to delay production by fighting for territory will have their head shoved into the blast furnace as coke. Just as Ball was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his face fell again. He lowered his voice and told Lorien that the fighting wasn't the worst thing. The real problem was the money was almost gone. Lorien raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard something new. He had thought that the granaries and gold coins were enough, but Ball was so anxious that he slapped his thigh and said that nearly 15,000 people were working every day, and even the lowest-ranking dung collectors were paid 2 copper coins a day. The problem is that gold and silver coins are too big, and the workers and vendors simply don't have enough change. This morning when wages were paid, the miners started smashing their pickaxes because they didn't have enough copper coins. If this continues, they'll work without getting paid, and a riot will soon tear down the Lord's manor. After listening, Lorien told him to take a deep breath first, and then led him out of the study to the heavily guarded brick house in the backyard. Pushing open the door, a strong smell of ink and pine wafted out. In the center of the room, a massive machine made of steel gears and levers stood silently, with the blacksmith's hammer and several apprentices adjusting it beside it. Lorien snapped his fingers, activating the bronze hammer. With a series of metallic clicking sounds, the lead type, engraved with patterns and numbers, pressed heavily onto the silk paper, and sheets of paper were quickly ejected. Lorien pulled out a still-warm piece of paper and handed it to Ball. The paper was covered with intricate anti-counterfeiting patterns, and in the center was the double emblem of the Bauhinia family in Greywood Town. Below, it was written, Greywood Town Labor Union Voucher, denomination, 50 cents. In the far corner, there is also a personal seal left by Lorien using a special fluorescent potion. Ball stared at the paper, his eyes almost bulging out, as if he were looking at some monster. Lorien laughed, a laugh like the devil who had just opened Pandora's box. He told Ball that this was the new money. Copper coins were too heavy and prone to falling into the sewers. Starting tomorrow, vouchers would be issued throughout Greywood Town, with 1 dime equal to 10 copper coins. Bar was so frightened he almost bit his tongue, saying it was just waste paper and that the irritable miners would tear it to shreds. Lorien, however, was not worried at all. He said that as long as there was enough black bread in the Lord's market, and as long as the paper could buy sausages, beer, winter clothes, and even pay rent, it would be the hardest currency in the entire North. After saying that, he patted the printing press that was still spitting out paper, his eyes gleaming with an almost manic light. Gold and silver coins, whatever amount is dug up, is what you get. But as long as this machine keeps running, the wealth of Greywood Town will always be under my control. Chapter 54, The Bishop's Greed. The implementation of the vouchers went even more smoothly than Lorien had anticipated. Faced with hunger, the workers didn't care whether they held copper coins or patterned pieces of paper. As long as it could be exchanged for a hot stew and ale at the market, that was enough for them. However, just as the economic crisis was forcibly suppressed, new troubles were already looming over Greywood Town. At noon in late May, 30 Templar knights, clad in silver armor and with golden crosses painted on their chests, stood like a sharp spear beneath the unfinished new city wall. In the center of the procession, A luxurious carriage, pulled by 4 white horses, slowly came to a stop. Inside, Macbeth, the cardinal's confidant and a senior inquisitor of the Inquisition, lifted the velvet curtains and coldly gazed at the town billowing black smoke. The captain of the knights drew his sword and shouted, "Open the city gates." Lost sheep. Bishop Macbeth of the Inquisition has arrived to receive the judgment and baptism of the holy light. On the city wall, Sylvie gripped her sword hilt and whispered to Lorien, "Young master, Duke Golden Lion has indeed informed the papacy. 30 Templar Knights of the 2nd rank or above, plus a bishop, will be at a great cost if we fight them head-on. What's more troublesome is that if we resist, it will be tantamount to declaring war on the entire papacy." Lorien straightened his dark blue aristocratic suit, a practiced fake smile appearing on his lips. He walked to the city wall and shouted, "Praise be to the supreme holy light," quickly opened the gates to welcome His Holiness the Bishop. His excited expression was as if he had finally seen his father after being lost for many years. The city gates slowly opened. Bishop Macbeth, holding his scepter inlaid with rubies, stepped down from the carriage with his chin slightly raised. He had expected to see corpses, sulfur, and traces of evil magic, but what he saw instead made him frown. The streets were clean and tidy, and the workers who lined up to welcome them, though their faces were covered in soot, all wore wooden crosses around their necks. In the distance, several blast furnaces were painted a dazzling pure white, with the emblem of the god of light painted in gold. Macbeth's voice was icy. "Baron Lorien, someone has accused you of colluding with filthy alien races and burning the hellstone that emits demonic gas. What do you have to say in your defense?" Lorien immediately looked heartbroken, quickly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and devoutly kissed the back of the bishop's gold ring hand. "Your Excellency, this is absolutely malicious slander. It is political persecution of the faithful believers of the holy light." He stood up, pointed to the blast furnace, and cried out, "Look at that smoking tower. How could that be the black stone of hell? It is clearly a purifying stone bestowed from the ground by the holy light in recognition of my piety. It can burn at temperatures that ordinary fire cannot reach. I use it to calcify impurities in ores, just as holy light washes away human sins." At this point, Lorien added, "As for those orcs, they were once wild beasts lost in the wilderness. I converted them with the teachings of the holy light. Now, by making them do the heaviest work, I am helping them cleanse themselves of the sins of heretics." In the distance, in the mine, the orc Grom was indeed roaring, but he was shouting for salted meat as an extra meal. Macbeth's eyelids twitched. He'd been in the Inquisition for 20 years. What kind of sophistry hadn't he heard? To package coal and slaves as a religious miracle was an insult to his intelligence. He sneered, slamming his scepter heavily on the stone pavement. "Enough, Baron. Whether someone is a heretic or not, the Inquisition's lie detector will tell in a second. Search! Your Excellency!" Lorien immediately raised his voice, abruptly interrupting him. "You must be exhausted from your journey. How can I let you handle such a menial task? Why don't you take a look at the small token of my appreciation for the great holy sea?" He turned to the side and gestured for them to proceed. Macbeth squinted and remained silent for a moment before finally following Lorien into a secret room deep within the Lord's Hall. Once the door closed, the noise outside was instantly shut out. Without a word, Lorien went straight to the center of the room and ripped the black cloth off the 3 large iron boxes. The latch popped open, and a dazzling silver light instantly filled the entire secret room. Those were 50,000 brand-new silver coins, just taken from the system space. They were of extremely high purity, with no wear on the edges. Piled up in the box, they resembled 3 small silver mountains, radiating a magic more captivating than holy light. Macbeth's breath caught in his throat. His imposing, cold face twitched slightly, and sweat beaded on his palm as he gripped the scepter. Lorien stood beside him and lowered his voice. "Your Excellency, I know why the Duke of Golden Lion invited you here. He wants to use your expertise to get rid of me, a thorn in his side in his political eyes. But he's a miser. He'll give you a single copper coin after you've come all the way to the north to suffer." Lorien's fingers traced the silver coin, and a crisp metallic sound echoed in the secret room. "But I am different. These 50,000 silver coins are just a first donation of atonement from Greywood Town. As long as my territory can continue to produce peacefully under your holy light, I guarantee that 10,000 of the same silver coins will be delivered to your private palace every month on time." He turned and smiled. "So now, Your Excellency, do you think those stones outside are a gift from the devil or a blessing from the holy light?" Macbeth swallowed hard, then slowly reached out and plunged his hand into the pile of silver coins as if caressing a lover's skin. When he looked up again, the coldness on his face had completely melted away, leaving only a gentle and kind expression. "Baron Lorien, your piety is purer than this silver." The bishop's voice became gentle and magnetic. The Duke of Golden Lion was blinded by worldly power and dared to frame such a great believer in the holy light. "Rest assured, my child, from this day forward, in the court's records, Greywood Town will forever be a sacred place of miracles." Chapter 55, Sister Cecilia, Who Falls Behind. A catastrophic disaster was thus averted by Lorien. Bishop Macbeth, with his carriage laden with silver coins, set off on his journey home, completely satisfied. However, upon taking attendance, Gareth, the guard in charge of the procession, discovered that a minor nun was missing from the papal entourage. Evening, in the eastern district of Greywood Town, Lorien, surrounded by Sylvie and several iron guards, pushed open the door of a low wooden house. The room was dark and damp, with a strong smell of blood. On the simple wooden bed lay a pale-faced miner, his left wrist a bloody mess, clearly crushed by falling rocks or pulleys in the mine. A young girl in a white nun's habit was kneeling beside the bed. Her blonde hair was damp with sweat, and her hands glowed with a faint white light as she used the most basic healing spell of the Vatican to barely suppress the blood gushing from her severed wrist. The girl bit her lip until it bled, her magic depleted and her whole body trembling. Yet she refused to let go. Only when the miner's breathing had calmed down a little did her legs give way, and she collapsed into the mud, gasping for breath. Lorien's voice came from the doorway. "Well done. But I guess your healing spell can only stop the bleeding, right?" The nun looked up and saw the well-dressed lord, and at first she flinched in fright. But seeing the respectful looks from the surrounding workers, she took a deep breath and stood up. She said her name was Cecilia, but the bishop, focused only on the chest full of silver coins, didn't even notice she had fallen behind. She saw so many injured and wailing workers, yet not a single priest was willing to pray for them. Cecilia spread her blood-stained hands and stood in front of the hospital bed. "If you want to execute me for staying behind without permission, I accept it. But please let me finish treating his wounds first." Lorien couldn't help but laugh. "Hang you? Is your head filled with stupid plots from chivalric romance novels?" He walked to the bedside and glanced at the unconscious miner. To Lorien, this wasn't just a pitiful figure, but a reliable source of daily income. But in an era without antibiotics, amputation was practically a death sentence. Infection and fever can easily take their lives. But the capitalist's assets must not be wasted in this way. Lorien's smile faded as he told Cecilia that her healing magic was indeed a miracle, but miracles have their limits. Even if the bleeding stopped today, the invisible demon in the wound, the unseen filth, would still cause the miner to die from a high fever tomorrow. Cecilia froze. An invisible demon? Is that a curse? No, that's science. Lorien turned to his butler, Ball, and instructed him to immediately vacate the 2-story brick building in the town center that had been reserved for the Chamber of Commerce, and hang up a new sign that read Greywood Town First Staff Hospital. Meanwhile, the highest concentration of distilled spirits was transferred from the brewery, along with a large quantity of clean gauze that had been repeatedly boiled in hot water, and all of it was sent to the hospital. After making the arrangements, Lorien looked at the bewildered Cecilia and gave a slight, noble bow. "Since that money-grubbing bishop has abandoned you, then stay in Greywood Town." He would give her a spacious hospital, a clean bed, strong liquor that could kill the invisible demon, and 20 clever girls from among the female workers to be her assistants, responsible for cleaning her wounds and bandaging her wounds. As for medical expenses, the Lorry Security Department would reimburse them. Cecilia's wage was also set at 1 silver coin per day. Cecilia stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In the papacy, only high-ranking priests who treated nobles received such treatment. Yet this lord, considered a heretic, was going to build a hospital for the lowest-ranking serfs. Her voice choked with emotion. "Are you serious?" "Why, they were just serfs." Lorien looked her straight in the eye. "Because in my territory, every worker is an inviolable and precious asset. His only requirement was that Starting today, Cecilia became the chief medical officer of Greywood Town, combining divine magic with his health management system. I want you to snatch every single one of these workers' lives back from the clutches of death. These words shattered Cecilia's defenses. For the first time, she felt that true divine light might not be in a magnificent cathedral, but in this smoke-filled, machine-driven town. Lorien watched her nod, tears streaming down her face, and a capitalist smile returned to his lips. Excellent, a perfect investment. With the support of the healthcare system, the population loss rate will drop to rock bottom. The industrial gears of Greywood Town will also turn even more frantically. Chapter 56, Spirits, Sutures, and the Asset Repair Center. The May winds were already scorching, but inside the newly built two-story brick house in the center of Greywood Town, a pungent odor filled the air, making the residents' scalps tingle. That was high-concentration alcohol. To these serfs who had only ever drunk cheap liquor in their lives, the smell of it was like the corpse-dissolving potion concocted by their lord. In the emergency room lobby on the first floor of the hospital, Paul, a young mountain quarry worker, lay on a pristine white limestone platform, screaming in terror. His calf had been cut by gravel, leaving a 10-centimeter-long gash filled with dark red mud. Cecilia wore the white lab coat that Lorien had insisted on, the cuffs tightened to prevent the so-called invisible demon from hiding in the folds. She gently comforted Paul, but her hands moved without hesitation. A cotton ball soaked in 75 proof pure liquor was pressed hard onto the wound. Paul let out a piercing scream, his whole body jerked up, only to be pressed back down by two burly female assistants. Tiny white foam oozed from the wound as it was rinsed with alcohol. Cecilia whispered a prayer, her hands glowing with a faint white light that enveloped the flesh. This is the medical procedure established by Lorien in Greywood Town. First, alcohol is used to kill bacteria, then nuns use magic to promote healing, and finally, trained female workers perform the stitching. On the second-floor balcony, Lorien, dressed in light hunting attire, held a sample of vouchers that had just been delivered from the printing press and casually watched the chaos below. Sylvie stood to the side, unable to resist asking if this kind of disinfection was too cruel. She had seen battlefields, but she still couldn't bear to see her compatriots' wounds being treated in a bright room. Lorien sneered and retorted, "How much food and time does it take to train a skilled mountain clearer? If we followed the old methods of smearing horse manure and leaving it to fate, Paul would develop a fever in a few days, his wound would fester, and he would be buried in the cemetery in half a month. By then, he would have to recruit people from the refugees again and spend another month teaching them how to use a steel chisel. But now, all he needed were 2 bottles of strong liquor, half a roll of gauze, and a little bit of Cecilia's magic. Paul was able to get out of bed 3 days later and return to the mine a week later to continue producing the iron ore that Greywood territory desperately needed. So this isn't called cruelty, but rather lost control. Sylvie was speechless. She realized she could never refute Lorien's twisted yet self-consistent logic. In his eyes, human lives were more like assets that would jump around on the territory's ledger. It was precisely this approach that allowed the residents of Greywood Town to live better than the commoners in the capital, and made them revere this lord to the point of fanaticism. The stitching downstairs had already begun. Cecilia took the thin steel needle handed to her by the midwife. It was a curved suture needle that the blacksmith had repeatedly forged with his copper hammer hundreds of times amidst Lorien's curses. The needle had been boiled in water for a full hour. Cecilia whispered to Paul not to be afraid. Just think of it as mending clothes. The steel needle pierced his skin, and Paul's screams gradually turned into low groans. Initially, Cecilia also felt that using human skin as burlap for mending was extremely sacrilegious. However, after witnessing several seriously wounded soldiers who were originally destined to die survive, she became a supporter of this technique. After cutting the last thread, she wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, revealed a holy smile, and told Paul to rest in the observation room on the second floor. She also reminded him to collect the free Lord supplies every day and not to scratch his wound. Paul thanked him weakly, his eyes filled with gratitude for escaping death. Watching the workers being carried away, Lorien closed the ledger with satisfaction. He told Sylvie that this was the ultimate way to win people's hearts. He exploited their physical strength and mortgaged their future, but when they were about to break down, as long as he fixed them up, they would be grateful. Lorien turned to look at the increasingly bustling printing factory to the east, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With this hospital, Greywood Town's population attrition rate would be the lowest on the entire continent. Furthermore, as vouchers become increasingly popular, his territory's ability to resist external checks and balances will be enhanced to an unbelievable degree. Chapter 57: Bureaucratic Systematization. Cecilia spent the whole day at the hospital, and it wasn't until the moon was high in the sky that she dragged her tired body back to the private dormitory that Lorien had arranged for her. It was a clean, dry little house with wooden floors, much better than the cold, damp cave she had lived in at the Vatican. She sat down in front of the mirror and took off her nun's headscarf. It was her only symbol of faith, but now it was stained with a few drops of blood that could never be washed away. Cecilia stared at it, lost in thought. She was born in a slum in the southern part of the empire. Her parents died of the plague, and she was taken in by an old priest who happened to be passing by. She once thought it was the warmest place in the world, the closest place to the holy light. But as she grew up, she realized that the cardinals cared about the golden candlesticks and the heavy tax of holy light, and that high priests preferred to use their healing spells on the sick pet dogs of noble families rather than save the dying serfs outside their doors. She once secretly took white bread meant for sacrifices to help orphans, for which Bishop Macbeth called her a dishonest and lowly person, and she suffered constant ostracism from then on, until she arrived in Greywood Town. Here, the infamous playboy Lorien actually built houses for the homeless and opened a hospital to treat the poor. People had jobs and earned money, and they could eat their fill. Even the once fearsome orcs wore kind smiles on their faces. Cecilia gazed at the brightly lit town outside the window and chuckled softly. If there truly is a paradise on earth, perhaps the most similar place is Lord Lorien's gray wooden collar. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Greywood Town, Bishop Macbeth's luxurious carriage was slowly making its way along the trade route. Inside the carriage's inner compartment, 50,000 brand-new silver coins jingled with each bump. The voice, reaching Macbeth's ears, was more beautiful than any hymn. By the dim light of an oil lamp, he wrote on the top-secret report, "Lord Lorien of Greywood is a genius blessed by the holy light." In his report, he described the black stone as the essence of holy light, the orc laborers as devout believers who had been baptized, and Lorien's plan to build the cathedral as a testament to his sincere devotion. Macbeth paused, stroking his chin and sneering. Did that fool, the Duke of the Golden Lion, really think he could offend a devout believer who would hand over money with a few empty promises? He knew very well that as long as Lorien delivered 10,000 silver coins every month, even if Greywood Town really summoned a demon, he would dare to say that it was a six-winged angel wearing a black cloak. In this world, nothing is inexplicable except gold and silver. Macbeth put away the letter, took a sip of expensive wine, and began to plan how to make things difficult for the Duke of the Golden Lion after returning to the papacy. By the end of May, the population of Greywood Town had officially surpassed 25,000. With the continuous influx of refugees from Red Leaf territory and surrounding small territories, it was no longer just an industrial outpost, but had become a distorted yet prosperous urban prototype. Behind the prosperity, however, administrative management was almost in complete disarray. In the study of the Lord's Hall, the old butler Ball slumped amidst a mountain of parchment ledgers, his voice hoarse as he said, "Young master, I really can't hold on any longer." He had been working for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep, checking the daily rations for more than 20,000 people, the distribution of vouchers, and the loss of building materials. His once shrewd hands were now trembling uncontrollably. Lorien walked over and handed him a cup of warm milk tea. Ball smiled wryly and said that he was getting old and his mind couldn't keep up with those strange forms and double-entry bookkeeping methods. He used to manage a manor of a few hundred people, and a glance at the warehouse was enough to get a sense of the situation. But now there are over 20,000 people, and thousands of numbers are exploding in his mind every day. He's afraid that if he miscalculates even one number, it could ruin Lorien's grand plan. Lorien fell silent. He knew Ball wasn't exaggerating. The traditional feudal vassal system could no longer support Greywood Town's massive modern industrial system. If things continued this way, this man in his 60s would eventually die at his desk. After a moment, Lorien sighed, but his eyes sharpened. From today onwards, you are no longer the head steward of Greywood Town. Ball stiffened, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Lorien patted his hand and explained that he was going to establish a new organization called the Greywood Town Council of Government. Barr will serve as honorary chairman and will only be responsible for keeping an eye on young people to prevent them from embezzling. The specific accounting and trivial matters will all be handled by the new department. Lorien pushed open the window and pointed to the foreman and clerk studying diligently at the night school outside. He wanted to break up Greywood Town into different departments. Ella is in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture, managing 15,000 acres of wheat and greenhouses. Cecilia is in charge of the Ministry of Health and Medical Care. Blacksmith Copperhammer is in charge of the Ministry of Industrial Production. Gareth is in charge of the Ministry of Security. And Sylvie is in charge of the Ministry of Intelligence and Special Operations. Ball, on the other hand, would help him establish a treasury. Lorien would select 50 of the best commoners in arithmetic from the night school, and Ball would take them under his wing to handle vouchers and taxes. This is Lorien's first step towards a bureaucratic system. He wants to liberate himself from endless chores by using hierarchical power and professional division of labor. Barr still had reservations. What did those peasants know about management? Lorien, however, said that they didn't need to know, they just needed to strictly enforce the rules like cogs in a machine. He took out a draft of the Greywood Town Departmental Operation Guidelines from the drawer. Each person was only responsible for a small part of the process. Those who mined coal only mined coal, and those who distributed money only distributed money. There was no overlap between them, and no one had a comprehensive understanding of the overall situation. In this way, apart from Lorien himself, no one can understand the operating logic of the entire territory. As he gazed at the ever-expanding map of his territory on the wall, his ambition swelled rapidly. With a population exceeding 30,000, the territory would no longer be just territory, but a nation. A nation relies on the operation of its systems, not on the loyalty of individuals. No sooner had she finished speaking than hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. The half-elf scholar Ella rushed in, carrying a report covered in dirt, her arrogance completely gone, replaced by barely suppressed excitement. She told Lorien that after using those special mineral powders called fertilizer, the wheat matured much faster than expected, and the first harvest could be brought forward by at least half a month. Lorien took the report, scanned the dense data on it, and his eyes were deep and unfathomable. Half a month, just right. He looked south toward the capital. Once the granaries of Greywood Town were overflowing, and once the vouchers had completely taken over the markets of the surrounding territories, Duke Goldenlion would discover that the bishops and armies he had sent were nothing but paper doom in the face of Greywood Town's grain and steel. Chapter 58, The Unbelievable Letter. In the capital city, inside the Bauhinia family mansion, the fragrance of precious tulips was so strong it was almost overwhelming. The cold wind here was completely different from that of the north, which carried the smell of coal smoke and earth. Yet, sitting in her luxurious study, the second young lady, Serena, felt suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere. She had similar dark brown curly hair to Lorien, and her amber eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. On the desk, several letters bearing the wax seal of the Silvermane Knights lay scattered. These letters all came from Sylvie, the personal female knight she had sent to protect, or rather, escort Lorien back to the capital. Serena rubbed her throbbing temples and picked up the secret letter that had been delivered yesterday again. She recognized all the words on the letter, but put them together, they sounded as absurd as a third-rate chivalric novel. In her letter, Sylvie admitted that she might not be able to bring Lorien back, because he had now become the true, uncrowned king of that land. Greywood Town is no longer a graveyard for exiles, but a roaring steel fortress. Lorien has nearly 30,000 subjects, and has also established a force known as the Iron Guard. Even more unbelievable is that just last month, he easily annihilated the 2,500 regular soldiers and mercenaries led by Lord Redleaf. In addition, he abolished traditional metal currency and issued a paper currency called vouchers in his territory. The impoverished people believed in this and even worked desperately for this paper currency. Serena took a deep breath and slammed the letter onto the mahogany table. 30,000 men, annihilating the regular army, printing their own money. Every word was unbelievable to her. Even a powerful earl would need a massive amount of gold coins to accomplish this in a few months. Sylvie had previously suspected that the Duchess had secretly given Lorien a huge sum of startup capital. Serena knew perfectly well that this was impossible. Her mother's dislike of Lorien was an open secret throughout the Bauhinia family. In the eyes of that cold and snobbish duchess, only her eldest brother Arthur, with his exceptional swordsmanship and social skills, was the family's sole pride. As for Lorien, his mother would have preferred him to die in the north to avoid further disgrace. Moreover, even if my mother were willing to give it, she simply couldn't come up with that money now. Thinking of this, Serena's eyes darkened. The Violet Merchant Guild, the core business of the Bauhinia family, was on the verge of bankruptcy. Duke Golden Lion, in alliance with several major traditional trading giants in the capital, launched a blockade against the Violet Merchant Guild's trade in spices, silk, and weapons. Supply chains were severed, warehouses were overflowing with unsold inventory, and debt and maintenance costs were draining the family dry every day. Without new industries and profit growth points, this is a dead end. Serena walked to the window, looking at the no longer splendid garden outside, and a bizarre thought suddenly popped into her head. Could it be that her younger brother, who had only ever followed her around causing trouble since childhood, had actually built a city in the wilderness all by himself? Recently, a rumor has been circulating among Beijing's high society. The Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce, which was originally just a first-rate chamber of commerce, made a fortune in just 2 months by opening a mysterious trade route in the northern border and selling new products such as cheap and durable high-carbon steel farm tools and smokeless black gold. Serena's intuition told her that the supplier behind the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce was very likely Lorien. She bit her pale lips and finally walked back to her desk, spreading out the finest parchment bearing the family's subtle patterns. This time, she no longer adopted the condescending tone of an older sister, but instead wrote a sincere and confidential letter in the voice of a businesswoman in dire straits. She asked Lorien if, for the sake of their family, he could provide a novel product that could bypass the Golden Lion Duke's blockade and save the crumbling Violet Merchant Guild. After pressing the sealing wax seal firmly, Serena handed the letter to her most trusted secret agent and looked towards the northern sky. Lorien, my brother, if you really grow up, let me see your miracles. Chapter 59, A Spark in the Night. The North, Greywood Town. 2 kilometers from the town center, in a desolate valley, several buildings made of blue bricks and refractory mud, shaped like inverted iron pots, are constantly spewing out pungent, yellowish-brown smoke. This is the first chemical laboratory, which Lorien ordered to be strictly sealed off. It explodes every few days, and there are frequent leaks of poisonous gas. Apart from the loyal and resilient orcs, even the most greedy refugees don't want to go near it. Cough, cough, cough. This smell is even more disgusting than a rotten egg that's been sitting out for 10 days. Lorien, wearing a rough leather apron and a makeshift gas mask, stumbled away from the brick kiln, but his eyes gleamed with an unnerving light. He shouted ahead, slow down. Copper hammer. Control the condenser temperature. The blacksmith, shirtless and drenched in sweat, manipulated a set of fine steel pipes with a copper hammer at the other end. The pipes were connected to a sealed dry distillation furnace. The furnace was filled with carefully selected raw coal, which was undergoing dramatic changes under the high temperature and lack of air. Lorien's goal wasn't iron smelting, but the incredibly dangerous process of coal tar distillation. This world was too backward. Jumping straight into the internal combustion engine era was unrealistic. He had to start by carving out a niche in basic chemical engineering. A gurgling sound of liquid flowing came from the pipe, and then drops of pale yellow, transparent liquid with a pungent odor fell into the glass beaker from the condenser tube. Lorien strode forward and carefully picked up the beaker. Even through his gas mask, he could smell the pungent odor of industrial civilization. It was crudely refined kerosene. Young master, what kind of magic potion is this? Silver-maned female knight, Sylvie, stood downwind, pinching her nose and holding a letter in her hand, her tone full of confusion. It not only smells terrible, but it also blew up 2 sheds last week. Lorien glanced at her, then calmly poured kerosene into the brass lamp beside him. The lamp was exquisitely crafted, with a knob and gear on the base to adjust the wick length, and was covered with a high-temperature resistant and windproof glass cover that had been repeatedly tested by the Greywood Town Glass Workshop. Potion? No, he whispered. It is the spark that will illuminate the long, dark night of the Middle Ages. He struck a match, lit the wick, and Lorien carefully placed the glass dome back on. The next instant, a bright, stable, orange light suddenly shone through, illuminating the dimly lit laboratory with crystal clarity. A breeze blew in through the cracks in the door, and the flames flickered only slightly, showing no sign of going out. Sylvie's light blue eyes widened instantly. In the capital, even in a ducal castle, the only light at night is dim, flickering candlelight, which is not only inconvenient but also prone to causing fires. But this thing in front of him, which the young master calls a kerosene lamp, is practically a work of art bestowed by the gods. Perfect. Lorien removed his gas mask, allowed a long breath, and smiled with satisfaction. He knew very well that this thing couldn't be mass-produced yet. The glass scrap rate was high, and the kerosene refining process was slow. But precisely because of this, it was more suitable to be sold at a high price. Products that cannot be mass-produced are best suited for the luxury goods route. He admired the kerosene lamp as he took the letter from Sylvie. Seeing the tulip wax seal of the Bauhinia family on the envelope, he raised an eyebrow, opened it, and quickly read his second sister, Serena's anxious plea for help. The letter made it very clear that the Violet Merchant Guild, which my mother managed, was on the verge of collapse. Instead of showing sympathy, Lorien chuckled softly. "Young master, has something happened in the capital?" Sylvie asked with some concern. "It's nothing." Lorien tossed the letter onto the table, his fingers lightly tapping the kerosene lamp. "It's just that my noble mother is about to be completely taken advantage of." He paused, his smile fading further. "And my dear second sister is counting on me to come up with some novel little gadgets to save that wrecked ship riddled with holes." Chapter 60. White Gloves and Brand Separation. In the simple rest room of the Chemical Research Institute, Lorien sat on a wooden chair, holding a cup of red tea. The kerosene lamp on the table was still burning steadily, completely dispelling the shadows in the corner. Sylvie looked at the lamp and hesitated before asking, "Young master, since the second miss has asked you for help, and the Violet Merchant Guild is a family business, don't you intend to give the lamp to her?" Lorien took a sip of tea with a half-smile, his tone calm to the point of being cold. "Sylvie, remember the first ironclad rule of the capital market. Don't put quality assets into a bankrupt, debt-ridden, lousy company." He tapped the table and bluntly stated that the Violet Merchant Guild was already a rotting corpse, surrounded by vultures released by the Golden Lion Duke. If kerosene lamps are sold under the name of the Violet Merchant Guild, the Golden Lion Duke will immediately use his power to label them as dangerous heretical items and confiscate them. Traditional chambers of commerce also take advantage of the debt crisis to forcibly acquire and swallow up technological achievements. Even if the Merchant Guild manages to turn things around, given his mother's favoritism, the gold coins they earn will only flow into his older brother Arthur's pocket to be used to buy more magnificent knight armor. As for Lorien, he probably won't even be able to recoup a single copper coin in research and development costs. Sylvie fell silent. She knew this judgment was cruel, yet incredibly accurate. She asked in a low voice, "So, are you going to refuse the second miss?" "No." Lorien twirled his quill, a sly glint in his eyes. "I remember my second sister's favor. I'm helping Serena, not the Violet Merchant Guild. She has to find a different way to play the game." He spread out the letter and wrote directly that the Violet Chamber of Commerce was beyond saving, and also bluntly pointed out the family's bias in allocating resources to it. He then offered a solution to isolate White Gloves from the brand. In the letter, Lorien named the kerosene lamp Tears of the Goddess of Light, explaining that it was 10 times brighter than the purest beeswax, smokeless, odorless, and could burn even in a gentle breeze. But he repeatedly reminded Serena that she must not sell it under the name of the Violet Merchant Guild. She wants to find a fallen nobleman who has no apparent connection to the family, or a small merchant on the outskirts of the capital, and secretly take control of the business to establish a low-profile, new trading company called Nightingale. The old Chamber of Commerce's bad debts and liabilities were left for my mother to worry about. Nightingale was only responsible for packaging the product as a rare alchemical miracle, not displaying it in stores, but first sending it to aristocratic banquets and giving it away for free to a few countesses who loved vanity the most. Once they got used to displaying their jewelry and figures in bright, daylight-like light, they could no longer tolerate the dim, choking old candlelight. At that time, even if a lamp sells for 10 gold coins, plus the expensive special fuel that follows, they will still line up to send the gold coins into Serena's secret vault. After finishing the last stroke, Lorien blew the ink dry and put the letter and the tightly packaged prototype kerosene lamp into a black wooden box with a shockproof lining. He handed the box to Sylvie, sent the most elite Iron Guard spies, bypassing the Duke of Golden Lion's eyes and ears, to personally deliver it to Second Sister. Then he walked to the window and looked at the sky in the distance, which was covered with a layer of black fog due to the operation of the blast furnace. From agricultural price scissors to cheap dumping in light industry, and then to technological monopoly to reap the wealth of the top echelons of the capital tentacles of Greywood Town have finally secretly and fatally penetrated the heart of imperial power. Duke of the Golden Lion, Lorien's lips curled into a cold smile. You openly blockade my dilapidated merchant guild. Then I'll secretly drain all the private funds of you old nobles. Chapter 61. The Dual-Track Strategy. Inside the study of the Lord's Hall, the envoy carefully put away the black wooden box containing the prototype and quickly disappeared into the night. Sylvie frowned, unable to resist reminding Lorien. The young master had promised the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild that if there was a breakthrough in kerosene extraction technology, he would grant them the agency rights for the new lighting tools. But now, this thing, capable of changing the capital's nights, was being handled by the second young lady. She worried that the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce would consider this a breach of contract. After all, Greywood Town's imports of ores and raw materials, as well as the sale of many products, still depended on their merchant shipping channels. If relations so soured, the development of the territory would inevitably be affected. Lorien leaned back in his leather chair, a noble smile on his face, and said he valued the spirit of contracts above all else. He then opened a drawer and tossed another parchment drawing onto the table. The drawing depicted a bulky brass lantern covered with thick glass. Lorien told Sylvie that the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild would certainly obtain the goods. It was a mass-produced, windproof kerosene lamp. It has no carvings, and the glass may have air bubbles, but it is cheap enough, durable enough, and provides stable lighting, making it ideal for caravan guards, mine owners, and commoners with some savings. Sylvie then realized that Lorien intended to sell them simultaneously. Lorien walked to the map of the North and explained that this was a dual-track business strategy. The Golden Eagle Merchant Guild's large-scale, open sale of inexpensive lanterns, coupled with their partnership with Greywood Town, is bound to arouse the suspicion of the Golden Lion Duke, who may even launch a fierce crackdown. The church's harsh criticism and the hostility of traditional merchant guilds will also be drawn to them. Under the cover of this chaos, the second sister, Serena, was able to secretly operate the Nightingale Trading Company, delivering the luxurious tears of the Goddess of Light to the dressing tables of noble ladies and young women in the capital. By the time Duke Golden Lion realized what was happening, the consumption habits of the upper class had already been firmly established by Greywood Town. Sylvie felt a chill run down her spine. She finally realized that behind every seemingly casual decision the young master made lay a deeper calculation. Perhaps his past outrageous reputation was nothing more than a disguise. Just then, there was a soft knock on the study door. The newly appointed adjutant of the intelligence department, the former leader of the Red Leaf City Thieves Guild, slipped in like a ghost. He knelt on one knee and handed over a scroll of secret reports that smelled of earth. My lord, the spies from the 3 baronies and 2 viscounties around here have reported back. Just as you predicted, those noble neighbors have finally started to tremble together. Chapter 62. Passive Resistance of Serfs. June is the most precious time for spring planting in the north. In previous years, the fields were always bustling with activity, but in Baron Oakhaven's territory, 50 miles from Greywood Town, only oppression and death remained. On the fertile black soil, the overseer brandished a barbed whip, angrily berating the serfs for their laziness. In the muddy ground, old Serf Tom gritted his teeth and pushed the heavy wooden plow. The cheap, cast-iron-edge plowshare was dull and clumsy, requiring immense effort to advance even a little. Worse still, the plowshare struck a rock and snapped. Tom collapsed into the mud, exhausted, gasping for breath, his eyes numb. A month earlier, Baron Oakhaven had issued a blockade, strictly forbidding escape to Greywood and the purchase of farm implements bearing the Bauhinia emblem, with violators to be hanged. The barons were terrified. The fall of Red Leaf territory had thrown them into a panic, and the pressure from the Duke of Golden Lion had forced them to shut down trade, hoping to starve Greywood Town, this economic monster. But they forgot that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Tom looked enviously at the neighboring field. A few free men had secretly bought a steel double-wheeled plow from Greywood Town before the ban. The thing was sharp and effortless. Pulled by an old donkey, it was 5 times more efficient than a wooden plow. After finishing their work, they could even sit on the edge of the field and smoke. Why? Tom looked at the worn-out wooden plow, then rubbed his shriveled belly, resentment quietly growing within him. They dared not rebel, their bones already softened by the whip, but they dared to slack off. Tom let out a wail, claiming his back was broken, and then lay down on the muddy ground, feigning death. Not only him, but the entire serfdom of the Baron seemed to have contracted rickets overnight. They went through the motions of plowing but didn't exert themselves, and sowed seeds haphazardly. Since they were working for the Lord anyway, they wouldn't even get enough to eat, and since they weren't allowed to use good tools, they might as well rot in the fields. This passive resistance quickly spread like a plague to the surrounding noble territories. Even worse, the spring breeze also brought rumors from Greywood Town. There, even the mudslingers who carried manure could eat wheat porridge with coarse salt, and they would receive vouchers after working for 3 months. Some even say that Lord Lorien is merciful, and many young widows have fled Redleaf City. As long as they are willing to work, they can even get a wife to warm their bed. Food, money, and wives are more tempting than divine doctrines for serfs who have lived like animals their whole lives. So more and more people began packing their bags late at night. Even with gallows erected at intersections and escapees being hung from trees to dry every day, nothing could stop this undercurrent. Suppressing the people's voices is more dangerous than preventing a river from overflowing. Suppressing their movements leads to an even more hopeless, vicious cycle. The bans have rendered agricultural tools obsolete, causing a sharp drop in production. The lords have increased taxes, which in turn have forced even more people to flee to Greywood. The old nobles of the north are now suffocating under the noose they themselves have woven. Chapter 63: The Ambition to Liberate Compatriots. Greywood Town, Lord's Study. Lorien flipped through the parchment scrolls sent by his intelligence adjutant, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. A serf uprising had broken out in Baron Oakhaven, which, though suppressed, had severely delayed spring planting. The Viscount of Ironcliff Fortress, in an attempt to prevent blacksmith from escaping, had even cut off the toes of a master blacksmith, resulting in a near paralysis of the fortress's ironwork repair services. The final piece of intelligence made the atmosphere even more somber. Under the orders of the Duke of Golden Lion, Baron White River forcibly blocked the White River ferry crossing, forcing 3 smuggling ships fully loaded with supplies from Greywood Town to turn back. Lorien's fingers, which were tapping the table, stopped, and his eyes sharpened instantly. He tossed the parchment onto the table, his tone chillingly calm. They're courting death. Sylvie stood before the map, pointing to several areas marked with red crosses. She reminded Lorien that while these old nobles were foolish, their locations were extremely crucial. The Oakhaven territory controlled the land route to the capital, and the White River Ferry was the vital waterway to Greywood Town. In the past, these nobles each had their own agendas, and caravans could use gold coins to pave the way. But now, Duke Golden Lion has forcibly united them and begun imposing a blockade. If this isn't resolved, Greywood Town's industrial needs will eventually be stifled. Lorien walked to the map, his gaze sweeping over the vast territory, and said coldly, "I hate it when people cut off my supply chain." He reached out and slapped the red crosses. If the Duke of the Golden Lion were to launch a campaign, these territories would immediately become springboards and logistical bases for the enemy. Handing over one's throat to others had never been a source of security for him. Therefore, we must take action. This wasn't simply belligerence, but an inevitable choice for Greywood Town after its development to this point. Internal productivity had expanded, and the outdated feudal barriers outside had to be broken down. Markets, raw materials, and most importantly, population were the fuel for Greywood Town's continued expansion. In Lorien's eyes, the serfs chained to the land were not a burden, but rather a group of laborers capable of creating value. He wanted to make them all legitimate citizens of Greywood Town, whether they were humans, elves, orcs, or even a Naga from the sea. Lorien turned and ordered. First, Jean Bard allocate 5,000 silver coins as special funds. Spies, carrying salted meat and black bread, will infiltrate the blockade zone. Since the nobles wouldn't allow the serfs to escape, Greywood Town would proactively pave the way for them. Whoever could lead the entire village in a rebellion and flee here would be rewarded with permanent residency in a brick house. Second, have the blacksmith stop making tedious civilian ironware and fully cooperate with the Chemical Research Institute. The high-temperature distillation tower must be started, and someone must be assigned to supervise it personally to prevent any accidents. Sylvie's heart tightened, and she asked him if he was prepared to use force. Although the Iron Guard had expanded to 3,000 men, if they were to launch an offensive against several territories and lose their home advantage, their chances of winning were not high. Lorien shook his head. Sending troops directly to deal with such a corrupt alliance would be too costly and would only give the Duke of the Golden Lion an excuse to attack. He wanted to use a more civilized method to dismantle them from within. He walked to the desk, gently stroked the prototype kerosene lamp, and a dangerous industrial glint flashed in his eyes. Since Baron Baiha likes to block the river, let's help him purify his territory. Lorien raised his head, his voice icy. Go tell Ella and Copperhammer that it's time to conduct a field explosion test on the byproduct I had them secretly develop, the unstable black powder particles. Chapter 64, The Truth About the Poor. Outside Greywood Town, a former quarry reeks of sulfur and a sour stench. Even orcs who are constantly in contact with ores will sneeze when they smell this odor. Lorien and Sylvie stood behind a makeshift, heavy log bunker. 50 meters away in an open area, there was a rough-looking oak barrel bound tightly with cast iron hoops. A fuse, soaked in grease and potassium nitrate, meandered and burned on the gravelly ground, its end sparking faintly. Sylvie gripped the sword hilt tightly, her eyes filled with doubt. Young master, can the black powder in the bucket really be more terrifying than a third-tier mage's exploding fireball? In this low-magic world, mages and knights, though rare, are the true high-end force on the battlefield. A peak third-tier knight like Sylvie, unleashing her full battle aura, is enough to charge in and out of ordinary infantry formations. Magicians are even rarer and more noble, often able to change the course of a local battle with their elemental power. So when Lorien said that a bucket of dirty soil, casually stirred up by the orcs, would change the course of the war in the north, Sylvie's common sense as a knight was severely challenged. Lorien didn't explain further, but simply crouched down, expertly covered her ears, and shouted at her, "Open your mouth wide. Close your eyes." The fuse finally burned to the top of the bucket. The next second, a deafening roar erupted, as if the entire quarry had been struck by a giant hammer from the heavens. The blinding orange-red fireball suddenly expanded, and a deafening explosion tore through the air. The violent shockwave, carrying rubble, wood chips, and shards of iron, swept outwards like a death storm. Cracking sounds echoed from the bunker as boulders pelted the thick wooden planks. The ground trembled violently, and thick, brownish-yellow smoke obscured the view ahead. It took a full half-minute for the echo in the valley to gradually dissipate. Sylvie coughed, clearing away the smoke, stood up, looked ahead, and froze on the spot. Where the oak barrels were originally placed, a charred pit about 1 meter deep and nearly 3 meters in diameter has appeared. The heavy steel armor pieces around them, which were used as simulated enemies, had been torn into twisted scrap metal by the shockwave and were densely covered with wood chips and iron pieces, as if they had been chewed by a raging earth dragon. "This is the byproduct you were talking about." Sylvie's voice trembled, a rare occurrence. This destructive power, devoid of any magical fluctuations yet terrifyingly pure, severely impacted her knightly faith. However, she quickly calmed down and, based on her experience as a top warrior, made a judgment. "Young master, its destructive power is indeed terrifying, but its flaws are also fatal." Sylvie walked to the edge of the crater, picked up a hot, twisted piece of iron, and frowned, saying, "First, it's too bulky and can't be thrown as accurately as a crossbow. Its hit rate is almost zero on an open battlefield. Secondly, the fuse is too slow and too obvious before the explosion, so it can't hit a real expert at all." She looked at Lorien and said in a serious tone, "If you were standing at the center of the explosion, even a third-tier knight would be torn to pieces. But if you give me 2 seconds to react, I can use my battle aura to get out of the lethal range." Second-tier and above mages can even erect earth shields in advance to withstand edge impacts. In other words, this weapon can currently only slaughter unsuspecting ordinary soldiers or destroy fixed city walls. It cannot bridge the gap in combat power among top-tier superhumans. Lords with superhuman strength can still launch decapitation strikes. After hearing this discouraging remark, Lorien was not disappointed at all. Instead, he laughed. He brushed the dust off his hands, his eyes flashing with a shrewd yet cold light. Excellent analysis, Sylvie. You've grasped the technological limits of rudimentary black powder. Lorien walked to the crater and looked at the scorched earth as if admiring a work of art. That's right. With the current precision of metal processing, we still can't make a musket that soldiers can hold in their hands and accurately shoot knights. It can't kill a high-level assassin who's running around, nor can it break through a mage's absolute defense. At this point, he suddenly raised his voice. But, Sylvie, you've miscalculated the most crucial factor, costs and production capacity. Lorien opened his arms and looked directly into her eyes. To cultivate a third-tier elite knight like you, you need to eat precious monster meat from a young age to toughen your body. You need to be trained by a master. You need gold coins to forge enchanted armor, and it will take 20 years. Such a knight, before he is exhausted, can at most deal with 70 or 80 ordinary soldiers with pitchforks. He kicked at the broken iron on the ground, his tone icy, but my bucket of poor man's truth requires neither talent nor faith. It only requires a few sacks of readily available saltpeter and charcoal, plus a few laborers, and it can be mixed in the workshop in half a day. Even including gunpowder, the cost is less than 5 silver coins. Lorien walked up to Sylvie, lowered his voice, and whispered like a devil. 5 silver coins can replace the stone city gate that the imperial nobles spent tens of thousands of gold coins to build. 5 silver coins are enough to blow up their tax collection bottleneck. 5 silver coins would be enough to completely destroy their proud infantry phalanx. I don't need to use it to kill the best of the best. Just raise their cities to the ground, blow their supply lines to rubble, and terrify their serfs. Can those high-ranking knights and magicians really survive on air? Sylvie was completely stunned. She stared intently at Lorien, and suddenly realized that compared to those lofty gods, this person who wanted to challenge the lords of the entire continent with cost and assembly line was the truly terrifying monster. She swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "Young master, how do you plan to give away your first 5 silver coins?" Greywood Town is not located on a main river. If we use a large number of wagons to transport goods to Barren White River's ferry, it will easily arouse suspicion. Lorien smiled slightly and snapped his fingers confidently. Who said we were going to use a large force? Although Greywood Town is inland, there is a hidden tributary in the wilderness to the west that flows into the upper reaches of the Whitewater River. Load the gunpowder barrels onto 2 of the most inconspicuous manure carts and transport them to the stream. Then get a small, dilapidated awning boat and let them float downstream. A cold glint appeared in Lorien's eyes. Doesn't Barren White River like to set up checkpoints to collect taxes and strictly inspect supplies that slip out of our area? Then I'll give him a smuggled gift package that he can't refuse in his lifetime. Chapter 65, A Gift That Flows Downstream. The Whitewater River ferry crossing was a crucial waterway connecting the northern heartland with external trade routes. It was once a bustling hub of merchant ships, serving as the most important source of revenue for the Whitewater Baronate. But now, a thick iron cable lies across the wide river. A stone fortress has been built beside the ferry crossing. 2 heavy ballistae are coldly aimed at the river, and 50 fully armed barons' private soldiers guard the dock, carrying out the Duke of the Golden Lion's blockade order. Damn it, not a soul in sight. On the dock, the burly tax collector spat in frustration. He'd been blocking the Greywood Town waterway for half a month, and aside from stopping a few downstream merchant ships, he'd barely made a penny. Just as he was getting bored out of his mind, a sharp-eyed private soldier suddenly pointed upstream at the bend in the river and shouted, "Sir, a boat is coming down." The tax collector immediately perked up and squinted. He saw a dilapidated little boat with a black awning slowly drifting out of a tributary in the direction of Greywood Town. There was no proper sail on the boat, only 2 thin men dressed in tattered hemp clothing paddling frantically. The boat was small, but its draft was very deep, almost below the waterline, clearly indicating that the hold contained something extremely heavy. The tax collector immediately licked his lips greedily, concluding that these were either refugees who had escaped from Greywood Town or smugglers transporting ore. He drew his long sword and roared, "Raise the tripwires. Get them ashore." Whatever's on board today is the Baron's property. The private soldiers on the shore also brandished their weapons and roared, "That wrecked ship in front, come ashore for inspection immediately. Otherwise, you'll be riddled with crossbow bolts." The two men on the small boat seemed terrified, hastily putting away their oars and letting the current push the boat toward the wooden walkway. As soon as the boat reached the shore, more than a dozen private soldiers jumped onto the deck, holding long swords directly to the men's necks. The leader of the group knelt down with a thud, trembling all over, crying and begging for mercy. He said he couldn't bear the hardship in Greywood Town anymore, and had stolen several barrels of precious minerals used for dyeing cloth from the Demon Lord. He only begged for mercy from the magistrate, and presented a shrunken money bag with both hands. The tax collector snatched the money bag, weighed it in his hand, and found only a few copper coins and 2 silver coins inside. His face darkened, he kicked the man to the ground, and stared intently at the tightly closed wooden door of the hold. Precious minerals? There's no room for leniency on the Whitewater River. Open the hatch. I'll inspect the goods myself. The man tried to stop them, saying that the leaves would get damp from the wind and wouldn't fetch a good price. But this clumsy performance only made things worse in the eyes of the tax official. He cursed and ordered his private soldiers to search the ship. Several men roughly kicked open the wooden door to the lower deck, and the 2 smugglers who had been trembling on the deck suddenly turned cold as they lowered their heads. The 2 exchanged a glance, their wrists stealthily hooked onto the rope at the side of the boat, and pulled hard. The faint scraping sound was masked by the river waves, and then they flipped over like eels and jumped into the rushing river, desperately diving towards the opposite bank. The tax officer paid them no heed, muttered a curse about their speed, and then bent down and crawled into the dimly lit hold. There was no gold or silver, nor any expensive dyes, only 4 enormous oak barrels, tightly packed in the bottom of the hold. A strange stench of rotten eggs mixed with dirt filled the air. What the hell is this? Black mud. The tax official picked up the black particles leaking from the cracks in the wooden bucket and frowned in disgust. Just then, a private soldier suddenly pointed to a corner and screamed in terror, "Sir, mas!" and the smell of demons. At the bottom of the 4 oak barrels, a fuse, burned to its end, was still attached. Crimson sparks were completely submerged in one of the barrels. The tax collector was stunned. He couldn't reconcile the black mud with destruction, and even raised his boot to try and extinguish the flames. The next moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, the power of physics tore away the veil of the Middle Ages before the male knight errant's eyes. Boom! It was as if a fire dragon, dormant at the bottom of the water, roared out. For large barrels of unrefined but extremely tightly packed primary black powder triggered a chain reaction of explosions in the cramped cabin. A massive black mushroom cloud, mixed with water vapor, sawdust, and nails, accompanied by blinding light, shot into the sky above the Baishui River ferry crossing. The small awning boat was instantly torn to pieces by the expanding gas, turning into a bomb that detonated close to the shore, sending a violent shockwave crashing down on the dock. The tax collector and a dozen private soldiers were the first to be attacked. Before they could even scream, they were torn to pieces and their blood rained down on the river. The explosions weren't over yet. Giant waves and shockwaves crashed into the stone fortress on the shore, instantly spreading spiderweb-like cracks across the heavy walls, and the soldiers on the fortress had their internal organs shattered. 2 heavy ballistae were overturned like toys and smashed into the ruins. The cast iron cable spanning the river was bent by the flying keel of the ship. The connecting stone piers shattered, and with a piercing metallic crack, the entire cable sank helplessly into the murky riverbed. Water droplets fell, and thick smoke billowed. The physical blockade of the Whitewater River ferry crossing collapsed completely after only 1 round against Lorien's brutal downstream gift. Chapter 66, The Aristocratic Lady's Amazement. The deafening roar at the Baishui River ferry not only shattered the river-blocking ropes, but also shattered the last vestiges of hope and arrogance in the hearts of several former nobles in the vicinity. Less than half an hour later, a disheveled messenger delivered the news that the ferry crossing had been reduced to ashes to Baron Shirakawa's desk. The Baron, who had been enjoying a roast suckling pig just moments before, collapsed into his velvet chair, speechless for a long time. He clutched his hair in terror, convinced that it must be a forbidden magic unleashed by a large demon kept in Greywood Town. Faced with this unknown and indefensible destructive power, his mental defenses completely collapsed. Baron White River immediately ordered the withdrawal of all patrols near the edge of Greywood Town, and like an ostrich, he closed the castle gates tightly, never daring to mention a blockade again. On the opposite bank of the ruined ferry, in the reeds, old Wolf Gareth lowered his binoculars, rubbed his ears which were ringing from the shock, and turned pale. Even though he was used to battlefields, he was still terrified by the scene that resembled divine punishment, and his legs trembled. He recalled Lorien's casual instructions before he left. Go make a sound for Baron White River. Since he won't let the ship pass, then destroy the tax station as well. Gareth took a deep breath, slapped the back of the head of his dazed intelligence subordinate beside him, and ordered them to fire a signal flare to notify the merchant fleet that had been waiting downstream for half a month to go upstream at full speed and transport the goods that the Lord needed into Greywood Town. Soon, a red signal flare rose into the sky, trailing a plume of flame. The supply chain of Greywood Town began to pulsate powerfully once again, like a robust blood vessel. At the same time, in the capital city 1,000 miles away, a completely different scene unfolded at the Bauhinia family mansion. The second young lady, Serena, sat before her dressing table, gazing at her slightly weary yet still shrewd reflection in the mirror. Beside her lay a black wooden box, delivered at great risk by Iron Guard spies, and a letter still fragrant with ink. Dual system, white gloves, brand isolation. Serena repeatedly chewed on the words in Lorien's letter, her eyes growing brighter and brighter, until they turned into almost fanatical admiration. She finally understood that her younger brother, who used to only cause trouble, had now reached a height that even the most cunning businessmen in the capital could hardly achieve. Serena whispered, "Since Mother was willing to abandon the Violet Merchant Guild without hesitation for my elder brother's honor, then don't blame me for starting my own business." With that, she burned the letter, watching the ashes fall into the copper basin. Then, she carefully opened the black wooden box and took out the luxurious, specially made kerosene lamp with a crystal-encrusted base and a flawless glass lampshade, the tears of the goddess of light. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the capital, a down-on-his-luck viscount, on the verge of bankruptcy due to gambling debts, quietly announced the establishment of a private trading company called Nightingale. No one knew that the true owner of this company was none other than the second young lady of the Bauhinia family. Nightingale Trading Company did not open a shop in the bustling city center, nor did it sell its goods openly. The first thing it did was to invite 6 powerful and vain countesses and dukes' daughters to a private late-night tea party. The location was set at a summer resort on the outskirts of the capital. Heavy velvet curtains blocked out all light, and that evening, 6 noble women, dressed in their finest attire, complained in the darkness about their host's rudeness and eccentricity. At that moment, the down-on-his-luck Viscount, acting as an agent for the Nightingale Trading Company, walked into the center of the hall in a sharp suit and a mysterious smile. He declared that he would not be selling fabrics or spices that evening, but only wished to demonstrate a miracle to them. The Viscount struck a match, lit the tears of the goddess of light on the table, and then elegantly closed the glass cover. In an instant, a bright, stable, and soft orange-yellow light, without any black smoke, bloomed in the dimly lit hall. The light was so pure, brighter than even the finest whale oil candles in the palace. The light refracted through the crystal base, making the diamonds on the ladies' necks sparkle brilliantly, and even the makeup on their faces appear exquisitely refined. A collective gasp filled the hall. A countess, disregarding her decorum, lifted her skirt and leaned closer to the lamp, gazing with fascination at the quiet, odorless flame burning within the glass dome. She marveled that it was nothing short of an alchemical masterpiece, devoid of the black smoke that would soot the lace collar. If such miracles were displayed at a banquet, the Duchess of the Golden Lion's candlelight ball would resemble a country bonfire. Seeing the possessiveness burning brighter than kerosene lamps in the eyes of the noble women, Serena, hidden in the shadows on the second floor, curled up a capitalist smile just like Lorien's. Gunpowder in the north physically shattered the noble's blockade. Meanwhile, kerosene lamps in the capital silently blew open the doors to the noble's treasuries. Chapter 67. What's free is often the most expensive. The private tea party at the summer resort on the outskirts of the capital continued until late into the night. 6 noble women, who wielded absolute influence in the capital's social circles, finally boarded their respective families' luxurious carriages with reluctance. The arrogance in their eyes when they arrived had been completely replaced by fervor and longing. In a secluded reception room on the second floor, the down-on-his-luck Viscount, acting as a white glove, was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief. He respectfully handed a piece of parchment covered with cursive names and numbers to Serena, who was in the shadows, his voice still trembling. "Boss, this is practically a robbery." Even though the Viscount had once been wealthy, tonight's cash flow still far exceeded his expectations. The six ladies not only demanded that the 6 tears of the Goddess of Light, lanterns to be displayed tonight, be delivered to the mansion as soon as possible, but each of them also ordered at least 10 of the same lanterns to decorate the upcoming banquet. Serena took the parchment, glanced at the deposit in the steady light of the kerosene lamp, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She asked the Viscount whether the offer was made entirely according to the strategy in the letter. The Viscount immediately straightened his back and said he had done so word for word. He told the ladies that this flawless crystal lantern was a rare and exquisite masterpiece created by a master alchemist. However, in order to praise the beauty of the ladies, Nightingale Trading Company decided not to charge for the lanterns and to give them all away as priceless gifts. Serena's smile deepened. This was the business weapon her demonic brother, far away in the north, had taught her. What's free is often the most expensive. Then, as the ladies were overjoyed, the Viscount added with great regret, such a miraculous lantern could not be made with inferior beeswax and grease. It can only use goddesses' tears fuel, which is refined from the oil of rare deep-sea monsters. This fuel is difficult to mine and even more difficult to refine, making it expensive. Each small vial can only burn for 3 nights and cost 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins are enough for a family of 5 to eat their fill for a whole year in the capital. But those ladies, fueled by vanity, didn't hesitate for a second. In order to outshine everyone else during the social season, they almost came to blows over the right to purchase the first batch of fuel. Serena locked the deposit slip into the heavy metal safe and commented with satisfaction, "Very good. This was a perfect trial run. Lanterns can be produced continuously by the glass workshops in Greywood Town, costing only a dozen or so silver coins. As for the so-called tears of the goddess, they were nothing more than a byproduct distilled by her dear brother using a few pieces of charcoal. But starting tonight, the nightlife of the entire upper class in the capital will be completely hijacked by this transparent liquid." Serena walked to the window, pushed aside the heavy velvet curtains, and looked at the magnificent Golden Lion Duke's mansion in the center of the capital, her eyes suddenly sharpening. She inquired about the outcome of the Violet Chamber of Commerce's handling of the matter. The Viscount hurriedly reported that Nightingale Trading Company had secretly transferred the last few high-quality assets that could be cashed out from Violet Trading Company, as instructed by her. Today, the Chamber of Commerce is left with nothing but a pile of unsold, aged spices and a huge, overwhelming debt. Tomorrow morning, the Imperial Capital Commercial Court will formally declare the Violet Chamber of Commerce bankrupt. Serena closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the cool night breeze of the capital. The Golden Lion Duke wanted a lifeless corpse, so she gave him a rotting one. While the other party was still openly gloating over their defeat of the Bauhinia family's traditional industries, the Nightingale Trading Company's vines had already silently wrapped around his wife's purse. Then, they drained every last drop of their excess wealth. Chapter 68. The population officially surpasses 30,000. After the blockade of Whitewater River was shattered, the distinctive industrial coal smoke of Greywood Town once again wafted in the spring breeze of the north. In late June, another large-scale migration of people appeared at the refugee reception square on the outskirts of Greywood Town. Old Serf Tom, carrying a tattered sack and leading his thin little daughter, stood in the long line, gazing in awe at the town of Greywood before him. He ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of a full meal, and with the help of spies from the Greywood Town Intelligence Department, he escaped Baron Oakhaven's territory under cover of night. Accompanying him were 3 villages and nearly 2,000 desperate serfs. But the town of Greywood before them was not the exile wasteland of legend. Towering red brick chimneys spew white steam, rows of neat brick houses stretch out in the distance, and a flat, wide gravel road lies beneath your feet. Listen up, everyone. No cutting in line, no spitting. Anyone who violates this rule will be sent back to the wilderness to be eaten by wolves. Several sheriffs in black uniforms, wielding hardwood batons, shouted orders along the line. Tom was so frightened that he swallowed back the phlegm in his throat. The procession moved quickly. When it was Tom's turn, several young women in white coats were spraying each refugee with a pungent-smelling disinfectant. "Lice spray, close your eyes." After the nurse reminded him, she sprayed Tom and his little daughter with the product. The pungent smell startled him, but soon he found that the skin itching that had plagued him for years had lessened considerably. Then, the sheriff handed over 2 hardwood plaques. "Take your temporary ID card. Go to the wooden shed on the left for a hot shower. Then go to the canteen for a bowl of hot oatmeal porridge. Go to the administration hall tomorrow morning to be assigned a job." A hot bath? Hot oatmeal? Tom clutched the wooden plaque that symbolized survival, his chapped lips trembling, and tears welled up in his eyes. In this damned world, there are actually lords who are willing to give a hot meal to serfs who have just fled from war. Meanwhile, on the highest terrace of the lord's castle, Lorien, dressed in a thin linen shirt, held a glass of chilled mint water and looked down at the dense crowd in the square. On the system panel, which only he could see, golden numbers were jumping wildly. Current territory population, 30,142. Estimated earnings for today, 30,142 silver coins, approximately 301 gold coins. Greywood Town has officially surpassed the population mark of 30,000. This means that Lorien will automatically receive 300 gold coins every day without doing anything. Such a cash flow would drive powerful earls or even dukes insane with envy. Sylvie stood behind him, holding the newly compiled population report, her tone tinged with worry. She reminded Lorien that too many refugees had fled in the past week, and although fertilizer had eased the pressure on food reserves, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Public Security were nearing their limits. What's more troublesome is that mining and smelting jobs are gradually becoming saturated, and the newly arrived elderly, weak, women, and children are simply not capable of doing heavy physical labor. If they're not provided with jobs, public security problems will inevitably arise sooner or later. Lorien took a sip of mint water, his eyes clearing. The second stage of capital expansion is by no means mindless mining. He put the report on the table, turned around, and said, "Heavy industry is the skeleton, while light industry is the flesh and blood that absorbs the surplus labor force." He ordered Sylvie to inform the Industrial Production Department of Copperhammer to dismantle all the old wooden spinning wheels they had previously acquired and, according to the blueprints he provided, to build a batch of new, pedal-driven, flywheel-equipped spinning machines. Lorien walked to the map and pointed to a large open area next to Greywood Town. "Let all women and elderly people who cannot do heavy work enter the factory. Greywood cannot forever sell only cheap steel farm tools." He wanted to use the cheapest cloth to completely destroy the entire handicraft market in the north. As long as the machines are running, there will be no surplus labor. Chapter 69, The Bait, is swallowed. In the capital, at the luxurious Golden Lion Duke's mansion, even though it was the warm spring season, the entire castle felt as cold as winter. Bang! A ruby-encrusted goblet was smashed hard onto the marble floor, scattering shards everywhere. The Duke of the Golden Lion paced back and forth in his study like an enraged lion, his roars so loud that his staff dared not look up. That idiot Baron Baiha, 50 elite private soldiers, a stone fortress, and he actually got blown to bits by 2 smugglers in a wrecked ship. He didn't believe in any forbidden magic at all. How could a grand magus be hiding in such a remote place as Greywood Town? In his opinion, Lorien must have obtained a powerful alchemical bomb from ancient ruins. After venting his anger, the Duke leaned on his sandalwood desk, staring coldly at the intelligence chief. The Violet Merchant Guild went bankrupt, but why didn't that kid's cash flow break down? And what's with all that junk on the market? The intelligence chief, drenched in cold sweat, handed over a crude brass kerosene lamp. It was the cheap, mass-produced product that Lorien had entrusted to the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild as their agent. He reported nervously that these brass windproof lamps, made with cheap mineral oil and crudely crafted, were windproof, durable, and inexpensive, causing caravans, mine owners, and commoners to scramble for them. Worse still, the candle workshops and beeswax guilds controlled by the Golden Lion family had seen their profits plummet by 70% this month, and the guild leader was already kneeling outside the castle begging for help. Duke Golden Lion stared intently at the simple bronze lamp and finally understood. No wonder Lorien didn't care about the fate of the Violet Merchant Guild. It turns out he secretly colluded with the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild and Duke Ace to launch this product, hoping to challenge the Golden Lion family's traditional monopoly. The Duke drew his sword and cleaved the brass lamp in two, spilling black kerosene all over the ground and filling the air with a pungent odor. Issue the order. Starting today, launch a full-scale crackdown on the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Seize their merchant ships and seal off their warehouses outside the capital. Since that little bastard dared to challenge my bottom line, I will uproot his sales channels. The enraged Duke focused all his firepower on the conspicuous red banner of the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. Little did he know that in his bedroom on the third floor of the castle, his noble duchess was lying on a velvet couch, admiring her newly purchased diamond necklace under the pure light of the tears of the goddess of light. She had even just instructed her maid to spend 3 gold coins, the exorbitant black market price, to steal a few more bottles of special supply fuel from Nightingale Trading Company. A perfect dual-track strategy, a perfect distraction with firepower. Lorien's carefully laid scheme has already lured this lion into swallowing the bait without any warning. Meanwhile, in the Greywood Town industrial zone, blast furnaces were emitting waves of heat. Despite the steady stream of gold coins, Lorien felt no pride whatsoever. For him, gold coins had never been the most important thing. He was holding a charcoal pencil, sketching a strange, cylindrical design on parchment. The blacksmith Copperhammer stared at him, his face filled with disbelief. "My lord, do you mean to drill a straight hole with a smooth inner wall from beginning to end in the middle of a solid steel rod?" Copperhammer shook his head repeatedly, scratching his beard. This was too difficult. The drill bit would inevitably deflect at this length. If it were just a water pipe, he could roll up sheet metal and hammer it, but Lorien was asking it to withstand the pressure of a gunpowder explosion, something his current workshop couldn't possibly do. "We have to do it, even if we can't." Lorien put down his charcoal pencil, his gaze passing through the thick smoke of the industrial area and looking towards the capital. The Whitewater River explosion was merely a surprise attack. Once Duke Golden Lion discovers the commercial blockade is ineffective, the regular army and knights will inevitably march into the north. Gunpowder alone is not enough. He needs a lethal conduit capable of precisely projecting physical kinetic energy. He drew the water wheel axle and gear transmission structure next to the blueprints and said in a deep voice, "No need for hand drills. Fix the drill bit on the hydraulic machine tool. Use flowing water instead of manpower, and then use the water flow to cool the drill bit. A high scrap rate doesn't matter. Even if we fail to drill through 100 steel pipes, as long as we succeed in drilling one, that's enough." Lorien's lips curled up slightly. The first cannon to represent death will be born in the furnace of Greywood Town. Chapter 70 Water Crisis. Outside Greywood Town, beside a tributary of the Whitewater River, a huge wooden water wheel creaks heavily. In a simple brick workshop connected to the water wheel, the blacksmith Tong Shui, shirtless, stared intently at the primitive hydraulic machine tool driven by gears and belts. A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out as a high-carbon steel drill bit, spinning at high speed and cooled by the rushing water, struggled to penetrate the thick, solid steel pillar. Turbid cooling water, carrying silvery white iron filings, flowed along the guide channel into the recovery bin. Copperhammer wiped the sweat and oil from his face and shouted excitedly, "Praise be to your wisdom, my lord." It really went in. Having witnessed too many miracles, he had long since revered Lorien as a god, and his catchphrase had changed from God of Light above to Greywood above. To Copperhammer, Greywood Town was a place of miracles. But after the initial excitement, he quickly frowned. "My lord, the power of the water flow is weakening. At this rate, it will probably take 2 days to drill through a single cannon barrel, and the scrap rate will be quite high." Lorien, dressed in a black overcoat, seemed unconcerned about the mud splashing onto his boots. He squinted out the window. The water level in the tributary had clearly receded. "Indeed, there isn't enough water," he said calmly, acknowledging this critical problem. "The population of Greywood Town has surpassed 30,000 and continues to grow. This brings in an income of over 300 gold coins per day, but also an unprecedented water crisis. The north is already arid, and providing drinking water for 30,000 people is a huge burden. To make matters worse, Lorien had enacted strict sanitation laws early on to ensure the health of the workforce. All the subjects, especially the workers in the coal mines and chemical plants, had to bathe every day and use soap. This was simply unbelievable in an era when even the king might go a month without bathing. The serfs, accustomed to using mud as a warm coat, initially resisted fiercely. However, under the punishment of a sheriff's baton and the deduction of vouchers, they had no choice but to obediently change their old habits. Strict hygiene regulations did indeed reduce the outbreak rate of the epidemic and ensured the maximum attendance of the workforce. However, the cost was equally obvious. The water levels in dozens of deep wells and several irrigation canals were visibly drying up. Today, blast furnaces, coal washing plants, agricultural irrigation, and the hydraulic machine tools that are being prepared are all frantically consuming water resources, and Greywood Town is nearing its carrying capacity limit. Sylvie followed behind Lorien, flipping through the parchment reports, her unusual anxiety showing. Young master, if we don't restrict the water supply for the workers in the East District to shower, the chemical plant will have to shut down due to a lack of cooling water by next month at the latest. She added, traditional well digging no longer yields water. We've even hit hard underground rock formations. Restrict water use? Lorien immediately rejected the idea. No, Sylvie, never lower the quality of life for the sake of saving water. That will only shorten the lifespan of the machine. After saying that, he turned and walked towards a huge construction site in the south of Greywood Town. There, tens of thousands of laborers like worker ants dug soil in the low-lying basin and built thick cement anti-seepage walls around it. This is an artificial reservoir planned by Lorien to collect surface runoff during the rainy season, while also retaining some of the water from the main channel of the Whitewater River to supply Greywood Town with long-term water. Beside the reservoir, there were several strange, newly built brick and stone buildings. Inside, they were filled in layers with coarse sand, gravel, and large quantities of charcoal. Lorien pointed to the filtration pools and said, "This is a water purification plant. I will use physical filtration and alum sedimentation to turn turbid river water and groundwater into clean water that can be directly drunk and used for washing." He doesn't need the workers to understand the principles. As long as they open and close the valves on time, like winding up a clock, the factory can operate. Sylvie looked at the grand project with admiration in her eyes, but quickly raised a practical question. "But young master, even if the water is purified, how will it be delivered to the residential areas and factories of tens of thousands of people? We can't hire thousands of water carriers, can we?" Lorien rubbed his temples, a rare look of headache on his face. This involves the water supply network. This is precisely his biggest technological barrier at present. Cast iron pipes are expensive and prone to rusting and polluting the water. Wooden pipes are prone to rotting and leaking. As for lead pipes, he would never use them. He didn't want all his workers to become drooling idiots a few years from now. Lorien needed a tough, corrosion-resistant, easily moldable, and inexpensive material. In modern times, that's called PVC plastic. In a fantasy world where chemical engineering is just beginning, trying to develop a high-molecular polymer technology out of thin air is nothing short of a pipe dream. Is the industrial lifeline of Greywood Town really going to be blocked by a single pipe? Lorien stared at the empty reservoir, lost in thought. Chapter 71, The Alchemy Brothers Who Came Because of Their Reputation. Just as Lorien was worrying about the pipeline materials, a dusty carriage arrived at the south entrance of Greywood Town. Two young men, completely out of place in the small town, stepped off the car. They wore dark red robes embroidered with Ouroboros and star trails, the rare and prestigious symbol of alchemists on the continent. The older brother, Ed, was walking in front. He wasn't tall, his blonde hair was casually tied back, and his eyes were shrewd and arrogant. He was also twirling a silver pocket watch in his hand. The younger brother, Al, was nearly 2 meters tall with a burly build, but his face was full of honesty. He carried a heavy metal box on his back. Ed had just gotten out of the car when he was choked by the smell of coal smoke in the air and started coughing. He covered his nose and looked at the red brick blast furnace in the distance. Spewing black smoke, his brow furrowed. The Golden Eagle Merchant Guild had confidently claimed that the ruins of an ancient alchemical civilization had been discovered in the north, and that the so-called Tears of the Goddess of Light was a miracle unearthed from there. But in Ed's eyes, apart from the smell of sulfur, muddy legs, and ugly brick houses, There was not a trace of ancient magical arrays to be seen. Al, however, was much calmer. He carefully observed the streets, drains, and house structures, his eyes filled with amazement. He reminded his brother that these buildings, though devoid of magical energy, were nearly perfect in their load-bearing capacity and the materials used to bond them. Perhaps the ruins here were a result of the transformation of basic materials. Ed stamped his foot dismissively, thinking it was nothing more than a bricklayer's trick, utterly unworthy of the noble art of alchemy. The two men's conversation and conspicuous robes quickly caught Sylvie's attention. As the head of internal affairs and intelligence in Greywood Town, she always remembered Lorien's order. Any intellectual with a brain, whether scholar, mage, or heretic, should be tied to the factory assembly line as soon as they set foot in Greywood Town. Sylvie adjusted her sword hilt, gracefully stepped forward, greeted the two alchemists, and asked if they were searching for ancient ruins. Ed looked at her knight's light armor, raised his chin, and said that they had come for the kerosene and windproof lanterns and were willing to pay a high price to visit the ancient ruins that had unearthed these miracles. A strange smile appeared on Sylvie's face. She recalled how the young master had deliberately used the marketing gimmick released by the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce to gild the luxury goods, and unexpectedly, it had actually caught two big fish. She bowed slightly in regret, telling the two that there were no ancient ruins in Greywood Town at all. Those pure lights and incredible products all originated from the mind of Lord Lorien Bauhinia. Every drop of oil, every gear, was a crystallization of his wisdom. Ed immediately raised his voice, deeming it an insult to the intelligence of alchemists. That kind of smokeless combustion involved profound, elemental stripping and purification, something a secular noble could never possibly understand, touching upon the mysteries of truth. The straightforward Al shook his head, reminding her that lying was not a virtue of chivalry. Sylvie wasn't angry. She simply stepped aside and pointed to the towering new lord's castle. Since the two of them insisted on not believing, they might as well go see the Baron who had stole the wisdom of the gods themselves. The light in her light blue eyes was like that of a hunter eyeing his prized prey. Now that we're in Greywood Town, we're not leaving. Chapter 72. The End of Science is Working. The Lord's study was brightly lit. After Ed and Al were led in by Sylvie, they did not see the mysterious totem or the bubbling cauldron, but only a huge desk and piles of blueprints and reports. Lorien sat in a leather armchair, his hands clasped under his chin, his gaze sweeping over the two brothers. Alchemists. These were rare talents. He was already calculating in his mind how to maximize their value. Ed stepped forward, placing his hands on the table, staring at the young and handsome lord before him, and questioned him without any politeness. "You're the one who invented tears of the goddess?" "I don't believe it. The essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange and understanding of matter. That liquid clearly violates the laws of oil combustion. Tell me, from which ancient school of thought did you steal the formula?" Faced with this barbed academic provocation, Lorien not only didn't get angry, but smiled elegantly. He got up, walked to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, drew a standard hexagonal structure of a carbon atom, and then drew a simple distillation tower. Equivalent exchange, material understanding. These are indeed beautiful words, Lorien said calmly. But in my view, what you call traditional alchemy is nothing more than witchcraft groping in the dark. You know what it is, but you don't know why it is. Ed froze, staring intently at the hexagonal pattern on the blackboard. The seemingly simple structure seemed to contain a kind of ultimate balance and beauty, which instinctively shocked him. Lorien continued to deliver a crushing blow. "You think lanterns are magic?" "No, they're just a fractional distillation of hydrocarbons at normal pressure. You use magic to perceive matter, but I prefer to use boiling points to strip it away. Matter isn't made up of wind, fire, water, or earth, but of extremely tiny particles arranged and combined according to different bond positions." For the next half hour, Lorien bombarded these two outstanding medieval scholars with modern chemistry and physics. He covered everything from the molecular formula of coal tar to atmospheric pressure, from the three states of matter to redox reactions. These scientific theories, which he packaged as supreme alchemical truths, shattered Ed and AL's previously solid alchemical worldview like heavy hammers. The end of science, in a sense, does indeed lead to the same place as alchemy, but what Lorien possessed was a more rigorous, verifiable, and industrially replicable truth. Oh my God, molecular bonds, boiling, points stripping. Ed took 2 steps back and slumped onto the sofa, clutching his head in a mixture of pain and excitement, his eyes filled with a fervent desire for the unknown. The tall owl was even more exaggerated, kneeling down on one knee and looking up at Lorien as if he were looking at a god of knowledge descended to earth. Lorien casually tossed aside the chalk, dusted it off, and finally revealed his true purpose. It seems we have reached some kind of academic consensus. My 2 dear alchemical friends, my territory is currently facing a little trouble. He took out a piece of black rubber tree sap extract that emitted a strange odor and placed it on the table. I need you to use the polymer theory I just mentioned to alter its structure through alchemy. I want it to be tough, waterproof, corrosion-resistant, and easily molded into a tube. As for this miraculous material that will change the future, I will name it plastic. Lorien placed his hands on the edge of the table, looking down at the 2 brothers, staying Greywood Town. I will build you the largest independent laboratory in the entire empire and even the entire continent. Funding and materials will be provided without limit. In exchange, your wisdom and every little gadget you create will bear the mark of Greywood Town. A laboratory with unlimited funding and the opportunity to learn new alchemy from the Baron who holds the key to truth. For these 2 brothers who love academia, this is an irresistible devilish pact. Deal, Your Excellency Baron. Ed immediately stood up, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I will prove to you that even if we create entirely new substances, alchemy will never lose to your theories. Lorien smiled and took Ed's hand. To outsiders, it was a beautiful scene of a lord showing respect to his subordinates. Only Sylvie knew that whenever the young master showed such a sweet smile, it meant that 2 more top-notch laborers had willingly sold themselves to the assembly line of Greywood Town and would never be able to get off work for the rest of their lives. Chapter 73, The Cradle of Truth, is sprouting. On the northern hillside of Greywood Town, there is a quiet slope far from the hustle and bustle of the blast furnace. At this moment, a uniquely styled architectural complex is rising from the ground. This place was originally just a barren, rocky slope, but with Lorien's order, thousands of skilled workers were brought in to construct it. With ample nutrition, the workers grew stronger and more efficient than before. As cement and red bricks were continuously piled up, a comprehensive laboratory called Greywood First Laboratory was beginning to take shape. Sylvie stood in front of the unfinished main building, gazing at the huge, transparent glass windows and the rows of strange ceramic pipes on the exterior walls, and couldn't help but whisper, "Young master, this doesn't look like a workshop. It looks more like a temple." Lorien held a thick stack of blueprints in his hand, a rough sketch of a modern laboratory drawn from memory. Alchemy workshops of this era were mostly dark, damp, and filled with poisonous fumes. Scholars often endured the smoke in sealed basements, and their lifespans were extremely short. His designed laboratory features an independent mechanical ventilation system. Powered by a bottom-mounted hydraulic blower, exhaust gases are continuously discharged through ceramic pipes and walls. The entire building also boasts a sophisticated drainage system, as well as specially designed experimental tables lined with lead and resistant to acid and alkali corrosion. Lorien looked at Sylvie, his tone calm, yet firm. The temple is dedicated to illusory gods, while this place is for verifying the truth. After saying that, he turned to look at Ed and Al, who were marveling at the ventilation cabinet, and called out, "Stop spacing out." Lorien pointed to several heavy wooden crates on the ground and told them that they contained the first batch of supplies. Pure mercury from the Imperial Capital Auction House, gastric juice from deep-sea monsters, and 3/10 of elemental vibration dust. He demanded that the 2 of them move these items into their respective private cubicles within 3 days. Ed touched the smooth cement countertop, his eyes almost fanatical. He marveled at the ingenuity of this partition design. No one had ever realized before that separating strong acid experiments from flammable material storage could reduce the likelihood of most explosions. Lorien added that this is not just about partitioning. The flooring is made of seamless quartz stone, and the corners are rounded to minimize chemical residue. He then made a direct promise. Here, they wouldn't have to worry about costs or material waste. As long as the brain was functioning, the copper coins of Greywood Town would flow preferentially to the laboratory. Lorien did indeed make that arrangement. He provided the brothers with unlimited research funding. Whenever the experiments required it, The territory's factories would prioritize manufacturing glassware, precision balances, and even all sorts of strange devices, even putting aside civilian orders. If Greywood Town couldn't produce it, he would send his most elite caravans with gold coins to the capital, the Southern Duchy, and even the headquarters of the Alchemy Guild to purchase it. For Lorien, gold coins were merely numbers generated by the system each day, but the minds of scientists were the most precious spark in this backward era. He was well aware that many accidental discoveries in the history of modern industry had changed the world. Researching explosives could lead to fertilizers and pesticides, and the positioning systems spurred by the Cold War could eventually become the lifeblood of the global economy. If the Ed brothers had accidentally created a highly efficient insulating material or a powerful synthetic adhesive while developing plastic water pipes, the resulting technological advancements and financial gains would have far exceeded those of a few kerosene lamps by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Lorien patted Ed on the shoulder, making no attempt to hide his expectation. "Don't let me down. I need more than just the plastic pipes that Greywood Town needs right now." He looked at the two brothers and said slowly, "What I want more is a completely new material world that we create with our own hands and use it to benefit all mankind. To benefit all of humanity?" Ed and Al were stunned by those words. They could truly sense that this wise lord was not lying, nor was he making empty boasts. He genuinely believes that. Chapter 74, Even the Stars in the Sky. The construction of the laboratory is still progressing steadily. Kororian's investment in the Ed brothers quickly created a huge black hole in the territory's accounts. In the first week alone, Ed spent 200 gold coins, almost equivalent to a wealthy earl's annual tax revenue. The reason was simply to test the material's high-temperature resistance. He actually ordered a whole ton of flamestone powder from the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. This expensive consumable, which fire mages used by the gram, was being consumed by the kilogram in his hands. Sylvie held the new expense report, her hands trembling. "Young Master Lorien, they've applied to buy unicorn powder and liquid crystal again. That's enough to expand the Iron Guard by 1,000 men, or to feed the entire town a month of free bread and bacon." She pointed to the pile of dark, sticky waste at the back of the lab. It was the result of the two brothers' week's work. It was either too brittle or turned into a pulp when heated, and they would have to find a place to bury it. Lorien simply took the order form, didn't even raise his eyelids, and signed his name directly. He told Sylvie that the most valuable thing in the world is never elite soldiers, but a moment of inspiration after countless failures. The output of workers can be calculated, but the two people in a laboratory are trying and failing in an unknown wasteland. If they can make corrosion-resistant water pipes, Greywood Town can deploy a water supply system. The disease rate among its inhabitants will continue to decline, and factories can achieve automatic cooling. If the material can be drawn into threads, it will be insulation. If pressed into sheets, it will be bulletproof lining. The byproducts of this technology are enough to sustain another Greywood Town and keep their enemies from catching up for a century. Lorien knew very well that in this era where even the quality of pig iron was unstable, mastering material science was equivalent to holding the reins of a dimensional reduction attack. Moreover, Duke Golden Lion is not foolish. The latest intelligence shows that after suppressing the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, he quickly discovered that his backyard had been hollowed out. He promptly stopped his spendthrift wife from continuing her crazy buying of Tears of the Goddess of Light and Fuel, and joined forces with allies to mitigate the losses. Although there were losses, they weren't crippling. Therefore, Lorien had to move on to the next step of his plan. Rather than passively taking hits, he would continue to lead the enemy by the nose. He waved his hand. "Go tell Bar that from now on, we won't need my signature, and we'll meet all their demands. Even if they want stars from the sky, we'll find a way to get a meteorite back. As long as they're still experimenting, it means that the next miracle is one step closer to us." Meanwhile, deep within the unfinished laboratory, Ed and Al have fallen into an unprecedented frenzy. They never imagined that a lord would so readily believe in their wild ideas. There are no cumbersome rules, no powerful figures interfering, only a steady stream of resources. Ed, his eyes red, stared intently at the churning black slime in the crucible. "Al, hand me the element stabilizer. I think I'm getting the hang of the long-chain structure the Lord was talking about." For the intellectuals of this era, such a pure environment was more alluring than paradise. They were no longer mere playthings for the nobility, but had truly stepped into the process of transforming the world. That sense of mission was rapidly bridging the gap between medieval and modern civilization. Chapter 75, the boundary between metaphysics and science. During his spare time in the laboratory, Lorien did not stop. He would often bring the finest wines from the north to Ed in Al's lab late at night for long talks with the two brothers. It was during these conversations that he finally saw through the underlying rules of extraordinary power in this world. Ed told him that alchemy was never simply about stirring and heating. Most changes in matter required magic as a catalyst. Even molecular recombination required the guidance of mental energy to control the tiny particles, otherwise the structure would simply collapse. Lorien frowned and asked, "So, alchemists must be magicians?" Al nodded. This was almost an ironclad rule. Alchemists used magic to sense the pulse within metals, removing impurities and stabilizing their structure. And the reason they were second-tier mages was because their magic reserves were sufficient to support prolonged, microscopic perception. Lorien remained silent for a long time. He always believed that science could crush everything. But if advanced science in this world required magic as a ticket, then where should he, who had no magic, stand? So he asked Ed to test his elemental perception. The two brothers took out a crystal ball that could detect magical resonance. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the study became awkward. The crystal ball remained cold and unresponsive. Ed could only apologize in a low voice, explaining that Lorien's soul fluctuations were very resilient, but his sensitivity to external magical elements was almost zero. In alchemy, this was known as the silent body. Lorien chuckled self-deprecatingly. If this body truly possessed magical talent, the original owner wouldn't have been exiled to the north by her family, nor would she have made no progress in her knightly training. All he can rely on now is the combat experience he learned from Sylvie, his self-created insidious tricks, and his physique that barely reaches the level of a first-tier knight. Sylvie walked to his side, gently pressed his shoulder, and said softly but firmly, "Even without magic, your mind is still the most powerful force in this world." Lorien took a deep breath, the disappointment in his eyes quickly fading away, replaced by a more frantic determination. He looked out the window at the brightly lit heavy industrial area, the red glow of the furnaces turning the night sky as crimson as blood. Since the gods wouldn't open the door to magic for him, he would use steel and fire to completely destroy it. He turned to look at Ed and Al, his tone cold and confident. Since magicians can manipulate microscopic particles, he will create microscopes and precision machine tools. Since he cannot become a superhuman himself, he will equip every iron guard with a steel pipe capable of shooting down a third-tier knight from a kilometer away. He didn't believe that a magic shield could stop supersonic fragments, nor did he believe that those mages could survive a barrage of high-explosive bullets fired simultaneously. The future of this land does not require magical handouts. All it needs is the roar of industry. Chapter 76, The First Wedding in Greywood Town. The July breeze still carried a chill across the northern wilderness. But within Greywood Town, a different kind of warmth was stirring. Aside from the roar of the heavy industrial area, on the open space south of the residential area, long wooden tables, clean linen tablecloths, toast, and steaming potato stew were laid out. Today marks the first real wedding held in Greywood Town. In the feudal era, serfs and vagrants didn't even own their own lives. Marriage was nothing more than a luxury and an empty concept for them. If two young people were attracted to each other, they would at most make do in a drafty thatched hut, tell acquaintances that they were living together, and that was it. They don't need a priest's blessing, because the god of light has never looked after this barren land. Nor do they need a feast, because tomorrow they might be driven to starvation by a tax increase order. But now, Greywood Town is different. With the large-scale production of basic necessities and the stabilization of the voucher system, the people not only had enough to eat, but also accumulated some wealth. When survival was no longer the only desire, dignity, respectability, and a sense of ritual sprouted up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The protagonists of this wedding were the two most representative people in Greywood Town, the bride Anna and the groom Pete. Inside a newly built red brick and cement house, a faint smell of lime still lingered. The woman, Martha, with tears in her eyes, gently combed Anna's soft brown hair. She choked up as she praised Anna, saying she looked like a princess from a picture book today. Her rough fingers stroked Anna's rosy cheeks, but her mind drifted back to how Anna looked more than half a year ago. At that time, Anna arrived in Greywood Town with a group of refugees, emaciated like a skeleton draped in human skin. Malnutrition, cold, and frostbite nearly took her life. It was the Lord's orders and Martha's constant care, with hot soup, that pulled the girl back from the brink of death. Now, Anna was no longer withered and pale. She wore a long white linen dress made by the Greywood Town textile factory, without the lace and silk of a noble lady, but in her eyes, it was the most luxurious dress in the world. Even more noticeable was her slightly protruding belly. She is pregnant. In the medieval world of refugees, giving birth often meant disaster and burden, but in Greywood, it symbolized the greatest sense of security. She dared to give birth here because she believed this land would allow them to survive. Anna held Martha's hand and said with tears in her eyes that if it weren't for her and the Lord, her bones would probably have been chewed up by wild dogs long ago. Martha quickly wiped away her tears, reminding her that it was a big day and crying would wash away good luck. Then, she carefully placed a wreath of wildflowers on Anna's head. Outside the brick house, the groom, Pete, paced back and forth on the muddy ground like a restless young bull. He was no longer the frail vagrant who couldn't even lift a shovel. As one of the first young men to swear allegiance to Lorien and join the Iron Guard, Pete underwent rigorous training every day. Now, he was over 1.8 meters tall, his broad shoulders made his black uniform stand straight, and his arms were as strong as stone from holding a sword and carrying heavy loads. Even more astonishingly, Pete displayed a rare knightly talent. 3 days ago, during a cross-country race with heavy loads, he was in a state of extreme anxiety while trying to save a companion who was about to fall off a cliff. His blood seemed to boil, and a faint but intensely warm current flowed from his heart to his limbs. He condensed a trace of fighting spirit. Although the fighting spirit of first and second tier knights can only circulate within their bodies to strengthen their bones, muscles, and reflexes, and cannot be released externally like Sylvie's, this already means that Pete has already taken 1 foot into the threshold of becoming a knight. In the past, in the north, it was almost unbelievable that a peasant with no noble blood and who couldn't afford monster meat could develop fighting spirit through white bread, bacon steaks, and intense training. This also proves Lorien's theory. As long as nutrition is adequate and there are enough people, even among the lowest-ranking serfs, extraordinary combat power belonging to Greywood Town can be selected. Several Iron Guard soldiers walked over laughing, patting Pete on the shoulder and telling him to stop spinning around, as he was practically stomping holes in the ground. Someone joked that he was the most enviable guy in the Guard today, not only becoming a knight, but also marrying the beautiful Anna. Pete scratched the back of his head with a honest and simple expression, his weathered face full of happiness and pride. He met Anna through his mother, Martha. In this vibrant town, the two watched the blast furnace rise together and shared the joy of having enough to eat and wear. Love quietly took root and blossomed in this land. Clang, clang, clang. The clock tower in the center of the town, which was converted from a bronze bell, rang the noon bell. Someone shouted that it was time. The guests were already seated and ready to greet the bride. Amid cheers, the wooden door to the bridal chamber was pushed open, and Pete took a deep breath, straightened his back, and walked towards his bride. When he led Anna by the hand to the square in the residential area that had been transformed into an open-air banquet hall, thunderous applause immediately erupted. Thousands of workers on leave, female textile factory workers, and soldiers of the Iron Guard raised wooden cups filled with ale to offer the newlyweds their simplest blessings. This vibrant life force could never compare to the lifeless atmosphere of the old aristocratic territories. However, just as the atmosphere was about to reach its climax, the noise from the perimeter of the square suddenly quieted down. Immediately afterwards, the crowd, like seawater being parted, spontaneously moved to both sides, making way for a wide passage. Wearing an elegant black overcoat and a snow-white linen shirt, Lorien walked into the square with a smile, surrounded by Sylvie and others. He's here. As the absolute leader of this town of miracles and the true God in the hearts of all its people, Lorien personally attended this wedding, which was insignificant to the old nobles, but of great significance to Greywood Town. Chapter 77, I will support your children until they reach adulthood. A tall, slender figure appeared in the center of the square, and the once lively wedding banquet instantly fell silent, as if you could hear a pin drop. All the workers and soldiers instinctively straightened their backs, and no one dared to lose their composure, no matter how much ale they had drunk earlier. It wasn't out of fear of the whip, but out of heartfelt gratitude and fervor. Without this man, they would still be gnawing on tree bark in the wilderness. Without this man, half the people in the square wouldn't have survived the last harsh winter. Pete and Anna stood frozen in place. Realizing that their esteemed lord had truly come to the wedding feast of these commoners, Pete, this tough man, reddened with tears and pulled the pregnant Anna to kneel down. "Get up." Lorien slightly raised his hand, and an irresistible force stopped Pete in midair. His tone was calm, yet it resonated throughout the hall. "Today is your joyous day. In my territory, such spineless etiquette as kneeling is not practiced. Pete, you are about to become a true knight. Your knees should only bend before death." Pete trembled all over, immediately stood up straight, slammed his right fist heavily into his left chest, and gave the most standard Iron Guard salute. "We swear to serve our lord to the death. We swear to defend Greywood Town to the death." Anna covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Gazing at the almost unreal handsome lord before her, she felt that the radiance emanating from him was even more dazzling than that of the legendary god of light. Lorien flashed his signature smile, reassuring everyone. "Relax, I'm not here to check attendance today. I'm just a guest here for a drink." Having said that, he picked up a glass of cheap ale from the table beside him and turned to face all his subjects. Without needing any amplification equipment, everyone in the square held their breath, waiting for him to speak. "Today, we are here to witness the union of Pete and Anna. This is the first formal wedding in Greywood Town, but I assure you, it will not be the last." Lorien raised his wooden cup, his gaze sweeping over the pairs of eager and expectant eyes. "In the past, you dared not love, nor did you dare to hope for a home, because you did not even know if you would live to see tomorrow. But in Greywood Town, as long as you're willing to work hard and keep the factory gears turning, I guarantee you'll always have bread and meat on your tables." An uncontrollable growl erupted from the crowd. It was a cry for survival, and also an absolute affirmation of Lorien. Lorien turned to Pete and Anna, his gaze falling on Anna's slightly protruding belly, his smile deepening. "So congratulations. Not only are you getting married, but you're also going to have lots of children. Don't worry about not being able to afford to raise them." He downed the beer in his glass in one gulp, his voice echoing across the square once more. "I hereby formally announce a new territory act. From this day forward, every newborn born in Greywood Town will have their food and clothing reimbursed by the Government Affairs Committee from birth until adulthood." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. Moments later, deafening cheers and incredulous cries erupted together, as if to rip the clouds from the sky. "Our Lord is going to raise our children. Praise be to Lord Lorien. This is nothing short of a miracle." Some people cried out that in the former Red Leaf Lord's territory, if a famine struck during winter, the nobles would even force them to drown their newborn babies in the river just to save a mouthful of food. Now, Lorien not only lets them live, but also shoulders the future of their descendants. Countless people embraced and wept. For the poor, procreation was once the heaviest curse. Every additional mouth to feed could drag the whole family into the abyss of death. But now everything has changed. Of course, Lorien had no ability to make up rumors like banishing his wife. He looked around at his people, who had fallen into fanaticism, his face still bearing a compassionate and gentle smile, but his mind was perfectly clear. Can't afford to raise a newborn? That's a joke. Putting aside the system's reward of one more person means one more silver coin produced per day, the future value represented by these newborns alone is enough to make him willing to invest. As a ruler with a modern mindset, Lorien understood all too well how important education and upbringing were in shaping a person. Although these refugees and serfs are grateful, they still retain the cowardice, short-sightedness, and servility of the old era. They can become the cornerstone of Greywood Town, but they are unlikely to become the sharp sword of the future. But it's different for children born in Greywood. They had never been whipped by the old aristocracy. What they saw when they opened their eyes were towering chimneys, roaring steam engines, and vouchers for fair trade. Lorien will build schools for them, provide them with food and lodging, and teach them from a young age the discipline of industrialization, the basic logic of science, and absolute faith in the collective of Greywood Town. This generation pioneers new territories, while the next generation will become drivers of industrial war machines crafted by Lorien himself. When these children grow up, their knowledge, vision, and execution will surpass that of this era. This is Lorien's true ambition. With a pittance for the territory's finances, bread, and clothing, they lock in a high-quality demographic dividend for the next 20 or 50 years. These children are not wasteful, money-devouring beasts. They are clearly sophisticated machines in the making, destined to conquer the entire continent for him in the future. So, of course, the more the better. Lorien raised his glass again and shouted, "For the future of Greywood Town." Pete was the first to roar. For the future of Greywood Town. Soldiers and workers roared in unison, their shouts shaking the heavens and the earth. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Anna leaned against Pete's broad chest, gazing at the lord surrounded by the crowd, who seemed like a god descended to earth, and gently stroked her belly. She doesn't understand the demographic dividend or the logic of industry. All she knew was that her child would be born in a place free from cold and hunger, filled with light and hope. And all of this was bestowed upon him by the man with those deep, dark eyes. Chapter 78, The Secret Letter in the Dark. In the lower town of Baron Oakhaven, the stench of moldy straw and vomit mingled in the Lame Dog Tavern, wafting through the low, damp wooden hut. The murky air was so thick you could practically wring out muddy water. The cheap beehive candles swayed precariously in the draft, casting flickering light on the dirty long tables. Gareth the wolf sat in the shadows at the far end of the corner, a glass of cheap ale with black impurities floating in front of him. He didn't touch it, but only tapped the knife-marked tabletop with his rough fingers. In this era of limited communication, news was precious and slow to arrive. Gareth had no idea that dozens of miles away in Greywood Town, a grand wedding was being held for Pete and Anna, bathed in sunlight. He was completely unaware that the Lord had just enacted the Absolute Protection Act for newborns, a law powerful enough to shake the entire continent. Like an isolated island, he lay dormant in the heart of the enemy, relying solely on secret exchanges twice a month to confirm that the bloodline of Greywood Town was still beating. Squeak! The dilapidated wooden door was pushed open, and rain and cold wind swept into the tavern. A hunched-over vagrant wearing a tattered burlap cloak walked in. He first glanced around, then went to the bar and exchanged 2 copper coins for a piece of black bread as hard as a rock. As he turned, his sharp eyes, hidden beneath his hood, briefly met Gareth's in the corner. 5 minutes later, in the dead-end alley behind the tavern, the stench of urine became even more pungent after the rain. The vagrant took out a small bamboo tube, wrapped in oiled paper from his pocket, and whispered, "Boss, this is a secret letter from the Lord, sent urgently." He was one of the intelligence department's most elite undercover agents, disguised as a beggar, and had been lying in wait in the town for 2 months. Gareth took the bamboo tube, scanned the deserted, rainy alley warily, and asked, "The brothers' escape route wasn't exposed, was it?" The spy, suppressing his excitement, replied, "It went very smoothly. Last month, we bribed 2 foremen at the Western Mine and dug an abandoned tunnel overnight. 7 villages and nearly 3,000 serfs have been safely evacuated in batches, and most of them are now drinking hot oatmeal in Greywood Town." Gareth's tightly clenched lips finally lifted slightly. Ever since he shattered Baron White River's arrogance with gunpowder at the White River crossing, he had become increasingly bold and meticulous behind enemy lines. He strictly followed Lorien's undermining tactics, avoiding direct confrontation and assassination, focusing solely on recruiting. In this era, labor was the foundation, and his intelligence network, like termites, was slowly eroding the foundations of the surrounding lords. They bribed guards, dug tunnels, and created border disturbances to distract patrols, all to send those emaciated serfs to Greywood, a town known as the Land of Miracles. Well done. Tell the brothers to lie low for 3 days and wipe the traces clean. Gareth patted the spy on the shoulder, then turned and disappeared into the night rain. Back in the secluded attic, which served as his safe house, he lit the brass windproof lamp he had brought from Greywood Town. A pure light shone forth as he carefully peeled back the sealing wax from the bamboo tube and pulled out the tightly rolled parchment. The paper was covered with a jumble of numbers and symbols. Gareth remained calm, taking out a tattered book of poems from his underwear and deciphering it word by word, according to the page numbers and line numbers. This was a codebook communication method personally designed by Lorien. In an era with extremely low literacy rates, this method of security was almost a game changer. Even if the letters fell into the hands of rival nobles, they could only stare blankly at the numbers. As the content was pieced together into a complete sentence, Gareth's eyes began to flicker violently, and his breathing gradually became heavier. Stop the large-scale transfer of ordinary serfs. Initiate this star-seeking project. Spare no expense, even resorting to kidnapping, to gather all literate, down-on-their-luck scholars, master blacksmiths, skilled carpenters, and craftsmen skilled in surveying and drawing from the surrounding territories, and secretly send them to Greywood Town. At the same time, within 2 months, ascertain the total military strength of the 3 territories of Baron Oakhaven, Baron White River, and Viscount Ironcliff. This must be accurate to the number of knights, the rotation cycle of infantry phalanxes, the location of food and supplies storage, as well as the thickness of the city walls and the rotation time of the guards. Gareth's fingers trembled slightly as he held the parchment. He knew all too well the weight of this secret letter. The search for high-end technical talent indicates that the industries within Greywood Town are undergoing a remarkable technological transformation, no longer content with ordinary labor. The subsequent military reconnaissance mission, which seemed almost impossible to complete, sounded like a muffled war drum resounding in his ears. How to find out the military strength of all the surrounding lords. Gareth the Wolf took a deep breath of the icy air, his blood seemingly boiling instantly. He knew that the Lord, who had been hiding behind the scenes, slowly boiling the frog in water with commercial and population tactics, was finally about to reveal his full set of steel fangs. He was prepared to strike a fatal blow against these corrupt old nobles. Chapter 79, The Liberators Awaken in the Mud. Gareth placed the secret letter on the brass windproof lamp until the flames completely engulfed the pages into ashes. He pushed open the rickety wooden window of the attic, letting the cold night rain lash his weathered face. Outside, the Baron's estate of Oakhaven was shrouded in deathly silence and despair. To complete the military reconnaissance mission assigned by Lorien, Gareth had to integrate more deeply into this decaying land. Over the next few days, he shed his respectable undergarments from Greywood Town, donned rough linen clothes, and wandered between the lower town and the serf estates outside the town like a true old vagrant. The deeper he ventured into the territory of the old aristocracy, the more wildly a certain emotion grew within him. Yesterday morning, he had witnessed an old serf collapsing from hunger and exhaustion by the muddy road outside the city gate. The old man just wanted to catch his breath, but was whipped to death with a barbed leather whip by the mounted overseer. His body was kicked into a stinking ditch, left to be torn apart by wild dogs. The surrounding serfs dared not raise their heads, and could only numbly swing their broken hoes. Here, people are not people, but merely talking livestock, numbers in the nobles' ledgers, or even less than numbers. Every time Gareth saw this scene, Greywood Town would come to mind. There were clean streets paved with cobblestones, workers covered in soot in the factories who could take hot showers and drink meat soup after work, and sheriffs who strictly followed the rules and wielded batons only to protect their people. The contrast between the two is like heaven and hell. Why do they have to suffer like this from birth? Gareth leaned against the stinking alley wall, watching several skinny children fighting tooth and nail over a moldy apple, his heart clenching as if it were being squeezed. He was a veteran, his hands stained with blood, and he once thought he had long seen through the dog-eat-dog world, used to the nobles being high and mighty and the commoners being as worthless as grass. Having witnessed the vibrant and dignified order of Greywood Town, his soul had already quietly changed. Gareth didn't understand classes or ideologies. He only knew one simple truth. The world was sick and terminally ill. The only thing that can cure it is the steel and blast furnaces of Greywood Town, and that cold-blooded lord who truly gives everyone away to survive. I'm not just on a reconnaissance mission. Gareth stepped out of the shadows, gazing at the brightly lit, knightly baron's castle in the distance, a fanatical light burning in his bloodshot eyes. I will tear these old-world vampires apart and let the flags of Greywood fly over this wasteland. I want to personally pull these poor peasants out of the dark and hopeless mire. When a seasoned veteran possesses a sense of mission to liberate, the destructive power he can unleash is terrifying. Gareth is no longer merely a cog passively following orders, but a sharp blade taking the initiative. That night, He urgently summoned all the key intelligence personnel who had infiltrated the territory of Oakhaven. In a basement where even the lights had to be tightly blocked, he assigned the task Lorien had given him. "Boss, finding blacksmiths and scholars isn't difficult," one of the spies whispered. "Those craftsmen aren't getting enough to eat here. Just promise them a few silver coins and a full meal, and they'll come with us tonight." He paused, his brow furrowing. But figuring out the castle's troop deployment and food supplies is too difficult. The Baron's castle is heavily guarded, and only the knight and a few tax collectors know the core information. "Difficult," Gareth sneered, dragging 2 heavy burlap sacks out of the shadows. With a thud, the sack hit the ground, and a pile of pure silver coins rolled out, gleaming with a cold, alluring light. This money, transferred by the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild through smuggling channels, is merely a tiny fraction of Greywood Town's enormous profits. But in the old noble territories, this sum is enough to buy the souls of many. Gareth stared at the crowd, his dark eyes flashing with a similar calculating glint to Lorien's. In this world, there are no fortresses that cannot be pried open, only bargaining chips that are not strong enough. They are nobles, feudal lords, seemingly invincible. But remember the truth our Lord taught us. What sustains their rule is not faith in gods, but money and profit. Gareth pointed to the pile of silver coins on the ground, his voice low and sharp. "Go, use this power to completely corrupt their foundation." Chapter 80: Loyalty Corrupted by Silver Coins. Outside the side gate of Baron Oakhaven Castle, along the path by the moat, a light drizzle continued without stopping. Sir Filth, the deputy captain of the city's defense forces, was surveying this remote section of the city wall with a grim expression. He was nominally a probationary knight, but he had no baronial blood. He was merely a commoner general who had risen through brute force and cunning. The meager military pay couldn't support the mistresses in the city, let alone buy the monster meat needed to break through to the first-tier knight level. And to make matters worse, yesterday, the tax chief withheld the city garrison's pay for the month, claiming that the large-scale exodus of refugees was hindering tax collection. Firth grew angrier and angrier, spitting fiercely at the moat. "Pah, a bunch of blood-sucking fat pigs." He kicked a pebble away, but suddenly a black figure appeared in the rainy night. The man, draped in a raincoat and as thin as a ghost, appeared at the end of the path. Filth immediately gripped his sword hilt and shouted sharply, "Who goes there? This is the Baron's private property. Anyone who comes closer will be shot as an assassin." The man didn't stop, but approached slowly and steadily. Only when he was 10 paces away from Firth did he remove his hood, revealing the face of the old wolf, Gareth. Gareth said hoarsely, "A deputy captain who patrols this godforsaken place alone on a rainy night is either a loyal fool or a smart man who has been sidelined by his superiors and desperately needs money." These words struck a nerve. A murderous glint flashed in Filth's eyes, and he drew his long sword halfway, through with a clang. "You're asking for death." Gareth remained unmoved, took a bulging money bag from under his cloak, untied the knot, and tossed it gently into the rain. Splash! The crisp clinking of silver coins instantly reached Filth's ears. In the dim, rainy night, the pure silver light was more dazzling than a blade, and it made his breathing suddenly become heavy. "Here are 50 full-value silver coins," Gareth said calmly. 50 silver coins were almost equivalent to the pay Felt would have earned from 3 years of strenuous guard duty. He swallowed hard, and his hand gripping the sword began to tremble. "Who are you? What do you want?" His voice had lost its previous harshness, and his long sword had unconsciously been sheathed. Gareth knew that once the other party started asking the price, the deal was half done. He took 2 steps forward and threw the money bag directly into Filth's arms. "Who I am is not important. What is important is that my boss is very interested in Baron Oakhaven's recent city defense deployments." Felter hurriedly caught the money bag. Its heavy weight made his heart race. His loyalty, in the face of this bag of silver coins, began to crumble rapidly. He was still struggling. "This is treason. If the Baron finds out, I'll be hanged." Gareth whispered, "The gallows are for the poor. With this money, you can leave the north, buy a small plantation in the south, marry a beautiful woman, and live out the rest of your life in peace." Then he added, "I don't want you to open the city gates, nor do I want you to kill anyone. Just tell me how many elite infantrymen are left in the castle, where the knight's equipment is located, the location of the granary, and the patrol rotation patterns. After saying that, Gareth took out an even larger and heavier money bag and waved it in front of Firth. Answer these questions, and another 100 silver coins will be yours. In the brief silence, even the cold night rain of the north seemed tainted with the stench of money. Filth stared intently at the money pouch, the struggle in his eyes lasting only a few seconds before being completely swallowed by greed. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice like a gambler. There are currently 800 standing infantrymen in the castle, but 300 have been sent to the western mines to suppress a riot. The Baron's 20 most elite armored knights practice in the square in front of the main castle every noon. Felter spoke faster and faster, spilling out all the city's defense secrets he knew. He cast aside all notions of chivalry and feudal loyalty for the sake of silver coins. Gareth listened quietly, memorizing each crucial piece of information. Without swords or bloodshed, money tore through Oakhaven's defenses faster than steel. The same scene wasn't limited to this place. At the quartermaster's mansion in the White River Baron's territory and the tax station of the Viscount of Ironcliff Fortress, spies from Greywood Town were waving silver coins, prying open those seemingly solid power nodes. The defense system that the old nobility was so proud of was like a piece of rotten wood hollowed out by termites, riddled with holes, in the face of Lorien's enormous capital dividends. When the time is right, the steel chariots of Greywood Town will crush all of this into dust without mercy. Chapter 81, A Foolish Double-Sided Chip. Since money has such a powerful corrupting influence, it can easily pry open the mouths of the city defense officers. So why didn't Lorien use such a simple and brutal tactic to deal with the Viscount of Redleaf territory a few months ago? In the Lord's study late at night, the tears of the goddess of light is emitting a stable and warm orange light. Lorien, holding a glass of deep red wine, gazed at the endless, cold rain outside the window and gave his answer to the person beside him. Because the intelligence obtained through bribery carries extremely high uncontrollable risks and has a very short shelf life. He slowly turned around and calmly answered Sylvie's questions as she organized a frontline briefing. Remember, my female knight, never overestimate the moral bottom line and intelligence of those greedy swine under the feudal system. Even if Gareth chooses the lowest risk fringe officer, gold coins may indeed open their mouths, but they will also fuel their arrogant and delusional ambitions. After all, they lack a sense of the big picture. All they have in mind are those few shiny pieces of metal in front of them. Lorien's judgment was as accurate as a prophet's insight into human nature. Just days after Gareth had scattered large sums of silver coins, inside the castle hall of Baron Oakhaven, a highly ironic farce unfolded. In front of a heavy oak table, Baron Oakhaven, his face ashen, was clutching a pure silver coin. On the cold marble floor of the hall, a trembling logistics officer knelt. This quartermaster was a carefully selected person who was secretly bribed by the spies of Greywood Town with a large sum of money. After acquiring the fortune that would allow him to squander it in the south for a long time. In the narrow-minded mind of this quartermaster, a greedy and foolish idea actually sprouted. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He naively thought that as long as he sold out the bribery information about Greywood Town, he could not only earn a hush money, but also get promoted by the Baron. My lordship, my loyalty to you is as clear as the White River. It is as pure as the sun and moon. The quartermaster knelt on the ground, performing with tears streaming down his face, clutching his clothes tightly with both hands. It's all the fault of those rats in Greywood Town. They're trying to bribe me with this dirty money to find out about the castle's defenses and your daily routine. But I did not betray you. I pretended to agree to their request, obtained the money as the most conclusive evidence, and then immediately ran to you to expose them. Your Excellency, considering I uncovered the spy and protected the castle, shouldn't you? The quartermaster hadn't finished speaking. Even the greedy expectation of reward in his eyes had not completely faded. A sharp, cross-shaped greatsword whistled past with a whooshing sound. Puff! The dull sound of flesh being torn apart echoed in the hall. The quartermaster's head, still bearing a fawning smile, rolled like a ball to the corner of the wall, and crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining the priceless Persian carpet. The headless corpse twitched twice before collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. Fool! a fat pig with its intestines stuffed full of gold coins. Baron Oakhaven pulled the long sword from the floor, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot with fear and rage. He didn't care at all whether the quartermaster was truly loyal. What he cared about was that the tentacles of Greywood Town had already silently reached into his bedroom. If even the quartermaster in charge of logistics can be easily contacted and bribed, what about his personal bodyguards? What about his cook? This pure silver coin was like an invisible death warrant, making him feel as if the entire castle was filled with unseen venomous snakes. Relay my orders. Like a wild beast whose tail had been stepped on, the Baron hysterically roared at the knight commander beside him. Seal off the entire city immediately. Arrest all the strangers, vagrants, and outsiders in the lower town, and those damn bards, and send them all to the gallows. Leave no one alive. Better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. Furthermore, notify the knights and the city defense forces that all leave is canceled starting today. Move the heavy infantry from the east wall to the south, and transfer all the provisions to the cellars inside the fortress. All defensive positions must be changed twice a day. No one is allowed to leave their post without authorization. Violators will be killed on the spot. With the Baron's command, the entire Oakhaven territory was instantly plunged into a bloody and tense atmosphere. Countless innocent refugees and outsiders were dragged into the muddy, rainy night while still asleep by brutal soldiers, and then hung on the gallows in the square like livestock. The originally orderly city defense system was completely disrupted, and the soldiers, like headless flies, carried heavy supplies amidst the angry shouts of their officers. And the same scene. Sooner or later, it will unfold within the territories of Baron White River and Viscount Ironcliff. These feudal nobles, though arrogant, were not stupid when they realized that Greywood Town was secretly watching their forces. The first reaction was to completely lock down the territory and frantically change the defensive deployment, attempting to use this tense atmosphere of seeing enemies everywhere to cover up the extreme unease in their hearts. But this is exactly the situation Lorien wanted to see. Chapter 82, The Exhausting Open Scheme. My lord, we've been exposed. The informant was killed for trying to gain credit, and the patrol density in the 3 territories increased threefold in one day, disrupting all the defenses. Inside the secret underground room of the intelligence department in Greywood Town, Gareth, who rushed back overnight, knelt on one knee covered in mud, his voice filled with deep self-blame and frustration. His days of running around had made him look like a tired old wolf. The barons were like frightened porcupines, raising all their quills. Oakhaven even put up tripwires around the moat. Gareth punched his thigh in frustration. The rotation routes, sentry posts, and food distribution that we bought at great expense have now all become a pile of worthless waste paper. My work has failed. Please punish me, my lord. Lorien, sitting in a large armchair, showed no anger whatsoever, not even a furrow of his brow. He simply listened quietly to Gareth's report, then a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Gareth, lift your head. Do you think I spent all those hard-earned silver coins just to find out whether their pitiful infantry formations are standing on the left or right side of the city wall today? Lorien stood up, walked to the northern military map hanging on the wall, and tapped the red dots representing the coordinates of the 3 territories with his finger. No, I don't care about their defenses at all. In the face of this impending, relentless blow, their defenses are as ridiculous as a child's sandcastle. His eyes revealed a coldness and confidence befitting someone in a high position. Faced with overwhelming firepower and iron discipline, their paper-thin walls, whether on the east or west, will only meet one fate: to be blown to rubble. My sole purpose in spending the money was to find out their maximum total troop strength, number of war horses, and bottom line of logistical reserves. I want to make sure that in this battle, our firepower coverage is 100% overflowing, rather than being wasted blindly. Now I have the data I wanted, and you have done an excellent job. Gareth was stunned. He raised his head, looking up at the unfathomable lord with eyes full of confusion. Since setting up defenses isn't important, then we've been exposed. It's better that we've been exposed. Lorien personally poured a cup of warm black tea and handed it to the loyal but weary old soldier. When a person is in a state of high tension and defense, the physical and mental exhaustion is extremely terrifying. Every time they blindly mobilize troops or hold emergency assemblies in the middle of the night, they're draining the vitality of their soldiers. This is Lorien's chilling, open strategy, the extreme fatigue tactic. In this medieval world, where there was a lack of adequate nighttime lighting and rudimentary logistics, for weeks on end, soldiers were forced to wear heavy, rust-prone armor and patrol the night under intense mental strain, constantly on guard against an elusive enemy. This is even more deadly than killing half of the defending troops on the battlefield. But young master, if we use this as an opportunity to capture the castle, are we going to publicly behead all those nobles? Sylvie, who was standing nearby, raised the core political concerns. If 3 lords with legitimate imperial titles were to die suddenly in a short period of time, the Duke of Golden Lion and even the royal family of the capital would immediately realize that something was wrong and would send their main force to the north to quell the rebellion. Our current firearms reserves are insufficient to confront the entire empire. Kill them? No, Sylvie, you think too much of me as cruel and lacking in business acumen. Lorien sat back down in his chair, his hands clasped under his chin, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness unique to capitalists. Killing them will only bring endless trouble from the authorities. I'm going to keep them, just like I dealt with the Red Leaf Duke, but even more discreetly. I want to physically destroy their armed forces, break their spines, and then put an invisible chain around their necks. Let them continue to sit on that dilapidated lord's throne, continue to wear gorgeous silk, and write those false official letters to the capital saying everything is fine in the territory and taxes are collected as usual. After a pause, Lorien continued to paint that grand colonial blueprint. But in secret, every mine in their territory will be mined by us. Every wheat field will be supplied to us, and every breathing serf will become an invisible labor force for Greywood Town. We will gradually replace the hard currency in their territory with vouchers issued by Greywood Town. They will become high-ranking puppets who have no freedom in the open and become the best human shield for us to block the Empire's gaze. Until we have completely absorbed the wealth and population of this land, until our artillery range is sufficient to flatten the walls of the capital. The skin of the old aristocracy is the best disguise for the newly emerging industrial behemoth. This is Loriana's ultimate exploitative aesthetics, taking advantage of others without shedding a drop of blood. Chapter 83, The Death Knell of Foolishness. Time passed slowly amidst the suffocating standoff. Just as Lorien had predicted, just half a month later, the garrisons at Oakhaven, White River, and Iron Cliff were on the verge of total collapse in this invisible war of attrition. Damn it, gods above, my toes are rotting inside my boots. On the walls of Oakhaven Castle, an infantryman wearing heavy, rusty chainmail was leaning against a cold, damp stone, panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot and sunken. Having not slept more than 3 hours of restful sleep for half a month, his hands trembled uncontrollably when he gripped the spear. This is simply a farce that treats people like monkeys. The officers keep yelling that Greywood Town is going to attack us, making us have to keep one eye open even when we're eating, but in the past 2 weeks, we haven't seen a single shadow of the enemy. Another guard slammed his helmet into the mud in frustration and frantically scratched his flea-infested hair. Aside from a few blacksmiths and carpenters who repair carriages fleeing every night, there's absolutely no sign of war. It wasn't just the lower-ranking soldiers who were complaining and going crazy. Even the lords who were originally on edge completely lost their patience during this long period of false alarms. The 2 weeks of heightened alerts severely depleted the castle's large food reserves and brought the territory's daily farming and commercial operations to a complete standstill. The place that makes them most angry and contemptuous. Latest intelligence indicates that there has been no sign of any military buildup in Greywood Town during this period. The blast furnaces there are still smoking, and they are still frequently sending out spies to swindle and cheat down on their luck scholars and craftsmen. A feint to the east while attacking in the west. This is definitely a diversionary tactic by that spineless brat, Baron Shirakawa, in his luxurious study. While gulping down the ice-cold ale, he sneered at the Knight Commander. That nouveau riche who made his fortune selling junk windproof lanterns deliberately created panic with a few worthless silver coins. His real purpose was to cover up his people poaching our population. Does he really think that by recruiting a few more useless peasants and bookworms, he can dominate the North? What use is a bunch of useless trash who only know how to eat and can't even hold a sword properly? They're just stupid lunatics who can't tell what's important. This is based on an arrogant deduction that perfectly aligns with the cognitive logic of medieval nobles. The three exhausted lords made a fatal decision almost simultaneously. Lift all alert. Let the knights rest and lay down their armor, and let the city garrison resume their normal two-shift patrols. Everyone, get a good night's sleep. We'll deal with those runaway serfs tomorrow. The nerves that had been taut for half a month snapped like a rusty bowstring at this moment. The exhausted soldiers, as if granted a divine pardon, eagerly removed their heavy, smelly armor, threw down their weapons, and collapsed onto the sour-smelling haystacks in the camp. Almost immediately after he collapsed, the entire camp was filled with the sound of snoring. They had fallen into a deep, deathly sleep, and even if someone were to bang drums and gongs nearby, it would probably be impossible to wake them. Aside from the chirping of insects at the end of summer, no other warning footsteps could be heard throughout the entire northern wilderness. However, these arrogant old nobles were unaware of this. On this very night, as they completely let their guard down and drifted into a sweet dream, dozens of miles away, in the town of Greywood, there was a chilling silence and desolation. No torches were lit, and even the warhorses' mouths were covered with thick linen. On the spacious industrial assembly square in Greywood town, 3,000 fully armed Iron Guard infantrymen stood silently in the night, like a ghostly legion from the abyss. This is not a group of serfs with pitchforks. They wore uniform, dark black steel lamellar armor forged by water-powered hammers, and each of them was equipped with a sharp, standard short sword at their waist. The heavy infantry in the front row carried heavy crossbows capable of piercing double-layered chainmail. At the rear of the procession were dozens of horse-drawn carriages pulled by heavy pack animals. Not only were there piles of black gunpowder barrels wrapped in the latest moisture-proof rubber sheeting developed by the Alchemy Laboratory, but there were also several thick, steel-cast tubular objects that smelled of engine oil. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, a symbol of violence in a new era. Pete, who had just gotten married not long ago, was now standing at the front of the team as a squad leader, his eyes cold and sharp. Lorien stood at the highest point of the command platform. He was wearing a practical black military overcoat, with a slender command sword hanging at his waist. Behind him stood three-tiered Knight Sylvie and Old Wolf Gareth, like two silent killing gods, their eyes burning with the flames of destruction that would destroy the old world. The lullaby that lasted for half a month has ended, and the pigs have all drifted off to sleep. Lorien slowly raised his wrist and glanced at the mechanical pocket watch that the Ed brothers had specially made for him. The second hand, accompanied by a crisp, ticking sound, glided past the midnight mark. He deftly drew his command sword from his waist, the blade slicing through the cold night wind, pointing directly at the three old noble territories hidden in the darkness. Targets, Oakhaven, White River, and Ironcliff Fortress, advance on three fronts simultaneously. Attack. Chapter 84. For ordinary people, it doesn't matter who it is. Late at night, in early autumn, thick, dark clouds completely obscured the waning moon in the sky. That muddy dirt road leading to Baron Oakhaven's territory, a ghostly army, seemingly crawling out of the abyss of the underworld, is advancing with a chilling silence. These 1,000 fully armed Iron Guard infantrymen made no unnecessary noise. This silence, in the Middle Ages, when even a regular army marching was as noisy as a marketplace, it was nothing short of a miracle. Lorien was seen riding a tall, pure black warhorse in the center of the procession. Following his pre-battle strategy of dividing the troops into three routes, the 3,000 Iron Guards were divided into three groups. Sylvie led 1,000 men toward Baron White River's territory, while Gareth led his troops toward Iron Cliff Fortress. He himself came to reap the head of this Oakhaven. "My lord, we've arrived at the city walls." A spy in charge of reconnaissance silently knelt down on one knee from the shadows and reported in a low voice. "Just as you predicted, although the drawbridge over the moat has been raised, all the guards on the city walls are fast asleep, and no one even bothers to light the torches after they've gone out." Lorien coldly raised his head, gazing at the city that lurked in the darkness like a beast in slumber. He could faintly hear heavy snoring coming from the battlements. Half a month of extreme fatigue tactics had pushed the vigilance of these city-defending soldiers to absolute zero. Originally, The supply wagons accompanying the army carried enough black powder barrels to blow this old city gate into the sky. Corian simply raised his right hand, which was covered in a black leather glove, and made a tactical gesture. There's absolutely no need to waste precious gunpowder to wake up a bunch of dead pigs. A dozen or so of the most agile Iron Guard scouts swiftly crossed the moat, which was mostly dry. They removed the stainless steel hook lock, which was wrapped in a soft cloth, from their backs. These climbing tools, forged to high standards on the Greywood Town assembly line, not only have amazing grip, but are also very lightweight. Whoosh snap. After a few, barely audible thuds, the grappling hook clamped firmly onto the gap in the city wall. The scouts transformed into nimble black spiders, swiftly climbing upwards along the rough stone walls. Less than 2 minutes later, several brief, muffled thuds of flesh and blood came from above the city wall. It was a sharp dagger that precisely slit open the throat, leaving no time for even a scream. Immediately following was the sickening sound of a winch turning. The heavy oak-clad Iron City gate was slowly pushed open from the inside. 1st Battalion, take over the grain depot. 2nd Battalion, take control of the armory and stables. The rest of you, come with me to the military camp. Lorien drew his command sword from his waist and pointed the blade forward. The black torrent of steel surged into the unsuspecting city. With such a large army entering the city, no matter how much they tried to suppress their advance, the vibrations from thousands of people stomping on the bluestone slabs at the same time still woke up the commoners living in the lower city area near the city gate. Inside a dilapidated wooden house facing the street, a gaunt old cobbler was awakened. He mustered his courage and pushed open a narrow crack in the worm-eaten wooden window. By the faint starlight, he saw the densely packed, terrifying army of soldiers in black armor on the street. The old cobbler trembled with fear, but he did not scream and ring the alarm bell or call for the patrol as the nobles had expected. He stared blankly for a few seconds, then quickly closed the window and moved an old table to prop the wooden door shut. Then, holding her equally shivering grandson, she huddled back into the musty-smelling bed. "Grandpa, were those bandits robbing us?" the little boy asked, his voice trembling with tears. "Shut up and go to sleep." The old cobbler covered his grandson's mouth. There was no anger in his eyes at the invasion of his territory. Instead, there was a strange sense of relief. Whether it's demons or devils outside, they can't be worse than that baron in the castle who only knows how to collect taxes and hang people. Let them be. This is the most direct manifestation of losing the hearts and minds of the people, under the ruthless exploitation of feudal lords. The common people had absolutely no sense of belonging to the city or to their high-ranking lord. The city has been breached? It's just a matter of a different official paying taxes. What does it have to do with us common folk? There was no tip-off from civilians. The Iron Guard's advance turned into an incredibly smooth surgical procedure. The granary was quickly sealed off by Greywood Town, and the armory guards were even slit in their sleep. When Lorien led his main force to surround the massive military camp that reeked of sour stench, the Orkhaven soldiers inside were still fast asleep. Chapter 85: Naive and Arrogant Lords. Slaughter. When faced with overwhelming strength, things often become as tedious as piecework on an assembly line, until the barracks gate was violently kicked open by the Iron Guards with their combat boots. Until that cold, fine steel longsword mercilessly slashed at the soldiers who were only wearing linen underwear. In Orkhaven's military camp, the first piercing scream finally erupted. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! God, where did they come from?" An officer who got up to use the toilet in the middle of the night pulled up his trousers and scrambled toward the alarm tower in the center of the military camp. He had just grabbed a rough hemp rope when a heavy military crossbow bolt, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, pierced his chest with pinpoint accuracy. The immense inertia pinned him firmly to the wooden pillar behind him. Clang! The alarm bell emitted only a very short, mournful cry before abruptly ceasing. The Orkhaven soldiers, awakened by the commotion, ran around the barracks like headless flies. 2 weeks of extreme fatigue had made their bodies extremely sluggish. They couldn't find their armor, couldn't touch their spears, and even their strength to stand firm had been completely exhausted in the previous exertion. Facing the Greywood Town Iron Guards, who formed a tight shield wall and advanced steadily like harvesters. This cannot be called a battle at all. It is a one-sided slaughterhouse. Those who give up resistance, kneel down with your hands behind your heads. Those who attempt to resist, kill without mercy. The cold, unified roars of the Iron Guard squad leaders echoed above the military camp. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, the three main military camps in the outer city of Oakhaven were completely disarmed and taken into control. More than 600 exhausted prisoners were roughly tied together with ropes and escorted to the square. The four city gates were completely sealed off, and not even a fly could escape this city that had changed hands. The smell of gunpowder from the outer city finally drifted into the inner fortress, located at the highest point of the city on the night wind. The high and mighty Baron Oakhaven had just been shaken awake by his personal male servant on his comfortable, velvet-covered bed. "Baron, outside are soldiers in black armor. We're surrounded," the valet practically cried out as he lay by the bedside. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The Baron angrily slapped the servant to the ground, and without even putting on his pajamas, rushed barefoot to the balcony of the inner castle's upper floor. As he leaned on the stone railing and looked down, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. The outer city square, which should have belonged to him, was now brightly lit with torches. Those elite infantrymen, dressed in uniform dark black lamellar armor and arrayed as perfectly as if measured by a ruler, formed a black sea, completely surrounding his inner fortress. This suffocatingly strict discipline is not the kind of rabble that any lord in the north could cobble together. It's Greywood Town. It's that madman Lorien. The Baron's lips trembled violently. Yet, in his brain, permeated with the arrogance of the old aristocracy, a strange, absurd logical self-consistency miraculously arose amidst this extreme fear. Did he draw all the troops from his territory? More than 1,000 people. Maybe even 2,000. The Baron gripped the railing tightly, a fanatical sense of hope suddenly appearing on his face. That's right. He must think I'm the toughest nut to crack in the north, so he went to great lengths to deal with me alone. Baron White River and those two lucky fellows from Ironcliff Fortress are definitely safe and sound now. In this naive self-deception, the Baron even felt that he had grasped a sliver of hope for a comeback. He hurriedly turned around and roared at his trusted knight commander behind him. "Immediately lower the heavy gate in the inner fortress. Order the entire knights to don full plate armor and retreat to the last 2 lines of defense. Go and bring out Master Howard. Tell him that if he can guard this gate, I'm willing to pay him 10 times the offering." The Baron hurriedly issued various orders. He rushed to his desk, grabbed a quill pen, and began writing frantically on the parchment. "I'm going to release the carrier pigeons, to ask Baiha and the others for help, and to ask the capital for help. That ignorant upstart Lorien thinks he can break through my inner fortress just by having more men. I have the thickest granite walls in the north, and noble mages here. As long as I hold out for 2 days, no, 1 day. Once the reinforcements from nearby, friendly forces arrive, and the pacification army from the capital arrives, I can personally hang that bastard Baron on a flagpole to dry in the wind." However, what he didn't know was, on this long and chaotic night, Baron Baiha and Viscount Taibeo, in their respective inner fortresses, did similar things and had the same naive thoughts running through their minds. They all thought they were the unlucky guy who had attracted all the firepower of Greywood Town. I have no idea. What they faced was a devastating blow from Lorien, who used his absolute industrial capacity and demographic dividend to launch 3 equally powerful attacks. Chapter 86. The Roar of the Era. In front of the inner fortress of Oakhaven, the heavy ironclad gate had already crashed down. On the granite walls, which are 7 or 8 meters high on both sides, stand dozens of the Baron's last loyal followers. Elite armored knights, holding outdated crossbows, stared fiercely down below. And, at the highest point of the city wall, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue mage's robe was wielding a wooden staff inlaid with a monster's crystal core. He chanted a long and obscure incantation, and the magical elements in the air began to vibrate violently. Before long, a magical shield emitting a pale blue halo transformed into an inverted bowl, completely enveloping the main gate area of the inner fortress. Second-tier earth magic, rock barrier. Ha ha ha, do you see that? You ignorant peasants. Baron Oakhaven stood behind the magical shield, his initial panic largely dispelled by this wondrous, extraordinary power. He regained his confidence as a former nobleman and pointed at the iron guards below, cursing them loudly. This is noble magical power. It is a miracle bestowed upon the extraordinary by the gods. You lowly commoners with your scrap metal can't even scratch the surface of this barrier. Go back and tell that good-for-nothing lord of yours who's trembling under the covers. Once the legion from the capital arrives, I'll shove all of you rebels into a cesspool and drown you. They faced the unrestrained ridicule and insults from above the city wall. Lorien, standing at the very front of the formation, didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply flicked a few drops of rain off his overcoat with his gloved right hand. The tears of an era are always accompanied by foolish barking, Lorien murmured calmly. He then turned his head slightly and gave orders to the artillery squad behind him. Lift up the tarpaulin and let our noble lords see what equivalent exchange and physics is all about. Yes, sir. Several burly artillerymen quickly stepped forward and ripped off the thick rubber, moisture-proof cloth covering the carriage. As the tarpaulin slipped off, two enormous figures, gleaming with metallic luster under the torchlight, were revealed. Finally, they revealed their hideous true colors to this backward medieval world. Those were two rudimentary, muzzle-loading, smoothbore cannons. The cannon barrel is very large, forged entirely from high-carbon steel through solid drilling using a hydraulic machine tool in Huemu town, and is also densely covered with several rings of wrought iron hoops for reinforcement. This killing machine, filled with the smell of engine oil, iron filings, and the rugged beauty of industry, creates a striking visual contrast with the dreamlike magical shield on the city wall. What the hell is that iron pipe? The Baron on the city wall was momentarily stunned, but his narrow understanding made it impossible for him to comprehend what was before him. The artillerymen ignored the doubts on the city wall. Their movements were frighteningly skillful. Clean the gun barrel, load it with granulated modified black powder, and compact it firmly with a long pole. Finally, solid iron shells, each the size of an adult's head and weighing over 10 pounds, were inserted into the muzzle of the cannon. Adjust elevation angle. Lock onto the main city gate in the center of the magic shield. The artillery captain held up a small red flag and shouted out the parameters. The moment the two thick, dark cannon barrels slowly rose and were aimed at the inner bunker. Howard, the second-tier mage standing behind the shield, suddenly felt a strong sense of palpitation. It wasn't a surge of magic, but rather an instinctive fear of extreme, pure violence. Prepare. Lorien slowly drew his command sword. The Baron swallowed hard and instinctively shrank back behind the wall. Fire. The commander's sword slashed down fiercely. The two gunners simultaneously pressed the burning match cords in their hands onto the ignition holes at the rear of the cannon. Boom streepje. In the stillness of the night, two deafening bangs shattered eardrums, like two thunderclaps exploding from the ground. The immense recoil caused the heavy artillery to lurch backward a considerable distance, leaving deep white marks on the stone pavement. The dazzling orange-red muzzle flash shot out several meters away, and thick white smoke instantly enveloped the entire position. Ahead of the smoke, two solid iron balls carrying terrifying kinetic energy slammed into the magical shield that the Baron had placed so much hope in, at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Crack bang! They couldn't even stop them for half a second. That so-called noble magical barrier was shattered by the physical kinetic energy of a dozen pounds of pure iron cannonball. It was like a fragile pane of glass, suddenly covered with countless cracks. Then, amidst a mournful cry, it exploded into countless blue specks of light that vanished into the sky. The magician Howard suffered a backlash from the magic, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. And this is just the beginning. The shells that shattered the shield continued their momentum, one of them slamming heavily into the heavy gate. The city gate, nailed shut with thick oak and sheet metal, was like paper in the face of cannonballs, with a huge hole blasted through it, and with chips and iron pieces flying wildly inside. Another shell that veered off course struck the crenellation of the city wall where the Baron had just been standing. The hard granite was flattened, and rocks flew everywhere. The two elite armored knights standing there didn't even have time to scream before they were struck in the upper body by the solid iron ball and crushed into a disgusting cloud of scarlet blood. This This is impossible. The scene was accompanied by collapsing city walls and billowing dust. Baron Oakhaven collapsed into a pool of blood filled with rubble and severed limbs. His proud city walls collapsed, his highly paid magician fell unconscious, and his most elite knights were blasted into mincemeat. He could only stare blankly down at the steel monster that was cleaning its cannon barrel and preparing for a second salvo, his mind completely blank and broken. Another deafening roar. The changing of the guard. It has come to an end in the most brutal and bloody way on this rainy night. Chapter 87 is enough to crush any proud military force. The strong smell of gunpowder. It permeated the air above the ruins of Fort Oakhaven. That heavy gate, a symbol of the absolute authority of the feudal lord, was made of century-old oak and thick wrought iron. It lay sprawled in a contorted posture amidst the rubble. The cannon's devastating physical force easily tore apart the noble magical shield and utterly shattered the last vestige of resistance within the castle. Advance! Seize all high ground! Pete wiped the blood from his face, raised his steel longsword, and let out a frenzied roar. Behind him, the Iron Guard, like a black tide, surged into the inner fortress, trampling over the wreckage. The remaining few dozen knights still hoped to rely on their expensive full-body plate armor to fight a final, desperate battle. They held their great swords high, shouting for family honor and divine protection, like Don Quixote rushing toward windmills. Unfortunately, what awaited them was not a glorious one-on-one duel between knights. Instead, it was the heavy crossbows that the frontline Iron Guards coldly raised. Put! A chilling, trembling sound suddenly rang out. The specially made, armor-piercing steel crossbow bolts easily pierced through those fragile plate armors at a close range of less than 10 meters. The dull cracking sound and the shrill screams mingled together. Those dozens of poor knights didn't even get a touch on the Iron Guard's clothes before they were riddled with holes and fell heavily into pools of blood. Slaughter, in the face of absolute generational difference, is so fleeting as to feel tedious. Lorien, wearing spotless black high-top leather boots, stepped over the still slightly twitching corpse of the knight and slowly walked into the inner fortress hall, which was brightly lit by torches. The Persian carpet in the center of the hall was covered in mud from being trampled on. Baron Oakhaven, who had stood arrogantly on the city wall just half an hour earlier. At this moment, he was like a plucked quail being held firmly to the ground by two burly Iron Guards. Beside him, the esteemed second-tier mage Howard remained in a deep coma due to the backlash of magic, carelessly tossed into a corner like a dead dog. You're a madman. How dare you openly attack a nobleman who holds a legitimate imperial title? The Baron struggled violently, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lorien. Her once meticulously styled hair was now a mess. You've armed all the peasants in your territory to fight me. Doesn't Greywood territory have any defense? Aren't you afraid that other lords will take advantage of the situation and destroy your stronghold? According to his outdated intelligence, Greywood Town had a population of less than 30,000 at most. Given that a normal medieval lord would maintain a standing army of 2%, Lorien's ability to muster 600 elite soldiers already represents an overextension of the territory's potential. The 1,000 heavily armored infantrymen currently surrounding his castle represent Lorien's entire force. Lorien looked down at the defeated man, about to speak. Suddenly, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from outside the hall. Two light cavalry scouts, each with a small triangular flag of a different color stuck on their backs, rushed into the hall like a whirlwind and knelt down on one knee before Lorien. My lord, Steward Sylvie has brought good news. The inner fortress of Baron Baiha has been breached, and Baron Baiha and his family have all been captured alive. They are currently taking inventory of the granaries. My lord, Commander Gareth has brought good news. The Viscount of Ironcliff Fortress was captured after attempting to escape through a secret passage. The entire garrison has surrendered. Our casualties are less than single digits. The two clear and loud reports echoed continuously in the spacious inner fortress hall. Baron Oakhaven, lying on the ground, stopped struggling instantly. His pale face was contorted with uncontrollable, frantic muscle spasms, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Baron screamed hysterically, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. How could Baiha, and Taibeo fall at the same time. You brought all your troops to fight me, didn't you? Hearing this utterly stupid statement, not only Lorien, but also Pete, who was holding him down, and several other Iron Guards looked at him with pity, as if he were an idiot. My dear Baron, who gave you the misconception that Greywood Town only has this small military force? Lorien walked over and sat down on a large, high-backed chair, his long fingers interlaced, his tone laced with mockery. In this backward era, the nobles simply could not imagine what it meant to be a militaristic, industrialized, and brutal army. The standing Iron Guard of Greywood Town has long since expanded to a terrifying size of 4,000 men. In addition, there were 1,000 armed magistrates in charge of internal security, as well as strong laborers who had been trained in the ironworks and quarries, their muscles bulging, ready to be converted into second-line heavy infantry at any time. Lorien has effectively transformed nearly 1/5 of the territory's population into a full-time or part-time violent machine. To any feudal lord, this would be considered a perverse and self-destructive act of madness. 1/5 of the population does not engage in agricultural production, yet they consume large amounts of meat and white bread daily, and are equipped with expensive steel armor. This astronomical military expenditure would bankrupt even a wealthy duchy within 3 months. Only Lorien could be indifferent, because he benefits from a system that provides a huge amount of silver coins to each person every day without fail. For him, an army that others couldn't afford to support was just a small number that fluctuated daily on the books. As long as the population exists, his cash flow will never break. The profound knowledge you are so proud of is as laughable to me as a child's game. Lorien stared coldly at the Baron, who lay slumped on the ground. Take him away and lock him in his bedroom. No one is to visit him without my order. From now on, he is a blind and deaf man who can only sign official documents. Chapter 88 Heavenly Decrees. The first rays of sunlight in the morning. Finally, with great effort, it pierced through the thick, dark clouds of the north and shone on the muddy square of Oakhaven territory. The drizzling autumn rain has stopped, but the chill in the air is becoming increasingly biting. Tens of thousands of civilians from Oakhaven were driven out of their dilapidated wooden huts and thatched huts by the heavily armed Iron Guards and gathered in the center of the square like a flock of frightened sheep. They were ragged, emaciated, and many of them had a deep sense of despair and numbness in their eyes. They heard and saw the earth-shattering roar and the flames last night. Now, the old lords have fallen, and new conquerors stand on that makeshift wooden platform, in accordance with the cruel traditions that have always existed in the north. Civilians in defeated territories will face even harsher plundering, heavy war reparations taxes, and may even be sold in large numbers to slave traders in the south. The old cobbler held his young grandson tightly, huddled at the edge of the crowd, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lorien stood on the high platform, his black military overcoat fluttering in the morning breeze. He coldly swept his gaze across the fearful faces below, without uttering any of those insincere platitudes or empty words of reassurance. The most effective way to deal with these people who have been exploited for years is to shatter their perception of suffering. I am Lorien Balhenia, the Lord of Greywood Town, and the current master of this city. With the amplification of the alchemical sound array, Lorien's words reached everyone's ears. I know what you're afraid of. I'm afraid I'll take the last of your wheat, just like the last Baron did. I'm afraid I'll take your sons and force them into hard labor to repair the city walls. He paused, then suddenly raised his voice. But listen to me carefully. That foolish and inefficient era was completely blasted into dust by my artillery fire last night. He waved his hand. Pete, who was standing nearby, immediately led hundreds of soldiers to move dozens of heavy wooden crates to the front of the platform, and then kicked open the crate lids. Whoosh! Bathed in the morning light, countless brand-new silver coins gleamed with a dazzling metallic luster, almost blinding the eyes of all the commoners. From today onwards, Oakhaven is officially under the jurisdiction of Greywood Town, and the territory laws of Greywood Town will be fully implemented. Lorien braced his hands on the wooden railing, loudly announcing a decree that was enough to overturn the common sense of the world. First, abolish all of Oakhaven's original agricultural taxes, poll taxes, virginity rights, and all those miscellaneous toll fees. The grain you grow, after deducting enough for your own consumption, will will be purchased by the Lord's manor at a fair market price for any surplus. Not a single grain of wheat will be forcibly requisitioned. Upon hearing this, the entire square fell into an unspeakable silence. Even the cries of babies seemed to have stopped. The old cobbler picked at his ears in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating from excessive fear. No tax. How is that possible? Are lords who don't collect taxes supposed to live on air? However, Lorien's bombshells continue to fall. Second, starting tomorrow, the Lord's manor will fund the hiring of laborers to repair the city walls destroyed by the war and to pave a wide gravel road leading to Greywood Town. This is no longer unpaid hard labor. Every adult who participates in the work, regardless of gender, will not only receive 2 full meals with meat broth every day, but will also receive a daily wage of 2 copper coins. Third, all artisans and farmers who are willing to relocate their entire families and submit to the unified planning and dispatch of Greywood Town will be provided with red bricks and cement free of charge by the Lord's Mansion to help them build sturdy new houses that can withstand the harsh winters of the north. Boomstrapje. If the first decree was unbelievable, the last 2 lines are as if a god descended directly and placed the key to heaven into their hands. Not only do they provide meat for the work, but they also pay wages, and they even build a new house for you when you move. This isn't just being conquered. It's like being kissed on the forehead by the god of light. A tsunami-like buzz erupted from the crowd, and despair was replaced by a strange, trembling excitement. A desire to survive gradually ignited in his previously numb eyes. Behind an iron window in the inner fortress tower, Baron Oakhaven, who was under house arrest, was peering intently through the crack at the scene below. He's gone mad. He's completely gone mad. The Baron gripped the iron bars tightly, his fingernails bleeding from the force of his grip. They don't collect taxes, yet they have to pay these peasants wages and build their houses. That idiot Lorien has absolutely no idea how to rule. In less than a month, his pitiful fortune will be eaten up by these lowly people, and his territory will surely be destroyed due to bankruptcy. The Baron's curse carried a wicked expectation. In his corrupt feudal mindset, wealth was constant. For every extra copper coin a lord spent on a commoner, he himself would have 1 less copper coin. He will never understand that in Lorien's economics, these commoners are not consumables, but productive forces capable of creating infinite surplus value. By simply binding them to the war machine of Greywood Town with these meager wages and benefits, they can create 10 times more industrial products on the assembly line. Lorien couldn't be bothered with the old-time remnant raging incompetently on the tower. He looked down at the common people below who were kneeling and praising him, and a shrewd calculation unique to capitalists flashed in his eyes. This fruit is ripe. It's time to eat it. Chapter 89, Digesting the Fruits of Victory. The work of eliminating the remaining enemy forces and taking over the regime. It proceeded in an orderly manner under the efficient bureaucratic system of Greywood Town. The inner castle originally belonged to the Baron's luxurious study. Lorien took off his dew-covered coat and casually draped it over the velvet sofa. He walked to the large oak desk. He swept all the aristocratic love letters reeking of pungent perfume and the useless ledgers onto the floor. Then a huge map of the northern sheepskin was unfurled. Pete, acting as a bodyguard, silently stood guard outside the door. Gareth strode into the study, his eyes sunken but his spirits unusually high. My lord, communication between White River Territory and Ironcliff Fortress has been established. Lady Sylvie and the 2nd and 3rd Battalions have completely taken control of the situation, Gareth said, pointing to 2 coordinates on a map, his voice steady. In addition to these 3 territories, there are several baronies and viscounties on the western and northern edges of the north. Their forces are equally depleted. With just your order, we could wipe out the entire northern nobledom by next week. Gareth's offer was very tempting. Riding the wave of their great victory, the steel torrent of Greywood Town was virtually invincible in the north. However, Lorien simply stared at the map and slowly shook his head. A gluttonous snake that swallows prey much larger than itself will die from overeating Gareth. Lorien drew a circle around the few territories that had not been attacked. These marginal nobles did not occupy the main transportation routes to the south, nor did they participate in the previous blockade against us. Keeping them around will serve as a buffer zone between us and the Imperial Central Legion. Moreover, our current administrative and security teams have reached their limits. Blind expansion will only lead to rampant corruption and decreased efficiency within the territory. He was clear-headed more than ever. He certainly doesn't lack the military strength to conquer other territories, but what he lacks is the ability to effectively manage and extract value from those territories. More importantly, he didn't tell Gareth this explicitly. That is the system's judgment rule. Lorien summoned a virtual panel that only he could see and glanced at the numbers that were automatically depositing money into his account every day. Although last night they conquered 3 territories in one fell swoop and controlled a huge population of nearly 100,000. However, the profits from these 100,000 people did not immediately turn into silver coins and fall into his pocket. Because, nominally and legally, this area still belongs to the territory of Oakhaven, White River, and Ironcliff. Lorien was merely a proxy. The system is rigid. It only takes seriously the population that truly belongs to the land of Greywood Town. Just like when they dealt with Lord Redleaf, the puppet in name could continue to live, but the most valuable resource in their territory, the people, had to be physically transferred. Immediately launch the Great Migration Plan. Lorien turned around and gave Gareth precise strategic instructions. In accordance with the policy we previously announced in the square. First, relocate all the blacksmiths, carpenters, leatherworkers, scholars, and the strongest and most willing young and middle-aged laborers from these 3 territories to Greywood Town in batches. Tell the logistics department to use all 4-wheeled, shock-absorbing wagons, or even handcarts, to safely transport them to the industrial area of Greywood Town. There, the Ed brothers' new factory is desperately waiting for these cheap laborers. Gareth carefully noted down the orders and nodded. What about the remaining elderly, the infirm, and those who don't want to leave their homeland? Stay here and continue farming. Lorien's gaze was calm and unwavering, as if he were arranging livestock on a farm. These 3 territories under our control, along with the former Redleaf territory, will all become Greywood Town's natural granary and raw material supply base. Have those barons and viscounts who are under house arrest immediately write to the capital to report that everything is safe. And this should be carried out regularly thereafter, ensuring that all taxes are paid in full. After all, from today onwards, Greywood Town is no longer just a town. Lorien walked to the window. Looking down outside, one sees civilians already being mobilized, lining up in long queues to receive food and relocation allowances. His blueprint has finally taken a crucial step. Greywood Town will be a huge heart, and these 4 territories are the veins that supply it with nutrients. Until we have completely drained the population and resources of this land, until every voucher bearing the mark of Greywood Town has completely replaced the copper coins issued by the Empire. Chapter 96 Women are prone to overthinking. The cold autumn wind swept away a few withered yellow leaves from the streets of Greywood Town. Behind the Lord's mansion, in a detached brick building specifically built for the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Agriculture, a strong yet slightly bitter herbal scent was emanating from the room. Only the high-quality smokeless coal in the fireplace burned quietly, warming the entire room to a spring-like temperature. Cough, cough. Lying on the soft velvet bed, Ella couldn't help but let out a soft cough. This half-elf scholar, who was usually full of energy and could travel for miles in the fields, had a sickly pallor on his delicate face. Her signature pointed ears drooped limply among her silver hair. Her entire delicate body resembled a precious orchid lacking water, appearing somewhat listless. Please don't move, Lady Ella. Your body temperature is still above the normal range. Cecilia was wearing a neat white medical gown. Gently place a clean towel, soaked in cold water, on Ella's forehead. The gentle head of the medical department had a look of disapproval in her eyes. I'm really fine, Cecilia. I'm just a little dizzy. Ella tried to sit up by supporting herself on the bed, her eyes anxiously glancing at the desk, not far away. In my experimental field, there's still 3 sets of hybrid data for winter-resistant wheat that haven't been recorded. If those seedlings miss the optimal observation period, the entire breeding cycle will have to be postponed until next year. Shut up and lie down. Before Cecilia could even speak up to stop it, a deep, authoritative male voice came from the half-open mahogany door. Lorien, dressed in well-tailored casual clothes and carrying an exquisite silver stew pot that exuded an enticing aroma, strode into the room. As usual, Sylvie stood guard outside the door like a quiet shadow, gently closing the door behind her. I was greeted by the presence of my beloved lord. Cecilia respectfully performed a curtsy and reported softly, "My lord, I have given Lady Ella a thorough examination. I was not infected with any malignant disease or curse. It was purely due to long hours of high-intensity work, coupled with a recent drop in temperature, which led to exhaustion of my physical functions and a significant decrease in my resistance, resulting in fatigue-related fever. Understand. Thank you for your hard work, Cecilia. You can go to the medical clinic and take care of things here. I'll leave this to you." Lorien nodded slightly. After the nun left, he went to the bedside and placed the expensive silver stew pot on the bedside table. He then pulled up a chair and sat down, looking down at the half-elf on the bed who had secretly tucked his head under the covers. "It seems our director of agriculture has taken my words to heart." Lorien's tone was unreadable. Ella, however, looked away, feeling somewhat guilty. However, her proud and arrogant nature made her mutter under her breath, "It's not that exaggerated. I used to do research for days and nights on end, but who knew this body would suddenly become so delicate?" As she spoke, she glanced at the stew pot out of the corner of her eye. Inside was a top-tier tonic that Lorien had spent a fortune to plunder from the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, the Arctic Snow Ginseng, combined with a rich soup made from the essence of magical beasts. Even within the aristocratic circles of the capital, this is a precious medicinal diet that would make people envious. And this wasn't the first time Lorien had sent something like this. Since Ella fell ill and was forced to take leave 3 days ago, this busy lord would appear in her hospital room almost every day, bringing all sorts of extravagantly expensive supplements. "You're simply overdrawing your life force to improve the soil." Lorien bluntly exposed her excuse. Then he reached out and lifted the lid of the stew pot, and a rich, exotic aroma instantly filled the entire room. He picked up a silver spoon, stirred the thick broth inside, and solemnly announced the verdict. "I've had my deputy in the Ministry of Agriculture completely take over your day-to-day work. Starting today, you are all required to take 2 weeks of paid leave. If you dare to approach the experimental fields even half a step during these 15 days, or if I see you touching any agricultural data book, I will immediately pull up all the wheat seedlings in those experimental fields and feed them to the horses." "You dare?" Ella bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She sat up in bed in an instant, not even caring that the towel on her forehead had fallen off. But when she met Lorien's deep and serious black eyes, her previously high spirits inexplicably deflated. She bit her lower lip, a complex emotion flashing in her emerald eyes, and muttered in a whisper that only the two of them could hear, "You tyrannical dictator." They only recently annexed 3 territories, and the parchment in the government hall must be piled up like a mountain by now. "That's enough of you, busy man. Go and deal with your important conquests. Don't waste your time here." Lorien looked at her awkward expression, clearly moved but pretending to be strong, and chuckled to himself. He held a spoon full of nourishing soup to Ella's lips. With an incredibly focused and earnest gaze, he replied, word by word, "I do indeed have a lot of official business to attend to. But, Ella, listen to me carefully. Your health is the most important thing to me right now." Lorien spoke these words with conviction and without the slightest falsehood. After all, in his mind, he was very good at calculating. "Are you kidding me? This is a half-elf scholar who understands the logic of modern agricultural improvement, has a natural affinity, and can work tirelessly at a high intensity. In this backward medieval world where even fertilizer was unknown, Irara was 1,000,000 times rarer than a giant panda. She is the core cornerstone that will enable Greywood Town to support hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of industrial workers in the future. Even if it meant losing 1,000 heavy infantrymen, or the sudden explosion of 3 steelmaking furnaces, Lorien wouldn't even blink. However, if Ella's body suffers irreversible damage, the agricultural development speed of Greywood Town will plummet by 80%. The loss of such core assets is a disaster that no one can withstand. So let alone a bowl of snow ginseng soup. Even if she were given dragon meat to eat every meal, Lorien would not hesitate to slay dragons. However, Alara was unaware of the appalling logic of capital assessment that Lorien held in his mind. To her sensitive half-elf hearing, these words struck like a heavy hammer against her heart. a heart that had never been opened to humans. In this cold and cruel world, a ruthless lord with immense power, holding the lives of countless people in his hands. He actually put aside the heavy political affairs concerning hegemony and stayed by her bedside every day, telling her with extremely serious eyes, "You are the most important." This kind of domineering, straight male-style statement is extremely damaging. Ella's breathing inexplicably became rapid, visible to the naked eye. A tempting blush spread from her fair neck all the way to her pointed elven ears, so red it looked as if it were about to bleed. She lowered her head in a panic and hastily swallowed the soup. I felt my heart pounding wildly in my chest like a fawn, and a warm current spread through my limbs and bones. "This soup is a little hot," she mumbled a clumsy excuse, not daring to look Lorien in the eye. In her chaotic mind, a thought that even she found shameful quietly surfaced. If I have to find a human partner in the future, a tyrant like him doesn't seem so unacceptable. Chapter 91, it's time, 4007, to become 996. After leaving Ella's hospital room, as Lorien walked along the gravel path back to the Lord's study, the cold wind made his mind even clearer. Ella fell ill. It was like a glaring red light suddenly flashing on the frantically running machine of Greywood Town, which also served as a loud warning to him. "I seem to have made a very basic management mistake," Lorien thought to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. With the rapid expansion of Greywood Town, in particular, after recently swallowing up 3 territories, including Oakhaven, the population within those territories has grown exponentially. This exponential growth not only resulted in a surge in daily silver coin income on the system panel, it is also an overwhelming surge of pressure from government affairs, infrastructure construction, and logistical coordination. Ordinary migrant workers and laborers can solve the problem of fatigue through shift work. But what about those talents in the core management team? Lorien carefully recalled the mental state of the territory's high-ranking officials during this period. The elderly butler, Barr, said he was being transferred to be the honorary chairman, so he no longer needed to keep accounts. Despite knowing the situation in the territory best, he still volunteered to train newcomers and handle the mountain of resource allocation lists during this busiest time. His once meticulously combed, white hair has now become visibly sparse, and his cloudy eyes are filled with tired, bloodshot veins. Sylvie, the chief of operations and intelligence, a female knight who always puts the Lord's safety first, couldn't remember the last time she had taken off her heavy armor. She was like a bowstring stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Meanwhile, Cecilia from the medical department shuttles between the wounded and sick civilians every day. Although the smile on her face remained gentle, the dark circles under her eyes could not be concealed. In the alchemy lab, the Ed brothers completely evolved into 2 red-eyed goblin zombies. In order to develop the new materials needed by Lorien, they lived and ate in a laboratory filled with toxic gases. Even when Lorien visited last time, he almost didn't recognize these 2 madmen with their faces covered in soot. Even the 80-odd strong orcs in the territory, whom Lorien used as cranes. Lately, I've been staggering a bit when moving heavy steel. As a capitalist with even a shred of conscience, do I seem to have gone too far in enslaving my employees? Lorien chuckled to himself inwardly. This is the exploitative model of 007. Using it to consume cheap, readily replaceable low-level labor can certainly maximize short-term profits. However, if this model is applied to these core members who possess technological barriers and have extremely high loyalty, that would be an absolutely foolish act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The machine needs to be lubricated regularly, and high-end screws require even more careful maintenance. If we don't give them some breathing room, if this core group of key personnel were to die from overwork, the massive industrial system that Greywood Town had just established would likely be paralyzed overnight. This is an asset loss that Lorien absolutely cannot tolerate. It was afternoon. Huemu Town Government Affairs Hall. This was a spacious and bright conference room, but the atmosphere seemed somewhat somber. The long conference table was filled with the territory's top executives. Apart from Arala, who was absent due to illness, Old Bar, Gareth, Sylvie, Cecilia, the Ed brothers, and several newly appointed heads of departments such as industry, agriculture, and logistics were all present. The weariness on each of their faces was unmistakable. But when their gaze fell upon Lorien, who was sitting in the main seat, they forced themselves to straighten their backs. Gentlemen, the reason I have gathered you here today is not to discuss the assimilation progress of the 3 new territories, nor is it for the new military expansion plan. Lorien placed his hands on the table, crossed. His deep gaze slowly swept over everyone present, carrying an undeniable air of authority. I have decided to enact a new Territory Workers' Rest and Welfare Act in Greywood Town. He immediately unveiled a new reform plan. Starting next Monday, all Corps management personnel, technical staff, and standing army and sheriffs in non-emergency situations in Greywood Town will strictly implement the new work schedule. There will be no more continuous work day and night. I've named it the 996 work system. Lorien explained in a language that people in the Middle Ages could understand. That is, work begins when the sun rises to a certain height, 9 a.m., and continues until nightfall, 9 p.m., when all non-essential work is forcibly stopped. Furthermore, after every 6 consecutive days of work, everyone must take a mandatory day off. Furthermore, I will also establish public holidays in the territory. For example, the annual Harvest Festival, Winter Festival, and the anniversary of the founding of Greywood Town. During these holidays, everyone except those on duty to maintain the basic operation of the city will have paid leave. These words were spoken. The entire conference room fell into a petrified silence. Everyone's expression froze, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Mandatory rest? Paid leave? In this cruel world, not working means starvation and freezing. Which lord doesn't wish he could take a whip and squeeze his serfs and men dry until they vomit blood? My lord, this is absolutely unacceptable. The first person to stand up against this was none other than the old butler Ball, who always followed Lorien's lead. He was so excited that even his gray beard was trembling. We had just reclaimed 3 vast territories. There are countless supplies that need to be inventoried, and tens of thousands of displaced people that need to be identified and resettled. Each factory is at a critical moment of expanding its production capacity. Bar's eyes reddened, his voice choked but firm. How can we rest at this critical juncture? We are willing to burn our last breath for Greywood Town, for you. Please rescind this merciful order. We can still hold on. Yes, my lord. Garrett stood up as well, pounding his chest like a belligerent old wolf. My spies are currently monitoring the surrounding noble territories day and night, ready to make their move. A day's rest could cause us to miss a crucial intelligence. We don't need rest. Sylvie didn't speak, but she silently placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. He looked back at Lorien with that unwavering gaze of someone determined to follow him to the death, his attitude self-evident. Faced with this group of brainwashed fanatics whose minds are filled with only work makes me happy, and working overtime is to be loyal to the Lord. Lorien sighed helplessly. These natives are so easy to fool. All he did was reduce his workload from the inhumane 007 work schedule to the much-criticized 996 work schedule of later generations, and they were actually so moved that they seemed ready to die to prove their loyalty. That's enough. Lorien spoke, silencing the noise in the conference room. He slowly stood up, placed his hands on the table, and stared at everyone with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. I don't need you to burn your lives. I want you to live healthily and for a long time. Only by living can you create more value for me and witness firsthand what this land will ultimately become. Lorien's tone turned cold, revealing the absolute dictatorship and domineering nature befitting a lord. Within this territory, my will is the law. This is no longer a matter of discussion, but an absolute command. Any member of management who dares to secretly work overtime on a rest day will have their entire month's salary deducted and be locked in solitary confinement for reflection. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 92, Unstoppable Fanatical Faith. The enactment of the Territory Workers' Rest and Welfare Act. It transformed directly into a powerful nuclear bomb, stirring up a monstrous wave in the already boiling lake of Greywood Town. After the parchment notices printed by the printing press were neatly posted on the bulletin boards of the government square and the gates of major factories. Thousands upon thousands of subjects, workers, and refugees who had just migrated from the 3 old territories. They all crowded in front of the bulletin board, craning their necks to listen to the sheriff's hoarse reading. The late autumn sun shone on the slightly rough parchment, yet it seemed to radiate a sacred glow. working only until sunset every day, and then having a full day off every 7 days? A coal washing plant worker, covered in coal dust, is clutching half a white bread roll with dried meat inside. He stared blankly at the bulletin board, muttering to himself, not even noticing the food he had dropped on the ground. And even if we just stay home and sleep on this day off, or go to the tavern for a few drinks, the Lord's Manor will still pay our salaries and rations, as usual. An old blacksmith who had moved from Oak Haven suddenly collapsed to his knees on a bluestone slab. His rough hands, covered with burned scars from years of holding a hammer, covered his face tightly, and suppressed sobs escaped from between his fingers. Praise be to Lord Lorien. Even the heavenly kingdom described in the Bible, left behind by the gods, does not have such merciful laws. This is not just the old blacksmith sentiment, but the shared sentiment of tens of thousands of residents of Greywood Town. In this feudal Middle Ages where human life was cheap, the common people at the bottom of society had long been accustomed to being treated like livestock. They worked from dawn till dusk, until one bitterly cold winter day they collapsed in the mud, becoming a skeleton that no one cared about. The word rest. In their minds, it was a privilege reserved only for noble knights and lords. And now, there is the high and mighty Lord Lorien. First, they were given dignity and an abundance of food. They even bestowed this luxurious right to rest upon these peasants as a gift. The already fervent faith spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of the territory. On the morning of the first legally mandated day off, when it finally arrived, the streets of Greywood Town, however, did not present the scene Lorien had envisioned. People lazing in bed or partying in taverns. On the contrary, a huge, eerie commotion startled Lorien, who was having breakfast at the Lord's Manor. He carried a steaming cup of black tea and went up to the second-floor terrace to look down. The scene before my eyes. This gave even the capitalist, who considered himself in control of everything, a strange sense of shock. Tens of thousands of people. The iron workers who had just changed into clean clothes, the strong orc laborers, the farmers who had come from the fields. They spontaneously gathered in the huge square in front of the Lord's mansion. They carried no weapons, but in their hands were hammers, chisels, coarse sand for grinding, and thick hemp ropes for carrying heavy objects. Several super-heavy carriages, each pulled by 8 strong horses, were laboriously transporting a piece of top-quality white marble weighing tens of tons and radiating a cold luster into the center of the square. This raw stone, it was originally intended to be the foundation for building a new government affairs hall. "What are you doing?" Lorien squinted and asked Sylvie, who was also somewhat taken aback, beside him. Just then, Pete, representing everyone, stepped out from the crowd. He had taken off his iron guard armor and was now wearing a simple linen shirt, standing at the foot of the Lord's mansion steps. Pete knelt on one knee, pounded his right fist heavily on his chest, and tilted his head back. With a voice of almost pilgrimage-like fervor, he shouted, "Great Lord, you have granted us, the lowly, the right to rest. But if we, these rough and uncouth cattle, were to lie at home enjoying this comfort while you toil alone in the study for the future of the territory, our consciences would be tormented by fire. We had nothing to do on our days off, so we all spontaneously organized ourselves." Pete pointed to the huge, white marble boulder in the center of the square, his eyes burning with a fierce flame of faith. "We don't want wages, we don't want food rations. We will use our calloused hands and our days off to sculpt a magnificent statue for you here, standing 30 feet tall. We want your glorious image to forever stand in the very center of this city. Even 100 or 1,000 years from now, the descendants of the North will remember beneath your statue who saved them from endless suffering." As Pete finished speaking, the tens of thousands of people in the square knelt down in unison, like a field of wheat flattened by a gale. For the great Lord Lorien. A deafening roar. It broke through the thick clouds of the north and echoed for a long time over the entire town of Greywood. Lorien, standing on the terrace, paused slightly as he held the cup of red tea. He looked down at the group of people below, who were moved to tears by the prospect of working overtime for free on their day off. Even his heart, armed to the teeth with modern logic, couldn't help but twitch twice at that moment. "I just wanted to give you a little buffer period for maintenance, to prevent you cheap labor from becoming obsolete too early." Lorien let out a sigh of absurdity in his heart. Force cattle and horses to take a break. As a result, the cattle and horses felt extremely guilty. They actually voluntarily spent their holidays putting in their own energy and time to repair statues for unscrupulous bosses. What kind of ultimate self-exploitation spirit is this? It seems. After taking a sip of the slightly cool black tea, a complex expression appeared on Lorian's face. My understanding of the simplicity and honesty of the people in this world is still too conservative. Chapter 93, The Golden Lion Castle, as winter approaches. The capital city, the Golden Lion Duke's Mansion. Although the capital city had not yet entered a true winter at this time. However, the atmosphere in the Duke's study was even more chilling than the blizzard in the north. The heavy rosewood desk was piled high with urgent parchment letters from all over the empire. A rich, incense-like scent permeated the air at all times. But nothing could conceal that suffocating sense of anxiety. Bang! It was another pure gold goblet engraved with an exquisite lion's head emblem. It was smashed onto the expensive marble floor in a fit of extreme frustration. The crimson wine inside splattered like blood, staining the priceless Persian carpet. These useless idiots. A bunch of stupid pigs who just lie on the ledgers and suck blood. Duke of the Golden Lion. This powerful nobleman, whose mere stomp in the imperial court could make countless earls and viscounts tremble. At this moment, he was like an enraged lion, pacing back and forth irritably in the study. His once well-maintained and dignified face was now filled with gloom and weariness. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, gleamed with barely concealed fury. A trusted steward standing in front of the desk was so frightened that his legs trembled and he didn't dare to breathe. He could only bury his head in his chest, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What could cause this top imperial nobleman to lose his composure like this was not a border rebellion or an invasion by an enemy country. Instead, it was a business financial report placed in the most conspicuous position on the desk. That was the quarterly earnings report for the Duke's traditional candle and grease business. For more than a decade in the past, the Golden Lion Dukes virtually monopolized the lighting market for the upper and middle classes of the empire. The high-grade beeswax mixed with spices and the refined, high-quality animal fats continuously supplied his treasury with tens of thousands of gold coins every year. This is a goose that lays golden eggs. It is the core economic pillar that allows him to maintain a vast network of political allies and support his private army. However, in a very short period of time, this extravagant dream was ruthlessly shattered by an industrial product that appeared out of nowhere. Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce presents the brass windproof lamp. This revolutionary lighting tool boasts stable combustion, stunning brightness, and the ability to withstand wind and rain. Once it was launched, it was like a terrible plague. It swept through the entire capital and even the surrounding wealthy territories with overwhelming force. In less than half a month, the Duke of the Golden Lion watched helplessly as his family's candle business was brutally torn apart, losing a terrifying 70% of its market share. How dare they? How dare they steal meat from my plate? The Duke at the time also roared through gritted teeth. He did retaliate. In fact, once he sensed the threat, he immediately mobilized his vast network of power. He threatened the distributors that if anyone dared to sell the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce's windproof lamps, they would never be able to get a single candle from him again. He mobilized the city's defense forces to seal off several warehouses belonging to the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce in the suburbs under the pretext of fire safety hazards. He even went so far as to slash the price of high-grade beeswax by half. However, the effect was minimal, because behind the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce stands Duke Ace, who has always disagreed with him on political matters. Although Duke Ace's power cannot compare to that of Duke Golden Lion and the vast group of allies behind him, he is by no means a pushover to be easily bullied. And what frustrated the Golden Lion Duke the most? Every business expansion of the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce strictly adhered to the empire's commercial laws. All kinds of business licenses and tax certificates are readily available, making it even cleaner than the prayer tables and chairs that the church cleans every day. Faced with the other party's legitimate business activities, the Duke of Golden Lion was unable to use his army to launch a military attack. Once he crosses that red line, his political enemies in the imperial family and the Senate would pounce on him like sharks smelling blood and tear him to pieces. Therefore, in this silent commercial war, the Golden Lion Duke has suffered greatly. He used all his connections, resources, and dirty tricks, paying a heavy price to barely wrest back more than 40% of the market share from the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. But this means that he has still permanently lost a large slice of the lucrative pie. Get out. Tell the managers of those workshops that if the profits drop again next month, I'll stuff them all into the furnace and turn them into soap. The steward, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, scrambled out of the study. The Duke slumped into a high-backed chair, rubbing his throbbing temples. His business setbacks certainly angered him. But what truly exhausted him, and even seemed absurd, was another scandal that happened in his rear area. Chapter 94, The Absurd Understanding in the Noble Circle. If we talk about the commercial encroachment of the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce, it was a gleaming spear aimed straight at the Golden Lion Duke's chest. Then there was his wife, the noble Duchess. From behind, they ruthlessly and cruelly stabbed him in the lower back with a poisoned dagger. The Duke's breathing became heavy at the thought of that vain woman, and his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. His wife was the only beloved daughter of Prince Dalton of the Empire. In terms of birth, they were even half a head taller than him, a duke. This means that in this duke's mansion, she has the same right to speak as him, and is a special person whom even he cannot easily scold. Just recently, at a top-tier aristocratic banquet in the capital, this spendthrift woman knows absolutely nothing about politics. All she thinks about is jewelry, lace, and the latest perfumes. In order to show off his taste in front of those wealthy ladies, they secretly spent an outrageously high price and purchased 6 luxurious kerosene lamps called Tears of the Goddess of Light through black market channels. When the crystal-encrusted artwork, radiating a warm, daylight-like glow, was carefully placed in the center of the banquet by the servants, the entire aristocratic circle in the capital was in an uproar. Without a doubt, even a fool could know that. This is a luxury item that is exactly the same as the brass windproof lamp in both craftsmanship and principle. They definitely come from the same source, the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Although the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce never admits that they possess the new product Tears of the Goddess of Light. Even the first group of wealthy women who received free samples let slip that the products seemed to originate from an inconspicuous small business association called Nightingale. But that doesn't stop them from making the connection. What Nightingale Chamber of Commerce? Couldn't it just be a branch of the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce? They're all pretty much the same anyway. Thus, the Duchess's actions were not only a foolish waste of a large sum of gold coins. In a political arena where political trends and positions are highly valued, this has openly released an extremely dangerous and erroneous political signal. Have you heard? The Duchess of the Golden Lion praised the new kerosene lamp at the dinner party. It seems that the Duke's oppression of the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild is merely a business tactic to inflate market prices. The fact that the Duchess is using that product in her bedroom shows that the ducal family is not actually that opposed to this new trend. This is a tacit acceptance, an attitude of acceptance. Those nobles and merchants who were originally under duress from the Duke of the Golden Lion and were still observing or resisting the new lighting fixtures. Upon seeing this, he breathed a long sigh of relief. They naturally assumed that Duke Golden Lion had secretly reached some kind of compromise with Duke Ace. Thus, the boycott alliance almost collapsed without anyone noticing. Those brass windproof lamps that had been stockpiled in warehouses once again flooded into thousands of households in the capital like a burst dam. When the Duke of the Golden Lion learned of all this, he was so angry that he almost drew his sword from the wall and cleaved that damned Tears of the Goddess of Light in two along with the mahogany table. Foolish, ignorant, short-sighted idiot. The Duke was cursing wildly in his study. He not only has to suffer another major blow to his business. What humiliated him even more was that he had to explain himself to his angry allies, like a subordinate who had done something wrong. Subsequently, the Duke of Golden Lion spent countless hours persuading the Duke, offering numerous concessions, and even swearing a solemn oath in a secret meeting. It was only after a brief explanation that it was just a farcical fire in the inner quarters that the allies who were about to defect were appeased. As for what happened afterward, he angrily confronted his wife. The noble Duchess simply leaned lazily against the velvet couch. While admiring her freshly manicured nails, she replied in an innocent yet arrogant tone, "Honey, you're being too sensitive. It's just a pretty lamp. It makes my skin look whiter at night. Am I, as the daughter of Prince Dalton, not even entitled to buy a lamp? Don't drag your pointless political infighting into my bedroom. His self-righteous demeanor almost made the Duke of Golden Lion spit blood onto the ceiling. However, what made him even more desperate was that fate did not seem to intend to let him go. It was during a crucial time when he was overwhelmed with work, juggling the mess in both his business and personal life. An even more deadly boomerang was silently hurtling towards him in the darkness. Chapter 95, What Goes Around Comes Around. Commercial losses can be gradually recovered. The suspicions of allies can be re-established by sharing common interests. But in the heart of the power struggle in the capital city, the most terrifying things are often those invisible and intangible, yet powerful, soft knives that can influence people's hearts. Your Grace, the sewer renovation project in the North District has been forced to stop. The church pastor in charge of the approval refused to sign the document on the grounds of damaging the sacred underground veins. My lord, an urgent message has arrived from the Third Knight's Order in the south. The local monastery refused to provide our soldiers with healing magic, citing a scarcity of herbs, which prevented many wounded soldiers from returning to their posts in time. Your Honor, the tax officials you recommended were rejected in the Senate vote. Several bishops, who are usually neutral, surprisingly voted against them. For several days in a row, a flurry of terrible news flooded into the Duke of Golden Lion's study. Then the Duke was shocked to discover that his various operational orders in the capital and even the surrounding areas were being dismantled. Its operating efficiency dropped by an astonishing 30% or more at an extremely bizarre rate. Many government affairs that could have been handled smoothly with just a word from him are now facing obstacles everywhere. Even the lowest-ranking bureaucrats dared to use an ambiguous attitude to fob off his steward. It seemed like only a few days had passed. This powerful duke developed a terrifying illusion that he was being gradually sidelined by the imperial power center. The root of all this was just a few words from one person. Bishop Macbeth, senior inquisitor of the Imperial Church of Light's Inquisition. This religious leader enjoyed considerable prestige among commoners and lower middle-class nobles. Recently, in various public sermons and private gatherings, there have been intentional or unintentional expressions of concern about the faith and character of the Duke of the Golden Lion. Pride is the original sin. May the God of light forgive those who are blinded by worldly power. These are the words of Bishop Macbeth. Subsequently, this statement spread rapidly throughout the church system in the capital, much like an irresistible divine decree. The priests, nuns, and fanatical believers naturally regarded the Duke of the Golden Lion as a sinner with wavering faith. And in their daily work, they spontaneously started to make things difficult for him. When the Duke of Golden Lion realized the seriousness of the problem, a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He knew why. This was his boomerang, which had finally slammed into his own forehead. Several months ago, in order to deal with Lorien, the useless third son of the Bauhinia family, far away in the north, at the lowest possible cost, he used the church to punish Greywood Town under the guise of heresy. He thought it was a perfect plan to use someone else to do his dirty work. As a result, the Baron of that remote town was not only unharmed. Instead, inexplicably and quietly, they got in touch with Bishop Macbeth. No way. To stop this downward trend that could weaken the family, the Duke of Golden Lion displayed his ruthlessness as an iron-fisted minister. He immediately dispatched his trusted confidants to arrest several officials who were secretly obstructing him with swift and decisive action, and without hesitation hanged several troublemakers to establish his authority. He also forcibly reshuffled the personnel in key positions. This violent repression did temporarily halt the decline in efficiency. But this is not a long-term solution. In the Empire, to completely antagonize the church is tantamount to political suicide. The Duke of the Golden Lion must make amends. He suppressed his anger and humiliation and had a heavy, ironclad oak box prepared overnight. Inside, 100 exquisitely crafted imperial gold coins were neatly stacked. In an era when ordinary people couldn't earn more than a few silver coins a year, 100 gold coins is an enormous sum that would make any earl envious. He dispatched his most trusted knight to secretly travel to Bishop Macbeth's residence late at night, attempting to use the large sum of money to quell the bishop's misunderstanding. However, 3 hours later, the trusted knight carried the heavy box back untouched. Your Grace, Duke, the knight knelt on one knee, his face as pale as paper. Bishop Macbeth refused to see me. His servant sent me back with a box and a message for you. What did you say? The Duke's voice trembled slightly. He stared intently at the unopened box, a very ominous premonition rising in his heart. His Excellency, the bishop said, the grace of the God of Light cannot be measured by gold coins. Your Excellency, the Duke, please take these money-grubbing things to help the poor. Bang! The Duke collapsed weakly into his chair. You won't accept it? Those hypocritical charlatans who are so greedy that they'd even peel off the shroud from a dead body to scrape off a layer of oil actually dare to refuse bribes one day? Duke Golden Lion's face was ashen. In Game of Thrones, when someone refuses your gold coins, it only reveals a cruel truth. Someone offered them even greater and more irresistible benefits. Chapter 96, Crushing the Duke's Differentiation Methods. Deep within the Cathedral of Light in the capital city, inside a bishop's lounge, which was decorated in a very luxurious manner and exuded religious majesty, Bishop Macbeth was wearing a pristine white silk robe, comfortably nestled in a soft velvet sofa. Beside him, the tears of the goddess of light, which had been sold at exorbitant prices by the nobles of the capital and even had to be smuggled by the Duchess, was steadily emitting a soft glow, making his slightly round face appear incredibly holy. However, this high and mighty bishop was not studying the scriptures at all at the moment. He was staring at his left wrist with an almost obsessive gaze. There, secured by a fine calfskin strap, is a round metal lump made of brass and crystal. The workmanship of this thing can be described as somewhat rough. You can see uneven scratches on the metal edges. But it's such a crude thing. Inside, however, came a very regular, almost lifelike tick-tock sound. All praise be to this miraculous wisdom. Bishop Macbeth stared intently at the slowly ticking second hand on the clock face, a smile creeping on his lips and an undisguised sense of superiority in his eyes. There's still a full quarter of an hour until evening prayers, he murmured to himself, then contentedly tucked his wrists into his wide sleeves. This is the first generation of mechanical watches that the Ed brothers forged in their alchemy laboratory in Greywood. Without a doubt, this is in comparison to the one and only special watch that Lorien wears on his wrist. This thing looks like scrap metal forged by orcs. However, this was in the Middle Ages, when water clocks and sundials were still used to roughly estimate time. This watch is a true mechanical deus ex machina. It is a unique sacred object bestowed by the gods. Every day, in front of his colleagues and believers, Bishop Macbeth would casually raise his wrist and announce the time, accurate to the minute, dozens of times. Then he looked at the other bishops' shocked, envious, and insanely jealous eyes. This greatly satisfied Macbeth's vanity, a feeling he had never experienced before. Is this kind of mental pleasure something that the Golden Lion Duke could buy with a mere 100 gold coins? When the topic of gold coins came up, Bishop Macbeth gave a disdainful snort. That stingy idiot, Duke Golden Lion, actually thought he could bribe him with 100 gold coins? This is an insult to him, the future cardinal, the young Baron Lorien, far away in the north. However, every month someone would send him 50,000 brand new silver coins through a secret channel, equivalent to 500 gold coins as an offering. They also regularly offer rare items like the tears of the goddess of light and mechanical watches, which are simply unavailable on the market. What is piety? That's what real piety looks like. In Bishop Macbeth's mind, Lorien was simply a saint of the god of light walking among men. In contrast, the Duke of the Golden Lion is like a nouveau riche who only knows how to bully others. Knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the oak door of the lounge. A young priest in a gray robe walked in respectfully. Your Excellency, Bishop Macbeth, the mission you previously instructed to be assembled to go to Greywood in the north is ready. 5 priests who have mastered basic healing and blessing spells, and 30 of the most devout nuns, are ready to depart at any time. Very good. Bishop Macbeth nodded. He picked up a parchment scroll from the table, stamped with the church's bright red seal, and handed it to the young priest. Tell them that Greywood Town is a land blessed by the gods. Its lord, Baron Lorien, is one of our church's most steadfast allies. Once they arrive there, they must fully cooperate with His Excellency the Baron in establishing the Cathedral of Holy Light. Any disrespect towards the Baron will be severely punished by the Inquisition. Yes, Your Excellency. The mission will depart tomorrow morning at the first light of dawn. The young priest reverently kissed the ring on Macbeth's hand and withdrew. Looking at the closed door, Bishop Macbeth raised his wrist again, glanced at the rough mechanical watch, and a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Golden Lion Duke, you have no idea what kind of monster you've provoked. In this cold world, power is indeed terrifying. But what if someone possesses an endless flow of funds and wields revolutionary technological means to achieve a dimensional reduction in power? And he's a lord who's so well-versed in human greed. He began weaving his web of capital and power behind the scenes. The ultimate fate of those traditional nobles of the old era. They can only be mercilessly crushed into powder by the gears of time. Chapter 97, Serena's Guilt. The Champs-Élysées in Beijing. A low-key black carriage without any family crest. It was smoothly rolling over the spotless bluestone road, washed clean by last night's autumn rain. Inside the train carriage, Lorien's second sister, Serena Bauhinia, nervously twisted the expensive silk handkerchief in her hand. Since Lorien established himself in the north and began to continuously supply the capital with those incredible industrial goods, Serena's Nightingale Merchant Guild, which she secretly established, ushered in a dazzling golden age. With its Tears of the Goddess fuel, exclusively for the elite ladies, and several exquisite luxury items, it was able to establish a presence in the market. The Nightingale Merchant Guild is like a money-devouring behemoth lurking in the shadows, frantically devouring the wealth in the vaults of the capital's nobles every day. They were not suppressed, nor did they face commercial blockades. Even those greedy tax officials never came to cause trouble. This is certainly not because the Nightingale Merchant Guild is well hidden. Rather, it's because there's a sufficiently powerful leader in the open who shielded them from all the storms. The Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce, and its leader, Duke Ace. During this period of time, in an effort to suppress the new lighting tools, the Duke of Golden Lion unleashed almost all his anger and dirty tricks on the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. They watched helplessly as the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce's shops were shut down, reopened, and then shut down again. The caravans were detained and then released again in an endless cycle. This created an absurd situation where the Duke of the Golden Lion was forced to engage in a brutal political struggle within the Senate. And what about his own Nightingale Trading Company? But they made a fortune hiding in the shadows. This caused Serena, who was kind-hearted by nature, to suffer from a guilty conscience every night. That little bastard Lorien, he really schemes against people to the bone. Serena muttered to herself, grumbling about her younger brother. But more than anything, it was a sense of guilt towards the Duke who had taken all the blame for them. Therefore, she specially prepared a generous gift today and secretly paid a visit. The carriage slowly came to a stop in front of a vast manor house filled with classical art. Under the guidance of the butler, Serena walked through a long corridor paved with marble and precious sculptures to the sun-drenched private drawing room on the second floor of the manor. Good day, Miss Serena. Your arrival has brightened up this dull room. A rich, elegant voice, with a magnetic quality that is as refreshing as a spring breeze, rang out in the reception room. Serena quickly looked up. Finally, I saw that powerful nobleman in the capital, Duke Ace. He didn't have the domineering air of someone wielding great power that Serena had imagined. On the contrary, he was a well-dressed and polite middle-aged gentleman. Her brilliant blonde hair was meticulously combed, and she wore a well-tailored dark blue velvet vest with a finely crafted gray wooden collar pocket watch on her chest. What is most striking are his slightly narrowed golden eyes. Combined with the ever-gentle smile on his lips, he looked like a kind and approachable scholar next door. However, Serena felt a chill run down her spine for no apparent reason. She suddenly remembered a very serious warning that Lorien had written in a secret letter sent with the shipment half a month ago. If you encounter Duke Ace in the capital, remember to be extremely vigilant. My dear sister, you must remember this truth. Those guys who always smile at you with narrowed eyes are monsters who eat people without spitting out the bones. Serena took a deep breath to calm her nerves. She lifted her skirt and performed a perfect, flawless, aristocratic curtsy. Good day, Your Excellency Duke Ace. I apologize for the intrusion and hope I have not disturbed your peace. Duke Ace did not sit in the high-backed chair that symbolized the main seat, but walked to the sofa himself and made a gesture of invitation. He even personally poured Serena a cup of fragrant black tea. This completely unpretentious, even somewhat flattering, treatment made Serena feel increasingly reserved. You need to know, Even during the height of the Bauhinia family's power, her father could only be considered an equal to this duke. Now, the Bauhinia family has almost become a laughingstock in the capital, yet the other party is still willing to give her such a high-level reception. "Please have some tea. It's a special supply from the southern islands," Duke Ace said with a smile as he sat down opposite her. Those narrowed golden eyes held a depth that was impossible to fathom. Chapter 98: The Squinty-Eyed Duke's Astonishment. The rich aroma of tea lingered between the two. Faced with this mild-mannered top nobleman of the empire, Serena did not choose the insincere small talk commonly used in aristocratic circles. She still retains a rare sincerity and straightforwardness in her personality. "Your Majesty the Duke." Serena put down the gilded bone china teacup in her hand, raised her head, and looked directly at the other person with a serious expression. "I've come here today to express my apologies to you." Duke Ace raised his eyebrows slightly. Those narrowed eyes seemed to open slightly. "Oh? What makes you say that, Miss Serena?" "In my memory, the Bauhinia family has never done anything to wrong me. You don't need to cover for us anymore." Serena bit her lip and lowered her head in shame. "I know. Lorien, my brother, he took advantage of you and the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild. The reason why the Nightingale Merchant Guild was able to sell those goods safely in the capital is entirely because you shielded us from the wrath of the Golden Lion Duke. To use a noble duke as a shield for a family like ours that is in decline is an extremely impolite and dangerous thing. Speaking of which," Serena took out a thick parchment contract sealed with wax from her exquisite handbag and gently pushed it in front of Duke Ace. "This is the equity transfer document for the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce, representing 20% of its shares. While it may not fully compensate you for the losses and troubles you have suffered in this business conflict, it is the greatest sincerity we can offer at the moment. I hope you can accept this and forgive my brother's somewhat reckless scheming." This is a frank and almost naive confession. Duke Ace, who was used to the scheming and backstabbing of the political arena, was stunned for the first time. His hand holding the teacup froze in midair, and the gentle smile on his face paused for a moment. Before Serena even arrived, this deep-thinking duke had already considered countless possibilities in his mind. According to the normal logic of aristocratic games, he thought that the second young lady of the Bauhinia family wanted to use today's visit to completely bind the Nightingale Merchant Guild and the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild together. They attempted to leverage the Duke's prestige to bring the Nightingale Merchant Guild from the shadows to the forefront, gaining greater exposure and political protection. After all, in Duke Ace's eyes, Lorien is not only a genius alchemist, but also a cunning little fox. As his sister, Serena should also be the kind of politician who would stop at nothing to gain benefits. But reality gave him a harsh and unexpected answer. The other party genuinely came to compensate him, filled with remorse. This is really... Duke Ace felt a sense of absurdity in his heart, then couldn't help but chuckle. Loss. Trouble? Does this lovely girl really think that Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce has suffered a loss in this turmoil? In fact, when Lorien first handed over the agency rights for the brass windproof lamps to him, Duke Ace keenly sensed the terrifying profits that were enough to overturn the entire imperial lighting market. He willingly stood at the forefront to endure the Golden Lion Duke's relentless bombardment. It wasn't that I was being taken advantage of. It was simply because this piece of meat was just too tempting. Leveraging its monopolistic advantage in windproof lamps, the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce not only fiercely eroded the market share that originally belonged to the Golden Lion Duke, but also, furthermore, taking this opportunity, they opened up dozens of previously blocked trade routes, transforming themselves from the empire's first-class chamber of commerce into a top chamber of commerce with pricing power in the industry. In this process, the political capital and monetary gains he has acquired are equal to the sum of the past 10 years. Was he used as a pawn by Lorien? Duke Ace only regretted that Lorien hadn't given him more of these golden eggs. Looking at Serena, whose cheeks were slightly flushed with guilt, I realized. Duke Ace didn't know whether to call her naive or to say that the Bauhinia family's upbringing was rather peculiar. One of his brothers is like a ruthless dictator in the north, expanding and exploiting others. One of the sisters felt guilty towards her allies because she had made money in the capital. However, I don't dislike such a junior, Duke Ace thought to himself, compared to those cunning fools who, despite their scheming, often lose everything due to greed. Serena's character, which retains its principles and sincerity, is all the more precious in the corrupt and chaotic capital city. I am deeply honored by Miss Serena's sincerity. Duke Ace did not feign refusal. He smiled and reached out, quite naturally putting the shareholding agreement into his drawer. I will accept this gift. Please tell your brother that there is no unpleasantness between the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce and the Bauhinia family. We are the best business partners. Chapter 99: Serena's True Request. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling stained glass windows of the reception room. Dappled light and shadow are cast on the expensive Persian carpet. Serena watched as Duke Ace readily put the share transfer agreement, which represented wealth, into the drawer without even frowning. A strong sense of astonishment welled up inside her. On the carriage that brought the visitor, Serena had repeatedly rehearsed the course of the negotiations in her mind. She was mentally prepared to be ridiculed by the powerful Duke or to face harsh additional conditions. After all, it's a trick of shifting the blame to make a top-ranking, powerful Duke in the empire face the endless wrath of another Duke. To any nobleman who values propriety, this would be an extremely offensive overstepping of boundaries. But unexpectedly, everything went so smoothly that it was unbelievable. However, Serena is not one of those brainless heiresses who only know how to compete with each other at balls over lace. After calming down a bit, she immediately sorted out the cold political logic hidden behind this seemingly abnormal behavior in her mind. Yes, this is the inevitable outcome, Serena thought to herself. Duke Ace was certainly not a magnanimous saint. The only explanation for his magnanimity is that the actual profits the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce has seized in this commercial storm stirred up by Lorien have far exceeded this so-called trouble. More important places. The other party has clearly forged a deep bond of interest between the future of the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce and the Greywood territory, which is far away in the north, and is producing miraculous industrial products. Faced with such an inseparable and enormous chain of interests, the Nightingale Merchant Guild's petty actions were simply not enough to make the other party turn against them. The worst-case scenario is that Duke Ace will use this as an excuse to demand more concessions from Lorien regarding future cargo share and pricing power. Having figured this out, Serena's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. The Duke's tolerance is as comforting as a summer breeze. The Bauhinia family will forever remember this friendship. Serena picked up the cup of black tea, which exuded the unique spice aroma of the southern islands, again, and took a small, elegant sip to cover up her recent lapse in composure. However, when she put down the teacup, the awkwardness and guilt that once belonged to the young girl had quietly faded from those bright eyes. Instead, it was replaced by the prudence and shrewdness unique to the great aristocracy. She took a huge risk by secretly visiting today. If it were merely to apologize to her brother who was far away and send him some money, it would be a disservice to the noble blood flowing in her veins. However, Your Excellency Duke Ace, Serena changed the subject. His originally gentle voice now carried an undeniable bitterness and solemnity. Besides expressing my apologies, I also have a more personal matter to discuss today, and I would like to seek your protection. Duke Ace maintained his gentle, warm smile. He crossed his hands on his knees, leaned forward slightly, and struck a perfect listening pose. It is my honor to serve such a beautiful lady. Please speak, Miss Serena, as long as it does not violate the laws of the Empire or the teachings of the gods. Serena gave a bitter smile to herself. Instead of beating around the bush, she took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell that was enough to cause a magnitude 10 earthquake in the aristocratic circles of the capital. My eldest brother, who is also the nominal first in line to inherit the Bauhinia family, Arthur Bauhinia. Serena gritted her teeth and said in a voice that was almost squeezed out from between her teeth, "He is preparing to flee back to the capital from the southern front." Upon hearing this, Duke Ace's golden eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, finally opened for a moment, but then returned to their unfathomable half-closed state. Serena ignored the Duke's subtle reaction. Her emotions were already in a state of intense fluctuation, mixed with anger, disappointment, and sorrow when that name was mentioned. Since her father suffered a crushing defeat in the political struggle, the Bauhinia family's empire has collapsed. Her biased mother, after realizing that she could no longer protect the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce's core business in the capital, He made a decision that Serena still finds incredibly disheartening to this day. The mother sold off the remaining core assets of the family in the capital and surrounding provinces one by one. She took all the funds, enough to fill a warehouse, to the southern front to support her beloved eldest son, who was hailed as the last hope of the family. As the second daughter in the family, Serena received only a pitiful amount of scraps during that asset division. If she hadn't broken off relations early and seized a small portion of valuable assets, they might not have even been able to afford the expenses of maintaining a decent carriage. With such favoritism, it's easy to imagine Serena's resentment towards her mother. But what made her feel even more desperate and ironic was the resounding slap in the face from cruel reality. As it turns out, Lorien, the third brother, was regarded as a thorn in his mother's side and ridiculed as a good-for-nothing by the entire upper class of the capital since childhood. His wisdom, skill, and patience far surpassed those of the so-called genius older brother Arthur, a discarded son who was exiled to a harsh and desolate place and started from scratch. Now, without much fanfare, it has become a dominant force in the northern border. The other, with thousands of battle-hardened elites from his family, an astronomical sum of money, and even having taken over a portion of the Empire's original military command station on the southern frontier, held a truly formidable hand. And what was the result? In several local battles against the southern orc tribes, Arthur suffered a crushing defeat. The army collapsed like a house of cards. Chapter 100: Duke Ace's Political Calculations. Perhaps my father's downfall did indeed contribute to the fact that his political enemies secretly cut off logistical supplies to the south. But undeniably, this directly proves just how weak and ridiculous Arthur's abilities are in military command and crisis management. Serena sat on the comfortable velvet sofa, her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. Her speech gradually quickened, as if she wanted to pour out all the fear and anger that had been building up in her heart. 2 months ago, my mother arrived in the south with the last of the Bauhinia family's legacy. She thought those gold coins would help Arthur rebuild his strength, and even naively fantasized that he could return to the capital with his war merits and restore the family's supreme glory. But tell her the result: a fortress built of solid granite, and a garrison of nearly 10,000 men. In the end, they were completely routed by a group of orcs who didn't even have decent iron weapons and only knew how to wield rough-bone clubs and rusty greatswords. Serena's chest heaved violently, and tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. Now, the noble son of the Duke, my good brother Arthur, not only did he not choose to die in battle at the fortress to preserve the last bit of honor for his family. Instead, he led a small remnant of his personal guards, escorting my mother, and fled the front lines in a panic like stray dogs heading straight for the capital. When it comes to the last few words, Serena's voice trembled slightly, a tremor she could no longer conceal. In this martial empire, for a noble commander who holds military power in the empire, defeat might still leave room for negotiation. If they can fight to the death in a desperate situation, even if they are ultimately wiped out, the Senate and His Majesty the Emperor, considering their past merits, will at most strip them of their titles and preserve the dignity of their descendants. However, abandoning the defensive line and the soldiers under their command, deserting in order to save their own lives? This is the highest level of disgrace that is absolutely intolerable under imperial law. This is blatant treason. The consequences were entirely predictable. Once the news of Arthur's retreat back to the capital is fully confirmed and made public, His Majesty the Emperor's wrath will ignite the entire capital city. Those political enemies who are already eyeing the remaining power of the Bauhinia family will definitely swarm in like vultures smelling blood. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we will launch a political purge that is more brutal and thorough than ever before. Duke Ace, I am well aware of the political rules of the capital. In the face of a storm of that magnitude, no one in the Bauhinia family in the capital can escape unscathed. Serena raised her head, her eyes filled with deep pleading. They won't care whether I've broken ties with my mother or that I only have an insignificant Nightingale trading company under my control. In the eyes of my political enemies, as long as my surname is Bauhinia, I am a remnant that must be eliminated. Perhaps, just as Arthur's carriage enters the city gate, the city guards will post an arrest warrant on my door, and I will be mercilessly thrown into that dark and sunless black stone dungeon, becoming a sacrifice to appease the Senate's anger. This is Serena's real purpose in sparing no expense today even giving away a huge amount of shares. She needed an umbrella, one that was big and sturdy enough in the capital to protect her unharmed from the impending devastating storm. I hope that you can spare my life this time, considering the good working relationship between the Nightingale Merchant Guild and the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, and also for Lorien's sake. Serena stood up and bowed deeply to Duke Ace with utmost humility. If there's truly nowhere to stay in the capital, then at least please use the Duke's secret channels to help me escape this city. Lorien had arranged in his previous letters that if the situation completely collapsed, I should abandon everything and hide in his Greywood territory. But now the checks at each city gate are extremely strict, and I cannot safely reach the northern border on my own. A brief, deathly silence fell over the reception room. Only the sun crown, inlaid with various gems, made a soft, rustling sound in the corner. Duke Ace did not immediately respond. Instead, he picked up the slightly cooled black tea and took a small sip. Those golden eyes, which always seemed to be smiling, were now as deep as an ancient, dry well. He didn't show much shock. In fact, they were a small group of people at the very top of the imperial power pyramid. He had heard about the dire situation on the southern front half a month ago through his contacts in the military. He simply hadn't expected it. Arthur, that guy who was once hailed as a military genius of the younger generation of the Empire, actually made the foolish choice of fleeing back to the capital, which is digging his own grave. This is truly a terrible, or rather, an utterly foolish decision. Duke Ace thought coldly to himself, commenting on Arthur's actions. For a defeated general, any place is better than fleeing back to the capital, the eye of the storm of power. Fleeing to other provinces might allow them to survive by relying on their family's former subordinates. Even fleeing to an overseas archipelago and living as a wealthy man incognito can save one's life. The only way to escape back to the capital is to cleanse oneself and offer oneself up for the feast of those bloodthirsty wolves in the Senate. Unless Duke Ace put down his teacup. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the sofa armrest as he rapidly considered various possibilities in his mind. Unless that the Duke's son, who has been pampered since childhood, has been completely terrified by those ferocious orcs in the south, to the point that he has lost his basic judgment and only wants to return to the safest place in his memory, his mother's embrace or the high walls. Or perhaps a dangerous glint flashed in Duke Ace's eyes. The Bauhinia family's political enemies, such as that hot-tempered Duke of the Golden Lion, have secretly conspired with several other families who want to divide up the military power in the south, preparing to completely ambush and kill Arthur on the southern defense line. Arthur was driven to a dead end, with no way out. He knew the capital was a pit of fire, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and jump back, hoping to use the Emperor's last bit of mercy to save his life. Regardless of which truth it is, Arthur's return means that the already relatively balanced political landscape of the capital will once again be thrown into a highly destructive alchemical bomb. A bloody power reshuffle is inevitable. Duke Ace turned his gaze back to Serena, who stood before him, looking tense. To be fair, saving Serena was not a major blow to this powerful Duke. All he had to do was invite the second young lady to the Duke's mansion in his private capacity, or casually assign her a nominal position as a senior advisor to the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Even if those city garrison soldiers and henchmen of the Inquisition responsible for the purge had 10 times the courage, they would never dare to kick down the gates of the Duke's mansion. However, in this brutal political game, every move requires a cost-benefit analysis. There is no need to provoke the mad dogs in the Senate who are in a state of extreme excitement at this critical moment for a pawn that is destined to be discarded. Duke Ace quickly made a judgment in his mind. His main focus now must be on how to use the windproof lamp and other northern products to completely crush the Golden Lion Duke's business empire and seize more political territory. At this critical juncture, if he openly protects the direct bloodline of the Bauhinia family, this will inevitably attract fierce attacks from political enemies who want to divide up the Bauhinia family's inheritance, which will undoubtedly create unnecessary trouble for them. Moreover, Duke Ace's lips curled back into a gentle smile, his eyes revealing a deeper meaning. Compared to hiding in my luxurious but scheming cage, this second young lady has a better and more awe-inspiring place to go. He did not intend to leave Serena in the capital. He preferred to go with the flow and, according to Lorien's plan, safely deliver her to the north. The benefits of doing this are obvious. First, he completely shed this political burden that could have backfired on him. Secondly, he extended a great deal of goodwill to his ally in the far north, saving the other party's only sister in a critical moment. This debt of gratitude is far more solid than any contractual agreement. The core reason that made Duke Ace make this decision was his growing fear of the young lord in the north. In Serena's eyes, Lorien may just be a clever younger brother who has finally shown his talent, knows how to make money, and knows how to be patient. But on Duke Ace's map, compiled by the Empire's top intelligence network, Baron Lorien, who was entrenched in Greywood Town, had long since grown into a terrifying behemoth that could overturn the entire Empire's chessboard at any moment. Duke Ace even felt that Serena's calling the North a refuge was an extreme insult and denigration of Lorien's power. That's hardly a shelter. It's clearly a heavily armed steel fortress. It is a lawless land completely independent of the imperial power system. Chapter 101, The True Face of the Northern Overlord. Please have a seat, Miss Serena. Excessive stress will only cause your beautiful face to wither prematurely. Duke Ace's gentle voice seemed to possess a certain soothing magic. He watched Serena sit down as instructed before slowly and deliberately speaking. Your concerns are not unfounded. If Lord Arthur really makes such a regrettable decision, the capital will surely be engulfed in a storm. However, I have some different opinions regarding your decision to stay or leave. Duke Ace stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling bookshelf that covered the entire wall of the study. He seemed to be admiring those precious ancient books, but his words struck Serena's heart like a heavy hammer. Saving you is just a piece of cake for me. But I believe that the capital city, a swamp soon to be filled with blood and mud, is no longer suitable for you to live in. Your brother's advice is very sound. Retreat to the north, to his Greywood territory. That is your true refuge. Serena paused for a moment, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She thought this was Duke Ace's polite way of refusing her. But your grace, just as I said, given the current situation, without your help, I simply cannot leave the capital safely. Those city gate guards and the spies lurking in the shadows. Of course I will help you leave. Duke Ace turned around, interrupting her. A rare hint of seriousness appeared in those usually gentle eyes. I will arrange for the most elite knights and the most secretive caravans to escort you. I can even provide you with the highest level clearance warrant. But all of this is contingent on you setting off immediately to your brother's place. Seeing Serena's still somewhat confused expression, Duke Ace couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This young lady was clearly completely unaware of how terrifying her younger brother was. Miss Serena, do you think that Lord Lorien in the north only amassed a fortune through some alchemical tricks, and is at best just a wealthy but down-on-his-luck baron? Duke Ace sat back down on the sofa and asked in a slightly mocking tone. Serena nodded subconsciously. Isn't that right? Greywood Town is such a harsh and cold place. No matter how much effort Lorien puts into it, how much resources can it possibly have? It's already quite remarkable that he has a few hundred well-equipped private soldiers. If I went there, I would probably just be hiding under his wing and barely surviving. Upon hearing this answer, Duke Ace almost lost his noble facade. A few hundred private soldiers? Just barely clinging to life? He took a deep breath in resignation and decided to reveal just a small part of the truth to this naive young lady. Miss Serena, your information is seriously outdated. Just half a month ago, Duke Ace lowered his voice, as if he were telling an unbelievable tale. Your good brother has quietly mobilized the army, without reporting to the imperial military or obtaining any authorization from the Noble Council. With an almost overwhelming brutality, he flattened the territories of Baron Oakhaven, Baron White River, and Viscount Ironcliff in a single night. What? Serena nearly jumped off the sofa, covered her mouth, and let out an incredulous exclamation. That's impossible. Those are 3 powerful nobles with legitimate fiefdoms. How could Lorien possibly? Where did he get so many troops to attack them? And how come the capital hasn't received a single word? That's exactly what gives me the creeps. Duke Ace's expression completely lost its smile, becoming extremely serious. He not only swallowed up these 3 vast territories, but also used very strange methods to cover up the news, making those old nobles who were under house arrest continue to report their safety to the capital like puppets. Such absolute control over territory is simply unheard of. Duke Ace paused for a moment, then dropped a number that sent chills down his spine, even for someone as powerful as him. As for troop strength, according to the top-secret intelligence I sent back from the northern border, Baron Lorien's standing private army, clad in heavy armor and wielding deadly weapons, numbers not just a few hundred, but a full 4,000. Boom! These words struck Serena like a bolt from the blue, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. 4,000 fully armed private soldiers? Is this an army that a mere baron can afford to maintain? You need to know, even for behemoths like the Golden Lion Duke and the Ace Duke, who have been operating in the Empire for centuries, the elite private armies they hid in their various manors and territories, all added up, numbered no more than 5,000. There might be a slightly larger number of people, but it certainly won't be by much. Moreover, they are scattered and cannot be easily assembled. But what about Lorien? A good-for-nothing young master who was abandoned by his family and exiled to the north for less than 2 years. In that godforsaken place, they actually raised a terrifying army comparable to the wealth and power of a duke. If this gets out, the entire Senate of the Empire would probably jump up in terror in the middle of the night. No wonder a few months ago, Sylvie told her that Lorien had easily defeated the Red Leaf Lord's 2,500 troops. Although they were a ragtag army, she still didn't quite believe it. I never expected that this was actually true, and that it greatly diminished the true strength. Upon seeing Serena's stunned and speechless face, Duke Ace's eyes gleamed with an even more complex and eerie light. He was actually more shocked than Serena. Duke Ace now held that spoiled brat who had spent years roaming the upper echelons of the capital in the highest esteem. Someone who can hide their ambition and talent so perfectly. He pretended to be a good-for-nothing for over 20 years in full view of everyone, fooling the Duke of Bohemia, his mean-spirited mother, and all the smart people in the capital. Once he breaks free of his shackles and returns to his own territory, the energy he unleashes will be absolutely revolutionary. His mind is as deep as the sea, and his methods as ruthless as a wolf. People like this are the real monsters. Duke Ace sighed inwardly. So, Miss Serena. Duke Ace stood up, gave a slight bow to the still-stunned Serena, and performed a standard farewell gesture. Let's head to the north before the storm fully hits. Go and seek refuge with your awe-inspiring younger brother, and become the sister of a true local tyrant. In this turbulent empire, there is nowhere safer than his heavily armed town of Greywood. Chapter 102 Hegemony Growing from the Barrel. Greywood Town. Inside the Lord's mansion, in that warm study where smokeless coal burned all day long, Lorien was standing in front of a detailed military map of the North, toying with a brass experimental musket cartridge in his hand. He was fully aware of the recent political undercurrents in the capital through urgent letters. He didn't show much anxiety. Even the handwriting in his reply conveyed a casual and nonchalant air. Politics, in the final analysis, is nothing more than the redistribution of power and resources. Lorien gently tossed the spent cartridge up and caught it steadily. A cold, stern curve graced his handsome face. In his previous life, the great man who created the Red Miracle left behind a truth that has resonated throughout the ages. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. On this feudal continent where the law of the jungle prevails, this saying is played out to the fullest extent. As long as he doesn't actively raise the banner of rebellion against the empire and touch the royal family's fragile nerve. With over several thousand armed standing troops under his command, he is the undisputed uncrowned king of this northern land. No matter how adept the politicians in the capital are at maneuvering, as long as their swords cannot reach the walls of Greywood Town, all their conspiracies and schemes are nothing but empty talk. Moreover, the Empire's military focus is no longer in the north. Lorien's gaze followed the map downwards, landing on the southern front marked in red. The enemy, there's a truly pure-blooded orc empire. Those monsters that are over 2 meters tall and have muscles as hard as granite. Once they reach adulthood, even without any systematic training, they can possess a terrifying physique comparable to a peak first-tier human knight. For orc warlords who have been through the baptism of war, reaching the second or third tier of strength is commonplace. It was a cruel meat grinder that could suffocate even the Empire's most elite heavy knights. In contrast, the situation in the north, however, was rather minor. Due to the harsh climate, barren land, and lack of large-scale food production, it is impossible to support a well-organized, pure-blooded orc army here. Those who could barely survive on this desolate northern land, besides the bandits wanted by the Empire, were the mixed-blood orc tribes that had been driven out by the southern orc empire. These orc tribes mostly lived in groups of dozens to hundreds of people. In order to survive, they used to often raid poorly defended human villages in small groups during the autumn harvest season, robbing them of food and women, which was a typical guerrilla warfare tactic. But in the past year, the ecological environment of the North has undergone a devastating nuclear transformation. Ever since Greywood Town began its massive military buildup and annihilated the entire 200-man orc squad that dared to invade, with the survivors reduced to slavery. Lorien's Iron Guard, like a pack of tireless, cold-blooded hounds, began a sweeping patrol of the northern wastelands. Those human soldiers equipped with steel weapons, chainmail, and military repeating crossbows. This allowed all the bandits and orcs to experience what it meant to be completely outmatched by superior equipment. Their original plundering routes, upon which they relied for survival, were completely cut off, and any slight disturbance will be met with a brutal crackdown by the Greywood Town Iron Guard. This has led to the orc tribes not daring to set foot in human territory for the past 6 months, instead hiding in the barren mountains and forests, gnawing on tree bark, and their population is declining day by day. Now, the cold winter winds are gradually howling over the northern lands once again. The orcs, who failed to secure any winter supplies, are facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Let's calculate the time. Those big green-skinned creatures hiding in the caves should have eaten up most of their animal hides for warmth by now, right? Lorien slowly turned around and looked at Sylvie, the chief of guards, who was standing respectfully in the corner of the study. My lord, according to the intelligence brought back by the rangers, several orc corpses that died of freezing and starvation have recently been discovered on the edge of the wasteland. Their tribe is undoubtedly on the verge of collapse, Sylvie reported truthfully. It's so pitiful. Lorien sighed deeply, his words filled with profound compassion. The thought that these talented workers, who could have been working hard in the factory and contributing to the industrial development of Greywood Town, are about to die tragically in the cold wind, pierces my kind heart. This is not hypocrisy. In the eyes of the capitalist Lorien, every starving orc represents a huge loss to the territory's industrial capacity. These guys may not be the brightest, but they're incredibly strong and skilled at moving steel, digging mines, and acting as human cranes. Go and call Grom here. Lorien tapped the table. Tell him it's time to go see his fellow villagers who are starving. Our Greywood Town has always been a place full of love and tolerance. Chapter 103, The Battle Between Pride and Blackbread. In the early winter of the north, the wind is sharp and biting. In a secluded canyon about 70 kilometers from Greywood Town, URG, the leader of the Blacktooth tribe, was curled up in a tattered bearskin blanket, staring blankly at the few dying embers in the hearth. As the leader of the largest orc tribe in this region, URG possesses strength close to that of a second-tier knight at its peak, and his 2 protruding fangs were once a symbol of the tribe's power. But at this moment, his 2 fangs looked somewhat dull and lifeless, and his originally extremely robust body had become noticeably shriveled due to long-term hunger. The entire canyon was filled with an aura of despair and death. The faint cries of children and the suppressed coughs of the old and weak orcs cut at URG's nerves like dull knives. It's not that they don't want to rob. Instead, it was the demon lord who was entrenched in Greywood Town who left them no way out. Those human soldiers in their gleaming silver armor looked as if they had dogs' noses. As soon as they leave the sheltered area of the canyon, they will be relentlessly attacked by crossbows that can fire iron arrows in rapid succession. Is the great orc warrior really destined to starve to death in a cave this winter? Ulger closed his eyes in anguish. Just then, the orcs on guard duty outside the canyon suddenly let out a shrill warning horn. URG hurriedly grabbed the battle axe beside him and, leading the tribe's remaining 100 or so warriors, stumbled and rushed out of the camp. However, at the narrow entrance to the canyon, they did not see the fearsome Iron Guard. On the vast, empty snowfield stood only a solitary, imposing figure. Grom. Ulger's bloodshot eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and shouted the name. URG and the other tribal leaders were filled with contempt and anger towards this former kinsman. In their view, after being captured by humans, Grom did not choose to die in battle. Instead, they fawned over that noble lord like dogs. This is a disgrace that the orcs can never wash away. So a few months ago, Grim also came once, trying to persuade them to surrender. As a result, URG and his men spat at them and threw stones at them. No matter how much Grom swore and vowed that he could eat his fill every day among the humans, URG resolutely refused to believe him. Although orcs have simple minds, this is a long-held stereotype. Human nobles are all greedy wolves who eat people without spitting out the bones. How could they possibly feed their captives? That's absolutely a vicious lie to lure them into becoming cannon fodder. But this time, Grom, standing in the wind and snow, did not offer the earnest advice he had given last time. He wore a thick, well-made wool coat to keep out the cold, and over it was a custom-made chainmail that gleamed with the cold light. His broad face was expressionless. He merely glanced coldly at URG and the others, who looked like beggars. Then, Grom waved his hand behind him. Several sleds, pulled by heavy horses, were pushed up by a few human soldiers. Grom stepped forward and used his dagger to cut open the tarpaulin covering the sled. As the rough burlap sack was torn, large quantities of browned, hard black bread, along with several large pieces of cured smoked meat exuding a rich, oily aroma, rolled like small hills onto the pristine snow. In this cold, hungry canyon, the aroma of wheat and meat mingled together like the deadliest poison, instantly filling the nostrils of every orc. Gulp! Behind Olger came a series of loud, synchronized swallowing sounds. Even URG himself was trembling uncontrollably in the hand holding the battle axe, his eyes almost glued to the bacon. Grom didn't utter a single unnecessary word. He abandoned the supplies, turned around, jumped onto another sled, and led his soldiers away from the canyon without hesitation, quickly disappearing into the swirling snow, until Grom's figure completely disappeared. Urgza, like a mad beast, pounced on the pile of food. "Chief, this might be poisonous. It's a human trap." An elderly shaman tried to stop him, but was pushed away by URG. Being poisoned is better than starving to death. "Do you want to watch the children of the tribe turn into ice sculptures tonight?" Urge roared, his eyes red. He grabbed a piece of black bread, not even bothering to wipe off the snow water, and stuffed it into his mouth. However, there is no poison, only the soul-stirring aroma of wheat. That's all. This batch of life-saving supplies allowed the Black-Tooth tribe to survive for more than half a month. But as temperatures dropped further, food ran out again. Urge felt despair again, and was preparing to lead his soldiers in a suicidal charge. Grom is here again. He remained silent. They left behind enough food and rough winter clothing to last the tribe for half a month, and then turned and left. This selfless charity, which asked for nothing in return and made no demands, completely shattered the orc's pitiful pride. So, when the food Grom brought for the third time was about to run out, unable to endure this psychological torment any longer, Olger finally made a decision. He made contact on foot with the chiefs of several small tribes in the surrounding area. In the cold, dark cave deep in the canyon, several orc leaders, gathered around a small campfire, finally lowered their proud heads. "Go tell Grom." Olger's voice was hoarse, as if two stones were rubbing against each other. Yet conveyed a resolute determination to go all in. "We're willing to talk to him." Chapter 104, A Lively Commodity Exhibition. The location of the negotiations. They were placed on an open plain 30 kilometers away from Greywood Town. The view here is excellent, and there are no forests or bunkers nearby that could be used for ambushes. It was enough to give those naturally suspicious orc leaders a slight sense of security. The biting winter wind whipped up the loose snow on the ground, stinging my face like a knife. URG, along with several other tribal chiefs and over 100 of the tribe's strongest remaining warriors, arrived early. Despite being the elite of the tribe, they were still shivering in the cold wind, wrapped in tattered animal skins that smelled strange. They were completely unable to resist the bone-chilling cold, since the warm clothes that humans had given them earlier had been prioritized for the children and women. And all they could do was tough it out. "URG, are you sure that Trader Grom isn't lying? Do humans really offer us jobs where we can get food without shedding blood?" A leader with a scar on his face rubbed his frozen hands frantically and asked with great suspicion. "I don't know." Olger gripped the rusty iron axe in his hand, his eyes fixed on the distant snow line with a complicated expression. But this is our only hope of survival. If any human dares to cheat, I'll risk my life to bite off a piece of their flesh. I'll show them that the honor of orcs cannot be dishonored. Just as the leaders were feeling uneasy and encouraging each other, suddenly, a series of heavy and orderly footsteps echoed from the horizon. Thump, thump, thump. The sound didn't resemble the light leather boots of human soldiers treading on the snow. They looked more like a group of heavily armored war behemoths approaching. Urge and the others were so frightened that their hearts clenched, and they immediately gripped their weapons, ready to fight to the death. However, as the team gradually emerged from the snowstorm, all the orcs, including URG, they all stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, completely unaware that their weapons had fallen onto the snow. Because that wasn't some kind of human heavy armored knight order at all. Leading the way was Grom, who was wearing an expensive bearskin cloak and exuded an imposing aura. Following behind him were more than 80 orcs. These orcs are all those idiots who followed Grom to attack human territory and were captured. But what about now? Olger began to doubt his own eyes, wondering if the wind and snow had blinded him. These are hardly a group of slaves exploited by nobles. These 80-odd orcs were all dressed in thick, windproof, dark linen coats made by the Greywood Town Textile Factory. Beneath their clothes, which were stretched taut and bulging, were incredibly exaggerated and explosive muscles that were clearly visible. Their complexions were rosy, and their thick lips gleamed with a healthy sheen, showing absolutely no signs of malnutrition. What made URG's soul tremble even more was the fluctuation of blood energy emanating from these 80-odd orcs. No one is weak. Even the worst are still elites who have firmly stepped into the threshold of a first-tier knight. Grom was walking at the very front, the terrifying, oppressive aura emanating from him, like a volcano about to erupt but not yet fully unleashed, far surpassed the realm of the second tier. It is an aura that can only be possessed by someone whose strength is truly equal to that of URG. In this medieval world where orcs lacked systematic training, the only way for them to improve their strength is to eat a lot of high-calorie meat and then do intense physical labor. And in Greywood Town, for a year, Lorien used these orcs as cranes every day to move tons of steel and ore. In return, the territory's canteen was open to them, serving all sorts of cheap but high-calorie offal stews and rye wine, which they could eat as much as they wanted. Ample nutrition, coupled with extreme physical exertion. Instead, this led to an explosive surge in the strength of these naturally special green-skinned monsters. Now, these 80-odd strong, beast-like creatures stood quietly before URG's emaciated freemen, creating an extremely tragic and absurd visual contrast. Who exactly are the refugees? Who is the real victim here? In an instant, Olge's pitiful pride and dignity were completely overshadowed by his compatriots, who exuded an aura of "I'm well-fed" every day. It was crushed into a pile of rubble in the most direct and brutal way. By the great beast god, the scarred leader swallowed hard, his voice trembling so much he could barely form a sentence. Grom, do your human lords usually feed you dragon meat? Grom's usually honest face broke into a rare, smug smile. He didn't answer the question, but instead strode up to Olger and looked down at his old friend who had once thrown stones at him. Now, URG, Grom's rough voice echoed across the snowfield, carrying an undeniable confidence. Are you and your tribe planning to continue to starve and freeze in your caves, clinging to your ridiculous freedom? Would you rather sit down and hear my lord's benevolent terms of employment? Olger stared at the group of compatriots behind Grom, whose strength drove him to the brink of madness with envy. The neck, which had been stiff, seemed to have lost all its strength, and nodded dejectedly and obediently. Let's talk. Chapter 105, the so-called bottom line of the benevolent capitalist. In a wind and snow, a flat, temporarily cleared bluestone became the makeshift negotiating table for this meeting that would determine the future of the North. Grom sat to one side, his arms gleaming. Meanwhile, several tribal leaders, including Urge, were cramped on the other side. Those excessively strong orc laborers from Greywood Town stood behind Grom like an insurmountable wall of flesh. This left a huge psychological scar on the negotiating representatives on the other side. The rules are simple, Grom cleared his throat. Recalling the instructions Lord Lorien gave him in his study before he set off, he tried his best to appear like a shrewd politician. Your entire clan will be relocated to the designated area in Greywood Town to become the Lord's laborers. We start working at sunrise and rest at sunset every day. The Lord will provide basic rations for the elderly and children, so they don't need to work. But you adult soldiers must go to the mines, logging camps, or ironworks to do the hardest and most arduous work. So, what will we get in exchange? Olger asked tentatively, his rough hands clenching nervously. He knew very well that he was now like meat on a chopping board, with little room for negotiation. But as the leader and hope of all his people, he had to fight for even the smallest bit more food for the tribe. So, Olger gritted his teeth and decided to make what he considered an outrageous demand. We'll do the heaviest work. However, every adult soldier must have a loaf of black bread every day. Every 3 days, no, every 5 days, we must have a broth of minced meat with lots of fat. And in winter, we must provide our cubs with hay to keep them warm. Having said all that, Olger himself felt a little guilty. He stared intently at Grom's face, fearing that the other man might overturn the table and leave because the terms were too outrageous. However, Grom's expression became extremely strange after hearing these conditions. His fleshy face twitched slightly, as if he was trying his best to endure something, and a hint of pity for Uarj even flashed in his eyes. Greywood above, these penniless bastards, frozen senseless in the wilderness, call this negotiating terms? In Greywood Town, due to the intense physical exertion, Lorien set the following food standards for these orcs. Unlimited whole wheat bread every day, several large spoonfuls of rich, oily broth made with pork offal and soybeans at noon, and even a large glass of rye wine to ward off the cold in the evening. As for the hay, for keeping warm, in the workers' dormitories of Greywood Town, they burn smokeless coal that can generate continuous heat. The conditions proposed by Olger were less than 1/7 of their food allowance in Greywood Town. This is utterly pathetic. However, Grom immediately remembered Lorien's almost cunning instructions. No matter what conditions they propose, don't agree to them immediately. You have to act like you're really hurting. You have to bargain with them, even if it's just to cut off 1 grain of wheat. You have to make the other party feel that they're squeezing profits out of me, a stingy capitalist. So Grom suddenly slapped his thigh. His previously calm face instantly transformed into one of intense anger and heartache. "URG, are you insane?" Grom roared at the top of his lungs. "A loaf of black bread every day? And you want oily mincemeat soup? Do you think the Lord's granaries fell from the sky? No, absolutely not. The conditions are too harsh." Seeing Grom's intense reaction, URG and the other leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Humans are indeed stingy. If Grom agrees immediately, they will suspect that this is a trap to lure them into slaughter. Grom, we're the ones doing the hardest work. If they're not well fed, orcs won't have the strength to wield pickaxes. The scarred leader mustered his courage and argued forcefully. "That's your business." Grom suddenly stood up, placed his hands on the bluestone, and glared at them fiercely. "Every 7 days. At most, you'll get meat broth once every 7 days. If you don't agree, I'll take the food and go back right now, and you can all stay in the canyon and wait to die." "No, at least 6 days. This is our bottom line." URG also stood up forcefully, his eyes flashing with a crazy light of fighting for the survival of the tribe. 6 days? You're sucking the Lord's blood. 6 days. Otherwise, no discussion. Both sides were shouting at each other in the wind and snow. A fierce, hour-long argument ensued over a meager bowl of meat soup. Final. Grom put on a very dejected and helpless expression. He slumped onto the bluestone like a defeated rooster, gritting his teeth and growling, "Fine. 6 days it is. But if you don't do your job well, I'll personally break your bones." Upon hearing this, URG and the other leaders felt as if they had won an unprecedented victory. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with ecstasy and pride. "Look, with our extraordinary wisdom and unwavering stance, we actually managed to squeeze a bowl of meat soup out of that cunning human lord. We are truly the greatest negotiators in the history of our tribe. Quick, let's sign the contract." Olger shouted impatiently, afraid that Grom would change his mind. When the parchment scroll representing the orcs' complete demotion to high-class laborers was stamped with the muddy handprints of several tribal chiefs, Grom quickly put away the scroll, unable to suppress the mocking smile on his lips any longer. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, in a warm and cozy study in Greywood Town, Lorien gazed at the snowflakes falling outside the window. He could almost picture thousands of strong, cheap, and incredibly grateful laborers lining up to enter his sweatshop. The people of this world are so simple and honest that it breaks my heart. He picked up the steaming cup of black tea and once again let out a heartfelt sigh. Chapter 106: The Art of Assimilation in Greywood Town. It is located on a sheltered slope about 2 kilometers away from the main town of Greywood. A massive refugee caravan of over 2,000 orcs is experiencing the most incredible day of their lives. As per the Lord's orders, these newly surrendered laborers were not immediately allowed to enter the core area of Greywood Town. They were temporarily housed in this outer camp, which had been hastily built overnight specifically to accommodate them. Here, there are no sturdy red brick houses that the residents of Greywood Town are so proud of, nor are there honeycomb briquettes that burn without producing any choking smoke. What appeared before the orcs were rows of simple wooden houses built of rough logs, with the gaps filled with hay and mud. The fuel was just the most ordinary cheap charcoal, which would occasionally burst into sparks and smoke when burned. In the eyes of Lorien, a capitalist who understands human nature, even if his current reserves were enough to build brick houses for these orcs, he would never do that. Never try to feed wolves that have been starving for a long time in one go. Give them a mouthful of coarse hot soup to live, and they will kiss your boots. But if you start by giving them roasted meat covered in spices, then next time they'll naturally be eyeing the steak on your plate. This is Lorien's ruthless and effective bottom-line management philosophy. He must leave enough room for class distinctions and material rewards as a carrot to motivate these orcs to work hard in the future. However, Lorien clearly underestimated the humble understanding of survival that these orcs, who had struggled on the edge of life and death for so long, had of the limits of their survival. When URG and several other tribal leaders, along with the shivering old, weak, sick, and disabled, nervously pushed open the heavy wooden door, a wave of intense heat, mixed with the smell of burning charcoal, instantly hit me. It dispelled most of the wind, snow, and cold from their bodies. In the center of the spacious wooden house, a large fireplace made of stone was filled with the intoxicating heat of crimson charcoal. Although the roof was rather low, the corners were not exactly tidy. But the thick walls on all sides perfectly kept out the blizzard that was enough to freeze people to death. It's warm. It really is warm. An old orc shaman, blind in one eye, tremblingly stretched out his withered, twig-like fingers and stroked the warm stone beside the fireplace, his eyes gradually reddening. Behind him, some half-orc women tightly holding their children. First, he stood there in disbelief. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, he collapsed onto the wooden floor covered with dry wheat straw. Holding their cubs, who were finally no longer shivering from the cold, they let out a wail that they had suppressed for half their lives. Those were tears of someone who survived the catastrophe. For countless winters in the past, every night in the orc tribe was accompanied by endless fear. They had no idea that when they woke up the next morning, several of their people would have turned into cold zombies. But now, looking at this wooden house that could save lives, and at the flickering flames in the hearth, they were fully aware that no one in the tribe would freeze to death this winter. Olger took a deep breath and wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes. He turned around, facing the direction of the Greywood Town Lord's mansion, and solemnly knelt on one knee, pounding his right fist heavily on his chest. Praise be to the merciful Lord. Behind him, more than 2,000 orcs knelt down in unison. With the most devout and humble attitude, they offered their purest gratitude to the mysterious nobleman who never showed his face. Only, for Lorien, being moved is never the goal. Productivity is. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a loud gong rang out in the orc camp. When URG and the other chieftains gathered the adult warriors of their respective tribes, they prepared to take on the work assigned by humans, as they did during the usual hunt. They suddenly realized that things were not going as they had expected. A group of human stewards in gray uniforms, along with clerks carrying rosters. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of fully armed iron guards, they ruthlessly cut into the orc ranks. Listen up, big guys. Here, forget your tribe. Forget your chieftain. You have only one identity, legal laborers of Greywood territory. With the foreman's impolite shouts, the thousands of orc laborers were quickly scattered. The once tightly knit group was completely dismantled. They were split into groups of 2 or 3 and forcibly mixed into various production teams dominated by human workers, like sprinkling pepper. Mining teams, logging teams, ironworks transport crews. These mixed teams were everywhere. Initially, this forced separation caused the orcs to feel extremely uneasy and fearful. He left behind his familiar tribesmen and chieftain, and faced alone those humans who were once his mortal enemies. Many orc warriors couldn't even hold their pickaxes properly on their first day of work. They would nervously turn around, as if afraid that their human co-worker behind them would suddenly pull out a dagger and stab them in the lower back. Olge was assigned to the number 2 blast furnace area and became a loader responsible for transporting iron, ore, and coke. He was in the same group as 3 ordinary human workers. The leader was a burly human man named Old Tom, his face covered in soot. The first 3 days of work, Olger was almost completely tense. Even while eating, he leaned against the wall, staring at Old Tom and the others with a wary look as if they were enemies. But after several days, none of the sneak attacks, whippings, and insults that Olge had anticipated came to pass. On the contrary, during a lunch break one day, Old Tom glanced at Olger's strong body, whose shoulders were chafed raw by the heavy mining basket, yet he remained silent. He casually tossed a piece of hemostatic ointment, stained with black ash, at Olger's feet. "Wipe it off, you big green guy. If you move 2 fewer baskets of, or because of shoulder infection, affecting our group's peace rate bonus today, I swear I'll kick your ass hard with my boots." Old Tom muttered to himself as he stuffed black bread into his mouth, his tone full of the impatience of a working man. There was no excessive enthusiasm, let alone any cross-racial friendship. Yes, but it's purely a matter of self-interest based on the idea that we're all in the same boat, so don't drag me down. But for URG and all the orcs, this kind of disregard without discrimination or unwarranted malice is nothing short of a divine blessing. Gradually, their tense nerves relaxed. They began to imitate their human co-workers, complaining gruffly about the cold weather during breaks. They even started to actively ask skilled human workers for advice on how to swing the pickaxe more effortlessly, in order to earn a few more copper coins for piecework wages. All defensiveness was quietly dismantled through this intense, collaborative work, which was like a gentle rain nourishing the earth. Our gaze shifts back to the study in the Lord's Manor. Lorien was leaning back in a soft velvet high-back chair, reviewing the production reports submitted by various workshops over the past few days. The production capacity curve that soared dramatically at a 45-degree angle due to the addition of orc labor was a prime example. And the Labor Administration's memorandum stating that no racial conflict or bloodshed occurred. A satisfied smile appeared on the young lord's face. He deliberately broke up the tribal structure and used a model where experienced employees mentored new employees. Not only did it maximize the exploitation of the orcs' physical strength, it also destroyed the organizational structure upon which they relied for resistance. No more than a month, Lorien picked up the warm black tea and took a small sip. These simple-minded guys will completely forget that they were once raiders on the wasteland and willingly become the most useful and obedient workers in my Greywood territory. With the seamless integration of these thousands of top-notch human cranes, the progress of heavy industry in Greywood territory will irreversibly usher in a new and explosive era. Excellent, truly excellent. Lorien gazed at the swirling snowflakes outside the window and sincerely praised this beautiful world. Chapter 107 Industrial Miracle in the Alchemy Laboratory. The good things that have happened in Greywood Town recently don't stop with the addition of this wave of high-level labor from orcs. The northern hillside is a relatively quiet area. The Greywood First Laboratory, heavily guarded by the Iron Guard with soldiers stationed every 10 steps, is the exclusive territory of the brothers Ed and Al. In the Middle Ages, when there was a lack of basic chemical industry, to try to create plastic, the basic material of modern civilization, out of thin air is nothing short of a pipe dream and extremely difficult. Fortunately, the word compromise does not exist in Lorien's dictionary. After all, he has almost unlimited financial backing, allowing him to recklessly experiment and make mistakes without any scruples. Furthermore, they possess a pair of genius alchemist brothers who are considered outcasts by traditional magic academies, yet perfectly suited for industrialized production. Thus, after a period of painstaking research, Lorien finally received the good news of the successful research on plastic water pipes and strode into the laboratory. Ahem, my lord. Please come in, please come in. You will never believe what we've done today. Ed had a head of messy hair that looked like straw from being exposed to chemical fumes, and his eyes were sunken. Yet his bloodshot eyes gleamed with a kind of almost fanatical light, even though his once pristine white linen lab coat was now covered with large and small charred patches. Behind the enormous experimental table was his calm and collected younger brother Al. He was carefully using pliers to pick up a hollow round tube about 2 meters long, which was dark yellowish brown and had some irregular textures on its surface. If the nobles of the capital knew that we were using noble magic to do this kind of thing, they would surely send us to the Inquisition to be burned at the stake. So they'll never know what a miracle we've created. As Al said this, his smudged face also radiated an undisguised pride. Ignoring the pungent smell, Lorien strode to the lab bench, extended his gloved hand, and gently tapped the dark brown tube. Top, top, top. It has a crisp sound, a hard texture, a cool touch, and a strange smoothness that is different from metal and wood. Plastic, or, my lord, use that tongue-twisting pronunciation you taught us, phenolic resin. Ed rubbed his hands excitedly, like a goblin merchant peddling a priceless treasure. For this damn thing, Al and I have barely slept for the past 2 weeks. However, my lord, your theory is nothing short of divine revelation. We have built a small-scale dry distillation reactor based on your blueprints. We put the wood and coal in to bake, and with great difficulty we extracted carbolic acid from the coal tar and oxidized formaldehyde from the byproducts of wood dry distillation. Ed swallowed hard. Pointing to the remnants of the magic circle beside him, his voice trembled slightly with excitement. The most difficult part is not the refining, but the catalysis and solidification process you mentioned. In order to maintain that almost demanding constant temperature environment, I had to spend several hours every day working my hand of fire under the reactor. I swear in the past 2 weeks, my magic pool has never overflowed even once. Thanks to this, I seem to be close to becoming a third-tier mage. You could say it's a blessing in disguise. Me too, I'll add it from the side, pointing to his still trembling legs. I must precisely release the heavy pressure spell at the moment the resin is formed, using the immense pressure of earth magic to force that viscous, disgusting liquid into your custom-made steel mold. During this process, even the slightest unevenness in pressure can cause fatal pinholes to appear in the pipe wall. Fortunately, after hundreds of experiments, I finally mastered that feeling, and now my success rate is over 90%. Lorien listened attentively to the two brothers' report without interrupting, his eyes occasionally flashing with genuine admiration. To develop a chemical industry in a magical world sounds absolutely absurd, but facts have proven it once again. Once magic is stripped of its sacred veil and transformed into a pure tool of productivity, the efficiency it can unleash is astonishing. Now, Ed's temperature-controlled fire magic has replaced complex modern temperature control equipment, and AL's gravity magic has perfectly replaced large hydraulic presses. Well done, my chief engineers. You have just created an invisible gold mine for Greywood territory. Lorien drew a sharp steel dagger from his waist and slashed it hard against the pipe wall. A tooth-grinding, scraping sound rang out, but only a faint white mark was left on the pipe wall. It's heat-resistant, corrosion-resistant, has excellent insulation properties, and its hardness is impeccable. Lorien nodded with great satisfaction. He then gestured to Sylvie, who was standing nearby, to pick up the tube and snap it in midair. Snap! It was accompanied by a crisp sound. The sturdy phenolic resin water pipe was broken in two, just like a snapped biscuit. The fractured surface exhibits jagged, glassy cracks. Ed and AL's smiles froze on their faces, as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Lord, to be honest, this material is really hard and brittle, quite strange. Al lowered his head in frustration. We've tried adjusting the formula, but that seems to be a fatal flaw in this material. It can only be made into a straight, rigid tube. Once subjected to strong vibrations or required to bend at an angle, it will shatter mercilessly. If it can't bend, if it can't withstand slight underground subsidence, these rigid pipes simply can't be laid into a water supply network covering the whole town. Ed also grabbed his hair in anguish, looking worried. However, Lorien showed no sign of disappointment. He casually tossed the broken water pipe onto the lab table, a capitalist smile of complete control playing on his lips. My friends, don't demand perfection from any material. When God closes a door, I, as your merciful Lord, have already opened a window for you. He turned his head and snapped his fingers at the servants outside the door. Soon, 2 Iron Guard soldiers carried a heavy wooden box that emitted a strange, sour smell and strode into the laboratory. Chapter 108. Material sorted out. Next step is to make grand promises. When the lid of the wooden box was pried open, a large pile of grayish-white, sticky, and elastic raw rubber blocks was revealed inside. Take a look at this. This is a specialty product I purchased from the remote southern archipelago's primeval forests at a high price through the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Natural rubber. Seeing the 2 brothers' thoughtful expressions, Lorien directly presented his second groundbreaking industrial formula. Straight pipes are too brittle? No problem. We just need to equip them with flexible joints that can bend freely and are not afraid of vibration. Now, go and take the sulfur out of the warehouse, and then go to the slaughterhouse and get 2 truckloads of bone meal. Today, I'm going to show you what a sulfur revolution really means. A brand new industrial experiment has begun in full swing. Compared to the tedious and dangerous chemical reactions involved in refining phenolic resins, the vulcanization process of natural rubber went much more smoothly thanks to the 2 brothers' skillful manipulation. According to the approximate formula proportions given by Lorien, I'll use the grinding properties of earth magic to knead together the natural raw rubber transported from the south, the pungent sulfur, and the fine bone powder used as a filler to increase strength. Following closely behind, Ed once again became that ruthless human thermostat. When a mixture undergoes a remarkable cross-linking reaction at a specific temperature, the first rubber hose, dark in color and emitting a pungent sulfur smell, was officially born on this medieval land. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Al gripped the black rubber tube with both hands and pulled it to both sides with all his might. The hose was stretched to almost twice its original length, but the moment he let go, it snapped back to its original shape very quickly. Not only that, no matter how hard Ed twisted, folded, or even struck the hose with a hammer, it showed no signs of breaking. This excellent elasticity, amazing pressure resistance, and anti-aging ability perfectly compensate for the fatal brittleness of phenolic resin straight pipes. Rigid phenolic resin is used to make straight pipes for underground trunk lines and long-distance transmission. This highly elastic vulcanized rubber is cut into small segments to serve as flexible joints and seals at all straight pipe connections, corners, and inlet ports. Lorien stood in front of the lab bench and inserted a straight, rigid tube into the interface of the rubber hose, making a perfect fit. At this point, the material problem that had been troubling us has been completely solved. The underground vascular network of graywood collar can finally begin to be laid. But what is the reality? Solving the materials problem is only the first step in a long march of this grand project. The gaze travels through the gardens of the Lord's Mansion to the newly expanded Graywood Town Hall, in the large office of the Department of Urban Construction and Planning. Right now, this spacious room, which should have been filled with aristocratic elegance, has been transformed into a sweatshop that resembles a living hell. There were only 3 smells in the air: coffee, tobacco, and the acrid smell of sweat from not having showered for days. As for the walls and floors, they were covered with huge parchment drawings. 5 or 6 architects and experienced craftsmen were hired by Lorien at great expense, or rather, they were poached from other places by a combination of coaxing and deception. He was hunched over those huge drawing tables, his eyes bloodshot as he frantically performed calculations. No, absolutely not. The water pressure simply won't go up. An elderly architectural scholar whose hair has thinned so much that his shiny scalp is visible. He clutched his few remaining hairs in agony, letting out a desperate wail as he stared at the blueprints. The Baron's demands are simply defying the laws of physics. He not only demanded that the water pipes cover all the streets and workshops in Graywood Town, but he also asked us to reserve branch interfaces in the design drawings for when the town's population expands tenfold in the next 5 years. That's fine. Another young craftsman slammed his charcoal pencil on the table, his eyes filled with indignation. He even demanded that the water supply pressure for 3 or even 4-story buildings in the future be taken into account. My God, the tallest civilian building in the entire empire is only 2.5 stories high. And we still have to calculate the depth of the frozen ground in winter to ensure that the water pipes don't burst from freezing. The task is to fit a dense, spiderweb-like network of water pipes into the underground of this rapidly expanding town at a scientifically sound angle. Furthermore, it is necessary to ensure that the pressure difference of the newly built elevated water tower outside the town can deliver water to every tap. For medieval city planners, the amount of calculation and coordination involved was comparable to having them deduce the trajectory of the stars. Just when several scholars felt their brains were about to shut down and their hairlines were receding at a visible rate, the wooden door to the office was quietly pushed open. Lorien, dressed in a well-fitting tailcoat, walked in with a cup of fine black tea that exuded a rich, milky aroma and a warm, spring-like smile on his face. Behind him followed several servants carrying a sumptuous late-night snack. "Good night, esteemed masters. You all seem a bit tired?" Lorien's voice, as gentle as a devil's whisper, echoed in the empty office. And then I heard this sound. The scholars and craftsmen shuddered and immediately jumped up from their chairs, forcing out smiles that looked more like grimaces. "Good day, Your Excellency Baron. Don't be nervous, my friends. I am well aware that this work is full of serious challenges, and I will not be too harsh on you." Lorien walked up to a blueprint. He glanced casually at the densely packed contour lines and water pressure formulas on the screen and nodded with a slightly scrutinizing expression. In the capital, learned talents like you can only design soulless fountains of flower beds under the command of arrogant nobles. But here, in Greywood territory, what you are drawing is a great artery that will change the course of all human civilization. With his arms outstretched in an exaggerated manner, Lorien began his signature grandiose charade in a passionate aria. Imagine the day when clear spring water flows automatically through the pipes you designed, over hills and through freezing temperatures, into every ordinary person's home. Your names will be forever engraved on the city monument of Greywood Town, and even on the monuments to the great figures of the entire Nolan continent. Without a doubt, your wisdom will be forever praised and remembered by future generations. This was a highly inflammatory speech. This instantly rekindled a fervent flame of historical honor in the eyes of those scholars who had suffered so much. In this era where people desperately crave to be remembered in history, writers and scholars are most receptive to this idea. Seeing his employees successfully brainwashed once again, Lorien smiled and had the servants put down the midnight snacks before gracefully turning and walking toward the door. Of course, great undertakings always require a little sacrifice. Just before leaving the house, Lorien stopped and turned around. A glint of capitalist ruthlessness flashed in those deep black eyes. "Coffee and barbecue are all you can eat, but I hope that I can see the flawless final design before the sun rises 3 days from now. Gentlemen, I wish you a night full of inspiration." The door closed, and a brief silence fell over the office. Then, the increasingly frantic sounds of charcoal pencils scratching and abacus clattering erupted. Chapter 109, The Buried Arteries of Civilization. 3 days later, in the early morning, when that giant underground pipe network blueprint, soaked with countless brain cells of the planning department scholars and even stained with coffee on its edges, it was respectfully presented to Lorien's desk in his study. A massive infrastructure project was launched on the land of Greywood Town. The winter dawn had just torn through the haze on the horizon. The biting wind was still howling through the streets. But the main road of Greywood Town was no longer as peaceful as it used to be. 1-2, et avant. 1-2, et avant. Accompanied by the rough yet rhythmic work chants, more than 4,000 strong laborers worked tirelessly, like worker ants. He frantically swung his pickaxe and shovel at the frozen, iron-hard soil. Among them, the most eye-catching object is none more so than those orc laborers who were forcibly incorporated into human construction teams by Lorien. These burly men, all over 2 meters tall and dressed in green, were shirtless, letting the cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, beat against their muscles as hard as granite. The tools they carried were heavy-duty steel pickaxes specially customized for them by the ironworks. Boom! 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 Each swing of the pickaxe creates a huge gash in the hard frozen ground, sending large chunks of soil and gravel flying everywhere. In areas where ordinary human workers would need to use all their strength to chisel through. These orcs, like humanoid tunnel-boring machines, tore straight, deep trenches through the middle of the street with an exaggerated and tyrannical manner. This is where Lorien's true power lay, in scattering the orc tribes. Under the relentless piece rate assessment system of the human foreman and the ultimate temptation of the meat soup served every noon, these originally unruly orc warriors unleashed a work ethic that chilled all humans. They no longer fought for the glory of their tribe, but for a few more cups of beer, engaging in a frenzied infighting in this cold trench. Both sides of the street. The ordinary people of Greywood Town, who were originally hiding in their warm red brick houses, are now wrapped in thick coats, opening their windows or standing at their doorsteps. They stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before them. By Greywood, what are those old men at the city hall doing? Are they going to dig up all our streets? A tailor shop owner covered her mouth with her hands, staring in horror at the deep ditch in front of her shop, which was at least half a person deep. The town hall clerk said that the Lord is going to lay a magical tunnel called water pipes throughout the town. A slightly younger blacksmith apprentice, standing nearby, his eyes gleaming with excitement, loudly shared the gossip he had heard with those around him. A magique passage? What's a water pipe? The notice said that all we had to do was bury those pipes underground and connect them to a brass faucet in our house. From now on, we won't have to brave the wind and snow every day to queue up for water at the public well in the center of town. Just turn on that tap, and the clean spring water will flow into our wooden tubs automatically, as if by magic. How is this possible? A gasp of disbelief erupted from the crowd, making water flow uphill and even flowing directly into the house. This is a miracle only the god of light could perform. In this era, even the most noble dukes in the capital city had to rely on a large number of servants to carry water from the well bucket by bucket every day for their castles. And now, that young baron living in the Lord's manor actually intends to let all the commoners in the town enjoy this kind of luxurious treatment that only the gods can bestow. The shock and bewilderment of the common people did not affect the progress of the project. As the ravines continued to extend, truckloads of phenolic resin straight pipes, freshly produced overnight in the alchemy laboratory, and bundles of black rubber hoses were continuously transported to the construction site by horse-drawn carts. Under the guidance of skilled workers, these hard, brown pipes were carefully lowered into the trench. Then, the workers used highly elastic rubber hoses to tightly connect them one by one. Waterproof resin glue was applied to the joint, and it was then tightly secured with iron hoops. Standing on the terrace on the second floor of the city hall, Lorien, wearing a black cashmere coat, looked down at the town that was being completely gutted and was rapidly healing. His eyes were calm, even carrying a hint of calculation. This is far more than just a charitable project aimed at improving the quality of life for ordinary people. As a qualified capitalist, Lorien's mind raced through his calculations. Once the tap water system is fully covered, first, the public health conditions in towns and cities will undergo a qualitative leap, and the incidence of deadly infectious diseases common in the Middle Ages, such as cholera and dysentery, will plummet. This means his factory will have a healthier, more sustainable workforce. Secondly, women and the elderly will be completely freed from the arduous daily task of fetching water. This massive population that has been released will be ruthlessly stuffed into the soon-to-be-expanded light textile and food processing plants. Clean water is the source of life and the perfect lubricant for industrial gears. Watching the first water pipe being successfully buried under the foundation of a commoner's building, Lorien finally smiled with satisfaction. The arteries of civilization are already quietly pulsating beneath the Greywood territory. Those old nobles in the capital, still fighting tooth and nail for a few candle market shares, would never understand. The generational gap between them and this remote town in the north is being widened at an alarming rate. However, what Lorien needs to do most right now is to properly entertain the missionary group that came from the capital. Chapter 1, 10 Sylvie's Hidden Worries and Communication. In the western part of this town, where the underground pipeline network has been renovated, on a wide, specially leveled open space, several surveyors wearing sheepskin gloves were pulling tape measures in the cold wind. A massive building foundation outline was drawn on the frozen soil using white lime powder. That was a prime location that Lorien had specially circled in red on the town plan. Not long after, A grand cathedral of holy light will be built here to house the dozens of priests and nuns that the greedy Bishop Macbeth generously gifted to him. Lord Lorien, please forgive my bluntness. I still can't understand your decision. Sylvie, the chief of guards who had been standing close behind Lorien, followed the Lord's gaze. In those clear, cold eyes, a deep confusion and a hint of subtle resistance were undisguisedly revealed. Although Sylvie did not witness firsthand the extreme poverty of Greywood territory. But this female knight accompanied them for quite a long time on their journey toward industrial miracles. Therefore, in her view, this land has no need to worship the God of light who is high above, but has never brought a piece of bread to the common people. We have such a wise and great Lord as you. Every change in Greywood Town is a miracle created by your own hands. Everyone has an endless supply of bread, an inexhaustible supply of smokeless coal to burn in winter, and soon even clean water will flow directly into the homes of ordinary people. Sylvie's tone carried an almost fanatical adoration and a disdain for the old theocracy. Now, when the people walking on the street of good luck, the words of thanks that come out of their mouths have long become above the Greywood, and no one cares about the so-called church at all. Letting those charlatans come in so openly, and even building a cathedral for them, is like spilling a drop of ink of unknown origin onto a pure white cloth for Greywood territory. Lorien couldn't help but chuckle as he listened to this extremely protective and somewhat heretical statement. He turned around, placed the teacup on the hard oak desk, and walked over to Sylvie. He patted the loyal female knight's shoulder, which was covered by a thin layer of soft armor, quite naturally. My dear Sylvie, your loyalty is as unbreakable as the frozen earth of the north, which makes me extremely gratified. His tone was gentle, much like that of a patient and encouraging mentor. However, as my closest general and the one who will command more armies in the future, you cannot only look at this complex world from the perspective of the sword. This time, I won't answer you directly. Lorien's deep black eyes gleamed with encouragement as he countered, try to put yourself in my shoes. Why would I spend a fortune to bring back this group of troublemakers from the capital? He was deliberately cultivating Sylvie's ability to think independently and manage the overall situation. A loyal guard who only blindly obeys orders may be useful and reassuring, but he will never be able to stand alone in the grand and turbulent imperial game of the future. Sylvie was taken aback when she heard the Lord's question. He then immediately composed himself, lowered his head slightly, and fell in a deep thought. The only sound in the study was the faint crackling of the coals burning in the fireplace. A while later, Sylvie tentatively raised her head, organizing her thoughts, and said, from a practical point of view, this mission included many priests who had mastered basic divine arts, as well as nuns who had received medical training. This is indeed the talent that Greywood territory urgently needs right now. Although Miss Cecilia's hospital has been expanded, the pressure on medical care has once again reached its limit due to the surge in the territory's population and the increase in industrial accidents. In addition, the schools in the territory are also extremely lacking in teachers who can teach literacy and basic arithmetic. Sylvie paused, her brows still slightly furrowed. In this era, any church with even a modicum of conscience bears the responsibility of healing the sick, saving lives, and providing enlightenment. Are you planning to use them as free, highly skilled labor? Lorien smiled and nodded, signaling her to continue. But, my lord, the price of doing this is too dangerous. Sylvie spoke faster, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. These clergy have been professionally brainwashed. While healing the sick and teaching, they will definitely frantically indoctrinate the people with the doctrines of the God of Light. If this continues, those ignorant commoners will easily be subtly influenced and become the church's loyal shepherds. They will attribute their wonderful life in Greywood Town and their freedom from hunger and cold to some ethereal god, while ignoring the enormous effort you and the city officials have put in for it. This will severely weaken the cohesion of the territory, and may even become an excuse for the Church of Light to hinder you in the future. Without a doubt, this is exactly what Sylvie is most worried about. In the Middle Ages, when illiteracy rates were extremely high, religion's assimilative power was comparable to an invisible plague. Once it spreads, it could very well steal Lorien's legitimacy to rule in Greywood territory. A brilliant deduction, logically sound and to the point. Lorien didn't hold back his praise. But then, unexpectedly, he slowly shook his head. However, Sylvie, you're only half right. You overestimated the power of those charlatans' brainwashing, and at the same time seriously underestimated the unique appeal of our Greywood town itself. Did you underestimate the infectious power of Greywood town? A hint of confusion flickered in Sylvie's spirited eyes. She clearly hasn't fully grasped the sociological logic behind that statement. Lorien walked behind the desk and sat down in the large, comfortable leather high-back chair, his hands crossed under his chin, looking extremely relaxed. Sylvie, how do you think faith comes about? This time, he didn't wait for her answer and gave his own. In the traditional imperial territories, the common people were so fervent in their belief in gods because their lives were too miserable and hopeless. They toil in the fields all year, yet they can't even afford a single piece of white bread. They not only had to endure hunger and cold, but also faced the constant threat of being whipped by lords and exploited by greedy tax collectors. Lorien's voice gradually became deep and penetrating. The most terrifying thing is that they have no sense of security. In this messed up world, if a commoner walking down the street accidentally bumps into a nobleman's carriage, he might be stabbed to death on the spot. If a child in a family is even slightly fair-skinned, they might be knocked unconscious by human traffickers lurking in dark alleys and secretly sold to unknown brothels. When the real world becomes a living hell and no one can protect them, they can only place their hopes on ethereal gods, praying that they can enter that non-existent heaven of holy light after death. At this point, Lorien gave a cold laugh. He pointed back to the floor-to-ceiling window at the vibrant town outside. But here, in our Greywood town, what is the biggest feeling that people who have lived here for a long time have, besides the fulfilling work that drains their bodies? It is freedom. It is freedom from fear. Lorien suddenly stood up and walked to a map covered with documents. His eyes gleamed with an almost absurd confidence. Chapter 111, Lorien's second and third intentions. As long as they do not violate the Greywood security law promulgated by the City Hall, everyone here can walk proudly on the wide cement road. They can go to the bar after get off work and chat loudly, gossiping about the neighbors. They can use the vouchers they earn to go to the store and pick out beautiful fabrics. Their children can also read and spell aloud in spacious, bright schools without any fear of being kidnapped by human traffickers. Because any scum who dares to plot against Greywood Town has long been hung on the gallows of the town entrance by the sheriff or the iron guard to dry up. When such a fulfilling and readily available material desire and sense of security are laid bare before you. Sylvie, tell me, how much room is left for those nihilistic doctrines that rely on threatening believers that if you don't believe in God, you will go to hell? Lorien's words echoed in the study like a morning bell and evening drum. Sylvie felt as if her brain had been struck by lightning, and suddenly everything became clear. Yes, faced with absolute material superiority and guaranteed personal safety, religious doctrines that can only offer empty promises appear so pale and powerless. She had always stayed by Lord Lorien's side and rarely went down to the grassroots level to experience the real situation. However, after the Orc tribes migrated to Greywood Town, a series of positive developments occurred. This can serve as a positive example for reference. Why didn't she notice how easily those orcs integrated into Greywood Town and became an unbreakable force? She naively thought that the orcs were simple-minded and trusted them unconditionally because they had food and drink. That's not actually the case at all. Only the far-sighted Lord Lorien could see at a glance that it was due to the powerful assimilation ability of Greywood Town. Even orcs, a race whose thinking is so different from that of humans, were easily assimilated by them. What became of those priests and nuns who were also human beings? Needless to say, thinking of this, Sylvie's admiration for Lorien surged once again like a raging river, unstoppable. Lorien, a devilish smile playing on his lips, continued. Therefore, we don't need to worry at all that those dozens of priests and nuns will corrupt the faith of Greywood territory. On the contrary, when this group of low-ranking clergy who lived like ascetics in the imperial capital church and could only eat dry, hard black bread every day arrived in Greywood territory, when they saw the dazzling array of goods, ate the rich meat broth in the canteen, enjoyed the warm, spring-like heating in winter, and even saw orcs happily wielding pickaxes for food. Do you think they assimilated my people, or did this capitalist town, wrapped in sugar-coated bullets, completely corrupt and assimilate them? Lorien gave his final conclusion. In just a few months, these dozens of missionary members will be completely transformed into the most loyal medical workers and excellent teachers in Greywood Town. They'll even add a line to their sermons on their own initiative. The God of Light has given us everything, and Lord Lorien is the God of Light's sole representative on earth. Upon hearing this, Sylvie couldn't help but gasp. In her gaze toward Lorien, in addition to the original admiration, there was now a deep sense of awe. This young lord is not only transforming the world on a physical level, he is still using the most primal human desires to carry out a subtle and pervasive ideological conquest. Understand, Lord Lorien, your vision shines as brightly as the North Star in the night sky. Sylvie lowered her head in heartfelt admiration. After thoroughly understanding the issue of religious assimilation, Sylvie's thinking became exceptionally active. Following Lorien's act of building the cathedral, she expanded outwards to the broader political landscape. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he offered a new perspective. My lord, if we follow this line of thought, was your high-profile welcome of the mission and the construction of the cathedral also motivated by a desire to stabilize the situation in the north? Immediately afterwards, Sylvie analyzed clearly. Now that you have annexed the territories of 4 nobles, you are the undisputed overlord of the north, and no one can compare to you. The remaining old nobles have been like frightened birds lately. They have even been secretly selling off their property, preparing to abandon their territory and flee the north at any time. Because they have no idea what your bottom line is, and they are afraid that one night the Iron Guard will kick down their castle gates. At this time, the news that the Holy See has officially established the Cathedral of Holy Light in Greywood territory, once it gets out, will undoubtedly be a huge reassurance to those nobles who are living in constant fear. Sylvie became more and more excited as she spoke. They will naturally assume that with the behemoth that is the church watching over the north, you will have to consider the face of the papacy and dare not recklessly launch a war again. In this way, the remaining noble forces in the north will temporarily settle down and stop causing trouble. When we have the time and energy, we can gradually annex and integrate them. Not only that, the relatively ignorant and suffering common believers in the surrounding territories, after learning that Greywood Town is a prosperous place with an officially endorsed cathedral, a new wave of migration will definitely break out. This will bring us a steady stream of new population, and breaking the 100,000 mark is just around the corner. Upon hearing Sylvie's brilliant reasoning, Lorien finally couldn't help but applaud. Slap, slap, slap. The applause echoed crisply in the study. Lorien nodded slightly, his smile growing even brighter. This former chief of guards, who originally only knew how to wield weapons, has finally begun to learn to use a political perspective to manipulate the political landscape. Very good, Sylvie. I am very pleased that you have successfully seen the second layer of intent on the chessboard. Lorien picked up the slightly chilled cup of black tea again and took a small sip. His gaze suddenly became incredibly deep, as if he had looked beyond countless mountains and into a more distant horizon. Pacifying the surviving nobles in the north and siphoning off the surrounding population is indeed a side benefit of building this cathedral. But this is still not my core need. My true objective, the intention of the third layer on the chessboard, lies beyond the borders of this vast empire. Chapter 112, a far-reaching strategy aiming at cross-border trade. Outside the empire, Sylvie paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Greywood Town is located in the remote northern wilderness of the empire. Just 100 kilometers further north lies a forbidden zone, perpetually covered in ice and snow, where even orcs cannot survive. Aside from heading south to directly confront the bustling heartland where the capital is located, what other place could be worth such a grand undertaking by the Lord? Lorien noticed her confusion. He walked slowly to the huge map of the Nolan continent, his slender fingers tracing over the rooster-shaped outline that represented the Empire's territory. Sliding southwards, it eventually stopped at the bottom of the map, in that fragmented region cut apart by numerous rivers and mountains. The southern human kingdoms. Lorien emphasized the area with his fingertip, his tone revealing an undeniable ambition. Currently, the Empire's southern defenses are locked in a stalemate due to the orc invasion. Regardless of the outcome of this war, it will greatly deplete the empire's national strength. But in the rear areas of that long battlefront, the relatively stable southern human kingdoms and city-states possess an extremely large population and abundant special resources. There are no blizzards there year after year, only trade routes flowing with gold, and southern nobles who are extremely hungry for luxury goods. Lorien turned around, faced with Sylvie's attentive listening gaze, and dropped a bombshell. Just a few days ago, I received an urgent confidential letter. My second sister, Serena, has already led the core members of her Nightingale Merchant Guild and, under Duke Ace's secret escort, has completely left the political vortex of the capital and is rushing towards our Greywood territory day and night. The second miss is coming to Greywood territory, Sylvie exclaimed in surprise. But soon after, Lorien explained the pros and cons to her. The capital city is in turmoil, and the eldest son of the Bauhinia family suffers a crushing defeat and flees. If Serena, as a direct descendant of the family, continues to stay in the capital, her fate will be extremely tragic. Retreating to the northern border was indeed her only way to survive. Once Serena arrives, the Nightingale Merchant Guild will complete a new round of reorganization in Greywood territory. With our fully armed Iron Guard, no bandit or brigand team on this continent will be able to pose a threat to the Chamber of Commerce. Lorien's thinking was clear, and every step seemed to be the result of precise gear meshing. Moreover, the Northern Territory is too small, and the main market in the capital is currently fully managed by the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. The Nightingale Chamber of Commerce's original high-end luxury goods route only occupies a negligible part of the main market. Therefore, I need the Nightingale Merchant Guild to explore entirely new markets. The Southern Kingdoms are the new hunting grounds I prepared for Serena. But Lord Lorien, Sylvie frowned and raised a very practical question. International trade is far more difficult than doing business within the empire. If the Nightingale Merchant Guild wants to enter the southern countries, it will not only face fierce exclusion from the local merchant guilds, but also encounter strict tariff barriers from various countries, and may even be detained by the local lords on the grounds of being spies. We are in the south and have no political foundation, unlike Duke Ace's Golden Eagle Merchant Guild, which has a few extra channels. You're right. So, that's the greatest significance of the Holy Light Cathedral. Lorien smiled and pointed to the vacant lot under construction outside the window. There may be strict barriers and national borders between secular monarchies. However, faith knows no borders. Lorien's voice, brimming with the cunning of a capitalist, echoed in the study. Although the southern kingdoms are not under the jurisdiction of the empire, they also worship the God of Light. As for the Church of Light, it holds a transcendent and significant position in the human society of the entire Nolan continent. When the Nightingale Merchant Guild's multinational caravans entered the Southern Kingdom under the guise of procuring supplies for the Northern Cathedral of Holy Light, or accompanying the missionary group for friendly exchanges. This sacred religious cloak is the most perfect passport in the world. No Southern lord would dare to risk being declared a heretic by the church to openly harass or detain a caravan with official church ties. As long as the trade routes can be opened smoothly, with the revolutionary industrial products produced in our Greywood territory, the Nightingale Merchant Guild can easily cut through the economic artery of the Southern Kingdom like a sharp scalpel. And they continuously supply us with all sorts of rare items we need. The Ed Brothers Alchemy Lab no longer has to wait endlessly for those damn things. Upon hearing this, Sylvie felt a chill run down her spine. She finally saw through the Lord's entire plan. They spent a fortune to hire a group of church clergy and build a large cathedral on their own land. This may seem like bowing to religious forces, but in reality, it's buying out the right to use the Church of Light's internationally recognized golden brand at a low cost. Those powerful figures currently vying for power in the capital would never have dreamed of this. This young baron, far away in the north, had long since set his sights beyond the empire's borders and begun to plan for cross-border economic colonization. As a mature lord, I can cooperate with others and am very willing to share the profits. Lorien walked to his desk, picked up the secret letter from the capital, and casually tossed it into the fireplace. The Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce did indeed provide indelible assistance in the rise of Greywood territory, and our cooperation has always been very pleasant. However, the essence of cooperation is the exchange of benefits, not one-sided absolute dependence. The flames engulfed the parchment, illuminating Lorien's cold, stern face. Greywood territory must possess its own chamber of commerce, which is completely under our control. This is not only to make certain clandestine transactions more convenient, but also to prevent the economy from being strangled by someone one day in the future. Then you should have the second young lady give Duke Ace 20% of the Nightingale shares. Sylvie had now completely caught up with Lorien's pace. That was a reassurance, and also a subtle political statement, Lorien said with a smile, picking up the thread of the conversation. I'm using that 20% of the shares to tell that unfathomable Duke. Relax, the Nightingale Merchant Guild's development direction is overseas in the south. We will never shake the Golden Eagle Merchant Guild's foundation in the empire. Moreover, with this equity bond, Golden Eagle and Nightingale are still natural allies, and Greywood Town will never completely sever ties with them. Lorien turned his head and looked towards the distant south. A hunter's glint flashed in those dark eyes. Duke Ace is a very clever speculator. I believe that his perpetually half-closed eyes can perfectly understand the goodwill I am conveying. Now let's wait quietly. Let's wait for my dear sister, and for the arrival of those lucky ones exiled by the church. Chapter 113 Missionary Group from the capital. The cold wind, carrying fine snowflakes, swirled across the fields. The horse-drawn carriages that had traveled north from the capital had been trekking along bumpy dirt roads for more than half a month. 5 covered wagons, thickly tarpaulinized, moved slowly through the snow, their wheels crunching and groaning as they rolled over the frozen clods of earth. The driver's seat of the first carriage. A middle-aged priest in a gray robe pulled up his collar, trying to block the cold wind that was seeping in through the gaps. His fingers were stiff from the cold, and the tip of his nose was red from the cold wind. Father Cantrella, how much longer until we arrive? The carriage curtain was lifted slightly, revealing the face of a young nun. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed exhaustion, and there was a faint bluish-black ring under her eyes. Based on the information I gathered when I passed through that town yesterday evening, it shouldn't be too far off. Cantrell turned back and replied in a flat tone, It will take at most another half-day to reach the territory of that Baron Greywood. Baron Greywood. The young nun chewed on the title, a complex expression on her face. I heard that Sir is a good-for-nothing who is exiled. Valerie, watch your words. Cantrella frowned slightly and lowered her voice. Regardless of that Baron's past, he is now the patron of His Excellency Bishop Macbeth and the arranger of our trip. Discussing the donors is not proper for church members. Sister Valerie shrank back and quickly bowed her head. I misspoke, Father. Cantrell did not rebuke her further, but instead turned her gaze back to the distant horizon. Waste that has been exiled? He silently repeated this assessment in his mind, but did not say it aloud. If the news from Bishop Macbeth is true, the young baron provides an astonishing amount of money to the church every month and also covers all the costs of building the Cathedral of the Holy Light in the north. Is such a person really useless? Moreover, Cantrell touched the slightly creased letter in his sleeve. That was the letter of appointment personally handed to him by Bishop Macbeth, which stated in black and white that he was appointed Cantrell as the first parish priest of the Cathedral of the Holy Light in the north. The first parish priest. This means that he will no longer be a marginal figure in the Imperial City Church, but will have his own church and parish in the north. Although the north is remote and considered by many to be a wild and untamed land, but for a low-ranking priest who had toiled for 15 years in the capital's church without ever being given a prominent position, this was a rare opportunity. I hope that Baron isn't as difficult to get along with as the rumors say, Cantrell muttered to himself. He then flicked the reins, urging the weary horse to continue on its way. The atmosphere inside the carriage was slightly warmer than outside. Sister Valerie lowered the curtain and retreated to her seat. Across from her sat a slightly older nun, who looked to be in her early 30s, who was quietly reciting a daily prayer. Sister Helen, do you think that Greywood Town is really the richest place in the north, just like His Holiness the Bishop said? Valerie leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Sister Helen stopped her prayer, opened her eyes, glanced at her, and said with a hint of helplessness in her gaze, Valerie, this is the 3rd time you've asked this question today. I was just a little curious, Valerie said with an embarrassed smile. After all, His Holiness the Bishop said that there are plenty of supplies there, and he specifically told us to bring light luggage, saying that daily necessities would be distributed there. His Holiness the Bishop is right. Sister Helen closed her eyes again. Besides, even if the conditions are a bit worse, how much worse can they be? We who do clergy work don't join the church to enjoy a life of luxury. That's true. Valerie nodded, but her eyes still betrayed her curiosity and trepidation. The carriage was quiet for a while. "I've heard some things about Greywood Collar," said another nun who had been sitting in the corner and hadn't spoken until now. Her name was Lillian, and she was a little older than Valerie, around 25 years old. She was one of the few people in this mission who had ever left the capital. Valerie immediately perked up. "Sister Lillian, what have you heard?" Lillian paused for a moment, as if recalling something. "Last winter, when I was giving alms to the poor in the southern district of the capital, I met several refugees who had fled from the north. They say there's a strange place in the north where the lords not only don't collect heavy taxes, but also give their people white bread and meat soup." "White bread? Broth?" Valerie's eyes widened. "How is this possible? Are those refugees out of their minds from hunger, dreaming?" "That's what I thought too," Lillian shrugged. "However, I later heard a few more things about the Greywood Collar. For example, they can grow fresh vegetables even in winter there. They also have a special smokeless fuel that can warm the whole room for a whole night when burnt." Valerie listened in a daze, her mouth slightly agape, before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. This sounds much better than the capital. That's why I find it strange." Lillian frowned slightly. "If Greywood territory is really that good, why is it called a place of exile?" No one can answer this question. The carriage continued its journey in the cold wind, traveling for nearly 3 more hours. Just when Valerie felt like she was about to be shaken to pieces, Father Cantrell's surprised voice suddenly came from outside. "Stop. Look ahead." Several nuns quickly lifted the curtain and peeked out. Then they were all stunned. In their imagination, the northern border should be a desolate wasteland, overgrown with weeds, and perhaps with a few dilapidated wooden huts. But the scene that came into view was completely different from what they had expected. Far away, a majestic stone watchtower stands at the end of the road, with a red flag hanging on it, embroidered with a few stars. Below the watchtower is a checkpoint constructed of stone and steel. Although not particularly tall, it gives off an impression of being indestructible. What shocked them the most was the endless expanse of white beyond the checkpoint. It's not snow. It's a row of neat sheds made of transparent material. What is that?" Valerie stammered. Cantrell did not answer, because he did not know the answer either. Chapter 114, Witnessing the Shock of Greywood Town. In his decades-long clergy career, Cantrell had never seen such a large complex of buildings. Those transparent canopies reflected a crystalline light in the sunlight, like giant crystals embedded in the earth. Moreover, through those transparent walls, you can vaguely see large patches of green inside. How is that possible? This is winter in the north. The ground is frozen solid. How could any plants possibly survive? Just as the group was dumbfounded, a rapid sound of horses' hooves came from the other side of the checkpoint. A troop of cavalrymen, dressed in semi-covering black armor and carrying steel long swords and crossbows at their waists, were galloping toward them along the road. The leader was a middle-aged man with a hideous scar running diagonally from his brow bone to his jaw, and his eyes were as sharp as a falcon's. The convoy ahead stopped for inspection. The scarred man reined in his horse about 10 meters away from the carriage, his voice booming as if he were shouting commands on a parade ground. "State your identities and purpose." Cantrell took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He took out the letter of appointment bearing the seal of Bishop Macbeth from his pocket and held it high. "We are members of the Northern Mission of the Church of Light. I am Father Cantrell, appointed by Bishop Macbeth to assist in the construction of the Holy Light Cathedral in Greywood territory." The scarred man didn't reply immediately. Instead, he rode forward, carefully examined the letter of appointment, and then glanced at the convoy. A while later, he nodded, his expression softening slightly. "So you're the elders of the church. Welcome to Greywood territory. I am Byrne, the squad leader of the 3rd Patrol Squad of the Iron Guard." Cantrell quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Captain Bourne." "No need for formalities. Lady Sylvie has already instructed you on why you were coming." Byrne waved his hand. He then turned to the side and pointed to the road behind him. "Just keep going along this road for about another hour, and you'll see the outskirts of Greywood Town." He paused, a rare smile appearing on his lips. "Take a good look. Elders of the church, it will surely surprise you." After saying that, Bourne flicked the reins and led his cavalry back the way they had come. Cantrera watched the departing cavalrymen in silence for a moment, then waved to the driver, "Continue on." The convoy slowly passed through the checkpoint and headed towards the white sheds along the almost impossibly smooth stone road. The further they went, the more shocked they became, because the size of those white sheds far exceeded their expectations. From a distance, they appear as scattered patches, but upon closer inspection, they reveal themselves to resemble small hills, stretching endlessly across the land. Through the semi-transparent walls, one can vaguely see what's inside. Green vines climbed the wooden frame, dotted with red fruits, and farmers in light clothing worked inside. Sister Valerie rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. "Is that a tomato?" Her tone almost changed. Sister Helen did not speak, but her hands were tightly clenched around the emblem on her chest, her lips trembling slightly, as if she were reciting something. Sister Lillian, however, stared intently at the sheds, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. It turns out that what those refugees said was true. It's really possible to grow vegetables here, even in the dead of winter. The carriage continued on its way, and the scenery along the roadside kept changing. Large tracts of plowed farmland came into view. Although no crops had been planted yet this season, the land was neatly divided and crisscrossed with ditches, making it look even more orderly than the farmland around the capital. Next to the houses, rows and rows of two-story red brick buildings appeared on both sides of the road, arranged neatly as if measured with a ruler. A red roof, white walls, and windows fitted with transparent glass. It's not the kind of stained glass windows you only see in aristocratic castles, but real clear glass. At the corner of the street, there is a tall clock tower with a huge disc-shaped object embedded on it. At this moment, the pointer on the disc is slowly turning, pointing towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Cantrell stared blankly at the clock tower, a feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. In the capital, the cathedral also has a large bell in its bell tower, but it is rung manually by a bell ringer. The disc on the clock tower in front of us, with its numbers and hands, looks as if it moves on its own. Moreover, the whole town exudes an indescribable vitality. The townspeople, dressed in thick cotton-padded clothes, walked down the street. Their faces did not show the usual numbness and fatigue, but rather an enviable ease and contentment. The children chased and played in the alley, their laughter audible from a great distance. There were even 2 young women standing by the roadside, eating sunflower seeds and chatting idly. When they got to the park, they burst into laughter together. Cantrell stared blankly at the scene, feeling something threatening his decades-long understanding of the world. Because ordinary people in the capital city wouldn't stand on the street laughing so carelessly. The poor people waiting for relief at the church entrance had only one expression on their faces: despair. But the faces of the people here are etched with the words life. Just as he was in shock, a strange scene by the roadside caught his eye. It was a group of tall figures, roughly 20 or 30 people at a glance. They were shirtless, wearing only thick cloth aprons, carrying long black pipes, and busy in the ditch on the side of the road. "Oh my God!" I heard Sister Valerie gasp behind me. Cantrell squinted and looked closely before he could make out the faces of those people. It had grayish-green skin, rugged features, and 2 sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. This is an orc? Those barbarian orcs who, in the legends of the North, burned, killed, and plundered, striking fear into the hearts of countless villages. They're actually carrying tools and working on the land in Greywood Town right now. Moreover, they had no overseers or guards with whips by their side. Only a young man in a black uniform stood to the side, holding a roll of blueprints, talking to the orcs. After listening, one of the orcs nodded, picked up the black pipe, and strode into the already dug ditch. Cantrell opened his mouth, as if to say something, but found himself somewhat speechless. What kind of place is this? The carriage continued forward, and the group of orcs was gradually left behind. But the shock they felt was not diminished at all. "Father Cantrella," Sister Valerie's voice came from behind, trembling slightly. Have we come to the wrong place?" Cantrell remained silent for a long time. Then, he gently shook his head. "No, we've come to the right place." He paused, a complex emotion he himself didn't realize. "We just need to get to know this world again." Chapter 115, Cecilia's Acquaintance. The carriage continued its journey along the smooth, stone-paved road. The sights along the roadside constantly challenged the understanding of the missionary group. After passing the group of orc laborers who left them speechless, the entire town of Greywood was finally revealed to them. The wide road beneath our feet, large enough to accommodate 6 carriages side by side, was paved with a grayish-white hard material, its surface so smooth that there wasn't a speck of mud. Sister Valerie couldn't help but peek under the wheels and found that the road, which had been soaked by rain and snow for days, didn't even have a single puddle. "What kind of road is this?" she murmured to herself. But no one could answer her question. Black cast iron lampposts stand on both sides of the road, topped with simple glass lampshades. Through the translucent glass, you can see the intricate structure of the lamp wick inside. Sister Lillian stared intently at the lampposts, noticing a thin pipe extending from the base of each lamppost and disappearing into the ground, its destination unknown. These streetlights are even more exquisite in style than the whale oil candle streetlights funded by nobles in the capital's commercial district. What's even more disorienting is the state of the pedestrians on the street. A middle-aged man pushing a wooden wheelbarrow passed by the carriage. The truck was piled high with fresh vegetables just picked from the greenhouse, bright green lettuce, bright red tomatoes, and a few plump cabbages. In the depths of winter in the north, where everything is withered, these vegetables look like some kind of precious jewel. The man paused for a moment when he saw the church sign on the carriage, then grinned and nodded at them. Valerie instinctively returned a smile before realizing what she had done. Ordinary people on the streets of the capital would never show such a smile to a nun. Even when someone occasionally bows to them, it is mostly out of reverence for the church, rather than out of genuine goodwill. "The people here seem very happy," Valerie heard herself say aloud. "Yes," Sister Helen said, her voice tinged with a complex emotion. "I've never seen the tenant farmers on the outskirts of the capital laugh like that." Cantrell did not speak. He just kept looking at the pedestrians, his gaze sweeping across each face. He was trying to find those things he had long been accustomed to: exhaustion, numbness, the hunchback, and humility crushed by life. But no, not a single one. The faces of these people all wore a kind of expression that he found jarring. That wasn't arrogance born of wealth, nor was it foolish joy born of ignorance. It's something more direct. They firmly believe that tomorrow will be better than today. The carriage continued deeper along the main road, and the outline of the town became clearer and clearer. Several 3-story red brick buildings stand in the center of the town. The exterior walls of each building are uniform, the window frames are white wood, and there are even a few potted green plants on the windowsills. Downstairs were all sorts of shops, including a fabric shop, a blacksmith shop, a general store, and a 2-story building with a sign that read Public Canteen. A public canteen? Valerie read the words on the sign, somewhat curious. "What's this?" "It's probably a place where idle people freeload off church subsidies," Sister Helen said in a nonchalant tone. "The churches outside the capital city have done this kind of thing quite often, so that those lazy people don't starve to death on the streets." However, when she saw the crowd queuing at the cafeteria entrance, her composure froze. The group included a blacksmith's apprentice wearing a leather apron with oil stains on his cuffs, a baker wearing a cloth hat with bulging apron pockets, and several construction workers who had clearly just come from the construction site. Clutching a few colorful pieces of paper in their hands, they moved forward, chatting and laughing. Several young workers were still joking with each other, their laughter mingling with their breath. There wasn't a single beggar. There wasn't a single face that had turned blue from hunger. This wasn't the lifeless queue you see in front of a soup kitchen. It was just everyday life in this town. Cantrell silently withdrew his gaze, the inexplicable emotion in his heart growing stronger. He lowered his eyes and silently recited a prayer in his heart, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. Just then, the carriage passed by the gate of a courtyard with a wooden sign. Cantrell didn't pay much attention at first. In just a glance, he saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, as if something had happened. But just as his gaze swept across the gaps in the crowd, his eyes suddenly widened, and he blurted out, "Parking!" The driver was startled by a shout and quickly tightened the reins. The carriage slid a few steps on the stone road, making a screeching sound. "Father Cantrell, what's wrong?" Valerie was startled by his sudden reaction. Cantrell didn't answer her, but stared intently at the crowd at the entrance of the courtyard. His gaze swept through the crowd and landed on a tall, slender figure. She was a young woman dressed in a white robe, with soft, shoulder-length blonde hair peeking out from under her nun's headscarf, a few strands of which were blown by the cold wind. She was bending down to examine the arm of a middle-aged man sitting on the doorstep, her movements gentle and focused. It seemed as if there was nothing in the world more worthy of her attention than the injured patient in front of her. He recognized that figure. Cecilia, Cantrera murmured. The name, like a cannonball dropped into calm water, immediately sparked a discussion in the carriage. Sister Valerie paused for a moment. She quickly leaned over to look in that direction. Then her expression changed, and her voice was filled with shock. Sister Cecilia? Didn't she go to the Southern Territory to preach this spring? Wait, how come she's in Graywood Town? She didn't go to the South. She went to the North with Bishop Macbeth. Sister Lillian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He managed to remain calm, but his eyes held a hint of complexity. Have you forgotten? When Bishop Macbeth came to the North to investigate the heretical rumors about Graywood, Sister Cecilia was in his entourage. The carriage was silent for a moment. They only vaguely remembered this incident then. This spring, Bishop Macbeth made a grand northward journey to Graywood Ridge, claiming he was to thoroughly investigate a serious case of heresy. At the time, many people in the church were waiting to see how that arrogant little lord would be ruined. After all, how many people who were targeted by the Inquisition have a good ending? But then nothing happened. Not long after, Bishop Macbeth returned to the capital with his entourage, without mentioning the results of the investigation into heresy. There were rumors that a young nun was missing from the bishop's personal retinue, and no one knew where she had gone or cared about it. After all, the disappearance of a marginal nun is far too insignificant in the vast imperial church of the capital. Until this moment, she stayed. Sister Helen's voice held a hint of disbelief. Unlike us, she chose to stay in this border city on her own initiative. Cantrell was silent for a few seconds. He then pushed open the car door and stepped onto the solid stone pavement. Let's go say hello. Chapter 116, The Most Beloved Nun. Getting through the crowd was easier than I had imagined. The townspeople who had gathered around saw his priest's robes, and even though they had some curiosity in their eyes, they still politely made way for him. Cantrera walked to the entrance of the courtyard. The blonde nun had just finished bandaging the injured person and was giving some instructions. Her voice was very gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of caution. Uncle Toby, the wound on your hand isn't too deep, but it's still an external injury compounded by frostbite. You'll need to come to the hospital tomorrow for a dressing change. Don't touch cold water for the next couple of days. Let your sister-in-law cover for you for a couple of days. It won't be a problem. The middle-aged man, addressed as Uncle Toby, nodded repeatedly, his face full of gratitude, muttering, Okay, I'll do whatever Miss Cecilia says. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely intervention, my hand would probably be ruined. My wife will definitely bring you 2 pounds of cured meat to thank you later. No, please don't send anything. Cecilia quickly waved her hand, her tone a mix of helplessness and amusement. The basket of eggs you brought last time is still sitting in the hospital kitchen, uneaten. You really don't need them. I'm a nun, and healing the sick is my duty. How can that be? You saved my hand, and I don't even want to show my appreciation? What kind of person am I? Uncle Toby didn't seem to care at all, and stood up with a smile. Anyway, it's a gift from me. Whether you accept it or not is your business. After saying that, he waved his other uninjured hand and strode towards home. Cecilia watched his retreating figure, shook her head helplessly, but a smile she couldn't hide played on her lips. Then she turned her head and saw Cantrella standing in the crowd. Those eyes, which were brimming with a warm smile, froze slightly. Father Cantrell? She called out uncertainly, her tone filled with surprise and doubt. How come you? It's been a long time, Sister Cecilia. Cantrell nodded slightly, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Bishop Macbeth sent us to the north to oversee the construction of the new Cathedral of the Holy Light. After a pause, he added, I didn't expect to see you here. Cecilia paused for a moment, then quickly broke into a genuine and bright smile. I see. Welcome to Graywood Town, Father Cantrella. Her smile was so natural, without a trace of embarrassment or the avoidance or evasion he might have imagined. Cantrera glanced around at her simple, clean white robe. Then I noticed the clean and tidy courtyard behind her, and the way the townspeople looked at her. That's not reverence, but closeness and trust. Cecilia. At this moment, Valerie peeked out from behind Cantrell and took a few steps forward, looking slightly awkward. You're really here. We were just saying, how did you get here? Valerie, it's been a long time. Cecilia nodded to her, her smile still gentle. You must be exhausted from your long journey. Would you like to come in and sit down? I have hot tea here. Although it's herbal tea, it's perfect for warming up in this weather. Before Cantrell could answer, a voice suddenly rang out from his side. Miss Cecilia, this is some nut bread I just baked at noon. It's still warm. Please accept it. A middle-aged woman wearing a chef's apron suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She was holding a loaf of bread wrapped in a white cloth, and the steaming aroma wafted straight into people's noses. Without a word, she shoved the bread into Cecilia's arms, then grinned at the nuns around her. Oh, a new face? Miss Cecilia, is this your old friend? Would you like me to go to the cafeteria and get a few more loaves of bread? No, Auntie Leah, really no. Cecilia hurriedly hugged the bread, her face showing a mixture of amusement and exasperation. You go ahead with your business. I'll entertain some old friends and then come find you for a chat later. Okay, you really have to come. The woman called Aunt Leah waved to her with a smile, then hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing this scene, Cantrell was even more deeply shaken. He knew a little about the young nun in front of him. Cecilia was a notorious oddball at the Imperial Cathedral, because she always distributed the church's relief food to the most inconspicuous homeless people. She would often delay her evening prayers in order to treat orphans in the slums, and was therefore frequently reprimanded by the senior nuns, but she never changed her ways. She's so kind, a little too kind. In this cannibalistic world, such kindness is something that will not be cherished. For this reason, she did not have a pleasant time in the Imperial Capital Church, and could even be described as being ostracized. But here, Cantrell carefully observed the townspeople around him. All eyes were on Cecilia, filled with a genuine warmth and affection. It was as if she were their most important family member, not some high and mighty clergyman. Grandma Nelson, your scarf is so beautifully knitted. Cecilia suddenly praised another elderly woman with silver hair next to her. Oh, I'm glad you like it. The old woman smiled, her face crinkling with wrinkles. I knitted one for you too. It's a different color. This dark blue is more suitable for a young lady like you. Please don't refuse. It's a token of my affection. As she spoke, she pulled a neatly folded dark blue wool scarf from her bosom and handed it to Cecilia. This is too precious, Cecilia said, holding the scarf somewhat helplessly. What's so valuable about it? You saved my old man's life. What's a scarf? The old woman waved her hand, her face showing no room for refusal. The surrounding townspeople joined in the commotion. Yes, Miss Cecilia, please don't be so polite. I also have a jar of pickled cucumbers at home. I'll bring them over for you to try tomorrow. Last time my son had a fever, we were so grateful that you made a house call in the middle of the night. If you hadn't accepted something from us, my whole family would have felt really bad. A cacophony of voices rose and fell, and every face was filled with sincere gratitude. Cecilia was surrounded by the crowd, already holding several things in her arms. Bread, a scarf, a small jar of pickled vegetables of unknown origin. She was somewhat at a loss, her expression a mixture of helplessness and gratitude. Finally, she took a deep breath and said loudly, Okay, I'll accept it. Thank you, everyone. But it's a promise, you're not allowed to send any more gifts in the future. She failed to get anyone to agree. Instead, a burst of good-natured laughter erupted around them, as if the previous prohibition had been nothing more than a cute joke. Cantrell stood silently a few steps away, staring blankly at the scene. He couldn't help but think of the believers receiving relief food at the entrance of the church in the capital. They bent over, heads bowed, and carefully accepted the hard, dry black bread, thanking them in trembling voices. Then, with his head down, he hurriedly disappeared into the alley. It was a kind of awe tinged with detachment. Instead of this kind of laughter, this kind of playfulness, this kind of pushing and shoving with unguarded intimacy. Cecilia, he finally couldn't help but speak again, his voice slightly dry, even to himself. You're doing very well here. Cecilia turned to look at him. Those eyes, as clear as lake water, shone with a light he had never seen before in the capital. Contentment, happiness, without a trace of gloom. Yes, Father Cantrell. She smiled and nodded, the warmth of the bread in her arms seeping through the fabric into her palm. I'm doing very, very well here. Chapter 117, The Sand Table on the Lord's Table. The office on the far east side of the second floor of the Graywood Town Government Building. Lorian sat behind a large oak desk, but instead of looking down at documents as usual. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs on a low stool, and held a sharpened quill pen in his hand, twirling it idly. His gaze passed through the window and landed on the road on the west side of the town that led to the border checkpoint. From this angle, he couldn't see the specific pedestrians and carriages on the road, but that didn't stop him from knowing that the caravan had arrived. Judging by the time, we should have passed the greenhouse area. He said something as if talking to himself. His tone sounded like he was chatting casually, with a faint smile playing on his lips. Then there was a knock on the door. After receiving permission, a tall, slender figure pushed open the door and walked in. Today, Sylvie was not wearing her light armor, but instead a dark blue uniform issued by the government building. This is a new design that Lorien had the tailor shop make last month. It has a small gold star badge embroidered on the left chest, which looks bright and neat. She carried a steaming cup of black tea and placed it on Lorien's desk. Lord Lorien, news has come from the patrol. Sylvie straightened up, her tone carrying a hint of reporting. The church's convoy has passed the second checkpoint and, at its current speed, will enter the town center in about 45 minutes. Lorien picked up his teacup, blew on it to cool it down, and took a small sip. Is the route we planned beforehand? Yes, the patrol captain specifically arranged for someone to guide us. The route we took was the one that passed the west greenhouse, went past the town clock tower, and then followed the main street all the way to the municipal square. Sylvie paused, a knowing glint in her eyes. A nun almost fell off her carriage when she saw the greenhouse. Lorien chuckled and put down his teacup. Normal reaction. Where have you ever seen the old men and women in the capital grown vegetables in winter? In their minds, winter is for eating pickled vegetables and dry bread. If you suddenly see a bunch of bright red tomatoes hanging from the vines, you're already showing pretty good mental fortitude if you don't pop your eyes out. Sylvie couldn't help but smile slightly. Although she had been following Lorien for so long, she was often amazed by the young lord's various ingenious ideas. But she herself forgot that when she first saw the lush greenery in the greenhouse, she stood there for more than a dozen breaths before she came to her senses. By the way, sir, Sylvie seemed to suddenly remember something and added, the patrol captain also mentioned that the cavalry stopped when they passed by the staff hospital. Lorien raised an eyebrow slightly, his smile deepening. Oh, so they've already seen Cecilia? Yes. According to the patrol team, the leading priest recognized Miss Cecilia, and the two talked for a while at the door. Afterwards, Miss Cecilia invited them to the hospital for a cup of tea before continuing their journey. That would be even better. Lorien nodded in satisfaction, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. When acquaintances meet, it can help to shorten the distance between them and make them feel that this place is not completely unfamiliar. Secondly, seeing Cecilia being respected here with my own eyes is more effective than me saying 100 times that Greywood Town is very friendly to the church. His gaze fell on the window, his eyes revealing a calm certainty. Let those people walk around and see for themselves. Let them experience this place with their own eyes and ears. It's 10 times more effective than me inviting them into my office, serving them tea, and showing them a stack of impressive data and planning drawings to tell them how great Greywood Town is. Sylvie nodded thoughtfully, but then frowned slightly. My lady, when shall we formally receive them? No rush. Lorien waved his hand. Let them wander around the town some more and stay overnight before we decide. Today is the first day, and they haven't fully processed the shock yet. Only when they lie in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, will those images truly settle down. He reached out and picked up a document from the table, glanced at it, and finally stopped at a line of numbers. The composure on his face faded slightly. By the way, how's the distribution of supplies to those 3 new territories in the north going? Sylvie was taken aback by his sudden change of topic, but quickly composed herself and replied. In accordance with the instructions you issued last week, a batch of relief food and winter supplies were delivered yesterday to the former Baron White River and the former Baron Oakhaven. The security officer in charge of the escort reported back that the situation in both locations has basically stabilized. But what? The feedback from the local administrators there is that although there is enough food for the time being, relying solely on transporting food from Greywood Town is not a long-term solution if we want to sustain this in the long run. It's winter there, and they have some arable land. If we could get some crop seeds suitable for winter planting, or build some small greenhouses, it would greatly reduce our logistical burden. After listening, Lorien remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. What they want, I want even more than they do. The problem is that seeds and materials for building greenhouses both take time. Our own greenhouses in Huemu town have only just been expanded to the third phase and are far from being able to generate capacity outside the town. He stood up and walked to the large map hanging on the wall. His gaze swept across the territory surrounding Greywood town, and he gently pressed his hand on the area at the bottom of the map, which was divided by rivers and mountains, the direction of the southern kingdoms. That's why we need to be fast. Sylvie walked behind him, her gaze also falling on that area. Lord Lorien, are you referring to the Nightingale Merchant Guild's southern trade route? Yes, winters in the south are not as long as in the north, and the land there can still produce food in winter. Even if the southern countries themselves need to consume resources, as long as the price we offer is attractive enough, there will always be someone willing to do this business. Lorien's fingertips traced lightly across the map, as if outlining an invisible route. Besides, there's more than just food over there. Cotton, leather, iron ore. Greywood Town needs all of these. Our factories are getting bigger and bigger. If we rely solely on local minerals and raw materials in the north, we will eventually be strangled. He turned around and looked at Sylvie again. Is the supply list I asked you to compile ready? It's already in progress, and it's expected to be on your desk by tomorrow morning. Sylvie nodded, then asked with some curiosity, My lord, do you plan to have the second Mrs. Nightingale Trading Company send grain back on their first trip? It's not all food. Lorien shook his head. He walked back to his desk, sat down, picked up a quill pen, and casually drew a few circles on a blank sheet of paper. The first trip was mainly for exploring and establishing channels, and the goods brought were kerosene lamps and some fine steel tools. These are hard currencies. Not only can they be sold for high prices, but they can also let those noble lords in the south know that this Greywood territory in the north can produce good things that they can't. A glint of something unfathomable flashed in his eyes. Once they get used to our kerosene lamps, our steel hose and iron pots, it won't be so easy for them to switch back. Sylvie opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she just nodded with a hint of respect. Lorien leaned back in his chair, his smile fading and replaced by calm focus. Currently, the population of Greywood territory has reached 70,000, and it receives a total of 70,000 silver coins every day. Admittedly, the numbers on the books do look impressive, but these silver coins won't magically transform into food, cloth, or building materials, nor will they magically appear in a furnace and turn into steel. Those factories spewed thick smoke day and night, but their output could never keep up with the pace of population growth. Trade routes in the south must be fast. As the pillar of stability, Lorien cannot appear too hasty. Moreover, that priest and that mission were the first crowbar he used to pry open this door. If even they cannot be truly convinced, then everything else is just empty talk. Lorien closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the usual calm and composure had returned to his dark eyes. Sylvie, go and prepare a decent outfit for me. When does your excellency plan to meet them? Tomorrow. Lorien picked up the documents on the table again, his tone carrying an air of confidence that he was in control of the situation. Let them digest this properly today. Chapter 118, The Foundation of Holy Light Requires Personal Effort. The following morning, the winter weather was unusually sunny. Although the temperature was still low, the bright sunlight shone on the red brick roofs of Greywood Town. It cast a warm golden hue over this rapidly expanding town. Father Cantrell stood at the church's temporary resting place. At the entrance of a two-story building temporarily requisitioned as a church reception area, I squinted at the large clock on the distant clock tower. The giant pointer was slowly moving, pointing to exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. He spent a sleepless night in Greywood. It's not so much that I have trouble falling asleep, but rather that I simply can't close my eyes. Everything he saw from noon to evening yesterday kept flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. The endless greenhouses, the well-ordered wide streets, and the townspeople with rosy complexions and hearty laughter. And there was Cecilia standing there, surrounded by people like she was a family member. He could even see those images with his eyes closed. God, what exactly is this place? Father Cantrell. A young male voice came from behind me. Cantrell turned around and saw a young man in a clean and sharp black uniform walking briskly toward him. The man also had a gold badge pinned to his left breast and a polite yet capable smile on his face. Hello, I am a liaison officer of the government building. My name is Alan. The young man stopped a few steps away from him and gave a slight bow. Lord Lorien requests that you and several nun representatives meet at the government office building. If it is convenient for you, we can depart now. It's finally here. Cantrell took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and turned to call out towards the door, Valerie, Helen, Lillian, prepare yourselves. The Lord summons you. A few minutes later, the group left their temporary lodging. Led by Alan, they walked eastward along the main street. Greywood Town was even more bustling during the day than yesterday, with people coming and going on the streets. All the shops were open, and the rich aroma of wheat mixed with the savory scent of roasted meat wafted from the bakery, making Sister Valerie swallow hard. The sound of hammering echoed from the blacksmith shop. Several brand-new hoes and iron pots were displayed at the entrance, gleaming darkly in the sunlight. And there's that mechanical clock tower standing in the town's central square. It was too dark yesterday, and Cantrella couldn't see very clearly. Now, under the daylight, he could finally see the entire clock tower clearly. A square brick tower, about 5 stories high, with a huge circular clock face, nearly 2 meters in diameter, embedded on each of its 4 sides. On the white clock face, 12 numbers are drawn in black paint, and 2 hands of different thicknesses move steadily at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Below the clock tower, a group of townspeople, who had finished their work early in the morning, were chatting. They were either squatting or standing. Some had a blade of grass in their mouths, while others held a rough pottery cup in their hands. The conversation consisted mainly of mundane family matters, occasionally punctuated by bursts of boisterous laughter. How did you do that? Sister Lillian, look over there. Sister Valerie suddenly tugged at her sleeve and pointed to a lamppost by the roadside. Lillian looked in the direction she was pointing. Under that lamppost, a little girl wearing a thick cotton-padded coat was standing on tiptoe. With one hand on the lamppost and the other holding something, he was adding it to the opening of the lamppost. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was an oily liquid. Is that refueling the streetlights? She had already observed the streetlights yesterday evening and, after asking around, learned that they glowed by burning kerosene. She thought that such public facilities would definitely have dedicated maintenance personnel, but she didn't expect that even children would participate in the maintenance. That child must live in the nearby neighborhood. Alan, who was walking ahead, turned around and explained with a smile in a nonchalant tone, as if he had never seen anything unusual before. The streetlights in Greywood Town are maintained and cared for by nearby residents on a rotating basis, with each household responsible for the one in front of their own house. Everyone is very conscientious because it makes it easier for everyone to walk at night when the lights are on. The nuns looked at each other in bewilderment. In the capital, the lighting of public streets was the responsibility of the nobles, with the cost coming from the taxes paid by the commoners. Even so, those streetlights are often left unmaintained, leaving most of the neighborhood pitch black at night. In this remote northern town, every resident seems to conscientiously maintain the streetlights, and it's a habit they've cultivated since childhood. Before they could even process the information, they had already arrived in front of the government building. It was a 3-story red brick building, taller than the other houses around it. Above the main entrance hung a wooden plaque with the words Greywood Town Government Committee engraved on it. 2 sheriffs in black uniforms with iron bars at their waists stood at the door. They nodded slightly to Alan and then stepped aside. Stepping into the building, the interior was much simpler than Cantrella had imagined. The walls were whitewashed, and the floor was wooden. Although it wasn't luxurious, it was clean and tidy. Several wooden signs with words on them hung on both sides of the corridor, indicating the location of each department. Please follow me. Lord Lorien is waiting for you in the reception room on the 2nd floor. Alan led them up the stairs. When Cantrell opened the wooden door to the reception room, the first thing he saw was not people, but a huge window. Bright sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the entire room. There was a wooden table by the window, and a young man was sitting behind it. He was a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old, with a handsome face and neatly combed dark brown hair. His dark eyes appeared exceptionally deep in the sunlight. He was wearing a dark gray collared coat with a gold star brooch pinned to the collar. He didn't look like a lord with 70,000 subjects. He looked more like a young merchant living a respectable life in a big city. But the calm and composure in those eyes was something Cantrella instinctively sensed. This young man is definitely not as simple as he appears. Father Cantrella, welcome to Greywood Town. The young man stood up, a perfectly timed smile on his face. It was neither overly enthusiastic nor lacking in proper etiquette. I am Lorien Balhenia, the Lord of Greywood Town. You have had a long and arduous journey. Lord Lorien, it is our honor to be received by you. Cantrell bowed slightly, performing the church's etiquette for patrons. May the God of light bless you forever. Valerie and others behind him followed suit. Lorien accepted the greeting with a smile and gestured for them to sit down on one of the chairs in the reception area. After everyone was seated, he spoke again. Father Cantrella, since we're already here, I won't beat around the bush. Regarding the location of the Cathedral of Holy Light, I have already drawn a spot on the map at the western end of the main street you passed yesterday. As he spoke, he picked up a roll of blueprints from the table, unfolded it, and tapped it with his finger. This plot of land is about 350 meters wide from north to south and 230 meters deep from east to west, with a total area of nearly 35,000 square feet, which is enough to accommodate a large church and its attached facilities such as monks' dormitories, canteen, and pharmacy. Cantrell leaned over and glanced at the blueprints, slightly startled. Even though he had only been there for a day, he could tell that the location of that piece of land was one of the best in Greywood Town. It is very close to the main street, with convenient transportation, and there are already many residential areas around it. If the church were built there, it would be an extremely advantageous location from any perspective. This piece of land, your generosity is beyond my ability to repay, he said, somewhat moved. Lorien waved his hand, his tone still gentle. Building a church is a great undertaking that benefits all believers, not my personal charity. Moreover, I have a small request. Please feel free to give your instructions. Lorien leaned back in his chair, looking directly at Cantrell. I hope your mission will be personally involved in the construction of a church. From laying the foundation to building the walls, from transporting stones to installing doors and windows. He paused, then said with a hint of sincerity, I know this request might seem strange to clergy. After all, your daily job is to preside over sacraments and spread the gospel, not to be construction workers. But on this land, I always believe one thing. Only those who personally participate in its construction will truly consider this place their home. He looked out the window, his gaze falling on the construction site under planning in the distance. You and your companions have traveled thousands of miles from the capital to the Northern Territory, not to serve as officials for me, nor to enjoy a life of luxury in Greywood Town. You have come to build a temple of faith. If you haven't even touched the soil where the foundation was laid, won't the prayers you utter before the altar in the future feel somewhat lacking in weight? The room was quiet for a few seconds. Cantrell looked at the young lord before him and found that there was neither probing nor calculation in his dark eyes, only a calm and composed seriousness. He couldn't help but recall the scene he had witnessed at the hospital entrance yesterday. Cecilia, dressed in a white robe, stood in the crowd, carrying so many things she could barely hold them all, yet her face radiant with a smile. Perhaps what this young man said wasn't just a nice-sounding phrase. I understand. Cantrell nodded slowly. His voice carried a solemnity that he himself was unaware of. We will be personally involved in the construction until every brick and tile of this church bears our mark. Lorien's smile deepened as he emerged from behind the table and extended his hand to Cantrell. Then, it'll be a pleasure doing business with you. Cantrell looked at the outstretched hand, paused for a second, and then reached out and gripped it tightly. That hand was stronger and more powerful than I had imagined. It's a pleasure to work with you. Behind them, the sunlight streaming through the window swept across the top of the clock tower. The shadow of the pointer was cast on the square, leaving a long, straight streak of light. Chapter 119, The Fallen Balhenia Flowers Hope. The south gate of the capital city is always the busiest entrance and exit in the heart of this empire. On the wide stone-paved road, caravans lined up in a long queue, with pack horses carrying grain and cloth moving slowly forward to the shouts of the drivers. Two gray-white stone arrow towers stand on either side of the city gate. Fully armed imperial guards patrolled the city walls, their armor reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Just as the caravan was entering the city, a group of ragged people appeared at the end of the road. Although it's called a centaur, it's actually incredibly shabby. Leading the way were two emaciated warhorses, their riders wearing tattered chainmail plates covered in marks from sword cuts and axe blows, with large chunks missing in some places, revealing the filthy lining underneath. Behind them followed about 30 soldiers on foot, none of whom were in much better condition. Some had their arms slinged across their chests, wrapped in rags. Some of them had a scar across their face that hadn't fully healed. Several others walked with a limp, clearly struggling with injured legs. Their eyes were empty. It's as if he has already endured all the suffering he was meant to suffer in this life, and all that's left is a walking shell. In the very center of the procession was a simple covered wagon pulled by only one mule. The tarpaulin was pieced together from several pieces of old canvas of different colors, and it was drafty on all sides, failing to even block the view. The curtain of the covered wagon was lifted by a well-maintained hand, revealing the face of a middle-aged noblewoman. Stephanie Bauhinia, the Duchess, who had once enjoyed immense prestige in the capital's social circles, now looked extremely haggard. Her hair was still styled in an aristocratic bun, but it was now disheveled, with a few strands of gray hair falling from her forehead. His lips were chapped, his eyes were sunken, and his cheekbones were prominent from days of travel. But her gaze remained fixed on the figure riding on horseback ahead. That was her eldest son, Arthur Bauhinia. At this moment, Arthur rode on that skinny horse, his back still ramrod straight, as if he were using his last bit of stubbornness to maintain something. He was wearing a coat whose original color was no longer discernible, with several tears at the hem, and his boots were covered in dried mud and some kind of dark brown spots. It could be mud, or it could be blood. A gust of wind blew by, lifting the hair that hung down his forehead. That head of golden curls that once captivated countless noble ladies in the capital is now dirty and messy, clinging to the scalp like a clump of withered grass. His once fair, ivory-like skin has become rough and dark, resembling a piece of old leather that has been repeatedly rubbed and ravaged by the scorching southern sun. His lips were covered with messy stubble, and there were 2 dark bruises under his eyes. If it weren't for his still, somewhat sharp, emerald green eyes, probably no one on the streets of the capital would recognize this beggar-like man as the eldest son of the most dazzling Bauhinia family in the capital 2 years ago. Arthur, Stephanie's hoarse voice came from inside the wagon. Arthur didn't turn around. He just tilted his head slightly. You look terrible. You haven't eaten anything for almost a day. Stephanie pulled half a piece of dry, hard black bread from a tattered leather suitcase beside her and handed it forward with trembling hands. Eat something first. Everything will be all right once we get to the city. Arthur remained silent for a while before reaching out to take the bread. He didn't bite down immediately, but held it in his hand. Mother, he said, his voice hoarse and almost inhuman, you shouldn't have come down this path with me. What nonsense are you talking about? Stephanie's tone carried a hint of displeasure, but more than that, it was a heartbreaking tenderness. You are my son. If I don't follow you, who else can I follow? Arthur did not respond. He lowered his head, looking at the piece of bread in his hand, his eyes churning with too many emotions. 2 years ago, he led thousands of his family's elite troops, along with a large sum of military funds from his family's assets, and set off for the Southern Front with high spirits. At that time, he firmly believed that he could make great achievements and write a glorious chapter in the annals of military merit. Finally, they returned to the capital in glory, proving to everyone that the bloodline of the Bauhinia family had never faded. But reality gave Arthur the cruelest response. The orcs on the Southern Front are more ferocious than any intelligence report has described. Those terrifying barbarians, with heads of various beasts, charge tirelessly. They come back a second or third time after being driven back the first time, as if they can never be killed. But the more deadly part was yet to come. Ever since my father fell from power after choosing the wrong side in a political upheaval that swept the country, his logistics on the Southern Front began to encounter frequent problems. He will never forget that desperate battle. When his soldiers lined up to meet the orc vanguard, they discovered that the spears brought from the capital had broken off at the very first impact. There were a total of 3,000 spears. The iron at the spearheads was mixed with impurities, making them look shiny and bright, but in reality, they would break at the slightest touch. Without a doubt, it was done by the Bauhinia party's political enemies. Arthur understood when he saw the shattered spearheads. But what good does understanding do? There was no time for anger on a battlefield. He could only order his soldiers to fight the orcs hand-to-hand with the wooden handles of their broken spears. In that battle, he lost nearly 3,000 men, a third of the army he led. Every battle that followed felt like being pushed toward the abyss by an unseen hand. A third of the arrows that were delivered were missing, the shields were made of rotten wood, and sand was mixed into the rations. He didn't know whether the Duke of the Golden Lion and his men were behind these actions, or whether the entire Senate was pulling the strings behind the scenes. All he knew was that his soldiers had been reduced to a mere 100 men in just 1 year. Now he has led these last 30-odd people back to the capital. It's not about running away. It's time to retreat. Arthur told himself. He still has a chance, as long as he can see His Majesty the Emperor expose the Golden Lion Duke's despicable tricks in logistics to his face, as long as he can produce evidence. Arthur's hand unconsciously reached into his robes, where he kept a list soaked with sweat and blood. Those were records of military supplies allocation that he had painstakingly kept for 3 months, writing them down one by one. Every broken spear, every shattered shield, every belated supply of provisions. He remembers everything clearly. This is his trump card for turning the tide. Everything will be all right once I see the Emperor. With that thought in mind, Arthur stuffed the hard, dry piece of black bread into his mouth and took a big bite. The rough bread crumbs scraped against his chapped lips, causing a stinging sensation, but he was completely oblivious. His gaze passed over the crowd in front of him and landed on the majestic city gate in the distance. The capital city. I'm back. Chapter 120. Arthur's last pride shattered. The gate opening at the south gate of the capital city was large enough to allow 6 carriages to pass side by side. The stone archway is carved with the imperial eagle emblem. On each side stood a row of guards holding long halberds, their expressions solemn, their eyes like those of eagles. When Arthur's party reached the city gate, it caused quite a commotion. It's not because they're so powerful. On the contrary, it's because they're so miserable. Merchants queuing to enter the city all turned to look, some frowning, others covering their noses. Several curious drivers peeked out, whispering amongst themselves. Arthur ignored the disdainful looks. He took out the Bauhinia family crest from his pocket, a palm-sized silver brooch engraved with a blooming Bauhinia flower. This was his final proof of identity, and the credential he believed allowed him to travel freely. Open the door. He held the badge above his head, his voice hoarse, but still maintaining an aristocratic air. I am Viscount Arthur Bauhinia, returning from the front lines, and request permission to enter the city to pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor. The guards below the city gate exchanged glances. One of the young guards hesitated for a moment, about to say something, when an older colleague next to him nudged him hard with his elbow. Wait, the older guard said expressionlessly. He then turned and walked toward the sentry post inside the city gate. Arthur frowned, but managed to suppress his anger. He thought it was just a routine check. However, the waiting time was much longer than he had expected. A full half-hour passed before the older guard reappeared, but this time he was followed by 2 whole groups of people. About 100 fully armed imperial guards, dressed in gleaming iron armor and carrying halberds, filed out of the city gate. Their steps were synchronized, their iron boots clattering rhythmically on the stone slabs. Arthur's pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively sensing that something was wrong. After leaving the city gate, the imperial guards did not disperse, but quickly formed a semicircular encirclement, firmly surrounding him and his troops in the middle. The blades of the halberds gleamed coldly in the sunlight, all pointing at them. What does this mean? Arthur's tone suddenly rose a few notches, and his hand involuntarily went to the hilt of the sword at his waist. The 30-odd remaining soldiers behind him also tensed up and gripped their weapons tightly. However, compared to the fully armed imperial guards opposite them, their numbers and condition were like children facing adults. At this moment, a burly officer stepped out from the ranks of the imperial guard. He wore an exquisite suit of armor with copper trim, a silver eagle emblem of the imperial guard pinned to his chest, and a magnificently decorated longsword at his waist. His face was expressionless. He was simply carrying out an ordinary daily task. Arthur Bauhinia? The officer's voice was deep and steady, as if he were reading a menu. Arthur raised his chin. It's me. Then, the officer pulled a roll of parchment from the leather document pouch at his waist. He stretched out forcefully and began to recite expressionlessly. By order of His Majesty the Emperor and resolution of the Imperial Senate. Former Imperial Viscount Arthur Bauhinia suffered repeated defeats and national humiliation while commanding troops on the southern front. Furthermore, by abandoning the battlefield without military orders and leading the remaining troops to flee the front lines, He has committed the crime of desertion. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow to Arthur's chest. His face turned deathly pale. Effective immediately, Arthur Bauhinia is stripped of all his military ranks, titles, and honors, and all his property is confiscated. I and my immediate family members shall be charged with treason, arrested immediately, and sent to the imperial court for trial. After the officer finished reading, he rolled up the parchment again and put it back into the document bag. Then he looked up and stared at Arthur with those emotionless eyes. "Mr. Arthur, please hand over your weapon." However, Arthur's mind is now blank. Treason? Treason. He opened his mouth, the last sound squeezing out of his throat, hoarse and broken. No, you got it wrong. I didn't defect. I was. "Hand over your weapons," the officer repeated, his tone unchanged. "I want to see His Majesty the Emperor." Arthur suddenly raised his voice, his expression one of near-frantic urgency. "I have crucial intelligence. Someone tampered with the logistics." Mr. Arthur. The officer interrupted him again. Beneath that calm lay something chilling. "I'm saying this for the last time. Please hand over your weapon. If you refuse to obey His Majesty the Emperor's decree." His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of his sword. "I have the right to kill you on the spot." Arthur froze. He looked at the Imperial Guards, at the gleaming tips of their halberds, and at the cold expression on the officer's face. Then he looked at the 30-odd remaining soldiers behind him. The soldiers who had followed him through thick and thin were now all pale-faced, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. They were too exhausted to fight anymore. Days of fleeing had drained their last bit of strength and courage. Arthur's lips trembled a few times. Something is slowly shattering in those once proud, emerald green eyes. He slowly raised his hand and unfastened the sword from his waist. With a clang, the long sword landed on the stone slab, making a crisp yet piercing sound. That was the sound of the eldest son of the Bauhinia family shattering his pride in his final moments. Chapter 1:21 Serena? She's already escaped. The dungeon of the Imperial Court is located 3 underground levels on the west side of the palace. This place is perpetually dark, and the air is filled with only dampness and the smell of mold. Water droplets seeping from the stone wall slowly slid down the cracks, gathering in the grooves on the ground, making a monotonous and annoying dripping sound. Arthur was seen squatting in the corner of a solitary cell, his back against the cold stone wall. His hands were chained in front of him, the rough iron rings chafing the skin on his wrists, from which dark red blood seeped out. However, he could no longer feel the pain, because his mind was completely muddled. They were escorted here from the city gate in less than 2 hours. He didn't even have time to utter a single complete sentence. The guards dragged him off his horse like a dead dog, pinned him to the ground, searched him, and then stuffed him into a closed prison van. The list in his arms. The records of military supplies allocation that he had meticulously kept for 3 months, pen to pen, were also confiscated. That was his last piece of evidence. Without that list, how could he prove the Duke of the Golden Lion's crimes? At that moment, a suppressed sob came from the cell next door. That was the voice of her mother, Stephanie. She was locked in another cell right next to his. During the transport, this once high-ranking noblewoman kept screaming, cursing, and struggling, until a guard coldly told her that if she didn't shut up, he would gag her with a strip of cloth. She finally managed to calm down. However, the quietness is only a facade. Arthur could hear her trembling breaths in the darkness, and the occasional sobs that escaped her lips like a cat being choked. "Mother!" Arthur's voice echoed in the dungeon, filled with bitterness. The sobbing from next door stopped for a moment. Then Stephanie's voice came through, so hoarse it was almost inaudible. "Arthur, how are you? Did they lay a hand on you?" "No." Arthur closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. "I'm Fina." After a moment of silence, Stephanie's voice rang out again, this time with an almost pleading urgency. "I want to see Serena. Tell them that my daughter is Serena Bauhinia. As long as she knows we've been captured, she'll definitely find a way." Arthur did not speak. To be honest, he was thinking the same thing. Although Serena had a falling out with her mother recently, and their relationship was not very harmonious, she was still a member of the Bauhinia family after all. Moreover, I've heard that she's been doing quite well in the capital lately, apparently having established some kind of chamber of commerce and having a cooperative relationship with Duke Ace's Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. If she were willing to intervene, even if she couldn't clear her name, she could at least secure a chance to defend herself before the Senate. Just as Arthur was about to say something, footsteps came from the corridor outside the cell. The officer from the city gate walked in, followed by two jailers carrying brass windproof lamps. The dim light cast swaying shadows on the damp walls. The officer walked up to Arthur's cell and stopped. "Mr. Arthur, there's some news I think you need to know." His tone remained indifferent, as if he were talking about something trivial. Arthur raised his reddened eyes and stared at him. The officer pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and read it aloud by the light from the jailer's lamp. "According to the latest investigation record from the Imperial Capital Security Bureau, your sister Serena Bauhinia secretly left the Imperial Capital half a month ago with all the liquid assets of the Nightingale Merchant Guild." He paused, then raised his eyelids to glance at Arthur. "Her whereabouts have now been confirmed. She has fled to the north and sought refuge in the territory of your brother, Lorien Bauhinia." The cell was eerily quiet. Arthur felt his blood freeze in an instant. Serena ran away? Did she run away with all her assets? And he went to that good-for-nothing Lorien's territory. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but it was as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. Meanwhile, Stephanie in the next cell had completely broken down. "No, impossible." Her voice was sharp and broken, echoing wildly between the stone walls of the dungeon. "Serena won't abandon us. She won't. You're lying to me." The officer expressionlessly put away the note and turned to walk down the corridor. "Whether you believe it or not is your business." His footsteps faded into the distance, and the light of the oil lamp went out. Darkness once again enveloped the damp cell. Stephanie's cries gradually turned into intermittent sobs. In the end, all that remained was a suppressed sob, as if one were about to vomit up their internal organs. Arthur sat motionless in the corner. The officer's words kept echoing in his mind. Serena fled to the north and sought refuge with Lorien, that younger brother he used to look down on the most. Lorien, who was regarded as a waste by his entire family and exiled to the northern wastelands. Arthur knows his sister well. She's not a fool. If Lorien hadn't had the power to protect her, she wouldn't have been able to escape. So, Lorien has already established a foothold in the north, and even has the ability to challenge the Empire. Is that right? Arguing with this conclusion, Arthur felt a bitter taste in his mouth. His mother brought the last of the family business's funds to help him, but in less than 3 months, he was forced to flee back to the capital. Lorien, despite being penniless, managed to establish a foothold in the perilous north. Arthur Bauhinia, once the most dazzling young nobleman in the capital. At this moment, squatting in the dungeon of the imperial court, he looked like a peacock whose feathers had been plucked. He was utterly disgraced. They have nothing. Chapter 1:22 The wind has changed in the capital. Inside the council chamber on the east side of the imperial palace in the capital, Duke Golden Lion was seated at the head of a long table. He wore a deep purple noble robe with gold trim, and 3 gemstone rings of different colors on his fingers, each of them extremely valuable. A calm smile graced his well-maintained face, as if everything was under control. In fact, recent developments are indeed unfolding according to his planned script. The news that Arthur, that fool, had been arrested at the city gate had spread throughout the entire capital. With the charge of treason attached to them, the Bauhinia family's last remaining assets in the capital were completely wiped out. Along with the useless third brother who was exiled to the northern border, his title was also revoked. Although Lorien had long been expelled from the family, he was still nominally a baron, but now even that title is gone. This is exactly the effect the Golden Lion Duke wanted. He glanced at the important documents on the table, then picked them up again and read them carefully once more. That was a report that the Business Alliance just sent this morning, proposing to ban the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce from continuing to sell those new products. He expedited the process, having his clerks draft the injunction. Now all that's needed is for the highest level of the Business Alliance to sign and stamp the document, which will completely cut off Greywood Town's path to wealth in the capital. Windproof kerosene lamps, smokeless black gold, stainless steel farm tools. These things are indeed useful and profitable. But there's no such thing as being able to thieve for 1,000 days without being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. As long as the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce bans its sales, all that will be left on the market are his cheap imitations. Even if the quality is poor, people will have no choice but to buy them despite their reluctance. As Duke Golden Lion thought of this, the smile on his lips deepened. He picked up the silver wine glass in front of him, took a sip of the wine from the southern islands, and the rich aroma of the wine melted on his tongue. Everything is going according to plan. However, at that moment, the door to the council chamber was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A butler in a black uniform rushed in, his face showing obvious panic, and he even forgot to knock and announce his arrival first. Duke Golden Lion frowned. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic?" The butler's voice trembled slightly. "Your Grace, something terrible has happened. A large crowd has gathered outside the Business Alliance headquarters." Duke Golden Lion set down his wine glass. "Who goes there?" "There are all kinds of people." Fine beads of sweat appeared on the butler's forehead. There were tenant farmers from the outskirts of the city, artisans from the city, street vendors, and a few stewards from minor noble families. He swallowed hard and continued. They blocked the entrance to the Business Alliance headquarters, holding up signs and chanting slogans. They said if the sale of the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce's new farm tools and lamps were banned, they would collectively petition at the cathedral entrance. Duke Golden Lion's expression darkened slightly. A bunch of peasants daring to cause trouble? His tone was still disdainful. "Just let the sheriff disperse them." "A sheriff has already been dispatched," the butler said, his voice growing more urgent. But there were too many people, over 1,000, and the sheriff didn't dare to make a move. Besides, and those few minor nobles were standing at the front, so touching them would be tantamount to offending those minor nobles. A crack finally appeared on the composure on Duke Golden Lion's face. He was silent for a moment, then slowly put down his wine glass. "Let's go take a look." When his carriage arrived at the street corner near the headquarters of the Business Alliance, he witnessed firsthand the scene described by his steward. The wide stone-paved road was packed with people. They were dressed in rough linen clothes, some carrying farm tools, some holding kerosene lamps, and some holding up wooden signs with writing on them. The words on those wooden signs were crooked, and some were even written by someone else, but every line of words exuded anger. "We want an iron walk, not a thin sheet of iron that crumbles with a single shovel. Golden Eagle only sells windproof lights. If they're banned, what are we supposed to use? Black gold doesn't smoke. I'll accept a higher price. But don't try to fool people with inferior goods. Give us back our steel plowshares." Duke Golden Lion watched all this through the curtains of the carriage, his expression as gloomy as the sky before a storm. He didn't care what these peasants said. Give him some time, and he can suppress all these voices. The problem is that he cannot take action against a crowd of civilians in public, especially at such a critical juncture. If bloodshed occurs, those nobles who are still observing will find an excuse to intervene. "Go back," he said coldly to the driver. The carriage turned around and headed towards the Duke's mansion. And shortly after the Duke of the Golden Lion left, a man dressed in ordinary clothes quietly walked out of the back door of the Business Alliance headquarters and quickly turned into the alley next to it. He had a newly stamped letter tucked into his sleeve. That was a confidential letter from the highest levels of the Business Alliance to the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. The ban was to be suspended pending further investigation. The news spread very quickly. That evening, in a low-key courtyard in the southern district of the capital, Duke Ace was reading the letter by candlelight in his study. A slow smile crept onto his lips as he lit the letter over the candle flame, watching it turn to ashes. "Looks like that old dog, Golden Lion, has finally met his match," he muttered to himself. Then he turned his gaze to the window, looking towards the northern sky. That's where the real chessboard lies, in the direction of Greywood Town. Chapter 123, Someone Went to See Things They Shouldn't Have. The Golden Lion Duke's intelligence network is indeed formidable. The day after he ordered the suppression of the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce, he received a message that made him even more irritated. Duke Ace, the man who had been manipulating the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce from behind the scenes, publicly invited 3 heavyweight executives of the Business Alliance to the Northern Territory. The destination was said to be Baron Oakhaven and Baron White River. The official purpose was to visit the royal chartered mining sites and modern workshops. When the Duke of Golden Lion heard the news, he almost crushed the wine glass in his hand. He certainly knew who those high-ranking members of the Business Alliance were. Justin Hall, vice chairman of the Business Alliance, is a cunning old fox who has been navigating the business world of the capital for 40 years. Beatrice Clare, the deacon in charge of reviewing permits for the circulation of goods in the capital, had a signature that was sometimes more effective than the Emperor's edicts. There's also Old Crawford, the president of the Imperial Foundry Guild, who handles all quality certifications for ironware and metal products. Any one of these three individuals, taken individually, could influence the commercial landscape of the capital. The three of them have now gone to the north. Duke Golden Lion is not a fool. He immediately guessed what Duke Ace was going to do. That old fox wanted to take them to the source to prove that those windproof kerosene lamps, smokeless black gold, and fine steel farm tools did not come from Greywood Town at all. Instead, they came from Oakhaven and White River, territories with legitimate noble titles. Once those three people see those source factories with their own eyes and return to speak up for the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce within the business alliance, his attempt to ban sales will be nothing but wishful thinking. Thinking about this, Duke Golden Lion abruptly stood up from his chair, paced back and forth in the study a few times, and finally ordered his men in a deep voice, "Prepare the horses, I'm going to the palace." He had to get there before Duke Ace returned. This will solidify the Bauhinia family's guilt before His Majesty the Emperor and the Senate, and at the same time, completely bind Greywood Town to those new products. But to his surprise, someone acted even faster than him. On the very night that Duke Ace left the capital with three high-ranking officials, an even more subtle piece of news reached Duke Golden Lion's ears. On the church side, a bishop who wished to remain anonymous sent a message to the business alliance through private channels. He didn't say much, just two short sentences. The funds for the construction of the Cathedral of Holy Light came from a donation by Lord Lorien of Greywood Town, and the legitimacy of this lord should be respected. This statement made no mention of the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce, nor of any product ban. But the meaning is already very clear. The church is on the side of Greywood Town. After hearing this, the Duke of Golden Lion remained silent for the length of a full cup of tea. Then he smashed a porcelain cup on the table onto the ground. That old charlatan only knows who he was cursing. The church's statement at this time is tantamount to stabbing him in the back on his sales ban plan. The old foxes in the business alliance were already hesitant, and now that even the church has expressed its opinion, they are even less likely to sign easily. Even more critically, although his alchemists and blacksmiths had managed to replicate some similar kerosene lamps and black honeycomb briquettes, the quality of those things was truly appalling. The wick of a windproof kerosene lamp will accumulate carbon after only a few days of burning, and although black honeycomb briquettes produce little smoke when burning, they have a pungent smell. As for those steel farm tools, the imitations made by blacksmith shops would become dull in less than half a month. These things, if there weren't better alternatives on the market, would be completely ignored. How much longer? Duke Golden Lion turned to an alchemist wearing a monocle standing to the side. The alchemist wiped the sweat from his brow. "Sir, give us another month." "No, 3 weeks, and we'll definitely be able to improve the process." 3 weeks. Duke Golden Lion sneered. By the time you finish making improvements in 3 weeks, that old fox ace will have already returned from the north with those 3 old guys. When they admit it themselves, those things came from Oakhaven and White River. It will be too late for me to say anything. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Where are those 3 old guys now?" "Reporting to you, sir. This morning's news indicates that their convoy has passed Eagle's Nest and is expected to enter the territory of Baron Oakhaven in another 2 days." Duke Golden Lion remained silent for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Send someone to keep an eye on them, but don't make a move. I need to know what they saw in the north." "Yes." Meanwhile, on the official road in the north, 3 simply decorated carriages were moving slowly through the morning mist. The body paint is understated, but the cabin is made of high-quality oak, and the wheels are covered with a layer of shock-absorbing wrought iron, clearly indicating that it was custom-made. Inside the first carriage, Deputy Speaker Justin Hall leaned against the cushions on the inner wall, holding an account book in his hand, his eyes slightly narrowed. Sitting opposite him was Butler Beatrice Clare, who was wiping the dust off her hands with a silk handkerchief, her gaze peering through the open curtains at the gradually clearing horizon in the distance. "How much longer do we have to walk?" she asked, her voice tinged with weariness from the long journey. "According to what the post station said yesterday evening, we should be able to enter the border town of Baron Oakhaven's territory before noon today." Justin put down the ledger and rubbed his forehead. Duke Ace is being very secretive this time, insisting that we see it for ourselves. I want to see what these real factories he's talking about are really like. Beatrice raised an eyebrow slightly. "You think he's lying?" "No, he's not that kind of person." Justin shook his head. "But since he dared to send us, he must have made thorough preparations." "I'm just curious. If those things really come from places like Oakhaven and White River, why have I never heard of any decent handicrafts in those territories before? You'll know when we get there. Old Crawford, sitting in the third chair, said in a muffled voice, his eyes closed as if he were dozing. Justin did not respond. He turned his gaze back to the window. The carriage continued on its way, its wheels grinding through the morning frost, leaving behind deep and shallow ruts. Chapter 124, First-Hand Observation, Irrefutable Evidence. 2 days later, on the morning, Duke Ace's carriage convoy officially arrived at the border of Barren Oakhaven. After passing through a simple checkpoint built of logs, the carriage came to a stop in front of an open space. Duke Ace was the first to open the car door, stand on the somewhat muddy ground, and straighten his collar. Behind him, Justin Hall, Beatrice Clare, and Crawford Sr. also came down one after another. After getting out of the car, old Crawford first stomped his feet a couple of times to feel the hardness of the ground, and then looked up ahead. He was stunned. Before them lay a sprawling complex of buildings. The houses were no longer the low wooden huts they had seen along the way, but two-story buildings made of red bricks with roofs covered with dark gray tiles. They were arranged in neat rows, like rows of soldiers. Behind those buildings, several tall chimneys were spewing thick smoke into the sky. The smoke from that cigarette was different from the smoke from the blacksmith shops on the outskirts of the capital. It wasn't as dark and murky, but rather a light gray. Justin squinted for a while, then turned to Duke Ace, his voice tinged with barely suppressed surprise. That chimney. Is it for smelting iron? It's not just iron smelting. Duke Ace smiled slightly. There are also glass furnaces and pottery kilns. Shall we go in and take a look? Beatrice didn't speak, but she took a step forward and walked into the open door first. After entering the factory area, the scene before them completely silenced the three high-ranking figures from the capital. Inside the spacious factory, rows of iron machinery are neatly arranged, with gears and chains intertwined, turning slowly and steadily under the drive of the water flow. The workers nearby, dressed in uniform dark blue thick fabric overalls, were carrying out their respective processes in an orderly manner. Some people dragged the red-hot iron ingots onto the anvil, while others placed the cooled and shaped ironware into wooden boxes. Their movements were fluid, with almost no pauses in sight. Old Crawford walked to a wooden crate and picked up a newly forged farm hoe. He turned the hoe over, ran his fingers along the blade, and weighed it in his hand, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. This steel is not ordinary wrought iron. His voice carried a hint of professional certainty. What's mixed in? Its toughness and hardness are far superior to the best ironware on the market in the capital. Duke Ace did not answer directly, but simply smiled and said, President Crawford, every step of the process here is meticulously documented. If you want to see the detailed smelting formula, I can have someone bring out all the production records from the past few months, and you can study them at your leisure. Old Crawford gave him a deep look and didn't ask any further questions. But when he put the hoe back in the wooden box, his movements were noticeably more careful than when he picked it up. For the factory building next door came a series of clanging and hammering sounds. Beatrice followed the sound and, through a half-open wooden door, saw several workers assembling some kind of metal object. She looked at it for a while and recognized it as the base of a windproof kerosene lamp. She turned her head to look at Duke Ace, who had followed her, and raised an eyebrow. Are all the components for these lamp holders manufactured here? From casting to assembly, everything is done here. Duke Ace shrugged, his expression full of gentlemanly composure. The mountains of Barren Oakhaven and Barren White River have rich iron and limestone mines, and the transportation distance is short. Fuel can also be purchased directly from nearby forest farms. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that a place like the North could have such good industrial conditions. Justin stood at the factory gate, his gaze slowly sweeping over everything before him, and remained silent for a long time. Then he asked a crucial question. Ace, I've known you for more than just a day or two. Tell me honestly, these things really weren't produced in Graywood Town? Duke Ace looked at him with a frank gaze. Vice Speaker, if you still don't trust your own eyes, we can go to the foundry in the White River Barrens territory this afternoon. They produce high-quality steel farm tools that are sold on the market over there, and the scale is twice as large as this place. He paused, a perfectly measured hint of regret in his expression. As for Graywood Town, I have indeed heard that young territory has been developing quite well recently. But to say that we can develop such a large metallurgical and forging industry is probably still a bit of a stretch. Justin didn't say anything. He simply looked at the chimneys and assembly lines again, the doubt in his eyes gradually fading. That evening, the three high-ranking officials spent the night at the guest house arranged by Duke Ace. The next morning, they took a carriage to barren White River and visited the foundry and glass furnace there. Everything was in perfect order. Every process is documented. Every batch of goods has an outbound slip, and the purchase contracts for raw materials and the sales accounts for finished products can be matched. Although these workshops look like they were recently built, all the necessary permits and licenses are in order, and there's nothing wrong with them. 3 days later, when Duke Golden Lion received the latest news in the capital, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The message was very simple. The top leadership of the Business Alliance officially passed the resolution last night. The company announced that a series of products, including brass windproof kerosene lamps, smokeless black gold lamps, and stainless steel farm tools, have no issues with illegal sources and can be sold normally in the Beijing market. No individual or organization may engage in monopolistic interference for any reason. Chapter 125 Conversation with Second Sister. Lorian sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed on the woman in the chair opposite him. Serena Bauhinia, his second sister. The last time the two sat face to face and talked was almost 2 years ago. At that time, the original owner was still living a life of idleness and waiting to die in the family mansion in the capital. Serena would occasionally go to his room. In a tone that was a mix of disdain and helplessness, she recounted which casino he had incurred debts at yet. At this moment, the woman was wearing a thick wool coat in the style of the North. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun at the back of her head, and her face still showed signs of fatigue from a long journey. So, Serena broke the brief silence first. You built factories in barren Oakhaven and barren White River in advance, and even transferred several teams of skilled workers from Greywood Town, all to help Duke Ace deal with the investigation by the Business Alliance? Lorian's lips curled into a half-smile, more or less. Almost. Serena raised an eyebrow. Do you know how chaotic things have been outside these past few days? You think you could just brush me off with a "that's enough"? Lorian didn't rush to answer. Instead, he reached for the teapot on the table and added some tea to Serena's cup as well. Then he put the teapot back in its place, his movements as calm as if he were doing an ordinary household chore. Part of the reason for building new factories in Oakhaven and White River was indeed to deal with the scrutiny of the Business Alliance. The Duke of Golden Lion wanted to use the issue of supply to hold us hostage, so I gave him a legitimate source of supply, so he would have nothing to say. Lorian shrugged slightly as he said this. But that's not the main purpose. Serena picked up her teacup but didn't drink. She just stared at him. So what's the main purpose? Those two territories also have abundant mines, Lorian replied calmly. Although the mineral resources around Greywood Town are not bad, the variety is not comprehensive enough. There are open-pit iron mines in Oakhaven and high-quality limestone and refractory clay in White River. If the factory is not built directly next to the mine, the cost of transporting the raw ore alone can eat up the majority of the product profits. He extended a finger and tapped it lightly on the table. Moreover, concentrating all production capacity in one place is not a long-term solution. If something unexpected happens in Greywood Town one day, whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made one, the entire production chain will be disrupted. Distributing some production capacity to other places will at least leave us with some backup. Serena remained silent for a moment, then slowly took a sip of tea. The warmth of the black tea slid down her throat, dispelling the chill of the northern evening, but it couldn't dispel the complex feelings in her heart. The man in front of me spoke clearly and logically, and every step seemed to have been planned in advance. From site selection for factory construction to handling audits, from mineral distribution to risk diversification, every step is interconnected, leaving no room for error. But the problem is, he's Lorian, that good-for-nothing third son who used to only gamble, drink, and frequent brothels, and who remained incorrigible despite being whipped countless times by his father. Serena lowered her eyes, recalling her experience when she first entered Greywood territory. Her reaction was almost identical to that of the priests and nuns in the mission. From initial disbelief to later incomprehension, and finally to numbness and acceptance. She is a businesswoman who has been working in the business world of the capital for many years. Their greatest skill is observing people's micro-expressions to determine whether the other person is telling the truth or lying. This Greywood town is no joke. Serena put down her teacup, took a deep breath, and as if making a decision, looked up at Lorien. How many troops do you have under your command right now? Lorien was not surprised by her question. He leaned back in his chair and met her gaze. Since the population of Greywood town exceeded 70,000, I have expanded the Iron Guard to 7,000 men. However, about 1,500 of them are still in training and cannot be used as regular combat force for the time being. 7,000. Serena silently recited the number in her mind. The number of private soldiers in a remote territory in the north has become almost the same as the size of the permanent garrison troops stationed around the imperial capital. It's outrageous to the point of being unbelievable. There should be more than 7,000 people, right? Serena narrowed her eyes slightly. She had seen those orcs with her own eyes on the road. Those burly, gray-green-skinned men, nearly 2 meters tall and with bulging muscles, were all carrying heavy iron pipes and stones on the construction site. Their physiques were far superior to those of ordinary people. If we arm those orcs too, Lorien seemed to read her mind and shook his head with a smile. Orcs are currently mainly engaged in labor, not combat. However, if you're asking about the total number of troops Greywood Town can mobilize when facing a desperate situation. He paused for a moment, then asked in return, if someone tried to destroy the home you depend on for survival, would you bite them? Serena paused for a moment, then fell silent. She doesn't need to ask anymore. The eyes, tone of voice, and way of life of the townspeople she saw in Greywood Town all told her one thing. These people truly consider this place their home. If anyone tries to destroy this place, they will definitely take up arms and fight to the death. Even the residents of the capital city wouldn't do that. In the capital, most people simply lived to survive. They were indifferent to the struggles between nobles, and as long as the war didn't reach their doorstep, it didn't matter who came to power. But Greywood Town is different. This sense of cohesion was nurtured little by little with real white bread, warm brick houses, and visible hope. However, you don't need to worry too much. Lorien pulled her back to reality. The capital wouldn't send a large army to attack me in the north. Because of the orcs in the south? Serena asked. He nodded silently. That's right. As long as the orc threat remains, the Empire's main forces cannot leave the southern front. And frankly, I'm now a debtor who's been stripped of his baronial title and refuses to return his territory. Why would His Majesty the Emperor and those high-ranking members of the Senate have the energy to argue with a troublemaker from the north like me? He tapped his finger on the table. At most, it's just that the Golden Lion Duke is angry and embarrassed after the setback and wants to cause me trouble. But the number of troops he can mobilize is limited, at most a few thousand. Even if we add the troops of the noble lords in the north who have not yet been subdued by me, the total is less than 10,000. Lorien's lips curled slightly. They're coming to fight my 7,000 men. Who do you think will win? Serena stared at him without saying a word for a long time. She is a businesswoman, and her mindset has always been about cost and benefit transactions. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that Lorien's level and perspective on the issue had completely surpassed hers. He couldn't be bothered to fight the Duke of the Golden Lion. Directly utilize the situation in the entire North and Empire to play chess on the chessboard of this continent. The Duke of the Golden Lion's seemingly formidable card is his ban on sales, stockouts, and the stripping of his title. In front of Lorien, it was like punching cotton. Chapter 126 Lorien says he's not in a hurry. Serena sat quietly in the chair. Only his gaze remained fixed on Lorien's face, as if trying to find a flaw in his expression. Unfortunately, she couldn't find it. The young man in front of her was a completely different person from the Lorien she remembered, who had been drunk and swaying with his cronies in the streets of the capital, stumbling into a casino. That composure and certainty that comes from the core is definitely not something that can be faked. She was silent for a moment, her voice carrying a complex tone. Sometimes I wonder, what kind of magic pill did you take, or were you possessed by some evil god? Can a person really change so much in less than 2 years? Lorien didn't respond to that, but simply smiled, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. There are some things he can't explain. He couldn't very well tell her that he was a time traveler with a system that allowed him to earn tens of thousands of silver coins every day just by dealing with people. Could he? Actually, I already know even if you don't say it. Serena laughed self-deprecatingly. You've made such a big fuss in the north, yet the capital hasn't received any accurate intelligence. The Duke of Golden Lion sent several groups of people to gather information, but none of them returned. She paused, her gaze sharpening further. You've controlled and dealt with everyone who could have leaked the secret? Lorien didn't deny it, but merely raised an eyebrow slightly. What if I said yes? Then you're much more ruthless than I expected, Serena said without any derogatory meaning, but rather with great admiration. For a territory to develop, secrecy is more important than anything else. If even one item from your factories is leaked, it will be enough to drive those people in the empire crazy with envy. Lorien didn't reply, but simply turned to look out the window. The twilight outside the window gradually deepened. The distant clock tower was already lit with a dim yellow light, and the whole town appeared quiet and peaceful in a hazy mist. Serena followed his gaze to the window, then looked away and said seriously, I want to discuss something with you. Explain. I will reorganize the Nightingale Merchant Guild as soon as possible, Serena said firmly. The trade routes to the south must be opened up as soon as possible. Although I don't have many connections over there, as long as you give me some startup capital and manpower, I promise that I can rebuild the Chamber of Commerce within 2 months. Then the goods from Greywood Town can be sold all the way to the Southern Kingdom. Lorien didn't answer immediately, but remained silent for a while. Then he slowly shook his head. No rush. Not in a hurry. Serena frowned. Do you know how big a market is in the Southern Kingdom? Those nobles of the kingdom have mountains of gold coins, yet they can't buy many decent things. If the kerosene lamps and steel farm tools from Greywood Town could be sold there, each trip would yield profits several times greater than those in the capital. I know, Lorien interrupted her. I am well aware that the market in the Southern Kingdom is huge, and I also know that the profits there are much higher than in the capital. But there's a reason why I say there is no rush. He stood up and walked to the large map hanging on the wall. It was a map drawn on parchment in the north, covering a much wider area than ordinary maps. It not only marks the area around Greywood Town and the imperial capital, but also extends southward to the Southern Kingdom and the coastal port area. Lorien pointed to the area on the map that represented the capital. The news that the Cathedral of Holy Light has begun construction in the north has already spread throughout the north. Bishop Macbeth also used his connections within the church to spread the news within the imperial church. But that will take time. His fingers slowly moved south, across the capital, past several major trade routes, and finally stopped at an area marked as the Southern Kingdom's Alliance. The church's news spreads much faster than ours. When the news spread throughout the Southern Kingdoms that a Cathedral of Holy Light is being built in the north, the devout believers and nobles in the south naturally became curious about the territory where the cathedral is being built. He turned to Serena and said, By then, when we show up in the south with our goods, we won't be seen as some kind of shady caravan. Instead, they are a caravan sent from the territory that built the Cathedral of Holy Light. This identity is more useful than any pass. After hearing these words, Serena opened her mouth as if to say something, but found that she could not find a reason to refute them. She grew up doing business with her family and knew that the words legitimate were more valuable than anything else. In the eyes of the devout nobles of the Southern Kingdom, a caravan associated with the Cathedral of Holy Light and an unnamed caravan from the north were treated vastly different. So what you need to do now is to take a good rest for a while. Lorien sat back down in his chair, his tones softening. I have already arranged for a separate house for you on the east side of town. It's not far from the government building, so it will be convenient for your daily life. You should familiarize yourself with the environment of Greywood Town first and see how it operates here. When the time is right, we can talk about the southern trade route. Serena was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay, whatever you say. Chapter 127, The Trump Card. Serena had thought that the conversation had completely changed her perception of Lorien. But as she prepared to get up and say goodbye, Lorien raised his hand to signal her to wait a moment, then took something out of his desk drawer and placed it on the table. It was a round box, about the size of 2 palms. The box is made of dark hardwood with a very smooth surface and a thin brass band around the edge, making it look both delicate and sturdy. Serena's gaze fell on the wooden box, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. What is this? Lorien didn't answer directly, but instead reached out and lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay something Serena had never seen before. It was a round metal device with a brass casing that had been finely polished to a warm, lustrous sheen. At the center of the device is a slender metal pointer, one end of which is painted bright red and the other end is pure black. The pointer can rotate freely, and below it is a finely detailed dial with small numbers marking the angle. At the center of the dial is a small glass cover, through which you can see the internal mechanical structure, a few thin metal wires, and a slightly vibrating magnet. Serena stared at the object for a long while, then looked up at Lorien, her eyes full of confusion. What is this? A nautical compass. Lorien said these words with the calmness of someone saying, I had bread for dinner tonight. However, Serena's expression froze. Nautical compass. Of course she knew what a compass was. That was a tool used by sailors at sea to determine direction. It was usually a simple magnet floating on the water, pointing south. However, those simple magnetic compasses were extremely inaccurate, unusable in the slightest wind or waves, and bulky and heavy, like a stone. And what's in front of me? It's only the size of 2 palms. It's as exquisite as a piece of jewelry. This thing, Serena's voice held a hint of disbelief, can pinpoint the exact south? Not just in the south. Lorien reached out and gently flicked the pointer, which nimbly spun around once. Then it steadily pointed in a certain direction outside the window. That was due south. This compass uses specially treated magnets, making it more than 10 times more stable and sensitive than those old-fashioned compasses on the market. Moreover, its small size allows it to be directly fixed next to the rudder, enabling it to accurately indicate direction even in wind and waves. Lorien carefully placed the compass back into the wooden box, closed the lid, and then pushed it in front of Serena. Currently, this compass has just entered mass production. Although the first batch was small, less than 100, it was enough to open up the market. Serena stared intently at the wooden box, not moving it for a long time. She could almost see the captains of merchant ships in those southern ports fighting tooth and nail to buy this new type of compass. At sea, an accurate nautical compass means shorter routes, greater safety, and fewer accidents. For ship owners who frequently sail on the high seas, such a compass would be worth any price, even if it were sold for an exorbitant amount. This kind of thing, Serena took a deep breath. Are you sure it won't be copied? It's very difficult to replicate. Lorien leaned back in his chair. The core magnet processing technology is currently known to only 3 people in the entire Greywood town. Even if they disassemble the compass for research, without specially treated magnets, what they make is nothing more than an ordinary decoration. A slight smile appeared on his face. I plan to wait until news of the Holy Light Cathedral spreads in the south before sending this compass as the first batch of goods to the southern ports through the Nightingale Merchant Guild to test the waters. Serena remained silent for a long time. She recalled her years of experience struggling in the business world of the capital. Over the years, she met countless businessmen, saw countless products, and witnessed countless market ups and downs. But she had never seen anyone like Lorien, who had one disruptive product after another in hand, yet could calmly plan and wait for the right opportunity. Moreover, she still has no clue about the specific source of these products. She didn't press him for details, because she knew he wouldn't tell her even if she did. Serena stood up, her voice tinged with seriousness. I admit, I underestimated you. Lorien stood up as well and extended his hand to her. Welcome to Greywood Town, my dear second sister. Serena looked at the outstretched hand, paused for a moment, and then reached out and grasped it. This hand is warm and strong. It was completely different from the hand of her good-for-nothing younger brother, who was always drunk and reaching out for money in her memory. Chapter 128, Tactical Importance. The wooden door made a soft click. Serena's footsteps faded into the distance in the corridor. The office returned to silence. Lorien stood up from his chair, walked to the window, and pushed the half-open window, which was meant for ventilation, open completely. The cold evening wind from the north swept into the room, dispelling the lingering aroma of the black tea. He acted nonchalantly in front of Serena just now. Whether it was the Duke of Golden Lion, the undercurrents in the capital, or even the remaining noble forces in the north, none of them seemed to pose a threat to him. But he knew very well that those who survived to the end at the poker table were not the blindly arrogant gamblers. Strategically, he could indeed look down on those mediocre nobles who had been exiled to the north and had virtually no powerful backers. But tactically, he would never underestimate any enemy who held a knife. Come Sylvia. Lorien didn't turn around, his gaze still fixed on the streetlights outside the window that were gradually coming on. The side door of the next room was pushed open. Sylvie, dressed in her dark blue government uniform and carrying a thick stack of documents, strode quickly to her desk. She had been in the confidential room next door the whole time, and she heard everything Lorien and Serena were saying. Lord Lorien. Sylvie put down the file, her tone carrying her usual seriousness. Miss Serena's accommodations have been arranged. The patrol team will add 2 hidden sentries around the perimeter of the block to ensure her absolute safety. Yes, let her rest well these few days, and don't let any irrelevant people disturb her. Lorien turned around and walked straight to the huge northern military map hanging on the wall. His gaze swept over the area marked in red at the northern end of the map. Graywood Town, the former Red Leaf County, the former Oakhaven Barren County, the former White River Barren County. These territories that he had completely controlled were connected to form a stable rear area. Then, his gaze slowly moved down to the scattered patches at the edge of the map that had not yet been colored. Sylvie, tell me about the situation of the remaining territories, Lorien asked calmly, his arms crossed. Sylvie opened to the top document. She already knew all the data by heart. She only needed to confirm the details before reporting. Currently, there are still 7 former noble territories in the north that have not yet been brought under our control. Among them, the larger ones are the Winter Viscount's domain and the Yellow Shirt Viscount's domain. There are also 5 other baronies scattered around the territories of these 2 viscounts. She walked to the map and drew a circle on it with her finger, unlike territories like Oakhaven and White River, which control key transportation routes. These 7 territories are located in relatively remote areas, with mostly mountainous and hilly terrain, and agriculture and commerce are very underdeveloped. Moreover, they are constantly plagued by severe winters, and the lives of the common people in the territories are extremely difficult. What about the population and military strength? According to the latest estimates from our spies, the total population of these 7 territories is barely around 130,000. As for the standing forces, Sylvie paused, her tone revealing an undisguised contempt. The 7 families combined only have a pitiful 2,300 men. Moreover, their equipment is outdated and their training is lax. 2,300 people. Lorien stared at the map and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It should be noted that even the Red Leaf tribe, which he had uprooted, could still muster a force of 2,500 men by forcibly conscripting serf soldiers and mercenaries when facing dire circumstances. The remaining 7 families, when united, actually had a regular military force that was still less than that of the Red Leaf Duke family at its peak. No wonder the Golden Lion Duke was so anxious in the capital. These so-called Guardians of the North are utterly useless and incompetent. My lord, since they are so weak, why don't we just send the Iron Guard to push them over? Sylvie couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. Even if the Golden Lion Duke wanted to unite with them to attack us, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, they would be nothing more than a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Lorien turned his head, looked at Sylvie, and gently shook his head. Sylvie, you've overlooked one thing. He tapped the map twice heavily. When a territory is in a life-or-death situation, it will completely squeeze out people's potential, or rather, their animalistic nature. These 2,300 men are just the standing army they are willing to spend money to support. If I really send the Iron Guard to attack the cities one by one in a big way, those lords will definitely do everything they can to conscript men in order to protect their heads and their treasuries. Give all the serfs in the territory who have a little strength a pitchfork and drive them up the city wall. Then recruit all the wandering mercenaries in the surrounding area who can be hired with money. Lorien's eyes turned deep and cold. If they want to, they can easily put together a defensive force of 5,000 or 6,000 men. Sylvie frowned slightly. Even if they have 5,000 or 6,000 men, they are nothing more than a rabble. Our Iron Guard is well equipped, with artillery and steel crossbows. It's only a matter of time before we take them down. That's the problem. Lorien walked to his desk and sat down, tapping his fingers lightly on the surface. The problem isn't whether we can win or not, but how many people will die. Siege warfare. Historically, this has been the most brutal and grueling aspect of warfare involving cold weapons. No matter how well equipped the Iron Guards were, they could not possibly achieve 0 casualties when facing madmen hiding behind the city walls, throwing stones, and pouring boiling oil. In Lorien's eyes, every Iron Guard soldier was more than just a life that obeyed orders. That was the elite force he forged with white bread, steel armor, countless resources, and painstaking effort. Not to mention, in that system panel that only he could see, every citizen's livelihood meant a fixed daily income of 1 silver coin. The death of a soldier not only means that the initial investment has gone down the drain and a hefty compensation payment has to be made, but it also means that the system will permanently lose 1 silver coin in output every day. Lorien wouldn't even dream of doing something that would lose him money. Therefore, before the Duke of the Golden Lion's envoy can forcibly unite these minor nobles, we must defeat them one by one. Lorien's fingertips paused on the table, his voice low and powerful, and in the least strenuous and bloodless way. "Go and fetch the files on economic warfare," he ordered. Sylvie nodded immediately and turned to walk towards the confidential room. Watching her retreating figure, Lorien's lips curled into a slight smile. A direct attack is the worst strategy. The best weapon to dismantle an already weakened force without bloodshed is never swords. Chapter 129, The Bloodless Blade. By the time Sylvie placed the dossier titled Assessment of Northern Trade Penetration on the table, it was already completely dark outside. 2 windproof grease lamps were lit in the office, their bright and steady light illuminating the text on the case files clearly. Lorien turned to the first page, which was filled with a detailed list of goods that had been dumped into the 7 old noble territories over the past few months. "My lord, as per your plan, we have been implementing these economic measures for several months now." Sylvie stood to the side, pointing to the data in the dossier and explaining it to the audience. At first it was coarse salt and an iron pot. The salt mines in those 7 territories were already few in number and of poor quality. We import large quantities of refined salt from Greywood Town at a price that is 20% lower than their local coarse salt. Once ordinary people get used to fine salt that has no bitter taste, they can no longer swallow the inferior salt they produce themselves, which is full of mud and sand. She turned the page and continued. Then came textiles, steel farm implements, and most deadly of all, alcohol. When the topic of alcohol came up, a hint of admiration flashed in Sylvie's eyes. The town of Greywood used surplus wheat and potatoes to brew a strong-tasting spirit with a very high alcohol content. For those who live year-round in the harsh northern climate, this wine is a divine gift. Lorien ordered the spirit to be dumped into the 7 territories at extremely low prices. The effect was immediate. All of the dozen or so local taverns in Viscount Winter's territory closed down last month, Sylvie said with a hint of lightness in her voice. Their locally brewed ale not only tastes sour and bitter, but it's also ridiculously expensive. Now, the first thing the soldiers under Viscount Winter do after receiving their pay is to go to the black market to buy the liquor from our Greywood town. Lorien chuckled as he calculated the numbers in the dossier with satisfaction. Didn't those lords adopt any targeted countermeasures? Of course, Sylvie replied. Last month, Viscount Huangshan issued a decree strictly prohibiting merchants within his territory from selling any goods bearing a star mark or suspected to originate from Greywood town, with violators subject to hanging. And then what happened? As a result, on the 3rd night after the ban was issued, Viscount Huangshan's quartermaster was found to have stockpiled 10 barrels of our windproof kerosene in his cellar. And the one who reported him was the city defense captain who didn't get any oil. Sylvie shook her head, a mocking smile playing on her lips. This kind of top-down, comprehensive lockdown won't work in a place where people can't even get enough to eat. Faced with extremely low prices and high-quality goods, even the private soldiers of nobles would secretly turn a blind eye. Many local shops were directly overwhelmed by our products and went bankrupt. Now, we actually control half of the economic lifeline of these 7 territories. Lorien closed the file and leaned back in his chair. The best way to destroy the old system is to replace it with a new, more advanced, and more attractive one. This method has already been proven in the Red Leaf Kingdom. When the civilians and soldiers of those 7 territories discovered that the goods produced in Greywood Town were not only useful, but could also save lives, their loyalty to their lord had already begun to crack. Dumping is only the first step. Lorien picked up the now-cold black tea and took a small sip. How's the withdrawal plan from the mercenaries progressing? Upon hearing this, Sylvie's expression became even more serious. It went very smoothly, even exceeding expectations. She handed Lorien a summary report from the Mercenary Guild. You previously ordered the posting of numerous long-term, high-paying missions on the bulletin boards of Oakhaven, White River, and Red Leaf Territory. for example, escorting or patrolling security routes, and even clearing snow and moving timber. These tasks are extremely easy and have almost zero risk. But the rewards are twice as high as those dangerous missions to wipe out the winter wolves in the 7 old noble territories. Sylvie took a deep breath, marveling at Lorien's precise grasp of human nature. Mercenaries are ultimately in it for the money, not to die. When they discovered that they could earn far more silver coins simply by strolling along the trade routes of Greywood Town than by struggling to survive with Viscount Winter, even a fool would know which option to choose. In the past 3 months, the mercenary groups and wandering swordsmen who were originally based in those 7 territories have been flocking to us like sharks that have smelled blood. According to the Security Bureau statistics, the number of free armed forces that can still be hired in those 7 territories is less than 100. Lorien nodded, unsurprised, to cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron. Once these desperate men who would do anything for money are drained, the reserve forces that the nobles could muster during wartime will be completely depleted. All they had left to use were the serfs who didn't even know how to hold a sword. Economic strangulation and the withdrawal of manpower have already taken effect. Lorien stood up, placed his hands on the table, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Next, it's time to serve them the last dish. He looked at Sylvie and lowered his voice. How's your undercover agents doing with their shady work lately? Sylvie's posture instantly tensed, and her eyes became sharp, like a dagger drawn from its sheath. Reporting to you, my lord. As you instructed, we have successfully made contact with Viscount Huangshan City Defense Commander over the past 2 weeks. He accepted the gold coins we sent and hinted that we could fall ill if necessary. In addition, the 2 most stubborn knight commanders under Viscount Winter were unfortunately killed in an accidental winter wolf attack 3 days ago, falling off a cliff. The adjutant who has taken their place happens to be a regular customer who has a huge debt to pay at our casino. Sylvie reported on the shady dealings that had taken place in the shadows, one by one. Bribery, intimidation, assassination. Everything was aimed at weakening the enemy's defensive capabilities and dismantling their command center from within. Their methods were even more ruthless than those used in previous territories like Oakhaven. These nobles are now like frightened birds, Sylvie concluded. According to inside reports, Viscount Winter and Viscount Yellowfur have been unable to sleep well lately, and they even have their servants test the food for poison first. They know they are being targeted, but they have no idea where the enemy is, let alone any effective countermeasures. Lorien listened and gave a cold laugh. Nobles who were exiled to the harsh, northern lands by the Empire were themselves losers in the power struggle. Are you expecting this group of mediocre talents, who can't even make it in the capital, to fight against the exaggerated resource-based attack from Greywood Town? Well done, Sylvie. Lorien straightened up and glanced at the deep night outside the window. Let them panic for a few more days. When this bloodless blade has softened their bones, that will be the time for us to take over. Chapter 130, The Collapse, 2 years in the making. Xiqing District, Beijing. There's a complex of buildings completely enclosed by towering stone walls and iron fences. This place was once the most prominent symbol of the Bauhinia family at the center of power, the Duke's Mansion. But that was 2 years ago. Today, the Duke's Mansion has its gates covered with peeling Bauhinia emblems and dark green moss. The sentry posts, which were originally guarded by elite private soldiers, were now manned by soldiers in Royal Guard uniforms. They were more like guards than protectors. No one was allowed to enter or leave at will, and even the grain and firewood brought in had to be strictly searched. In the greenhouse of the mansion's back garden, Richard Bauhinia was sitting in a wicker chair with peeling paint on the edges, holding a pair of rusty, pruning shears in his hand. This duke, who once held immense power and even dared to bang his fist on the table with the royal family in the Senate, is now as withered as a piece of deadwood. He was wrapped in a dusty old cashmere blanket. His gray hair was sparse and messy, and his face was lined with deep wrinkles that looked like knife-carved ravines. 2 years ago, during the coup that shook the capital, Richard staked most of his family's wealth on the eldest prince. He lost his bet. The victor was the 3rd prince, who had been patiently waiting in the wings. On the night the coup was quelled, Richard sat in his study, having already poured himself a glass of poison, intending to maintain the last vestiges of aristocratic dignity. However, the new emperor did not order his execution. The fully armed imperial guard stormed into the Duke's mansion, smashed his poison wine, and confiscated most of the family's core businesses in the capital, leaving only a few marginal businesses barely clinging to life. He also banished his second daughter, Serena, from his inner circle of society and exiled his troublemaking third son, Lorien, to the north. Only Richard himself and his eldest son Arthur, on whom he had placed his hopes, remained. The new emperor's decree was clear: strip Richard of all real power and confine him to the duke's mansion. At the same time, Arthur and his family's private army were allowed to remain on the southern front to atone for their crimes. Even before he stripped Arthur of his command position, which he had held before the coup, he was still able to continue commanding the empire's 6,000 troops. This seems to indicate that the new emperor is wise and considerate of the overall situation in the south, which is why he made this decision. The Bauhinia family still has a sliver of hope for a comeback. Richard was well aware of the new emperor's intentions. The monarch, in the prime of his life, did not need a cold corpse to proclaim the victory of imperial power. He wanted Richard to live, to suffer day after day in confinement, to watch as this once glorious family was slowly drained of its lifeblood, ultimately perishing in despair. This is a form of psychological torture that kills and destroys the spirit. Richard managed to hold on for 2 years as he had hoped. Every day, he pruned the withered Bauhinia flowers in the greenhouse, surviving on the occasional sporadic battle reports from the southern front. Arthur was indeed his last hope. As long as Arthur can achieve even the smallest military merit in the south, enough to silence his political enemies, the Bauhinia family will still have a glimmer of hope. But now, the iron door of the greenhouse made a dull, scraping sound as an elderly servant stumbled in. The old servant did not serve afternoon tea, as usual. His hands were empty, and he was trembling as if he had been soaked in an ice cave, his face as pale as paper. Richard stopped what he was doing. His cloudy eyes stared at the old servant, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Without any verbal build-up, in this secluded place, the only thing that could cause a servant to lose his composure like this was news from the outside world. "Master," the old servant suddenly knelt down on the ground, his voice hoarse as if it had been sanded. "The news from the south gate. Young master has returned." Richard's grip on the pruning shears tightened suddenly. If it were a triumphant return, the tone would never be like this. The old servant, his face almost buried in the mud, sobbed as he pieced together what had happened at the city gate. Arthur's army was almost completely wiped out, and he escaped back with only 30-odd survivors like stray dogs. Along with his wife Stephanie, he was arrested on the spot by the Imperial Guard on charges of treason and thrown directly into the lowest dungeon of the courthouse. An eerie silence fell over the greenhouse. Only the pruning shears falling onto the bluestone slab made a crisp, yet desperate, clanging sound. Richard neither roared nor wept. He simply leaned back into the wicker chair, very slowly. Those cloudy eyes were fixed on a completely withered Bauhinia bonsai in front of them. He understood the new emperor's strategy, and he also understood the tricks the Duke of Golden Lion had played in logistics on the southern front. Everything was planned. The new emperor allowed Arthur to remain in the south, not to give him a chance to redeem himself, but to legitimately destroy the last military force of the Bauhinia family. Once Arthur is defeated and the mark of treason is placed on him, the Bauhinia family will completely lose any legitimacy to overturn the empire's history. Even the emperor's pardon became a cruel countdown. Richard's chest began to heave violently, and a hoarse, wheezing sound, like a broken bellows, came from his throat. His face quickly turned from ashen to purplish red, and he gripped the edge of the cashmere blanket tightly with both hands, the veins on the back of his hands looking like they were about to burst. The old servant looked up in alarm, only to see Richard's body suddenly lurch forward. A large mouthful of dark red blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto the withered flowers, leaves, and soil, a shocking sight. Finally, Richard's body went limp and slid to the ground. The last breath he had been holding on for 2 years completely collapsed with the imprisonment of his eldest son. The death knell that should have tolled 2 years ago finally echoes coldly over this dilapidated mansion today. Chapter 131, The Balancing Techniques of a Middle-Aged Overlord. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study at the top of the White Gold Tower. The furnishings here are not luxurious. There are no extravagant velvet carpets or dazzling solid gold sculptures. Instead, there were hard obsidian floor tiles, a huge log table, and a military map of the entire empire hanging on the wall that took up almost the entire wall. The entire room exudes a cold, efficient, and unquestionable sense of authority. Just like the man sitting behind the large desk right now. The current emperor of the empire, Reynolds. He was wearing a dark black military uniform without any elaborate decorations, with the collar tightly buttoned up. That body contained terrifying power at the peak of his prime. His broad shoulders and upright posture made him look like a beast ready to hunt its prey, even when he was just quietly reviewing documents. Reynolds put down the solid gold inkwell and pushed a report stamped with a red seal of the sheriff's office onto the table. The report clearly states that Arthur Bauhinia and his mother have been taken to the dungeon. Another accompanying briefing revealed that Richard Bauhinia suffered a stroke half an hour earlier while under house arrest, leaving him completely paralyzed and unable to speak. Reynolds' face, with its strong, rock-carved features, showed no trace of joy or pity. There was only an extremely calm indifference. 2 years ago, in that bloody coup, he stepped over the corpse of his own elder brother to ascend the throne. The core members of the Crown Prince's faction, such as the Duke of Bauhinia, are thorns in his side that he must eliminate. But he did not choose a ruthless massacre. As a ruler who was well-versed in the ways of the emperor, he knew that killing could only create fear, while torture could completely destroy the foundation of a political group. He let Richard live to see his family destroyed, let Arthur die in the south, and even ignored the desperate efforts of the Duke of the Golden Lion and others to sabotage things behind the scenes. Now, this 2-year-long script has finally come to an end. The Bauhinia family, a surname that once left countless glories in the history of the empire, has lost even its value as a pawn. But this does not mean that Reynolds can let his guard down. His gaze shifted from the Bauhinia family's report to another confidential letter lying beneath it. That was a secret report from the Royal Intelligence Officer regarding the recent movements of the Golden Lion Duke. During the downfall of the Bauhinia family, the Duke of the Golden Lion acted as the fiercest hound. From tampering with the Southern logistics lines to submitting evidence of Arthur's defection to the Senate at the first opportunity, the Duke of the Golden Lion acted extremely quickly. It's almost here, to the point that makes Reynolds a little unhappy. A hunting dog can kill its prey, but it cannot make decisions for its owner. The secret letter detailed the Golden Lion Duke's recent business activities in the capital. They attempted to completely stifle the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce's new products through monopoly and pressure, and heavily supported their alchemists in launching imitations. Reynolds tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic tapping sound. He didn't care whether the lanterns sold by the public were windproof lamps or ordinary candles. What he cared about was that the Duke of the Golden Lion had overstepped his bounds. Under the guise of suppressing the remnants of the Bauhinia faction, the Duke of the Golden Lion is frantically annexing the interests that originally belonged to the old-fashioned nobles, and his influence in the Senate is showing signs of becoming dominant. The core of the art of rulership lies in checks and balances. Reynolds tolerated the rise of the Golden Lion Duke in order to counter the corrupt, old aristocracy. But if the Golden Lion Duke becomes the next unwieldy tycoon, that is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. A soft footstep sounded from the shadows in the corner of the study. An intelligence officer, completely shrouded in a gray cloak, knelt on one knee on the obsidian floor tiles, seemingly emerging from the wall. "Your Majesty," the intelligence officer's voice was low and devoid of any emotion. "The latest news regarding the North." Reynolds leaned slightly back in his chair, raising his chin slightly. The intelligence officer quickly reported 3 things. First, Duke Ace led the top executives of the Business Alliance to the North, where they proved the legitimacy of the new product in person, and Duke Golden Lion's business ban was completely thwarted. Secondly, the church has made a cryptic statement that a new Holy Light Cathedral is under construction in Greywood Town. Third, Lorien Bauhinia, who was stripped of his baronial title, not only did not relinquish his territory, but also became the actual mastermind behind all these events. After hearing the report, a brief silence fell over the imperial study. Reynolds did not get angry. Instead, a rare, cold smile appeared on his lips. Greywood Town, Lorien, the third son whom Richard considered a disgrace to the family and whom he casually abandoned in the North to die. It took Reynolds a while to barely recall the face of the playboy who always frequented casinos and red light districts. Now, This good-for-nothing has not only survived the cold winds of the north, but has also benefited from Duke Ace's business connections and the church's protective faith. They managed to tear a hole in the Golden Lion Duke's strangulation net, even causing the cunning Duke to suffer a silent loss in the capital. Interesting. Reynolds' deep voice echoed in the empty study. He was like a chess player, about to sweep the remaining pieces in a dead end into the trash can. Suddenly, they discovered that the most inconspicuous pawn had silently crossed the river and blocked the attack of the enemy's chariot and horse. This successfully piqued his interest. After all, Lorien's background is indeed somewhat similar to his. They both have a dazzling and outstanding older brother, while they themselves are just an inconspicuous little third brother. In the end, he did indeed have a last laugh and became emperor. And this Lorien is the same? Chapter 132, The Hidden Balance of Power. The following morning, in a side hall of the Imperial Senate. This is the final verdict in the case of Arthur Bauhinia's treason. Instead of being held in a grand main council hall for a public trial, the trial was presided over by Emperor Reynolds himself, with only a dozen or so key ministers, including the Duke of the Golden Lion, in attendance. This semi-public approach itself conveys a subtle political signal. Duke Golden Lion stood on the right side of a long table. He wore an exceptionally gorgeous, deep red suit today, and although he tried to suppress the smug look on his face, it was still clearly visible in the movement of his eyes. "Your Majesty," the Duke of Golden Lion said in a loud voice, pushing a thick stack of documents to the center of the table. "The evidence is conclusive. Arthur Bauhinia abandoned the southern front without orders, resulting in the annihilation of the Empire's remaining elite forces. His actions constitute the indisputable crime of treason. I suggest that he be publicly hanged in the Imperial Square immediately as a warning to others." Public hanging. That's right, what the Golden Lion Duke wanted was a grand, humiliating killing spectacle. This was to declare to the entire capital that the old forces had completely withdrawn from the stage of history, and that he, the Duke of Golden Lion, was the sharpest knife in the Emperor's hand. The other powerful senators kept their heads down, maintaining a tacit silence. At this point, no one would risk offending the Golden Lion for the sake of a fallen family. Reynolds sat in the main seat, his long, slender fingers toying with an imperial gold medal. He listened quietly to the Duke of Golden Lion's impassioned speech, without immediately expressing his opinion. His deep gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, finally settling on the dossier. Hanging, Reynolds began slowly, his voice perfectly steady. "Duke Golden Lion, do you believe death is the most severe punishment for a traitor?" Duke Golden Lion paused for a moment, then bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, traitors should pay with their lives. Death is too short and too easy." Reynolds casually tossed the gold medal in his hand onto the table, making a dull metallic clang. "Issue my decree. Strip Arthur Bauhinia of all titles, military ranks, and imperial citizenship. Demote him to the lowest level of slavery and immediately send him to the western obsidian mines to serve hard labor for life, with no chance of pardon. As for Stephanie," Reynolds' tone was extremely cold. "She will be sent to the silent convent and given a drug to make her mute. She will spend her whole life in silence, repenting for the sins of the Bauhinia family to the God of Light." The air in the side hall froze instantly. Being banished to the obsidian mine is a torture worse than death. The air there was filled with poisonous smog, and prisoners had to dig day and night in the dark underground until their lungs rotted, their muscles atrophied, and they died like rats deep in the mine. Sending a woman to a monastery to make her mute was the most thorough psychological destruction of a once high-ranking noblewoman. The Emperor's methods were 100 times more cruel than the Duke of the Golden Lion's public hanging. But this disrupted the Golden Lion Duke's plans. Without the public execution in the Imperial Square, he lost a grand stage to showcase his political skills to the entire city. The Emperor used a more ruthless method to change the nature of the matter from political purge to imperial punishment, directly stripping the Duke of Golden Lion of his sense of control. Duke Golden Lion frowned almost imperceptibly, but could only lower his head and say, "Your Majesty is wise." However, he has no intention of stopping there. He took a half step forward and continued to report. "Your Majesty, since the Bauhinia family has been identified as traitors, then Lorien Bauhinia, whose baronial title was previously revoked, is also a relative of the traitors. This person is still entrenched in Greywood Town in the north, not only refusing to relinquish his territory, but also the Duke of the Golden Lion. Reynolds interrupted him coldly. Those unfathomable eyes lifted slightly, locking onto the Golden Lion Duke's face, carrying an almost tangible sense of oppression. I have heard that the business alliances in the capital have been quite turbulent lately. It's just a few new products, yet it's gotten to the point where the bishop of the church has to intervene. When did the prosperity of the imperial business community become so fragile? Duke Golden Lion's breath hitched. He knew that the emperor was giving him a warning about his attempt to suppress the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Reynolds looked away and casually flipped through the documents on the table. The northern border is bitterly cold, and the border troubles have not yet been quelled. Although Lorien was stripped of his title, his willingness to give away his entire fortune to build the Holy Light Cathedral in Greywood Town and pray for the Empire can be considered one of the few acts of redemption by the Bauhinia family. The emperor's tone remained calm, but every word he spoke was like a nail driven into the heart of the situation. The Senate should not interfere too much in the affairs of the church. As for the few dilapidated towns in the north, since someone is willing to build churches there, let him build them. The Empire's main forces are on the southern front, and currently do not have the extra resources to deal with a remote area with hundreds of thousands of people. Reynolds stood up, his tall figure casting a huge shadow on the long table. This matter ends here. As the Emperor left, the powerful officials in the side hall dispersed. Duke Golden Lion stood there, his face ashen. He understood the Emperor's unspoken message. Instead of ordering an attack on Greywood, the Emperor used the pretext of building a church to provide Lorien with a de facto protective shield, effectively blocking the possibility of the Duke of Golden Lion using military force to cause trouble in the north. The Emperor is not helping Lorien. The Emperor was simply using Lorien, a tiny pawn that should have been discarded, to forcefully jam the Golden Lion Duke's gears of expanding power. As long as Greywood Town exists, the Golden Lion Duke will face constraints in his business endeavors, and his plans for the north will not be fully realized. In a long corridor deep within the palace, Reynolds walked ahead, his cloak billowing like ink behind him. He didn't care how many secrets Lorien was hiding, nor did he care about kerosene lamps and steel farm tools. In his view, it was nothing more than a minor skirmish in the Northern Territory. As long as it makes the Duke of Golden Lion unhappy, as long as it maintains the absolute balance of power in the capital, what harm is there in letting that useless child live a little longer in the north? Chapter 133, A Siege Warfare That Kills Without Destroying Morale. The northern winds, carrying fine snowflakes, swept across the gray and white walls of Viscount Yellowwood. The soldiers guarding the city wall hunched their shoulders and tucked their trembling hands into their tattered linen robes. He foolishly hoped to find a pitiful warmth beneath that rusty chainmail. Their lips were frozen purple, their eyes were numb and empty, and their morale was extremely low. On the other hand, less than 300 meters from the city wall, on flat ground, a completely different scene unfolds. There were no shouts of battle, no catapults, and no battering rams used to ram the city gates. There were only rows of neat military tents and dozens of warm campfires burning brightly. The Iron Guard of Greywood Territory was engaged in a siege battle that could be described as unprecedented in history, right beneath the city walls. A sturdy iron fork was placed over the campfire, on which was skewered a whole, skinned, fat sheep. The refined salt and spices unique to the north were generously sprinkled on the roasted meat by the logistics soldiers. The grease is forced out by the high temperature and drips onto the burning charcoal, making an enticing, sizzling sound. With the north wind blowing, the intense aroma, a blend of cumin, pepper, and roasted meat fat, was like an invisible, alluring hand piercing straight into the nostrils of the soldiers guarding the city walls. Not only that, in the most conspicuous place in the very center of the camp, there are more than a dozen open, heavy wooden crates. Each wooden box was filled with gleaming silver coins. 2 quartermasters in charge of logistics were sitting behind a long table, holding rosters and distributing monthly allowances to the Iron Guard soldiers who were lined up one by one. 3rd Battalion, Private Thomas, your regular salary for this month, plus field duty allowance, totals 2 silver coins and 50 coppers. Take your money and go over there to collect your roast meat and liquor. Next, The crisp metallic clanging sound was particularly loud in the cold wind. The soldiers, beaming with joy, stuffed the money bags into their pockets as they received the silver coins. Then he walked to the campfire, used his steel dagger to cut off a large piece of sizzling roasted meat, pulled out the iron kettle from his waist, and took a big gulp of strong liquor that was enough to dispel the cold. All of this happened right under the noses of Viscount Huangshan's garrison, and they could see it clearly. Gulp! On the city wall, a thin, young guard gazed enviously at the campfire below, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. The sound of swallowing was exceptionally clear on the deathly, silent city wall. "Stop looking. That's the devil's temptation," a veteran standing next to him said through gritted teeth. But his gaze never left those gleaming silver coins. After all, they hadn't had a proper meal in 3 days. The granaries in the territory were long gone, in order to support the noble lords and knights. The lower-ranking soldiers were only given half a piece of black bread mixed with sawdust each day, plus a bowl of vegetable soup, so clear you could see your reflection in it. There was no pay, no winter clothing, only endless hunger and cold. Meanwhile, those guys below the city walls wore thick battle robes lined with wool, covered with brand-new, gleaming steel breastplates, ate spiced roasted meat, drank strong liquor, and received money from piles of silver coins every day. This huge disparity was like a dull knife, slowly tearing apart the defenders' fragile psychological defenses. This insane live show tactic is Lorien's masterpiece. He was sitting in front of a huge tent at the back of the camp, wearing a black bearskin coat, holding a steaming cup of red tea, gazing quietly at the distant city walls undisturbed. "My lord, how long will this stalemate continue?" The commander of the 1st Battalion, Rain, walked to Lorien's side and reported in a low voice. Although the brothers are well-fed and warmly dressed, their morale is somewhat low as they remain here without fighting. "Just give the order, and I guarantee I can bring you Viscount Huangshan's head within an hour." "An hour?" Lorien gently blew on the black tea in his cup, his tone calm. "How many people do you think will die?" Ren paused for a moment, then quickly estimated in his mind. The enemy is already at their last gasp. Even if they hold their ground and fight to the death, our casualties can probably be kept below 20. 20 people. Lorien raised his head, his dark eyes devoid of any warmth. For a crumbling city destined to collapse, you think it's a worthwhile deal to lose 20 elite soldiers? Ren? Ren lowered his head. "My lord, how can there be no war without deaths?" "In my war, no one will die." Lorien interrupted him, his words carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. "You'd better remember my principle. If victory isn't absolute, then it's the same as never winning. What I want is a takeover with 0 casualties." In his eyes, these 20 soldiers were not only a fighting force, but also a human asset that provided him with a steady stream of silver coins every day. The elite troops, bought with real money, are going to fight to the death against a bunch of beggars who can't even get enough to eat. Lorien would never do such a losing business. He pointed to the city wall in the distance. This kind of material superiority is more lethal than any battering ram. Just watch, they won't last tonight. Jealousy, hunger, and resentment will push that gate open from the inside for us. As it turned out, Lorien's judgment was extremely accurate. The territory of Viscount Huangshan was now on the verge of mutiny. Unlike other territories that had already surrendered, the proud Viscount, like a cornered beast, paced back and forth irritably in front of the long table, refusing to lower his head. Even the magnificent velvet robe that he was so proud of now looked somewhat ridiculous and comical. "Surrender? You actually want me to surrender to that good-for-nothing who was exiled by his family?" He turned around menacingly and slapped the silver wine cup on the table away, spilling wine all over the floor. "I am a Viscount officially appointed by the Empire. What is Lorien? A traitor's family member who was even stripped of his baronial title." The officers standing below looked at each other, their faces grim. One of the city defense officers stepped forward with a forced smile. "Sir, the soldiers are almost out of control. Just now, 2 squads of soldiers at the south gate attempted to slide down the city wall to surrender to the enemy camp. Although they were shot dead on the spot, the others already looked suspicious. They're watching those people below eat meat and get paid. If they don't get their full pay and food tonight, they might turn around and storm the castle at dawn tomorrow." Chapter 134, A Foolish Charge. Viscount Huangshan's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He knew, of course, that his men were about to rebel. The problem is, where can we get food and military pay? The shops in his territory had long been overwhelmed by the low-priced goods from Greywood Town, and the last copper coin he could scrape from his treasury was used to hire mercenaries who wanted to escape. We can't wait any longer. Just then, a deep, calm voice came from the corner. The speaker was a mercenary leader wearing gray leather armor and sporting a thick beard. He was a third-tier guard whom Viscount Huangshan had recruited from the mercenary guild 3 days ago at great expense, making him arguably the strongest in the territory. Lord Viscount. The mercenary stepped into the light, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The iron guards outside are too arrogant. They're actually making a big show of cooking outside the city walls, without even setting up a basic defensive formation. He stretched out his rough fingers and tapped them heavily on the map. I just observed it. Lord Greywood himself was sitting in the tent at the very back of the camp. He had only a few dozen guards with him, less than 400 meters from the city gate. The mercenary leader's voice carried a strange, seductive quality. While they are eating and drinking and their guard is at its lowest, open the city gates and send the remaining 1,000 soldiers on a desperate charge. As long as we can disrupt their formation and capture or kill Lord Greywood, those so-called Iron Guards will be leaderless and will surely collapse without a fight. Viscount Huangshan was stunned, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. This truly is their only chance. Rather than sit and wait to die and be hanged by his own soldiers in a mutiny, he might as well fight to the death and cut off that proud head. Good. Viscount Huangshan drew his cross-shaped longsword from his waist, exuding a hysterical madness. Pass down the order. Tell everyone that as long as we break through the enemy camp, all the roasted meat, liquor, and chests of silver coins on the other side are theirs. Charge out. We must use that good-for-nothing's blood to wash away the humiliation of the Huangshan family. With the Lord's roar, this rusty war machine was forcibly pushed into the abyss of destruction, accompanied by a chilling metallic scraping sound. Viscount Huangshan led the heavy, ironclad city gate, which slowly opened outwards. A cold wind, carrying the stench of sweat, rust, and despair, howled out from the city gate. For silver coins. For roast meat. Kill. The city defense commander's hoarse shouts echoed across the open, snow-covered ground. Immediately afterwards, nearly 1,000 soldiers, dressed in rags and with eyes reddened by hunger and extreme desire, surged out of the city gates like a pack of mad dogs unleashed from their cages. They trudged through the muddy snow, wielding rusty pitchforks, chipped iron swords, and tattered wooden shields. They launched an assault on the camp, which was 300 meters away and smelled of meat and had a metallic sheen. Viscount Huangshan rode a war horse, so hungry that you could almost see his ribs, following in the middle of the procession, holding his family's iris banner high in his hand. This scene is tragic yet tinged with absurd humor. At this time, Lorien sits in front of his tent, sipping red tea. Hearing the earth-shattering shouts of battle, the hand holding the teacup paused slightly. He turned his head and looked at the group of fleeing soldiers surging in like a black tide. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of undisguised astonishment flashed in his eyes. Lorien turned to look at Ren, standing to the side, really opened the door, and rushed out. Ren was also a little stunned, and subconsciously nodded, "Yes, sir. And judging from this, they've come out in full force." Lorien was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a mocking chuckle. "I thought at most they would just mutiny on the city walls, and then send the Lord's head out on a spear." He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of pity for stupidity. "I never imagined that Viscount Huangshan would be so foolish. Does he really think he can defeat my Iron Guard with a bunch of serfs who have been starving for 3 days? Facing the enemy's desperate charge. If this were a traditional noble lord of this world, he would surely draw his magnificent longsword, mount his horse, and lead his heavy cavalry in a head-on, bloody clash with the enemy, all to demonstrate his bravery. But Lorien is not. He is an outrageously cautious person. Rain. Lorien calmly put down his teacup. Heavy shield infantry, prepare the crossbows and cannons. Yes. After giving the order, Lorien did not stand still and draw his sword to fight like a hero. Instead, he stood up from his chair, put his hands inside his bearskin coat, turned around, and walked slowly toward the rear of the camp. He didn't even bother to look back at the battle situation, and retreated all the way to the absolutely safe zone heavily protected by 2 layers of iron guards. Courage? Glory? In Lorien's view, a commander standing on the front line to gamble on that 1 in 10,000 chance of a stray arrow is something only a mentally ill idiot would do. His life is worth more than all the nobles in the north combined. As Lorien retreated, the Iron Guard, this sophisticated and ruthless war machine, instantly revealed its true fangs. There was no panic, no fear. The soldiers who were just eating meat and drinking wine were now eating heartily. In less than 10 seconds, they kicked over the campfire and slammed the lid of the wooden box full of silver coins shut. Chapter 135, Outrageous Caution in Action. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, heavy steel shields, each 1.5 meters tall, were slammed into the soil. In a short time, an impregnable steel wall was built in front of the camp. And behind the shield wall, 3 rows of crossbowmen, each wielding a repeating steel crossbow, were kneeling on one knee, their cold metal arrowheads gleaming with a deathly light in the cold wind. The artillerymen in the rear rows were even more skilled at throwing shells into the cannons. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Release. Ren's cold command tore through the snowstorm. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated so intensely it sounded like a swarm of dead wasps. Hundreds of armor-piercing crossbow bolts tore through the air, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, and plunged headlong into the wave of Huangshan's defending troops' charge. The piercing screams immediately drowned out the shouts of battle. Those rusty chainmails and thin wooden shields were as fragile as paper in the face of the Iron Guard's steel crossbow bolts. It was just one volley. The nearly 100 soldiers at the forefront fell to the ground in the snow with screams, just like wheat that had been cut down. Blood instantly stained the white snow, and a strong stench of blood began to permeate the air. But hunger and greed had driven those behind to madness. They trampled over the corpses of their companions and continued to surge forward madly. In this extremely chaotic battlefield where flesh and blood were flying everywhere, nobody noticed. On the left flank of the charging column, there was a strange-looking figure. That was the mercenary leader who had used words to incite Viscount Huangshan to launch an attack in the council hall earlier. At this moment, he was mixed in with the panicked and fleeing soldiers. It seems like a series of stumbles and drifts along with the tide. In fact, with each step, he precisely avoided the crossbow bolts falling from the sky and the corpses that tripped him. His eyes had long lost the mercenary shrewdness and rudeness that once belonged to a mercenary. Instead, there's a chilling, absolute calm. That's the look in a venomous snake's eyes when it locks onto its prey. His name is Eagle Owl. It was a top assassin that Duke Golden Lion had hired from the Shadow Guild of the Empire at great expense. More importantly, he is an extremely rare fourth-order superhuman, a faker. It is an advanced form of assassin. In this world, once an extraordinary individual crosses the threshold of the 3rd tier, they reach the 4th tier. The body and soul will undergo a qualitative leap and awaken unique abilities that belong only to oneself. Eagle Owl's 4th tier abilities include bone reshaping and aura annihilation. It can change not only facial muscles and skin. It can also forcibly misalign, shorten, or lengthen all the bones in the body in a very short time, completely changing one's body shape. At the same time, he can completely suppress all his vital signs, killing intent, and even the fluctuations of extraordinary power to a single point in his heart, to make oneself appear indistinguishable from a stone or a corpse in the perception of the superhuman. It was through this incredible skill in disguise that he successfully infiltrated Viscount Huangshan's territory and, at the most crucial moment, used psychological tactics to incite this foolish charge. He doesn't need Viscount Yellowwood to win. All he needs is chaos. All it takes is the moment when these two armies clash and fight hand-to-hand, creating a huge commotion and obstructing the view to cover up his fatal blow. Eagle lowered its head and followed the flow of people toward the steel shield wall. He silently calculated the distance in his mind. 50 meters. 30 meters. The moment this group of serf soldiers was about to crash into the Iron Guard shields was the perfect opportunity for him to launch a surprise attack, break through the shield wall, and assassinate Lorien. With his 4th level speed, 100 meters is just a matter of a few breaths. As long as Lorien remains in his command post in the center of the camp, There is absolutely no way he can escape his hidden blade. However, when Eagle Owl slightly raised his head and looked through the gaps in the crowd towards the rear of the iron guards, his perpetually calm pupils immediately contracted. Were they? The lord who was sitting in front of the tent drinking tea just minutes ago, and Lorien who should have been standing in the middle of the formation giving orders. They actually retreated to the very back of the entire camp very early on. He not only hid behind the densely packed array of steel spears, but also had two huge bulletproof turret shields brought in, one on each side, to shield himself, leaving only half of his head exposed to observe the battle situation. His posture suggested that if there was even the slightest disturbance at the front lines, he would immediately turn around, mount his horse, and disappear without a trace. Eagle Owl cursed inwardly with a distinctly local imperial vulgarity. Over the years he'd been an assassin. He'd killed arrogant dukes, fanatical bishops, and battle-hardened generals. But he swore he had never seen any supreme commander of any force so confidently and so smoothly retreat when faced with a group of defeated serf soldiers. This overly cautious approach directly extended Eagle's originally perfect assassination plan by hundreds of meters, making the death a much more likely outcome. Bang! The first wave of yellow shirt soldiers charged forward and crashed heavily into the Iron Guard shield wall. A fierce close-quarters combat erupted instantly. The sounds of spears piercing flesh, the clanging of metal, and the screams of the dying mingled together. Eagle took a deep breath. The cold air filled my lungs. The bones inside his body emitted faint popping sounds. Since the distance has increased, he has no choice but to resort to more extreme measures. At this moment, when the chaos reached its peak, the venomous snake, hidden in the shadows, finally revealed its deadly fangs. Chapter 136 Perfect Disguise meets Absurd Code. The battlefield, where thousands of people were locked in a bloody and frenzied slaughter, was a noisy and insane grinding mill of flesh. The ear-piercing whistling of clashing weapons, the wails of the dying, and the pungent, nauseating stench filled the entire defensive line in a very short time. The eagle is like a venomous snake lurking in murky waters. Following the flow of people, they silently approached the left edge of the Iron Guard shield wall. His eyes were cold and focused. He had compressed the perception of a fourth-tier superhuman to its limit. Filtering out the surrounding noise, they precisely locked onto an Iron Guard spearman behind a gap in the shield wall. The young soldier was struggling to pull out the spear that was stuck in the enemy's chest, and his body inevitably leaned forward half an inch. It's this tiny flaw. A jet-black dagger coated with deadly poison slid out from Eagle Owl's sleeve. Without any unnecessary movements, he swept past the two yellow-clad serf soldiers like a ghost, his short blade piercing the soldier's carotid artery precisely through the gap under his helmet. He then twisted his wrist forcefully, severing the cervical vertebrae. The guard didn't even have time to utter a groan before his body instantly lost all strength. Eagle then used the opportunity to support the limp corpse, and under the cover of the frantic shoving by the fleeing soldiers in yellow cloaks, dragged the still warm body into a blind spot created by the pile of corpses. What followed was a terrifying transformation. Eagle took a deep breath, and a sickening cracking sound came from his body as his bones dislocated. His originally slightly thin frame was forcibly lengthened and widened in just a few breaths, and his muscle fibers swelled up like an inflated sheepskin raft, perfectly matching the height and width of the dead Iron Guard. At the same time, the muscles under his skin seemed to writhe and twist as if they were alive. His deep-set eyes became lighter, his cheekbones became slightly more prominent, and even the barely noticeable scar on his chin was perfectly replicated by his control over his capillaries. After doing all this, his movements were so practiced that it seemed as if he had rehearsed them 1,000 times, and he quickly removed the steel breastplate and cloak from the deceased body. Crimson blood smeared on his lining, carrying a pungent, rusty smell. But this did not make him feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it made him even more excited. Once you're dressed, pull down the helmet visor. The eagle at this moment, from his physique and appearance to the smell of sweat and blood emanating from him, he was indistinguishable from a soldier who had just gone through a fierce battle. He has carried out this assassination tactic of disguising himself as one of his own to carry out an internal bombing countless times over the past decade. Those targets, without exception, had their throats slit by him in what seemed to be the safest crowd. How naive, You think you can't kill me just because you're hiding in the crowd. Eagle Owl sneered inwardly. He picked up the blood-stained spear, turned around, and began to retreat against the charging crowd into the depths of the Iron Guard's defensive line. The eagle's movements were perfectly controlled. He was neither overly panicked nor relaxed. He looked completely exhausted, as if his weapons had been damaged in the heat of battle or he had received orders to retreat. However, the Iron Guard's formation was far more solid than he had anticipated. In this meat grinder, where everyone is either holding the line or filling in the gaps, a figure retreating monotonously, no matter how well disguised, is bound to stand out. They have just exited the range of the first shield wall. A squad leader covered in blood stepped forward and blocked his path with the blood-stained hilt of his sword. Stop! The squad leader's voice sounded somewhat muffled beneath his helmet, tinged with wariness. Which squad are you from? We're being pushed back from the front. Why are you retreating? Eagle stopped, his eyes showing no sign of panic. 3rd Battalion, 2nd Platoon, Private. He answered in a slightly hoarse voice, exhausted, and deliberately took a couple of deep breaths. Immediately afterwards, he raised the spear in his hand, its tip broken off, leaving only a wooden handle, his tone carrying a perfectly measured hint of annoyance. My spearhead broke off and got stuck in the bone of that knight in the yellow shirt. I also took a blunt force injury to my right arm. The captain told me to step back, get a repeating crossbow, and then go back up. The squad leader glanced at the broken weapon in his hand, then looked at the dent that was indeed present on his breastplate, and his wary expression eased slightly. Go to the quartermaster and get your weapons. And hurry up. Once you're equipped, push back to the left flank immediately. Understood, sir. Eagle Owl gave an impeccable military salute and quickly passed through the checkpoint. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. These soldiers, trained like machines, were disciplined, but in the face of the experience of the 4th-tier imposters, they were still as naive as infants. He continued moving backward, his gaze passing through layers of military tents, and he could clearly see the Greywood Lord sitting behind the bulletproof turret shield, with only half of his head showing. Less than 50 steps to the target. Eagle quickened its pace, closing the final distance to death. But an officer wearing a badge on his chest suddenly emerged from the shadows of a tent on one side and blocked his way. This is the Law and Internal Affairs Inspector directly under Sylvie within the Iron Guard. Unlike the previous squad leader, the officer didn't inquire about organization or weapons. His eyes were as cold as ice as he looked Eagle up and down. Halt! The officer placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Eagle's heart sank slightly, but he remained perfectly calm, preparing to repeat his flawless explanation once again. Sir, my weapon. Password. The officer interrupted him rudely, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Password. Eagle's brain was working at lightning speed in an instant. He was familiar with these military codes, which usually referred to sword as shield or northern border as symbolic terms. Suddenly, the inspector raised his voice, and in a serious yet somewhat fanatical tone, shouted out a strange and incomprehensible phrase. Dongguai, Dongguai, I am Dongyao. Eagle was completely stunned. His eyes were slightly wide open through the gap in his mask, his mind blank. What the hell does that mean? Dongguai? Dongyao? Is this some kind of lost ancient elvish language? Or is it some kind of secret spell from an evil alchemist? Why could he understand each word individually, but when put together, it sounded absurd, like the babbling of a madman? This mighty 4th-tier shadow assassin. He once infiltrated the Empire's most secure treasury and deciphered the most complex secret letters from nobles. But at this moment, faced with this digital code that was so characteristic of modern PLA communications, he felt an unprecedented collapse of his understanding. For the glory of the North? Eagle Owl forced himself to give a standard answer that best fit the current context. The words had barely left his mouth. The inspector drew his long sword and roared at the top of his lungs. Enemy attack. He's a spy. Seize him. Damn it. Eagle cursed inwardly. He simply couldn't understand how his flawless disguise could have been ruined by a cryptic, illogical phrase that defied all logic. Now that we've been exposed, the only option is to kill them outright. As the eagle-like disguise was removed, the terrifying aura of a 4th-tier superhuman erupted from his body. He let out a low growl, and his body transformed into a blur. The poison dagger in his hand drew a deadly black line in midair, slicing open the inspector's throat. Following closely behind, he exerted force with both legs, crushing the ice and snow beneath his feet. Like a ferocious beast driven completely mad, he charged towards Lorien, who was 50 paces away, despite the iron guards rapidly closing in from all sides. Chapter 137: Life-Saving Methods That Disregard Martial Morality. Protect the Lord. A piercing scream erupted from behind the camp. Several iron guards who were nearby immediately turned their guns around and used their bodies to block the terrifying assassin who suddenly appeared. However, faced with a terrifying disparity in strength, numerical advantage proved to be ineffective in the short term. Eagle's eyes turned completely emotionless gray-white. His body, moving at high speed, displayed a twisting and flexibility that defied human biomechanics. Faced with the 3 steel spears thrusting towards him, he not only did not dodge, but instead charged towards the spear tips. In the instant before it was pierced through, his spine emitted a terrifying crack, and his entire upper body inexplicably folded backward, allowing the spear to graze the tip of his nose. Then he braced himself on the ground with both hands, and his legs gripped the soldier's neck like a venomous dragon drill, exerting force suddenly. Snap! Amidst the chilling sound of bones breaking, blood splattered everywhere. Using the recoil from the strangulation, the eagle soared into the air once more. Like a nimble swift, it stepped over the helmets of 2 iron guards in succession, using the momentum to charge forward wildly. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. With its 4th-order speed and the time difference created by its sudden burst of speed, Eagle Owl managed to tear a bloody path through the dense defensive network. When he landed, he was less than 10 steps away from the 2 silver tower shields. Eagle's gaze swept across Lorien's surroundings like a knife. There was no Sylvie, the 3rd-tier peak female knight, who was always by my side. There are no hidden high-level superhumans. Only a dozen or so guard with only 1st or 2nd-tier strength remain to protect Lorien. Guards of this caliber are no different from wooden stakes stuck in the ground in front of him, a 4th-tier shadow assassin. It's over. No matter how careful you are, you can't escape my grasp. Eagle sneered inwardly, then stomped his feet, preparing for a final, fatal blow. Only, when he looked up at his prey hiding behind the tower shield, there is absolutely no trace of the fear or despair that should belong to a nobleman on the other person's face. Lorien kept his hands tucked inside his black bearskin coat, his gaze as calm as if he were watching a monkey performing acrobatics. In the instant the eagle swooped down to strike, Lorien finally pulled his right hand out of his coat. He didn't draw his sword, nor did he chant any defensive spells. Instead, he casually tossed 2 translucent glass bottles into the air. Hidden weapon? A hint of disdain flashed in Eagle's eyes. For a 4th-tier assassin, a projectile of this speed is as slow as a snail. He swung his short blade backhand in midair, striking the 2 glass bottles with perfect accuracy. Crack! The glass bottle shattered in midair. The expected metallic clang of the projectiles colliding did not occur. Instead, a thick mist of eerie dark red water exploded in front of the eagle. This is the latest purified concentrated chili extract from the Greywood Town Alchemy Laboratory, commonly known as anti-wolf chili water. Caught off guard, the red mist accurately covered the eagle's face. Even the most rigorously trained 4th-tier assassins couldn't help but let out a miserable wail at this moment. The feeling was like someone pressing a red-hot iron directly onto his eyeballs and nasal mucosa. The intense burning and stinging sensation instantly robbed him of his vision, and tears and snot flowed uncontrollably from his nose. But the eagle's pride in his composure was now showing cracks. He could only rely on muscle memory and his perception of killing intent to forcefully close his eyes, twist his waist and abdomen in midair, and land heavily on the ground. But then there was a muffled thud. Lorien threw out another small ball wrapped in leather. The sphere crashed to the ground, spewing out a large amount of pungent, grayish-white smoke that not only obscured vision, but also had a strong tear-inducing and choking effect. Cough, cough, cough. Such despicable tactics. What kind of nobility is this? Eagle coughed violently in the thick smoke, a surge of uncontrollable rage welling up inside him. He vowed that once he caught that damned lord, he would cut pieces of his flesh off his body. He no longer relied on his vision, but instead closed his eyes and unleashed all the extraordinary fighting spirit within him, preparing to charge forward through the thick smoke. Just 10 steps. Just a few seconds. However, just as he pushed off the ground with his right foot, preparing to exert force. Slurp! A rather comical scraping sound rang out from the thick smoke. Eagle felt as if his leather boots, which should have been firmly planted on solid ground, were instead slapping against a piece of ice covered in lard. Because at some point, Lorien had poured a large barrel of industrial lubricating oil, which the factory used to maintain its machinery, onto the ground in front of the tower shield. The adhesiveness and lubricity of this grease far exceeded the imagination of this era. Thus, a dignified fourth-tier shadow assassin. After unleashing his strongest sprinting power, his right foot slid forward in an exaggerated straight line, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on his back in the lubricating oil. This immense sense of humiliation drove Eagle Owl completely insane. He lay on the slippery ground, quickly raised his left arm, and activated the mechanism strapped to his forearm. Whoosh! A hidden dart coated with deadly poison tore through the thick smoke. It shot towards Lorien's chest through the gap in the tower shield at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. But, ding-dong, a crisp metallic clang. The hidden arrow, powerful enough to pierce ordinary steel armor, pierced through Lorien's expensive bearskin coat. It was as if it had crashed into an insurmountable wall of size, and it fell limply to the ground. Lorien casually ripped open the torn bear skin, revealing the mithril chainmail underneath that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. That was a top-tier, close-fitting protective gear that he had crafted at a cost of tens of thousands of silver coins. Let alone hidden blades. They could barely withstand even the shrapnel from cannons produced in Greywood Town itself. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? Eagle's psychological defenses finally crumbled. He let out a beast-like roar, gathering all his fourth-tier battle chi in his legs to counteract the slippery ground. Then it bounced up from the ground, flew over the area covered in lubricant, and landed directly in front of the Lorien Tower shield. Only one step left to reach our goal. He was prepared to die with them, determined to kill this damned, treacherous nobleman. Eagle Owl raised the poison blade in his hand and slashed at Lorien's neck. Then, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't pull his foot out, because the ground where they landed was covered with a layer of something that looked like melted black mud. That's an industrial-grade, quick-setting strong adhesive. That's a mixture of alchemical resin and high-strength clay. When the eagle's leather boots, imbued with high-temperature fighting energy, stepped on it, the adhesive reacted rapidly with the chemical, sticking firmly to the soles of his boots and fixing him firmly in place. Although this could only control one fourth-tier superhuman for less than 2 or 3 seconds. But for Lorien, that was enough. He looked down at the frantically struggling assassin, his eyes calm and undisturbed. Then, from inside the bearskin coat, he pulled out a strangely shaped weapon. That's a flintlock single-barreled pistol forged from the finest special steel, with rifling grooves engraved on the inner wall. The dark muzzle of the gun was pressed against Eagle's forehead. At this distance, what fourth-order battle chi, what extraordinary physique. Everything else pales in comparison to this metal tube, a fusion of industrial sophistication and gunpowder violence. The eagle stopped struggling. He stared at the dark entrance, and finally, an emotion called fear surfaced deep in his pupils. "Excuse me, General." Lorien's lips curled into an elegant, cold smile as he lightly pulled the trigger with his index finger. Bang! A deafening roar tore through the snow and wind of the north. The scorching muzzle spewed out dazzling flames and smoke. The specially made lead bullet, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, instantly shattered the eagle's skull. The red and white brain matter sprayed backward in a fan shape, splattering onto the thick snow, a shocking sight. Chapter 138: The Threat of High-End Combat Force. My lord, protect the adults. Until the deafening gunshots faded away. The belated exclamations finally rose from all directions. Commander Rain of the 1st Battalion, as if possessed, pushed aside the soldiers blocking his way and scrambled to the back of the tower's shield. His face, roughened by years of wind and snow in the north, was now filled with horror and deathly paleness. Upon seeing the corpse lying at the Lord's feet, Ren immediately knelt down on one knee in the snow, his hand holding the sword trembling uncontrollably. Your subordinate deserves to die. Your subordinate has failed in his duty. His forehead slammed heavily against the cold ground, filled with self-reproach. How could I have allowed such a monster to be so close to you? Please punish me, sir. Dozens of iron guards around them, belatedly realizing what was happening, also knelt down in a flurry, leaving only the dull thud of armor clashing. Lorien, standing behind the tower's shield, silently looked at the headless corpse at his feet, without speaking immediately. His face remained suffocatingly calm, and his deep black eyes revealed no emotional fluctuations. He simply raised his left hand and stuffed the flintlock pistol, whose barrel was still slightly hot, back into the inside pocket of his bearskin coat. Get up, Ren, Lorien calmly said. A fourth-tier assassin, if he intends to infiltrate the chaos. Not even an entire royal guard could stop him, let alone you. It's not your fault. My lord. Ren raised his head, his eyes filled with fervent awe for the young lord. Faced with such a terrifying assassination attempt, faced with a fourth-tier monster capable of twisting human bones to such a bizarre degree, the lord didn't even flinch. They even used a magical alchemical weapon they had never seen before, capable of spewing lightning and flames, to easily shatter the opponent's head. What composure! What unfathomable depth! However, to Rain and all the Iron Guards, Lorien was as calm and collected as a god. His right hand, hidden in the pocket of the bearskin coat, was clenched tightly, his palm completely soaked with cold sweat. Calm? Composed? That was all an act. Returning to Lorien's true sensory perspective, he wasn't actually as calm as he appeared on the surface. As a time traveler with the soul of a modern person, after witnessing a living human being, defying all the laws of physics, weaving through a line of spears like a boneless, venomous snake, defying all physical limitations to reach him, that kind of physiological fear that strikes straight to the soul is something no one can ignore. Damn it, this is practically a human monster. Lorien cursed inwardly, feeling his heart still pounding wildly in his chest. If he hadn't already survived numerous assassination attempts, the Greywood Town Police Department would occasionally uncover spies from various factions who had infiltrated the area. This forced him to constantly train himself, developing the mental fortitude to face unexpected dangers alone. Just now, his finger might have even stiffened when he pulled the trigger. Is this the power of a high-level, transcendent being? Lorien took a deep breath of the cold air, thick with the smell of gunpowder, forcibly suppressing the tremor in his heart. His gaze swept over the corpses on the ground again, and he murmured, "It seems we must do everything we can to get Sylvie to break through to the fourth tier as soon as possible." Today's assassination attempt served as a stark warning to him. The power gap between the third and fourth tiers is so absurd it's ridiculous. His Greywood territory currently surpasses all the old nobles of the north in terms of military equipment and economic strength. However, its weakness in high-end individual combat capability remains as flawed as a sieve. The entire territory not only lacked a single fourth-tier expert, but also only had one third-tier expert, Sylvie. The remaining first and second-tier guards are fairly useful for dealing with ordinary people and bandits. But once they encounter a fourth-tier monster like today, who is skilled in assassination, they immediately become paper targets. Relying solely on these unexpected props is not a long-term solution. Lorien's fingers were still gripping the walnut handle of the flintlock pistol in his coat pocket. This weapon is incredibly powerful, capable of ignoring fourth-tier protective aura at close range. However, its shortcomings are equally obvious. In this era lacking precision machine tools, even with a significant investment of resources, he could only rely on copper hammers and the top craftsmen in Greywood Town to handcraft a barely usable prototype gun. Not only is the loading extremely slow, but the barrel life is also extremely short. After firing that shot, Lorien felt a slight deformation inside the barrel. Once I've dealt with the matter at Yellow Fur territory and returned, I must give Copper Hammer and Brother Ed a death order, Lorien thought to himself. No matter how much silver coins and special steel it costs, we must find a way to achieve initial mass production of this single-barreled handgun. At the very least, I need to equip each of my personal guards with one. Since we lack high-end combat power, we can only make up for it with insane firepower. If what's standing in front of me today isn't an ordinary soldier with a spear. Instead, 20 guards armed with muskets would fire in unison, instantly riddling this fourth-tier assassin with bullets, even if he had 9 lives. How is the situation at the front? Lorien collected his thoughts and turned his cold gaze toward the front of the camp. Rain immediately stood up, wiped the snow off his face, and quickly regained his commanding presence. Reporting to you, sir, it's basically over. As it turns out, in warfare during the era of cold weapons, the enormous technological gap in equipment, physical fitness, and logistical support could never be bridged by madness and courage. The yellow-fur territorial serfs who launched a suicidal charge driven by hunger and jealousy. After crashing into the Iron Guard's wall of size, composed of heavy steel shields and repeating crossbows, it collapsed completely in less than 35 minutes. According to preliminary statistics, of the 1,000 enemy soldiers who charged, about 400 died in the first 2 rounds of crossbow fire and bayonet charges, and the remaining 500 or so had all thrown down their weapons and surrendered on the snow. Rain reported the results of the battle, his tone carrying a strange awkwardness. He paused, his expression turning grim, and the casualties on our Iron Guard side. Speak. Lorien raised an eyebrow. Aside from 12 soldiers on the left flank who suffered minor fractures and contusions while resisting the attack, we only had 3 casualties on the main battlefield. Rain gritted his teeth and looked down at the headless corpse at his feet. But we still have 5 brothers who were killed by this assassin who disguised himself as an assassin. Lorien fell silent. In a siege involving thousands of people, the casualties on the main battlefield were 3. On the contrary, this damned assassin not only almost killed him, but also took the lives of 5 of his elite soldiers. This plunged Lorien's already unpleasant mood, caused by the shock, into despair. 5 Iron Guards. Those were elite troops he had raised at great expense, fed with white bread and meat broth, and they also represented a daily output of 5 silver coins from the system. Medics should treat the wounded as quickly as possible. The remains of fallen soldiers should be properly collected, and compensation should be paid at 3 times the highest standard. Lorien's dark eyes flashed with a cold light, and his tone carried an undeniable, chilling intent. Go and bring that foolish Viscount Yellow Shirt to me. This farce should come to a complete end. Yes, sir. Chapter 139 times have changed. No need to hold back anymore. The smoke and blood from the battlefield were gradually dispersed by the cold winds of the north. In front of the Iron Guard camp, on a snow-covered ground stained red with blood, more than 500 ragged prisoners of war, the Yellow Shirts, were kneeling densely in the mud. They held their heads in their hands, their bodies purple with cold, shivering in the cold wind. No one dared to look up at the Iron Guard soldiers, who were clad in full steel armor and wielding repeating crossbows. The previous madness and greed had long been crushed in that ruthless massacre. The only thought keeping them alive now is a promise made by the quartermaster who was handing out silver coins from the roster. As long as they surrender, Greywood Chief will get a full meal. Hurry up, you idiot! Accompanied by a harsh rebuke. 2 tall Iron Guard soldiers dragged a man like a dead dog, striding through the prisoner of war formation and straight up to Lorien. That is Viscount Huangshan, this once powerful nobleman, who had wielded immense influence in the remote northern regions, now looked utterly wretched. His prized, luxurious velvet robe had long been torn to shreds by branches and barbed wire during his escape, and was now covered in mud and some kind of unidentified animal dung. His prized long sword was nowhere to be found, and the soft hat on his head, a symbol of his noble status, was askew, revealing his sparse and messy hair underneath. After watching his serf soldiers fall like wheat being harvested, and the mercenary who promised to assassinate Lorien still hadn't made a move, the Viscount decisively abandoned his army and attempted to escape on horseback from the south gate of the castle. Unfortunately, his starving, emaciated warhorse was no match for the fine northern steeds ridden by the Iron Guard scouts. Before they had gone 3 miles, an arrow pierced the horse's leg, and the horse and rider fell into a snow pit. Let me go, you lowly peasants. Take your filthy hands off my robe. Even after being forced to kneel in the mud, Viscount Huangshan continued to scream like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lorien, who was sitting in a chair wiping his gloves with a clean white handkerchief. Lorien Bauhinia. Viscount Huangshan roared through gritted teeth, as if a loud enough voice could mask the fear in his heart. How dare you use force against me? I am a hereditary Viscount, officially appointed by the Empire. My territory has been personally recognized by the Senate and His Majesty the Emperor. Lorien casually tossed the dirty handkerchief he had used to wipe his gloves into the nearby campfire, watching the flames engulf the pure, white cotton cloth. He didn't say a word, nor did he even change his comfortable posture leaning back in his chair. He just stood there quietly watching Viscount Huangshan perform, his eyes looking at him as if he were looking at a rotting, stinking corpse. Staring at him with such a cold gaze, Viscount Huangshan felt a chill run down his spine, but he still braced himself and invoked the ancient rules among nobles that had been in place for hundreds of years. According to the Empire's Nobles' Treaty of War, I demand to be treated as a prisoner of war befitting my status. He yelled at the top of his lungs, trying to salvage the last shred of dignity. You must give me a room with a fireplace, clean clothes, and red wine. Then you can demand a ransom for my family and relatives in the capital. 2,000, no, 3,000 gold coins. If you release me, I'll even hand over my territory to you. My lord. Ren stood behind Lorien, the veins on the back of his hand gripping the sword hilt bulging. He suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, Please allow me to cut out this idiot's tongue. He's too noisy. No rush. Lorien finally spoke. He leaned forward slightly and placed his hands crossed on his knees. His deep gaze locked onto Viscount Huangshan's face, which was flushed red with hysteria. Ransom. Lorien's voice was deep and magnetic, but it carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine in the cold wind. Viscount, have you been out in the northern winds for too long? Has your brain been frozen stiff? Viscount Huangshan froze, his scream caught in his throat. If it were half a month ago, I might have considered sparing your life and then forging a contract in which you voluntarily transferred your territory to me to deal with those old guys in the capital. Lorien stood up and slowly walked to Viscount Yellow Shank. His black leather boots stomped through the mud, the clattering sound like the countdown to death. Because at that time, I still need to borrow the skins of you old nobles to pretend that everything is peaceful in the north and to stabilize the situation in the south. He looked down at Viscount Huangshan, a cruel smile curving his lips. But now, times have changed, Your Excellency. Yes, the situation is completely different now. The Duke of the Golden Lion bared his fangs at him in the Senate, and Emperor Reynolds took the opportunity to strip him of his baronial title. In the archives of the Imperial High Command, Lorien Bauhinia. Now he's just a useless, exiled man, a shameless rebel who refuses to hand over his territory. He has completely stood on the opposite side of imperial law. Now that the cards have been played, why is he still pretending to be a law-abiding person? He now has Oakhaven and White River territory, controlling key transportation routes. Serena's reorganized Chamber of Commerce, maintaining the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce's business lines, and the faith shield of the church's new Holy Light Cathedral. He no longer needs to keep these foolish old nobles as a political buffer. What? What do you want to do? Viscount Huangshan finally understood the pure, killing intent in Lorien's eyes. His face, which had been flushed, turned deathly pale in an instant, and his body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. You can't kill me. I am an imperial viscount. Kill me, and Duke Golden Lion will not let you off. His Majesty the Emperor will send an army to raze your Greywood town to the ground. You traitor. You overestimate yourself and underestimate the Duke of the Golden Lion. Lorien coldly interrupted his dying wails. In their eyes, you're nothing more than a stray dog used to test my firepower. Having just experienced a perilous assassination attempt and lost 8 valuable soldiers, Lorien was in a terrible mood. He had completely lost patience with continuing to waste words with this idiot. Lorien turned his head away, not even bothering to look at Viscount Huangshan again. He simply turned his back to Viscount Huangshan, raised his right hand, and gently waved it downwards. Send him on his way, and then take full control of the castle treasury and the household registers of all the inhabitants. Rain's eyes immediately lit up. Without the slightest hesitation, the broadsword made of fine steel at his waist was drawn from its sheath with a crisp metallic scraping sound. No, wait. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to be your... The dull thud of a sharp blade slicing through flesh and bone silenced Viscount Huangshan's final pleas for mercy. A head with an expression of terror and disbelief. It arced through the air, crashed heavily onto the muddy snow, and rolled down in front of the rows of kneeling prisoners of war. Dark red blood gushed from the headless corpse's cavity before it collapsed to the ground like a piece of rotten wood. The more than 500 prisoners of war from the Yellow Fur territory stared at their lord's unseeing head, their breaths catching in their throats. A hereditary viscount, who was high above them and protected by imperial law, was beheaded in public without any mercy, just like killing a chicken. There was no trial, no ransom, and no noble dignity whatsoever. This ruler of Greywood territory is a tyrant more ruthless than the devil. But after the extreme fear, an uncontrollable deep awe of absolute power arose in the hearts of these rank-and-file soldiers. Ignoring the trembling reactions of the prisoners of war, Lorien pulled his bearskin coat tighter around himself and walked straight toward the military tent in the distance. With the death of Viscount Yellowfur, the last stubborn stronghold of the old nobility in the north crumbled. From this day forward, this vast and bitterly cold northern land will operate entirely according to Lorien's rules. Chapter 140, The Female Knight's Loyalty Breakthrough. The finishing touches on Viscount Huangshan's territory went much more smoothly than expected. Lorien didn't show up at all to make empty promises to the lower-class serfs and townspeople, or to give any impassioned speeches to appease them, because it's completely unnecessary. After the consolidation of several former noble territories, the officers and government officials of Greywood Town were already very familiar with the process of occupying, clearing out, distributing supplies, and registering. All you need to do is pull out a few carts of steaming hot white bread and coarse salt and set them out in the square. Those starving commoners, their eyes practically glowing with greed, would quickly become grateful to the generous Lord Greywood and forget the cruelty of the old lord. Lorien delegated the tedious surrender and handover procedures entirely to Rain, the commander of the 1st Battalion. He then took several dozen personal guards, boarded the carriage lined with thick steel plates, and returned directly to Greywood territory. The carriage smoothly entered the inner gate of Greywood Town. The familiar black smoke from the blast furnace and the faint rumble in the distance gave Lorien a sense of security and groundedness. However, the caravan had just come to a stop in front of the white stone steps of the Lord's mansion. A frantic, rapid hoofbeats tore through the snow from the other end of the street, rushing in with a whooshing sound. Whoa! With the warhorse's painful neighing. A northern heavybred, its coat completely soaked with sweat and ice, came to an abrupt halt in front of the steps. Because of the high speed, the horse's hooves left a trail of dazzling sparks on the bluestone slab, and white foam even spilled from the horse's mouth. The rider on horseback didn't even put on the stirrups. He simply flipped off. His signature silver high ponytail was disheveled in the cold wind, and his steel breastplate was covered with mud splattered from the long march. It was Sylvie, this silver-haired female knight, who was always known for her calmness and competence, now had her cheeks drained of color due to extreme anxiety. Those sharp eyes were filled with undisguised fear and panic. When taking over another baronial territory, she suddenly received an urgent secret letter from the intelligence network. The Lord had been ambushed by a 4th-tier extraordinary assassin in Huangshan territory. The moment Sylvie saw the secret letter, she felt dizzy and as if all her blood had been drained. Before she could even finish explaining the defensive arrangements, she grabbed a fast horse and rushed back day and night like a madwoman. Her feelings toward Lord Lorien were quite complicated. Initially, I came to the north on the orders of Lady Serena, with a mixture of disdain and sorrow, in an attempt to escort this spoiled brat back to the capital for refuge. I witnessed firsthand how he used an almost supernatural method to rise a promising industrial town from the frozen wasteland. Then, watching him strategize and effortlessly manipulate those arrogant old nobles at will. Without realizing it, this young lord was calm and wise, and the occasional cruelty she displayed had been deeply etched into her soul. Respect, longing, admiration, and the purest faith of a knight. And now, the man she regards as her faith has almost lost his life to an assassin. As the Lord's personal bodyguard, she wasn't there when he was in the most danger. This self-blame and fear were driving her crazy. Lord Lorien. Sylvie rushed up the steps and saw Lorien standing unharmed beside the carriage, not a single hair missing. And so, the emotions that had been stretched to the limit finally broke down completely. She instinctively opened her arms, wanting to hug the man tightly and confirm his warmth. But when she was less than half a step away from Lorien, the knight's restraint and sense of hierarchy held her back. Bang! Sylvie knelt heavily on one knee on the bluestone slab, the sound of her knee hitting the ground crisp and loud. Your subordinate deserves death. She lowered her head, her voice hoarse and trembling due to extreme emotional turmoil. I failed to protect you, leaving you in danger. Please, Your Excellency, impose the most severe punishment. Whether it's whipping or stripping me of my title as head guard, I will have no complaints. Lorien was stunned for a moment when he saw the female knight kneeling in front of him, her shoulders trembling. Then a hint of helplessness and gentleness flashed in his eyes. He sighed, took half a step forward, bent down, grasped Sylvie's cold metal armor with both hands, and forcibly pulled her up. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Lorien patted the snow off her shoulder, his tone devoid of any reproach. The intelligence agency's secret letters always tend to exaggerate. That assassin didn't even touch the hem of my clothes before my new toy blew his head off. How can you blame that? But Sylvie looked up, her eyes slightly red, and her lips bitten in guilt, leaving a white mark. No buts. Lorien smiled slightly. He said in a light-hearted, half-joking tone, however, after this fright, I've realized that I am indeed very afraid of dying. So, as punishment, it seems that from now on, no matter where I go, even if it's just to go to the toilet, I can't let you out of my sight for too long. You're now tied to the Greywood Town's war machine for life. Lorien's words were meant to be a light-hearted joke to ease the tension. But to Sylvie, it was nothing short of a promise that would sweep through her soul. Don't go too far. To be tied to someone's side for life. This is an immense trust, and it is the place she longs for most deep in her heart. Self-blame, lingering fear, being moved, and a strong desire to protect. At this moment, they intertwined and collided with the barrier within her body that had been stagnant for 2 whole years. Boom! A visible silver wave of energy erupted from Sylvie's center. The snow on the steps was cleared, and the surrounding air emitted a subtle distortion and whistling sound. Her once clear eyes now shone with an extraordinary light, and her bones and muscles were undergoing a transformative reshaping. The bottleneck of the third-tier peak was torn apart like paper under the extreme emotional resonance. Feeling the surging, terrifying power within her, Sylvie's cheeks flushed crimson. She involuntarily straightened her back and struck the armor on her left breast with her right hand, producing a crisp, booming sound. I swear by my soul, this newly promoted 4th-tier female knight had eyes so burning they seemed capable of melting the ice and snow of the north, and her voice was firm and powerful. Sylvie will become your most unbreakable shield. No matter the cost, I will protect Lord Lorien for a lifetime. Lorien, standing opposite him, froze with a smile. His hair was disheveled by the sudden gust of air. Silently staring at the terrifying yet confident female knight before him, he was completely dumbfounded. No, I was just making a joke to comfort you. I haven't even started making empty promises to you, or telling you to work hard and practice your skills more. How did you manage to break through the 4th-tier bottleneck on your own? Isn't this idealistic upgrade method in the extraordinary world a bit too far from basic principles? Chapter 141, The Eldest Sister's Ambition. On the 2nd floor of the Lord's mansion, in front of a semicircular floor-to-ceiling window, Serena held a cup of unsweetened black coffee in her hand, quietly watching everything that was happening in the courtyard. Even through the thick double-glazed glass, she could still clearly feel the powerful aura unique to a 4th-tier superhuman that had just erupted. She stared at the silver-haired female knight kneeling on one knee downstairs, her eyes filled with fanatical loyalty, and then glanced at Lorien, who stood there looking slightly taken aback but still maintaining the dignity of a lord. Serena paused, her hand holding the coffee cup still, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. What a terrifying guy. She took a small sip of the bitter coffee and whispered something to herself. Sylvie grew up alongside her. As the former closest family guard, Serena knew better than anyone the pride and stubbornness inherent in this female knight. Perhaps before this, Sylvie obeyed Lorien's orders more out of sense of responsibility to protect the Bauhinia bloodline. But now, Serena realized that Sylvie's attitude towards her younger brother was one of complete submission, an absolute loyalty that belongs only to vassals to their monarch. This not only means that the strongest guards he brought from the capital have completely become his younger brother's men. This further confirms the terrifying charisma of Lorien that makes people devoted to him. Feeling lost? It's impossible to say there's absolutely none. But Serena was a smart and magnanimous woman, and she quickly put these pointless emotions behind her. The stronger Lorien becomes, the more stable the foundation of Greywood territory will be, and the more beneficial it will be for the revival of the entire Bauhinia family. But rational agreement does not mean she would choose to lie comfortably under her brother's protection and be a mere figurehead who only knows how to enjoy power. She was once the most dazzling rising star in the capital, the second young lady of the Bauhinia family who controlled a vast business empire. From a young age, she has always been competitive and unwilling to be second to anyone. Now that Lorien has demonstrated overwhelming military and political prowess in the north, he even unified the territories of those old nobles, becoming the undisputed local emperor of this harsh land. Then Serena must prove her irreplaceable value on another front. Serena turned away from the window and walked back to the large mahogany desk. The table was piled high with documents, industrial reports, material lists, and draft plans for the next few months for Greywood Town, which she had had the internal affairs officials compile over the past 2 days. The speed of development in Greywood Town is indeed a miracle, but this massive machine is approaching its physical limits. Serena casually flipped open a report on the wear and tear rate of steam engine parts, her brow furrowing slightly. During this time, she traveled to almost every corner of Greywood Town. From the billowing black smoke of the steelmaking blast furnace to the textile factory that worked day and night, and then to the tightly protected alchemy laboratory. With her keen business acumen and resource management skills, she astutely identified Greywood Collar's biggest hidden weakness: a severe lack of precision machining capabilities. Lorien's mind seemed to be filled with countless groundbreaking and outlandish ideas. Whether it was those crude steam engines that were still undergoing trial runs, it could be the kind of gear drive shaft that requires extremely high meshing, like the one in the blueprints, or the flintlock pistol that I just heard was incredibly powerful on the battlefield. The blueprints for these items are perfect, but the implementers couldn't keep up with the pace of the blueprints. Copper Hammer is indeed a rare and excellent blacksmith, but he is ultimately just a blacksmith. Serena's fair fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic tapping sound. There are limits to human hand forging. Even if Lorien were to plunder all the skilled artisans in the north, he still wouldn't be able to meet the minute tolerances required for those precision instruments. If this continues, the weapon iteration and industrial production capacity of Greywood Collar will inevitably be stuck at the damned bottleneck of process precision. It's unrealistic to expect that solving this problem will be achieved by slowly training human apprentices over time. We must find a replacement who possesses absolute talent in the fields of forging and mechanics. Serena's gaze fell upon a sheepskin map of the southern kingdoms spread out before her. Her gaze swept across the vast central plains, landing directly on several commercial city-states in the south that had long bordered foreign tribes. Dwarf craftsmen. She uttered those 4 words softly, her eyes gleaming with determination. In the perception of the Nolan continent, dwarves are natural-born blacksmiths. Their rough fingers possess an almost magical sensitivity to metal. The tools they forge could achieve an astonishing level of precision, even without measuring tools. It's a pity. This short-tempered and stubborn race usually lives in seclusion deep in the mountains of the south and rarely engages in large-scale trade with humans. The dwarves who occasionally end up in human society are mostly slaves captured during tribal conflicts, who are treated as cash cows by the greedy nobles in the south and held tightly in their hands. Ordinary caravans wouldn't even have the right to catch a glimpse of a dwarf slave. But Serena was different. She holds the faith-based bargaining chip of the Cathedral of Holy Light and controls new products such as brass windproof lamps, honeycomb briquettes, and stainless steel farm tools. There are also strategically valuable commodities like the navigation compass, which could drive the southern nobility mad. If I could take advantage of this opportunity to expand trade routes southwards and bring back a group of top-notch dwarven craftsmen from the slave markets or the hands of those great nobles in the south. A confident smile graced Serena's beautiful face. This will absolutely complete the last piece of the industrial puzzle in Greywood Town. She didn't need to ask Lorien about this beforehand. All she wanted was to wait for the caravan to return fully laden with its cargo. They presented those grumbling, drunken dwarf masters as a huge surprise, showering their always strategizing younger brother with it. She wanted to let Lorien know that the women of the Bauhinia family could not only help him protect his family's wealth, but also help him expand his territory. With this thought in mind, Serena could no longer sit still. She hurriedly opened the study door and gave orders to the servants outside. Go and inform the court deacons of the Nightingale Merchant Guild to assemble in the South City Warehouse District in 1 hour. We need to inventory the goods and prepare to head south ahead of schedule. Chapter 142, The Expeditionary Caravan Heading South. Southgate of Greywood Town. A giant distribution plaza for supplies, surrounded by high walls. Grayish-white snowflakes swirled down from the sky, and the square was bustling with activity. The burly grooms were panting heavily. The heavy boxes of goods were lifted by pulleys and placed steadily on the reinforced four-wheeled heavy-duty carriage. Serena wore a fitted, deep purple velvet cloak and a pair of deerskin boots. She was holding a thick craft paper ledger and was methodically checking the final list of personnel and supplies. She had put in a lot of effort for this trip south, bringing out the strongest business force that Greywood Territory could currently mobilize. The bottoms of all 20 heavy carriages have been treated with moisture-proofing and shock absorption. A senior deacon from a Nightingale Merchant Guild, standing respectfully beside Serena, reported loudly. 5 of the vehicles were loaded with the latest brass windproof lights. 5 were loaded with our new generation of smokeless black gold, and 8 were loaded with furs, a specialty of the North, and some samples of fine steel farm tools. As for the 2 most important boxes, the butler said in a low voice, 100 rudimentary navigation compasses have been wrapped in shockproof silk and are being personally guarded by trusted confidants. Serena nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Each piece of this shipment would be a highly sought-after commodity, enough to cause a market upheaval if placed in any of the trading cities in the South. Especially the nautical compass, which was her absolute trump card to gain access to the top southern clans in exchange for dwarf slaves. How are the arrangements for the accompanying personnel? She closed the ledger and glanced at the crowd gathering in the square. Everyone has assembled as you instructed. The deacon pointed to several figures in gray robes not far away. A priest accompanying the army, plus 3 nuns with basic medical training. They carry a holy donation order issued by the Cathedral of Holy Light. This was precisely the core strategy Lorien had set out earlier, to use the church's facade while following the path of a merchant guild. With these clergy members in the group, there were also some lords along the way who were extremely ruthless in exploiting passing caravans. Out of respect for the God of Light and the still unfinished Church of Holy Light, they at least dared not openly and blatantly impose heavy taxes. As for the Chamber of Commerce, I selected 20 of the Nightingale Chamber's most astute and capable negotiators. As for armed protection, the deacon had not finished speaking. A series of synchronized metallic clanging sounds came from the edge of the square. 50 fully armed soldiers marched into the square with steady steps. Instead of wearing the standard robes representing the Iron Guard, they donned the mottled leather armor and chainmail commonly seen in the mercenary world. But anyone with a discerning eye could immediately tell that the cold gleaming steel longswords in their hands and the repeating crossbows hidden at their waists were far beyond what ordinary mercenaries could match. These 50 men were all hand-picked elites from the Iron Guard, including several specially trained scouts. Overall, they were extremely formidable fighters. A perfect configuration. But my dear sister, you'd better take the Type 2 portable explosive pack that the Ed brothers made with you, just in case. A somewhat languid voice suddenly rang out behind Serena. Serena turned around and saw Lorien, wearing a bearskin coat and with his hands tucked into his sleeves, walking over unhurriedly, accompanied by Sylvie, who had just stabilized her cultivation level. I knew it. Once the compass is in production, you won't want to stay in the north for even a day longer. Lorien walked to the carriage, casually patted the hard wooden planks of the carriage, and looked at his second sister with a deep gaze. The sooner the trade routes to the south are opened, the sooner Greywood Town's finances will experience exponential growth. Serena met her brother's gaze without backing down, raised her delicate chin, and spoke with a hint of pride. You've cleaned up the war in the north. Now it's my turn to lead the economic battle. Lorien couldn't help but chuckle at her energetic demeanor. He knew that his older sister was a restless business enthusiast. If she isn't allowed to explore the market, she'll probably be driven crazy by the boring politics of Greywood Town. Moreover, he was completely at ease letting Serena manage the southern trade routes. The journey south is different from the straightforward fighting and killing in the north. Lorien's smile faded, and his tone became more serious. Those old noble families and merchant alliances in the South are like foxes that devour people without spitting out the bones. They may not directly use swords, but the traps and contracts and taxes are more deadly than poison. Don't teach me how to do business, dear brother. Serena tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes flashing with the sharp glint of someone who is the leader of the Nightingale Merchant Guild. At the negotiating table, I can make them lose even their underwear. I have no doubt about that. Lorien nodded, took a pocket watch with a bauhinia flower pattern from his coat pocket, and tossed it to Serena. If you encounter trouble in the South that cannot be resolved with money, language, or even force. He leaned closer and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't linger in the fight, and don't worry about the cargo. Remember, the contents of these carriages combined are not even 1/10,000th of your life. Bring him back alive, and I will naturally use cannons to get back what you lost. Hearing these domineering and protective words, Serena felt an uncontrollable warmth flow through her heart. She gripped the pocket watch, still warm from Lorien's touch, concealing the emotion in her eyes, and gave a forced, light hum. Keep your gray wooden collar in check. When I return, I hope your warehouse will still have room for all the gold coins I've earned. And, she silently added in her mind, I hope your jaw doesn't drop when you see the group of dwarf masters I brought back. She didn't reveal her plan to find the dwarven craftsman to Lorien. It was an exclusive surprise she had prepared. Set off. As Serena swung herself onto a pure white warm-blood horse from the south, a clear, sweet shout echoed across the square. The heavy wheels left deep ruts in the snow. This expeditionary caravan, disguised as a church, loaded with various new products, and tasked with finding the secrets of skilled craftsmen, sailed out of the south gate of Greywood Town in a grand procession. Chapter 143, Animal-Powered, Gear-Driven Mixer Truck. The wind and snow on the wasteland have not yet stopped. The tracks left by Serena's caravan were quickly covered by the newly fallen snow. Lorien stood on the south city wall, watching the black line disappear into the undulating hills before silently turning his gaze away. Lord Lorien, it's getting windy. We should head back, Sylvie whispered a reminder. Her fourth-tier battle aura flowed naturally, forming a layer of warm air around her that was barely perceptible to the naked eye. The snowflakes that fell on Lorien melted and dispersed in midair. Lorien was amazed by what he saw. Although a third-tier knight can already project their battle aura, such meticulous manipulation is indeed only achievable at the fourth tier. This shows how big the difference is between the two ranks. As for the legendary fifth tier, that represents the pinnacle of combat power on the Nolan continent, he felt it necessary to give it enough respect, at least until its tanks and planes came out, and to continue to lie low. Lorien tugged at the collar of his bearskin coat, then turned and walked towards the foot of the city wall. Even after unifying the entire northern territory, he still had no time to bask in the joy of victory. The 7 newly acquired territories are like 7 bloated monsters starving for food, constantly bringing all sorts of troubles to his desk. After all, these 7 territories are even more backward and rotten than the 3 territories that were previously recovered. Andrew from the Interior Ministry is already waiting for you, along with several administrators transferred from the new territories, Sylvie reminded him, keeping a half-step behind him. When Lorien pushed open the door to the warm study in the Lord's mansion. Then they saw Andrew, who was in charge of part of the internal affairs of Greywood territory, talking in hushed tones with a slightly uneasy middle-aged man. The man was wearing an old, faded woolen robe, his hands clasped awkwardly in front of his abdomen. It was Harold, the former chief clerk of the Yellowwood Viscount's domain. Oh, my dear lord, you've finally returned. Andrew quickly straightened up, rubbed his reddened eyes, and spread a thick parchment map in the center of the long table. As per your previous instructions, the population registration and inventory of various industries and materials in the remaining 7 territories have been preliminarily completed. But now we face a problem that is more troublesome than hunger. Lorien sat down in the main seat, picked up the hot cocoa that the maid had just brought, and raised an eyebrow. Speak, Andrew. In the cold winters of the north, what could possibly trouble you more than hunger? Seeing this, Harold hesitated and glanced at Lorien. Only after receiving a signal from Andrew did he steel himself and step forward, saying in an imperial language with a local accent, Your Excellency, it is muddy. Once the snowstorms of the north recede and early spring arrives, the snow on the ground will begin to melt, and most of the roads in the north will turn into swamps that swallow wagons and pack animals. As he spoke, he extended his rough fingers and pointed to the dotted line on the map connecting the yellow fur collar. For the past few decades, every spring thaw, traffic between Huangshanling and other districts has been completely disrupted for at least a month. The thick, black mud could reach up to a horse's legs. Even the strongest northern heavybreds could not go more than 10 miles pulling an empty cart. This means that the grain and farm tools that we painstakingly counted are simply impossible to allocate between territories. The atmosphere in the study was somewhat somber. Humanity's compromise with nature was vividly demonstrated in the era of cold weapons. A bad road can completely paralyze an administrative system. "Mr. Harold is right, my lord," Andrew sighed, his brow furrowed as he added. "As the Minister of Internal Affairs of Greywood Town, I certainly know how amazing your invention of cement is. The main roads paved in Greywood Town are incomparable even to the White Crystal Plaza in the capital. They can definitely withstand the mud of spring melting." Andrew paused, his tone becoming incredibly heavy. But the problem lies in distance and efficiency. The furthest Blackrock Baron territory is now a full 180 miles away from us. If we were to use only manpower, relying on shovels to mix limestone powder, clay, and gravel, and then lay it out bucket by bucket, even if we mobilized all the able-bodied men in the entire territory, it would still take at least half a year to repair the roads in the 7 territories. If such a large workforce is forcibly conscripted to build roads, spring planting will be completely abandoned, and we may face a terrible famine. Lorien took a sip of hot cocoa and suddenly chuckled softly. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the 2 officials with worried faces, and slowly said, "Andrew, your concerns are based on the old-fashioned logic of labor. Who told you that we're going to rely on soldiers and serfs to mix cement with shovels?" In the early spring of last year, Lorien had already suffered greatly from the muddy roads of the north. How could he possibly fall twice in the same place? Moreover, as a modern time traveler, he was all too aware of the importance of to get rich, build roads first. Therefore, he had already made arrangements for the cleanup of the roads before attacking the 7 territories. And so, to the astonishment of Andrew and Harold, Lorien opened a drawer, took out a mechanical engineering drawing that had already been completed, and casually tossed it into the center of the map. The drawing, clearly rendered in charcoal, depicts a strange hybrid structure of wood and iron. A huge cylinder was placed at an angle on a 4-wheeled heavy carriage. The bottom of the cylinder was connected to a complex gear set, and the other end of the gear set was directly locked onto the rear wheel axle of the carriage. "My lord, this is—" Andrew stepped forward, his eyes filled with doubt. For someone with his limited knowledge, this thing was like encountering an alchemical monster. "I call it an animal-powered, gear-driven mixer truck." Lorien stroked the gear structure on the blueprint, his eyes revealing the coldness and pride of industrial civilization. Since Greywood Town already possesses relatively mature gear processing technology, why waste manpower on repetitive tasks that can be accomplished by machines? This mixer truck is pulled by 4 northern heavybreds. As the truck moves forward, the rotation of the wheels drives the transmission gears at the bottom. The gears mesh, directly driving the huge mixing drum on the truck bed to rotate at a constant speed. His voice echoed in the study. The workers only need to pour the mixed cement clinker, sand, gravel, and water into the drum before setting off. On the way to the paved section, the power of the horse-drawn carriage is the perfect mixing power. Once the carriage arrives at its destination, the concrete inside will have been mixed perfectly. All that's needed is to open the gate and pour it directly onto the roadbed. Harold stood there, his mouth slightly open, his breathing becoming rapid. He tried to find reasons to refute this based on his limited knowledge. However, the perfectly fitted mechanical structure on the blueprints made him suddenly realize that this thing was actually a perfectly closed loop in logic. This lord is truly a genius, just as rumored. No, genius. Chapter 144 Steel Behemoth. Praise be to your wisdom, my lord. Andrew was so excited he almost pulled his beard off. His eyes lingered on the blueprint, as if he were looking at a mountain of gold coins. If we don't need manpower for the most time-consuming and labor-intensive mixing work, then the efficiency of road construction will increase more than tenfold. We only need to focus our labor on mining sand and gravel and leveling the roadbed. Lorien nodded slightly, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. I have already issued the mobilization order. The 500 surrendered prisoners of war in Huangshan, as well as the 3,000 idle serfs selected from various new territories, will not receive a single copper coin for a meal. They will be incorporated into the 8th Infrastructure Brigade and will be assigned to work relief projects, only responsible for breaking up stones and laying the bottom layer of soil. As for the core cement pouring, that will be left to machines. Before the snow melts in early spring, I want to lay a central cross-shaped hardened road network that starts from Greywood Town and radiates outwards through the other 7 new territories, with a road width of no less than 6 meters. By then, the mud of the north will be nothing more than a term in history textbooks. As you wish, my lord. Andrew bowed deeply. He immediately grabbed Harold, who was still not fully recovered, and rushed out of the study like he had been injected with chicken blood to arrange logistics. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance, Lorien rubbed his temples and stood up. Let's go, Sylvie. Talking on paper is not enough. We need to go to the mechanical workshop and see how Copperhammer has done to forging my new toy. Greywood Town, a heavy industrial area. The billowing black smoke, accompanied by deafening forging sounds, perpetually filled the air with an unpleasant smell of coal and rust. Lorien and Sylvie pushed open the heavy door of the mechanical workshop, and a suffocating wave of heat immediately rushed towards them. Damn it, you idiot. I told you the meshing tolerance of this set of bevel gears cannot exceed 1 millimeter. Look at the thing you made. The entire drive shaft will break off if the carriage bumps even slightly. In the center of the workshop, the chief craftsman, Tong Chue, with a thick beard, was wielding a large iron hammer and roaring at a young, skilled worker. The latter was so scolded that he was sweating profusely and on the verge of tears, and could only work even harder. Beside them stood a huge, crudely designed mechanical carriage, which could even be described as ugly. The main body of the vehicle is made of century-old gray wood and reinforced with thickened steel strips. The huge iron mixing drum at the back is covered with large rivets that are hand-riveted. The intricate gear set at the bottom, though covered in black lubricating grease, still shows signs of rough hand polishing. My lord, upon seeing Lorien walk in, Copperhammer immediately dropped his hammer, sweat dripping from his beard. This thing you asked for is even more torturous than forging a knight's full plate armor. Copperhammer complained. He tapped the huge mixing drum with his fingers, which were covered in black ash, and a dull metallic echo came from it. I admit, the idea of this gear transmission mechanism is a brilliant one. But sir, the precision of our existing machine tools is still too low. In order to prevent these large gears from breaking under a load of several thousand kilograms, we have used up almost the best batch of high-carbon steel in the workshop. Lorien stepped forward, ignoring the grease staining his expensive leather gloves, and turned the wheel. With a tooth-grinding metallic scraping sound, the gears at the bottom slowly meshed, causing the huge iron cylinder above to rotate half a turn. Although the resistance was great and the noise was a bit harsh, it did get going. Well done, Copperhammer. Lorien didn't hold back his praise, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. How many vehicles can be delivered in the first batch? Including this prototype, we barely managed to produce 20 units, Copperhammer said, panting heavily. This is already the limit for all the brothers in the workshop, working day and night in shifts. That's enough. Lorien patted Copperhammer's broad shoulder. First, use these 20 vehicles to break open the transportation line between the north and the new territory. Once the roads are clear, the flow of supplies will make up for the consumption of these steel materials. However, after scanning the workshop, Lorien's gaze suddenly locked onto a huge machine covered by a waterproof tarpaulin in the corner. Is that an improved version of the rudimentary steam engine? Lorien raised an eyebrow. Yes, sir. Copperhammer scratched his head and walked over to lift the canvas. Following your drawings, we try to weld that bulky boiler together with several rows of heavy steel rollers. But this thing is too bulky. Apart from crawling forward like a snail on flat ground to flatten the soil, I can't think of any other use for it. Looking up at the primitive, ugly steam roller prototype with exposed steam pipes, Lorien's face revealed a contrasting, arrogant smile. Press down the soil? That's enough, Lorien shouted. I'll give you 3 more days to do the final adjustments. 3 days from now, drive them all to the Southgate Square in the morning. The old era of the North should be completely crushed by these steel behemoths. Yes, my lord. Copperhammer pounded his chest with his fist. by Greywood. I am so happy to witness this day. Chapter 145. The gears are turning. 3 days later, early morning, on the main road outside the south gate of Greywood Town. 3,500 prisoners of war and serfs, temporarily organized, stood densely on both sides of the designated roadbed, wearing brand new winter clothes and holding shovels and stone-crushing hammers. Most of them still had a fear of their unknown fate in their eyes. Some of the prisoners of war who had just been escorted from Huangshanling were whispering among themselves. They thought this unpredictable lord was preparing them to dig a deep trench leading to hell in this frozen wasteland with their bare hands. Gods above, in this kind of weather, even the toughest man could freeze to death in the mud while repairing roads, an old soldier who muttered with a hint of despair as he breathed on his frozen palms. Even though he's been eating, drinking, and dressing well these past few days, it hasn't changed the fact that the weather is cold. However, as the city gates roared and slowly opened to both sides, all the complaints and fears were suddenly stuck in their throats. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A tremor ran through the earth, a solid sensation traveling up to the soles of my feet. The first vehicles to emerge from the city gates were 20 strangely shaped heavy carriages. Each carriage, pulled by 4 northern heavybreds draped in winter blankets, looked imposing and majestic. As the horses struggled to move forward, the wheels rolled on, and the massive gears on the chassis emitted an extremely aggressive metallic clanging sound. Soon, under the horrified and shocked gazes of thousands of people, the huge steel cylinder behind the carriage began to rotate slowly and evenly on its own, as if it were a living thing. What kind of monster is this? Why is it moving on its own? A commotion broke out in the crowd, and some superstitious serfs were so frightened that they dropped their shovels and prepared to kneel down and pray. Under Lorian's cold gaze from the city walls, the Iron Guard overseers immediately reprimanded and maintained order. Before long, the cement mixer truck convoy successfully arrived at the section of road that needed to be paved. With a crisp sound of mechanical latches popping open, gray-black, uniformly textured liquid concrete poured down from the rear outlet of the mixing drum. With very little deviation, it was slowly laid on the gravel roadbed that the prisoners of war had previously leveled. There were no hundreds of people sweating profusely as they shoveled and stirred the soil, no painful cries of agony. After just 20 carriages passed by, a perfectly viscous road stretching several hundred meters long miraculously appeared on the wasteland. But that's not the most shocking part. Wah! A piercing whistle suddenly tore through the sky. Following the cement mixer truck convoy, a colossal machine spewing thick black smoke, resembling a prehistoric beast, slowly drove out of the city gate. It was a road roller driven by a primary steam boiler. It is not pulled by horses, but relies entirely on the steam power generated by burning coal to drive the solid steel roller weighing several tons in front. With hissing exhaust and the groaning of gears, this steel behemoth slowly but irresistibly rolled over the newly paved concrete road. Wherever it passed, the road surface became as smooth and solid as a mirror. The prisoners of war fell completely silent. They stared blankly at the steel monster that was smoking and moving on its own, their psychological defenses crushed by this industrial power that was completely beyond the comprehension of this era. Faced with such immense power, what exactly were we resisting before? The old soldier muttered to himself, his knees buckled, and he knelt down in the snow. It was not a prayer to the gods, but a submission to the absolute power of Greywood Town. On the city wall, Lorian watched the project progress steadily below before finally looking away. The road issue is on track. Now let's talk about the really deadly things. He turned around and walked toward the inner chamber of the city wall fortress. Copperhammer and Sylvie were already waiting there. Without a word, Lorian pulled out the flintlock, single-barreled pistol that had played a crucial role in the assassination but was now nearly unusable from his coat pocket and slammed it heavily on the long table. Copperhammer, the bore of this gun has been slightly deformed. It saved my life, but also exposed the fatal flaw of hand forging. Lorian's eyes became sharper than ever before, as if flames were burning within them. I have personally experienced the terror of a fourth-tier, transcendent being. If they can only rely on luck and hidden weapons, the higher-ups of Greywood territory will eventually die at the hands of high-ranking assassins sent by those nobles. Copperhammer picked up the pistol with a slight nervousness, and carefully examined the hand-rifled grooves inside the barrel in the firelight. His brows furrowed as he said, "My lord, this is not the brother's fault. To hand-carve perfectly symmetrical helical rifling inside a slender steel tube, while ensuring uniform thickness, is an almost impossible task. Therefore, I don't need you to carve it by hand anymore." Lorien placed his hands on the table, leaned forward, and said, word by word, "Since a steam engine can drive a road roller, it can drive a machine tool. I want you to temporarily put aside all the unimportant work at hand. Lead the core craftsman to design a steam-powered deep-hole drilling machine and a wire-drawing machine." Lorien's tone was filled with a frenzied desire to amass an army. Swords and blades can't withstand fourth-tier battle aura, so let's overwhelm them with sheer numbers. I want this thing to stop being a lord's exclusive toy. I want it to become a standard, mass-produced weapon. Within a month, I want to see the first batch of 20 qualified flintlock muskets equipped in the hands of my guards. His words were resounding, like the pronouncement of death. Chapter 146, The Miraculous Pipeline Civilization. Recent. The atmosphere in the newly planned northern residential area of Greywood Town appears somewhat somber. This is a residence built by Lorien specifically for the skilled craftsmen, scholars, and some noble families who relocated from the other 7 territories and submitted to him. Rows of 2-story row houses, built of red bricks and cement, stand in neat rows. It lacks the extravagance of old-fashioned aristocratic manners, but exudes a chilling sense of order. Old Elric stood by the second-floor window, his expression gloomy as he fiddled with the scholar's robe that was already a bit too tight. As a most renowned legal scholar in the Winterlands, he was only politely invited to Greywood Town by the Iron Guards in a carriage yesterday. "Grandfather, it's time for you to wash up. The people from the government office said they'll come at 9 o'clock to verify our family's assets and place of origin." The old man's granddaughter, Lily, peeked out from the bathroom door, her clear voice interrupting his thoughts. "Wash up? What should we use to wash?" "Use that dirty water dredged from frozen wells, mixed with mud and the smell of horse manure." Elric scoffed. His words were full of the arrogance and discontent typical of old-style intellectuals. "That damned Lord Greywood has imprisoned us like livestock in these red cages, and even deprived us of the right to hire servants to carry water. Does he expect us respectable people to line up at the public water well in the square every morning like those peasants?" Although he had to admit that the food provided to them by Greywood Town was very plentiful. Every day, there is a bottle of fresh milk, several large pieces of soft and delicious white bread, and savory smoked meat. However, this drastic change in the details of his life still made the old scholar feel that his dignity had been trampled on. Lily blinked her beautiful big eyes and pointed innocently into the washroom. "But, grandfather, there's no well or bucket here." Elric frowned. With somewhat stiff steps, I entered the small washroom. The interior was arranged in an extremely strange manner. The walls and floors were entirely covered with a smooth, white-sintered ceramic tile, and there was no extra furniture. There is only a large, funnel-shaped, white porcelain basin in the center. Above the large basin, a gray-glowing pipe extends from deep within the wall, its end connected to a strangely shaped brass valve with a cross-shaped handle. "What is this? Some kind of alchemical ornament?" Elric muttered. He stretched out his withered fingers and tentatively grasped the cold brass handle. Following his habit of studying ancient books for many years, he subconsciously turned it to the left. Click! A faint metallic clicking sound rang out from inside the pipe. Immediately following was a muffled, gurgling sound of airflow. Upon seeing this, Elric's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to back away, thinking that he had triggered some kind of vicious trap. However, the expected explosion or poison gas did not occur. Splash. It was accompanied by a crisp sound. A stream of clear, transparent water, without a trace of impurity, gushed out from the cast iron pipe like a white ribbon and landed steadily in the white porcelain basin below, making a cheerful swallowing sound as it flowed through the holes at the bottom. Elric stood frozen in place. His monocle nearly fell into the porcelain basin from shock. This is impossible. The old man trembled as he reached out and carefully touched the stream of water with his fingertips. It was cool and smooth, without the bitter and salty taste characteristic of well water from the north, and without any mud or sand. The water was so clear, It looked just like the first meltwater from the top of the sacred mountain in summer. A miracle. Is this a high-level earth or water magic? No, there's no fluctuation of supernatural power. Elric shook his head frantically. He stared intently at the pipe welded firmly into the brick wall, still trying to explain this absurd phenomenon with his own reason. There's no need for servants to brave the cold wind, to fetch water from a deep well hundreds of meters away, nor is there need to laboriously melt ice with charcoal fire. With just a gentle twist of this small brass plate, clean water will flow out of the wall on its own. Oh, God of light, it's still warm. Lily had somehow joined in, reaching her little hand towards the valve of the other pipe next door, and immediately let out a delighted scream. Due to the massive steam engine cluster in Greywood Town, a huge amount of industrial waste heat is generated every day. Therefore, when Lorien was laying the main pipeline, he also installed a basic artificial heat exchange circulation system under the residential area. Although it couldn't reach the point of boiling water, it was freezing cold in this northern winter. A stream of warm water at around 20 degrees Celsius is enough to make any proud soul instantly kneel before comfort. Elric stared blankly at the ever-flowing warm water, his arrogance and conviction crumbling in an instant. He suddenly understood. Why did the Iron Guard soldiers escorting them look at Winterhold with such disdain, as if they were looking at country bumpkins when they spoke of it on the way here? This is not the tyranny of barbarians at all. The old scholar slowly closed his eyes, his dry lips parted slightly, and he murmured something. This is a new civilization that we have never seen before, a civilization that tramples gods underfoot. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, beneath the central water tower in Greywood Town, Lorien, dressed in a bearskin coat and accompanied by several internal affairs officials, watched as two enormous low-pressure steam pumps emitted a regular thumping sound. These two steel behemoths are working day and night to continuously pump groundwater, filtered through multiple layers of sand and activated carbon filters, into a giant concrete water tank 20 meters high above. Using gravitational potential energy, the lifeblood of civilization is delivered to every corner of this town. It seems the new friends are adapting quickly. As Lorien listened to the official's report on the water consumption of the new residential area, an elegant smile appeared on his lips. Simply feeding and watering the upper classes of these 7 territories is not enough to completely assimilate them. Once they get used to turning on the switch and having warm water available, stepping outside, one finds a smooth cement road, and the convenience of life means that even going to the toilet no longer requires a sanitation worker. Even if they were held at swords, they would never want to return to that dark, damp, and manure-smelling old castle. Chapter 147, The Cold Shoulder from Raging Wave City. Heading south from Greywood Town, the terrain becomes increasingly flat. After a long journey of more than a month, the white snow was finally replaced by the spring rain and greenery unique to the south. The continuous rain fell on the muddy trade route, causing the heavy four-wheeled carriages to creak and groan with every step forward. Serena sat in the spacious carriage, closed the yellowed genealogy book of southern nobles in her hand, and casually tossed it onto the soft cushions. She slightly lifted the curtains, her gaze passing through the misty rain to the vast city standing in the distance under the gray sky. Raging Wave City. It is the largest trade hub at the border between the southern kingdoms and the Empire, and a place of wealth known as the City of Golden Lies. Young miss, we have arrived at the Northgate checkpoint of Raging Wave City. Senior Deacon Marcus rode his horse closer to the carriage window, wiped the rain off his face, and reported in a low voice, "The caravan ahead is very long, and the city gate tax collectors seem to be deliberately making things difficult for outsiders. Should we show the holy donation order from the Cathedral of Holy Light?" Serena narrowed her eyes, a shrewd glint in them, and deftly flipped the Bauhinia pocket watch between her fingers. Not only should it be presented, but the accompanying priest should also stand at the very front. She straightened her deep purple cloak, her tone calm and unwavering. "We are not strangers here to do business. We are ascetics spreading the gospel for the God of Light. Let those greedy tax collectors see what price they have to pay for obstructing God's will." Not long after, the caravan moved slowly forward in the rain until it reached the towering city gate. Several city defense soldiers, wearing rainproof cloaks and carrying short, barbed sticks at their waists, immediately surrounded them, cursing and swearing. "Stop! All of you stop!" The head tax officer was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. His small eyes, clouded by alcohol, greedily swept over the 20 heavy horse-drawn carriages covered with thick waterproof tarpaulins. It looks like you've packed a lot of good stuff. According to the rules of Raging Wave City, all foreign goods must pay a 30% entry tax. In addition, the carriages have damaged our stone road, and each carriage has to pay an extra 5 silver coins for maintenance. This is blatant robbery. Marcus, however, anticipated this and did not get angry at all. Instead, he calmly dismounted, took out a roll of parchment stamped with the church's wax seal from his pocket, and handed it to the tax collector. At the same time, the priest accompanying the caravan, dressed in a white and gold robe, stepped forward at the opportune moment and made the sign of the cross on his chest. May the God of light protect you, lost sheep. The priest's voice was as deep and solemn as ever. We are a fundraising convoy heading south on the orders of the Bishop of Cantrella in the northern diocese to raise funds for the construction of a new cathedral of holy light. These goods are all sacred items used to exchange for the church's foundation stones. Are you sure? You want to charge the gods a 30% entry tax? When the tax official saw the genuine bishop's seal, his eye twitched slightly. The church's influence in the south was equally deep-rooted, and even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to openly exploit the groups displaying the sacred fundraising order. Ahem, it turns out you're the elders from a church. This is a misunderstanding. The tax official chuckled twice, his attitude softening instantly. Only those small eyes continued to dart around the carriage, unwilling to give up. Since these are church supplies, the city entry tax can naturally be waived. However, it is my duty to check your goods list. After all, there have been quite a few smugglers infiltrating Rage-Tide City under various pretexts recently. Marcus smiled and handed over a list of surfaces that had been prepared beforehand. The tax official took the list, glanced at it twice, and the respect on his face vanished, replaced by undisguised sarcasm and disdain. Brass windproof lamps, smokeless black gold, and stainless steel farm tools. The tax official shook his head dramatically, casually tossed the list back to Marcus, and sneered, I thought the Wild North would produce some rare specialties, but it turns out to be this junk. He turned around and loudly mocked the soldiers behind him. Listen, gentlemen, if you had brought these things a few months ago, you might have been able to swindle a few big customers in the inner city's black market. But now, don't even dream about it. The tax official pointed disdainfully at the tarpaulin on the carriage. Now the entire southern market is full of second-hand goods flowing out of the capital, as well as cheap imitations made by alchemy workshops. Those so-called windproof lamps leak oil so badly they could set a person's crotch on fire. And those honeycomb-shaped things produce smoke that's more choking than the cheapest firewood. You think you can sell this stinking garbage to shrewd merchants from Raging Tide City? You're dreaming. These words were spoken. Marcus and the Nightingale Merchant Guild deacons who accompanied him all changed their expressions. Their worst fears came true. The middlemen in the capital city, along with the inferior imitations of Golden Lion Duke, have already eroded the trust of the southern market in these products. Thus, in the minds of Southerners, this has become synonymous with high price and impracticality. Just as the tax official was about to wave them through, watching the caravan run into trouble as if it were a joke, the caravan was about to be stopped in the city. The carriage door was gently pushed open by a hand wearing a black velvet glove. Serena stepped off the carriage calmly, using the foot pedals. She ignored the mud on the ground, and her innate aristocratic air instantly silenced the once noisy city gate. You're right, Your Excellency, the tax official. Those on the market are truly disgusting garbage. Serena parted her red lips slightly, her voice cold and arrogant. But that's because you poor southern barbarians have never seen a real work of art. She turned her head and snapped her fingers at Marcus. Light up. Chapter 148, The Old Fox's Dinner. Spring rain weave a network of water outside the north gate of Nuteo City. Upon receiving the order, Marcus did not hesitate and immediately took a brand new brass windproof lamp from the wooden box in the first carriage. This windproof lamp is noticeably more finely polished than the original product. The overall design is more reasonable and lightweight, making it clear that it is not a low-quality counterfeit. After all, the factories in Greywood Town are constantly being upgraded and iterated, and the workers' skills are constantly being accumulated. Without Lorien deliberately producing new design drawings, the product naturally improved to some extent. Marcus made no complicated attempts to avoid the rain or take any unnecessary actions. He skillfully removed the windproof glass cover, struck a flint, and lit the wick, which had been soaked in special kerosene. Click! The moment the glass cover was fastened again, a steady and bright orange flame bloomed in the dim rain. The light also illuminated the pot-bellied tax official, whose face had been wearing a mocking sneer. When he saw the new windproof lamp that Marcus was holding directly in his hand and deliberately shaking vigorously in the wind and rain, he was struck by its appearance. His pupils suddenly contracted in his small eyes. Because there was no oil leak and the fire was not extinguished by the backflow of cold wind. There was no pungent, eye-irritating black smoke coming out. The seams of the brass lamp fit together perfectly. The highly transparent glass shade refracted the flame's light evenly in all directions, even illuminating the astonished expression on the tax official's face clearly. This is impossible. The tax official took a half-step forward in astonishment, his voice like a rooster with its neck stuck. He had seen the counterfeit products produced by the Duke of the Golden Lion. If the wind picks up even slightly, the flames will leap wildly, wasting fuel and risking explosion. A true beacon of light is a lighthouse that can guide patrols through blizzards in the north. Serena looked at the tax official's naive and unsophisticated expression, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. What you bought at high prices were nothing more than poorly made toys by clumsy thieves in the capital or outdated products discarded by our factory. Without wasting any more words, she turned and climbed back into the carriage, leaving behind only a cold, curt instruction. Marcus, let's go into town and go to the White Gull Tavern we've booked. The wheels began to turn again, and under the stunned gazes of the tax collectors and city guards, the caravan, bearing the name of the church, slowly drove into Rage Wave City. This is just a small appetizer. Serena knew very well that demonstrating quality to a low-level tax official would not shake the already entrenched southern market. What she really wanted to catch were the deep-sea crocodiles that controlled the economic lifeline of Raging Wave City. As expected, less than 3 hours after the caravan checked into the White Gull Tavern, a gold-embossed invitation, exuding a faint scent of ambergris, was respectfully delivered to Serena's room by a male servant dressed in an elegant tailcoat. The owner of the invitation. He is the chief rotating chairman of the Raging Wave City Business Council and a renowned old trading tycoon in the South, Viscount Cavendish. That evening, at the Red Pine Manor in the inner ring of Nuteo City, a snow-white linen tablecloth covers the 10-meter-long oak dining table. The silver candlesticks emitted a soft glow, and the expensive red wine swirled in the crystal glass, revealing its scarlet hue. Serena changed into an exquisite dark gold off-the-shoulder evening gown, which perfectly accentuated her stunning figure and noble temperament. She was calmly slicing a small piece of medium-rare veal on her plate, her movements as elegant as if she were attending a royal banquet. Sitting at the head of the long table was a thin, elderly man with gray hair and sharp eyes. Viscount Cavendish toyed with a lit tobacco in his hand, his gaze sweeping through the swirling smoke as he scrutinized the Bauhinia second miss, who was said to have been stripped of her title. I never expected that the head of the Nightingale Merchant Guild, which is renowned in the aristocratic circles of the capital, would condescend to come to a remote southern water town like ours. Cavendish exhaled a smoke ring. He spoke in a typical southern aristocratic, roundabout, and hypocritical tone. The people at the city gate said that you brought a large number of windproof lamps and new fuels. By the merciful God of light, if it were 2 months ago, I would have swallowed all your goods with the highest level of ceremony. The old Viscount sighed, revealing a very regretful expression. But unfortunately, my dear lady, the market in the South may now be saturated. The Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce recently announced plans to establish a new branch here, coupled with the Golden Lion Duke's clandestine dumping. Even if I were willing to consider the past relationship with the Bauhinia family, I could only symbolically purchase a small portion of your goods at 30% of the market price in the capital. 30%. This isn't even enough to cover the cost of long-distance transportation. This old fox wasn't talking business at all. He was testing Serena's limits. They attempted to take advantage of the chaos and devour the expeditionary caravan, leaving not a single bone behind. Your Excellency, your generosity is truly touching. Serena put down her sterling silver knife and fork, picked up a napkin, and elegantly wiped her mouth. She wasn't angry at the other party's rude attempt to lower the price. Instead, she revealed a bright, aggressive smile. However, I think you may have misunderstood something. She leaned forward slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a dangerous light in the candlelight. I've gone to great lengths to come here from the north, not to sell you those inferior markets that others have already saturated. What I brought is a monopolistic-grade genuine product that can prevent the Golden Eagle Chamber of Commerce branch from opening and turn all of the Golden Lion Duke's imitations into scrap metal. Serena's words struck the restaurant like a hammer blow. The reason why the junk sold from the capital can't be sold in the South is because of its poor quality and high premium. The genuine products I have are not only much cheaper than you imagine, but their craftsmanship is also more than 2 generations ahead of theirs. She stared directly into Cavendish's narrowing eyes, her true intentions revealed. I don't need you to reluctantly acquire it. What I want are the 3 most crucial duty-free warehouses in Raging Wave City, and your access to their distribution channels. In exchange, I will provide you with an exclusive source of goods at a price 10% higher than the purchase price in Beijing. Cavendish's fake smile gradually disappeared. His fingers, which were holding the tobacco, paused slightly. He had initially thought she was a fallen heiress who had to make a living because her family had fallen on hard times. Little did they expect that this was a ferocious lioness with bared fangs, ready to bite off the lifeline of the southern commercial landscape. Chapter 1, 49 Hunter and Prey. The air at both ends of the long table seemed to thicken at that moment. The rich aroma of the red wine couldn't suppress the subtle yet intense tension that permeated the restaurant. Viscount Cavendish forcefully stubbed out the remaining half of his tobacco in the silver ashtray. A hint of displeasure at being offended by a junior flashed across his cloudy yet shrewd eyes, but more so, it revealed a businessman's extreme greed for profit. Genuine products from the original manufacturer priced 10% higher than the wholesale price in Beijing. If what this woman is saying is true, that means that as long as he secures the supply, he can leverage Nuteo City's advantage as a southern hub to directly cut off the lighting and fuel market in the surrounding 3 provinces. The enormous profits involved are enough to drive any nobleman mad. But he is Cavendish. He's a local tyrant who eats people without spitting out the bones. How could he possibly accept the conditions offered by an outsider so easily? Miss Serena, your offer is indeed very tempting. The old Viscount leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped over his stomach, his tone becoming arrogant and forceful. But you seem to have forgotten that this is Raging Wave City, not the capital, much less your remote northern border. Without the seal of the Commerce Council and my approval, your truckloads of genuine goods won't sell for a single penny. They'll just slowly mold in the backyard of the White Gull Tavern. Cavendish leaned forward, revealing an expression of complete confidence. I want the exclusive distribution rights for this batch of goods in the South. Not only that, the price must be reduced by another 30%, and you must still pay the rent for the tax-free warehouse. This is the last bit of mercy I can show you as the landlord. After all, besides me, no one in this city dares to take on such a large-scale deal that would offend the powerful figures of the empire. This is an open threat. They either accepted exploitation or found themselves unable to make a living in the South. If it were an ordinary caravan leader, facing the dual pressure of force and distribution channels from this local tyrant, he would probably be sweating bullets by now, forced to sign humiliating terms. However, Serena remained calm and couldn't help but let out a pleasant, yet mocking, chuckle. She picked up the crystal wine glass in front of her, gently swirling the red liquid inside, watching the wine cling to the glass, as languidly as if discussing tomorrow's weather. Your Excellency, let's be business as it is. I admire your greed, but I recall that the Cavendish family isn't the only dominant force in the commercial landscape of Raging Waves, is it? Serena took a small sip of red wine. His deep gaze pierced through the dining table, like 2 sharp blades aimed straight at the old Viscount's heart. As far as I know, the Sterling shipping family, which controls 30% of the ocean trade in the South, has been trying to extend its reach into the inland goods distribution market for the past few years. It's just that we've been held back by your business council all along. Upon hearing this, Cavendish's face immediately darkened, and a hint of panic finally appeared in his eyes. What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Serena put down her wine glass and leaned back gracefully in her chair. As my carriage entered the north gate of Raging Wave City, I had already sent 200 windproof lanterns and a whole carriage full of smokeless black gold as a gift to the Sterling family's manor. By the way, I've also included a draft cooperation agreement that's exactly the same as the one I just gave you. The old Viscount hurriedly stood up from his chair, his movements so abrupt that he even knocked over the plate beside him. You're playing with fire. You dare threaten me with my mortal enemy? How can this be called a threat? This is called market bidding, my dear Viscount. Serena admired the other's loss of composure, her eyes flashing with the aura of a queen in complete control. Of course you can use the council's power to block me. But before that, the Sterling family would absolutely not mind using this batch of high-profit original goods as a sharp weapon to completely tear apart your defenses in the inland market. Think about it. While your shop is still selling those expensive and leaky junk from the capital, your arch-rival has already stolen all your old customers with high-quality, inexpensive, genuine products. You, Cavendish pointed at Serena, his finger trembling with anger. He never imagined that this seemingly weak woman would not only be incredibly audacious, but also so ruthless in her actions. She wasn't seeking cooperation at all. She was using the long-standing feud and rift between the southern families to force him to back down. Your time is running out, Your Excellency. Serena stood up, smoothed out the wrinkles in her evening gown, and looked down at the southern tycoon. 3 duty-free warehouses, 1 channel pass. The price will be as I just said. If you could deliver the contract to my tavern before midnight tonight, then we'll be the closest of allies. If not, Serena put on black velvet gloves and turned to walk towards the restaurant door. Tomorrow morning, all my goods will be branded with the Sterling family crest and openly dumped in the busiest square of Ragestorm City. Have a pleasant evening, Your Excellency. As the heavy oak doors closed behind her, Serena's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. In the restaurant, only Viscount Cavendish remained, slumped back into his chair in dejection. He stared at the lavish dinner spread across the table, his face ashen. He knew he had lost completely. Faced with an absolute advantage in quality and a perfectly calculated scheme, his proud local bullying tactics were easily shattered by that woman, who tore apart them like a piece of waste paper. The first line of defense has been completely breached by the business queen of the North. Chapter 150, The Undercurrents of the Golden City. The midnight bells. The dull echo reverberated above the clock tower of raging waves, piercing through the incessant spring rain. When Serena's pocket watch was about to reach 12 o'clock, Viscount Cavendish's butler, covered in cold sweat and carrying a contract stamped with a gilded sealing wax seal of the Commercial Council, knocked on Serena's door. As it turns out, faced with absolute interests and a cunning scheme capable of overturning the table, the so-called arrogance of the Southern Giants is as fragile as a piece of parchment that can be torn at a single puncture. Based on this contract, in just 1 week, the caravans of Greywood territory, like a ferocious dragon crossing the river, forcibly tore a large, bloody piece of fat from the trade map of Raging Wave City. The dumping of windproof lights and smokeless black gold swept across the entire distribution network with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, cheap and durable stainless steel farm tools have also captured a portion of the low-end market. Unfortunately, gold coins from the South have never been easy to earn. Here, there is no direct confrontation of swords like in the North, but the air is thick with deadly poison steeped in perfume and red wine. Young miss, these are the items we intercepted this morning from the number 3 duty-free warehouse in the south of the city. Next to the high-end velvet sofa, Marcus placed a small linen bag on the mahogany coffee table. The cloth bag was untied, revealing some gray powder that emitted a pungent odor. It's bone-corroding rat poison, hidden among the haystacks outside the warehouse. If the accompanying Iron Guard scouts hadn't been so vigilant, the toxic fumes released if these things were set on fire would have been enough to suffocate half of the guards inside the warehouse in their sleep. Marcus's voice was low, and his eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. In addition, last night, one of the Chamber of Commerce's accountants was attacked by a drunkard on his way back to the tavern, but fortunately, he only suffered minor injuries. The perpetrator committed suicide by poisoning himself on the spot, and nothing was found out. Serena leaned back on the sofa, holding a cup of black tea from the Southern Islands. She didn't even glance at the rat poison, but simply blew gently to disperse the steam rising from the rim of the cup. That old Fox Cavendish, on the surface, took over our exclusive agency, but behind the scenes he condoned other families whose interests were harmed to harass us maliciously. Serena took a sip of her black tea, her red lips curving into an elegant yet icy smile. This is the survival rule of the Southern aristocracy. They're used to raising a toast with you at a banquet, and then, as you turn to leave, plunging a poisoned dagger into your back. Should we send the Iron Guard brothers to teach those clowns a bloody lesson? Marcus clenched his fist. No, clean up the bodies and strengthen the shifts at the warehouse. As long as they don't use their regular troops, let them play this rat game in the sewers. Serena put down her teacup, her gaze gradually becoming deep and focused. Our current focus is not on getting angry with these idiots. Marcus, has there been any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate with a new undercover agent? Upon hearing this, Marcus's expression turned serious, and he immediately pulled out a sealed parchment scroll from his pocket. It's very difficult, Mississippi. He frowned, his words revealing a rare hesitation. As you know, although dwarves are generally recognized as natural blacksmiths, there are also extremely strict class distinctions and differences in talent within this race. The vast majority of dwarves who ended up in human society were merely miners who were stronger than ordinary people, or crude blacksmiths who could only make ordinary iron pots. Marcus opened the file and pointed to the densely packed investigation records. Those dwarves who truly mastered the forging techniques and could be called masters were respected elders in their tribes and would never be captured by slave traders. We scattered a lot of silver coins in the 3 largest underground slave markets in Rages and the nearest city, and screened nearly 50 dwarf slaves. The result was that they were all inferior laborers who couldn't even read a caliper. The precision machining capabilities required by the Lord are simply beyond their capabilities. Serena frowned slightly. She thought that with her huge cash flow, buying a few skilled craftsmen from the slave market would be a piece of cake. But she underestimated the scarcity of top-notch technical talent. Not a single true master. Or is it that there are masters, but they didn't appear in the iron cages of the slave market? Marcus took a deep breath and turned to the last page of the file. Your keen intuition is as accurate as ever, young lady. Following another lead, we bypassed the slave traders and investigated the private workshops of several top nobles in the south. Finally, we located our target in Tulip territory, 300 miles away from Raging Wave City. Chapter 150. The dwarf craftsman who is not a slave. Tulip collar? Serena sat up straight. He quickly retrieved information about the nobles of the southern kingdoms from his mind. If I remember correctly, that is Count Valerius's territory. An old clan that made its fortune through the spice trade holds a political position in the south that is even half a level higher than the council of Rage-Tide City. It's him. Marcus nodded, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. Young lady, we have found a dwarf family. They are a purebred branch of the mountain dwarves, and there are 4 of them in total. The father's name was Balin Steel Anvil, and he had 2 sons and a daughter. According to our informant who we've bribed within the manor, this old man from Balin was once one of the chief grandmasters in the dwarf tribe responsible for maintaining the ancient runes. Upon hearing the words grandmaster, Serena's eyes lit up instantly. This is absolutely the kind of humanoid precision machine tool that Lorien most desired in his blueprints. What is their current net worth? Serena asked without hesitation. Since it is in Count Valerius's territory, it must be a slave bought by the Count for a lot of money. Prepare a generous gift for me. I intend to personally visit this Count. No matter his asking price, or even if he offers shares in our product in exchange, I will bring these 4 men back to the north. However, Marcus shook his head with a wry smile. That's the trickiest part, young lady. They aren't slaves. Serena paused slightly, a look of surprise appearing on her beautiful face. Not slaves? Then what is their status in the human noble's territory? He is an honored guest, or rather, the Earl's most distinguished advisor. Marcus sighed and reported in detail. Count Valerius is different from the traditional nobles of the south. He studied at the Imperial Academy in his early years and was a very enlightened collector, even one could say an extremely passionate collector of art. 10 years ago, the Balin family was exiled due to power struggles within their tribe. When they were about to starve to death in the southern swamp, Count Valerius took them in. Marcus described the footage sent back by his informant, his tone tinged with a sense of helplessness. The Count did not put iron chains around their necks, nor did he confiscate their forging hammers. On the contrary, the Earl built a separate blacksmith shop specifically for them behind his most luxurious manor. It boasts the finest brewing facilities in the entire South, the richest rye beer, and countless barbecued meats. These four dwarf masters also have absolute personal freedom. They only need to provide the Earl's private guard with some high-quality weapons or make some novel gadgets for the Earl to show off in the salon when they are in a good mood, and they can enjoy a more luxurious treatment than the Baron. After listening to Marcus's report, Serena fell into a long silence. This was indeed far beyond her expectations. If the other party is a slave suffering from oppression, she has 100 ways to get them out using money or force. But the other party was not a slave at all. On the contrary, he was a distinguished guest of a wise and powerful Southern count. They have food, drink, and respect, so why should they abandon the warm Southern manner and go to the harsh northern border to forge iron every day? It is extremely foolish to try to bribe a craftsman who already has everything. Serena stood up, walked to the French windows, looked at the continuous spring rain outside, and murmured to herself. Count Valerius is not short of money, and he would never sell his most prized collection and benefactor for a mere few thousand gold coins. Forced kidnapping is even more unacceptable, as that would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Tulip territory. Although Lorien's military strength is formidable, I absolutely cannot allow Greywood territory to provoke a major enemy before the trade routes are fully established. Young lady, in that case, should we give up on this goal and look for other dwarves? Marcus asked tentatively. Give up. Serena turned around, a fierce, untamed glint in her eyes, the kind of excitement one feels when encountering a top prey. The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary. Every human being has a bargaining chip that they can't refuse. Since gold coins and status can't sway them, we must figure out what these dwarves really care about. Chapter 152, The Opportunity to Poach Talent. Several days later, a strangely shaped metal object was secretly delivered to Serena's room. This was originally intended by Count Valerius for the Southern Noble Art Salon next month. The latest exhibits, meant to be shown off, were secretly borrowed by Marcus from the estate's steward for a few days at great expense. This is a very complex repeating crossbow. Wearing velvet gloves, Serena placed the crossbow on the velvet cloth of the desk, turned on 3 high-brightness windproof lamps, picked up a monocular magnifying glass, and began to examine it carefully. It has to be admitted, the craftsmanship of this piece is breathtakingly perfect. The metal surface of the crossbow body was polished to a mirror-like finish, without a single flaw visible to the naked eye. The internal micro-gear, set responsible for winding, also meshes perfectly. When Serena gently plucked the suspended blade, the sound of the gears turning was as crisp and melodious as a top-notch musical instrument, without the slightest hesitation or dryness. Is this the work of the Dwarven Grandmaster? Marcus stood to the side, looking at the almost artistic mechanical structure, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Such terrifying precision. No wonder the nobles throughout the South are so eager to acquire the Earl's collection. If only we could possess this forging ability. Yes, incredible precision, awe-inspiring craftsmanship. Serena put down the magnifying glass. His tone lacked the fanatical admiration of Marcus. Instead, it carried an undisguised sense of regret and absurdity. But Marcus, take a closer look at its structural design. Do you really think that this expensive hand crossbow, which takes a master craftsman more than half a month to refine, is more lethal than the repeating steel crossbow that our iron guards are mass-produced with? Marcus paused for a moment, then carefully compared the two. Soon, he also realized that something was wrong. Although this dwarven crossbow is exquisitely crafted, its firing principle remains the oldest form of bowstring ricochet. Furthermore, the overly complicated gear assembly, along with the addition of some meaningless gold decorations, resulted in the crossbow's weight being significantly excessive. If these intricate gears were to get stuck in a grain of sand on a muddy battlefield, this work of art would instantly turn into a piece of scrap metal. They have hands given by God, but they have minds belonging to the old era. Serena gently stroked the exquisite patterns on the crossbow with her fingers, a cold smile that seemed to see right through her. The Bahrain family seemed to have a comfortable life during their 10 years in Tulip territory, but in reality, they were trapped in a dead end of thinking. Count Valerius was indeed a good employer, but he was ultimately just a traditional nobleman. The blueprints and requirements he could offer the dwarves were nothing more than sharper swords. more ornate armor, or these exquisite but utterly useless toys? Serena recalled the sketches that belonged to Lorien that she had seen in the workshop in Greywood Town. Those enormous, ugly mechanical monsters that spew black smoke, yet can easily lift thousands of kilograms of steel using steam power. Those metal tubes that use the kinetic energy of gunpowder explosions to instantly propel special steel bullets out of the rifling and tear through the shields of superhumans. Compared to Lorien's epic making, grand vision belonging to industrial civilization. What this dwarf master is doing right now is like sculpting a delicate plastic flower in an extremely cramped mud pit. This is a reduction in dimensionality. It represents a huge gap between the improvement of traditional handicrafts and groundbreaking industrial innovation. Understand. Serena's eyes lit up completely, a sharp gleam that seemed to have found the key to breaking the deadlock. For a true craftsman, the greatest pain is not poverty, but the lack of a divine blueprint worth devoting their life to. In the past decade, Master Barain may have gained wealth and respect, but his skills have remained stagnant. He must have felt extremely empty, and even felt that his talent was being worn away little by these boring, aristocratic toys. She suddenly stood up and braced her hands on the edge of the desk. "Marcus, notify our messenger to use the fastest carrier Eagle line. I'm going to write a secret letter to Lorien and have him immediately send the semi-finished blueprints for the steam engine cylinder and the original broken flintlock pistol to the south." Serena's smile exuded a chilling aura of business dominance. Gold coins cannot buy a dragon, nor can chains hold a lion. But what if I were to throw two mechanical bones that don't belong to this era before this thirsty dwarven master? I want to show him what a real miracle is. I want him to kneel before me, crying and begging me to take him to that holy land where iron spews fire and machines roar. This second young lady hasn't been discovered yet. His current air of boundless pride is so similar to that of his younger brother, Lorien. Chapter 153, The Eye of the Sea That Will Never Be Leaked. Serena was constantly busy while waiting for Lorien to send her the gifts. She traveled eastward from Raging Waves City for several days, and soon she could smell the lingering damp, salty, and fishy odor in the air. This is Whalebone Harbor, one of the busiest natural harbors in the southern countries. Unlike the sophistication and luxury of inland cities, this is a chaotic world made up of rough breakwaters, massive oak masts, and hundreds of taverns that reek of malt liquor. The waves crashed against the moss-covered reefs, producing a dull roar. The dock was densely packed with two-masted and three-masted sailing ships. These sailboats might be considered magnificent by Southerners, but to Serena, who had seen modern industrial blueprints, they appeared cumbersome and reminiscent of medieval backwardness. The hull was made entirely of rough oak planks, with the gaps stuffed with tar-soaked linen to prevent leaks. Instead of steel cannons capable of spitting fire, the sides of the ship were fitted with several heavy torsion ballistae and wooden catapults used to launch burning oil canisters. When faced with even a slightly larger storm, these behemoths, which rely on wind power and rough hemp ropes for control, become as helpless as fallen leaves in a gale. At this time, inside a 3-story stone building less than 200 meters from a dock, Marcus was directing a dozen or so local workers he had hired to hang a brand new sign above the gate. It read in gold-embossed imperial script, "Nightingale Merchant Guild Southern Headquarters. Young miss, the windproof lamps and smokeless black gold from Raging Wave City have all been handed over to Viscount Cavendish's distribution channels." Marcus wiped the sweat from his brow, strode up behind Serena, who was standing on the second-floor terrace, and respectfully handed her a rental agreement. "As you instructed, we spent 20 gold coins to take over this stone building that originally belonged to the fish merchant. This place is right next to the core berth of Whalebone Harbor. Any captain or nobleman entering or leaving the port can see our sign at a glance." Serena faced the cold sea breeze and tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. She turned around, her deep purple velvet cloak fluttering in the wind. "That old man Cavendish must be laughing his head off right now, clutching the profit statement for the windproof lamps," Serena said, picking up a steaming cup of black tea with amusement in her eyes. "Just as you predicted, Mississippi." Marcus couldn't help but chuckle. The old Viscount thinks he's gotten a huge advantage. He's using all his connections to try and sell our windproof lamps to provinces further south. He had no idea that he was just helping us establish the most basic, grassroots distribution network. Then let it be smug for a while longer, Serena said. Although windproof lamps and honeycomb briquettes are highly profitable, the technology is not particularly advanced, and the Southern nobles will eventually develop more suitable alternatives. Those things are destined to serve only as stepping stones for us to gain a foothold in the South. Serena put down her teacup, her expression turning serious, and her voice lowering. But what we have in our hands is different. Marcus, where are the 100 nautical compasses personally supervised by Lorien and made with special magnets and highly transparent glass stored now? They're all locked in the innermost metal safe on the 3rd floor, guarded day and night by 5 Iron Guard brothers. Marcus's expression also became extremely serious. Anyone who approaches that door without your authorization will be killed on the spot. Very good. Serena nodded approvingly. Remember my absolute order. The windproof lamps can be sold to anyone, and they can even have them stamped with their own family crests. A nautical compass alone is absolutely unacceptable. Even if it's just 1 unit, it must be personally delivered to the buyer by someone from our Nightingale Merchant Guild, and the name, route, and captain's name of every ship that uses it must be registered. Marcus frowned in confusion and asked in a low voice, "Young miss, I understand the value of this item. But if we use the channels of those big shipping families in the South to dump our products, like we did with the windproof lamps, wouldn't we be able to earn more gold coins in the shortest amount of time? These fleets in the South now navigate entirely by experienced stargazers and their memory of the currents. In the event of torrential rain and sea fog, 3 out of 10 ships would not survive. This compass is like a second life for them. It is precisely because this is their second life that we cannot hand the reins over to others." Serena slowly walked to the desk. A rough map of the southern seas was slowly unfurled, and I gently ran my finger across it. "Marcus, what do you think these nobles and captains in the South are most afraid of?" Serena raised her head, her eyes gleaming with the wisdom of a top businesswoman. Marcus pondered for a moment and replied, "It's lost Mississippi. This sea area is full of reefs and complex ocean currents. Especially in spring, the fog often lasts for half a month. Once the ship loses its land reference point in the open sea and the stargazer cannot see the stars, the entire ship will run out of fresh water and food in despair and eventually sink to the bottom of the sea. The wealth lost each year due to being lost at sea is enough to buy half of Ragestorm City." "That's right," Serena sneered, pointing to several key ports on the map. "If we sell the compass to the Cavendish or Sterling family, they will become the new masters of the sea. But by then, they could turn on us at any time. If we control this source of goods ourselves, the Nightingale Trading Company will become the beacon of the entire southern shipping industry." She leaned back in her chair, her hands crossed on her knees, exuding an aura of commanding authority. "I want to make those proud captains and greedy nobles understand that whether they can return alive from the storm depends not on the mercy of the gods, nor on the size of their sails. It depends on whether they follow the rules of our Nightingale Merchant Guild. We will use these 100 compasses to weave a web of information and wealth in Whalebone Harbor that no one can escape. Right now, we lack decisive military force in the South, and Lorien's muskets are still on the drawing board. So until the messenger brings back the latest instructions from the north, this stone building is our strongest fortress." Serena picked up her black tea and gazed out the window at the surging sea. "Marcus, go and send out the invitations. Invite the 3 most renowned free captains of Whalebone Harbor, as well as Baron Eric of the Sea Song family. Tell me, the Nightingale Merchant Guild has prepared a miraculous banquet at the Blue Tavern tonight, one that will allow them to completely escape the stargazer's extortion." Chapter 154, The Captain's Questions. The twilight in Whalebone Harbor is always accompanied by a thick, almost melting gray sea fog. By the time night had completely fallen, the thick fog had swallowed the entire dock area. The masts and breakwaters, which were originally clearly visible, turned into eerie black shadows in the fog. The waves crashed against the pier, making an unsettling, slapping sound. This kind of weather is a nightmare for all sailors, meaning that all ships must be tied tightly to their mooring posts and cannot sail. Even if each extra day of delay incurs expensive parking fees, it's better than losing your livelihood and your life. Inside the Blue Tavern, located in the heart of the dock area, a warm and luxurious atmosphere prevails. In the VIP box on the second floor, the oak wood in the fireplace crackled and popped, illuminating the entire room in a warm red glow. On the long table were sizzling lamb legs, spiced smoked fish from the southern islands, and several bottles of expensive dwarf rye brew. However, the guests sitting at the long table clearly didn't have much interest in these delicacies. Baron Eric, are you sure that Miss Bauhinia from the north isn't just making fun of us? The speaker was a burly, middle-aged man with a full beard. He wore a leather vest that reeked of seal oil, and his bare arms were covered with all sorts of gruesome scars. He was Bartholomew, one of the fiercest and most successful free captains in Whalebone Harbor, who commanded 3 two-masted sailing ships capable of long-distance trade. Captain Bartholomew, impetuosity is not a quality a qualified navigator should possess. Sitting to the left of the main seat was a young man with a somewhat pale face, wearing a traditional aristocratic robe that had been washed a little faded. Baron Eric, the current head of the House of Hage. This family once amassed immense wealth in the port through the efforts of 3 generations, is now facing the brink of bankruptcy. Just a few months ago, their family's largest caravan, consisting of 5 oak sailing ships, had departed. On their way to the southern islands, they unfortunately encountered dense fog and disappeared completely into the misty strait. As a result, he lost a huge amount of goods and manpower and incurred huge debts and compensation payments. From this point on, the Hage family fell into ruin. Even though he struggled to keep going, he was on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation. The reason I'm sitting here is because I believe in the vast resources of an imperial ducal family. Baron Eric bitterly raised his glass and took a small sip. Besides, we have nothing left to lose, don't we? If we can't find a way to get out of the way, those damned Venetian moneylenders will take my mansion and the 2 remaining wrecked boats next month. The other 2 free captains also sighed, their faces full of agreement. On this cruel sea, relying on the weather for sustenance comes at a heavy price. Those self-proclaimed stargazers who claim to be able to communicate with the stars not only charge exorbitant fees, but also seem to be sucking the captain dry. Moreover, if there are 2 weeks of continuous overcast skies and dense fog, these charlatans will be just as clueless as ordinary sailors. Just as the atmosphere in the private room was gradually becoming dull, the wooden door to the room was gently pushed open by a servant. Serena changed into a sleek black riding outfit, with a dark purple cloak draped over it, and walked into the private room at a leisurely pace, accompanied by Marcus. Her innate aristocratic demeanor and the powerful aura of a business queen caused the captains, who had been sitting rather rudely, to subconsciously straighten their backs. I apologize for keeping you waiting, gentlemen. Serena walked to the head seat and sat down. Without any further pleasantries, she snapped her fingers at Marcus behind her. Marcus stepped forward and placed a heavy ebony box steadily in the center of the long table. With a crisp click from the clasp, the box was slowly opened. The guest's attention was immediately drawn to it. But after they saw what was inside the box, a subtle silence fell over the private room. It was a brass disc about the size of a palm. The outer shell was polished to a shine, and the inside was lined with a layer of clean white parchment, on which many degrees and symbols that they could not understand were marked in fine black ink. The most crucial part is merely an extremely thin iron needle, one end of which is painted red, which is quietly suspended in the center of the disc. Miss Serena, is this what you meant by a miracle that can replace the astrologer? Captain Bartholomew couldn't help but laugh. He stretched out his thick fingers and pointed to the brass plate, his words filled with disappointment. By the merciful sea god, I admit that this item is exquisitely crafted and would be very suitable for a noblewoman's jewelry box. But are you kidding me? An iron needle? Are we supposed to rely on the temperament of this needle to find the archipelago in a storm? Although Baron Eric did not speak, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He felt that this young lady from the north was ultimately a hothouse flower who didn't understand the cruelty of the sea. Despite the doubts and ridicule from the crowd, Serena was not angry. Instead, her smile grew even brighter. Captain Bartholomew, experience is often the most valuable asset of a good navigator, but sometimes it can also become a cage that blinds you. Serena stood up, extended her gloved fingers, and gently held the brass disc in her palm. Then I turned to look out the window at the thick, milk-like gray sea fog. Right now, the fog outside is so thick that you can't even see a mast 10 meters away. Your stargazer is probably in the church praying to God right now, isn't he? She looked Bartholomew straight in the eye. So, how about we make a bet? Let's take this little gadget with us now, row an ordinary sampan without any markings, and head to the 3-mile deep waters off Whalebone Harbor. If I cannot bring you back intact without an astrologer and without any coastline in sight, I am willing to provide Baron Eric with 1,000 gold coins free of charge and withdraw from Whalebone Harbor forever. This high-stakes gamble caused the air in the entire private room to freeze instantly. Bartholomew's pupils contracted sharply. Going out to sea in such foggy weather, without a lighthouse or stargazer, is almost tantamount to suicide. What gives this woman such confidence? Okay, I'll go with you. Suddenly, Bartholomew slammed his hand on the table, a ruthless and fanatical glint in his eyes. If this iron needle truly possesses such divine power, from now on, my Bartholomew's fleet will follow the Nightingale Merchant Guild's lead. Chapter 155, Absolute Monopoly. Half an hour later, a simple wooden sampan with 2 oars stood under the tense gaze of everyone. It slowly sailed away from the breakwater of Whalebone Harbor and plunged into the cold, gray mist. There were only 4 people sitting on the sampan. Marcus, who was in charge of rowing, Baron Eric, who was struggling to control his fear, Captain Bartholomew, whose face was gloomy, and Serena, who remained calm as still water. There was absolute silence all around, except for the splashing sound of oars cutting through the water. The fog was so thick that after traveling less than 200 meters, the port lights behind us were completely obscured. All around, there was an identical gray curtain with no reference points, no sound, and even the wind direction kept changing. Damn it, is the ocean current here pushing us north or south? Bartholomew gripped the gunwale tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging with tension. As a veteran seaman, he understood the terror of losing one sense of direction better than anyone else. He felt like a blind man who had fallen into an abyss, always on the verge of crashing into unknown reefs or becoming completely lost in the open sea. We had traveled about 2 miles, Miss Serena. Baron Eric shivered violently in the cold wind, his face pale as he looked around. That's enough, let's stop. If we go any further, we really won't be able to get back. Stop, Marcus, Serena said calmly. The wooden boat slowly came to a stop on the water, drifting with the current. Captain Bartholomew, now, please use your mind to determine which direction the port is in. Serena placed the brass compass between the two of them and illuminated its surface with a bright windproof lamp. Bartholomew looked around and closed his eyes. Based on his years of nautical intuition, he pointed to his left rear. If my bones are not deceiving me, the port should be over there, where the sound of the waves is a little more muffled. Yeah. Serena smiled non-committally and pointed to the iron needle in the center of the disc. Under the steady orange light of the windproof lamps, the small pointer, which had been swaying slightly due to the rocking of the boat, adjusted itself after a few subtle movements. The tip, painted bright red, pointed with unwavering determination and without the slightest hesitation at a strange angle slightly to the right of them. That direction was exactly 90 degrees off from where Bartholomew had pointed. This needle is called a pointer. No matter how the ocean currents change, no matter how thick the fog is, even on the day the world is destroyed, its red tip will always point to the great magnetic field in the far north. Serena's words sounded ethereal and magical in the mist. As long as the north direction is determined, then the south, east, and west directions become calculable numbers. According to the compass readings, we only need to point the bow of the ship to the southwest, and we will be able to see the white stone lighthouse in Whalebone Harbor again within 15 minutes. Bartholomew stared at the red iron needle that stubbornly pointed in the same direction despite the swaying of the waves. At that moment, it was as if a level 10 tsunami had swept through his crude mind. As a seasoned veteran who had spent half his life at sea, he was more able than anyone else to immediately grasp the terrifying significance behind this brass disc. With this thing, his fleet could set sail in bad weather, avoiding all the coastal routes occupied by pirates, and directly travel the deep-sea routes that stargazers considered forbidden. His transportation costs can be reduced by half, and his survival rate can be increased to 100%. This is a creation of the gods. No, these are the eyes of a demon. Bartholomew's burly body began to tremble involuntarily. He knelt on the narrow sampan, reaching out to touch the compass with both hands, but then withdrew them as if afraid of blaspheming a deity. He raised his head, and the rudeness and disdain in his eyes when he looked at Serena were gone, replaced by a fear and fanaticism for absolute power and unknown truth. Turn around in the direction of this needle, Bartholomew shouted at the top of his lungs. 15 minutes later, when the light of the white stone lighthouse in Whalebone Harbor pierced through the thick fog and suddenly appeared directly in front of the sampan, Baron Eric, sitting at the stern, finally couldn't hold back and covered his face, sobbing softly. This was not because he had survived a disaster, but because he saw hope for the revival of his family. I've seen it. It's the absolute bargaining chip that can completely crush those powerful southern tycoons and usurers. The sampan docked again, and the group returned to their private room at the White Gull Tavern. The atmosphere completely changed 180 degrees. Bartholomew and two other free captains stood ramrod straight before Serena's desk, like the most loyal guards. Baron Eric, disregarding the dignity of nobility, knelt down on one knee and placed his hand on his left chest. "Miss Serena, name your price." Bartholomew shouted gruffly, his eyes gleaming with the ravenous light of a hungry wolf. 100 gold coins? 200 gold coins. If you are willing to sell me 3 of these navigation compasses, I am willing to donate half of the equity of my flagship Seawolf for the next 3 years to the Nightingale Trading Company free of charge. Me too, young lady. The Hage family is willing to use all the remaining dock warehouses as collateral. Baron Eric shouted urgently. Facing this group of men who wielded immense power in the southern seas, their current frenzied state, Serena elegantly swirled her wine glass, her eyes gleaming with smug triumph. "I've already told you, everyone. This item is not for sale." Serena's words struck them like a thunderbolt, turning their faces deathly pale. But she drew out her words, looking down at them condescendingly. "The Nightingale Merchant Guild can lend the compasses to its most loyal allies through a rental arrangement. The annual rental fee for each compass is only 50 gold coins. However, the chartered ships must prioritize transporting goods from our Greywood territory. Furthermore, all intelligence you gather at the ports along the way regarding changes in the nobility and the prices of goods must be delivered to the Nightingale Merchant Guild's base as soon as possible." Upon hearing these harsh, almost hegemonic conditions, Bartholomew was not angry at all. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because this means they still have chance. "No problem. This condition is reasonable." Bartholomew agreed without hesitation. "Very good." Serena slowly closed the ebony box. "The first seeds have been sown. These 3 most formidable free captains and a down-on-his-luck baron will become the first backbone of the Nightingale Merchant Guild as it takes root along the southern maritime artery. By controlling the absolute monopoly of the nautical compass, she has become, in a sense, the uncrowned queen of this misty sea. This vast and highly profitable maritime network will provide her with a continuous stream of funds and intelligence to help her reach the Tulip territory, make contact with the Dwarven Grandmasters, and scavenge for high-level extraordinary materials. Chapter 156, The Cage of Arrogance. The Reign of the Tulip Collar. It always seems to carry a sweet aroma of expensive spices. Deep within the estate of Count Valerius, inside a private forge, tightly enclosed by towering black stone walls, the scorching heat contrasts sharply with the chill of the outside world, creating 2 distinctly different realms. The enormous bellows, pulled by 2 strong apprentices, emitted a deep, thunderous, panting sound. The dark red furnace fire licked at the pig iron, and sparks exploded like dazzling fireworks in the dimly lit workshop with each rise and fall of the hammer. No. You 2 idiots. You've completely disgraced me." A loud, irritating voice, like a broken gong, rang out amidst the roar of the bellows. Bahrain Steel Anvil. This grandmaster, who once enjoyed a very high reputation among the dwarf tribes, was standing in front of an anvil, furious. His thick, red beard, braided into a thick plate, almost dragged on the ground and was covered in cold dust and sweat. He shoved aside 2 equally burly apprentices, snatched the 80-pound forging hammer, and slammed it down heavily onto a piece of blue-glowing mineral on the anvil. Listen to the sound. Listen to the faint groan before the metal breaks. Are you feeling the temperature with your toes? Balin roared, spittle flying everywhere. What the Earl wants is an armor-piercing spike capable of penetrating the heavy armor of magical beasts. not toothpicks for picking a lady's teeth. Raise the temperature by another 30 degrees. If there's even a 1 millimeter tolerance during quenching, I'll stuff you all into the furnace and burn you as firewood. In a suffocatingly frenzied atmosphere, the heavy iron gate of the workshop was slowly pushed open from the outside. Wearing an inconspicuous gray hooded cloak, Serena, under the cover of Marcus and two heavily bribed manor stewards, silently entered the dwarven temple. She bypassed the mountains of precious ores and the exquisite but impractical cold weapons and landed directly on the old dwarf who was frantically hammering metal. In our tradition, disturbing a master's creative process is something that can be thrown away like slag. Bahrain didn't even turn around. His keen senses, unique to high-level craftsmen, had already detected the presence of a stranger. He put down the forging hammer and turned around. His eyes, hidden beneath thick eyebrows, stared steadily at Serena, as if he might throw the hammer at any moment. Human woman, I don't care how you bribe those stupid guards outside. Count Valerius's rule for me is that no one other than himself is allowed to set foot here. You have 10 seconds to get out of here, or I'll smash your delicate skull with this hammer. Faced with this undisguised threat of death, Serena showed no sign of panic. She lifted her hood, revealing a face that was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded the composure of someone in a high position. In this place filled with sweat, steel, and male hormones, she was like a black datura flower that suddenly bloomed, dangerous and deadly. Master Bailing, I'm standing here at the risk of being beheaded by the Count, not to listen to your blustering threats. I've come to save you. Save your extraordinary talent, which is about to rot and stink completely in this luxurious cage. Save me. Bahrain seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He hoisted the heavy, forging hammer onto his shoulder and burst into unrestrained laughter, causing soot to fall from his beard. A mere human girl dares to discuss talent with a grandmaster of the mountain dwarves? Look around you. Here you'll find the finest charcoal in the entire continent, and thorium mines that even your human kings would covet. The Earl gave me everything. Every weapon I created here is treasured as a family heirloom by those southern nobles. Heirloom? You mean that toy crossbow outside, full of useless gears, that can't even kill a wild boar in leather armor with a single shot? Serena ruthlessly tore away the other party's pretense. Her eyes held a condescending sorrow. Admit it, master. You have everything material here, but you have lost your soul. Your daily work is nothing more than catering to a pretentious aristocrat by creating handicrafts that have no practical industrial value. Your hands should be touching the truths that change the way the world works, but now you can only carve plastic flowers in the mud. These words were like a sharp scalpel, cruelly cutting open the deepest, most hidden ulcer in Bahrain's heart. The old dwarf's laughter stopped abruptly. His rough face flushed red, and the muscles in his shoulders trembled violently. You're asking for it. Bahrain roared and charged forward, brandishing his forging hammer. Marcus was horrified, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. Take a look at this before deciding whether to kill me, master. Serena didn't even blink. He pulled out a heavy wooden box wrapped in layers of waterproof tarpaulin from the inside of his cloak and casually tossed it in front of Bahrain. The clasps on the wooden box popped open, revealing what was inside. It was a roll of parchment covered with dense data, lines, and complex geometric cuts, and a metal tube with a slightly cracked and deformed interior, emitting a strong gunpowder smell. It is the original flintlock single-barreled pistol that Lorien used to kill the fourth-tier assassin. Bahrain's movement abruptly stopped in midair. As a grandmaster who had once come into contact with ancient runic machinery, he was deeply moved the moment he touched that parchment. They were firmly pinned down by that unprecedented, rigorous, and outrageously meticulous mechanical logic. What the hell is this? Bahrain dropped the forging hammer and vigorously rubbed his rough hands on his clothes. Then, as if holding a sacred object, he trembled as he picked up the half-finished blueprint for the steam engine cylinder. This is called a cylinder, an industrial heart that can convert the steam expansion force of boiling water into endless mechanical kinetic energy. Serena leaned forward slightly and whispered in a seductive, devilish tone. The data on the blueprints were derived by my lord through countless precise calculations. As long as you can control the tolerance of the inner wall to within 0.01 millimeters according to this blueprint, it can generate more than the pulling force of 100 warhorses. No magic needed, no superhuman aura needed, just a miracle of steel and physics. Bahrain's eyes widened, his pupils becoming bloodshot. He stared intently at the cross-sectional views, piston structure, and tolerance symbols on the blueprints that he had never seen before. That brain, numbed by a life of luxury for 10 years, was struck as if by lightning and began to work frantically. When he looked at the broken flintlock pistol next to him, he pressed his nose right against it. He greedily inhaled the lingering smell of gunpowder smoke, his fingers tracing the rifling inside the bore. Utilizing the instantaneous explosion in a confined space to push the kinetic energy of a metal projectile to its limit. Damn it. This design is so crude, yet it's incredibly in line with the laws of mechanics. Bahrain muttered to himself. He was completely engrossed in that frenzy of unknown technology. But the workmanship of this thing is too rough. Bahrain suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with the pride and disdain of a top craftsman. He pointed at the deformed barrel of the pistol and shouted, "The blacksmith who made this thing is a complete novice." The alloy's proportions were completely wrong, and the internal stress wasn't released. No wonder it almost exploded after just one shot. And this blueprint, the requirements on it are simply impossible for current human machine tools to meet. It's just a piece of waste paper existing only in our imagination. That's why I came to find you. A smug glint flashed in Serena's eyes. My lord possesses godlike wisdom, but he lacks the divine hand to materialize that wisdom. This thing is worthless paper in the hands of humans, but in the hands of the Grandmaster of the Mountain Dwarves, is it also an impossible fantasy? Bullshit. There's no part in this world that I, Balin Steel Anvil, can't make. Balin seemed to have been greatly insulted. He clutched the blueprints and pistol to his chest, staring at Serena like a hungry wolf guarding its prey. Human woman, you have successfully piqued my interest, but I will never go with you to that damn Northland just because of 2 pieces of paper. These design ideas are too advanced and too absurd. I'm going to build them myself. I will prove with facts whether this lump of iron without magic circuits is a miracle that can change the world or just the delusions of that lord you speak of. No problem. I look forward to your experimental results. Serena had achieved her goal. She gracefully curtsied like a noble woman and put her hood back on. When you see with your own eyes the steam driving the steel, I believe you will understand where your true destiny lies. Chapter 157 Shame. However, the waters in the south were far deeper than Serena had imagined. She underestimated the almost pathological desire of a long-established, powerful earl who had been entrenched in the south for many years to control his own territory and property. On the evening of the 3rd day, after Serena secretly returned to the White Gull Tavern from the dwarf workshop, the once peaceful street was suddenly shattered by a dull yet rhythmic thud of horses' hooves. 200 of the Earl's private army soldiers, clad in heavy armor with tulip emblems, surrounded the White Gull Tavern like a black tide. The merchants and mercenaries who had been chatting loudly inside the tavern were so frightened by the imposing military formation that they fell silent, not daring to even breathe. Bang! Serena's heavy oak door was kicked into pieces by a powerful 3rd-tier battle aura. Marcus and several iron guards immediately drew their weapons and shielded Serena tightly behind them. But faced with the Earl's elite troops, densely packed in the corridor and armed with heavy crossbows, these few long swords seemed so pale and powerless. Surrounded by fully armed soldiers, Count Valerius slowly entered the room. This southern nobleman was not dressed in traditional, ornate attire, but rather in a blood-stained hunting outfit, and even held a horsewhip inlaid with barbs. His well-maintained face, which always wore a refined smile, was now so gloomy it seemed as if it could drip water. The second young lady of the Bauhinia family, Serena. I've heard so much about you. The Count, with a forced smile, sized up Serena, who was being protected in the middle, his eyes revealing a chilling coldness. I believe that the Nightingale Merchant Guild is able to thrive in the South because of its rules and reputation. But I never expected that you would reach into my backyard and try to steal my most valuable retainer with a few tattered blueprints. Your Excellency, I do not understand what you are saying. Serena took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She knew she had been exposed, but still tried to use diplomatic language between nobles, saying, "I simply admire Master Bailing's forging skills and wish to learn from him." Smack! A crisp yet brutal crack of a whip rang out in the room. Count Valerius didn't give Serena a chance to finish speaking. His barbed whip flashed through the air before lashing the cheap coffee table in front of her. The wood was ripped apart, and sawdust flew everywhere. It also left a thin bloodstain on Serena's fair cheek. "Shut up. Stop with your tricks for fooling that idiot Cavendish. You have no right to negotiate with me." The Count stared at her with eyes as sharp as a viper, his words carrying an undeniable air of dominance. "You think you've done it discreetly? The steward of the manor that you bribed had his nails plucked out last night and was thrown into the hound's cage. You are not only stealing my property, you are also trampling on the dignity of the Tulip family. This is not a business rivalry. It is an absolute power struggle. In the southern territories, for a powerful earl, crushing a fallen noble caravan leader who had lost his family's heritage and was only accompanied by a few dozen guards would be as easy as crushing an ant. Take her down. If her men dare to resist, kill them on the spot." The Count coldly issued the order. The soldiers around immediately leveled their crossbows, and the aura of death enveloped the entire room. Cold sweat beaded on Marcus's forehead, but his sword-wielding hand remained steadfast, prepared to risk his life to buy Serena a chance to break through. "Wait!" Serena wiped the blood from her cheek. She knew that at this point, a direct confrontation would only lead to her death. She must demonstrate sufficient value to survive in the jaws of this enraged southern lion. "Your Excellency, if I die in Rage Storm City, you will never receive a follow-up supply of the navigation compass. Moreover, the wrath of Greywood territory is not something you can easily quell in a short time. Are you threatening me?" The Count stopped and turned around, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent. "No, I'm asking for compensation." Serena gritted her teeth, suppressing her humiliation and resentment, and threw out her biggest bargaining chip. "To make up for my offense, I am willing to transfer half of the exclusive right of first refusal to lease or sell the navigation compass to the Tulip family free of charge for the next 5 years throughout the southern countries." Upon hearing the words exclusive rental and sale rights for the nautical compass, Count Valerius's murderous intent finally wavered slightly. The family made their fortune through the overseas spice trade. He was fully aware of the terrifying strategic value and wealth contained within that alchemical miracle that could guide the way around the clock. If the Tulip family could monopolize half of this product, they could undoubtedly swallow up several rival shipping families. The air remained still for a full half-minute. The Count slowly lowered the riding whip in his hand. He didn't agree immediately, but instead looked Serena up and down with an extremely aggressive and insulting gaze. "Half of the priority lease or sale rights. That's certainly a decent compensation." He walked up to Serena, lowered his voice, and spoke coldly in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I can spare your life, and you can continue to trade in the south with your caravan. But listen carefully, woman of the north. The Bahrain family, born as artisans of my Tulip territory, died as withered bones on my estate. If you dare to take another step near that forge or attempt to smuggle them out of the south by any means, I guarantee that the next thing sent back to Greywood Town will be your head, preserved in a salt jar." This was an extremely humiliating treaty signed under duress. Serena simply had no choice. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then nodded with great difficulty. "Understand. The contract will be delivered to your residence tomorrow." The Count snorted coldly and led his arrogant army out of the White Gull Tavern like a receding tide. The room was left in a mess, and Serena was slumped on the sofa, her face as pale as paper. "Young miss, we paid too high a price." Marcus looked at the wood chips scattered on the ground, his voice filled with deep resentment and humiliation. "The priority lease or sale rights for the nautical compass are one of the core sources of profit for Greywood Town in the next few years. The price." Serena opened her eyes. The original humiliation has completely faded away, replaced by a chilling, venomous, and stoic madness. "Marcus, do you really think that Count can keep a group of dwarves who have witnessed the truth locked up forever?" She stood up, walked to the broken window, and gazed in the direction the Count's army had gone, a cold, mocking smile playing on her lips. "The dwarf master's temper is harder than the most stubborn stone in the world. The Earl's arrogance and domineering attitude today will only make him look down on traditional nobles who only know how to use force to oppress others. Once Master Barain has truly built that steam cylinder and witnessed firsthand the roar of industrial power, he will understand that in this world, only Greywood Town, only Lorien's mind, is the holy land he should truly serve. Barain will come to us without us having to poach them. They'll smash down the gates of that forge and travel thousands of miles to find us. Serena clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. As for the things lost today, they're just temporarily stored with him. Once Lorien's muskets are in mass production, I will lead the Iron Guard and take them back from the Tulip family's treasury with interest. I will repay the humiliation I suffered today tenfold another day. Chapter 158, Fresh Blood in the North. Although Serena suffered a huge loss from Count Tulip due to her haste and was forced to sign a humiliating compensation contract, however, the strategic goals of this southern trade route development have been basically achieved. The Nightingale Merchant Guild's distribution channels are like capillaries, deeply rooted in Raging Wave City and major ports. The profits from various products are being transported daily to Greywood Town in the north in the form of truckloads of heavy supplies. However, the big surprise that the dwarven craftsman originally intended to present to Lorien has completely fallen through. This became a thorn in Serena's side. In the final days before leaving the south and preparing to return to the north, this second young lady, who was burning with anger, vented all her enormous cash flow and rage on the underground black market and slave auction houses in the south. Since we can't bring back the dwarves, let's fill Greywood Town with other resources. This was a death order from Serena. So Marcus, along with the Nightingale Merchant Guild, practically turned the underground trading network of Ragetide City and several surrounding cities upside down. The Abyss Black Market. This is a place where sunlight never reaches. The air is filled with a stench of decay and rot, along with the smell of some cheap magic potion. Wearing a silver half-face mask, Serena walked indifferently among the stalls filled with strange items, escorted by 10 fully armed iron guards. Young miss, as instructed by the Lord, we have swept up all the high-level extraordinary materials that could be collected on the market. Marcus, carrying a thick ledger, hurried behind Serena and reported. Deep-sea blue blood silver, fire lizard venom sacks, and 3 whole boxes of shadow grass from the southern swamps. These are all top-quality materials that you absolutely cannot find in the north. With these, Master Ed and his alchemy lab can at least increase the power of that explosive powder by 2 levels. Serena nodded slightly, her mood improving a little as she looked at the rare materials sealed in lead boxes on the cart. Industrial development is inseparable from materials science. No matter how good Lorien's ideas are, without suitable chemical and alchemical materials to support them, it's like a skilled cook trying to make a meal without rice. These specialties from the south are enough to allow Greywood Town to climb another step forward in its technological development. What about slaves? Serena asked, turning to him. He recalled the harrowing assassination attempt Lorien had previously faced. As per your request, we avoided the large but simple-minded orc laborers and focused our efforts on the alien races with extremely keen senses. Marcus pointed to a giant iron cage not far ahead. The cage exuded a strong, wild animal scent. A dozen or so slender, humanoid creatures covered in gray or silver fur. Like a wild beast, it huddled in a corner, its yellowish eyes filled with hostility and fear, warily watching the humans outside. The Rainforest Werewolf Tribe, Marcus introduced. This batch of goods was captured from the rainforest by slave traders. They have no supernatural abilities and are no match for each other on the front lines. However, their sense of smell and hearing are several times better than those of human scouts. With rigorous military training, they become the perfect scouts and sentries. Even a 4th-tier assassin would find it difficult to escape their noses if they tried to conceal their presence. Very good, buy them all. Tell them that as long as they are willing to pledge allegiance to Greywood territory, I can free them from slavery and give them the treatment of commoners. Serena threw out the gold coins without hesitation, knowing that loyalty was built through a combination of kindness and severity. Compared to the whips of slave traders, Lorien's kindness in providing enough food was the best chain to control these alien races. Just as Serena was about to turn and leave, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a smaller gold wire cage next to her. Inside the cage were two petite, demi-human girls with furry ears and huge, fluffy tails. That's a fox spirit on this continent. This kind of demi-human race, with its charming appearance and supple body, is usually the favorite plaything of those perverted nobles in the South. The two fox girls were clearly terrified, trembling and huddled together, their desperate eyes revealing extreme fear of the human world. Young miss, apart from being beautiful, these fox people have no fighting ability and are physically weak. They are not even qualified to operate sewing machines in a textile factory. Marcus followed Serena's gaze and, somewhat puzzled, offered a reminder. Who says they have no value? Serena approached the cage, facing the two fox girls, a shrewd calculation that only women could understand flashed in her eyes. My younger brother always stays in the study, staying up late to handle matters related to the territory. Aside from burly men and incompetent servants, she was surrounded by Sylvie, a stubborn female knight whose mind was always on sword practice. Although the fox people have no fighting ability, their senses are equally sharp. Their intuition for poison, smell, and danger is even stronger than that of werewolves. Most importantly, they're meticulous enough and pleasing to the eye. Serena turned her head and gave instructions to Marcus behind her. Bottom 2. After bringing them back to Greywood Town, subject them to the most rigorous loyalty, indoctrination, and anti-assassination training. Then we sent them to the Lord's mansion and taught them how to make tea, how to organize blueprints, and how to give Lorien a massage to relax him. Marcus was stunned, his expression turning somewhat strange. You mean, to send them to serve the Lord? That's right. Lorien is the absolute core of Greywood territory. His brain is more valuable than 10,000 iron guards. Even though Sylvie is loyal and powerful, she is a knight and doesn't know how to take care of people's daily life. Serena raised her chin as if it were perfectly natural. These two fox girls are ostensibly personal maids, but in reality, they are the last line of defense placed beside Lorien. As long as they do their best to protect my brother, the Bauhinia family will not mind giving them the respect they deserve. I understand, Mississippi. Marcus bowed respectfully and immediately went to complete the handover procedures. Cartloads of precious materials and foreign slaves were loaded into the caravan's wagons. Serena removed her silver mask, letting the southern spring rain fall on her beautiful face. This trip to the south involved life-or-death struggles and humiliating compromises. However, the resources she acquired were enough to unleash a new industrial revolution in Greywood Town. Volume 2. The Miracle City Famous Across the Continent. Chapter 159, The Blank East on the Map. The third spring rain has finally stopped. Lorien stood on the terrace on the third floor of the Lord's mansion, watching the humid air rising from Greywood Town under the sunlight, and felt quite pleased. In the distance, the roofs of a new batch of red brick buildings have been completely covered, and they have been raised another floor. The population of Greywood Town has now exceeded 100,000, and more and denser housing is needed to accommodate the new population. Bar, what's the progress on the paving of the cement road? The old steward opened his parchment notebook and said in a slow voice typical of the elderly, "Reporting to you, sir, the main road is now fully open. Of the dozen or so branch lines, the roadbed leading to Huangshanling has been basically compacted, and it can be poured once the concrete mixer trucks arrive. However, the road to Handongling has to go around the mountain, which involves a lot of work. Then let's build it up to Baihead territory first, using a combination of waterways and land transport." Lorien turned around. The volume of goods from the south will increase in the future, and waterways will become the main transportation routes. However, we should also prepare an additional land route in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Serena was standing by the table, fiddling with something she had just brought back from the south. "Lorien, you always say you want to build roads all over the north. But further north is permafrost, and to the east is that mountain range that no one has ever crossed, so the benefits of building a road there are not high." Lorien walked up to the map. This parchment map is a newly drawn detailed map by the Iron Guard scouts who traveled throughout the north. The south naturally extends deep into the heart of the empire and towards the southern kingdoms. The northern part is marked with polar permafrost, stretching for countless miles. As for the west, a short mountain range was drawn, followed by a thin line representing the coast labeled Storm Sea. In the east, the blank space stretched all the way to the edge of the paper, with only a line of small text in the lower left corner, misty mountains, no man's land. Lorien stretched out his finger and slowly traced the outline of the mountain range to the east. Just how high is this mountain? What lies beyond it? Sylvie stood in the doorway and said earnestly, "My lord, I once heard a bard sing that on the other side of the eastern mountains is the place where the sun rises, where dragons and phoenixes live." However, most of those stories are just for scamming people out of money for drinks, and they don't have much reference value. It's not necessarily all lies, Lorien said thoughtfully. The Empire's official maps never depict the East, which at least indicates that the area is not under the Empire's control, or that there are no rich lands worth conquering. But sometimes, the reason something is worthless is simply because we haven't discovered it. Upon hearing this, Ball frowned slightly. "My lord, do you intend to send people over the mountains? That is a deserted mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles, and even experienced hunters dare not venture deep into it." Before Lorien could answer, Serena spoke first. "I heard some news in the south this time, although it was very fragmented." She put down the toy in her hand. A captain from Dawn Harbor said that when he was young, he sailed around the southern continent with a fleet and saw some people with yellow skin and black hair on the eastern continent. The porcelain they used was thinner than the finest pottery in the Empire, and their swords were engraved with strange characters. He wanted to bring back a few pieces, but the port officials stopped him. The people there seemed to be very xenophobic. They were driven away after a short time and were forbidden from entering the ports in the east. The captain was also very disappointed that no trade was established. Yellow skin, black hair. Lorien's heart skipped a beat. The captain described it vividly, but I just took it as bragging or exaggeration, Serena shrugged. However, he once said something interesting. Those people claim to be from the land of the rising sun, and their names are something like Zhou. Weak. Lorien took a deep breath. Deep in my memory, the outline of that civilization from a past life suddenly became clear at this moment. But he quickly suppressed his emotions, because he knew it could never be his hometown. So he calmly said, "If we can confirm the level of civilization over there, perhaps we can open up a new trade route." Sylvie straightened up. "Should I send a scout team to try and cross the mountain?" "Notarus." Lorien shook his head. "First, have the intelligence department gather all the records about the eastern mountains and ask the old hunter for directions. We don't even know if there's any fresh water or danger on the other side. Sending people rashly would be suicide." At that moment, a commotion arose downstairs. A moment later, a sergeant from the Iron Guard strode upstairs and saluted Lorien. "My lord, the Eastern Border Patrol found several people at the edge of the forest at the foot of the mountain. They were dressed strangely and spoke a language we couldn't understand. The captain didn't dare to take any action on his own and has already brought them back." "How many people? How armed?" Sylvie's hand was already on the hilt of her sword. "2 women and 1 man, all dressed in tattered silk, with no iron weapons, only a few short knives. The man had wounds on his body, as if he had fallen while climbing the mountain. The captain said their faces were different from ordinary people's. They had round faces and yellow skin." The room was silent for 2 seconds. Serena suddenly looked at Lorien, her eyes filled with surprise. What the captain said, Lorien had already taken a step forward. "Take them to the drawing room, but don't frighten them yet. Bring Cecilia over here. Treat the wounded first. Also, issue the order to go to level 2 alert." Sylvie followed closely. "My lord, do you suspect it's armed reconnaissance? They could also be victims of disaster." Lorien continued walking. "But whatever the case, it's always more dignified to open the door wide and welcome them than to peek through a crack in the door." He walked out of the Lord's Mansion gate. Rainwater still lingered on the stone path, and the air smelled of earth and grass. He looked up at the distant mountain range to the east, half hidden beneath the clouds, and a thought popped into his head. It's true. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Chapter 160, Princess Yongin. 3 days ago, the great Zhou dynasty, the 17th year of Yongchang. The capital city, the Zichan Palace. The maid, a Yuan, knelt before Princess Yongin, holding a bowl of thin porridge with barely any rice grains visible. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, "Your Highness, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Please have a sip." Princess Yongin, Li Jinshu, sat on the cold stone steps, gazing at the gray sky outside the palace, and did not accept the bowl of porridge. She is 17 years old this year, and is the youngest daughter of the emperor. 3 months ago, she was a favored princess in the palace, proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But everything changed after news of the Prince of Junbei's rebellion reached the capital. Prime Minister Zhao Chongxian used the pretext of investigating those who colluded with the rebel king to purge the entire court again and again. The empress's relatives, the crown prince's tutor, and several princes who were expected to seize power were successively imprisoned. Princess Yongen's crime was merely that she had personally sewed a sachet for the Prince of Junbei's heir. However, that was 3 years ago at the spring banquet hosted by the queen, where she bestowed upon all the young members of the royal family the usual courtesy. But Zhao Chongxian doesn't need evidence. He only needs a charge. The emperor's illness had reached a critical stage. He didn't even have the strength to get out of bed, and the imperial edicts had long since fallen into Zhao Chongxian's hands. The edict ordering the princess's execution was written and stamped in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Fortunately, the commander of the guards, loyal to the royal family, risked his life to send out the message. A Yuan and 2 other bodyguards led Princess Yongen and escaped through the abandoned waterways of the palace overnight. They did not flee south because Zhao Chongxian's main defensive line was in the south, and going to seek refuge with any vassal king would be like walking into a trap. To the west of the capital city lie the continuous, misty mountain range. Legend has it that the mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, and beyond the snow-covered ridges lies a wild and untamed land untouched by human hands. Turn it over. Princess Yongen only said 3 words at the time. Yuan was terrified. Your Highness, even hunters say they can't get into that mountain. Staying in the Central Plains means certain death. Yongen's voice was unusually calm. Zhao Chongxian will not let go of anyone with the surname Li. As long as one can live, even a desert or a snowfield is better than this beautiful prison. They fled the capital, heading west to evade pursuers, passing through villages and towns, and entering the mountains and forests. The mountain road became increasingly steep, and food became increasingly scarce. On the 3rd night, a landslide swept away the last 2 pack horses. On the 7th day, one of the 2 guards fell to his death while climbing over an ice cliff. Yongen blindfolded him with a scarf, pressed it on his forehead, and then took away his dagger and flint. Your Highness, is it still possible for us to get out? Yuan's face was purple from the cold, and her lips were cracked. Li Jinshu gripped the knife handle tightly, her fingernails already cracked and bleeding, but she didn't stop. Yes. They traveled for another 3 days. The food was completely exhausted, and only half a jug of crushed ice remained in the kettle. As they passed through the last mountain pass, the entire ridge resembled a giant blade, and the wind on both sides made it difficult to stand. At the foot of the mountain lies a vast forest, its tender green leaves shimmering in the afternoon sun. There are trees. The trees are green. Yuan almost cried. It's not frozen ground. Li Jinshu bent over, supporting himself on his knees with his hands, panting heavily. She glanced back at the silvery white mountains behind her, then looked at the unfamiliar land in front of her. News of his father's passing has probably spread, and Zhao Chongxian has likely already taken his place in that chair. But none of that matters anymore. She is still alive. The 3 of them supported each other and slowly descended the gentle slope of the ridge for half a day, finally reaching the edge of the forest at dusk. Just then, a dull thud of hooves came from afar. Pursuers? Yuan grabbed the princess's sleeve in alarm. Li Jinshu drew his short sword and shielded Yuan and the equally exhausted and injured guard behind him. But she knew in her heart that not only were the guards already unsteady on their feet, but she herself was also about to lose her grip on the hilt of her sword. The sound of horses' hooves grew closer, followed by the clanging of armored vehicles. A troop of cavalry emerged from the forest path. These people were wearing armor she had never seen before. Unlike the iron plate armor of the Central Plains, it was made from a single piece of steel plate, polished and gleaming with a cold white luster in sunlight. Their helmets had face shields, they carried crossbows on their horses, and long-handled swords at their waists. The leader reined in his horse and looked down at them. That face was very young, with deep features that people from the Central Plains would never have, and fair skin and sharp eyes. The other person spoke a sentence, short and abrupt, with an odd tone. Li Jinshu couldn't understand a single word. She took a deep breath, opened her arms, and said in the slowest tone of her voice, "I didn't mean any harm." The man tilted his head and whispered a few words to his companion. Then he dismounted and made a follow-along gesture. Li Jinshu hesitated for a moment. The other party showed no intention of disarming or resorting to violence. If the other side wanted to kill her, a dozen horses could easily trample all three of them to death in a single charge. There was no need to pretend to be kind. She sheathed the dagger and nodded. Chapter 161. Li Jinshu is observing. The captain of the Iron Guard's Eastern Border Patrol team is named Aiden. He was originally a hunter in White River Territory and joined the Iron Guard through recruitment 6 months ago. Because of his familiarity with the mountainous terrain, he was assigned to patrol the eastern border. He had never seen such a person before joining the army. His face was round and smooth, and his hair was as black as a raven's feather and straight, unlike the curly hair of the locals. This reminded him of the strange tales told by the merchants coming and going in the Greywood Town Tavern. The natives of the southern islands, the legendary half-snake demon, the indigenous inhabitants across the sea. But these people are alive, flesh and blood, and real. Those 3 prisoners or guests. As we walked with them, apart from the young woman who was slightly calmer, the other 2 were clearly very nervous. A woman was clutching a small cloth bag in her arms. Aiden glanced at it a few times. It looked like a handful of withered grass. After walking for nearly half a day, the outline of Greywood Town came into view at the edge of the horizon. Aiden glanced back at the Asian woman and saw her pupils suddenly contract, not from fear, but from shock. He followed her gaze and didn't find anything particularly special about it. The walls of Greywood Town have been heightened and thickened again. Because the Lord always pursues efficiency, the walls are not as smooth as those of century-old castles, but they are sturdy enough. The tallest building in town is the new cathedral, which is still under construction and scaffolding is still in place, but the outline of its spire is already visible. Black smoke billowed from the chimneys in the factory area, and steamrollers were parked in sheds by the roadside. How about it? Never seen such a nice town before, have you? Aiden said casually, then realized the other person didn't understand and shrugged. The woman suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, as if she were talking to herself. Her maidservant quickly replied in a low voice. Aiden didn't understand, but he didn't care anymore and led the way. Upon entering the town, 2 to 3-story brick buildings lined both sides of the stone-paved road. The ground floor houses shops, including a blacksmith shop, a bakery, a fabric store, and some small workshops that Aiden couldn't name. There were quite a few people on the street, all dressed in coarse cloth or fine linen, with 1 or 2 sheriffs in leather armor walking by occasionally. Spring plowing is not completely over yet, and some farmers are still carrying hoes covered in mud. When those people saw a few Asians, most of them just glanced at them curiously before going back to their own business. Greywood Town has seen too many strange people in the past 2 years. Half-orcs, half-elves, runaway serfs, and spies posing as merchants. Even if a few more yellow-skinned outsiders came, it wouldn't cause a sensation. The woman, however, was observing everything. She noticed glass lampshades every few steps along the walls of the street, resembling some kind of lighting fixture. She saw a tubular device by the roadside. With a gentle twist, clear water flowed out, making her eyes widen in surprise. She saw an old woman with white hair sitting at the doorway, with a wooden board in front of her, on which were neatly arranged several small iron tools and a few scraps of cloth, and next to her a wooden sign with crooked characters written on it. Those characters were neither Chinese nor any of the letters she was familiar with. But she vaguely realized that this represented literacy rates. Even an old woman who sets up a stall on the street can write. This is rare even in the most prosperous towns in the Jiangnan region, let alone in the Central Plains. Her surprise grew stronger. This remote border town far exceeded her wildest imagination. It is clearly far less prosperous, wealthy, and culturally rich than the capital city, yet it has many unexpected features. We're here, get off. Aiden stopped in front of a 3-story stone building and pointed to the gate. Li Jinshu looked up at the flags fluttering on the rooftop. The red background with star patterns looks like some kind of family crest, but it inexplicably looks very grand. She didn't care about anything else, took a deep breath, and stepped through the door. Chapter 162. Foreign Lands and Familiar Sounds. The reception room wasn't large, but it was very clean. The walls were painted light gray, and 2 maps hung on the wall. One map depicts a complete territory that is incomprehensible, while the other is a flat map of Greywood Town. The window faces south, and the afternoon sunlight shines directly onto the table. Lorien sat in the main seat, with Sylvie standing slightly behind and to the side of him. Serena leaned against the window, watching with interest the people being brought in by the soldiers outside the door. 3 people from the east. To be precise, it was 2 women and 1 man. The man was probably a guard. His leg was wrapped in bandages, and he walked with a limp, but he still tried his best to block in front of him. Lorien's gaze was immediately drawn to the young woman in the middle. Although her face was covered in dust and scratches, it couldn't hide her delicate bone structure. It's not the sharp, angular lines of Western designs, but rather a gentle, warm curve. His black hair was a mess from the long journey, with a few strands sticking to his forehead. Only his eyes were extremely calm, bright like 2 obsidian stones. She was wearing an old, dark blue robe with dark gold cloud patterns embroidered along the edges. The cuffs were frayed, and the hem was covered in mud and grass stains, but the texture and craftsmanship of the design were something that ordinary people could not afford. Lorien's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it. He began by saying in the Imperial Common Language, "Welcome to Greywood Territory, guests who have traveled from afar. I'm the lord of this territory, Lorien Balhenia." The woman clearly didn't understand. She frowned slightly, turned to the maid beside her, and whispered something. It was a tone that Lorien knew all too well, but hadn't heard in reality for many years. A subtle, indescribable emotion welled up inside me. He made a decision. He bowed slightly, recalling the tone he used in his past life deep in his memory, and tried to slow down his speech, saying in a somewhat hesitant but clear voice, Are you from the Zhou dynasty?" The air seemed to freeze. The woman suddenly raised her head, her pupils filled with shock, her lips slightly parted, and she remained silent for a long time. Her maid was also stunned, staring at Lorien with her mouth agape. "You," she finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "You? How can you speak the Central Plains dialect?" Lorien himself was somewhat surprised. Surprisingly, the 2 Eastern languages from different worlds have some similarities, and the other party can understand them. Those syllables are like seeds buried in the ground. They sprout at the slightest touch. He thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words. "Many years ago, I met a traveler from the East who taught me some things. I can understand your accent, but some of the words are not the same as what I know. This is obviously a lie, but it's enough to explain it." The woman gave him a deep look, then slowly knelt down and bowed her head in greeting. Her movements were precise and composed, and even in her tattered clothes, she exuded an elegance that only the nobility possessed. "I am Princess Li Jinshu of the Great Zhou dynasty. My father is critically ill, and a powerful minister has usurped the throne. I fled the capital, crossed the mountains in the west, and mistakenly entered your esteemed place. I beg your excellency to take me in. If I have the opportunity to return to my homeland, I will repay you with the utmost generosity." Lorien immediately understood most of it. The princess is in distress and needs help. He stood up, walked to her, and gestured for her to get up. "Get up first. You don't need to kneel to talk to me here." Li Jinshu paused for a moment, then stood up, her expression a mixture of wariness and anticipation. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something she had brought with her and quickly took off the cloth bag and spread it on the table. "This is the only valuable thing I brought from the capital, rice seeds. The best rice variety in central China is the superior variety that I bred after 3 years of trial planting in Huangzhou. As long as it can survive here, it can yield 3 harvests a year, enough to feed 10,000 people." Lorien looked down at the bunch of dry grass ears, the husks slightly bulging beneath, revealing plump grains. In an instant, a storm raged in my heart. Rice. It's rice. He had never seen rice before on this continent of Nolan. The people of Greywood eat rye, oats, potatoes, and beans. If rice could be grown on the territory, the pressure on food production and land utilization would be reduced. Most importantly, he could finally eat rice. "I eat bread with thick soup and meat every day. I can eat it, but I always feel like something is missing." However, Lorien did not rush to reply, but simply nodded. "I will give the rice seeds to the person in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture and ask her to find a suitable place to try planting them first. You can stay here for the next few days. My servants will arrange a guest room and bath water for you. Treat any injuries first, and we can talk after you've eaten." Li Jinshu paused for a moment, then nodded slightly, the wariness in her eyes lessening somewhat. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. A member of the Iron Guard strode into the room and whispered a few words in Sylvie's ear. Sylvie's expression changed, and she turned to look at Lorien. "My lord, an urgent report from the Eastern Border Outpost. About half an hour ago, a group of about 20 armed men crossed the same mountain pass and entered the woodland. They were dressed in a disheveled manner, but were well equipped and looked like they were tracking someone." Although Li Jinshu couldn't understand the Imperial Common Language, he immediately understood when he saw the officer's hurried expression and Sylvie's gaze sweeping over him. She pursed her lips and unconsciously gripped her sleeve. Lorien glanced at her and said calmly, "Let them come after us." Sylvie was taken aback. "My lord, send men to intercept them. If they resist, annihilate them on the spot." Lorien's tone was completely flat. "Leave two alive. I want to question them." After saying that, he turned to Li Jinshu and added in Chinese, "I will help you deal with your pursuers." Li Jinshu slightly widened his eyes, and after a long while, he said softly, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Despite his awkward pronunciation, Lorien understood. He smiled and waved for Sylvie to make the arrangements. That night, a brief battle broke out in the wooded valley east of Greywood Town. The Iron Guard ambushed the pursuers with repeating crossbows and newly made black powder grenades. Even though the pursuers were highly skilled, they were powerless to get close in the face of the dense fire and explosions. Of the 20 men, 16 died, 2 were seriously wounded and captured, and 2 escaped into the mountains under cover of night. When Sylvie reported the numbers to Lorien, Lorien only said 4 words, "Make a note of those 2 faces." He knew that the 2 men would become messengers, bringing the name of Greywood Town back to the Great Zhou dynasty. A grudge has been formed, but an enemy on the other side of the mountain is always better than one who comes knocking on your door right in front of you. He looked out the window at the eastern night sky, where the outlines of the mountains were almost invisible in the darkness. "Your Highness, welcome to the new era." He said something softly in Chinese, then blew out the oil lamp and got into bed. He had a lot to do tomorrow. Trial rice planting, hiring a language teacher for the princess, and planning the drainage system for the new district. Springtime for Greywood Collar has only just begun. Chapter 163 Night in a Foreign Land. Aiden led Li Jinshu and the other 2 to a 2-story brick building. The building is located about 200 steps southeast of the Lord's Mansion, with a smooth cement road in front of it. There are 4 rooms downstairs and 2 more upstairs. The roof is covered with red tiles, and the windows are fitted with transparent glass, reflecting a warm golden light in the setting sun. Aiden pulled an iron key from his waist, handed it to Li Jinshu, and gestured a few times to indicate that this was their residence. Li Jinshu took the key, which felt heavy, nodded slightly in thanks, and pushed open the door to go inside. The room was surprisingly spacious. The ground was rammed mud, not smooth stone slabs or wooden floors, but it was dry and flat, much better than the caves they stayed in when they crossed the mountains. The walls were whitewashed, and a brick fireplace had been built in the corner, with coal and kindling already piled up in the firebox. Ayuan followed behind the princess, carefully looking around, and whispered, "Your Highness, this place is better than any inn we've stayed in since we escaped the capital." Li Jinshu didn't reply. She reached out and touched the wall. It was dry and warm. The heat from a fireplace had already spread along the walls, and the whole room did not have the biting damp chill of a southern spring. The injured guard was named Han Yong, a military officer who came from the palace guards and was in his early 30s. When he encountered wild animals in the mountains, he injured his leg while fighting them, and he persevered the whole way by sheer willpower. He was helped into the room near the door, lay down on the wooden bed covered with thick straw mats, and let out a long breath. Ayuan hurriedly checked Han Yong's injuries. Seeing that the blood seeping through the bandages had turned black, her eyes immediately reddened. "Your Highness, Guard Han's wound has reopened. This journey has been so arduous." Before he could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door. Li Jinshu gestured for Yuan to be quiet, then got up and opened the door. A young woman with long blonde hair stood outside the door, wearing a simple white robe with a small red cross pinned to her collar. A female worker carrying a wooden box followed behind her. "My name is Cecilia, and I am the head of the Greywood Town Medical Center." The blonde woman smiled and uttered the words in a broken Central Plains accent, clearly having learned them on the way. Li Jinshu was slightly taken aback and said, "You can speak the Central Plains dialect? I only learned this one sentence. It was taught to me by the Lord. Cecilia smiled apologetically, then pointed to the wounded in the room and made a healing gesture. Li Jinshu stepped aside to let people through the doorway. Cecilia walked to Han Yong's bedside, glanced at the wound, and frowned slightly. She didn't ask any more questions, but simply stretched out her hand, a soft white light emanating from her palm. Han Yong was clenching his teeth in pain, his forehead covered in cold sweat. When the white light covered his leg injury, he stiffened abruptly, and then his tense body gradually relaxed. He looked down at his legs, a hint of surprise in his eyes. After the white light dissipated, the torn flesh had largely healed, and most of the black bruises had subsided, leaving only a red scar. Even the internal tendons and bones had relaxed. Okay, no bones were broken. It's mainly blood loss and fatigue. You'll recover after a few days of rest. After carefully disinfecting and stitching, Cecilia stood up and patted the dust off her hands. Li Jinshu stood aside, watching carefully, but did not show too much surprise. Cecilia was somewhat surprised, as she had expected these strangers from the other side of the mountain to be shocked by the holy light spell. But Li Jinshu simply nodded calmly and said, "Thank you very much." After Cecilia left, the room was quiet for a while. As Ayuan rebandaged Han Yong, she muttered under her breath, "What that blonde lady used just now seemed to be Taoist talisman water." Her hand glowed as soon as she stretched it out, and her injury was healed. Han Yong leaned against the headboard and said in a low voice, "It's different. Taoist priests need cinnabar, yellow paper, and incantations to draw talismans. This Miss Cecilia has no talismans or magical artifacts. She is simply using some kind of power to heal her wounds. It feels like a Buddhist monk performing a blessing ceremony to heal injuries." Li Jinshu sat in a chair by the fireplace, not participating in the discussion, but quietly observing everything in the room. A little while later, another servant from Greywood Town brought dinner. A large earthenware plate held a thick layer of white bread, next to a bowl of thick broth containing large chunks of potatoes and carrots, and even a few slices of bacon. There was also a pot of warm goat milk. The portion wasn't large, but it was enough for 3 people to share and feel full. Ayuan broke off a piece of bread, dipped it in the broth, took a bite, and her eyes lit up immediately. "Your Highness, it's delicious. This soup has a meaty flavor. It's not just watery broth." Li Jinshu picked up the ceramic bowl and slowly took a sip of soup. The hot broth slid down my throat, the saltiness and meaty aroma melting on my tongue, a simple yet satisfying feeling. She couldn't remember how many days ago it was when she last had hot soup. The 3 of them finished their dinner in silence. Then the servant came over and took away the dishes. Before leaving, he pointed to the iron stove in the corner of the room and made a gesture of adding firewood. Once everything quieted down, Li Jinshu finally had the chance to take a closer look at the room. She noticed a water pipe, slightly thicker than a thumb, standing in the corner, extending from the bottom of the wall towards another room. At the end of the water pipe was a brass faucet, curved like a goose's neck. She had seen this thing on the street that afternoon. Someone twisted it and clear water flowed out. Li Jinshu squatted down, grasped the brass handle, and tentatively turned it upwards. First, there were a few hollow sounds, then the water pipe shook. A stream of clear water gushed from the tap and fell into the basin below, splashing up tiny droplets. The water is warm and clear, without any mud or sand, and without any strange smell. Ayuan ran over and squatted down beside her, taking a handful of water and exclaiming, "Your Highness, this water is clean. It can be drunk without boiling." Li Jinshu tightened the faucet, his gaze towards the iron pipe becoming serious. The capital city has running water, but that was a privilege reserved for the royal palace. It was a bamboo pipe spring-drawing project designed by the chief craftsman of the Ministry of Works in the early days of the Great Zhou dynasty. The spring water was drawn down from the western mountains outside the city and was specially supplied to the inner palace and several princely residences. In this remote border town thousands of miles away, every ordinary household has access to such clean water pipes. What does that mean? This means that there is a larger and more sophisticated underground pipeline network than the palace's water diversion project. This means that when someone was planning this town, they included water supply capacity as one of the most basic needs of people's livelihood. Li Jinshu remained silent for a while. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the street through the glass. As darkness fell, The streetlights along the roadside lit up one by one. They were kerosene lamps with glass shades, their orange light forming a soft band that illuminated the stone-paved road. There were no watchmen ringing gongs, no curfew shouts, and no patrolling soldiers to be seen on the streets. The whole town was quiet, but there was no darkness, no fear. She stood by the window, gazing at the unfamiliar street, and remained silent for a long time. The sound of Yuan's, even breathing, gradually came from behind. The little girl was fast asleep on the straw mat by the fireplace. Li Jinshu turned and walked back to the room, blew out the oil lamp on the table, lay down on the bed made of thick straw mats, and pulled the quilt up to her chin. The bedding was made of coarse linen, washed very clean, and sun-dried, giving it a dry, pleasant smell. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. What kind of person is that Lord Lorien Bauhinia? He can speak the Central Plains dialect. It seems they also understand the value of rice seeds. Furthermore, he casually killed the pursuers sent by Zhao Chongxian, as easily as crushing a few ants. Li Jinshu closed her eyes. On her first night in a foreign land, she slept more soundly than on any night in the past 3 months. Chapter 164 Observations in the Livestock Area. The next morning, Li Jinshu woke up when sunlight streamed into the room through the glass window. She lay in bed for a while, listening to the crowing of roosters downstairs and the faint sound of metal clanging in the distance, before slowly sitting up. I slept very soundly, without nightmares, without waking up suddenly, and with very little turning over, something that hadn't happened in the past 3 months. Yuan was already busy downstairs. The little girl found a coarse cloth apron from somewhere and tied it around her waist. She was squatting in front of the fireplace, poking at the embers. Something was cooking in an iron pot, bubbling and steaming. "Your Highness, you're awake?" Yuan looked up and smiled. The patrol captain named Aiden came by this morning and said that Lord Lorien would like you to go to the livestock area after breakfast. He wants to inspect it there and show you the layout of the territory. He also said that the Lord had already arranged for the rice seeds to be delivered to the agricultural area, so you don't need to worry. Li Jinshu nodded, walked to the tap, turned it on, and filled a handful of cold water to wash her face. The water temperature was a bit lower than last night, but it was still clear and transparent. Breakfast consisted of white bread and a bowl of oatmeal porridge delivered by the servants. Milk and honey were added to the porridge, and drinking it warmed me up completely. Yuan ate with great satisfaction, muttering to herself, "Although this place is remote, the food isn't any worse than what you get in the palace." "Don't talk nonsense." Li Jinshu gently stopped him, her tone not stern. After the meal, Aiden was indeed waiting at the door. He changed into a clean gray-blue military uniform, with a crossbow and a short sword hanging at his waist. When he saw Li Jinshu come out, he made a gesture of, "Please follow me," and turned to walk along the stone-paved road towards the west of the town. Li Jinshu followed behind him, observing as they walked. The streets are already bustling with activity. The breakfast stalls were crowded with people. The blacksmith furnace was burning red, and several orcs were carrying sacks from the direction of the warehouse. Their steps were steady, and their faces showed no signs of fatigue. Everything seemed busy but not chaotic. A sense of order was etched into every crack in the bricks. They walked through a small residential area, and the air gradually filled with the smell of livestock, mixed with the odor of hay and manure. Li Jinshu saw a large area enclosed by wooden fences and earthen walls, which was divided into many enclosures of varying sizes. Chickens and ducks pecked at the grass, pigs rolled in the mud, and several cows were leisurely chewing on hay. It was much larger than she had imagined, with at least dozens of separate enclosures scattered along the terrain. Lorien was standing by the outermost fence, talking to a middle-aged man wearing a coarse linen apron. He held a handful of hay in his hands, listening and nodding, occasionally picking up a few dark, sparse grains to smell. Seeing Li Jinshu approach, he put the hay back and dusted off his hands. "Your Highness, how did you sleep last night?" "You slept very well, Lord Luo." Li Jinshu nodded slightly. "It's very quiet here." "That's good." Lorien smiled and pointed to the fence in front of him. "Since you're here, I'll show you the town's livestock area. Most of our meat is supplied by merchants from outside the area, and farmers from surrounding territories sometimes bring their livestock over to sell. However, that's not stable, so I raised a batch myself." As he spoke, he walked forward, passing chicken coops, duck sheds, and pigsties finally stopping in front of a row of lower pens. Inside, there were dozens of black and white animals, all furry with drooping ears, huddled together eating grass. These are meat rabbits. They reproduce quickly, eat grass, and can be ready for market in 2 months. Unfortunately, there aren't enough of them right now to supply the market on a large scale. As Lorien spoke, he reached into the haystack by the edge of the enclosure, plucked a handful of alfalfa, and threw it in. The rabbits immediately gathered around. Li Jinshu saw that the ground of the enclosure was covered with dry grass. There was a water trough in the corner, and there was a ditch for collecting manure. The whole layout was reasonable and orderly, and it was not just random enclosure. Your farming methods are somewhat different from those of farmers in the Central Plains. Li Jinshu carefully considered his words. In our area, most livestock are raised in individual households, and it's rare for anyone to gather so many animals together in one place. Because free-range livestock are prone to disease, once an epidemic spreads, the entire village's livestock will be lost. Lorien pointed to a small shed next to the chicken coop. That's the quarantine area. Newly purchased or sick livestock have to be kept in quarantine for a few days to make sure they're healthy before they're released into the main flock. Manure should also be collected and processed, composted, and sent to farmland as fertilizer, so as not to waste or pollute water sources. The old man in charge of feeding the animals added a few words from the side. They said that a batch of wild boar piglets arrived last month carrying dysentery. After being quarantined, they were given medicine powder mixed with water and administered it to them. Only 2 of them died, and the rest survived. After listening, Lorien nodded. The mortality rate needs to be kept down. We can't develop vaccines and antibiotics yet, so we can only focus on hygiene and feeding management. You managers, give me the feed consumption statistics for last month. I need to calculate the feed conversion ratio. Li Jinshu listanat karafuli. She couldn't understand some of the words, but she roughly understood how much importance this lord attached to animal husbandry. She thought for a moment, and then said, Lord Luo, there's a method of raising pigs in the Central Plains where they spread dry soil and wood ash in the sty and change it regularly. This helps reduce the chances of the pigs getting sick. I've seen farmers use this method on their estates outside the capital, and it works quite well. Lorien turned to look at Li Jinshu, and instead of answering immediately, he paused for a moment before saying, This method is not complicated. I'll have someone try it in a few pigsties later. Wood ash can indeed absorb moisture and inhibit bacteria. Sometimes old methods are more reliable than new ones. He tossed the hay into the pen. Come on, I'll show you the agricultural area. That's where the main task is today. Li Jinshu followed behind him, a subtle feeling rising in her heart. She had assumed that after hearing her advice, the Lord would ask more questions about breeding experiences in the Central Plains. However, he simply said, I'll give it a try, and then turned to the agricultural area, seemingly not intending to delve deeper into the topic. She quickly followed, determined to find another opportunity to demonstrate her value. The roads in the agricultural areas are much cleaner than those in the livestock areas. The sound of flowing water was constant, and the creaking of wooden planks could be heard as they passed through the sluice gate. Lorien walked slowly, occasionally stopping to bend down and pull out a weed, casually tossing it to the side of the road, his movements as natural as if he had been doing farm work for half his life. I've heard that you people in the Central Plains pay attention to the seasons and the soil and water when farming. Lorien suddenly spoke up, his tone casual. Yes, Li Jinshu replied. Different crops have different sowing times. Sowing too early or too late won't work. We have special agricultural books that record the sowing time for different solar terms. Rice is particularly important because it needs a constant supply of water. The height of the paddy field ridges, the irrigation time, and the frequency of water changes all affect the harvest. After she finished speaking, she deliberately observed Lorien's expression, wanting to know how much he knew about these things. Lorien didn't turn his head, but simply said, oh, seemingly lost in thought. They followed the canal past a large vegetable field, then through a row of waist-high fences, where a wide open space appeared in the distance. Several farm workers were turning over the soil in the open space, and a heavy cart pulled by horses was parked next to them. The cart was filled with a mixture of grass, ash, and manure as fertilizer. In the center of the open space, on a flat patch of ground, were several large wooden basins filled with water, from which a few clumps of green seedlings peeked out. Li Jinshu recognized at a glance. It was the rice seed she had brought. She had just handed it over yesterday, and it had already sprouted today. Just as she was about to speak, a clear female voice came from not far away. Lorian, you've come the perfect time. I've tried this rice seed. Soaking it in water to germinate it is no problem, but you need to take a look at the water temperature control next. The speaker was a silver-haired woman with snow-white skin, slightly pointed ears, and a face so exquisite it looked like a figure from a traditional Chinese painting. She was wearing a light green apron with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms, and she was holding a damp ear of grain in her hand as she walked towards this side. It was the half-elf Elarara. Ella walked closer, her gaze sweeping over Li Jinshu before settling on Lorian's face, a barely perceptible smile in her voice. Is this the Eastern princess you mentioned yesterday? The tone was relatively mild, but Li Jinshu vaguely felt that the gaze lingered on her for a little longer than it did on a stranger. Chapter 165, The Science of Rice. Lorian nodded. Her Highness the Princess came from the Central Plains, crossing the mountains with some superior seeds. Since you are in charge of agriculture, you two should exchange ideas more often. Upon hearing this, Ella glanced at Li Jinshu for a moment before turning to the wooden basins. I've soaked the seeds, and they're absorbing water well. But I've never seen this crop before. I don't know if it's the same thing as what's here. She pointed to a few slender rice seedlings in the paddy field in the distance. We used to grow dryland rice, which didn't need to be soaked in water all day, and the yield was low. Your seeds are fuller and have a pale yellow gloom, which indicates that the variety is superior. However, we still need to understand the soil and water conditions of the place of origin to determine the specific planting method. Li Jinshu's heart stirred slightly. This silver-haired woman spoke logically and clearly, could tell the difference at a glance, and even knew how to compare the plumpness of the grains. She was definitely not an ordinary farmer. She stepped forward, squatted down beside the wooden basin, and gently picked up a slightly swollen rice seed with her fingers. This kind of rice is called Qinghe, and it is the most common variety in the Central Plains and southern China. It needs to grow in paddy fields. From sowing to transplanting, it takes about 30 days, during which the water in the field must be kept at a depth of about 1 finger. Once the seedlings grow to half a foot tall, transplant them into the prepared paddy fields, spacing them about 1 foot apart. After that, gradually increase the water level as they grow, and then lower it after they head. Ella listened attentively, her brows furrowing slightly, as if she were quickly comparing the conditions of the local paddy fields in her mind. After a moment, she said, I think I understand what you mean by the water level change. However, the spring temperature here may be a bit lower than in the Central Plains. If the water temperature is not high enough, the germination speed will be slower, and the seedlings may not grow strong. We can lay a layer of straw mats on the surface of the seedbed for insulation, cover it at night, and uncover it during the day to allow for ventilation. Li Jinshu replied without hesitation. Some villages around the capital also use this method. As long as there is no frost, they can raise the germination rate to over 90%. Ella's eyes lit up for a moment, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she squatted down and poked at the water in the wooden basin, her fingers lingering on the surface for a few seconds, as if she were trying to sense something. After a while, she nodded. The water temperature is okay now, but it might drop at night. I'll have someone prepare straw mats. She stood up, glanced at Li Jinshu, and said, You are indeed very familiar with rice. Lorian stood to the side, never interrupting their conversation. Only then did he speak. Now that you've finished talking, let me tell you about the arrangements. For this trial planting, I plan to use 3 acres of land near the river in the southeast of the agricultural area. The irrigation canal is already completed, and I can have the field ridges reinforced this afternoon. Her Highness will serve as the technical advisor, providing planting methods and management experience, while Ella will be responsible for the specific coordination of farm workers and water and fertilizer management. The two of you will work together, and if there are any problems, you can report directly to Sylvie. Li Jinshu understood the implication. She was a technical advisor, not the person in charge. Her power was limited to providing experience, while the actual execution power was in Ella's hands. A flicker of disappointment crossed her mind, but she didn't show it on her face. She simply nodded and said, Yes, Lord Luo. Ella hummed in agreement, seemingly satisfied with the arrangement. Looking up at Lorian, his next words changed the atmosphere again. Lorian, I have a question. Since this batch of seeds was brought from so far away by Her Highness the Princess, and the quantity is not large, What if I make a mistake in managing it and waste these good seeds? Who will be responsible for that? It's not that I don't trust the princess, but she's new here and probably doesn't have a thorough understanding of the local environment yet. I'm worried that she might not consider everything when giving advice, which could affect the harvest. That's a polite way of putting it, but the meaning is very clear. Li Jinshu also keenly caught that spark. Lorian smiled, as if he had anticipated this question. So the two of you need to work together. Your Highness will provide the experience. You should adjust it according to local conditions. If it grows badly, it's my responsibility. If it grows well, it's the credit of both of you. That's settled. His tone was calm, but brooked no argument. Ella didn't say anything more, just slightly pursed her lips, then turned to look at Li Jinshu. Your Highness, when it's convenient for you later, I'll take you to see the irrigation ditch of those 3 acres, so you can familiarize yourself with the condition of the fields. No problem. Thank you for your trouble. Li Jinshu nodded slightly, her tone calm. But she knew in her heart that this half-elf was somewhat wary of her. It's not hostility, but rather a concern about the allocation of resources within the territory, especially matters related to agriculture. She followed behind Lorian and Ella, walking southeast along the ridge of the field. Farmland began to appear along the way, and many farm workers were working. When they reached an intersection, Lorian stopped and pointed to a flat piece of land ahead. This is it. Beans were planted here last year, so the soil is quite fertile. The irrigation ditch has just been dredged, so there won't be any problem with water supply. Li Jinshu squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and rubbed it between his fingers. The soil was somewhat heavy, slightly damp, and dark in color. It looked quite nice. She walked around the area again to observe the terrain before returning to Lorian. Lord Luo, if this land is to be used to grow rice, the paddy field ridges need to be raised to at least the thickness of a brick. Otherwise, the water depth will not be sufficient, which will affect the growth of the seedlings. In addition, the inlet and outlet should be diagonally offset so that the water flow can facilitate water exchange. If the inlet and outlet are on the same side, the downstream water will be stagnant and prone to pests. After listening, Lorian didn't think for long before saying to the agricultural official next to him, who was recording the notes, "Write it down and revise it according to what Her Highness the Princess said." The swift and decisive reply made Li Jinshu feel a little better. At least, this lord respects opinions on matters of expertise. Ella stood a few steps away, listening to every word of their conversation. Her gaze swept between Lorian and Li Jinshu before finally settling on the stalk of rice in her hand, and she remained silent. For the next hour, the 3 of them stood by the paddy field, discussing irrigation time and the type of base fertilizer. Lorian asked very detailed questions, including how much wood ash to apply per acre, when the first top dressing should be applied after transplanting, and whether the water level should be adjusted regularly as the seedlings grow. Li Jinshu answered each question in detail. Alara occasionally added a sentence or two, mostly referring to the local farmers' and workers' customary practices and suggestions for compromise between the methods of the Central Plains. Through questioning and answering, the two gradually developed a relatively complete plan. As noon approached, Lorian glanced at the sun and patted the dirt off his clothes. That's enough for today. We LL start preparing the fields tomorrow. I'll have Ball sign the work orders for the farm laborers this afternoon and send them to you. After speaking to Ella, he turned to Li Jinshu and said, "Your Highness, if you need anything replenished at your place, just tell Aiden and he will arrange it." Li Jinshu nodded and was about to take his leave. Lorian suddenly added, "By the way, the town's night school will be offering a basic accounting course in a couple of days. If you're interested, you can go and listen. Learning how to do accounting here will make things much easier in the territory." Li Jinshu was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Lord." Chapter 166, Nighttime Conversation with Li Jinshu. Lorian didn't say anything more and turned to walk back the way he came. A silver-haired half-elf walked beside him, the two talking in hushed tones as they went. Li Jinshu stood alone on the edge of the field, watching the figures of 3 or 5 people disappear into the distance, remaining silent for a long time. She could tell that Miss Ella held a very high position in this territory, not only because she was in charge of agriculture, but also because her relationship with Lorian was clearly extraordinary. They addressed the Lord by his first name, strike up conversations casually, and dare to directly question him on matters of expertise. These are all foundations of trust built through long-term cooperation. I only set foot on this land yesterday, and even with good seeds and knowledge, it won't be easy to gain a position here. However, Li Jinshu remembered Lorian's last suggestion, an accounting class at night school. He wasn't just saying it offhand. He felt that she needed to learn to act according to the logic of territory. She turned around and slowly walked back along the same path, mentally calculating what skills she still had that she could use. Besides rice cultivation, she studied the guqin, seven-string zither, and court etiquette for 6 years, had some knowledge of medicine and bookkeeping, and even learned a few short-blade fighting techniques from the Imperial Guards. Perhaps we should start with his specific needs, rather than trying to take over the agricultural land that is already being cultivated. She quickened her pace. Yuan must be getting impatient. Upon returning to his residence, Lorian had a booklet delivered to him, its cover bearing a star-patterned emblem of a gray wooden collar. The booklet was very thin, with only a dozen pages. It contained common units of measurement and currency conversion tables for the gray wood collar, as well as simple multiplication tables. Li Jinshu sat by the window, opened the booklet, and read through it page by page. As the sun began to set, she had already memorized the exchange rate of 100 copper coins for 1 silver coin. She closed the booklet, looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky, and felt a sense of solid financial security. It's not a hollow reputation brought by status, but a foothold earned through one's own abilities. It was evening. Li Jinshu left her residence with the booklet and went to the medical clinic to visit Han Yong, who was recovering from his injuries. The young medical worker, changing her dressing, told her, Han Yong is recovering very quickly. He'll be able to get out of bed and walk around in the next day or two, but he cannot do strenuous exercise, especially running and jumping, for the next 2 weeks. Secretary Li Jin has left and decided to have a Yuan stew some bone broth for him tomorrow to help him recover. On her way back from the clinic, she passed by the square in front of the Lord's manor and saw many people queuing there. Upon closer inspection, it was a makeshift wooden shed cart piled with several large baskets of fresh-dried, salted fish and several bundles of coarse salt, with a sign next to it that read, "Supply per household, limited to 2 jin per household." The officials in charge of distributing the supplies were taking attendance. The lines were neat and orderly, with no noise or queue jumping. Li Jinshu watched silently for a moment and found this supply method quite interesting. Instead of distributing them to everyone for free, they were limited to certain purchases, which controlled the flow of supplies and prevented waste and loopholes. Back at the brick building, Yuan had already prepared dinner. On the table were a few pieces of rye bread, a dish of pickled radishes, and a bowl of hot bean soup. Although simple, the portions were generous. "Your Highness, you've been out all day. Are you tired? Would you like me to boil some hot water for you to soak your feet?" Yuan asked as she ladled out the soup. "No need. I slept well last night and recovered quickly." Li Jinshu took the soup bowl and slowly drank a sip. "Yuan, what did you do in town today?" Yuan's eyes lit up, as if she had been waiting to be asked. "I went to the market." "Your Highness, the market here is very lively. There are vendors selling tools, cloth, dried fruit, and some people are even selling copper kerosene lamps that are exceptionally bright when lit. I saw a small dagger at a stall. The metal sheet was polished to a high shine, and it only cost 15 copper coins. Your Highness, now that we've settled down, shouldn't we buy some household items? We can't keep relying on the Lord's rations." Li Jinshu nodded and took out 2 silver coins from his pocket, placing them on the table. These 2 silver coins were delivered by Aiden this morning. He said they were a resettlement allowance from Lord Luo, and they won't be included in our future wages. Go to the market tomorrow and buy a few daily necessities you need. Be frugal, as you may not have this kind of income every month in the future. That's all I need to hear. Yuan smiled as she put away the silver coins, picked up the bowl, and took a big gulp of soup. After dinner, Li Jinshu leaned back in the chair by the fireplace and continued to flip through the book of measurement conversions by the flickering firelight. She silently memorized the key points while jotting them down on an old piece of silk she had brought with her, preparing to master this new knowledge at her own pace. About an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Yuan ran to open the door and found that the person who came in was Lorian. He was dressed the same as during the day, but he had taken off his coat and was only wearing a gray-brown linen shirt, holding a small earthenware pot in his hand. "Is Her Highness the Princess here?" he asked Yuan. Yuan quickly and respectfully stepped aside from the doorway. Li Jinshu had already stood up, still holding the booklet in her hand. "Lord Luo, please come in." Lorian walked in, glanced around the room, and then placed the earthenware jar he was carrying on the table. I just got this honey from the kitchen. It's freshly harvested this year, and it tastes quite good. I'll have the servants bring you some tea to brew in a few days. He spoke casually, as if chatting with an acquaintance. Li Jinshu thanked him, unaware of his purpose in coming. Lorian sat down in the chair and glanced at the booklet in her hand. Looking at a conversion table? Yes, the currency here is a bit different from that in the Central Plains. I want to memorize it as soon as possible to avoid making mistakes in the accounts later. Li Jinshu answered truthfully. Lorian nodded. It's good to memorize it. But math isn't something you can master just by memorizing. I'll have someone send you an abacus and a workbook later. Just practice along with the class schedule. Li Jinshu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lord Luo, may I ask a question? You're suggesting I go to night school to learn accounting. Do you think I'm not suited for work in agricultural areas? Lorian did not answer immediately upon hearing this. He leaned back in his chair, looked at her calmly for a moment, and then slowly said, It's not that we're not suitable. Your performance in the field today proves that you truly understand rice, and your suggestions were very practical. But the reason I'm having you learn accounting is because the territory doesn't lack people to farm, but it lacks people who can do the math. Do you know how many permanent residents Greywood Town has right now? Li Jinshu shook her head. According to the registered households, the number was slightly over 100,000 at the beginning of this month. With the addition of itinerant vendors and temporarily hired craftsmen, the actual number is probably around 110,000. Lorian spoke in a calm tone, as if he were talking about something ordinary. The daily food consumption, tool wear and tear, salary payments, and tax data of these people all have to be recorded and calculated by the finance department. Currently, the territory has long been short of accountants, and most of them are still transitioning from semi-literate to junior bookkeepers. Frankly speaking, the cost of a decimal point error is much greater than the loss of a reduced yield from an acre of rice paddy. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment. So, I'm not going to take you away from the agricultural area. I hope that after you master the measurement system of Greywood Town, you will participate in the daily accounting management work. Once you get used to this accounting framework, you will be able to get started faster than others, whether you go to the Ministry of Agriculture or other departments. Li Jinshu listened attentively without offering any rebuttal. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then said softly, I understand. Thank you for thinking so far ahead for me. Lorian stood up and patted non-existent dust off his pants. You're welcome. Get some rest. Someone will bring the abacus over first thing tomorrow morning. Also, I've already had Han Yang's medical expenses recorded in the company account, so you don't need to worry about it. After saying that, he waved goodbye, then pushed open the door and walked out. Chapter 167 Night School Learning. After the door closed, a Yuan peeked out from the corner. Your Highness, this lord takes good care of you. Li Jinshu didn't reply. She sat down again and opened the booklet, but her gaze seemed somewhat fixed on the firelight. Lorian's words just now reminded her of a saying her father, the Grand Tutor, often used when commenting on the affairs of the court. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish. The heat is more important than the seasoning. Greywood Town is merely a lord's territory in the northern borderlands, yet he is already governing this land using methods of statecraft. Li Jinshu gently turned a page of the booklet, a thought rising in her mind. On this territory, she might be able to learn something more useful than court etiquette. On the morning of the third day, Li Jinshu was awakened by a knock on the door. A Yuan opened the door and found a young Iron Guard soldier standing outside, holding a brass abacus and a thin booklet in his arms. The Lord sent me to deliver this. The soldier put the item down and left. Li Jinshu picked up the abacus and weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, with an iron and wood frame and a dozen or so round beads strung on copper pillars. It moved with a crisp and smooth sound, clearly a finished product carefully crafted by a craftsman. She moved the abacus beads a couple of times, making a clicking sound similar to the abacus she had seen at the Imperial College when she was a child. The shapes are slightly different, but the principles are the same, and it's not difficult to get started. After breakfast, a Yuan went to the market to buy things, while Li Jinshu took an abacus and new booklets to the night school by the square. There are no classes at night school during the day. However, the person in charge told her that a study room on the second floor was open to the public and could be used as long as one had a resident registration card. She was unfamiliar with the consular registration certificate process. Upon hearing that she was an Eastern guest personally brought by the Lord, The person in charge's assistant gave her a temporary certificate and explained the application process for the official document. Li Jinshu sat in the study room, placed the abacus on the table, and opened the exercise book. The questions in the booklet are very basic, such as, Wang Air has 37 silver coins. He bought 4 shovels and spent 28 of them. How many coins does he have left? Or, a textile factory produced 1,200 feet of coarse cloth in March and sold each foot for 3 copper coins. How many silver coins did it earn in total? Word problems like these are not very difficult. During the practice, she also gained a basic understanding of the 4 arithmetic operations and currency conversion rules of Greywood Town. She spent the entire morning working through the entire workbook. I made 2 mistakes along the way because I wasn't familiar with the conversion between copper and silver coins, but I corrected them quickly. After lunch, she arrived at the classroom on the first floor of the night school at the appointed time. The classroom was already mostly filled with adults, men and women between the ages of 20 and 40, dressed in simple coarse cloth clothes, with a small blackboard and a chalk pen in front of them. The teacher was a bald, overweight man in his 40s who introduced himself as Parker. He claimed to have been Bar's bookkeeping assistant and was now in charge of the basic arithmetic class at the night school. His teaching style is very direct, almost without beating around the bush. He started by writing 3 problems on the blackboard and then explained the calculation process for each problem. If someone falls behind, he will stop and explain it to them individually until everyone understands before moving on to the next point. Li Jinshu sat in the corner and listened quietly to the entire lesson. Most of what Parker talked about was what she had learned on her own that day, but after listening to him explain it, many vague concepts became clear. Especially regarding the decimal part, she had never encountered it before, and it took her 2 listens to understand how the conversion was done. After class, Parker walked up to her, glanced at the abacus in front of her, and said, "You must be the princess from the other side of the mountain. The Lord specifically instructed that you would be attending classes and that you could ask questions anytime if you had any questions. How is your progress in class today?" "I've basically mastered it, but I still need to practice decimal conversions a bit more," Li Jinshu said honestly. Parker nodded. "Tomorrow I'll teach advanced addition and subtraction. If you think it's too basic, you can finish the workbook you have, and I'll give you new questions a day after tomorrow." He patted the thick papers tucked into his waistband. "The Lord instructed that it's all right if you walk a little faster this way. After you finish learning the basics, there are still applied accounting courses waiting for you." Li Jinshu thanked them, packed up his abacus and booklet, and left the night school. As dusk fell, the street lights came on again, casting a long shadow over her. She walked slowly back to her residence along the roadside, silently calculating the amount of information she had gained that day and how to arrange her time going forward. At the entrance to her residence, she saw an unexpected guest, Sylvie. The silver-maned female knight stood on the doorframe, holding an unsharpened wooden stick in her hand. "Good evening, Your Highness." Sylvie spoke slowly and clearly in the Imperial Common Language. "The Lord sent me to ask if you'd like to learn some self-defense techniques. Although this town is usually peaceful, you never know when you might run into a drunkard or a scoundrel. It's always better to know a little self-defense than to lie there and wait for someone to rescue you." Li Jinshu looked at the wooden stick in her hand, paused for a moment, and then gave a slight smile. "Miss Sylvie is willing to teach me. I would be more than happy to do so." She knew that this was both a test and a well-intentioned attempt to co-opt her. On this land, only when you are recognized as one of our own will an instructor step into your doorstep. Sylvie turned the stick around and handed it to Li Jinshu. "I'll be waiting for you at the training ground east of the Lord's mansion tomorrow after dinner. Don't be late. I hate waiting." After saying that, she left without looking back. Li Jinshu held the wooden stick, stroking its smooth surface with his fingertips, and stood under the streetlight for a long time, staring at it. She recalled the night she drew her sword during her escape from the palace, and the despair of being cornered on the edge of a cliff by pursuers. She also recalled what Lorien had said to her in the drawing room. "I will help you deal with the pursuers." She composed herself and pushed open the door to step into the warm room. Yuan had already laid out a thick blanket by the fireplace. Seeing the princess return carrying a wooden stick, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness, what are you doing with that stick?" Li Jinshu placed the wooden stick against the wall and sat down in the chair by the fireplace. "Starting tomorrow, I'm going to learn some new things." The firelight illuminated her face, revealing a pair of eyes even more determined than yesterday. Chapter 168 Lorien's Considerations. Sitting in his office on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, Lorien had several documents spread out in front of him. The top document is the Iron Guard's detailed report on the pursuit battle at the Eastern Mountain Pass. He had just finished reading it for the second time. The report mentioned a detail. The physiques of those 20 pursuers were clearly superior to those of ordinary people. Despite being hit by crossbow bolts, they managed to hold on for several breaths before collapsing. Many of them were even able to wield their swords and break through 7 or 8 steps after being struck by arrows, before finally falling to the ground when 5 crossbow bolts hit their knees and shoulder blades simultaneously. This data is very interesting. Lorien was well aware of the initial velocity and penetrating power of the Greywood Town standard repeating crossbow. An average adult male would be immediately incapacitated if hit in the torso within 20 paces. These pursuers, however, were able to maintain their fighting stance despite being hit by several arrows. If converted to the extraordinary standards he was familiar with, it would be roughly equivalent to the physical strength of a first-tier knight, approaching the edge of the second tier. However, there were no traces of fighting spirit circulating on their bodies. They were simply relying on their flesh and blood to withstand the attack. Lorien put down the report, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. The tea is a local wild mountain tea, bitter with a sweet aftertaste, refreshing and invigorating. Pure physical training, without the aid of battle aura, yet it can achieve an endurance close to that of a second-tier knight, he muttered to himself. The martial art style of the Great Zhou dynasty is indeed not the same as the extraordinary system here. In a previous report by the Iron Guards, he had heard that those pursuers with extraordinary physical abilities would make obvious preparations before battle. Their breathing rhythm would suddenly change, and then their explosive power would increase dramatically in a short period of time, somewhat like the legendary internal energy or blood circulation. If we can figure out the underlying principles, perhaps we can apply them to our own personal guard. Even if it only improves the physical fitness of ordinary soldiers by 30%, it is a decisive advantage on the battlefield. But he quickly shook his head, suppressing the thought for the time being. Now is not the time to delve deeper. Li Jinshu had just arrived, his position was not yet secure, and trust had not been fully established. Asking her directly about her martial arts lineage will only make her more wary. Moreover, he had too many things to deal with, playing on the cement road, the second phase of the Tapwater project, the mass production line for flintlock muskets, and the new formula for the alchemy workshop. Each and every one of them was waiting for his approval. Lorien leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the view outside the window. The streetlights had just come on. He saw Li Jinshu carrying a wooden stick as she walked into the small building that had been assigned to her. Her movements were somewhat weary, but her back was very straight. The princess was more pragmatic than he had imagined. He originally thought that a pampered princess raised in the palace would need at least half a month to adjust her mindset in the face of such a huge change in environment. But the next day, she took the initiative to go to the breeding area, and on the third day, she went to night school. Moreover, she did not show any displeasure in the face of Ella's subtle rejection. Instead, she steadily continued the conversation. This means she has a strong ability to adapt and control her emotions. This is an extremely valuable quality for an exile. A princess who understands farming, knows how to do accounting, and can even learn martial arts from Sylvie is certainly not someone who eats for nothing, Lorien muttered to himself. Just then, Ball walked in carrying a cup of fresh tea. Hearing his words, he said softly, "My lord, you seem to value that Eastern princess quite a bit." "It's not that I valued her that much. It just so happened that she had something that interested me." Lorien took the new tea and pushed the old, cold cup aside. The rice variety is one thing, and her understanding of that land in the East is another. If we can get a clear picture of the situation at Zhou through her, even if we don't go across the mountains to do business in the future, at least we'll have some idea of what's going on. Bar first tidied up the scattered documents in front of Lorien before slowly speaking. She carries the burden of national and personal hatred, so naturally she will not be willing to stay here for long. If you intend to give her an important position, you'll probably have to get rid of some of the thorn in her heart first. I know. Lorien picked up his teacup and blew on the foam. So I know exactly what she wants. She wants to use my power to take revenge and reclaim what she has lost. But this can't be rushed, and I can't possibly throw the troops of Greywood Town into a mountain range of unknown depth just for her grudge against the Great Zhou. Bar nodded and said nothing more. Lorien took a couple of sips of tea, then suddenly brought up another matter. By the way, have you sorted out the items that were taken from those eastern pursuers? Ball pulled a small booklet from his pocket and turned to a page with a bookmark. It's been registered. There are 17 items in total, including several standard scimitars, 2 bundles of arrows, a bronze token, some dry rations, and silver. The inscription on the token has been identified by Her Highness the Princess. It is a pass from the Ministry of War of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The holder has the right to call upon horses and supplies at the post stations along the way. There is also a scroll of silk containing a secret order, the gist of which is you must bring back or eliminate the target. Lorien took the scroll of silk, unfolded it, and read it through. The characters on the silk scroll were written with a brush. The strokes were neat, and the content was much more straightforward than he had imagined. There were no superfluous official documents. The description of the target's physical characteristics and escape route was clearly stated, and a vermilion square seal was affixed at the end. Zhao Chongxian. Lorien read out the 3 words. This prime minister is quite efficient. He even dared to kill a princess, which means the emperor's life is probably nearing its end. He returned the silk scroll to Ball. Find a wooden box to keep it safe. You might need it later. As for that scimitar and token, send them to the workshop and have copper hammers forge a few of them in the same style. I want to see what the forging technology of the Great Zhou Dynasty is like. Yes, sir. Ball nodded and withdrew. The office fell silent again. Lorien sat for a while longer, finishing the last few documents on the table. He approved the funding application for the second phase of the water supply project, signed the construction instructions for the final section of the cement road leading to White River Territory, reviewed the alchemy workshop expansion plan submitted by the Ed brothers, and signed his name at the end of the last document. He put down his quill and rubbed his temples. The workload during this period was more than 7 or 8 times that when he first took over Greywood Town. The management pressure brought about by population growth is very real. Every mouth needs to eat, every road needs to be maintained, and every new immigrant needs to be registered, provided with accommodation and employment. Fortunately, the Political Affairs Committee has begun to operate normally, and middle-level cadres are able to take charge on their own. He doesn't need to personally oversee many routine tasks. He only needs to look at the reports and sign them. However, there are some things that he still has to make the decisions for himself. For example, the issue of mass production of flintlock muskets. Lorien opened the drawer on his left and took out a drawing. The drawing shows the disassembled structure of a flintlock rifle, including the barrel, hammer, spring, and trigger assembly. The dimensions of each part are clearly marked with fine lines. This was the final version that he and Tong Xue revised 6 times before finalizing. The barrel is 1.2 meters long, with a 14mm caliber and a smoothbore design. The lighter uses a modified French flintlock mechanism, ensuring a high firing success rate even in rainy weather. According to Tong Xue's estimate, if the steam-powered deep-hole drilling machine can be put into production smoothly, it can process 3 to 4 qualified gun barrels per day. With the addition of parts such as stocks, triggers, and springs, the first batch of 20 finished products can be delivered in about a month. 20 flintlock muskets, not too many, not too few. If used to arm a small, elite shooting squad, in conjunction with a traditional spear formation, it would be enough to suppress an enemy 3 times their size on the front lines. But Lorien wanted far more than 20. He wanted 500, 1,000, or even enough flintlock pistols that every adult male subject could use skillfully. Only by popularizing firearms to the militia level can Greywood Town truly become impregnable and unafraid of any military threat from external forces. To achieve that goal, it's not enough for Copperhammer to lead a group of blacksmiths in hammering and tinkering. He needed standardized production lines, a stable supply of gunpowder, a large, safe, and well-hidden arsenal, and a sufficient number of skilled gunsmiths. Ultimately, it comes down to people and time. Lorien put the blueprints back in the drawer, a hint of emotion in his voice. The road ahead is long. We'll take it one step at a time. As for the princess of the Great Zhou and the pursuers who came from the mountains, there were just a few additional sights on the long journey. It can neither stop him nor make him stop. Chapter 169, Interrogation and the Mountain Expedition. The interrogation room in the Lord's mansion was dimly lit. Lorien sat behind a simple wooden table, his gaze fixed on the 2 men opposite him who were chained to chairs. Their clothes were tattered, and their bodies were wrapped in bandages, with faint traces of blood visible through the bandages. These are the two prisoners who survived the pursuit. The Iron Guards stunned them with a shockwave of black powder grenades and brought them back to Greywood Town. Both of them had typical East Asian features, with yellowish skin and chapped lips. One of them was a bit older, around 40 years old, with an old scar near his eye. The other one was younger, in his 20s, with a hint of stubbornness still lingering in his eyes. They had been captured for 3 or 4 days, during which time they had only been fed water and a little rye porridge, and their strength was almost completely exhausted. The interrogator was a lieutenant in the Iron Guard who was in charge of intelligence. His name was Hans, and he was very experienced. He made initial attempts to communicate using halting gestures and a few simple Chinese words, but progress was slow. "My lord," they still refused to speak. The older one can speak a few words of common, but he pretends not to understand, Hans reported in a low voice, standing next to Lorien. Lorien did not answer, but took something out of his pocket and placed it on the table. It was the bronze token found on the pursuers, engraved with the emblem of the Ministry of War of the Great Zhou dynasty. He pushed the token to the center of the table, where it gleamed dimly in the yellow light. The older prisoner's pupils contracted slightly when he saw the token. Lorien caught this detail. He leaned back in his chair and spoke slowly in Chinese, his tone steady. "Zhao Chongxian sent you, didn't he?" The older prisoner suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. He opened his chapped lips and squeezed out a few words in a hoarse voice. You can speak the Central Plains language?" "A little." Lorien didn't explain further, but continued to ask, "Is your mission to take the princess back, or to resolve the matter on the spot?" The older prisoner fell silent, lowered his eyes, and said nothing more. But the young prisoner raised his head, stared at Lorien, and suddenly shouted, "You killed our men. You'll regret this." Lorien glanced at him, but didn't get angry. He just said calmly, "You've come all this way to hunt down an unarmed woman, and you think you're in the right?" He stood up, dusted off his trousers, and said, "I will not interrogate you anymore. Keep you alive. When Zhao Chongxian's envoy comes over the mountain one day, you'll have someone alive to take back a message." After he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the interrogation room. Hans quickly caught up from behind and asked in a low voice, "Sir, don't you need to ask for more details?" "No need," Lorien said as he went up the stairs. "We know enough. They are a pursuit team directly under the Ministry of War. Zhao Chongxian's priority is to silence the princess, and bringing her back is secondary. As for the internal situation of the Great Zhou, an ordinary pursuer can only know so much. The truly valuable information is in the hands of Li Jinshu." As I stepped out of the stairwell, sunlight streamed onto the hallway floor. He narrowed his eyes, turned to Hans, and said, "Don't mistreat those two prisoners, and don't let them go. Give them 2 meals a day, and it doesn't matter if they're locked up forever. They might come in handy later." Hans nodded in agreement and turned to make the arrangements. Lorien returned to his office on the 2nd floor, where Sylvie was already waiting with a list in her hand. Upon seeing Lorien enter, he immediately handed over the list. "Lord Lorien, as you instructed, I have selected 5 suitable candidates from the old hunters in town, all of whom are veterans with more than 20 years of experience in the mountains and forests. In addition, the Iron Guard also selected 10 soldiers who are skilled in mountain warfare. The captain is Aiden, the one who brought the princess back last time." Lorien took the list, glanced at it, and nodded. "Have them assemble in the courtyard of the Lord's manor first thing tomorrow morning. I want to personally give them instructions." Sylvie nodded and then took out a piece of parchment from her bosom, on which was drawn a rough topographical map. "This is a route map hand-drawn by Captain Aiden based on his experience in the mountains, marking water sources and several places where camping can be set up. He said that it takes about 3 days to walk from the mountain pass, and you'll pass through a scree slope. After the scree slope, there is a relatively flat highland, but he has not explored beyond that highland." Lorien spread the map on the table and looked at it for a while. The map was rudimentary, with crooked lines. Several key landmarks are clearly drawn: mountain passes, streams, scree slopes, highlands, and a large blank area marked with question marks. He traced an arc along the stream with his finger. "Tell Aiden first that this time he doesn't need to cross the mountains. Just bring enough food and tools, and within 10 days, figure out this blank area on the map. The key information to record is changes in altitude, distribution of water sources along the way, flat terrain suitable for establishing a base, and whether there are any threatening wild animals or monsters." Sylvie took a note, then looked up and added, "There's one more thing, sir. The 2 fox maids that Miss Serena brought back from the south have been settled in." Miss Serena said that after a month of adaptation and instruction on the road, they can understand basic everyday language and are able to handle some simple tasks. She asked you when would be a convenient time to meet with them. Chapter 172, Fox Maids. Lorien rubbed his temples, only then remembering that Serena had indeed mentioned this. He hadn't had time to deal with the 2 fox spirits he brought back from the south. "Tonight," he said, "have them come to my place after dinner." Sylvie nodded and left the office. Lorien sat back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the view outside the window. The mountains to the east, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, had a bluish-green outline, with the snow on their peaks faintly visible. Before long, the first exploratory team will step into that unknown wilderness. He leaned back in his chair, picked up the half-cold teacup, and took a sip. The bitter taste melted on his tongue, which made him feel more alert. The road ahead is long, but we must take it one step at a time. The next morning, a row of people stood in the courtyard of the Lord's Manor. 5 hunters stood on the left, all over 40 years old, with dark, rough skin and hands covered in calluses and scars. Their equipment was simple: hunting bow, short knife, water bottle, and a rolled-up animal skin blanket, with small leather bags containing flint and steel and salt hanging from their waists. 10 Iron Guard soldiers stood on the right, dressed in gray-blue uniforms, with crossbows and short swords hanging at their waists and bundled backpacks on their backs. Aiden, the team leader, stood at the very front, his back ramrod straight. Lorien walked out of the Lord's Manor gate, holding a map in his hand. He stopped on the steps, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and then spoke in a loud voice. "The main task of this trip into the mountains is to scout ahead, not to fight." He walked up to the hunters, spread out the map, and pointed to the marked streamline. When traveling along this waterway, keep a few key points in mind. First, which section of the valley has gentle terrain suitable for camping? Second, where the reliable water sources and game? Third, are there any mountain passes that offer shelter from strong winds or avalanches? He turned to Aiden. "Your Iron Guard is responsible for recording the route and ensuring safety. Mark your location on the map every half day. Leave a mark at any fork in the road so that the following teams can easily identify it." Aiden nodded vigorously. "Understood, sir." Lorien closed the map and handed it to Aiden. 10 days is the limit. No matter where you advance, you must turn back on the 10th day. If you run out of food, retreat first. The safety of personnel comes first. He then looked at the 5 hunters. "You've lived in the mountains for half your lives, and you know the temperament of the mountains better than anyone else. If you encounter strange weather or signs of wild animals, listen to your judgment. The mission this time is not to conquer that mountain range, but to show those who come after us the way." The oldest hunter nodded. "Don't worry, my lord. I've been crossing mountains for over a decade. I know exactly which route to take in which season." Lorien patted him on the shoulder. "When you return, each of you will be rewarded with 10 silver coins, plus a bag of flour and 2 strips of salted meat. If there are any additional discoveries, you will be rewarded according to your contributions." A few excited responses rang out from the crowd. 10 silver coins were equivalent to 2 or 3 months' income for these hunters. The group quickly packed their belongings and, led by Aiden, set off along the road east of town. Lorien stood at the gate of the courtyard, watching their figures gradually disappear around the street corner, before turning around and walking back to the Lord's Manor. Sylvie followed behind him and whispered, "My lord, Miss Serena sent a message last night. The taming of those werewolves is progressing better than expected. They can basically understand simple commands now." Lorien nodded. "We'll talk about the werewolves later. Go and make arrangements to clean up the empty room next to my study for those 2 fox maids. It's inconvenient for them to live too far away if they need someone to take care of them personally." Sylvie bowed slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "My lady, regarding their treatment, shall they be treated the same as ordinary maids, or—" "According to the standards for Imperial Guards, food and lodging provided, a monthly allowance of 50 copper coins, and 2 sets of spare clothes. They were sent back by Serena. Although they are slaves, they don't need to live in shackles with me," Lorien said casually, but his tone left no room for negotiation. Sylvie nodded in agreement and quickly went to make the arrangements. Lorien walked into the office, sat back in his chair, and tapped his fingers twice on the desk. He reached into the drawer and pulled out the flintlock musket barrel trial report that Tong Chue had delivered the night before. The report is very detailed. Yesterday, I used the modified steam-powered drilling machine to test machine an iron rod, and the drilling depth and roundness met the requirements. However, the drill bit wore out due to excessive temperature halfway through the process, resulting in slight unevenness in the pipe wall in the latter half. At the end of the report, Copper Hammer provided a solution. Use a cast iron base to reduce vibration and add a thin water pipe to the drill rod for cooling. It is expected that the improvement will reduce the processing time of a single gun barrel to less than 5 hours. After reading the report, Lorian took a quill from the pen holder, signed, agreed with the improvement plan, and the required materials will be allocated with priority at the end of the report, and then placed it on top of a stack of documents to be processed. He had just put down his pen when he heard Sylvie's footsteps outside the door. "My lord, the two fox girls have arrived and are waiting in the living room. Would you like to see them now?" Lorian stood up and stretched his wrists. "Let's go. Don't keep them waiting too long." He walked down the corridor toward the living room. As he passed through the archway, he saw two figures sitting on a bench. One is large and the other is small. Both have long, light brown hair, a pair of fluffy ears standing upright on their heads, and equally fluffy tails hanging down behind them. They were wearing the same coarse cloth skirts, which were very clean and obviously new clothes that they had just changed into recently. Hearing footsteps, the two of them simultaneously raised their heads, revealing a pair of amber eyes. Lorian stopped in front of them, his gaze calmly sweeping across their faces. He spoke calmly and deliberately. "Working here, the rules are very simple. No stealing, no robbing, no betrayal. If you do well, you'll be rewarded. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, just come to me or Sylvie, understand?" The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously lowered their heads and replied in unison in heavily accented comment, "Understood, master." Lorian shook his head. "You don't need to call me master here. Just call me lord or lord." The slightly taller fox spirit looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in her amber eyes, but she still changed her words and said, "Yes, sir." Lorian said no more and waved his hand. He gestured for Sylvie to show them around the accommodations and work area, then turned and went back to his office. After closing the door, he sat down in the chair and muttered to himself, "The little fox girl is indeed quite pretty." Then he put those distracting thoughts aside and picked up the improvement plan again. Chapter 171, Ling and Tang. The two fox spirits are named Ling and Tang. Ling is the older sister, in her early 20s, with dark fur and a tuft of white fur at the tip of her tail. She has a calm and steady personality and is very meticulous in her work. On the first day, they cleaned Lorian's bedroom and study spotlessly, even wiping the cracks in the windowsill with a damp cloth. She learned the common language relatively quickly. Although her pronunciation was still quite stiff, she could understand most of the basic daily conversations. Tang is the younger sister, who looks only 17 or 18 years old. Her fur is lighter in color, and her ears are more pointed than her older sister's. She has a lively personality, always has a smile on her lips, and her tail wags gently when she walks. It's only the first day. Out of curiosity, she reached out and fiddled with the brass balance on the desk, knocking a set of small weights to the floor. She hurriedly squatted down to pick it up, her ears flattened, looking just like a little cat that had done something wrong. When Lorian pushed open the door, he happened to see this scene. Ling was bending down to help her younger sister pick up the weights when she saw Lorian come in. She quickly straightened up, her face full of apology. "Sir, my sister doesn't know any rules and has messed up your things. I'll have her stand in the corner to reflect on her actions in a little while. No need to make such a fuss." Lorian walked to the table, picked up the remaining 2 weights, and put them into the wooden box. These little things are meant to be used anyway. They're not some precious treasures that can't be touched. However, he glanced at Tang. "Next time you want to touch something, ask first." Tang nodded vigorously, her ears twitching as she spoke. "Yes, sir, I understand." Lorian sat down in a chair, opened the file in front of him, and casually asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Ling paused for a moment, seemingly not expecting the Lord's first question to be this. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "I've already eaten the bread and pickled radishes that Butler Ball sent." "Can you get used to the food?" Lorian asked without looking up. "It's something we're used to, and it's much better than what we ate in the South before," Ling replied earnestly. Lorian hummed in agreement and didn't ask any further questions. He quickly glanced at the list of ingredients in front of him, then signed and stamped it at the end. After a week in Greywood Town, the two fox girls' lives gradually settled down. Belle was in charge of taking care of Lorian's daily life. Every morning before he gets out of bed, I prepare hot water, fold his clothes, and organize the documents and stationery in his study. She was very meticulous in her work, and even after noticing that Lorian habitually placed his quill pen on the right side of the pen holder instead of the left, she would always put it back in its original place after tidying up. Tang was responsible for running errands and delivering tea. She was quick on her feet and had a good memory. Lorian had asked her to deliver documents to the workshop and the medical clinic twice, and she found the right place both times without getting lost. The only thing that bothered her was that the street layout of Greywood Town was constantly changing. What is now an empty lot may be scaffolded up in a few days, and new houses will be built. Every time she goes out, she stands at the intersection for a while to figure out the direction before she takes a step. Once, Lorian was writing in his study when he heard a slight knocking sound outside the door. He pushed open the door and saw Tang squatting in the corridor rubbing her knees, with a teapot and two overturned cups lying next to her, water spilled all over the floor. "Did you fall while walking?" Lorian walked over and bent down to pick up the teapot. Tang blushed and whispered, I ran too fast and I couldn't stop when I turned. I crashed into the wall." Lorian looked at her knee. The fabric of her pants was slightly torn, but there was no bleeding. He placed the teapot on the shelf next to him. "There's no need to rush when running errands. Spilling tea will only delay your drink by a few minutes at most. But if you hurt your knee, you'll be unable to walk for several days." Tang raised her head, blinked her amber eyes, and said softly, "I will be more careful in the future, adults." Lorian didn't say anything more, turned around, and went back into the house. After a while, he came out with a small jar of ointment and handed it to her. "Apply this, and it will be fine tomorrow." Tang took the ointment and whispered, "Thank you, sir." The tip of her tail twitched, as if expressing some subtle emotion. She stood up, patted the water stains off her skirt, and then limped back to the kitchen. Ling, who was standing not far away, saw this scene, but did not say anything. She just smiled slightly. Days passed by like this. Lorian gradually got used to the two light figures that had appeared in the room. They walk almost silently, are efficient in their work, and rarely ask questions they shouldn't. Serena's month-long training on the road was clearly very effective. The two fox girls thoroughly implemented the principle of don't ask about things that shouldn't be asked about your master's affairs. One evening, Lorian returned from the workshop and entered the study to find that the documents on the table had been tidied up. The several drawings that were originally scattered in different places were rearranged according to date and pressed neatly with a paperweight. All the quills in the pen holder were replaced with sharpened new ones, and the old quills were put into a small basket and placed on the side of the table. He turned to look at Ling, who was standing in the corner wiping the windowsill, and asked, "Did you tidy this up?" Ling stopped what she was doing, turned around and nodded. "I see that adults use a lot of pens every day. The old ones can still be used after sharpening, so I put them aside. In case we run out of new pens one day, they could be used instead." Lorian didn't say much, just nodded and sat back down in his chair. After a long while, he whispered, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Ling's cheeks flushed slightly. The tip of her tail curled gently, and then she continued to wipe the windowsill. Although they hadn't been living in the Lord's manor for long, the two fox girls had already clearly sensed something. The lord of this town is completely different from the nobles in the south. Looking into their eyes, there was no disdain like one would show to a commodity, nor the cold indifference of treating them as playthings. These days are pretty good. But when will the matter of serving Lady Serena in bed begin? On the other side, as a normal man, Lorian would naturally not reject two attractive women taking care of him. However, he has recently discovered that fox spirits seem to have a natural allure to the opposite sex. Even though he was quite certain that the two maids were not deliberately seducing him, he still felt his heart race from time to time. Interesting. I'll just treat it as a special kind of test of willpower, Lorian murmured to himself. If one day I really can't hold back anymore, then I'll just do it directly. It's no big deal. Chapter 172 News of the Wolf Pack. The team that went into the mountains to explore the route returned on the 9th day. It was one day earlier than the agreed 10-day deadline. After receiving the sentry's report, Lorian put down his work and went directly to the reception room on the first floor of the Lord's mansion. When he arrived, Aiden was standing in the hall drinking water, his face still covered in dust and a tear in his sleeve. 3 of the 5 hunters returned with the supplies, while the other 2 remained at a small outpost in the mountains to guard them. Lorien sat down opposite him, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "How's the situation in the mountains?" Aiden put down his water glass and wiped his mouth. "Sir, the stream forks at about the 4th day of the journey. To the left was a narrower valley, and to the right was a slightly higher plateau. We chose the plateau to continue because it offered a wider view and made us less likely to be ambushed." He spread out a newly drawn map on the table, which was much more detailed than the one he had drawn before he set off. He pointed to several locations marked on the map with his finger. "Go in from the mountain pass. The 1st and 2nd days are easy to walk on. The hillside is covered with old pine trees, and the ground is covered with a thick layer of pine needles, so it's quite stable to walk on. Starting from the 3rd day, the slope became steeper and the rocks were exposed. In some places, we had to climb using both our hands and feet. On the 3rd day of our journey, we found a small flat area suitable for camping. It was next to a stream, sheltered from the wind, and the ground was flat." Lorien studied the map carefully and nodded. "Go on." After crossing a ridge on the 4th day, the view suddenly opened up. The terrace was covered with wild grass and low shrubs, and occasionally you could see traces of wild sheep. We marked the edge of the terrace by erecting a pine pole with a shaved top and a red ribbon tied to it, so that it could be seen from a distance. Aiden paused for a moment, then added, "In addition, we found traces of a pack of wolves on the northern edge of the plateau." Lorien's eyebrows twitched slightly. "How many?" "It's hard to say. There are many footprints, large and small mixed together. I roughly estimate there are at least 20. The footprints are larger than those of ordinary gray wolves, so they are probably not from an ordinary wolf pack." As Aiden spoke, he gestured with his hand. "I showed that paw print to the old hunter. He said it looked like the paw print of a first-tier magical beast, a mountain gray wolf, but these wolves rarely appear in packs. The sudden appearance of a pack of more than 20 wolves indicates either an abundance of prey in the area or the presence of a strong alpha wolf." Lorien leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers lightly on his knees. "Wolf pack. A pack of more than 20 mountain gray wolves. In the past, he might have seen this as a threat that needed to be dealt with. With so many large predators entrenched along the newly opened route, conflicts with passing hunters, merchants, and road construction teams are inevitable sooner or later. But things are different now. He has werewolves who can communicate with the wolf pack." He was silent for a moment, then looked up and asked, "How far is the range of those wolves from the plateau you discovered?" Aiden thought for a moment and replied, "About half a day's journey. They didn't approach us on their own, probably because there were many of us and we had a campfire. But their activity was clearly concentrated in that area, so they probably used that plateau as their hunting ground. All right, this mission has been successfully completed. You all go and rest or recharge." Lorien stood up and patted Aiden on the shoulder. "Go to the logistics department tomorrow to collect your bounties, and each of you will get an extra 3 days off." Aiden grinned, bowed, and withdrew. Lorien returned to his office, sat for a while, and then had someone call over the instructor in charge of werewolf taming. The instructor was a retired veteran named Reno, who was in his 50s. The werewolves that Serena brought back were trained by him. When he walked into the office, he still carried a faint smell of animal sheds. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Reno stood ramrod straight, his tone carrying the casualness of a veteran. Lorien gestured for him to sit down, and then briefly recounted the news Aiden had brought back. Renault's eyes lit up after hearing this. Mountain gray wolves, living in packs of 20 or more. He repeated the keywords, then stroked the stubble on his chin. "Sir, this is a rare opportunity. The biggest difference between werewolves and ordinary humans is that they can establish initial communication with the wolf pack through scent and specific calls. If we can lure those wolves over and have the werewolves come forward to communicate, it might be possible to recruit them." "How risky is it to incorporate them?" Lorien asked. "It mainly depends on the Wolf King's temperament," Renault replied frankly. "If the Wolf King is willing to accept the werewolves as superiors among their kind, the process of incorporation will be very quick, possibly taking only a few days. But if the Wolf King rejects outsiders or even attacks them, then there are only 2 options. Either kill the Wolf King and replace it with a more obedient one, or abandon the wolf pack in that area and find another target." Lorien was silent for a moment, then asked, "How tamed are those werewolves now?" I can understand about 70 to 80% of the basic instructions, and there are no major problems in executing them. However, sending them out to carry out missions alone now is probably still a bit premature. Reno paused, then added, if you intend to try to incorporate the wolf pack, I can take them into the mountains to give a shot. We don't need too many people, 3 or 4 werewolves, plus me to keep watch. That's enough. Lorien tapped the table and finally made a decision. Make preparations. We'll depart in 3 days. Your mission is to locate the core area of the mountain gray wolves' activity and assess the Wolf King's attitude. It would be best if you could accept it, but if not, return it. Don't fight it out. Bring enough dry food and medicine. Renaud stood up and nodded vigorously. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. After Renaud left, Lorien sat alone in his office for a while, his gaze falling on the distant, undulating mountain ridges outside the window. Wolf riders. Once this idea takes root, it's very difficult to eradicate. If all goes well, in a few months. Greywood Town may possess a unique force never before seen in the entire empire. A light cavalry force ridden by intelligent beings on magical beast mounts. He looked away, picked up the pen on the table, and wrote a line in the planner. 3rd batch of infrastructure budget, reserved for the construction cost of the Wolf Rider training enclosure. After finishing writing, he closed the notebook, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Take it one step at a time. There's still a long way to go. Chapter 173, Transportation Bottlenecks. Lorien was in his study in the Lord's Manor, flipping through this week's government reports. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, keeping the chill of the early summer night outside the glass window. Old Butler Barr stood to the side, holding another stack of parchment in his hands. The population count has exceeded 110,000, sir. Ball cleared his throat. The main cement road has been extended to Han Dongling, and the new road in Baihatown has also been opened. However, the logistics department has reported a problem. What's the problem? Transportation. Barr placed a report on the desk. The ore from Ironcliff Fort is still transported by horse-drawn carts, which take 3 or 4 days each way. In winter, the roads are slippery, making the journey even slower. The grain is also transported from Oakhaven in the south to Greywood Town, and there is considerable loss of grain as well. Lorien pinched the bridge of his nose. Although the cement road has been paved, the means of transportation is still the traditional horse-drawn carriage, which has limited speed and load capacity. Now that the territories have been consolidated, the exchange of personnel and resources has become the top priority. The carriage is too slow, he muttered to himself. A journey that takes 3 or 4 days could be completed in a day, or even a round trip with a steam engine. A steam engine? Barr paused. You mean the kind of machine that puffs out black smoke on a road roller? Yes. Lorien stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window is the main road of Greywood Town. The street lights have just been turned on, and pedestrians come and go. Several miners walked by carrying tools, their trouser legs covered in mud. In the distance, thick smoke billowed from the blacksmith's chimney. A thought flashed through his mind. If a steam engine were installed on a cart, people and goods could be transported without horses, and how much would the efficiency be improved? This idea is not new. He had read in his history books in his previous life that steam carriages existed as early as the late 18th century, but the road conditions were too poor at that time, so railways became the mainstream. Now Greywood Town has cement roads, mature steam engine technology, and rubber and coal. Almost all the conditions are met. Ball, have Copperhammer and the Ed brothers come to see me tomorrow morning. Lorien, turn around. Also, have a 4-wheeled freight wagon prepared. I want to take it apart and see it. Sir, do you wish to modify the carriage? No. I want to build a carriage that doesn't need horses. Bale's expression froze for 2 seconds, then he bowed deeply. Yes, sir. Lorien returned to his desk, picked up a quill, and began to sketch on a blank sheet of parchment. The structure of a steam passenger car, which I had read about in my previous life, came to mind. A horizontal boiler, crank connecting rods driving the rear wheels, the front wheels responsible for steering, leaf spring suspension, and the carriage could accommodate more than a dozen people. He recalled that those cars weren't very fast back then, only about 10 to 15 miles per hour, but they were already the fastest land transportation in the early 19th century. The key is shock absorption and braking, he muttered to himself. Although cement roads are smooth, they are not railway tracks. The vibrations are too great, which can easily cause problems with the boiler. The brakes are not responsive enough, and it is also dangerous to go downhill. He drew for over an hour, and a rough outline appeared on the parchment. Then he leaned back in his chair and began calculating costs. Co-consumption, water station setup, driver training, fare pricing. If there is one round trip per day, and each vehicle can carry 20 people, the annual income can reach several thousand silver coins. More importantly, the flow of people will be greatly accelerated and commercial activities will be more active. Mr. Lorian? A soft voice came from the doorway. Li Jinshu stood by the door with a steaming cup of tea in his hand, followed by his maid, a yuan. Your Highness. Lorian stood up and took the teacup. Aren't you resting yet? So late? I saw that the light in your study was still on, so I came to check on you. Li Jinshu walked into the room, her gaze falling on the sketch on the table. That's a kind of car? I guess so. Lorian stepped aside. I plan to build a public bus that doesn't need horses, but is powered by a steam engine and can run very fast on concrete roads. Li Jinshu bent down to look at the blueprints. The lines were messy, but some parts were drawn very clearly. She had already learned basic mechanical knowledge at night school and knew the working principle of a steam engine, but she never thought of putting a steam engine on a car. No horse. She looked up. Then how will it get around? The steam in the boiler pushes the piston drives the crankshaft, and the crankshaft drives the wheel. Lorian gestured with his fingers. As long as you keep adding coal and water, it can keep running without getting tired or needing fodder. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Jinshu's eyes. She recalled the hardships of crossing the misty mountains from the east, a journey undertaken entirely on foot and by mules. If only there had been such a vehicle back then. She shook her head, suppressing the thought. How big is this thing? It's about a little longer than 2 carriages and can seat 20 people, Lorian said. It's about twice as fast as a carriage, and it's not afraid of driving at night. You can hang a kerosene lamp on the front. That must be very expensive, right? Li Jinshu asked worriedly. Steam engines need to burn coal and require someone to operate them. The initial investment is indeed not low, but once it gets going, the cost per mile is cheaper than that of a carriage. Lorian took a sip of tea. The key is that it can boost the economy of the entire North. When people move around, goods can move around. And when goods move around, people's incomes will increase. Li Jinshu seemed to be deep in thought. She had lived in Greywood Town for almost a month and had gotten used to the way things were done there. Lord Luo never engages in unprofitable business. But she gradually realized that his money-making was often accompanied by an increase in the overall strength of the territory. When do you plan to start building? She asked. Let's talk to Copperhammer and the others tomorrow, Lorian said, looking at the blueprints. There are some technical difficulties, but they should be solvable. Then I'll continue practicing accounting tomorrow night, Li Jinshu said with a slight smile. Miss Sylvie once said that it might take 6 months to teach me fighting, but only 2 months to teach me accounting. Your Highness learns very quickly. Lorian nodded. Once the steam bus is running, I will need someone to help me manage the ticket accounts. Li Jinshu sensed the trust in the words and felt a slight warmth in her heart. She performed a central plain-style greeting. Good night, Lord Luo. Good night. Lorian watched her leave the study, then sat back down and continued revising the drawings. The sound of footsteps from a night patrol could be heard outside the window. It was already late at night. He recalled the steam engine he had seen in a museum in his previous life. Iron wheels, a large boiler, and a simple driver's cab. That ushered in a new era of land transportation for humankind. Now he wants to replicate that progress in the world. Build a test vehicle first. He wrote a few words in the lower right corner of the sketch paper. Test run for a month, collect data, and then mass production. After finishing writing, he put down his pen and stretched. The fire in the fireplace was almost out. He put the drawings into the drawer, blew out the oil lamp, and went to the bedroom. Chapter 174, Feasibility Discussion. The next morning, the workshop on the east side of the Lord's Manor was packed with people. Copperhammer squatted on the ground and tapped the cast iron boiler model that Lorian had brought, producing a dull echo. The 2 brothers, Ed and Al, stood to one side, each holding a blueprint in their hands, their brows furrowed. Other old blacksmiths gathered around, curiously examining the wheeled iron box model on the desk. Those were wooden and sheet metal samples that Lorian made overnight. Sir, this thing of yours is sturdy, but it's too heavy. Tong Shui stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This boiler alone weighs at least 200 or 300 pounds. Add the water tank, coal tank, carriage, and 20 people, and it'll probably exceed 3,000 pounds. Can 4 wheels carry it? The wheel hub is made of high-carbon steel and covered with rubber. Lorian said, pointing to a sample of vulcanized rubber next to him. The rubber tires we tested last time could withstand a load of 500 pounds on a flat road. With some optimization, each of the four wheels can bear a load of 800 pounds, leaving some margin. Rubber is soft. Won't it melt when it gets hot? It leaned closer. Rubber becomes sticky at high temperatures. Therefore, vulcanized rubber must be used, and bearings must be installed between the wheels and the axle to reduce friction and heat generation. Lorian pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket. I've drawn up the structure of the bearing. See if you can cast it. Ed took the blueprints and studied them for a while. This design of copper sleeve and iron ball is ingenious, but the iron ball has to be ground round, otherwise it will get stuck when it spins. We can first use cast iron for rough grinding, and then use sand and gravel for fine polishing, copper hammer interjected. We've done something similar when we were making drilling machines, so we have experience. The group discussed the blueprints for over an hour and gradually came up with a tangible solution. Lorian broke down the structure of the steam bus from his memory and explained it to them in detail, asking everyone to work together to fill in any gaps in his understanding. By noon, everyone had reached a consensus. First, modify the existing four-wheeled carriage chassis by installing a small steam engine, with the rear wheels driven by chains and the front wheels steered by hand crank gears. If the test is successful, then a special bus body will be built. The first test vehicle doesn't need to be too elaborate, Lorian concluded. The main focus is on verifying the power, steering, and braking systems. If it can reach 30 miles per hour and stop safely, then it's considered a success. How will we prepare fuel and water? Copper hammer pressed. We can't just haul a bunch of coal in the cart, can we? We'll attach a coal-fired water tank to the back of the vehicle. That'll be enough for 100 miles. We'll set up water stations every 50 miles along the way. Lorian had already planned it out. We'll test run it first between Graywood Town and Red Leaf Ridge. That section of cement road is the flattest and straightest, and it's 36 miles long, which is just right. Okay, I'll do it. Copper Hammer smiled and rubbed his hands together. But sir, if this thing is made, those carriage drivers will have nothing to do. Lorian chuckled. Not necessarily. Horse-drawn carriages will continue to serve their purpose for short distances and cargo transport, while public buses will be used for long-distance routes. Moreover, as the number of waiting vehicles increases, we will need more people to manage and maintain them. As Lorian left the workshop, he ran into Sylvie, who was at the Iron Guard training ground. The female knight was instructing the new recruits on how to slash and hack, the iron swords clashing against the wooden shields with a dull thud. Seeing Lorian approaching, she waved for her deputy to continue training and went to greet him. Sir, how are things at the workshop? Not bad. Copper Hammer started preparing materials this afternoon. Lorian stood on the sidelines, watching the new recruits train. How about you? How's Li Jinshu doing? Good foundation. After all, she has practiced Eastern martial arts. Sylvie rarely showed a hint of satisfaction. She uses the strength of her wrists and hips very well, but what she lacks is a grasp of the rhythm of combat. With another 2 months of training, she should be able to beat an ordinary infantryman. That's good. Lori paused for a moment. I plan to fence off a piece of land outside the East Gate and build a bus terminal there, from which all public buses will depart and arrive. Could you help me plan the locations of the garrison and sentry posts? There will be a lot of people coming and going at the station, so we need to maintain order. Understood, Sylvie nodded. There's one more thing. Yesterday, Captain Renault came back from the mountains with a gray wolf cub. He said he had made initial contact with the wolf pack, and they accepted his scent. Perhaps we can tame a few adult wolves within a month. Good progress. Lorian calculated time. There's no rush with the wolf riders. We'll take it one step at a time. The steam bus will definitely get there before the wolf riders. Sylvie remained non-committal. She was less familiar with these lumps of iron than with war horses, but she trusted Lorian's judgment. Every time an adult brings out something new, it eventually proves its value. That same afternoon, Li Jinshu finished her arithmetic class at night school and was walking back to her dormitory with several young female workers. Her Central Plains appearance and unique temperament make her stand out in a crowd, but after spending some time with her, everyone has gotten used to her presence. Ms. Jinshu, I heard that the Lord is going to build a carriage that doesn't need horses, a textile worker asked, leaning closer. Do you think it's true? Of course it's true. Li Jinshu smiled. She has learned to explain complex things with simple words, like a steamroller which heats water to generate power and moves the vehicle. How fast would that be? Another female worker exclaimed excitedly. If I could travel to Taipei to see my mother, it would take 4 days by carriage, but this carriage could make the round trip in a day. Maybe it really will happen in the future. Li Jinshu looked up at the black smoke billowing from the chimney of the distant workshop. She recalled the sketches she had seen in Lorian's study the night before. Though the lines were hastily drawn, they contained a power she had never seen before. Eastern creations often follow ancient methods, but everything here is moving forward and changing every day. Back in the dormitory, Ayuan had already boiled water. Li Jinshu washed her face, sat down at her desk, spread out her abacus, and continued practicing her accounting. Her fingers moved across the abacus beads, making a crisp sound. "Your Highness, are you really planning to manage the accounts from now on?" Ayuan asked softly. "Let's focus on the task at hand first," Li Jinshu replied calmly. "I want to prove that I'm not just a princess who knows how to grow rice." Chapter 175: The Birth of the First Steam Locomotive. The workshops in Greywood Town have been busy for 17 consecutive days. Copperhammer, along with 5 old blacksmiths, completely dismantled the chassis of a 4-wheeled truck, reinforced the longitudinal beams, and installed leaf springs. The brothers Al and Ed spent their time in the alchemy workshop, improving the material of the gaskets and pressing high-temperature resistant gaskets by mixing cork and vulcanized rubber. Lorian went to the workshop almost every day to check on the progress, sometimes measuring parts with calipers, sometimes arguing with Copperhammer about the setting value of the bearing clearance. Finally, on the evening of the 20th day, the first steam-powered road bus, prototype, was assembled. It doesn't look very appealing. The front of the vehicle is a cylindrical boiler covered with an asbestos insulation layer, with a cast iron furnace underneath. A chimney extends from the top of the boiler drum, and next to it is a thick steam pipe leading to a single-cylinder steam engine under the driver's seat. The engine is connected to the rear axle via a cast iron chain, while the front wheels are steered by a rack and pinion mechanism. The rear half of the vehicle is an open compartment with a bench on each side that can seat 10 people. Behind the compartment are a coal and water tank and a toolbox. The overall color is the original gray iron color, and some parts still have file marks. "Sir, shall we test drive it?" Copperhammer asked, wiping the coal dust from his face, his voice hoarse but full of anticipation. Lorian walked around the car, checked a few key connection points, and nodded. "Add water, start the engine." The apprentices immediately got busy. Some people poured water into the water tank, while others stuffed firewood and coke into the furnace. Al used a flint to ignite the kerosene-soaked tinder, and the flames quickly licked the coke. A thick plume of smoke billowed from the chimney, and the boiler began to hiss. The workshop workers, nearby residents, and a few merchants who happened to be passing by all craned their necks to watch. About 15 minutes later, the pressure gauge needle jumped to the red line area. Lorian himself sat in the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel. It was a gear with a handle, which could be turned to control the deflection angle of the front wheel. Tongxue stood beside him, ready to adjust the steam valve at any moment. "Release the brake." The Copperhammer pulls up an iron rod. The brake is a cast iron block covered with rubber, which is usually pressed against the chain wheel. After the iron rod was released, the chain wheel spun half a turn in the air, and then the piston of the steam engine began to move, and the crankshaft started to turn as well. "The gas supply is stable," Lorian said. The Copperhammer slowly opened the steam valve. A plume of white steam shot out from the exhaust pipe. The steam engine sped up, the chain tightened, and the rear wheel slowly began to turn. The carriage started moving. It trembled slightly at first, then rolled forward at a pace almost like an adult taking a walk. The crowd gasped in amazement. "Faster," Lorian said without changing his expression. The Copperhammer continued to open the valve wider. The sound of the steam engine became more intense. The chain wheel accelerated, and the speed of the vehicle changed from walking to jogging, and then to running. The trees on the side of the concrete road began to move rapidly backward. Lorian estimated that the current speed was about 35 miles per hour, which was better than expected. He turned the steering wheel, the front of the car veered slightly, and it made a gentle right turn along the straight cement road. The steering response is very sensitive, but the whole car has noticeable body roll when turning, and the leaf springs are a bit soft. "Slow down ahead," Lorian shouted. The Copperhammer closed the valve slightly, and then slowly pulled up the brake lever. The rubber brake pads rubbed against the chain wheel, producing a sharp squeaking sound, and the vehicle slowed down smoothly, eventually coming to a complete stop within 30 feet. A cheer came from the direction of the workshop. Copperhammer grinned. revealing a set of white teeth. "My lord, it's done." Lorien jumped out of the driver's seat and crouched down to check the temperature of the tires and bearings. The wheel hub was a little warm, but the rubber hadn't softened, and the bearings were running smoothly. He then went around to the back of the boiler to confirm that the water level and pressure were normal. Not bad. He patted Copper Hammer on the shoulder. However, this vehicle is still a prototype. Before it can be officially put on the road, there are still a few issues to resolve. What's the problem? Copper Hammer immediately tensed up. The brake noise is too loud, the body roll is too obvious when turning, and the seats are uncomfortable. The benches are as hard as rocks, and I but can't stand it after sitting for 2 hours. Lorien's expression was serious, but his tone was one of satisfaction. These problems can all be improved. For the next month, you take it apart and optimize every detail. At the same time, build a second one with a roof, windows, and more comfortable seats. Copper Hammer breathed a sigh of relief and nodded emphatically. "No problem, sir." Residents had already gathered around, curiously touching the car body and asking all sorts of questions. An old coachman squatted by the wheel, tapped the rubber tire, and sighed, "This thing doesn't need a horse, it runs faster than my fast horse. Who will ride in my carriage anymore?" A young soldier laughed and said, "Don't worry, your horse can still haul goods. This thing can carry people, not cargo." A burst of good-natured laughter erupted from the crowd. The following morning, while Lee Jinshu was attending night school, Mr. Parker specifically brought up the matter. "Have you heard about the steam carriage that the Lord built yesterday? It started running in less than a month." Parker pushed up his glasses. "What does this show?" "It shows that knowledge is useful. Arithmetic, mechanics, physics, these disciplines are not just empty talk. They can be turned into real machines and change our lives." Several students nodded in agreement. Lee Jinshu looked down at the abacus in front of him and thought to himself, "If Lord Luo says it's okay, then it definitely will be okay." This was no longer just her intuition, but a fact that had been repeatedly verified over the past 2 months. Chapter 176: Road Tests and Reactions. After the test vehicle was running, Lorien did not rush to promote it. Over the next 2 weeks, he had Copper Hammers and the craftsman make 3 rounds of improvements. Thicker cork brake pads and rubber brake pads were installed. The curvature of the leaf springs was increased, and a rainproof canvas roof and simple wooden backrests were added to the carriage. In the third version, the noise was much lower, the body roll when turning was acceptable, and the bumps were significantly improved. Tuesday of the 3rd week. Lorien decided to conduct a long-distance test from Greywood Town to Redleaf Territory, a distance of 36 miles, with the load simulating a full crew. The carriage contained several sacks filled with sandbags, with a total weight equivalent to that of 15 adults. Copper Hammer operated the steam engine himself, while Lorien sat next to the driver's seat recording data. The car departed from the east gate at 8 o'clock in the morning. The cement road is in very good condition, and the surface is flat and dry. The steam engine steadily emitted white steam, and wisps of gray smoke billowed from the chimney, with a speed that remained stable at 30 to 35 miles per hour. They stopped at a prearranged station for 20 minutes to refill water and clean the furnace ash before continuing on their way. Upon reaching the crossroads of the Red Leaf Territory, the time was 9:27 a.m., and the total time was 1 hour and 27 minutes. Including the stops along the way, the average speed was about 33 li per hour, which was more than twice as fast as a horse-drawn carriage. They were greeted by a group of local villagers and the steward left behind by the former Red Leaf Duke family. The steward stared at the smoking iron carriage, his mouth agape for a long time before he could speak. "My lord, this thing came all the way from Greywood Town?" "Yes." Lorien jumped off the carriage and stretched his stiff shoulders. "How is it? Faster than a horse-drawn carriage, right?" "This?" The butler scratched his head. "But it doesn't eat hay, so where will the coal come from?" "I will arrange the water source and coal station." Lorien pulled out a handwritten planning document from his pocket. "I plan to build a station in Greywood Town and Red Leaf Territory first, with 1 bus departing every morning and returning from the terminal in the afternoon. The ticket price plan has also been written. A regular seat costs 2 copper coins per person, which is about the same as the cost of a horse-drawn carriage, but more than twice as much." The villagers watching whispered among themselves. One person whispered, 2 copper coins, and so much more. "From now on, I can make a round trip in a day when I go to town to sell eggs and buy cloth." The steward thought for a moment and then asked cautiously, "My lord, how much cargo space does this cart have? If it only carries people and not cargo, it might not break even after 2 trips on the same route. A trailer can be attached to the back, and it can carry several hundred kilograms of goods per trip." Lorian patted the hook at the rear of the vehicle. "Initially, we'll focus on passenger transport, and once it's stable, we'll consider freight services. Your timber and stone can all be transported out using this route." After the crowd gradually dispersed, the steward leaned closer and said, "My lord, if I may be so bold, won't nobles from other places think that this is too outrageous? After all, a carriage without horses is something they've never even heard of." Lorian smiled faintly. "What do you think is the greatest power in this world?" The butler shook his head. "It's not the knife in your hand, nor the money in your pocket. It's convenience." Lorian looked at the fields in the distance. "When everyone discovers that riding in my carriage is twice as fast and cheaper than riding in a horse-drawn carriage, they will choose it willingly. Those who are unwilling to change will eventually be left behind." That same afternoon, on her way home from night school, Li Jinshu saw a group of people gathered around a newly posted notice. She leaned closer to look. The notice was a wooden board pasted on the wall, outlining the operation plan and fares for the new bus route. The instructions are very detailed. Departure time, intermediate stops, luggage weight limit, half price for children, and monthly pass discounts available for residents of Greywood Town. She watched for a while, and a complex feeling welled up in her heart. While the emperor was still in power, the court had always aspired to develop transportation and connect various regions. But this was often difficult to achieve due to bureaucratic slowness and technological backwardness. In Greywood Town, it took less than 2 months from idea to implementation. "Your Highness, look at this ticket. It's so cheap." Ah Yuan squeezed through the crowd from behind, pointed at the notice, and said, "From now on, we can take this to play in Hongyiling." "Yes." Li Jinshu nodded. "It will change many people's lives." She lowered her head and continued walking, pondering. If this route really got going, how much would the territory's trade volume increase? What will the increase in foot traffic bring? With Lord Lo's intellect, he must have already started calculating the land prices around the station. In the evening, Lorian was organizing today's test data in his study. He took long notes. First, he recorded driving parameters and fuel consumption, and then he analyzed areas for improvement. The shock absorption needs to be further improved. The chain needs to be fitted with a dust cover, and the driver's seat visibility is not good enough. Then there are the operational additions. Tickets use different colors to distinguish between stations and sections, and revenue is settled monthly, etc. He placed the quill on the ink bottle and looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky. The steam-powered buses are just the beginning. Once the road network is complete and the trailers are running, the entire North will truly become a network, with Greywood Town at its center. "Sir, dinner is ready," Ling said from outside the door. "Coming." Lorian stood up and put the map and notebook into the drawer. The machine has been started. The change has only just begun. Chapter 177 Comprehensive Mall Blueprint. A brand new red brick building has already risen from the ground. That was the result of 80 workers working day and night for the past 20 days. The waiting hall is about 40 feet long and 20 feet deep, with a platform covered by a rain shelter. Long wooden benches were placed against the wall in the hall, and a corrugated iron stove was built in the corner with a chimney extending from the roof. The ticket window on the north side was open, and a wooden sign read, "Greywood Town Public Passenger Transport Terminal." The lettering was freshly painted and still smelled of turpentine. Today is the first day the station officially opens. Lorian stood at the edge of the platform, watching the dark blue steam car parked within the track markings. The locomotive has been rebuilt, and the boiler is covered with a thin sheet of iron with the words Greywood No. 1 painted in white on it. The carriage is equipped with openable glass windows, and there are 2 rows of benches inside, each seating 10 people, with an aisle in the middle and a small cargo compartment at the rear. "My lord, the first train is ready." Sitting in the driver's seat was a young man named Harry in his early 30s. He was originally an apprentice in the Copperhammer workshop, but because he quickly got the hang of steam engines, he was chosen to be one of the first drivers. He was wearing a canvas jacket and leather gloves, and his face showed a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Lorian nodded. "Depart as planned, rest for 3 hours after arriving at Red Leaf territory, refill water and coal supplies, and then return. If there are any abnormalities on the way, write a report, and submit it to the station office upon your return. Understood, my lord. Harry pulled the whistle, a brass gas whistle that made a sharp sound as steam passed through it. The onlookers took a few steps back, and some children covered their ears. Flames were blazing in the furnace below the boiler, and a plume of grayish-white steam billowed from the chimney. Then the chain tightened, and the wheels slowly began to turn. The bus smoothly drove out of the station along the cement road, gradually increasing its speed. There were 16 passengers in the carriage, most of whom were townspeople going to visit relatives in Hongya or to do small business, and 2 of whom were soldiers of the Iron Guard, who were ordered to accompany the train to record the situation along the way. A 2-wheel trailer was attached to the back of the vehicle, loaded with several bags of nails and tools, ready to be handed over to the repair team in Hongyaling. Watching the bus disappear around the bend in the road, Lorien turned and walked into the waiting hall. In the lobby, more people arrived one after another to wait for their rides. A woman holding a baby sat on a bench with a bamboo basket in front of her containing eggs and cheese. 2 young businessmen stood in front of the ticket window, inquiring about the afternoon bus schedule. In the corner, an old man was squatting on the ground, touching the newly paved cement floor with his palm and clicking his tongue in amazement. Lorien walked through the hall, exited through the back door, and came to an open space surrounded by wooden stakes and ropes. The open space is about the size of 4 football fields, right next to the east side of the station, and the ground has been marked with crisscrossing lines in white lime. A dozen workers were digging foundation trenches, the sounds of picks and shovels hitting the soil echoing throughout the site. In the distance, stacks of timber, stone, and cement bags were piled up, and several horse-drawn carts were transporting newly fired red bricks from the direction of the brick kiln in the town. Lord Luo. Li Jinshu walked over from the direction of the waiting hall, holding a ledger with a sheepskin cover in her hand. She wore a gray coat today, and her hair was tied back with a wooden hairpin, making her look no different from any other young female office worker in Greywood Town. However, her facial features and the composure in her gait still made it clear at a glance that she was not born in the North. I just finished checking the preliminary ticket statistics for the first week of this month with the station office. She opened the ledger and said, at the current rate of ticket sales, this route can carry a maximum of about 90 to 120 passengers per day. Once people get used to traveling by bus, this number will increase. Has the cost accounting been completed? Lorien asked. It's out. Excluding vehicle depreciation and road maintenance, just considering coal, water, lubricants, and driver salaries, the operating cost per person per mile is about 0.1 copper coins. At the current ticket price, the net profit for each trip is about 4 silver coins. If we can attach freight trailers in the future, the profit can double again. Li Jinshu closed the ledger and looked up at Lorien. At this rate, we can recoup the construction cost of this car within 2 months. As we build new cars later, the cost will decrease as the technology becomes more proficient and profitability will increase. Lorien hummed in agreement, but his gaze never left the foundation. Your Highness, what do you think would happen if the entire area around the station were developed into shops and markets? Li Jinshu paused for a moment, then followed his gaze. The open space was still just yellow earth and gravel, but in her mind, images of the bustling post stations in the east quickly appeared. Tea stalls, cloth shops, blacksmith shops, and it's lined up one after another, with people coming and going and carriages and horses constantly moving about. It will be very prosperous, she answered earnestly. As long as there are people, there will be business. Hundreds or even thousands of people pass through the station every day. These people need to eat, rest, and buy things. If there are suitable shops nearby, they won't have to make a special trip to the town center. It's not just for eating and resting. Lorien pointed to the open space. I plan to build a comprehensive shopping mall here, for stories high. The ground floor will have various shops and stalls selling daily necessities, food, fabrics, and tools. The second floor will have a bar and restaurant, plus a small theater for performances. The third floor will be used as business and leisure rooms and warehouses, and the upper floors will be office areas for clerical staff. We will build another ring of shops around the mall to form a commercial street. The street will be paved with cement, and glass shop windows and kerosene streetlights will be installed uniformly. The drainage for the entire area will be connected to underground pipes, and garbage will be collected by designated personnel. He paused for a moment. I want every businessman who walks into this neighborhood for the first time to feel like they've come too late. Li Jinshu remained silent for a few seconds. She had lived in Graywood Town for more than 2 months and had witnessed the young man turn the lines on the blueprints into cement roads, steam engines, and running water. When he said, "I want to build a shopping mall," she had no doubt that a complex building she had never seen before would actually stand there a few months later. But what she cared more about was another meaning in his words: to make every businessman who walks in for the first time feel like he's too late. "Are you trying to attract merchants from outside the Northern Territory?" Lee Jin-shu asked tentatively. Lorian glanced at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. "The merchants of the North are all in my hands: Graywood, Redleaf, White River, Iron Cliff, Winter. All the caravans that can transport goods are either directly under my control or would depend on my orders for survival. They don't need to be attracted. They are already on my chessboard. What I need are merchants from the heart of the empire, those southern merchants who had never even heard of the North before. They have their own channels, their own connections, and their own sources of goods. If they are willing to set up shops in Huemu Town, I can sell Huemu Town's products to the capital, to the southern provinces, and even overseas through them. Of course, most importantly, their specialty products will also flow into Graywood Town in large quantities, so my second sister's Nightingale Merchant Guild won't need to keep running around trading." Lee Jin-shu understood his intention and frowned slightly. "But your current title? I heard that the capital has labeled you a traitor who disobeyed imperial orders. Would those major merchant guilds dare to come? A profit of over 300% can make people forget all the risks." Lorian's tone was calm, as if he were stating a physical law. "Once their caravans have traversed the cement roads we've paved, stayed at our train stations and hotels, and looked through our catalogs, they'll find their own reasons to convince themselves. A businessman's instinct is to pursue profit, and my job is to let that instinct override their fear." He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the construction site. A middle-aged man wearing a gray cloth shirt was walking briskly towards us, holding a roll of blueprints in his hand. "My lord," the man called out from afar. "The foundation trench has been dug to the south side, but there is a section of soil with soft mud underneath. It might be unstable to build a wall directly there. We need to dig deeper and fill it with gravel and lime before building the foundation. Do you think we should change the original row markings?" Lorian took the blueprints, squatted down, and spread them out, and began discussing the foundation plan with Lee Jin-shu and the middle-aged man. The wind blew across the construction site, carrying with it the smell of cement powder. In the distance, the whistle of another steam bus sounded. Chapter 178, New Product Conference. The next morning, Lorian convened a small product planning meeting in the Lord's Manor conference room. There were few attendees. The old steward, Ball, was in charge of taking notes, and the workshop representatives were two relatively unfamiliar craftsmen. A blacksmith in his 40s named Huffman was in charge of producing civilian ironware. A middle-aged female worker named Catherine, formerly a foreman in a textile workshop, was recently transferred to the newly established Daily Chemical Products Group. In addition, there was the half-elf agricultural official Alara, and Lee Jin-shu, who served as an observer and recorder. Lorian spread out 6 pages of product sketches on the table. Each page depicted the product's outline and breakdown structure, with material and process details noted in small print next to it. The 6 products we're discussing today are planned to be launched simultaneously when a comprehensive online store opens. He glanced at the people present and said, "I'll speak by type." Push the first drawing to the center of the table. It depicts the shape of a high boot, with the boot shaft extending to below the knee and clear anti-slip treads on the bottom. Rubber rain boots. The material is vulcanized rubber that we can produce stably with a cotton lining. The boot shaft is molded in one piece, and the sole is pressed with anti-slip treads. The goal is to enable miners, iron guardnight patrols, bricklayers, and farmers to work normally in the rain during the upcoming rainy season in the north. Huffman picked up the blueprints and looked at them over and over again. "Sir, the mold for these boots needs to be made anew. The shape of the shoe must match the foot. There are 3 sizes, small, medium, and large. There is 1 mold for each size, 1 for the left and 1 for the right foot. This can be done, but it takes time to make the molds. I'll give you 5 days, is that enough?" "That's enough," Huffman nodded. "But rubber is harder at low temperatures. Won't it crack after wearing it for a long time?" "As for the formula, go find the Ed brothers," Lorian replied. "Have them adjust the ratio of vulcanization and carbon powder to produce a batch of low-temperature resistant samples. Also, raincoats need to be made. They don't need to be too complicated. Just apply glue to both sides of the canvas, seal the seams with rubber strips using heat pressing, and add ties to the collar. This doesn't need a mold, just cutting and sewing. Catherine, can your textile department take on this project? Catherine was a woman in her late 30s with short, thick, strong fingers and calluses on her knuckles from years of holding scissors. She took the drawings and looked at them carefully. We have the fabric and glue ready. The problem is the sewing thread. Ordinary hemp thread hardens and breaks easily after being soaked in glue. You have to use wax thread or sew the threads together before applying glue and then press the glue on. Do as you say. Lorian put a check mark next to the raincoat project. You coordinate with Huffman to get all the rubber materials from the alchemy workshop. Next up are safety matches. Lorian picked up the second drawing, which was an exploded view of a thin wooden stick with 3 different coatings on the head. Matches. They are made by shaving pine, wood into thin sticks, and dipping the ends in a mixture of sulfur, resin, and phosphorus. They can be lit by striking them on special sandpaper. The cost is extremely low and the production speed can be very fast, requiring only 3 processes: cutting the wood stems, dipping the medicinal tips in the ingredients, and drying and packaging. Where does phosphorus come from? Huffman asked. The alchemy workshops in Al can extract a small amount of yellow phosphorus from ashes and phosphate rock, and then process it into red phosphorus. The output is not large at present, but it is enough to make matches. Once the demand increases, we can build a dedicated phosphorus furnace. Catherine thought for a moment. We can use a punching machine to cut the wood stalks, pressing one at a time. The dipping in might need to be done manually. The daily output should be over 1,000. The initial goal is 2,000 boxes a day, Lorian nodded. 50 matches per box, enough to cover the local market, and the first batch shipped out. Packed in a tin box, with a Graywood Town logo printed on the front. Approximately how much do these matchboxes cost? Huffman and Catherine exchanged a glance, and the latter mentally estimated. The wood is worthless, and the amount of phosphorus and sulfur used is very small. The tin box is the biggest expense. If the tin is pressed in batches, the cost of 1 box is about 1/5 of a copper coin. A box sells for 3 copper coins. The profit margin is not bad. Lorian pushed the match blueprints aside as well. The third drawing is a cylindrical container with an outer sheet metal layer, an inner glass liner, and a cork stopper wrapped in cotton cloth on top. Thermos flask, or rather, insulated flask. The inner liner is made of double-walled glass with a vacuum in the middle, and the inner and outer walls are plated with silver. It can hold boiling water for 12 hours, and it will still be scalding hot. Li Jinshu straightened up slightly. She had seen some methods in the East of using cotton quilts to wrap earthenware pots to keep them warm, but the effect was always limited. If there were a container that could stay piping hot even after half a day, it would be extremely valuable to long-distance travelers, night shift sentries, and families with sick members. We have a foundation in glass blowing, Lorian continued. The difficulty lies in sealing the double-layered inner liner and vacuuming it. The sealing process requires fusing the necks of the outer and inner liner together, while leaving a vent hole. Then, a heated glass tube is connected to a steam venting machine to remove the air from the interlayer, and the vent hole is then sealed. Silver plating isn't complicated. You just need to treat the inner liner and outer wall with silver nitrate in a reducing solution. Al has done experiments on glass mirrors and has a ready-made formula. Huffman scratched the back of his head. Sir, this work is much more delicate than blacksmithing. We don't have anyone in our workshop who specializes in glass blowing, so we have to borrow some people from Mr. Anglu. Anglu is the owner of a glass workshop in Graywood Town and previously supplied window glass and laboratory equipment to the Lord's Manor. I've already spoken to him. He'll send 2 of his most skilled glass blowers over, but you'll need to set aside a room in the workshop specifically for glass sealing and vacuuming. Huffman nodded and said nothing more. Lorian turned to the fourth drawing, which showed a simple machine consisting of cast iron gears, a crank, and rubber rollers. Simple threshing machine. Manually driven, one person cranks a handle, which accelerates the rotation of a toothed roller through gears. The harvested wheat or rice ears are fed in, and the roller knocks the grains off and they leak out from the bottom outlet, while the straw is discharged from the other side. He looked at Ella. The agricultural group should have a very urgent need for this. Ella remained silent, her fingers tapping lightly on the edge of the table. She carefully examined the gear proportions and roller tooth shape on the blueprints, then looked up and said, By hand threshing, a strong laborer can only process the grain from 1 acre of land at most per day. If this machine can increase efficiency by more than 3 times, then the labor shortage during this year's autumn harvest will be greatly alleviated. More than 3 times, Lorian laughed. With skilled operation, it can process 3 to 4 acres of land a day. Moreover, the machine is not tiring. As long as people can take turns cranking the handle, it can work continuously. What about reliability? Won't the gears and rollers jam or break during continuous operation? The material used is high-carbon steel. For the bearing part, we already have a solution of cast iron with steel balls, which was transplanted from the steam engine. The first prototype copper hammer is already being assembled and will be sent to the agricultural station for testing in 3 days. Lori paused for a moment, then said, "When the time comes, you should arrange for a few experienced farmers to cooperate with the testing and record the actual threshing efficiency and any malfunctions." Ella nodded and carefully put the drawings into the pile of documents in front of her. The last drawing depicts several glass vessels of different shapes. Vases, candlesticks, and small ornaments are labeled with the names of metal oxides such as iron, cobalt, and manganese. Stained glass crafts. Previously, the glass we produced was either transparent or milky white. Now, by adding metal oxides to the molten glass, we can obtain different colors. Iron oxides produce light green, cobalt produces dark blue, and manganese produces purple. Once you master these basic colors, you can make patterned glass and multicolored glassware. The target market is the nobility and the church. Currently, only the Elf Kingdom can produce stained glass stably. Human workshops mostly produce small batches of frosted glass, and the quality is unstable. If Greywood Town can provide colored glass products with pure colors and few bubbles, it will be very smooth to enter the high-end gift market. Catherine frowned. "I'm not familiar with glass, so we need to let the people from Anglu take the lead in production." "I know. I'll talk to Anglu in detail later. You should make a note of this category. In the future, the packaging and sales of the finished products may require your textile group to cooperate in making velvet linings and outer boxes." The meeting lasted for nearly an hour and a half, during which the responsible persons, timelines, and key process issues for each of the 6 products were assigned. Lorian finally closed his notebook, stood up, and stretched. In the next week, at least 1 usable sample must be produced for each product. The test results of the samples were sent directly to my office. Once they passed, we started small batch trial production to prepare inventory for the opening of them all. Everyone packed up their drawings and notes and dispersed. Li Jinshu stayed behind last, helping Ball to neatly fold the scattered papers on the table. With 6 products being developed simultaneously, she said softly, "Aren't you worried about neglecting one for the other?" "I'm worried," Lorian readily admitted. "But if we wait until every product is absolutely perfect before we start, we won't be able to produce more than 2 products a year. Let them run first, and then adjust them during the running process. This has always been the practice in Greywood Town." He walked to the window and looked at the open space outside the east gate where the foundation outline had already been dug. The construction of a shopping mall will take at least 3 months. During these 3 months, the factory's output and the workers' experience will accumulate simultaneously. When the mall opens, Greywood Town's new products will cause a sensation throughout the Northern Territory, and even the Empire. Li Jinshu nodded thoughtfully, picked up the ledger on the table, and walked out of the conference room. Chapter 179 Foundation and Division of Labor. The construction progress of the shopping mall is slightly slower than Lorian had anticipated, but cannot be considered a delay. The problem with the soft soil layer is more complicated than initially thought. When a foundation trench was dug to the vicinity of the 7th marker on the south side, the workers found that the soil 4 feet below the surface had suddenly turned in a grayish-black silt with a high water content. When they stuck a shovel in, it could bring out a clump of mud. The foreman in charge of supervising the construction was named Decker, an old stonemason in his 50s who had built cement roads and walls around the Lord's Mansion in Greywood Town and was quite experienced. Decker did not continue digging without authorization. Instead, he ordered the workers to suspend this section of work and went to the Lord's Mansion to consult with Lorian. Lorian arrived at the construction site that afternoon. He squatted at the edge of the ditch, grabbed a handful of wet mud, rubbed it in his hands, and then brought it to his nose to smell it. This section used to be a small ditch, which was later filled in by silt. The soil is too soft, and if you build a wall directly on it, it will definitely settle. The outer wall will crack in less than 3 years. He stood up, patted the mud off his hands, and said, dig down to the hard soil layer, at least 6 feet down, then use large rubble as the base, fill the gaps with cement mortar, then lay a layer of crushed lime on top and compact it, and finally build the foundation beam. Decker listened and nodded, jotting down key points on a small piece of wood with a charcoal pencil. The demand for rubble is huge, my lord, he said. The town's quarry now mainly supplies crushed stone for cement roads, and you have to give them 3 days' notice to get whole stones available. Write a material request and give it directly to Ball, Lorien said calmly. If the quarry can't schedule the construction, let them temporarily suspend the supply of crushed stone for the road surface and prioritize the foundation of the shopping mall. The road can be delayed for a few days, but the foundation cannot be compromised. Decker responded, turned around, and went back to the edge of the trench and called the workers to start digging again from the soft soil section. In the following days, the southern section of the construction site took almost twice as long to prepare the foundation as the northern section. Decker didn't complain because he saw that Lorien would go to the construction site almost every day. Sometimes I would stand by and watch the workers lay the stones. Sometimes I would discuss the direction of the drainage pipes with others. And sometimes I would just stand in a high place to take a look at the overall progress before leaving silently. This level of attention is enough to make any foreman understand the significance of this building. About half a mile from the construction site in the northeast corner, Huffman's civilian appliance workshop was also operating at high speed. This workshop, originally used for forging horseshoes and farm tools, has now been reorganized into 2 areas. The north side still has anvils and forging furnaces, used to forge gears, and bearing housings for the threshing machine. The south side was piled high with raw rubber materials, cotton rolls, and sheet metal that had just been transported from the alchemy workshop, and the air was filled with a mixed smell of sulfur and coke. A young apprentice named Thomas was assigned to work on the trial production of rain boots. He had only ever repaired carriage tires before and had no experience with all-rubber shoes and boots. Huffman gave him a wooden shoe last and a bucket of prepared rubber paste, telling him to first coat the shoe last with a protective oil, then brush on a rubber paste layer by layer, waiting for each layer to dry slightly before brushing on the next layer, repeating this process 7 or 8 times until the shoe upper was the right thickness. Thomas spent 2 days brushing, but the resulting shoes were crooked and couldn't even stand up on the ground. Huffman didn't scold him after seeing it. Instead, he took matters into his own hands and readjusted the shape of the shoe last, adding a metal plate to the bottom for support. Then they switched to a thicker rubber material, used molding to press the sole and shaft into shapes separately, and then glued them together with hot glue. That's how the first decent pair of rain boots was born. Although the workmanship was rough and there was an uneven bulge at the seam, Huffman soaked it in a bucket of water for an hour, and the inside was still dry when he took it out. When he delivered the boots to the Lord's mansion, Lorien and Li Jinshu were discussing the mall's business development plan on the second-floor terrace. Lorien took the boots, examined them inside and out, pressed the anti-slip pattern on the sole with his finger, and then handed them to Li Jinshu. Try them on. Li Jinshu was stunned for a moment. She looked down at the cloth shoes on her feet, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then took off her shoes and put on the rubber rain boots that were obviously a size too big for her feet. The boots covered her calves and were a bit loose, but they felt very stable under her feet when she stood. It's a bit big, she hesitated. It would fit perfectly if I wore thick socks or stuffed a felt pad inside. This is just the men's medium size, Huffman explained from the side. When making women's styles, I will make the shoe last smaller and lower the shaft height by 2 inches. I will make several pairs of each of the 3 sizes, small, medium, and large, so that they can be adjusted. How effective is the waterproofing? Lorien asked. After being submerged in water for an hour, there was no leakage inside, Huffman said confidently. I also had Master Ed test the low-temperature environment, burying the boots in crushed ice in the ice cellar for 2 hours. The rubber only hardened a little and didn't crack. Not bad. Lorien returned the boots to Huffman. Continue with the second version. Make the seams smoother and add a fabric edge around the shoe opening to prevent chafing. Once it's finished, we'll distribute 10 pairs to the Iron Guard's night patrol team for them to try on, collect their feedback, and then make improvements. Huffman received clear instructions and withdrew with his boots. Li Jinshu changed back into his cloth shoes and shook out the wrinkles on his trouser legs from the boots. You said before that you wanted to build a shopping mall that would make merchants from all over the country want to stay. Now I think these rain boots alone are enough to make them stop in the shop. Not enough. Lorian sat back down on the chair on the terrace and picked up the tea, which had gone half cold. Rain boots are a one-time purchase. A person can wear a pair for 2 or 3 years. What can truly and sustainably attract business people is the flow of people. Every day, thousands of people move around in this area, eating, lodging, trading, and having fun. Merchants are driven by profit, by the flow of money, not by individual commodities. He opened a parchment notebook in front of him, which contained several pages of architectural design sketches that had been revised several times. Looking at the dense markings on the sketch, Li Jinshu silently did some calculations in his mind. 24 shops. If the monthly rent for each shop is 50 silver coins, that's 1,440 silver coins a year. Even if we consider the restaurants, bars, and guest rooms separately, the rental income alone can recover the construction costs within a year. If we add the ticket commission and freight service fees you mentioned earlier, the mall will become a stable source of revenue for the territory. Money isn't the most important thing, Lorian said. The important thing is to let those merchants from the south settle down and discover that they can buy rubber products, glassware, and iron tools of better quality in this small town than in the capital. Then they will do their own accounting, build their own trading posts, and develop their own channels. He closed his notebook and looked at the slowly rising lime line on the construction site in the distance. Greywood Town can't survive forever by me coming up with ideas all by myself. Businessmen must feel that doing business here is more convenient than anywhere else before they will invest their connections and capital. Li Jinshu listened quietly. She felt she was slowly coming to understand the ambition of the young man in front of her. It's not just about building a shopping mall, nor is it simply about making money. It's about creating a center on the empire's frontier that can attract economic activity from the entire northern region. This ambition was not unfamiliar to her. Throughout the history of the Great Zhou dynasty, every great founder started from a city, a piece of land, or a road. I'll go and organize today's accounts, she said, standing up. If the mall's investment promotion plan is finalized, I can try to draft an invitation letter to the Southern Chamber of Commerce and send it out in the name of the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce. It should be more convincing than sending a letter directly from Greywood Town. Lorian glanced at her and nodded. Okay, let me see it after you've finished writing it. Li Jinshu performed a polite bow, then turned and walked down from the terrace. Behind me, the crisp sound of picks striking rocks echoed from the construction site, mingling with the distant whistle of a steam bus returning to the station, forming the most common background noise in Greywood Town this summer. Chapter 180, the first box of matches. 11 days after the product planning meeting. Most of the new product samples have already taken a preliminary form. The rain boots have completed their third version of improvements and have been sent to the Iron Guard Night Patrol team for trial use. Feedback included: the edges of the boot shaft rubbed against the calves, the soles were slippery on wet mud, and the inside of the shoes didn't dry easily after sweating. Huffman made some adjustments based on these suggestions. The boot opening is lined with soft leather. The sole features deeper horizontal treads and an inner layer of removable and washable cotton padding. 5 prototype raincoats were also made at the same time. Catherine used coated canvas as the main material, with the seams first sewn with wax thread, and then a thin rubber strip was pressed on both the inner and outer sides. The finished product was worn on a mannequin and soaked in simulated rain all day, yet the inside remained dry. Catherine added an extra rain hood to each raincoat, which could be secured to the collar with a tie, and Lorian was satisfied with it. The thresher underwent its first field test at the agricultural station. Alara arranged for 3 experienced farmers to take turns cranking the handle, processing about 1.5 acres of wheat in succession. The machine's average threshing speed is 4 times that of manual threshing, and the threshing efficiency is over 90%. At the end of the test report, Alara made a special note. It is recommended to install a baffle at the machine's discharge port to reduce grain splashing. After reading through all the test reports, Lorian placed the match sample that Huffman had handed over in the center of his desk. It was a small box made of thin sheet metal, with the words Huemu Town Safety Matches embossed on the surface, and the box was coated with a layer of varnish to prevent rust. Inside the box were about 40 matches. The wooden sticks were evenly shaved, and the match heads were dark red, looking almost identical to the old-fashioned matches Lorian remembered. He pulled out a stick and forcefully scratched it on the sandy surface reserved on the side of the iron box. With a hissing sound, The match head ignited a bright orange flame, burning steadily and emitting a mixed smell of sulfur and pine resin. Li Jinshu stood across the desk, his eyes fixed on the small flame. She had already seen steam engines, cement roads, and running water, things that even visitors from the east found astonishing. But the flame leaping at the tip of that thin wooden stick gave her a more direct feeling than those enormous things. It can start a fire with just a scratch, she asked softly. Safety match. Lorian let the match burn for a few seconds, then gently blew it out, placing the still smoking residue into a ceramic dish on the corner of the table. No need for a flint, tinder, or keeping it dry. As long as the bottom of the box has a sandy surface, it will light with a single strike. He picked up the tin box and handed it to Li Jinshu. Try it. Li Jinshu took the tin box. His fingers lingered on the surface for a moment, and then he pulled out a match. She made a forceful slash on the sand, just like Lorian had done. The first strike was too light, producing only a string of sparks. The match head did not ignite. She adjusted the angle and pressure and swept across the sand surface again, a bright flame crackling and igniting. She held the burning match, staring intently at the flame until it almost burned her fingertips, then snapped out of her daze, shook her hand, and tossed it into the ceramic dish. Once this product is available on the market, every family will want a box. She looked up, her eyes shining with an astonishing light. In an era when torches and candles needed to be lit with a flint and steel, this tool that could be ignited with a single strike was more than just a commodity. It was civilization itself. Lorian chuckled. Civilization might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it does change people's lifestyles. He picked up several other metal boxes, each containing samples of matches with different formulations. Some match heads are larger and burn for a longer time. Some contain a small amount of spices, which give off a faint pine scent when burned. Another type has a long stem and is specifically designed to light fireplaces or candles. The first batch of official products will use the standard formula, Lorian said. A match burns for about 10 seconds, enough to light a candle, an oil lamp, or kindling in a stove. It's priced at 3 copper coins a box. We'll start by producing 2,000 boxes and putting them up for trial sale at the kiosks at the train station and the exchange shops in the town center. We will decide whether to expand production after collecting sales data for 2 weeks. I can handle the sales records, Li Jinshu offered. There's a daily turnover at the station. I can list the match sales data separately and calculate the number of buyers and repurchase rate by day. The figures we get in 2 weeks should be enough to support the decision to expand production. Lorian thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, you coordinate with the station office and send the data to me after the market closes every day. Li Jinshu nodded and carefully placed the matchbox back on the table. Her expression was focused and serious, but the subtle joy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Lorian noticed, but said nothing. He then took out another document, which was Huffman's progress report on the thermos sample. The blowing of the glass liner went relatively smoothly, but the vacuum sealing process had a low yield rate. 1 out of every 3 liners would break during vacuuming. Let's take it slow and work on the process stability first. Lorian made a mark on the report with a quill pen and then closed the file. As darkness fell outside the window, the whistle signaling the end of the workday blew from the construction site. The chimneys in the distance were still emitting wisps of smoke, indicating that the night shifts at the alchemy and blacksmith workshops had not yet stopped. Ling came in from outside carrying a kerosene lamp, gently placed it on the corner of the desk, and then left. Her pointed ears flashed in the light, quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. Li Jinshu stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my dorm first. The first train departs from the station tomorrow morning, and I'd like to go there to check on the ticket sales for the morning. Go ahead. Lorian did not try to stop him. After her footsteps faded into the distance, Lorian picked up the box of matches again, twirled it in his hand, then opened the drawer and placed it together with the sketch. The drawer was already filled with a thick stack of documents and samples. Operating data of steam buses, acceptance records of shopping mall foundations, trial feedback on rain boots and raincoats, improvement plans for threshing machines, and color swatches of stained glass. Each document represents a growing branch, pointing in different directions, but all with roots planted in the same soil. He closed the drawer, pulled an old book about land surveying from the bookshelf, and turned to the record of ownership boundaries for the area outside the East Gate. The rental and sales plan for the shops in the shopping mall still needs to be refined, and he needs to confirm some details himself before construction begins. Chapter 181: The Depth of the Great Zhou Civilization. A summer afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the oak leaves in the Lord's Manor's backyard, casting dappled shadows on the flagstones. In the center of the courtyard, two figures were engaged in a battle that was not particularly intense. "Watch your balance, Miss Jinshu." Sylvie held a training wooden sword covered in heavy leather. Her steps were as steady as a mountain, and her eyes revealed a hint of severity. Every time she swung her sword, it was with the crisp, clean movements of a standard imperial knight, without the slightest unnecessary action. Li Jinshu was wearing a linen hunting outfit that had been modified by a tailor, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. She bit her lower lip, gripping another wooden sword in both hands, trying to parry Sylvie's downward strike. Clang! A dull thud resounded. Li Jinshu felt a sudden numbness in his hand, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. As she stepped back, her footsteps naturally traced a semicircle. With a seemingly gentle yet ingenious technique, she channeled the remaining impact force from Sylvie's blade into the ground. Lorien, who was sitting in a wicker chair in the corridor, immediately put down the bone china teacup in his hand. The steaming heat from the black tea dissipated in the air, and his keen eyes caught Li Jinshu's non-instinctive effort to deflect the force. "Stop for a moment," Lorien interrupted the one-sided lesson. Sylvie immediately sheathed her sword and stepped aside with a straight posture. Li Jinshu let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and turned to look at Lorien with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Lord Luo, is there something I did wrong?" Li Jinshu asked softly. After spending this time together, she had basically adapted to the language rhythm of the Empire, although her pronunciation still occasionally carried a soft and sweet accent unique to the great Zhou royal family. Lorien stood up, smoothed out the wrinkles on his black vest, and slowly walked to the center of the courtyard. "No, Your Highness, you did a wonderful job. Or rather, you did a job that was beyond the scope of Sylvie's teaching." He looked at Sylvie. "Did you notice? The way she used to decelerate just now wasn't the basic footwork from the Imperial Knight system." Sylvie frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "Yes, my lady. Imperial Knights emphasize the stability of their pillars, using their leg muscles and the ground as support to withstand impacts. But Miss Jinshu's steps, just now, were like leaves floating on water. The power was neutralized by some kind of rhythm that I can't understand. That's what interests me." Lorien turned his gaze to Li Jinshu, his tone filled with undisguised inquiry. "Your Highness, we have been discussing agriculture and accounting lately, but we have rarely touched on the truly core issues. In our empire, the core of extraordinary power lies with mages and knights. So, how do you harness this extraordinary power on your vast eastern land where people have yellow skin and black hair?" Li Jinshu was slightly taken aback. She subconsciously looked at Han Yong, the guard who stood quietly like a statue in the shadows at the edge of the courtyard. Han Yong's eyes sharpened, but he made no unnecessary movements and remained absolutely silent. "Lord Luo, you saved my life, and that is no secret." Li Jinshu tidied her slightly messy sideburns, and her expression became solemn. "In the great Zhou dynasty, we do not call it extraordinary, but rather cultivation. Unlike your country's relatively singular system of knights and magic, the cultivation schools of the great Zhou are so numerous that it would not be an exaggeration to describe them." Lorien sat back down in the wicker chair, crossed his hands on his knees, and adopted a standard listening posture. "I'd like to hear more. In the great Zhou dynasty, cultivation can be roughly divided into 7 paths to heaven." The girl's voice was clear and steady, as if she were reciting some ancient text. "The first is the martial artist, who tempers his muscles and bones and cultivates a pure internal energy. The second is the Taoist, who emphasizes the unity of heaven and man and uses talismans to invoke the gods. The third is the Buddhist monk, who cultivates indestructibility and the law of cause and effect. The fourth is the Confucian scholar, who cultivates a righteous spirit and uses his writings and words to suppress evil spirits." Upon hearing this, Sylvie couldn't help but interrupt. "Wait, Miss Jinshu. I can understand martial artists and clergy similar to the Vatican, but scholars? Can those bookish people who spend all day reading parchment and are physically weak really become extraordinary?" In Sylvie's conventional understanding, scholars are just ordinary people who possess knowledge but are physically weak, like old Elric in the territory, who could be blown over by a gust of north wind. Li Jinshu smiled slightly, a smile that carried a hint of pride stemming from his own civilization. In the Great Zhou dynasty, a great Confucian scholar can scare away 1,000,000 soldiers with a single taunt. They do not cultivate the physical body, but only the spirit and the principle in their hearts. Words and will itself are the most powerful weapons. Besides these four, there are also military strategists who arrange troops and build up strength from small things. Mechanical masters who are proficient in divination and can move things like wood and stone, and poison masters who hide in the mountains of southern Xinjiang and nurture poisonous insects with their bodies. As for the smaller sects that have sprung up under these 7 major roads, they are countless. A brief silence fell over the courtyard. Only the rustling of oak leaves in the breeze could be heard. Sylvie's pupils contracted, and her hand instinctively tightened its grip on the sword hilt. As an imperial knight who had recently broken through to the 4th rank, she knew all too well how difficult it was to acquire power in this world. The sheer richness of the extraordinary system that Li Jinshu spoke of in the Eastern Empire was simply breathtaking. Lorian's expression remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He knew all too well what this meant. The Empire, officially the Holy Alliance Empire of France, has existed for just over 200 years and has a total population of less than 10 million. Within this narrow historical and demographic framework, the fact that knights and magicians could emerge is already the limit. The rest of the priests, alchemists, and even the clergy of the church were all foreign imports. And what about the Great Zhou? From Li Jinshu's usual snippets of conversation, Lorien has pieced together a colossal entity with a continuous history spanning thousands of years, a vast territory, and a population exceeding 100 million. The depth of a civilization and the size of its population determine the diversity of extraordinary systems. Over thousands of years, the wisdom of hundreds of millions of people has collided, been tested and refined, and evolved, ultimately resulting in these 7 distinct yet ultimately convergent paths. This perfectly aligns with the sociological logic of Lorien's previous life. It is truly a breathtaking marvel of civilization, Lorien exclaimed sincerely. He then looked past Li Jinshu and onto the silent Easterman. So, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Han Yong is following the path of a martial artist. Han Yong, whose name was called, trembled slightly. After several months of recuperation, his injuries had completely healed, and he was now like a tiger lurking in the shadows. He strode to the center of the courtyard and first gave Li Jinshu a respectful fist and palm salute. He then turned to Lorien, knelt on one knee, and said in the imperial language, though not fluent but clear enough, reporting to the Lord, I am but a lowly and uncouth warrior. According to the ranks of the Great Zhou, I can barely be considered a 3rd realm warrior. A martial artist of the 3rd realm. Lorien pondered the term. Compared to the Empire's battle aura, what is the source of a martial artist's power? Han Yong stood up and took a deep breath. The next second, his coarse cloth shirt suddenly moved without wind, and a layer of extremely oppressive dark red aura faintly appeared on the surface of his originally dark and thin muscles. The Knights of the Empire transformed their life force into battle aura and unleash it outwards. The martial artists of the Great Zhou dynasty, on the other hand, close their pores, temper their muscles, bones, and blood, and gather the energy of heaven and earth into their internal organs, eventually condensing it into chi strength. Han Yong threw a powerful punch, stopping half a foot away from a wooden dummy about the thickness of an adult's arm in front of him. Bang! There was no physical contact, but a dull thud came from inside the sturdy oak stake. Immediately afterwards, a deep crack appeared on the surface of the wooden stake. Sylvie's expression turned extremely serious. This technique of injecting power into an object from a distance is something that, within the Imperial Knight system, requires at least a 4th rank skill and extremely precise control over battle aura. For example, her now, but the man in front of me, in terms of absolute energy fluctuations, is clearly only at the 3rd level. The Eastern system's meticulous development of power clearly put it ahead of the Empire. Lorien stood up, walked to the cracked wooden dummy, and reached out to touch the rough cracks. There was an indescribable light in his eyes, a kind of fervor belonging to a pragmatist. Chi cultivation, gathering chi into the body. Lorien murmured softly, then suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Han Yong. Han Yong, if I want to learn this skill now, Is it too late? Chapter 1, 82 Resonance of the Soul. The atmosphere in the courtyard became somewhat strange. Sylvie stepped forward, opening her mouth as if to dissuade him. In her memory, Lord Lorien was a typical silent being. When the first laboratory in Greywood Town was established, Lorien personally tested his magical talent and found that he had no sense of magical elements. As for the Knight's Battle Aura training, Lorien had also privately tried the Lionheart breathing technique, the most widely circulated technique in the Empire, but the result was the same, stagnant water. A lord who has been completely rejected by the Western supernatural system goes to try an unheard-of Eastern cultivation method. This sounds like a waste of time. Han Yong was also stunned, a hint of difficulty flashing across his weathered and resolute face. He subconsciously looked at Li Jinshu, the princess he had sworn allegiance to. Without her permission, the martial arts of the Great Zhou dynasty could not be easily passed on to outsiders. Li Jinshu saw Han Yong's concerns, smiled slightly, and his eyes revealed a royal magnanimity and openness. Commander Han, Lord Luo not only saved our lives, but also provided us with a place of refuge in a foreign land. The Great Zhou royal family is clear about its grudges and favors. The foundation-building methods of mere martial artists are not taboo to be passed on. Since you're interested, sir, please teach me everything you know. Yes, your highness. Han Yong clasped his hands in a fist salute, looked at Lorien, and his expression became serious. My lord, in the martial arts of the Great Zhou dynasty, the most important thing is innate talent, followed by comprehension. You hold a high position and work hard every day. Your body, if I may be frank, has already closed up, and you have missed the best age to strengthen your bones and muscles. But if it is only for the purpose of improving health and prolonging life, I will certainly do my best. Han Yong's words were very tactful, but in plain terms they meant, you're too old, your foundation is too weak, you won't achieve anything significant, just practice casually as a form of exercise. Lorien naturally didn't care about such evaluations. He casually took off the well-tailored black vest, draped it over the back of the wicker chair, and walked to the center of the courtyard wearing only a clean white linen shirt. No problem. Where do we begin? Put on a horse stance. Han Yong walked to Lorien's side, stretched out his rough hands, and patted Lorien's shoulders, waist, and knees without any politeness to correct his posture. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart. Grip the ground with your toes like the roots of an old tree. Slightly bend your knees, not extending past your toes. Tuck in your stomach, straighten your chest, and lift your back. Yes, that's the posture. Following Han Yong's instructions, Lorien awkwardly maintained this posture. In less than 2 minutes, his thigh muscles began to ache and tremble uncontrollably. For the past 6 months, I've been busy with work, spending long hours sitting at my desk reviewing documents and planning the development of my territory. His lack of exercise clearly prevented him from handling this high-intensity static training. Feel your breath, sir. Han Yong's voice rang in Lorien's ears, carrying a strange rhythm. Don't breathe through your chest. Instead, let your breath sink into your abdomen to the point 3 inches below your navel, which we call the dantian dot. When you inhale, imagine a clear stream climbing up your spine. When you exhale, press the stale air into your limbs and bones. Discard distracting thoughts and unite your mind and spirit. Lorien closed his eyes. At first, he could only feel intense soreness in his thigh muscles and a slight dizziness caused by lack of oxygen. His brain was accustomed to high-speed operation, to calculating the returns on silver coins, thinking about the proportions of cement, and plotting the economic strangulation of the old aristocracy. Making this precisely operating machine stop instantly is no easy task. However, as time went by, Lorien took a deep breath and forcibly shut out all distracting thoughts about the politics of Greywood Town. Breathing, sinking into the abdomen, Lorien murmured to himself. He tried to change his breathing rhythm, allowing air to be deeply inhaled to the bottom of his lungs, causing his abdomen to bulge slightly. Just as his breathing rhythm gradually coincided with the strange rhythm described by Han Yong, an incredible phenomenon occurred. Lorien felt a faint warmth suddenly appear in the previously empty area of his lower abdomen. The feeling was like a drop of warm water falling on the frozen back of your hand in the dead of winter. Though tiny, it was so clear that it couldn't be ignored. The warmth, carried by his breath and flowing with his blood, slowly seeped into his aching thigh muscles. My legs, which had been trembling violently due to lactic acid buildup, miraculously received a slight relief. Lorian let out an incredulous groan. Han Yong, who had been watching closely from the sidelines, suddenly felt his pupils contract. His keen senses, honed through years of martial arts training, allowed him to clearly perceive the faint but undeniably real flow of energy around Lorian's body. How is that possible? A tremendous storm raged within Han Yong's heart. A Western nobleman who had never been exposed to the martial arts of the Great Zhou dynasty, whose bones had completely closed up, and who was even judged to have no talent whatsoever. How come I found the feeling of qi on my first attempt at horse stance and breathing exercises? It should be noted that even within the Great Zhou dynasty, those signs of martial arts families hailed as geniuses, under the guidance of renowned masters and immersed in countless precious medicinal herbs, are highly skilled in martial arts. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to barely find that faint trace of Dantian qi. The Baron in front of us only took less than a quarter of an hour. What kind of monstrous level of understanding is this? What Han Yong didn't know was that Lorian, with his eyes closed, was also undergoing a cognitive upheaval and reconstruction. I see. Lorian laughed silently to himself. A huge mystery that had long troubled him was finally solved the moment he felt this warm airflow. He had always thought that this body belonging to Lorian Bauhinia was a useless piece of trash, which was why it had no reaction to the Empire's general magic and fighting spirit. But that's not the case at all. The capacity to contain power depends not only on the physical vessel, but also on the compatibility of the soul. Magic and battle aura are products of the laws governing this Western continent. Although he, Lorian, possessed the body of a Western nobleman, his soul, the core consciousness that had traveled from Earth, was that of a pure Easterner. His way of thinking, his underlying logic, and the cultural imprint deep within his soul naturally reject the extraordinary laws of this continent. It's like a piece of hardware with an Eastern operating system trying to run Western core software. It will inevitably lead to system incompatibility and a crash. However, when Han Yong presented him with the Great Zhou's martial arts system, it was as if he had been given a perfectly compatible Eastern operating program. The physical barrier was breached by the extreme harmony of their souls, and the power known as qi naturally took root and sprouted within his body. My lord! Han Yong's voice trembled slightly as he stepped forward, seemingly wanting to confirm something. Lorian slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his deep black pupils. He exhaled a long breath, straightened his stance, and stood up. Although his thighs were still sore, he was more excited than ever before. I can feel it, Han Yong. Lorian smiled and flexed his wrist. There's a very faint warm current below my navel. Upon hearing this, Li Jinshu, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but show a look of shock. Although she was not a martial artist, she had seen and experienced much in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, and naturally understood what terrifying martial arts talent entering qi in a quarter of an hour meant. Sir, your comprehension is truly divine. Han Yong took a deep breath, bowed, and gave an even more solemn military salute than before. At this moment, his gaze toward Lorian changed. It was no longer just gratitude toward his protector, but also mixed with the awe a martial arts practitioner had toward a peerless genius. Sylvie, who witnessed this entire scene, did not understand what qi sensation actually represented, but she clearly discerned a fact from Han Yong's reaction. The Lord seemed to be displaying an extremely terrifying talent on a completely new path. Don't rush to flatter me. Lorian put his vest back on and elegantly buttoned it up. He did not become complacent because of Han Yong's shock. His eyes still maintained the calmness and absolute rationality characteristic of a businessman and ruler. Han Yong, from now on, every morning, you will set aside an hour to guide me in breathing and exercise, Lorian instructed as he walked towards the wicker chair. This humble servant will certainly impart all my knowledge to you. With your unparalleled talent, you will surely become a grandmaster-level expert who dominates the region within 10 years. Han Yong said excitedly. It's as if I can already see a new star of martial arts rising. Stop. Lorian picked up the slightly cooled black tea, took a sip, and ruthlessly interrupted Han Yong's daydreaming. I don't need to become a grandmaster who dominates a region, and I have no interest in carrying swords to the front lines to fight with others. Han Yong was taken aback. Then, sir, You're learning martial arts for self-preservation. Lorian's answer was simple and realistic. He turned his head, his gaze passing over the high wall to the bustling workshop area of Greywood Town. I am a lord, and my task is to double the population of this land, get the steam engines running, and set up assembly lines to produce more goods. As for the crude work of killing, Lorian's lips curled into a cold smile. While you're still struggling to learn how to use your internal energy to break through a wall, my musket squad and steam cannons will blast the enemy into mincemeat from 500 meters away. I study martial arts only to ensure that if, one day in the future, a rat like a fourth-tier assassin sneaks into my study, I won't be caught without even having time to draw my flintlock pistol. Lorian put down his teacup, making a crisp clinking sound. Times have changed, Commander Han. Individual bravery will eventually be submerged by the steel torrent of industry. But I wouldn't mind adding an extra layer of sturdy cotton inside my steel armor. Chapter 183, The Prisoners of Tulip Territory. The South Tulip Country. The continuous torrential rain has been raging across this fertile land for 3 days. Under the gloomy sky, the towering spires of the Earl's castle appeared particularly oppressive. As you descend the spiral stone steps of the castle's main building, the air is filled with the damp, musty smell and the scent of rust. Count Valerius wore a deep purple velvet robe and held a sterling silver cane inlaid with rubies. His leather boots made a dull thud as they stepped on the puddle-filled stone slabs. 2 heavily armored guards carrying torches followed closely behind him, their tall shadows cast by the torchlight onto the moss-covered wall. The Count stopped in front of a heavy iron cell at the end of the corridor. Inside the cell, the dwarven Grandmaster Balance-Steel Anvil was chained to the wall with thick iron chains. His beard was disheveled and covered in mud and blood. In a corner of the cell, his 2 sons and daughter sat waiting, their eyes glazed over. I still can't understand Bahrain. Count Valerius's voice echoed in the empty dungeon, a mixture of humiliation, fury, and disbelief. A full 10 years. I will provide you with the finest ale and scour the continent for the rarest minerals. I will let you enjoy a level of prestige in this castle that even a baron might not be able to attain. And you, my most respected guest, actually tried to flee my territory in the middle of the night like a thief with your family? Bahrain raised his head, his rough hands bearing deep red marks from the iron shackles. However, there was no fear in his eyes, only an almost fanatical stubbornness. What you have given me is a tomb covered in silk, Your Excellency, Balin roared. You asked me to build those singing mechanical birds and to design intricate clasps for your mistress's jewelry box. That's a toy. It's the greatest blasphemy against forging and engineering. And what that woman gave you wasn't blasphemy. Count Valerius slammed his cane against the iron bars, his once arrogant face contorted with rage. A fallen heiress stripped of her title and whose family was wiped out. A merchant guild leader who can only eke out a living in the South by renting and selling broken compasses. What promises did Serena Bauhinia make to you that made this stubborn dwarf risk his life to seek refuge in that damned northern wasteland? She gave me a future. Balin gasped, his eyes gleaming with a light that Count Valerius could never comprehend. That half-finished metal cylinder blueprint and that flintlock pistol that can be fired without a fuse. Your Excellency, you will never understand. When I was in the workshop, watching the water boil and the steam push the piston to produce that extremely stable and pure power, I felt like I had touched the realm of the gods. That's not magic. That's a miracle that mortals can control. Count Valerius stared coldly at the dwarf who was in a state of madness. As a traditional southern aristocrat, he had absolutely no interest in steam or pistons. All he cared about was order and absolute obedience. Since you crave that miracle so much, then let your miracle rot in this dungeon. The Count turned around, straightened the collar of his velvet robe, and delivered a cold verdict to the guards behind him. Revoke all the guest privileges of the Balin family. From this day forward, they are no longer honored guests of the Tulip Territory, but slaves. Brand them with the mark of slaves, and provide them only with bread and water to sustain their lives each day. You can't treat my family like this. Bahrain struggled angrily, the chains being pulled with a screeching sound. Traitors are not worthy to speak of rights. Count Valerius walked up the stone steps without looking back. Keep an eye on them. Anyone who tries to approach this cell without my warrant is to be killed on the spot. Our gaze travels thousands of miles back to Greywood Town in the north. A gentle breeze blew through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor of the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Serena sat behind a large oak desk, clutching a slightly yellowed piece of parchment tightly in her hand. Her face, which usually wore an elegant and composed smile, was now filled with gloom. Is the information accurate? Serena's voice was terrifyingly low. Standing in front of the desk was an informant wearing a gray cloak. He was not human. He was a werewolf slave bought on the black market in the south. After completing their training, some of these skilled werewolves went on to train wolf packs, while others became scouts to gain experience. The werewolf knelt on one knee, head bowed, his tone filled with absolute respect. Reporting to the master, it is absolutely true. Master Balin hired a disguised carriage in the dead of night to try to leave, but was intercepted at the border checkpoint by Count Valerius's private soldiers. The Earl had clearly planted spies in the master's workshop long ago. Now, the master and his family have been stripped of their freedom and imprisoned in the lowest dungeon of the castle. Valerius. Serena gritted her teeth and squeezed out the name. The humiliating scene of being surrounded and brutally humiliated by the enemy's army at the White Gull Tavern, and even being forced to sign a treaty ceding half of the navigation compass's leasehold rights, resurfaced in my mind. The intertwining of old and new grudges nearly drove this former duke's daughter to madness. That dwarf was not only a surprise for her brother, but also a highly sought-after high-precision machining talent in the mass production plan for firearms in Greywood Town. She knew all too well Lorien's thirst for precision. Ordinary blacksmiths could only copy the design and forge crude gun barrels, but Barain could solve the fundamental problems of steam-powered machines. Prepare the horses. Serena stood up and slammed the parchment onto the table. Sir, where are you going? The werewolf scout looked up in confusion. I'm going to find Sylvie. Serena's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Valerius is not only humiliating me, but also hindering Greywood Town's progress. I will lead the Iron Guard to storm that damned tulip territory and reclaim our craftsmen. But as soon as she uttered those words, Serena abruptly stopped at the office door. The tide of anger was forced to recede after hitting the reefs of reality. As a seasoned business leader, her rationality regained its footing. She can't do that. The journey from Greywood Town to the Southern Kingdom is not only long, but also requires passing through 3 border fortresses of the French Empire. The Empire will never allow a well-equipped private army to cross its defense zone in peacetime. Forcing one's way through would be seen as a blatant provocation against imperial authority, even if they were to manage to infiltrate tulip territory through disguise. As the powerful figure in the south, Count Valerius commanded at least 1,000 well-trained private soldiers, not to mention the knights who were dependent on him. Leading a small elite force to snatch people? That was in the opponent's home turf, which they had cultivated for decades. A direct assault on a heavily fortified noble castle could easily wipe out Greywood Town's hard-won elite forces if not handled carefully. Serena took a deep breath, covered her face with her hands, and forced herself to calm down. She found herself in a dead end. In her business ventures in the south, she could command the winds and rains with her nautical compass. But in the face of such armed conflicts involving the core interests of the nobility, the merchant's methods appear so pale and powerless. After a while, Serena lowered her hands, and her eyes regained their clarity. Cancel the backup horses. She gave the werewolf scout a new order, then grabbed a velvet cloak from the table and draped it over her shoulders. I need to go to the Lord's manor. This matter must be decided by him. She knew, in this world, if there was still someone who could resolve this problem elegantly and fatally without igniting a full-scale war, that could only be her unfathomable younger brother. Chapter 184: The Art of Using a Tiger to Drive Away a Snake. Inside the study on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, Lorien was standing in front of a large, long table, holding a linen cloth soaked in lubricant, intently wiping a brand-new flintlock musket. The walnut stock of this gun is polished to an extremely smooth finish, and the joints of the barrel are perfectly fitted. Although it has not yet reached the perfect standard of industrial assembly lines in Lorien's previous life, it is already a highly lethal and sophisticated creation in the entire Nolan continent. The study door was pushed open rather hastily, and Serena strode in. Her cloak was still damp from the night, and her expression was stern. Looks like you're in trouble, my dear second sister. Lorien didn't look up, still carefully wiping the flint clip on the breech. After all, you only forget to knock when you walk in, when you feel things are out of control. Serena walked to the table and looked at the 6 identical flintlock pistols neatly arranged on it. Her eyes twitched slightly. She took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Baron Steel Anvil has been arrested. Count Valerius confiscated his workshop and stripped his family of their freedom. They are now being held as slaves in the dungeons of Tulip territory. Lorien paused slightly as he wiped the gun barrel. He put down the linen cloth in his hand, placed the musket steadily on the wooden gun rack, then turned around, his deep black eyes calmly gazing at Serena. So, this is your real purpose for taking away the semi-finished steam engine cylinder drawings and the original handgun parts from me a few months ago under the pretext of expanding the high-end craft market in the South. Lorien remained completely calm, seemingly unsurprised by the news. Serena paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Yes, I've had my eye on him for a while. Greywood Town's industrial system needs a dwarven grandmaster like him who can perform precision machining. He single-handedly replicated your blueprints and even attempted to optimize the firing mechanism of the pistol. He was a rare genius. But now my greed has ruined him. She placed her hands on the table, leaned forward, and said in a pleading tone, Lorien, we can't lose him. I know that a direct assault is not advisable, but we now have muskets. If we send 30 elite Iron Guard soldiers equipped with muskets, along with black powder grenades developed in the alchemy workshop, to sneak into the castle under cover of night, is there any chance of rescuing them? Lorien pulled out a carved wooden chair and sat down, casually picking up the now cold black tea on the table and taking a sip. 30 musketeers, combined with grenades and smoke bombs, can indeed unleash terrifying firepower in the narrow terrain of the castle. That's enough for us to break through a defensive line within half an hour. Lorien was conducting a purely tactical simulation. However, rescuing people is not assassination. He raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Serena. Are we supposed to lead 4 dwarves, completely defenseless and possibly even shackled, through an encirclement by 1,000 fully armed private soldiers in the unfamiliar South, and at the same time face subsequent border checks by the Empire? Second sister, I am a lord, not a mercenary leader from an adventure novel. Each of my Iron Guards is nurtured with a lot of silver coins and time. I will not take a gamble with a loss rate of more than 70% for a craftsman who has not yet pledged allegiance. Serena's eyes dimmed. She knew Lorien was right. Such a large-scale, cross-territory military rescue was far too naive, both politically and militarily. Moreover, if we openly launch an armed attack on Tulip territory, regardless of success or failure, it will cause a strong backlash in the southern aristocratic circles, Lorien continued. Count Valerius will immediately label us as heretics or rebels, and your painstakingly built southern trade network will be paralyzed in an instant. To destroy the livelihoods of the entire South for the sake of one talented person, this is not a fair deal. So we can only watch him die in the dungeon? Serena clenched her fists in resentment. I'm just saying we can't use our knives to kill people. Lorien suddenly curled his lips into a sly smile. In this world, the sharpest weapon is often not a sword or a musket, but self-interest. He stood up, walked to the huge map hanging in the study, and gently drew a circle with his finger over the area of the southern kingdom. Count Valerius is arrogant and possessive of his food. An arrogant person is bound to have enemies in the business circles and aristocratic councils of the South. Second sister, you've been in charge of the Nightingale Merchant Guild for so long. Tell me, around Tulip territory, who hates Valerius the most? Serena's thoughts were immediately pulled back onto the business track by Lorien's question. She blurted out almost without hesitation, the Kevins family. They are another major player in the raging Waves City Business Council, controlling the fish and fishing gear trade in the South. In recent years, the Kevins family has been trying to extend the trade route to Tulip territory, but it has been forcibly blocked by Count Valerius through military intimidation. There have been many bloody clashes between the two sides on the border. Very good. Lorien turned around, putting his hands behind his back. Then we'll have the Kevins family kick open the dungeon door for us. However, the Kevins family's armed forces are not much stronger than the Earls. Serena frowned, analyzing the situation. They will not launch a full-scale war without an overwhelming advantage. They don't have it, but we do. Lorien walked to the table, casually picked up a brass grenade casing, tossed it into the air, and caught it steadily. Starting tomorrow, the Nightingale Merchant Guild will unilaterally cut off the supply of goods to all vassal merchants within Count Valerius's territory. Make up any excuse, like a broken compass or bad sea conditions. I want his territory to face a shortage of supplies within half a month. Lorien's speech quickened slightly, taking on a cold, ruthless rhythm characteristic of a capital manipulator. At the same time, you will personally go to secretly meet with the patriarch of the Kevins family. Tell him that the North is willing to provide the Kevins family with an interest-free loan. This amount is enough for them to hire all the wandering mercenary groups along the entire southern border. Not only that, we will also dump a batch of heavy armor and armor-piercing crossbows forged from fine steel on them at a low price. Serena's eyes gradually brightened. She had completely followed Lorien's train of thought. You're going to create a localized proxy war, she said softly. That's right. Using a tiger to drive away a snake, Lorien confirmed calmly. As long as the Kevins family has an absolute advantage in military and financial power, those old and new grudges that have been accumulating for many years will inevitably erupt. Count Valerius's private army will be forced to be transferred to the front lines, leaving his territory vulnerable and in turmoil. Lorien looked at Serena, his eyes flashing with an absolute confidence that suggested he was in complete control. With the system at his disposal, he receives over 100,000 silver coins every day, making his wealth a game-changer in this feudal era. Money is the one asset he has no shortage of. When the war becomes intense, or when Count Valerius feels desperate, there will always be someone to mediate. Lorien sat back down in his chair and picked up his teacup. At that time, as a major trading company and financial provider in the South, you will naturally be qualified to sit at the negotiating table. In this negotiation involving the survival of the territory, the ownership of the port, and huge reparations, Count Valerius, as the defeated party or the party that compromises, will make sacrifices to preserve the core interests of the territory. At that point, you can simply add one casualty to the long list of compensation claims. Lorien smiled slightly and relayed Serena's final fate. As compensation for the Nightingale Merchant Guild's previous emotional distress, the Kevins family demands that the Earl hand over those useless dwarf slaves and bestow them upon Lady Serena. I think that compared to ceding cities and ports, Count Valerius would sign without hesitation if he were to hand over a few blacksmiths who have already angered him. Serena took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down her spine, while at the same time a surge of uncontrollable excitement welled up inside her. Without losing a single soldier or incurring any diplomatic risks, with just a few silver coins, which were insignificant to Greywood Town, and some obsolete cold weapons, they were able to drive a high-ranking southern count into a corner, ultimately forcing him to hand over his talent. I understand. Serena straightened her back. The gloom vanished, and she regained her former status as the Nightingale Queen, who controlled the southern shipping routes. I will set off back south tomorrow morning. The Kevins family will get the war funds they've been dreaming of. Go ahead. Lorien nodded slightly. Remember, tell the Kevins that our only demand is that the trade order in the South be made more healthy. Chapter 185 Lorien's Day. The town of Greywood was shrouded in a light morning mist in the early morning. In the distance, the chimneys of the machine shop had begun to spew out white steam. Inside the Lord's bedroom, the heavy red velvet curtains completely blocked out the sunlight. Lorien opened his eyes with regular breathing, his gaze clear and without any trace of the grogginess of just waking up. My lord, you're awake. A soft sound, like a feather falling to the ground, quietly rang out beside the bed. Then one of the fox ears, covered in fine downy fur, twitched slightly. Tang's delicate face, tinged with a hint of nervousness, slowly approached. She carefully lifted the curtain, her tail swaying restrainedly beneath her skirt. The older sister, Ling, stood calmly to the side, holding a silver basin filled with warm water and bowing her head. Lorien then sat up and allowed two fox maids to serve him as he put on a soft silk shirt. My lord, I added a little mint juice to your wash water today, which will help you wake up more at breakfast, Belle reported softly as she gently wiped Lorien's cheeks with a soft towel. She moved very gently, as if afraid that her fingernails might accidentally scratch the ruler in front of her. That's very thoughtful, Ring, Lorien replied casually. Upon arriving at the large dining room, a delicious breakfast had already been prepared in the kitchen. golden brown bacon, oat bread with a weedy aroma, and a small bowl of white rice porridge made from a small amount of oriental rice harvested in a greenhouse. After finishing breakfast, Lorian went to his study on the second floor, right on time. The old butler bar had neatly stacked the files that needed to be reviewed today on the left side of his desk. He was getting older, but after the heavy workload was taken over by the younger generation, his eyes looked more energetic. "Sir, this is the supplementary budget approval document from the General Mall regarding the reinforcement of the Eastern Foundation and Huffman's request to allocate more vulcanized rubber for the rain boot experiment." Art's tone was respectful. Lorian leaned back in the carved wooden chair, picked up a quill pen, and skillfully signed his name on several documents without any hesitation. For a transmigrator who automatically gains more silver coins every morning upon waking up, what would be a painful financial allocation for ordinary nobles was nothing more than a string of meaningless numbers to him. "Tell Huffman that there's enough raw material, but I need to see finished rain boots ready to be distributed to the Iron Guard night patrols by next week," Lorian instructed Ball after signing the document. "As you wish, my lord." Ball took the signed document, his awe of the young lord deepening. From the old steward's perspective, the lord seemed to possess inexhaustible wealth and foresight. Those complex tables and enormous numbers never made the owner frown, even once. 2 hours of paperwork were finished, and the clock struck 10. Lorian changed into a gray short-sleeve shirt that was easy to move in and arrived at the backyard on time. The guard Han Yong was already waiting there. Seeing Lorian approach, he bowed slightly and clasped his hands in a fist salute. "My lord, today we will continue to refine your chi and blood. Your chi sensation has stabilized, and next we need to guide this chi to the meridians of your legs." "Let's begin," Lorian said in a deep voice, then assumed a stance, bending his knees slightly and adopting a solid horse stance once again. As he adjusted his breathing, Lorian clearly felt the warm, hot air from his lower abdomen, dantian, begin to slowly descend down his spine. The extraordinary rhythm generated by the soul connection caused a flicker of horror to cross Han Yong's eyes once again. Han Yong was secretly amazed. Even the most elite imperial guards of the Great Zhou dynasty could not possibly master the art of using qi so skillfully in just a few days without the aid of rare and precious materials. This Western lord's soul seemed to be born purely for Eastern martial arts. An hour of grueling training left Lorian drenched in sweat, but his eyes grew even more resolute. After washing up, Lorian took a short nap for 15 minutes on the recliner in the study at noon and regained his full energy. He went downstairs and got into the lord's carriage, which had been specially modified and fitted with rubber shock absorbers and comfortable cushions. The rest of the afternoon was dedicated to on-site investigation. The carriage traveled smoothly on the newly paved cement road. Lorian first arrived at the construction site of a shopping mall. "Sir," the government official in charge of the construction jogged over, took off his rattan safety helmet, and pointed to the massive building complex that was already taking shape. The deep excavation of rubble and cement mortar has been completed, and the soft soil layer has been thoroughly compacted. At this rate, the ground floor shops can be delivered before autumn. Lorian stood on high ground, surveying the complex of buildings, which was the size of 4 football fields. His fingers tapped his cane. Lighting and underground drainage systems are of paramount importance. There can be no shortcuts. Greywood Town is to become the center of the North, and this shopping mall is our flagship. After leaving the construction site, the horse-drawn carriage then toured the new product R&D workshop, the water pipe laying site, and the hospital's isolation ward. At the foot of the barren mountains on the edge of the northern district, Lorian met Sylvie. "Lord Lorian, the Eastern Border Patrol has cooperated with Renault and successfully lured 3 groups of gray wool from the mountains with meat and whistles." Sylvie led her warhorse, her silver armor gleaming in the sunlight. "The werewolves have a high degree of assimilation, and the domestication process is progressing faster than expected. The first scout squad of wolf riders is expected to be officially established next month." "Very good. Ensure absolute secrecy of the intelligence. Before it reaches a certain scale, do not let outside mercenaries notice." Lorian patted Sylvie's shoulder pad approvingly. As evening fell, the setting sun dyed the sky a blood red. Instead of returning to the Lord's Manor for a meal, Lorian went to the staff canteen of the first steel plant in Greywood Town. When the Lord, dressed in casual clothes, casually sat down at a long wooden table with a stainless steel plate The previously noisy workers around him instantly fell silent. Countless hands, calloused and covered in cold dust, froze in mid-air, their eyes filled with almost fanatical worship and excitement. "Sir, what brings you here?" The old blacksmith Juan, sitting opposite him, asked in a trembling voice, his hand holding the soup spoon unsteadily. "I eat the same food as you want." Lorian smiled, forking a piece of potato into his mouth. "How's the new water pipes? Are the women at home still complaining about carrying water?" "No more complaining. No more complaining." The surrounding workers responded in unison, their faces beaming with genuine happiness. "Just turn on that brass valve and you'll get clean water, making even taking a bath much easier. My lord, you are a god descended upon the north." Lorian listened with a smile, but his eyes were constantly taking notes of the information the workers were giving him. Are the working hours reasonable? Can the vouchers be easily redeemed for daily necessities in the mall? Can a cafeteria food provide enough energy? These most basic pieces of information are the core indicators he uses to assess the stability of the territory's population. He didn't care about the praise. What he cared about was how long this workforce could provide him with stable construction. As night fell, the Lord's manor returned to silence. Inside the study, candlelight flickered. Several high-ranking officers and intelligence chiefs of the Iron Guard were kneeling on one knee, reporting to Lorian the latest developments in the entire Northern Territory and the imperial capital. "My lord, 2 incidents of foreign mercenaries smashing and looting shops while drunk occurred in Red Leaf territory the day before yesterday. The local guards have arrested the perpetrators." The intelligence chief read the report aloud in a low voice. In addition, the old residence of the Bauhinia family in the capital has been completely confiscated, and the Senate seems to have a new plan for the division of property. For such a minor incident as mercenaries causing trouble, let the local court sentence them to hard labor according to the laws of Greywood Town. There's no need to report it to me. Lorian leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold. As for the mansions in the capital, let them divide them however they want. They're just a bunch of vultures clinging to corrupt power. After issuing the last batch of personnel transfer orders, the day's arduous tasks finally came to an end. In the bathroom late at night, a huge marble bathtub was filled with warm water and exuded a faint aroma of essential oils. Lorian was completely immersed in the water, and he let out a long sigh of relief, finally allowing his muscles, which had been tense all day, to relax completely. Ling knelt on the edge of the bathtub, gently massaging Lorian's temples with her soft little hands. Tang, on the other side, carefully massaged his legs, which were aching from practicing the horse stance. Amidst swirling water mist, the 2 fox maids' cheeks were flushed red from the smoke, their eyes filled with shyness and obedience. Lorian closed his eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility. Chapter 186: The Situation in the North. Warm water flowed over his chest, and Lorian slowly opened his eyes, staring at the intricate stone carvings on the bathroom ceiling. "My lord, is the pressure all right?" Tang asked nervously, pressing her fingers on the Baron's calf muscles. She could feel the subtle tension beneath the skin, a unique suppleness that comes with the foundation of martial arts in the Greyjoy dynasty. "Very good, continue." Lorian responded with his eyes closed again. He was contemplating the strategic situation in the capital. According to recent intelligence, the Golden Lion Duke, a powerful figure in the capital who once secretly harbored resentment towards him and went so far as to hire 4th-tier assassins, has been quiet for quite some time now. After his seemingly certain assassination attempt failed, Duke Golden Lion clearly realized how tough Greywood Town was to crack. More importantly, Emperor Reynolds did not give him time to continue plotting behind the scenes, under the deliberate pressure of imperial power and political maneuvering. To demonstrate his absolute loyalty to the royal family, Duke Golden Lion was forced to personally don battle armor and lead his family's most elite private army to the distant southern Orc front. Using someone else to do the dirty work, or rather, each getting what they want, Lorian sneered inwardly. The Orcish Empire in the south also suffered considerable losses after a protracted war that lasted 2 or 3 years. Although those barbaric races were physically strong, they had already bled dry in the face of the strong defenses built by the French Empire and the magical bombardment. According to intelligence, the Orcish leadership has recently expressed their intention to withdraw their troops. As the situation on the southern front gradually stabilized, the external pressure on the French Empire decreased sharply. Emperor Reynolds, sitting on his golden throne, immediately displayed the ruthlessness and ambition of a mature monarch once he had freed his hands. New policies radiated outwards from the capital one after another. The adjustments included fine-tuning of tax policies, redistribution of noble territories, even rigorous scrutiny of new industrial products from the private sector, re-registration of the national population, and centralized allocation of military supplies. These seemingly complicated and trivial laws may just be another way for His Majesty the Emperor to amass wealth in the eyes of ordinary nobles. But in Lorien's view, who possessed the political framework of his previous life, the core intention was obvious. That is, after the war, to weaken the autonomy of local lords and strengthen central authority without limit. To enhance control. What a visionary, Your Majesty. Lorien exhaled, letting Ling wipe his shoulders with a towel soaked in warm water. He mentally compared his current situation with a map of the entire empire. If his actions in the north had occurred in the heart of the empire, he would have been sent to the guillotine 10 times over. He successively annexed all the northern territories and was stripped of his imperial noble titles. Even the imperial envoys sent by the emperor to reclaim the territory were forcibly stopped outside the northern border and not even allowed to enter the gate. From the outside perspective, this second son of the exiled Balhinia family was extremely arrogant and presumptuous, as if he were ready to raise the flag of rebellion at any moment. But Lorien was very clear-headed. He knew why he could still lie comfortably in Greywood Town taking a bath. Because in the eyes of those big shots, the North is simply too insignificant. A slight smile appeared on Lorien's lips. Population was the biggest obstacle restricting the vision of rulers in the feudal era. Even including the 7 territories recently annexed by Greywood Territory, plus the original Red Leaf Territory, White River Territory, etc., the total population of the 12 territories under Lorien's nominal control is only barely close to 300,000. 300,000 people. That sounds like a lot on the low-productivity continent of Nolan. But for the vast French Empire, this was just a drop in the ocean. It's important to know that the capital city of Franconia alone has a resident population of over 1 million. It was a behemoth that brought together the wealth of the empire, high-level superhumans, and a vast amount of resources. In the eyes of the finance minister of the capital, the desolate land of the north, with its perpetual permafrost and frequent fog, was a place where the annual tax revenue was not even as high as that of a wealthy vineyard in the south. Given its limited output and its distance from the empire's core political circle, the emperor was naturally happy to treat the north as an insignificant buffer zone, letting Lorien do whatever he wanted there, as long as he didn't nominally declare independence. An even more important layer of protection came from the nominal supreme lord of this land, Prince Hudson. Prince Hudson is the uncle of the current Emperor Reynolds. In the struggle for succession within the royal family during the older generation, this prince demonstrated admirable political wisdom. He was well aware of the principle that merit can overshadow the ruler, and he also understood the extent of his nephew's suspicion. Thus, since being in theft and taking charge of Starry Night City, Prince Hudson has taken Buddhist-like and restrained behavior to the extreme. He spent most of his time in the magnificent castle of Starry Night City, where his daily routine consisted of either tasting red wine imported from the south or receiving wandering poets from all over the world. Apart from the core defense zone surrounding Starry Night City, he adopted a completely laissez-faire attitude towards the vast wastelands and vassal lords in the north, letting them fend for themselves. Prince Hudson feared that if he managed his territory too well and developed it too quickly, it would arouse the suspicion of his nephew in the capital. This deliberate incompetence and laissez-faire directly led to a power vacuum in the north. Without His Highness's cooperation, the Iron Guard of Greywood Town would probably have already attracted the attention of the Imperial Army. Lorien shifted to a more comfortable position, silently making plans in his mind. Prince Hudson's laissez-faire policy provided Lorien with a perfect strategic cover. Under the protection of His Highness the Prince, Lorien was like a worker ant silently carrying soil in a corner, constantly devouring the nutrients around him. The eagle sitting in the castle, however, disdained the ant because it was too small and didn't even bother to look down at it. However, this balance will not last long. Lorien raised his hand, watching the water droplets slide down his fingertips. When the comprehensive shopping mall was established, and when revolutionary industrial products such as matches, rain boots, and thermos flasks began to flow in large quantities into the heart of the empire. When a Nightingale Merchant Guild completely stirs up trouble in the south, the demographic dividend of 300,000 people will soon double to 500,000 or even 1 million. By then, this industrial monster hidden in the mists of the north will no longer be able to hide. "My lord, the water is a little cold. Would you like some hot water?" The sound of bells interrupted Lorien's thoughts. She looked at the Baron's deep eyes with some concern. The light shining within them made her feel slightly dizzy. "No need." Lorien stood up, his muscular body splashing water as he stood up. The two fox maids immediately and skillfully unfolded huge pure cotton towels and stepped forward to properly wrap their lord up. Lorien stepped barefoot onto the warm stone slab, took the silk robe handed to him by Tang, and fastened the belt. He turned his head and looked through the narrow bathroom window at the tranquil town of Greywood under the night sky. In the eyes of the world, he was an arrogant and domineering lord. In the Emperor's eyes, he was a weak pawn used to check and balance the Duke. In Prince Hudson's eyes, he might just be a troublesome young man. But in this world, no one understands better than me how to use the compound interest of time, Lorien murmured to himself. He walked toward the bedroom, with two fox maids following closely behind with light steps. Chapter 187: The Construction of the Cathedral of Holy Light. There wasn't a single cloud in the azure sky. Only the clear and resonant sound of bells echoed continuously over Greywood Town. The newly completed Cathedral of Holy Light stands majestically beside the central square in the bustling area of the territory. This magnificent building, which used a large amount of high-grade cement, a steel frame, and countless craftsmen working day and night, exhibits a breathtaking architectural aesthetic. The sharp spire pierces the sky, and the exterior walls are clad in pure white granite, radiating an almost sacred glow under the direct sunlight of summer. The most eye-catching feature, however, is the stained glass windows set in the enormous arched windows. The intricate biblical story patterns, illuminated by the light, render the interior of the hall in vibrant colors, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The square in front of the cathedral was already packed with people who came to watch the ceremony. Not only were there neatly dressed human civilians, but also many tall orc laborers. These humanoid beings, who were originally considered heretics in the Empire's mainstream beliefs, now stood quietly among the crowd, imitating humans by crossing their arms in front of their chests and gazing at the sacred building with awe. On the other side, Lorien was dressed in a pure black lord's robe, with understated yet luxurious silver patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. As the owner of this land, he naturally had to attend the closing ceremony of the Cathedral of Holy Light. He stood calmly and composedly on the white marble steps in front of the cathedral's main entrance, gazing upon his people. "Oh, praise the holy light, this is simply a miracle." A richly decorated four-wheeled carriage slowly came to a stop at the bottom of the steps. The car door opened, and Bishop Macbeth, dressed in a magnificent red robe, stepped out, supported by several high-ranking clergy. His gaze froze completely upon meeting the cathedral, and his lips trembled slightly. For a moment, he forgot to maintain the demeanor of a high-ranking clergyman. Bishop Macbeth last visited Greywood more than a year ago. In his memory, this place was just a newly built piece of land with wooden houses and a lack of basic infrastructure. But now his leather boots tread on the smooth, mirror-like cement pavement, and the surrounding streets are lined with neat red brick buildings and bright glass windows. And those sheriffs in uniform, with sophisticated batons and handcuffs at their waists. He almost thought he had boarded the wrong carriage and arrived at a wealthy, central district of the capital. "Welcome, Your Excellency, Bishop Macbeth." Father Cantrell stepped forward with steady steps. Today, Cantrell has long since shed the tattered linen robes of his old church and donned a well-tailored priest's robe with gold trim. He looked radiant and full of energy. Bishop Macbeth took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner shock, and grasped Cantrell's hand. "Father Cantrell." "No, from today onwards, I should call you Bishop Cantrell. The Holy Light has witnessed your piety. On such a desolate land, you have actually built a magnificent building that is comparable to the Cathedral of Light in the capital. This is entirely due to the generosity and kindness of Lord Lorien." Father Cantrell bowed slightly and turned his body to the side, revealing Lorien standing at the top of the steps. Lorien smiled and slowly descended the steps, performing an impeccable, noble greeting. Your Excellency, you must be tired from your long journey. Has the harsh winds and sands of the north taken a toll on your health? Oh, Lord Lorien, seeing all this, all my weariness has vanished. Bishop Macbeth extended his right hand, allowing Lorien to politely wipe himself on the holy water towel offered by his attendant. His gaze swept quickly and discreetly across the square. Those Iron Guard cavalrymen, riding tall horses, wearing steel half-body armor, and with eyes as sharp as hawks. This caused the old fox, who had seen many storms in the capital's political arena, to twitch violently at the corner of his eye. This is not the kind of armed force that should exist in the wild north. Bishop Macbeth was calculating frantically in his mind. Everywhere you look, there are high-quality steel weapons, disciplined sheriffs, and even ordinary workers have rosy complexions, without the slightest sign of malnutrition. The vibrant, cold, yet efficient industrial order emanating from the entire town of Greywood gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression. The investiture ceremony was held as scheduled inside the cathedral. Bishop Macbeth personally handed the ceremonial cap and scepter, symbols of episcopal authority, to Cantrell. Suddenly, sacred hymns accompanied by an organ filled the entire hall. Lorien sat in the Lord's seat below the stage, quietly watching this scene. His mind was not immersed in the sacred atmosphere of religion, but rather silently assessing the implicit political benefits brought about by this ceremony. With the official opening of the Cathedral of Holy Light, Greywood Town's religious legitimacy will reach its peak. This played an irreplaceable role in attracting devout believers from other provinces of the empire, a valuable human resource. After the ceremony, the believers dispersed. Inside the luxurious reception room deep within the cathedral, fine oak wood burned in the fireplace, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance. Only Lorien and Bishop Macbeth remained in the room. On the table were delicate pastries, a specialty of Greywood Town, and a bottle of aged southern red wine. Bishop Macbeth picked up his glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid. The previous solemnity and holiness faded from his face, replaced by a complex mix of shrewdness and awe. He looked at the young lord sitting opposite him with a profound expression, and for a moment he didn't know how to start the conversation. The young man before them was no longer the fallen nobleman who needed to send silver coins to the church every month to beg for its protection. He now controls the entire northern border, and the elite of his army even surpasses that of the Empire's regular legions. Lord Lorien. Bishop Macbeth put down his wine glass, leaned forward slightly, and spoke with an unprecedented tone of probing and flattery. The development of Greywood Town is truly astonishing even to the Holy Light. I think some of our previous cooperation agreements may need to be adjusted to be more realistic based on the current situation. Lorien raised an eyebrow, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the other person with a faint smile. Oh? What aspect does Your Excellency refer to? Chapter 188, Further Cooperation Between the Two Sides. Bishop Macbeth wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, and the fat on his face twitched involuntarily. Before coming to the north, he had intended to continue using his authority to pressure Lorien and gain more benefits. But after witnessing firsthand the town's steel, fortress-like architecture and the cold-eyed Iron Guard, the greedy yet shrewd clergyman decisively chose to change course. In the face of absolute force, excessive greed is tantamount to suicide. Your Excellency, regarding the monthly Holy Light offering of 50,000 silver coins provided by Greywood Town to me personally and the parish. Bishop Macbeth carefully chose his words, his voice extremely low. Given the recent expansion of the North's territory and the heavy infrastructure expenditures, I think this burden may be a bit too heavy for Greywood Town. To demonstrate the Church's compassion for the merciful Lord, starting next month, this offering can be reduced to 30,000 silver coins. Furthermore, if you need any information or assistance in the capital, I am personally very willing to do my best to help you. Upon hearing this, Lorien's smile deepened. He knew all too well what that old fox was thinking. Macbeth was intimidated by the strength displayed by Greywood, and he was trying to express goodwill by showing weakness and making concessions. At the same time, the relationship between the two sides was upgraded from a simple protection fee to a kind of equal political alliance. However, a mere 50,000 silver coins is nothing to Lorien, who can earn over 100,000 legitimate silver coins from the system every day without even lifting a finger. He never made any trade or political deals to save or make money, but to transform wealth into living space and real power for his territory. Your Excellency, your words truly make me feel ashamed. Lorien stood up, picked up the bottle himself, and filled the cup for Bishop Macbeth. The people of Greywood Town are able to live and work in peace and contentment amidst the cold winds of the north thanks to the protection of the holy light. How can our devotion to the church be measured in monetary terms? Lorien placed the bottle steadily on the table, slowly extended a finger, and calmly looked at the dumbfounded bishop. Starting next month, the monthly offering will not only not decrease, but will actually increase to 100,000 silver coins. 100,000, 100,000. Bishop Macbeth's breathing suddenly became heavy. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets from extreme shock. 100,000 silver coins per month. That's a full 1,200,000 a year. This huge sum of money was enough to buy an extremely luxurious manor in the capital, and could even be used to bribe most of the cardinals in the College of Cardinals. He had considered that Lorien might refuse, and he had considered that Lorien might go along with the price reduction. But I never expected that the other party would directly double down on their trump card and throw it right in my face. Lord Lorien, this is... Bishop Macbeth's voice trembled completely, his greedy instincts testing the limits of his reason. Don't be surprised yet, my dear bishop. Lorien sat back down in his chair, crossed his arms, and his eyes gleamed with a hunter's light. This money wasn't given away for free. As you can see, I'm a pragmatic person. The wealth I give away usually needs to be matched with a corresponding return. Bishop Macbeth was a shrewd man. He forcibly suppressed the wildly beating desire within him, his expression becoming extremely serious. What do you mean, Your Excellency? The landscape of the capital is changing. Although the war in the south has been stabilized, His Majesty the Emperor's recent series of new policies are clearly aimed at reclaiming power from the local nobles. Lorien spoke slowly, each word carrying immense weight. The Golden Lion Duke has gone to the front lines and will not be able to stir up trouble in the rear for the time being. As for the position of the Archbishop of the capital, as far as I know, that elderly Archbishop is not in good health. Bishop Macbeth's pupils suddenly contracted, clearly understanding Lorien's implication. A bishop who governs the remote north, no matter how powerful, is ultimately just a marginal figure. Lorien leaned forward, his voice carrying a seductive magic. Unlike you, who, with a continuous stream of financial support, plus the newly built Cathedral of Light in the north as political capital. Your Excellency Macbeth, why don't you try to compete for the Archbishop's mahogany chair? The core of the empire needs a friend who truly understands order and prosperity. A long, deathly silence fell over the reception room. The firewood in the fireplace crackled and sparks flew everywhere. Bishop Macbeth's breathing grew heavier. Without a doubt, Lorien's words struck at his deepest, most secret, and most fervent desires. Becoming the Archbishop of the capital is the lifelong dream of all clergy. He hadn't dared to think about it in the past because he didn't have enough background or astonishing wealth to satisfy the vampires in the Imperial Senate and the College of Cardinals. But now this young baron has actually laid out a golden, glittering road to heaven right under his feet. Then what does Your Excellency require of me? Bishop Macbeth asked in a hoarse voice. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. My request is very simple, and it is even a great merit for the church, Lorien said with a faint smile. The north is sparsely populated, while many parishes in the southern heartland are filled with large numbers of displaced people and bankrupt farmers due to years of war and policy adjustments. I need Your Excellency the Bishop to use the church's vast network of trusts and influence over public opinion to guide those devout, docile, and homeless believers to the north. That's all. Bishop Macbeth asked incredulously. The relocation of displaced people to the north is called redemption and migration under the guidance of the Holy Light in the church's doctrine. Not only does it pose no political risk, but it also earns the Holy See a great deal of prestige for helping the common people. That's it. Greywood Town and all the surrounding territories can provide them with clean housing, stable jobs, and plenty of food. Lorien stood up and extended his right hand to Bishop Macbeth. You gained power and wealth in the capital. I gained labor and population, and the Holy Light gained more lambs. Isn't this a perfect deal that even the gods would bless? Bishop Macbeth stared at Lorien's young yet cold face. At that moment, he fully understood what a terrifying political and economic monster he was facing. The other party is not short of money. What they lack is the underlying foundation for continuous expansion under the rules of this feudal empire. Praise be to the holy light, Lord Lorien. Bishop Macbeth stood up, extended his own thick hand, and shook hands firmly with Lorien, his face beaming with a sincere and radiant smile. Your words have given the lost sheep the way. From this day forward, the suffering believers in the south and the central will, under the inspiration of the holy light, see the promised land in the north, flowing with milk and honey. The two old foxes, each with their own thoughts, exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere in the reception room instantly became extremely harmonious. Chapter 189. Other people's titles are really useful. The rainy season in the south is always long and gloomy. The continuous drizzle shrouded the entire city of raging waves in a layer of gray mist. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Tulip territory, in the Earl's castle study, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than the weather outside the window. Count Valerius leaned back in the large, leather-covered armchair, a glass of amber-colored wine from the Sunshine Coast in his hand. However, his expression was not that of someone savoring fine wine. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were fixed on the tax official standing in front of the desk with a somewhat gloomy look. You just said that the Nightingale Merchant Guild unilaterally cut off the supply of goods to all vassal merchants in our territory? The Count's voice was deep, carrying the suppressed tension of an approaching storm. The tax official nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and reported in a low voice, Yes, Your Excellency. Starting yesterday morning, Marcus, the head of the Nightingale Merchant Guild's southern branch, officially issued a notice to the 37 merchant guilds in our territory. Not only have the supply of practical daily necessities been suspended, but even the most important nautical compasses have been indefinitely suspended from subsequent maintenance and delivery of new batches. And there was absolutely no prior notice or word of it. It was like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Absurd. Count Valerius slammed his goblet down on the table. Wine spilled onto his expensive velvet robe, but he paid no attention and abruptly stood up. That woman named Serena, has she gone mad? In the Earl's conventional understanding, the Nightingale Merchant Guild was nothing more than an outsider who barely managed to gain a foothold in the south by selling some novel trinkets. Only nautical compasses are somewhat useful for coastal territories like theirs. They would be completely ignored if placed inland. And in the few months since they settled in the southern kingdom, the volume of goods they control is simply insufficient to shake the Tulip territory's vast and self-sufficient supply chain. Therefore, this kind of supply disruption only causes some complaints from lower-level merchants and a slight fluctuation in prices, which will subside after a while. This will not only cause negligible damage to the Tulip territory, but will also tarnish the Nightingale Merchant Guild's reputation for breaking the contract. What is the significance? But that wasn't the real reason the Count was angry. What truly humiliated him was the other party's overstepping of bounds and their ungratefulness. Regarding her previous private contact with Bahrain, I spared her life and instead generously only took half of her compass distribution rights as compensation. Count Valerius paced back and forth in his study, his leather boots making a dull thud on the thick wool carpet. Now, instead of being grateful, she dares to bare her ridiculous teeth at me. What a fool who won't listen to reason. The Count stopped, a cruel glint in his eyes, and coldly ordered the captain of the guards outside the door. Sir Lancelot, take your squad to the Nightingale Merchant Guild branch in Ragewave City. I want you to drag that manager named Marcus out from under his desk, break one of his legs, and then ask him who gave him the courage to provoke Tulip territory. A few days later, at the Nightingale Merchant Guild branch in Raging Wave City, Marcus sat behind his large desk, leisurely savoring a special black tea imported from the southern islands. Knight Lancelot showed no politeness and led several fully armed Earl's private soldiers to violently kick open the guild's doors and barge in. However, this manager, who had extensive experience in business warfare, did not show any panic. Oh gods above, isn't this Sir Lancelot? What wind has blown you to our humble trading guild? Upon seeing this, Marcus immediately stood up, his face filled with a complex expression of respect and grievance. Lancelot then grabbed Marcus by the collar. He was slammed against the wall, the steel handguards making a cold, scraping sound. Stop with your disgusting businessman act, Marcus. The Earl sent me to greet you. Do you intend to feed the sharks in the southern seas by unilaterally breaking the supply contract? Innocent. Sir Knight, this is absolutely a huge misunderstanding. Marcus didn't struggle. Instead, he simply went along with it, his face contorted in a mournful expression, and started shouting. Do you think we willingly gave up such a huge market as tulip territory? That's a gold mine. We were forced into this situation. Upon hearing this, Lancelot frowned and loosened his grip slightly. Forced into a corner? In this southern land, who dares to cross Count Valerius and force you? It's the Kevin's family. Marcus blurted out the name he had prepared beforehand without hesitation, his tone filled with resentment and helplessness. The Kevin's family sealed off our warehouse in Ragestorm City a few days ago. Their higher-ups have declared that if we dare to send even a single screw into tulip territory, they will use the power of the Raging Waves City Commercial Council to completely block all our goods. Marcus, seeing the skeptical knight, continued to embellish the story. As you know, we are just a fledgling merchant guild, sandwiched between the tulip territory and the Kevin's family, two behemoths. What can we possibly do? Our young lady Serena has personally come from the north and will be here soon. She is preparing to engage in difficult negotiations with the Kevin's family. Lancelot snorted coldly, pushed Marcus aside, and straightened his cloak. This reasoning is perfectly reasonable within the Count's political logic. After all, everyone knows that the Kevin's family, who control the fishing and shipbuilding industries in the south, are longtime, sworn enemies of Count Valerius. The two often exchanged trash talk at various gatherings, and also had their share of friction behind the scenes. You wait. I will convey your words to the Earl verbatim. I hope you're not lying, businessman. Otherwise, next time I come I'll break your legs and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Lancelot left behind this chilling threat and turned to leave with his private army. After the knight's figure disappeared into the distance, the fear on Marcus's face had vanished without a trace. Instead, a sly sneer appeared. Bite hard, the harder the better, so that we Greywood territory can profit from it. He took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and muttered to himself. And the young lady's carriage should be arriving at the Kevin's family's territory by now. Chapter 190, What Qualifications Do You Have? Before long, Marcus's words unsurprisingly reached tulip territory. When Count Valerius heard the name Kevin's family, the doubt in his eyes instantly turned into a raging fury. If it were an outsider like the Nightingale Merchant Guild that initiated the provocation, he might suspect there was some conspiracy involved. But if the Kevin's family is the mastermind behind it all, then everything makes perfect sense. I knew it. Those nouveau riche, who reek of dead fish, would never settle down. The Count couldn't help but crush the quill in his hand, the ink staining his fingers and also getting the paper he was practicing on dirty. The conflict between the tulip territory and the Kevin's family has a long history. The two sides have engaged in countless open and covert struggles over border territories, port control, commodity sales, and even the voice of the Southern Parliament. This is a fundamental conflict of interest that is difficult to resolve. In addition, Valerius is a hereditary count, from a family with a long history and strict rules. Naturally, they look down on Kevin's, a nouveau riche who had suddenly risen to prominence in recent decades. The two were very different in terms of their thoughts, etiquette, and social circles, so it would be strange if they could get along. After all, in Valerius's view, the Kevin's family's actions in forcing the Nightingale Merchant Guild to cut off supplies were clearly aimed at crippling the economic lifeline of the Tulip Territory's vassal merchants. This will give them a significant advantage in the upcoming autumn trade quota negotiations. Since they want to play, I'll play along to the end. The Count immediately and coldly issued the order. Issue my order. Effective immediately. Impose triple the toll on all caravans displaying the Kevin's family crest at the Tulip Territory border. At the same time, send our private troops on a routine tour to several disputed villages on the border and drive out those grain collectors who belong to the Kevin's family. By the way, don't let the Nightingale Merchant Guild shops in the territory go unchecked either. Seize them all and confiscate their assets. Since they've chosen to side with the Kevin's family, they should bear the brunt of my wrath. Meanwhile, at the Kevin's family's luxurious estate, surrounded by enormous fountains and gardens, the current patriarch, Sierra Kevins, was furious at the pile of urgent letters on her desk. Can anyone tell me what's wrong with that arrogant mad dog Valerius? Sarah was a burly, middle-aged man with a thick red beard. His roar silenced the several high-ranking family members in the study. Our 3 caravans were detained at the border on suspicion of smuggling, and our official who went to collect rent was driven back by a Tulip Territory knight who knocked off his hat with a lance. Sarah slammed his fist on the heavy oak desk. Has he gone mad? We haven't offended him at all recently, yet he's doing this. This is a blatant insult to the Kevin's family. Chief, according to the information we've relayed from our contacts within Tulip Territory, it seems that the Nightingale Merchant Guild has cut off the supply of goods to that area, and Count Valerius believes that we are behind it. A high-ranking intelligence officer reported this with great frustration. The Nightingale Merchant Guild? That's the Northern Merchant Guild that sells compasses? Sarah paused for a moment, then laughed in anger. In a moment of absurdity. When have we ever had the time to bother with a guild that sells groceries? Valerius is framing me. He's only interested in starting a war and has just come up with this ridiculous excuse. The Kevin's family's top brass were indignant. They were discussing how to carry out equal, or even stronger, commercial retaliation against the Tulip Territory. The butler quietly pushed open the study door. Chief, the head of the Nightingale Merchant Guild, Lady Serena Balhenia, requests an audience outside the manor. The study fell silent immediately. All eyes were on Sarah. Interesting, the instigator of this farce has actually delivered himself to our doorstep. Sarah snorted coldly, straightened her clothes, and sat back down in the main seat. Let her in. I want to see what tricks this woman, stripped of her dignity by Valerius, can pull. A moment later, Serena entered the study, led by the butler. She wore a long, dark black dress with a woolen cloak over it to protect her from the sea breeze. After several months of experience in the South, her temperament became more composed and reserved than when she was in the capital. That delicate face showed no signs of fatigue or panic, but rather an air of composure, as if she were in complete control. Greetings, Your Excellency Chief Sarah. Serena gracefully lifted her skirt in a curtsy, her movements so perfect they were flawless. Put away those aristocratic pretenses and polite formalities, Lady Serena. Sarah crossed her arms over her stomach and got straight to the point without any hesitation. Because of the foolish actions of your Chamber of Commerce, that mad dog Valerius has already put his teeth on my territory. If you've come here today seeking the protection of the Kevin's family, I advise you to save your energy. Serena was not angered by the other party's rudeness. She smiled slightly, her eyes revealing an unfathomable depth. You misunderstand, chieftain. I'm not here today to seek refuge, but on behalf of Lord Lorien, who commands the entire Northern Territory, to offer you a solution to completely eliminate that mad dog. Completely resolve it. Sarah thought to herself, as if she had heard an extremely funny joke. You? A foreign trade association that can't even fully protect its own goods. Miss Serena, I have heard about what happened to you at the White Gull Tavern, but I must remind you that anger cannot be converted into strength. Besides, even if you have great power in that desolate northern border, it's still nothing in our south. Furthermore, while I do have grievances against the Tulip Territory, they remain merely at the level of commercial retaliation. I would never wage war against a powerful earl. And even if we were to go to war, what right does your Nightingale Merchant Guild have to claim a share of the spoils? Serena had anticipated this question. She didn't rush to explain, but slowly took off her cloak and handed it to the butler beside her. He then walked to the center of the study and calmly surveyed the heads of the Kevin's family. Your Excellency, you are right. The Nightingale Merchant Guild alone is indeed not qualified. But what if the place behind us is a place that can produce endless wealth out of thin air every day, and where industrial lathes hum day and night? Serena's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power. Then she's absolutely qualified. Furthermore, Your Excellency, if you think that all I have brought today are a few empty promises, you are sorely mistaken. She turned around and gently clapped her hands towards the door. Chapter 191, The Capital of War. As Serena's applause subsided, 4 burly iron guards, cloaked in gray, carried 2 heavy wooden crates with black iron trim into the Kevin's family study. When the wooden box was placed on the wool carpet, it made an extremely dull thud. Chief Sarah and several other high-ranking members of the family were immediately drawn to the 2 wooden boxes, their eyes revealing a mixture of wariness and curiosity. Gentlemen, The Kevins family's wealth is unparalleled in the entire South, but we understand very well that war is not just a drain on silver coins, but also an extreme test of steel and logistics. Serena walked to the first wooden crate and forcefully pried open the heavy steel lock on it. Clang! The lid of the box was opened. A strong smell of metallic rust-preventing oil immediately filled the air. Sarah squinted and leaned forward. When he saw what was in the box, his breath caught in his throat. It was a whole box of neatly stacked steel half-body armor, and hundreds of armor-piercing crossbow heads polished to a deep blue luster. In an era when cold weapons still dominated, a common lord's private army could be considered elite if they were equipped with leather armor and iron weapons. The forging process of these armors, with their uniform curvature and seamless joints, is comparable to that of top blacksmiths in the South. This is produced in your territory? One of the high-ranking officers in charge of the family's armed forces couldn't resist stepping forward and lightly running his fingers along the tip of an armor-piercing crossbow. The sharp edge instantly left a bloody mark on the rough skin. Incredible hardness and precision. If this technology were used to arm heavy infantry, Valerius's night charge would be a joke. This is merely the first sign of sincerity. Serena smiled on the surface, but her eyes revealed the ruthlessness of a capitalist. According to Lorien's plan, these outdated cold weapons, which were gradually phased out by Greywood Town, were the perfect bait to arm the Kevins family's mercenaries. We can provide the Kevins family with an astonishing amount of interest-free loan, with no attached business conditions, enough for you to hire all the wandering mercenary groups along the southern border. At the same time, we will dump unlimited quantities of the above-mentioned high-quality steel armor and weapons on you at a price 30% lower than the market price. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the study completely changed. If just moments ago they regarded Serena as a pitiful creature seeking refuge, now she has become a powerful arms tycoon who controls the lifeline of war. There's no such thing as a free lunch, Ms. Serena. Sarah abandoned her previous disdain, sat back in the large leather chair, and tapped her fingers lightly on the table. You paid such a huge price just to avenge Valerius's humiliation of you. I'm sorry, but I don't think it's worth it. Of course not. Serena recalled what Lorien had said to her in the study. It perfectly replicated the rationality and confidence of that young lord. Let me tell you, we in Greywood Collar don't care about this little bit of money. We support you because we need a healthier trade order in the South. And Valerius's monopoly and arrogance have seriously hindered the flow of our goods. What we need is an obedient southern hub, and the Kevins family happens to be the most suitable agent at present. An agent? Cela sneered. Don't use such condescending language. Even with your funds and high-quality steel weapons, the towering walls of Tulip territory and those 1,000 private soldiers are not just for show. Moreover, once a protracted war breaks out, the economies of nearby territories will experience severe fluctuations and may even be dragged down, unless... Sarah stared into Serena's eyes, trying to find a flaw. Unless your northern territory can directly send troops to intervene. But your army crossed the defense zone to the south, which is an open provocation against the French emperor, so this is a dead end. Serena's smile deepened as she slowly walked to the second wooden crate. We don't need to send an entire army to anger the emperor. The truth we possess doesn't need to be proven with sheer numbers. She yanked open the second wooden box. Inside, instead of mountains of armor, there was a row of long, neatly arranged metal tubes nestled in shock-absorbing down, their openings gleaming with a deep, cold light. The brass parts on the walnut stock were polished to a gleaming shine. What is this? Sarah frowned. He had never seen such a strangely shaped mechanical structure before. In the north, we call it the Wheel of Time. Serena picked up a brand-new flintlock pistol, skillfully pulled back the bolt, and checked the flint clip. On the battlefield, you can call a musket. Serena looked at Sarah. Chief, the space here is too cramped. If you're interested, why don't we move to the training ground outside the manor? I will show you what it means to have power that can change the rules of war. A dozen minutes later, the Kevins family arrived at the fortified training ground at the back of the manor. At the end of the training ground, there were 3 scarecrows dressed in heavy knight plate armor. This type of plate armor was standard issue for southern knights, and even the strongest crossbowmen would find it difficult to pierce from 50 paces away. Serena stood about 60 paces away from the dummy. Behind her stood 10 elite musketeers dressed in the uniforms of the Greywood Town Iron Guard. These soldiers were technical demonstrators that Lorien had specifically assigned to her. Ready, Serena gave the brief command. The 10 musketeers moved in perfect unison, pulling out small, pre-packaged gunpowder from their ammunition pouches, biting them open, and pouring the contents into the gunpowder pool. They then stuffed the remaining gunpowder and lead bullets into the muzzle and tamped them down with a scoop. The whole process was smooth and fluid, with a cold, industrial-age rhythm. Raise your gun. 10 dart gun barrels were raised simultaneously, aiming at the knight's plate armor in the distance. Sierra and the senior executives stood in the safe area, watching the scene with some tension. They couldn't comprehend what kind of threat these metal pipes, without bowstrings or blades, could pose. Fire! Bang! 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 A deafening roar echoed through the training ground. Thick white smoke, mixed with the pungent smell of sulfur, quickly spread. Sarah's eardrums were ringing, and she instinctively took a step back. As the smoke cleared slightly, he stared wide-eyed at the mannequin in the distance, and froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. More than a dozen terrifying, cratered holes had appeared on the 3 seemingly indestructible heavy plate armors. Driven by immense kinetic energy, the lead bullet not only easily tore through the knight's armor, but also created a devastating cavity effect inside. The straw inside the dummy, mixed with shattered iron pieces, lay scattered pitifully on the ground. By the gods above, a senior member of the family muttered to himself, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't imagine what a hellish scene it would be if a real flesh and blood body suffered such a blow. Chapter 192, The Rewritten Rules. The silence in the training ground lasted for a long time. Only the faint heat emanating from the musket barrel and the smell of gunpowder lingered in the air. Sarah gasped for breath, staring intently at the completely destroyed knight's plate armor. The military common sense that is ingrained in people's minds is undergoing a complete collapse. On the southern battlefields, it took several years to train a qualified longbowman or crossbowman in terms of arm strength and accuracy. These soldiers, wielding strange metal tubes, could unleash terrifying destructive power, so powerful that even high-ranking knights had to temporarily avoid them, with just the pull of a tiny mechanical trigger. What's most terrifying is that this weapon transcends the gaps in class and physical ability. Even a farmer, if he has mastered the launching technique, can easily take the life of an elite knight who has trained for decades. This is what you call truth. Sarah turned her head, and there was no longer any contempt in her eyes when she looked at Serena. Instead, there was a deep sense of awe and an undisguised, fanatical greed. Serena handed the unfired flintlock pistol to a guard beside her and calmly straightened her skirt. Not only that, Your Majesty the Chieftain. In addition to these 10 musketeers and sufficient ammunition supplies, we also have a heavy siege weapon called the cannon. It can send solid iron balls hundreds of paces away. The gates of Count Valerius's proud castle are as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of such a weapon. Even if a powerful mage can erect a shield, it won't last long. She walked up to Sarah, her voice full of seduction. Our terms are simple. The North provided funding, inexpensive high-end armor, and this special squad with overwhelming firepower. And the Kevin's family only needs to send out your regular infantry and mercenaries to meet the Tulip Territory's wrath head-on. We will wear down Valerius's private army little by little outside his city walls. Once the war reaches a stalemate, the economy of the Tulip Territory will be the first to collapse. At that point, the Earl will have no choice but to sit at the negotiating table and bow down to us. Sarah frantically calculated the gains and losses in her mind. If it were merely a business dispute, he would never easily start a war. But now, the Nightingale Merchant Guild has provided an extremely complete set of cheating tools. This gave him a golden opportunity to completely annex some of the peripheral ports of the Tulip Territory and monopolize the southern shipping routes. More important places. If the Kevin's family demonstrates overwhelming power in this proxy war, the entire Southern Council will grovel at their feet. But this weapon is too dangerous. Sarah pointed at the musketeers, her eyes flickering. If you provide us with these weapons, how can I guarantee that one day you won't turn your guns on the Kevin's family? You're overthinking it, Serena chuckled. She recalled Lorien's precise analysis of the psychology of these politicians before his departure. First of all, The workshops that manufacture these weapons are in the far north, and no one else can replicate them. Secondly, I reiterate that we have no interest in occupying the lands in the south. The harsh winters of the north are no match for the delicate grapes of the south. What we need is a market to dump our goods and a compliant business partner. Serena leaned forward slightly, staring into Sarah's eyes. And you, Lady Sarah, are you willing to let your family be squeezed between Raging Tide City and Tulip Territory for generations to come, at the mercy of others? Ambition is the most deadly catalyst in the world. Sarah closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, a fierce battle had already ignited in those eyes that belonged to a businessman and a schemer. The Kevins family accepts the friendship of the North. Sai stretched out his right hand, his voice deep and powerful. Serena grasped the hand, her smile blooming like a thorny night rose. A wise choice. Then assemble your army immediately. Within half a month, I want to see the flames of war blazing on the borders of Count Valerius's territory. Meanwhile, in the north, in Greywood Town, Lorien was sitting in the study of the Lord's Manor, carefully reviewing the latest report compiled and submitted by the Iron Guard's intelligence department. The Eastern Border Patrol has successfully incorporated 6 werewolf scouts into the reserve force, and they are currently undergoing scent tracking and complex terrain adaptation training. The third blast furnace of the first steel plant was successfully ignited yesterday, and refined steel production is expected to increase by 15% next week. The first batch of experimental rice planted under Li Jinshu's guidance has entered the heading stage, and the agricultural official of Ella has submitted a budget request for the expansion of the irrigation canal. Lorien skillfully reviewed the documents, the system's transparent panel flickering slightly at the edge of his field of vision. The daily morning notification of tens of thousands of silver coins deposited into his account gave him an extremely secure sense of control. In Lorien's view, the entire continent of Nolan looked like a giant sand table. His strategy in the south was like a chess piece placed randomly, not aimed at winning a simple battle. Rather, it was to undermine the corrupt old aristocratic system and extract the core technical talent he needed most, the Balin family of dwarves. As for the fate of the Kevins family and the destruction of Tulip Country, they were merely a small lubricant in the grand process of industrialization for him. "My lord," came the respectful voice of the butler, Ball, from outside the door. "Come in," Lorien said without looking up. The old butler pushed open the door, holding a letter stamped with a special wax seal. "Sir, this is a top-secret letter sent back by the Nightingale Merchant Guild via carrier pigeon. Lady Serena has successfully reached an agreement with the Kevins family. War in the south could break out at any time." Lorien paused slightly in his quill. He took the letter, but did not open it immediately. Instead, he placed it on the table. "Very good." He leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window at the bustling workshop district of Greywood Town, which teemed with activity day and night. "Let the gears turn even faster. While the old aristocrats of the south are still shedding blood for a few muddy territories, my steam engine will crush the backbone of an entire era." Chapter 193, Huge Bounty. The rainy season in the Southern Kingdom has just ended. The streets still carried the lingering, earthy smell of damp soil. The Mercenary Guild Hall in Ragestorm City is perpetually filled with the stench of ale, roasted meat grease, and the sweaty smell of leather armor that has never been washed. This is a hub of violence among the lower classes in the South. Countless madmen, willing to risk their lives for a few silver coins, search daily in this bustling place for employers to squander their lives on. Bang! A butler dressed impeccably, wearing the Kevins family's gold crest on his chest. Under the protection of 2 fully armed family private soldiers, a thick parchment stamped with bright red wax was forcefully nailed to the bounty board in the center of the hall with a dagger. The previously noisy hall immediately fell silent for a moment, and all eyes converged on it like hungry wolves. "In the name of the Kevins family, issue an unlimited recruitment order." The butler cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the spacious hall, carrying a condescending arrogance. "We need experienced guards. Requirements: possess at least the physical abilities of a Tier 1 transcendent being, or be proficient in any melee weapon. The mission period is tentatively set at 3 months, but may be extended." The butler glanced around at the mercenaries whose Adam's apples were bobbing, and then threw out that number that was enough to drive anyone mad. Ordinary guards receive 50 silver coins per week. First-tier extraordinary individuals receive 1 gold coin per week. Elites of second tier or above receive negotiable salaries, with a minimum of 3 gold coins. Once a contract is signed, half a month's salary will be paid immediately as a settlement allowance. A collective gasp filled the hall. 50 silver coins a week? That's an astronomical price in the mercenary market in the south. It's important to understand that escorting a caravan through the treacherous Blackwater Hills usually involves living on the edge of a knife for a full 2 weeks. For an ordinary mercenary, receiving 10 silver coins is considered an excellent reward. Master Butler, what are the specific details of the mission? A burly man, blind in his left eye and carrying a heavy 2-handed greatsword, pushed through the crowd and asked in a gruff voice, "Is the Kevin's family going to assemble a fleet to explore the abyssal islands of the Endless Sea? Or are they going to drift at sea for a year or two?" In the mercenaries' inherent logic, only large-scale, long-distance trade voyages that often take a year or two and involve a high chance of death, or hunting high-level magical beasts in extremely cold lands, deserve such extravagant rewards. "That's not something you should be asking," the butler said, giving him a cold glance. "The Kevin's family's wealth is enough to buy all of your lives. Those who are willing to be hired, go to the assembly camp at the back of the manor now to sign a contract. Remember, once you enter the camp, no one may leave for any reason before the mission begins. Anyone who does so will be charged with desertion." This kind of secretive attitude, instead of deterring these desperate criminals, it completely ignited the greed in their eyes. In the next few days, not only in Raging Wave City, but also in more than a dozen mercenary guilds of all sizes in the Southern Kingdom, all received the same frantic recruitment orders. Backed by Lorien's massive interest-free loan, the Kevin's family implemented the Greywood territory strategy of buying out time and people with money to the fullest extent. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Mercenary groups of all sizes began to flock to the Kevin's family's territory in search of this windfall. The outskirts of Nuteo City. Inside a huge temporary camp, tightly surrounded by towering wooden fences and barricades, campfires burn continuously. Damn it, just how many people has the Kevin's family recruited? A second-tier swordsman, blind in his left eye, sat by the campfire, sharpening his sword with a whetstone while glancing warily at the densely packed tents around him. The number of people gathered in the camp has exceeded 1,000. This is an absolutely terrifying armed force. The vast majority of these mercenaries are desperate outlaws who constantly teeter on the edge of life and death, possessing the basic strength of a first-tier, transcendent being. Their muscles were as hard as rock, and their bodies were covered with scars from the claws and teeth of various wild beasts and swords. In the core area of the camp, one can also see dozens of rare second-tier superhumans, as well as several third-tier veterans who are surrounded by mercenaries in awe. The most eye-catching feature is the several individual tents decorated with intricate magic patterns in the southeast corner of the camp. For mages dressed in dark robes and holding staffs sat there indifferently, refusing to communicate with any of the rude warriors. Mages are an extremely scarce strategic resource on the continent of Nolan. Even if they're only at the first or second level, the area of effect destruction they can exert on the battlefield is enough to be equivalent to that of a small squad. No matter what the Kevin's family wants to do, with so many elites here, they would have a fighting chance even if they were to slay a dragon. A young mercenary who was wiping his crossbow swallowed hard. He touched the heavy prepaid coins in his pocket and forcibly suppressed the unease in his heart. However, this false prosperity built on money is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of absolute military common sense. Mercenaries can fight bloodthirsty monsters to protect caravans, and they can ruthlessly behead their fellow travelers in gang fights. But they were, after all, a disorganized group, lacking a unified belief, strict military discipline, and the kind of loyalty to their lord that was ingrained in their very bones. Once they are put to face a well-equipped, disciplined, and well-coordinated regular army, they will be at risk of being overwhelmed by their superior tactics and formations. This loose formation will crumble as quickly as snow under the scorching sun when the knights charge in a single wave. They were madmen on the edge of a knife, but they were by no means qualified soldiers. While the mercenaries were filled with all sorts of unrealistic fantasies about the future, the huge main tent in the center of the camp, which had been tightly closed, finally slowly opened its curtains. Chapter 194. The Winning Chip? On the high platform outside the main tent, Sarah Kevins, dressed in a glamorous dark blue leather coat, looked down at the dense crowd of mercenaries below with a cold expression. Beside him stood Serena, dressed in a long black dress, exuding a mysterious and elegant aura. Quiet. A third-tier family guard commander roared. The battle aura, mixed with sonic booms, exploded in the sky above the camp, barely suppressing the noise of the more than 1,000 mercenaries below. Sarah stepped forward, placed her hands on the wooden railing, and loudly announced the secret that had been kept secret. Gentlemen, now that you have received the Kevins family's gold coins, it is time for you to fulfill your contracts. Sarah's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. Our target is neither the sea nor the abyss. In 3 days, the entire army will break camp and head southwest. Your mission is to tear through the Tulip territory's defenses and utterly crush Count Valerius's territory. These words were spoken. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence, followed by a deafening uproar and a torrent of curses. Tulip Collar, Count Valerius? Are you all insane? Has the Kevins family gone mad? That's the territory of a powerful earl. Damn it, you're using us as cannon fodder to die. I quit. We're facing fully armed heavy knights and well-trained spear phalanxes. This isn't a job for mercenaries. The blind swordsman stood up abruptly, slammed the whetstone in his hand onto the ground, and roared angrily. His emotions quickly infected those around him, and the mercenaries drew their weapons, threatening to escalate into a terrible riot. Dealing with wild beasts and dealing with regular armies are two completely different things. On the plains, 1,000 mercenaries fighting independently are not even enough to make 200 heavy cavalry charge back and forth twice. They do love money, but they cherish their lives even more. Sarah's face turned extremely ugly. She clenched her fists and turned to look at Serena beside her. This was exactly the situation he feared most, revealing the inherent weaknesses of mercenaries in conventional warfare. Let me do it, chieftain. Serena remained calm, showing no sign of panic. She walked gracefully forward and lightly snapped her slender fingers in midair. As she moved, the curtains on both sides of the platform were suddenly pulled open. 10 musketeers in Iron Guard uniforms stood there like statues, holding cold flintlock muskets. Right in the center of them was a bronze muzzle-loading cannon with a terrifying caliber, secretly transported from the north. The pitch-black muzzle exuded a suffocating industrial pressure under the sunlight. The mercenaries' drumming gradually subsided as they looked at the strange weapons without bowstrings with suspicion. The arrogant mages also frowned because they did not sense any fluctuations of magical elements in those metal tubes. Fellow warriors of the South, please restrain your anger. Serena's voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, resounded throughout the venue, clear and carrying an undeniable air of authority. You think this is a meat grinder like bloodbath? No, you're sorely mistaken. She pointed in the direction of the Tulip Collar, a mocking smile playing on her lips. This is just a political show of one-sided crushing victory. Bang! Without any warning, one of the musketeers next to Serena pulled the trigger into the sky. The deafening roar made the mercenaries in the front row instinctively shrink their necks. I know what you're afraid of. It's nothing more than Valerius's heavy cavalry, clad in thick iron armor. Serena walked up to the bronze cannon and gently stroked its cold barrel. But in the face of the truth of the North, those iron shells are not much better than paper. She nodded to the artillerymen. The loader quickly pushed a measured amount of black powder into the breech, followed by inserting a heavy solid iron ball. Target: the abandoned watchtower 500 paces outside the camp. Open fire. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the gods, a huge fireball, accompanied by thick smoke, spewed from the cannon muzzle. The earth trembled violently, and the shockwaves were so intense that even the wooden planks on the high platform groaned under the strain. All the mercenaries stared in disbelief at the distance. 500 paces away, an abandoned watchtower built of hard granite was snapped in half by the terrifying kinetic energy of the solid iron ball, and the rubble collapsed with a roar amidst the billowing dust. The mages suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with shock. This kind of pure destructive power on a physical level would require even a peak third-tier fire mage to chant for a long time to achieve. What you need to do is not to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the knights. Serena looked down at the mercenaries who were completely stunned, her tone full of seduction and confidence. All you need to do is take your steel-forged weapons, follow behind our cannons and muskets, and trample down those already shattered defenses like you're receiving spoils of war. Then, take your hefty bounty and go to any tavern and brag about how you defeated an earl. In this world where strength reigns supreme, that shot just now was more convincing than any words. The fear in the mercenary's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a fanatical blind following of the new, powerful weapon and an extreme greed for the rich spoils to come. I am willing to serve the Kevin's family. Someone shouted something, and then the entire camp erupted in deafening cheers. Inside the camp, behind a high platform, Sarah looked at the excited mercenaries outside and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. He turned to Serena, who was wiping the gunpowder residue from her fingers with a silk handkerchief, and said with lingering fear, "Your methods are truly admirable, Miss Serena. However, I still have concerns." As a shrewd and calculating politician, he was not blinded by the current fervor. These madmen have no loyalty whatsoever. Even if the artillery is powerful, if anything unexpected happens on the battlefield, or if Valerius's cavalry outflanks them, these guys are used to changing sides at the slightest sign of the wind, may turn against us, or even flee. By then, our flanks will be completely exposed. Serena put down her handkerchief, picked up the black tea on the table, took a sip, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes, even colder than Lorien's. "Your Excellency, Chieftain, you seem to have forgotten the dual nature of weapons." She raised her head, her beautiful eyes devoid of any pity. "A musket can be pointed at the enemy, and naturally it can also be pointed at our own people." Sarah was stunned. "Place your most loyal and elite family private troops at the rear of the mercenary formation," Serena said softly, as if discussing the weather. "Distribute all the flintlock rifles we provided to them, and form a supervisory team. If the mercenaries charge forward, your private army will be their strongest support. But if anyone dares to take even half a step back..." Serena put down her teacup, making a crisp clinking sound. "Then let's blast their heads out with bullets. When retreating means certain death, while advancing is aided by artillery, scouting, and huge rewards, even a pig would grit its teeth and charge forward." A deathly silence fell over the study. Sarah looked at the seemingly frail woman in front of her and felt a deep chill. Supervisory team? This practice of treating mercenaries as mere expendable resources and human shields will, once it gets out, completely ruin the reputation of the Kevin's family in the mercenary world. From now on, it's unlikely that any mercenary guild in the entire South will be willing to settle in Kevin's territory. This is tantamount to cutting oneself off from the mercenary market in the South. But Sarah quickly completed the bloody accounting in his mind. If the Kevin's family can win this war, completely shatter Count Valerius's arrogance, and annex the ports and trade routes of the Tulip territory, they can dominate the Southern Council. By then, who will care about the life or death of a few lowly mercenary guilds? "I understand." Sarah took a deep breath, her previously hesitant gaze turning firm and ruthless. "I will personally select 300 of the family's most loyal assassins to take over the rear defenses. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy." Chapter 195, The Blind Spot of Arrogance. Va. A game that can never be decided by sheer passion or a few fervent battle cries. After the awe-inspiring artillery demonstration ended, the fear in the mercenary's eyes was replaced by greed. Sarah had thought that he could set off with his army the next day and head straight for the heart of Tulip territory. But Serena poured cold water on the chieftain, who was blinded by ambition. Start a war immediately? That would be the most foolish choice, chieftain. In the war room, Serena stood in front of a huge southern parchment map, toying with a delicate silver coin in her hand. Her tone was calm to the point of being cold, perfectly replicating Lorien's absolute rationality when formulating strategies. The Northern Territory only brought 30 muskets this time. This kind of sophisticated mechanical weapon requires a tedious process of cleaning the chamber, loading the gunpowder, and compacting the lead bullets after firing. To ensure sustained firepower, we need at least 60 soldiers divided into two groups to undergo intensive rotational loading training. As for those bronze muzzle-loading cannons, Serena paused, recalling the Northern artillery instructor's complaints on the ship about the Southerners' arithmetic abilities, and frowned slightly. Artillery requires rigorously trained gunners. Distance measurement, parabola calculation, and charge control Any mistake in any of these steps could lead to a barrel explosion, sending our own people into the air. You expect mercenaries who can't even write their own names to master this overnight. Sarah was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. He looked at Serena, his brow furrowed. But the food and wages consumed by those more than 1,000 mercenaries every day are an astronomical figure. Every day we delay, our families' coffers bleed. Besides, they're used to being undisciplined, and I'm afraid things will go wrong if I keep them locked up in a camp for too long. You don't need to worry about funding. As I've said before, Greywood Town has no shortage of wealth. Serena flicked the silver coin precisely into the gold cup on the table, making a crisp sound. As for those unruly scoundrels, I will teach them what discipline is. The 3-month employment period wasn't set arbitrarily. We need time for them to complete the basic formation integration. For the next whole month. For the mercenaries stationed in the suburban camp, it was an even more terrifying ordeal than facing a third-tier magical beast. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight pierce through the sea mist, the sharp sound of a copper whistle will ring out precisely over the camp. Turn left. Turn right. Damn it, blind man. Which way is left? On the muddy training ground of the camp, 2 Iron Guard instructors from Greywood Town were wielding thick rattan canes and roaring at a group of burly, menacing mercenaries. Mercenaries, accustomed to fighting individually and relying on instinct, were forced to form formations based on height and military class. They had to learn to advance, retreat, raise their shields, and thrust in response to simple drumbeats and horn calls. This tedious and individualistic systematic training caused many troublemakers to frequently erupt in serious discontent in the first few days. Serena understood the nature of these low-level thugs very well. Simply resorting to violence will only incite mutiny. Lorien once taught her that to deal with such people, the ratio of the stick to the carrot must be adjusted to the extreme. After several of the mercenaries who led the riot were publicly hanged by the Kevins family's private soldiers at the camp gate, Serena immediately introduced an enviable reward system. See that? This is the treatment the benchmark team receives. The blind swordsman stood in the square formation, swallowing hard. On the high platform in front of him, a 10-man mercenary squad that had marched in the most orderly formation and obeyed orders the past week was receiving their reward. Each team member received an extra 5 gold coins on the spot. Lunch was changed from ordinary black bread to oily roasted ribs, large chunks of butter, and unlimited ale. Under the extreme stimulation of money and the temptation of meat, these originally unruly madmen gradually lowered their heads. Driven by the promise of a hefty bonus and the desire to feast on juicy roasted meat in front of their companions, they began to force themselves to adapt to the nauseating discipline. Even at night, some mercenaries dream of chanting the 1-2-1 marching rhythm. Thus, with the unfathomable financial backing and efficient management of Greywood, this mercenary group, which was originally a disorganized mess, was barely managed to be molded into an army with basic tactical execution capabilities. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Tulip territory, inside the Earl's castle study, the fireplace was burning brightly. Count Valerius was comfortably reclining in his chaise longue, listening to the latest report from the chief intelligence officer. My lord, our inside sources in Rage City have confirmed that the Kevins family has indeed issued an unlimited recruitment order for mercenaries. Currently, there are more than 1,000 mercenaries of various kinds gathered in their camp, as well as several first- and second-tier mages. The intelligence chief respectfully handed over a parchment scroll. Valerius took the parchment scroll, glanced at it casually, and then tossed it into the wastebasket beside him with a contemptuous sneer. 1,000 mercenaries? Did that old idiot Sarah leave his brain in the tavern? The Count picked up his wine glass, the red liquid swirling inside. Does he really think that a bunch of hyenas who would sell their souls for a few copper coins can threaten the formidable walls of Tulip territory? In Valerius's aristocratic mindset, this action was utterly absurd. If mercenaries could truly play a decisive role in conventional warfare, then the lords of the continent would have long since given up supporting expensive private armies and knights. Mercenaries have no loyalty and no strict discipline. If they encounter strong resistance on the battlefield, a casualty rate of more than 10% would be enough to cause this rabble to collapse completely. My lord, Sarah may simply be trying to use this momentum to force us to make concessions in the trade negotiations. The intelligence chief cautiously speculated. "This is precisely a sign of his weakness," Valerius said arrogantly, leaning back in his chair. "He doesn't dare to use his core strength to fight me to the death, so he can only spend money to hire a bunch of thugs to annoy me. Pass down the order. The border patrols only need to maintain their routine vigilance. There's no need to send more men. I want to see how long Sierra's finances can support these hyenas." This is the fatal blind spot caused by information asymmetry and ingrained common sense. Valerius had no idea that the southern family he despised had already grasped a sharp blade capable of cleaving through the ages. Chapter 196, The Death Knell of War. Time slipped away, quietly amidst the tedious training and long standoffs. The cool autumn breeze begins to blow across the wheat fields of the southern plains. Sarah finally couldn't contain his excitement and gave the order for a full-scale attack. 800 Kevin's family private soldiers, dressed in uniform armor and wielding sharp spears, along with more than 1,000 mercenaries who had undergone basic training, crossed the Blackwater River, which served as a natural boundary, in a grand procession. This was not a probing skirmish, but a full-blown invasion. The border outposts of the Tulip territory were almost completely crushed the moment they came into contact. Those patrolmen who thought the other side was just bluffing were pinned to the barricades by heavily armed mercenaries with crossbows before they could even light the signal fires. With the aid of cheap, high-quality steel weapons from Greywood territory, the mercenaries unleashed terrifying localized destructive power. The army did not linger at the border, but instead surged forward like a black torrent, heading straight for the main city of the Tulip territory, until the enemy's vanguard appeared on the plains less than 50 miles from the main city. Only a messenger covered in blood delivered this shocking news to the Earl's castle. Clang! Count Valerius slammed his silver goblet to the ground, splashing crimson wine onto his expensive carpet. "What did you say?" "Sarah not only crossed the border, but also massacred 3 of my border outposts, and is now leading his army toward the main city." Valerius's eyes were bloodshot with extreme shock and anger. He grabbed the intelligence chief by the collar, his voice almost roaring. "How dare he? He's declaring war on a powerful earl of the empire." After a brief moment of embarrassment, Valerius quickly regained his composure thanks to his years of aristocratic education and military training. Since the other party has really overturned the table, he must use the most brutal physical means to let that family that sells salted fish know what true strength is. The dull, urgent tolling of war bells echoed wildly over the main city of Tulip. The war machine of the entire territory was activated. The city gates slammed shut and the drawbridge was raised. In just half a day, the Tulip Legion, which the Tulip leader was so proud of, had assembled in the square behind the city wall. 200 heavily armed knights sat astride their armored war horses, their steel lances standing tall like a forest, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. 300 elite spearmen and 100 heavy infantrymen wielding kite shields formed an impregnable defensive line. On the city wall, 100 longbowmen were already in position, and the huge crossbows used for city defense had their bowstrings tightened. The crossbow bolts, as thick as an arm, gleamed with a chilling light in the sunlight. In addition, 400 militiamen were urgently recruited to handle the rolling stones and logistics. But this is not Valerius's greatest source of confidence. At the highest point of the city wall, there is a tower built specifically for magicians. 5 first-tier mages, 3 second-tier mages, and 1 third-tier mage wielding a staff inlaid with a huge ruby were staring indifferently into the distance. In this world where extraordinary power determines the outcome of battles, a third-tier mage can play a more significant role in a defensive battle than 200 heavily armored knights. "They're here." The third-tier mage's withered lips twitched slightly as his gaze locked onto the horizon. The billowing smoke and dust obscured the sky. The Kevin's family's army, marching in relatively orderly steps, slowly came into view of the main city of Tulip. The army halted its advance at a distance of 800 paces from the city wall. This distance is just outside the effective range of the city wall's heavy crossbows and mages. Count Valerius, dressed in a magnificent suit of plate armor engraved with defensive runes, walked up to the crenellations of the city wall, surrounded by his guards. Looking down at the enemy army below, which, although numerous, still appeared somewhat bloated in formation, his previously anxious heart finally settled down completely. They had no siege towers, no heavy catapults, only some simple ladders and battering rams. Arrogant and foolish, Valerius placed his hands on the cold battlements, a cruel sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he activated the knight's battle aura within his body, and his voice, like a booming bell, exploded in the empty battlefield, accurately reaching the enemy's front line. Sera qui vient, you nouveau riche whose brains have been blown out of shape by the sea breeze. Valerius began to unleash his arrogance and trash talk. Look at these pathetic wretches you brought. Do you think you can shake the Tulip family's century-old glory by hiring a bunch of money-grubbing stray dogs? Your ambition is as repulsive as the fishy smell on you. At the front of the enemy lines, Sarah rode a black, thoroughbred warhorse, accompanied by several family knights. Upon hearing Valerius's mockery, his face darkened. Valerios, stop with your cliches. Sarah responded in kind with amplified fighting spirit. Your territory is decaying, and your arrogance is stifling trade in the South. Today, I'm here to teach you what it means to adapt to the times. Follow the times? Ha ha ha. Valerius laughed loudly, his laughter filled with disdain. You seem to have forgotten the rules of the South. We don't have an emperor, but we have the Southern Parliament. You have amassed an army without authorization from the council to invade the territory of a powerful earl and massacred border soldiers. This is a violation of the bottom line of the entire Southern aristocratic circle. Valerius pointed at Sarah below, his tone chilling. I guarantee that after my knights raise your infantry phalanx and my mages burn your mercenaries to ashes, I will personally appeal to the Southern Council and have your membership in the Raging Wave City Business Council completely revoked. I will ensure that the Kevins family's ships will never leave port again, and that every member of your family will become a beggar. The political structure of the Southern Kingdoms was quite different from that of the French Empire. There is no absolute imperial power here. The entire country operates on the basis of the Southern Council, which is composed of major lords, merchants, and church representatives. Power is extremely decentralized and subject to checks and balances. Valerius's words undoubtedly struck at the Achilles heel of traditional political rules. In the past, Sarah would have been absolutely wary upon hearing such a threat. But now he just stared indifferently at the clown jumping around on the city wall. The rules of Parliament are shackles for the losers. Sarah slightly raised her chin, her eyes flashing with a fanaticism and ambition ignited by the Northern arms. When your proud city walls crumble, when my war boots tread upon the magnificent Persian carpets of your count's castle. Valerios, guess what those old foxes in the Southern Council think? Do they care more about a dead loser, or would they rather welcome a new master who controls the entire Southern hub? These words immediately escalated the tension between the two sides to its peak. The air seemed to freeze. Release the arrows. Let them witness the fury of the Tulip territory. Valerius swung his arm down sharply. Behind the enemy lines, in a hidden area concealed by heavy shields and mercenaries, several cold bronze muzzle-loading cannons were being slowly adjusted for firing elevation by the gunners of Greywood Town. The pitch-black cannon muzzle was locked firmly on the seemingly indestructible city gate with its pure steel edging. A great war is about to break out. Chapter 197, The Illusion of Alchemical Weapons. Fire. Let them see the fury of the Tulip territory. With a roar from Count Valerius, 100 longbowmen on the city wall quickly drew their bows. However, the distance between them was a full 800 paces. The arrows that were launched lost their kinetic energy in midair. Like powerless, withered leaves, they sparsely fell on the muddy ground 300 paces from the enemy's formation. This futile attack was more like a comical opening. Behind the Kevins family's camp, Serena stood on a slightly raised mound, coldly observing the movements on the city wall through her telescope. She ignored Valerius's provocation and instead nodded slightly to the Northern artillery instructor beside her. Adjust elevation. Gun positions 1 and 2. Target the main city gate with its steel-framed walls. Gun positions 3 and 4. Target the heavy crossbow positions on the city walls and the mage tower. The instructor raised a red signal flag, his voice echoing hoarsely across the artillery position. These 4 bronze muzzle-loading cannons have undergone multiple technological iterations at the first steelworks in Greywood, compared to the original cannons that bombarded Baron Oakhaven's castle in the north. Although they still lack rifling, The thicker breech structure, the finer granulated black powder, and the more rounded solid iron balls increase their propellant energy and range by 30% to 40%. Filling complete. Fuse in place. For the glory of Greywood Town, fire. As the instructor waved the red flag down, the four gunners simultaneously pressed the red-hot pillars of fire onto the fuse holes. Boom! 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 Four blinding orange-red fireballs instantly shattered the tranquility of the battlefield. The violent recoil caused the heavy artillery to plow deep furrows into the muddy ground. Thick white smoke, like a suddenly rising cumulonimbus cloud, enveloped the entire artillery position. The piercing sound of something tearing through the air intertwined with the howl of death in midair. Count Valerius only saw a few black afterimages flash before his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the entire section of the city wall beneath our feet began to shake violently, as if it had been hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Bang! Cut! The first solid iron ball, weighing 12 pounds, struck the main city gate with precision. The sturdy city gate, made of century-old oak mixed with pure steel edging and strong enough to withstand dozens of impacts from heavy battering rams, emitted a tooth-grinding groan upon contact. The immense kinetic energy ripped off the steel hinges securing the city gate, sending wood chips and twisted iron pieces radiating inwards and instantly tearing the dozen or so guards behind the gate to shreds. The other two shells swept mercilessly across the top of the city wall. Ah! An expensive heavy crossbow for city defense was hit head-on by the iron ball. The thick bow arm broke on the spot, and the sharp wooden spikes flew in all directions like fragments of a grenade, piercing the three operators around it and causing them to fall to the ground screaming like hedgehogs. Another iron ball flew past the edge of the mage's tower, shearing off a large section of granite wall, and rubble rained down on the courtyards inside the city. Oh, gods above! What has happened? The city gate has cracked. Quickly, use sandbags to plug it. The once orderly city wall defenses were thrown into extreme chaos and panic. The soldiers covered their bleeding ears, watching in horror the devastating attacks that seemed to come from nowhere. Count Valerius, covered in dust and dirt, was tightly protected by his guards. He pushed aside the guards, stumbled to his feet, and stared intently at the smoke-filled battlefield 800 paces away. For the first time, fear welled up in the depths of his eyes. An alchemical weapon. Where did that bastard Sarah get such a high-level alchemical weapon? Valerius roared through gritted teeth. In his understanding, only the legendary great alchemists who live in seclusion deep within the continent could create such terrifying explosions and physical destructive power without relying on magical elements. But weapons of that caliber are extremely expensive to manufacture. The cost of each one is enough to bankrupt a minor noble family. How could the Kevin's family possibly possess such a weapon? He can't hold out much longer. This alchemical weapon can't be fired indefinitely. Valerius made a fatal misjudgment based on his lack of scientific common sense. He drew his sword, channeled his battle aura, and roared, "Mages, suppress them. Crossbowmen, don't stop. Cover their infantry formation with fire." Once the meat grinder of war is started, no one can escape unscathed. Under the cover of the first round of artillery fire, more than 1,000 mercenaries in the Kevin's family camp roared a deafening battle cry. Encouraged by the allure of gold coins and the promise of alchemical weapons, the group of desperados, wielding ironclad shields, launched a frenzied charge towards the walls of Tulip territory like ants. Charge into the city. Loot the Earl's treasury. The blind swordsman charged at the forefront, his thick arms bulging with veins, and his heavy steel shield deflected all the stray arrows flying towards him. However, the fact that Tulip country has stood in the south for a century shows that it is by no means a weakling that was passively attacked. Once Valerius recovered from his initial shock, the ancient war machine began to bare its menacing fangs. Prepare to sing. On the tower, the third-tier mage brandished a ruby-encrusted staff, his withered face appearing cold under the reflection of magical elements. The 8 first and second-tier mages around immediately closed their eyes, and ancient and complex incantations echoed above the city walls. The fire and lightning elements in the surrounding air began to gather rapidly at a visible speed. At the same time, The few surviving heavy crossbows on the city wall also readjusted their angles. The sturdy winch creaked as a steel crossbow bolt, over 2 meters long, was slowly pushed into the chute. When a mercenary's charging formation advanced to within 400 paces of the city wall, death descended. Put! With a terrifying bang as the bowstring snapped open, 5 steel crossbow bolts transformed into black lightning bolts, instantly plunging into the densely packed mercenary group. Faced with that pure, heavy kinetic energy, the mercenaries' prized steel half-body armor and ironclad shield were as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. A single crossbow bolt, propelled by immense inertia, strung together 4 mercenaries lined up in a straight line, resembling a candied hawthorn skewer. Blood and internal organs gushed out under the immense force of the penetration, staining the muddy grass red. But this is just the prelude. Chapter 198, The Counterattack of Magic and Heavy Crossbows. Fire Meteor Shower. Chain Lightning. The third tier, Mage, suddenly pointed his staff towards the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. Immediately afterwards, several blazing fireballs, each over a meter in diameter and trailing long streaks, fell from the sky like meteorites and crashed into the mercenaries' charging formation. Boom! 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 A violent explosion erupted in the crowd. The intense heat vaporized the mercenaries at the center of the explosion, while the clothes and leather armor of those blown away by the shockwave ignited with an inextinguishable magical flame. They rolled and howled in agony on the ground, the air thick with the nauseating smell of roasting meat. Even more deadly were those thick, chain-like lightning bolts. Lightning darted through the air like a serpent, and once it touched the steel weapons and armor in the mercenaries' hands, it would quickly spread outwards. The dozen or so mercenaries convulsed and foamed at the mouth under the intense electric current, turning into charred corpses before they could even scream. In just 10 minutes of the charge, the number of mercenaries' casualties skyrocketed to over 100. The originally fervent battle cries were replaced by shrill screams. These desperate outlaws, accustomed to winning with the wind and bullying the weak while fearing the strong, finally recalled the fear of being dominated by regular troops and high-ranking mages. Damn it, there's no way we can fight this. Those mages will roast us to a crisp. Retreat. I don't want the gold coins. Whoever wants to do this job can do it. It's unclear who shouted first, but the entire mercenary formation instantly descended into chaos. The formation that had been barely held together crumbled. The madmen who had been living on the edge of death dropped their ladders and heavy shields, turned around in terror, and fled in a frenzy in the direction they had come from. On the city wall, Count Valerius looked down at the enemy army retreating like a receding tide and couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. Do you see that? This is just a rabble. That idiot Sarah actually pinned her hopes on these pieces of trash. Meanwhile, on the rear lines, Sarah looked at the defeated mercenaries, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on her forehead. He turned to Serena, his voice trembling. Lady Serena, they've collapsed. If they disrupt our rear lines, we'll lose this battle completely. Serena, however, showed no sign of panic. There wasn't even a trace of emotion in her eyes, which were like deep pools. They won't back down. Serena smoothed her wind-blown hair, her tone as gentle as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Because the cost of retreating is more expensive than the cost of advancing. Halt! No one is allowed to retreat. Return to your positions. The Kevin's family's frontline private guard officer drew his long sword and roared at the fleeing soldiers who were charging in like a horde of frightened beasts. However, in the face of the immense fear of death, such verbal deterrence appears pale and powerless. The blind swordsman, carrying a great sword and covered in blood, charged at the forefront, his eyes filled with only an intense desire to escape. Get out of my way. Don't block my path. The blind swordsman shoved the officer aside, trying to break through the main camp's defenses. At this critical moment, bang, 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 3 crisp, explosive gunshots rang out in succession at the forefront of the formation. The heads of the 3 fleeing soldiers beside the blind swordsman exploded instantly, like watermelons smashed by a hammer, splattering red and white filth all over the blind swordsman's face. The 3 headless corpses took 2 more steps forward due to inertia before collapsing heavily into the muddy water. The entire wave of fleeing seemed to have been abruptly paused. All the mercenaries froze on the spot, staring in horror at the row of soldiers standing behind the Kevin's family's private army defenses, holding strange metal pipes that emitted white smoke. 30 musketeers, arranged in 2 rows, stared coldly at the mercenaries. The soldiers in the second rank had once again leveled their loaded flintlock muskets, the dark muzzles pointing directly at the fleeing crowd. Sarah stepped forward, escorted by his private soldiers, a megaphone in his hand, his voice carrying an undeniable cruelty. "Gentlemen, I think you seem to have forgotten the contents of the contract. On this battlefield, the Kevin's family's silver coins aren't so easy to obtain." "So, you damn scum. Are you trying to wipe us out?" A second-tier mercenary leader roared angrily. "These are the rules of war." Sarah roared back without backing down. Then, having mastered the carrot and stick principle, he immediately threw out a fatal temptation. "Listen up, everyone. If you turn back now and continue the charge, all the compensation for the dead today will be doubled. The first person to breach the city gates will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins by the Kevin's family and granted permanent residency in Raging Tide City." 1,000 gold coins. In this day and age, that's enough to buy a large estate and live comfortably for several lifetimes. A hefty reward lies ahead, but behind lies a terrifying alchemical weapon that could blow your head off at any moment. The mercenaries' eyes once again gleamed with that ferocious, beast-like glint of desperation. Just then, boom! Another round of artillery fire followed. This time, for solid iron balls hit the already crumbling main city gate. With a deafening roar, the sturdy city gate finally shattered completely, and half of the gate tower collapsed, revealing a huge gap that was more than 10 meters wide. The city gates have been breached. Kill. For the gold coins. The blind swordsman wiped the brain matter off his face and let out a chilling roar. He was the first to turn around, raise his greatsword again, and rush toward the smoke-filled gap. The remaining 1,000 mercenaries, under the intimidation of the supervisory team and spurred by the huge bounty, were left with nothing. Completely abandoning human reason, they transformed into a group of bloodthirsty madmen, once again surging towards the castle like a tidal wave. This time, the nature of the battle has completely changed. As the mercenaries braved the remaining magic and rain of arrows, stepping over the corpses of their comrades as they charged through the breach in the city gate, they were met by the Tulip Territory's heavy infantry and knights, who were already in full battle array. In open terrain, this formation of heavily armed troops would normally be enough to overwhelm mercenaries. However, in the extremely narrow, rubble-strewn ruins of the collapsed city gate, the knights' lances were completely ineffective, and the heavy infantry phalanxes were fragmented by the terrain. This chaotic close combat is precisely the area where mercenaries excel and are most adept. Go to hell, you can goods. A mercenary deftly dodged a knight's clumsy slash, then grabbed a handful of sand and threw it hard into the gaps in the knight's visor. The knight screamed and covered his eyes. The next second, a poisoned dagger pierced the weak spot in his armpit armor. Everywhere there were the sounds of metal clashing and the screams of those dying. The mercenaries used every means at their disposal, tripping ropes, lime powder, hidden weapons, even their teeth, to engage in the most primitive hand-to-hand combat with the noble knights. They have no sense of honor, only the efficiency to kill. The Tulip Territory's defenses were turned into a horrific meat grinder at the breach. Meanwhile, on the outer perimeter, dozens of siege ladders, under the cover of the city gate, were already heavily placed on the edge of the city wall. Several agile first-tier extraordinary mercenaries, with short knives in their mouths, swiftly scaled the city wall like monkeys. They had barely scaled the ramparts when they pounced on the mages who were chanting spells. Protect the mage. The guards on the city wall were terrified. Chapter 199, The Fall of the Earl. However, in close-quarters combat, the mage's frail body is simply no match for those experienced assassins. The third-tier mage didn't even have time to activate his shield before he was cleaved in two by a single sword strike, staff and all. With the heavy crossbow positions destroyed, the mage's suppressive fire came to an abrupt halt. From the high ground behind, Serena saw the changes taking place on the city walls through her telescope. She put away the binoculars, turned to look at Sarah, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. "Your Excellency, Chieftain, the appetizers have been served." Serena drew her pistol from her waist. "Now, let your private army advance. Musketeers, it's time to enter and reap the rewards." As Serena gave her command, The Kevin's family's 800 fully armed private soldiers, who had remained inactive until now, began to advance in orderly formation. Hidden in the center of the private army formation were the 60 musketeers who had been divided into two groups and were taking turns reloading. They were no longer the supervisors firing shots into the air, but had truly transformed into reapers of death in this war of cold weapons. When this fresh force crossed the buffer zone, which was littered with corpses and mud, and entered the breach in the city gate, the Tulip Territory defenders, who had been putting up a stubborn resistance, completely collapsed. First column, aim at the officers in plate armor, fire. The musketeer squad found excellent cover in the ruins, and they propped their long gun barrels on the rubble. At close range of about 30 paces, the flintlock muskets produced in Greywood Town demonstrated terrifying accuracy and penetrating power. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of gunshots echoed continuously in the narrow passageway, each boom accompanied by the fall of a Tulip Frontier heavy knight. Those high-carbon steel plate armors that gave mercenaries so much trouble were like rotten planks in front of lead bullets. The knight's aura shield couldn't even stop the bullet for a second. This was a one-sided massacre with no suspense whatsoever. This overwhelming firepower completely shattered the defenders' last psychological defenses. Devils, they are devils. The surviving soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in terror toward the inner city. The fierce battle lasted for a full 3 hours. As the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the clouds on the horizon blood red, the resistance within the Tulip City finally subsided. The air was thick with the pungent smells of blood, gunpowder, and burning houses. Inside the innermost courtyard of the Earl's castle, Count Valerius was disheveled, and his magnificent armor was stained with dirt and blood. He was breathing heavily, his hand gripping the two-handed greatsword that symbolized the family's honor tightly. Around him, the last dozen or so family knights who had sworn to serve him to the death had all fallen into pools of blood, each of them covered with horrific bloody holes left by lead bullets. Heavy footsteps came from the courtyard archway. A squad of musketeers dressed in Greywood Town uniforms, with bayonets fixed, surrounded the courtyard with expressionless faces. Then, the Kevin's private soldiers flooded in, sticking torches into the iron rings on the wall, illuminating the dim courtyard as if it were daytime. The crowd slowly parted to both sides, making way for a passage. Sarah emerged victorious in this game of power. He strode arrogantly to a spot 10 paces away from Valerius, looked at his former high and mighty rival, and let out a triumphant laugh. Valerios, I told you, nobody cares about a loser. Sarah pointed to the surrounding ruins. Now, the seat in the Southern Parliament is mine. Your port, your treasury, even this castle of yours will bear the coat of arms of the Kevin's family. Valerius stared intently at Sarah, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. But as a nobleman, he still retained his last vestiges of pride. Instead of begging for mercy, he planted his greatsword on the ground and asked through gritted teeth, "You despicable man who cheats with alchemical weapons, who exactly is behind you? Weapons of that caliber are definitely not something you, a salted fish seller, could possibly possess." Sarah was about to make a sarcastic remark when a clear and elegant female voice came from behind her. "Perhaps I can answer your question, Your Excellency." A young woman wearing a black fitted long dress and a windproof woolen cloak walked slowly into the courtyard, escorted by a group of elite musketeers. Her boots made a slight sound as they stepped into the blood, but her eyes remained calm and undisturbed. Valerius's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared in disbelief at the familiar face before him. Serena, the one in charge of the Nightingale Merchant Guild? He never expected this. That down-on-her-luck woman, who was once manipulated at will in his study, forced to hand over half of the compass distribution rights in exchange for her survival. At this moment, he was standing in front of him with the air of a controller. A cold flintlock rifle barrel was silently pressed against Valerius's forehead. The musketeer's gaze was as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Valerius felt the steel chill emanating from his forehead, and in an instant, his brain connected all the fragmented clues. The Nightingale Merchant Guild supply cut off, the Kevin's family's sudden surge in wealth, and those terrifying firearms never seen before. Behind all this is not a commercial dispute at all, but a long-planned, shocking conspiracy against Tulip Territory. "It's you. It's that Greywood lord from the north?" Valerius's voice trembled completely. he finally understood what kind of monster he had provoked. The Lord of the North, shrouded in mystery, overthrew the rule of a century-old family without sending a single regular soldier, relying solely on proxies and a few weapons. Serena smiled slightly, her eyes filled with the pity of a victor. Your Excellency, I have reminded you that the Nightingale Merchant Guild does not like to be blackmailed. Serena walked up to Valerius, extended her fingers clad in black velvet gloves, and gently brushed aside the musket pressed against his forehead. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, a cold corpse can't sign its name on a transfer agreement tomorrow morning. Can it? Count Valerius dejectedly released his grip on the sword, and the heavy greatsword slammed onto the stone slab with a clang. His proud head finally drooped in the face of this cold industrial weaponry and capitalist operation. The former aristocratic pride, once held high above all others, has been utterly crushed into dust. Chapter 200: The Shock of the Dwarves. After a night of brutal cleansing, this center of power, which had stood in the south for a century, has completely changed hands. On the street outside the castle, the Kevins family's private army is directing the surviving mercenaries to move corpses and wash the bloodstains off the cobblestones. The once high and mighty vassals of the Tulip family are now kneeling tremblingly at the edge of the square, awaiting the judgment of their new master. Sarah stood by the window, looking down at the conquered city. His hands are behind his back, trembling slightly. It stems from a kind of exhilaration after the expansion of power and a deep awe of some higher power. In a final battle last night, he witnessed firsthand how 60 musketeers slaughtered the dozens of elite heavy infantrymen remaining in Tulip territory in narrow alleyway, fighting with 0 casualties. The efficiency with which they killed, like a precision machine, sent chills down the spine of this shrewd southern politician. They are reaping lives as casually as farmers harvest wheat in autumn, Silas said to himself. The Kevins may have won the South, but the real victor is the northern lord who never set foot on this land. He turned around and looked at Serena, who was sitting behind the large desk. The head of the Nightingale Merchant Guild was elegantly flipping through several parchment contracts that had just been stamped with Count Valerius's personal seal. After a night of torment and mental breakdown, the once arrogant Count not only signed a huge war reparations agreement, but also signed a document transferring control of all the Tulip territory to the Kevins family. Lady Serena, Silas took a deep breath, his tone almost humble and respectful. Valeria is completely finished. I will use a large amount of gold coins and these shares to shut those old foxes up as well as the Southern Parliament. As per our initial agreement, the Tulip territory's trade tax exemption for the next 10 years, as well as that dwarf blacksmith, will belong to the Nightingale Merchant Guild. Serena folded the contract neatly and put it in her leather briefcase, nodding slightly. You have done very well, chieftain. The North is very satisfied with the outcome of this cooperation. The Greywood Town Chamber of Commerce will arrive in Ragewave City early next month. Hopefully, by then, the southern shipping routes will be fully open to us. That's natural. Silas rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with the shrewdness of a businessman and the decisiveness of a politician. He went through the process countless times in his mind and finally made a decision that went against the traditional aristocratic nature of greed. However, Miss Serena, I thought about it carefully last night. Silas walked to the desk and looked at Serena with sincere eyes. Although the Kevins family has taken over Tulip City, our resources are insufficient to fully digest this vast territory in a short period of time. Moreover, without the truth and financial support from the North, we would never have been able to achieve such a glorious victory. Serena raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her deep eyes. You mean? I hope that we can add another clause to the existing contract. Silas gritted his teeth and threw out a bargaining chip that would shake the entire South. I'm willing to give you the 3 large mines, 2 natural deep water ports, and 12 villages along the way in the northern part of Tulip territory, which is half of the land and population of Tulip territory, free of charge, with the Blackwater River as the boundary. A brief silence fell over the study. Even the usually composed Serena couldn't help but be surprised by Silas's boldness. In an era where territory meant everything, voluntarily ceding half of a powerful earl's fertile lands was something only a madman would do. But Serena quickly saw through Silas's underlying logic. Silas knew very well that the firearms of the North could easily destroy Valerius, and naturally, They could also destroy the Kevin's family someday. He's offering his pledge of allegiance. Your generosity is astonishing, chieftain. Serena did not refuse. After all, this is absolutely the best foundation for them to gain a firm foothold in the south and expand outwards. Inside the Tulip Castle dungeon, the dwarf Balin sat slumped in a corner. Over the past day and night, a deafening roar echoed from above the dungeon, causing even the stone ceiling to tremble as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Father, what happened up there? Was it an earthquake? The daughter gripped Balin's rough, large hand, her eyes filled with fear. No, that's the sound of war. Bahrain's once proud, thick beard was now covered in grime. He gave a bitter laugh, his eyes dimming. That tyrant Valerius must have offended some terrible enemy. But none of that matters anymore. If the castle is breached, those bloodthirsty soldiers won't spare the prisoners in the dungeon. Looking back on what he had experienced over the past few months, Bahrain was filled with remorse. If he hadn't refused the Nightingale Merchant Guild's offer, perhaps his family would have safely left the South by now. And now, because of his stubbornness and so-called craftsman's dignity, not only did it implicate his family, but even his prized forging skills would be buried with him in this dark underground. Clang! The heavy iron door of the dungeon made a screeching sound as it was roughly pushed open from the outside. Several blinding torchlight beams shone in, making it almost impossible for Bahrain to open his eyes. A squad of soldiers in gray uniforms, carrying strange metal pipes, quickly took control of both sides of the corridor. Then, a familiar yet cold voice rang out in the dungeon. Open the door, but be careful not to startle our distinguished guest. The jailer cautiously used the key to unlock the iron lock of the Bahrain prison cell. When Bahrain's eyes adjusted to the light, he could see the woman in the long black dress standing at the cell door. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Miss Serena, Balin's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his eyes. What are you doing here? Has the Nightingale Merchant Guild also been captured by Valerius? Arrested? No, Master Balin. Serena smiled slightly, her eyes revealing a calm confidence in controlling the situation. We've come to take you home. Bahrain stepped into the inner courtyard of the castle. The sight before him left the well-traveled dwarf blacksmith utterly speechless. The once invincible Tulip Castle is now a ruin. The main city gate, with its pure steel edging, had vanished without a trace, and the sturdy city wall was riddled with terrifying, gaping holes. Among the prisoners being escorted, Bahrain also saw the once arrogant Count Valerius. By the gods above, Bahrain took a deep breath of the gunpowder-smelling air, turned to look at Serena beside him, and trembled violently. This was all done by the Nightingale Merchant Guild? You actually hired a large army to deal with Valerius. Correction to you, Master Balin. Serena stopped and turned around, looking at the dwarf in front of her with utmost seriousness. We are not doing this to deal with Valerius. Everything we have done is solely for you. For me? Bahrain pointed to his own nose, his mind going completely blank. Yes. Serena nodded. My brother Lorien, the Lord of Greywood Town, once told me this. A dwarf master with unparalleled skills is worth more than 10 gold mines in the south. Count Valerius foolishly imprisoned you in chains, which has hindered our plans. Serena pointed to the surrounding ruins and said casually, so, since he refuses to release them, we have no choice but to wipe this castle, along with that arrogant count, off the face of the earth. Boom! These words struck Bahrain like a heavy hammer blow to its heart. A war was started over a blacksmith? It even overthrew a powerful earldom that had stood in the south for a century. In the traditional view of the Nolan continent, although craftsmen are respected, in the eyes of the great nobles they are ultimately nothing more than slightly more useful high-ranking servants. No lord has ever paid such a terrible price for a complete stranger. This is more than just valuing it. It's an absolute fanaticism that transcends class and common sense. Bahrain's eyes instantly reddened. His heart, which had grown cold from imprisonment and torture, was now as if it had been thrown into a furnace of extremely high temperature and was now boiling over completely. A scholar will die for one who understands him. For a dwarf who considers forging his life, what could be more maddening than the feeling of being desperately needed and recognized? I'm not waiting any longer. I'm leaving now. Bahrain roared like a bull whose blood had been completely ignited. Prepare the carriage. I need to travel to the northern border tonight. If that lord truly possesses those miraculous forges you speak of, I, Balin Steel Anvil, swear in the name of my ancestors, I will burn my last drop of sweat for him.